I was a poor student studying in the United States, but I was framed by a rich second generation as a scapegoat for a murder case. In order to prevent me from having a chance to defend myself, the young master colluded with the American court and sentenced me to life imprisonment directly. Just as I was being locked up in prison, the infinite Deadpool summoning system was activated, so I waved my hand and said, 10,000 Deadpools descend. Help me break out of prison. At this moment, through the inherited memories in my mind, I know that my predecessor did not commit any crimes. It's just that I have no power or influence, and I can't even afford a good lawyer. Faced with fabricated evidence, I have no way to be released through legal means. Moreover, the 7th prison is the largest prison in California, holding numerous serious criminals, guarded by armed soldiers. Even thinking about escaping is out of the question. Just as I was falling into despair, a voice suddenly rang in my head, followed by a flash of golden light in front of me. I was stunned. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? Sure enough, a thing called the Infinite Deadpool summoning system appeared, and even gave me a bunch of newbie gift packages. My eyes lit up instantly. This is getting interesting. The system told me that I can now summon not only 100,000 Deadpools, but also have the ability of unlimited stand-ins and body enhancement. I instantly feel full of power all over my body, as if I could punch through a wall with one punch. As I was immersed in this wonderful feeling, the iron door of the cell suddenly banged. I walked over to take a look. It was a white prison guard, his eyes full of contempt. I coldly said, I am innocent. Release me immediately. The guard was startled by my eyes at this moment, but quickly regained his arrogant look. He used his baton to knock on the iron door and cursed loudly. Damn yellow monkey, still want to go out? Dream on. You will never get out of here in your life. I will take good care of you in the future, making you wish you were dead in prison. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in my eyes. Dare to call me a yellow-skinned monkey? Very well, you have chosen your own death. You are doomed to die. The prison guard laughed as if he had heard a huge joke. Laughing heartily, are you out of your mind? Look at where you are. Who gave you the courage to say such things? It's really ridiculous. Once you're in the 7th prison, no matter who you are, you have to behave yourself. I couldn't be bothered to talk to such a fool anymore, so I turned around and sat back down by the bed. The prison guard was still shouting outside the door, despicable yellow monkey, committing crimes in our country. You better accept the legal sanctions of our country. You will have a hard time in the future. I turned a deaf ear and my mind was already calculating how to leave this ghostly place. Although my abilities have greatly improved now, it's still a bit difficult to break out directly. But since we're playing, let's play big. A cold smile crept up on my lips. It seems that this prison is about to experience an unprecedented chaos soon. A hint of determination flashed in my eyes, deciding to summon 100,000 Deadpools for a big prison break, no matter how much trouble it causes. Anyway, this is in the country of eagle sauce. Not my problem. I then ordered the system, summon all the Deadpools to San Francisco at the same time. Yes, host, the Deadpools are being summoned and will appear in San Francisco within half an hour. All Deadpools have legal identities and weapons. You can contact them collectively or individually to issue orders. Please be patient and wait. Next, a high-definition map of San Francisco suddenly appeared in front of me, with red dots continuously appearing on it, each red dot representing a Deadpool. In less than 10 seconds, the map was densely packed with red dots, with tens of thousands still increasing. Without saying a word, I waved my hand. Everyone, follow orders, bring your weapons, and assemble at the 7th prison at the fastest speed. The red dots on the map immediately rushed towards me, making my blood boil. Taking a deep breath, calming my excited emotions, I silently vowed to make those who framed me pay the price. In the streets of San Francisco, tall and powerful figures suddenly emerged from various corners, including white, black, and Asian people, looking inconspicuous but were the Deadpools I summoned rushing towards the prison at high speed. At the same time, a series of car robberies suddenly broke out in San Francisco, with armed robbers appearing out of nowhere to rob various vehicles and then speeding off in the same direction after the robbery. The citizens were stunned, and the city was plunged into chaos for a while. I stared at the densely packed red dots on the map, with 30,000 Deadpools in position. Once more than 50,000 were assembled. We could start the operation. I didn't believe the prison could withstand an attack by 50,000 Deadpools at the same time. At the same time, I noticed that there were already thousands of infiltrators within a 500-meter radius of the prison, disguised as prisoners or staff. With a single command from me, the inside and outside forces would immediately launch a spectacular prison break. Thinking of this, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on my lips. The show was about to begin. Creaking sounds accompanied by the sound of urgent brakes. Cars speeding towards the 7th prison stopped outside. Several guards responsible for security came out of the guard booth and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? This is a prison. Approaching without permission is prohibited. Stay away. However, the vehicles that suddenly appeared showed no response, with doors closed and windows locked, and no one got out of the cars. But these cars completely blocked the road in front of the prison gate. The guards realized the situation was not good and immediately called for backup on the walkie-talkie. They stared at the terrifyingly quiet convoy. Through the car windows, they could see expressionless, burly men inside. At that moment, more vehicles arrived, completely blocking all the roads around the prison. The atmosphere outside the 7th prison instantly became tense and terrifying. I had already closed the Deadpool map in the cell, and at this moment, I was no longer worried about my safety or whether I could get out of the prison. I felt relaxed and at ease. Suddenly, the door of the cell was knocked, and the guards outside shouted, "Inmate 9527, come out." I heard the commotion, raised my head, looked through the small window, saw the guards outside. My eyes flickered slightly, but I showed no intention of moving. "Come out." The guard outside the iron door, seeing that I did not move, shouted again. I remained unmoved. Seeing this, the cell door was opened with a clatter, and the guard holding an electric baton angrily walked in from outside the iron door and stood in front of me. 4396, didn't you hear me shouting at you? The prison guard looked grim. The baton in his hand pointed at Roy and cursed. Are your ears clogged with earwax? Do you want me to give you a pass with the baton? What is it? Roy gave him an expressionless look and spoke in a cold tone. You. Seeing Roy's attitude of not putting himself in his eyes at all, the prison guard became even more irritated and almost couldn't help but whip an electric baton towards Roy. But thinking of what the warden had explained, he finally held back his anger. The warden wants to see you. The prison guard glared at Roy with a grim expression and said coldly, "Follow me." Having said that, the warden turned and walked away. However, just 2 steps away he stopped in his tracks again, because Roy was still sitting there motionless, with no intention of following him. 4396. The guard simply exploded with anger and turned back to point at Roy, cursing, "I told you to come with me, didn't you hear me? Now I order you to get up and follow me immediately. Go see the warden." "Want to see me?" Facing the furious prison guard, a cold light flashed in Roy's eyes and he spoke coldly, "Let him come here on his own." You. The prison guard was simply furious. He couldn't believe that this Dragon Country criminal with the number 4396 in front of him, who had fallen into their hands, still dared to be so arrogant. Angry, the prison guard raised his hand to strike Roy. "You make a move and you'll die here." The very moment the prison guard raised his hand, Roy coldly opened his mouth, his icy eyes like knives looking straight at the other party. The moment the white prison guard met his icy eyes, he suddenly felt like being stabbed by a needle. His heart trembled slightly, and the baton in his hand, which was about to be smashed down, hardened and stopped its movement. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Give you a chance and don't cherish it? Then you're waiting to die. Chapter 6. Give you a chance and don't cherish it? Then you're waiting to die. 100,000 dead soldiers will soon arrive at the 7th prison. Coupled with the infinite substitute for death, this bugged general horror ability, so that Roy has a strong bottom. Therefore, in the face of the white prison guard's threat, he was not the least bit abashed, not giving the other side any face at all, and threatening the other side with a wave of counter-threats. You. The white prison guard was startled by the look in Roy's eyes, but quickly reacted with a look of annoyance on his face, pointing his truncheon at Roy and gritting his teeth. "You lowly yellow skin. Brush." Before the white prison guard could finish his words, Roy's figure instantly flashed out and his right fist blasted out like an iron cannon. Boo! Roy's fist thumped on the white prison guard's face. Under the huge interest to impact, the white prison guard instantly flew backwards. Ow dash! A screaming white prison guard fell to the ground. His nose was crooked, nosebleed gushing out. Severe pain made him fall to the ground and couldn't even crawl up. Beyond the iron door, there were several other prison guards, who quickly rushed in when they heard the commotion, and looked at the white prison guard who had collapsed to the ground with a look of shock and anger. 4396. What are you doing? The inmate hit the guards. Control him. The 3 prison guards roared in anger and immediately rushed towards Roy, the electric batons in their hands pedaling up towards Roy, trying to smash him down and control him. Humph. Looking at the 3 white prison guards toward their own pounce, Roy not the slightest fear. Cold grunt after gently a dodge a prison guards to his own baton smashed. Immediately thereafter, he suddenly exerted strength in his waist, and his right leg swept out like an iron whip, kicking one of the prison guards away before moving towards the other guards. Crackle. In less than a minute, all 3 prison guards were knocked down by Roy, falling to the ground wailing and screaming, unable to climb up. My God. He's crazy. It's over. He dared to make a move on the prison guards. He's dead. A few other heavy criminals in the cell were scared out of their wits when they saw that Roy had actually knocked down a few prison guards and beat them so badly that they couldn't even crawl. They just can't believe that Roy would dare to take on a guard in prison. That's crazy. Even if they are crazy and arrogant, these felons wouldn't dare to make a move on the guards in prison. However, after knocking down a few prison guards, Roy was still bland, as if he had done something trivial and insignificant. Prison 7. Inside the warden's office, Lorne, a white warden in his 40s, was on the phone, a smile on his face as he listened to the man on the other end of the line. "Don't worry, I will definitely do the things that Duke Locust explained." Lorne was full of smiles and his tone was full of confidence. "As long as that Oriental called Roy enters the 7th prison, then he will have endless suffering, and finally be tortured to death alive." Okay, I got it. I'll see you at the Western restaurant tonight then." After chatting for a while, Lorne hung up the phone, a smile on his face, happy for the large paycheck he was about to receive. For him, the warden, deliberately targeting to clean up an inmate who was incarcerated in the 7th prison was a very simple thing. No matter how fierce a person is, as long as they are locked up in the 7th prison, they have to obediently look at his face and prostrate themselves at his feet and tremble. A district of an Oriental boy. How dare to offend Prince Locust? Really? Lorne picked up the coffee on the desk, lightly sip, enjoying the bitter coffee bloomed in the mouth of the fragrance. Disdainful light humming. "I don't know how to die." First call him over. Give him some bitter head to eat. Since he had taken someone's favor, he had to do his job properly. And before he called, he had sent someone to bring Roy, intending to bring him up first to torture him and kill the boredom. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. There was a sharp knock on the office door. "Come in." Lorne frowned, a look of displeasure on his face, and called out to the door. "Warden, it's not good." A prison guard's anxious voice came in before the man could walk in. "Prisoner 4396 has injured our guard." "What?" Lorne stood up abruptly, his face grim. "What's going on?" 4396. "Isn't it that Oriental Roy? How did he injure the prison guards? Are they all losers? How could they be injured by an Oriental?" "Lord Warden, go over there and take a look." At that moment the prison guard came up to Lorne and said anxiously, "Prisoner 4396 is confronting our men and the situation is getting a little out of hand." Lorne cursed, but walked out of the office immediately. The moment he just walked out of the office, another prison guard hurried up to him. "Warden, we have a situation." This prison guard anxiously said to Ron, "A lot of cars have suddenly appeared outside the prison." "Put the prison. Are you an idiot? You have nothing to do, right?" Lorne hadn't even heard the guard finish his sentence, and in an irritated mood he shouted, "You're going to come and report to me about a lot of cars appearing outside the prison? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to tell me that someone is coming to rob the prison?" Scram! Cursing angrily, Lorne no longer even glanced at the prison guard whose face was flustered by his scolding, but instead took large strides towards the area of the cell where Roy was. It was more important for him to deal with Roy. As for the sudden appearance of many cars outside the prison, what's there to care? Soon, Warden Lorne then came outside Roy's cell. At this point, the door of the cell had already been closed, and the few prison guards who had been injured were dragged out from inside, all of them a bit badly injured, with bruises and swollen noses. Seeing his men being beaten so badly by Roy, Lorne's mood became even more angry and gloomy. Cursing these men in his heart for being losers, he took 2 steps to the window of the iron door and looked into the cell, then saw Roy, who was sitting in his cell in his old age. "Roy!" Lorne looked at Roy, who was sitting peacefully on the bed. A flash of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes and he gritted his teeth. "You've got a lot of nerve. Open the door immediately and personally escort me out of the prison." Before Lorne could finish his words, Roy's eyes looked over at him and he spoke to him in a calm tone. "Be a good boy and personally escort me out of the prison, and I can spare your life." "What?" Lorne thought he heard wrong. "What nonsense are you talking about? You want me to personally escort you out of prison? Are you not out of your mind?" Not only was Lorne subdued by Roy's words, all the people present had a look of disbelief on their faces when they heard his words. Roy, didn't care what they were thinking at the moment. He narrowed his eyes at Warden Lorne and sneered. "You were given a chance and you didn't take it." Smiling coldly, Roy glanced at Lorne like a dead man, his tone calm but icy. "Then you wait for death." After saying that, Roy no longer even looked at the other party for more than a second, but opened the virtual dead man's map that only he himself could see. He discovered that at this time, he found that within 2 kilometers of the 7th prison, more than tens of thousands of dead soldiers had already gathered, and within 10 kilometers, more than 30,000 dead soldiers had already appeared, with more dead soldiers being on their way one after another. As soon as he saw this, Roy felt that the time was ripe. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered to all the dead soldiers, "All of you, listen to the order. Start creating a riot and attack the 7th prison." End of chapter. Chapter 7 Deadly Soldiers Charge. Blood flows in the river. Chapter 7 Dead Men Charge. Blood runs into rivers. Warden Lorne's face became extremely ugly when he heard Roy's cold words, and his eyes were almost ready to spit out anger. "Open the door!" An enraged Lorne instantly shouted at his prison guards, "Bring 4396 up to me. Bring it to my office." After saying that, the gloomy-looking Warden Lorne turned around and left with a furious look. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he was going to catch Roy in his office to clean up. As the warden of the prison, he was almost like an Earth Emperor in the prison. Not only were the inmates in the prison scared to death of him, even the guards were extremely afraid of him. Whoa dash! A prison guard immediately went on and opened the iron door of the cell, and after pushing it open, several gun-toting prison guards rushed into the cell, their black holes pointing at Roy at the same time. 4396. Rise! Come with us! The captain of the prison guards, Roy, rebuked loudly, but did not dare to get too close, for fear that Roy would suddenly storm out and take them all down. After all, a few prison guards before was the previous warning. Even with guns in their hands, they were afraid of accidents in such a small area. Where to? Roy looked at the several prison guards who rushed in, looking at them pointing their black hole guns at him. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His eyes flickered for a moment, suddenly figuring out what the other party was trying to do. He couldn't help but show a cold smile on his face and stood up. "Come with us." Several guards breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Roy stand up, and a fat black guard yelled out, "Warning you, don't do anything rash or we'll shoot." Roy didn't speak, and didn't show any panic or fear in the face of the blackened muzzle of the gun, just walked towards the door. Whoa dash! Seeing Roy walking forward, the several prison guards, even with guns in their hands, quickly backed up several steps as if they were frightened. Looking at their terrified and nervous appearance, Roy's eyes flashed with a playful look, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he calmly followed one of the prison guards and headed towards Warden Lorne's office. He thinks this warden should know some information that would be useful to him. So, he was going to meet the warden outside the prison gates. At this point, cars of all kinds completely blocked the road. After blocking the road, all these cars turned off their engines and waited, without making a single sound, like a quiet and eerie dead zone. Several prison guards responsible for guarding the police booth outside the prison gates were at this time looking from afar at the various vehicles parked all over the place. Through the glass, they could see that inside each vehicle, the guards realized that there were one or more calm-faced, burly men. "George, what the hell do these people want? Call for backup, right? Backup has been called. Damn, what the hell do they want? Why have they suddenly gathered outside the gates of the 7th prison? They're not trying to hijack the prison, are they?" A few prison guards felt that the atmosphere at this moment was oppressive to the extreme, and each of their hearts were tense, with obvious colors of vigilance on their faces as they loaded the weapons in their hands. Suddenly, wow! The doors of one car after another suddenly opened, and immediately afterward, one after another, strong men, one after another, stepped down from the cars. A moment's work, the scene was already crowded. Thousands of figures appeared in the eyes of the guards. Prison guards. These people from the car down. A stout and majestic, calm face, a fierce aura. No good. Move. Pull back. A few prison guards, seeing one after another of the dead soldiers coming down from the car, immediately realized that things were not good. Their faces turned white with fear, and they quickly rushed to the small door by the prison gate, quickly opened the small door and rushed in. Boo! With a dull thud as the last of the prison guards outside the main gate entered the small door, the heavy door was closed and locked from the inside. And that's when, action! All the dead soldiers who were eyeing the 7th prison gate intently received the order to start the prison robbery operation at the same time. Wow! One after another, the dead soldiers have pulled out all kinds of weapons from their bodies. Pistols, incendiary bottles, knives, iron bars. Then, at the same time, they walked toward the prison gate. They're coming over. Are they really going to rob the prison? Alert! On the side of the prison gate, there was a high watchtower, and at this time, the watchtower was crowded with prison guards, who were frightened when they saw a large number of dead soldiers, walking rapidly in the direction of the gate. Stop! No unauthorized approach to the prison's heavy ground, and those outside back off immediately. If you do not heed the warning, we will open fire and attack. Back off. 1 warning, 2 warnings. A warning from the prison guards came from within the loudspeakers on the watchtower, but before he could finish his warning, the dead soldiers, armed with guns, raised their hands and fired at the watchtower. Bang! 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 An ear-splitting burst of gunfire rang out suddenly. A large number of bullets flew towards the watchtower. Bang! A stray bullet very coincidentally struck one of the luckless prison guards, instantly punching a hole in his head and causing him to fall to the ground in a straight stop and become a corpse. Shit! Fire! Return fire! Repel them! The guards in the watchtower, seeing their companions shot dead, were scared out of their wits and at the same time enraged, and immediately returned fire. Bang! 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 Intense and noisy gunfire instantly rang out outside the gates of the 7th prison as the guards and the dead soldiers engaged in a fierce firefight. Bang! 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 The prison guards had the advantage of the terrain, and they opened intensive fire on the dead soldiers below, and immediately one dead soldier after another was hit. Some fell to the ground and died directly after being shot, and some were only seriously wounded after being shot. But, even though the dead soldiers who had been hit and seriously injured still did not stop their pace of attacking the prison gate, each of them looked as if they were crazy, and they attacked towards the prison gate with red eyes. Dead man. It is a being that has no fear of death. They hit the 7th prison fortifications like a tidal wave. As the dead man's hijacking operation began, the entire prison instantly blew up with sirens and panicked into a frenzy. Time to go back a few minutes. Roy followed the warden into Warden Lorne's office. At this point, Warden Lorne was sitting in his desk chair, his face as grim as water, and a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes as he watched Roy being brought in. Close the door. Pointing to the door of the office, Lorne instructed the wardens, no matter what noise comes out of this, no one comes in without my order. Mr. Warden. One of the guards was shocked at Lorne's words. Prisoner 4396 is dangerous. You can't be left alone in the office. Lorne frowned and finally nodded. Then the few of you stay. Obviously, he wasn't the type of person who was very impulsive when his brain was hot, and didn't try to be brave. Boo! The door to the office slammed shut with a bang, leaving only Roy and Warden Lorne in the office, along with a few guards armed with guns. 4396. No, I can perhaps call you Dr. Roy. After the office door was closed tightly, Lorne's gaze was fixed on Roy, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your stature really surprised me. Of course, it's also possible that the people under my command are too useless. Roy skimmed a glance at Lorne, casually sweeping his gaze around the office, and seeing a large, soft leather couch not far away, he lifted his feet and walked over to it, sitting down on it with a big grin as Lorne and the others looked on in astonishment. Give you a chance to live. In a very comfortable position, Roy leaned back on the leather couch and squinted his gaze at Warden Lorne. Write up a list of all the people who set me up. Roy, who had traveled over, only knew that he had been framed by the 2nd generation of rocks, and as for the specifics of the people involved in framing him, he was currently unclear. But, whoever was involved in setting him up, he wasn't going to let any of them go, and when he got out of prison, he was going to clean up after them one by one, and he was going to let them die. End of chapter. Chapter 8, There's a mole in the prison. Chapter 8, There's a mole in the prison. Roy's words caused Lorne to faintly freeze, and then he revealed a sneer. You're very smart, but you're also very stupid. Since you already know that it was rocks who set you up, you should understand that if you still want to get out of here, you'd better obediently endure everything and not think of resisting. The background of Mr. Rocks is not something that you, a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom, can mess with. If you cooperate obediently and make Mr. Rocks happy, after you go out, and perhaps a compensation. Roy raised an eyebrow and looked at Lorne with some impatience. Did I ask you so much nonsense? You really don't want to live, do you? I'm asking you to write out a list of all the people you know who were involved in setting me up, not for you to tell me what rocks is. Lorne could not believe his own ears, could not believe that Roy dared to say these words in front of him. You know this is the 7th prison, and he is the warden of the 7th prison. To say a few words without exaggeration, he can decide whether or not he Roy in the prison accident. Not good enough. Annoyed, Lorne, anger almost spilling out of his eyes, lurched out of his chair, reached down and grabbed a long whip on his desktop as soon as he could, rushed out from behind his desk, rushed over to Roy and lifted the whip at him. The whip swooshed toward Roy. If he didn't duck, the whip would surely hit him hard in the face. However, just at the moment when the whip was about to fall, Roy's figure moved slightly, and then the whip brushed past him. Pop! The whip with barbs snapped on the leather sofa, instantly drawing a crack on the sofa, thus showing how strong the whip was. How dare you hide? Seeing that Roy dodged one of his lashes, Lorne immediately felt angry and anxious, and even felt that he had lost face. His face was flushed red, and he angrily raised his whip to strike down with another lash. But the moment he was about to make his move, a sharp, piercing siren instantly sounded outside the office, and the sound could be heard throughout the 7th prison. With sirens blaring, the whole prison was abuzz. Whether it was a prisoner locked in a cell, A prisoner let off some steam. Or a prison guard at work. They were all startled by the sudden raising of the siren. What's going on? Why is the siren suddenly blaring? How many years has it been since the siren sounded at prison 7? What happened? Is this a drill? Various exclamations and comments rose and fell within the 7th prison. And at that moment, within the warden's office, Warden Lorne was also the first to hear the sirens. The sudden siren he heard made his hand, which was ready to whip out the whip again, stop. A look of shock appeared on his face, and he subconsciously looked out of the office window, his eyes full of doubts and incomprehension. Just when he was a bit confused, the office door was suddenly knocked on from outside with a deafening thud, almost slamming the door. Who? Startled, Lorne subconsciously turned around and yelled, "Why are the sirens blaring? What are you guys up to?" Warden. Big deal. There are a lot of people outside the prison storming the gates. It looks like they're going to hijack the prison. A terrified and anxious voice came from outside the door, and when it fell on the ears of Warden Lorne and the guards, it instantly caused their eyes to widen and a look of disbelief to appear on their faces. What? Someone's going to hijack the prison? Are you kidding me? Lorne froze for a moment and exclaimed with an incredulous look on his face. Who is so bold as to dare to rob the prison? This is the 7th prison. It's the largest prison in California. Who's that bold? One of the guards hurried over and opened the office door, and then saw a white guard with a terrified, white face, appear in the doorway. Looking at him like this, the few prison guards in the office were stunned. Jack, what's going on? Someone's really trying to rob a prison? You're not kidding, are you? A few clueless prison guards rushed to inquire about the situation. Warden, there are at least thousands of people at the prison entrance right now, and they are storming the prison gate. Warden Jack's tone was a little shaky. Many of them have weapons in their hands. It is exchanging fire with the guards guarding the gate. Our people have already suffered casualties. There's already blood flowing outside the prison gates. Boom! Warden Lorne, who had thought it was a joke at first, now felt thunderstruck at Jack's words, and his eyes nearly glazed out of their sockets in shock. How the hell did it get back? Thousands of people storming the prison gates? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Who the hell are the people storming the prison gates? If they are trying to hijack the prison, then who are they trying to save? Lorne had an anxious look on his face and hurriedly inquired about the situation. What's the situation of the prison gates now? It hasn't been breached, right? Warden, please don't worry. Now although the exchange of fire at the entrance is fierce, but our people have already gone to reinforcement, and the gate of the prison is also locked, Jack said busily. From the current situation, although our people have suffered casualties, but the people outside definitely can't attack in. That's good. That's good. Once Lorne heard this, his mood finally calmed down a bit, and then a sinister look appeared on his face. Damn thing. How dare they rob the prison? I'm going to make them look good. Let's go and check out the situation. Although the current situation seems to be under control, Ron, as warden, still has to step in when faced with something as big as a prison robbery. Warden, what about him? Lorne was just about to leave when one of the wardens snapped. What about convict 4396? Put him right back in his cell? Lorne's footsteps, just about to leave, lurched, and he glanced back at Roy to see that he was still looking calm and collected, sitting on his leather couch like a nobody's business. Forget it. Looking at the calm and collected Roy, Lorne's heart suddenly trembled for some reason. His eyes flickered for a few moments, and he, who originally wanted to go and preside over the big picture, gave up the idea and sat back down on his office chair. No one can break through the 7th prison. Thinking of hijacking from the 7th prison is a dream. I'll wait here to see who is so bold as to dare to come and hijack the prison. Within half an hour, the prison will be completely breached. Lorne's words had just finished. Roy suddenly spoke leisurely. Within half an hour. If you don't write out a list of all the people you know who are involved in framing me, you will die miserably. What do you mean? Roy's words caused Lorne's expression to change violently, and his stern eyes instantly stared at the former in death. This prison hijacking has something to do with you? No. No way. Before Roy could say anything, Lorne directly ruled out a correct answer, because in his opinion, Roy was nothing more than a foreign student, and there was no way he could make such a big commotion. If he really had it in him, he wouldn't have been tried in a court of law, much less put in the 7th prison and appearing in front of himself. Meh. Looking at Lorne's self-interested look, Roy let out a light laugh that was full of playfulness, looking at the former with a meaningful look. What are you laughing at? Lorne, who was in a terrible mood, as soon as he heard Roy's laughter, fire sprang up and he raged at Roy. You tell me, what are you laughing at? You a criminal who fell into my hands. Where did you get the courage to laugh in front of me? I'm laughing at you for not knowing what you're doing, okay? Looking at the furious Lorne, the smile on Lloyd's face grew even wider. Or You can also think that I'm laughing at a fool who is about to die because he's stupid. And that fool is none other than you, Mr. Warden. Lorne burst into a rage, feeling provoked and offended, and the whip in his hand was about to lash out at Roy again. But just then another prison guard rushed in hurriedly from outside the office. Mr. Warden, it's a big deal. The prison guard who rushed in looked terrified and sounded anxious. The prison gate is asking for help. There are too many people who have robbed the prison. They are storming the prison gates. Those bandits seem to have explosives. They are installing explosives and preparing to blast the gate. What? Lorne shuddered. Damn, where the hell did those people come from? They even prepared explosives? Are they all crazy? He was genuinely intimidated. However, before he could recover from the shock, another bloodied prison guard rushed in, his voice trembling as he yelled, "The warden has a mole in the prison. We have a mole in our ranks. They are trying to open the prison gates from the inside. It's a firefight with our men right now." End of chapter. Chapter 9 Release of all prisoners. The prison is in complete chaos. Chapter 9 Release of all prisoners. The prison is in complete chaos. Warden Lorne heard the latest news and felt nothing but a whirlwind, his head rumbling and exploding, and he was dumbfounded in his place. There's a mole in the prison? Is cooperating with those outside the prison to prepare to open the prison gates. What the hell is going on here? This world. How did it get so crazy all of a sudden? What kind of divine figure is locked up in this prison that can make such a terrifying insight? It's hard to believe that this 7th prison has locked up a person at the level of the head of a country. What the hell is going on? Lorne forced down the shock in his heart and asked with an incredulous face, how could there be a mole inside our prison? What kind of people are they? Is it those prisoners? Mr. Warden, those insiders, said the warden in an anxious tone. There are inmates, logistics staff inside the prison, and even, there are prison guards. No way. Lorne's eyes widened. How could a prison guard be a mole? Sir, I'm not kidding, the guard said. They're all wearing guard uniforms and have guard equipment, yet they're attacking their fellow guards to assist those outside in opening the prison gates. They must be insiders. Lorne's mouth dropped open and he couldn't speak for a moment. Inside the 7th prison. Something's wrong. Move. Go for backup. A few prison guards who heard the alarm grabbed their weapons and equipment and anxiously headed in the direction of the gate. And just as they passed the corner, a few people wearing the same uniforms as them silently followed them, and together they headed towards the gate. The few prison guards in front of them, who were themselves tense and panicked at this point, didn't care at all about the few people who suddenly appeared behind them. Of course, never in their wildest dreams did they realize that these people who wore the same uniform as them were actually dead soldiers who randomly appeared in the 7th prison after Roy summoned them. A large number of prison guards quickly arrived at the prison gates. Bang, 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 boom, ah. At this point, the guards are in a firefight with the dead soldiers who stormed the prison gates. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and angry curses and screams were so loud and clear that it made one's scalp numb to hear them. And outside the prison gates, at this time, has been a sea of blood, fell into pieces and pieces of the body. At least hundreds of dead soldiers were killed. There are many just injured. But, even with such horrific casualties, the dead soldiers outside the gate were still like berserk Spartan warriors, frantically storming the prison gates, grenades, Molotov cocktails, guns, frantically greeting the guards. God, a captain of the prison guards, who had just rushed over, only felt his scalp tingle as he listened to the horrifying commotion at the scene, and immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful, attack with the help of cover." Saying that, this white prison guard captain, footsteps hurried on the watchtower, to observe the situation outside. This look his pupils suddenly contracted violently, the depths of the eyes surged out of a thick shocked color. Just see, at this moment, outside the prison gates, a dense crowd of people had already surged in, a black pressurized piece, like zombies attacking a city, making people's scalp numb. How can so many people? The captain of the prison guards people are stupid, simply cannot believe that they can one day see such a horrible thing. Where did all these people come from? Who exactly do they want to save? Our prison in the end, incarcerated in the end, what party, Big Brother? His brain buzzed, totally confused. Why would so many people come to attack prison 7 at the same time? This is so unreasonable. Boom! Right here. A violent booming explosion came from the gate, and the gate trembled a few times. Apparently some dead soldiers were blasting the gate with explosives. No good. Surprisingly, someone used explosives to blast the prison gates. The captain of the prison guards was scared out of his wits and hurriedly roared, "Check the gate damage. The gate must not be allowed to be destroyed. If the gate is destroyed and people from outside rush in, it will be a disaster." He shuddered to think that, If the crowds of people who couldn't see their heads outside were to flood inside the prison at the same time, just how horrible things would happen. All of them might be torn to pieces. Hearing the roar of the prison guard captain, immediately a few guards rushed towards the location of the prison gate's door lock to check the condition of the gate's damage. And yet here it is. Bang! The white man wearing a prison guard's uniform, his eyes flashing with madness, suddenly raised the gun in his hand and shot at a prison guard who was checking the lock of the gate. And with a bang of a gunshot, the defenseless prison guard instantly fell into a pool of blood. The scene. It landed in the eyes of the prison guard captain, causing his eyes to instantly widen tremendously, and a strong look of shock appeared on his face, as the person was stunned. However, the captain of the prison guards is very good psychological quality. He quickly reacted. Fierce roar, raised his gun on the shooting prison guards, pulled the trigger. Boo! A shot rang out and the one that fired the warning went down instantly. He had been hit in the head. But just then, bang! 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 A few gunshots rang out, and several bullets flew towards the captain of the prison guards, and one of them directly inserted into his shoulder, bringing up a trail of blood. Ah! The captain of the prison guards screamed miserably and dodged quickly into cover. Then he saw a scene that made him incredulous by way of the card view, only to see several men in prison guard uniforms are shooting at the prison guards inside the prison. At the same time, there is a man in prison guard uniform, has rushed to the position of the gate door lock operation, seems to want to open the prison gate. Damn! Seeing this scene, the captain of the prison guard's eyes instantly turned red, raised his gun and fired a point-blank shot at the guard who wanted to open the prison gate, killing him. Meanwhile, he shouted angrily and reminded his companions, beware of the mole. Whoever approaches the lock of the prison gate immediately shoots. Never let anyone open the prison gate from the inside. Call for backup. Send someone to the warden and tell him to call for backup outside. The bandits have too much firepower. We won't last long without support. The mole started to move and had a firefight with the guards inside the prison. And for a while the whole prison was thrown into chaos, with all kinds of gunshots, and every now and then some guards were killed, while at the same time one after another of the mole's dead soldiers were also killed. Prison 7, which has been peaceful for decades, is in the midst of a bloodbath. Just as the guards and the prison's mole deadites were mixing it up, Roy, who had been informed the entire time, gave orders to some of those mole deadites in order to make the prison even more chaotic. Release all the prisoners from the jail. As Roy's order was given, the inside dead soldiers mixed in the prison immediately began to move. Whoa dash! As a sound rang out, the door of a cell was suddenly opened from the outside. Seeing the suddenly opened door, the several felons imprisoned inside the cell were slightly stunned, subconsciously looking towards the direction of the door. And then they saw a white man wearing a prison guard uniform standing at the door. Hey guys, you're free. The mole deathman looked at the dumbfounded heavy criminals in the cell, grinned and smiled. Our men are storming the prison gates to rob the prison. Soon the prison gates will be breached, and it's up to you to get your freedom at that time. What? Your people are hijacking the prison? Are you kidding me? To rob the 7th prison? What the hell are you guys? Can you guys really break down the gates of the 7th prison? The felon in the cell was stunned as he listened to the words of the dead soldier and couldn't help but exclaim, feeling like he was listening to a dream. However, the dead man, did not care what they were thinking, but turned around and went to another cell, opened the iron door of the cell with a key, and then said something more or less the same to the felon inside. In less than 10 minutes, under the operation of dozens of dead soldiers insiders, the cell doors of felons in almost all regional prisons were opened, and one felon after another walked out of their cells with a dumbfounded look on their faces, all of them seemingly unable to accept the news that someone was in the process of hijacking the prison for a short period of time. But soon all the death row inmates got excited. Can I get the hell out of this damn hellhole now? Kill out. Old me has been here long enough, must kill my way out. Where's that son of a bitch of a warden? I'm going to get him. Guys, kill it out. Kill out and we'll be free. Ha ha ha. As one prisoner after another was released from the cell, the entire prison was completely thrown into chaos. Many prisoners who were usually bullied by the guards miserably, rushed out and immediately launched retaliatory behaviors against the guards, and all sorts of violent vandalism and looting behaviors could be seen everywhere. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Those who frame me and judge me must die. Chapter 10. Those who frame me and judge me must die. From the time Roy ordered the dead soldiers to attack the prison, in less than 10 minutes, the entire prison was completely plunged into boundless chaos, as if it was a purgatory on earth. While the mole dead man is in a firefight with the prison guards, he also releases all the prisoners and informs them that they can break out of the prison. The released prisoners, all of whom were quite exuberant at this point, were wildly smashing their way through the prison, recklessly rushing in the direction of the prison gates in an attempt to escape. As the prison descended into chaos, Inside the warden's office, Lorne, who had just learned of the news, was scared out of his wits and his face was white. He had never dreamed that such a horrible riot would occur in the 7th prison. And the most frightening thing was that there was a mole inside the prison who was working inside and outside with the intention of opening the prison gates. Warden, a prison guard who had been shot in the arm, looked panicked, covering his bleeding arm wound, and asked Lorne, "What should we do now? The mob's attack is too fierce. We may not be able to hold out anytime soon. We have to find a way to stop the riot, or we may all die." He wasn't kidding. He witnessed his companion being shot in the head by a thug. What to do? I'm trying to figure out what to do now. Lorne's face shifted as he listened to his men's inquiries and gritted his teeth. Immediately lock the doors of the office building. Never let the thugs enter the office building. The prison's office building is quarantined and protected, just in case there is a big prison riot and attacks on the prison staff, giving the staff time to wait for backup. What? Lock up the office building now? The warden looked terrified and nervous. Warden, there are still many of us who are in a firefight with the thugs. If we lock the doors of the office building now, if they are repelled, you'll go when I tell you to. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Lorne obviously couldn't care less about the others. He was terrified of those thugs killing their way in and storming his office. So he roared with red eyes, "I order you to go right now." Listening to Lorne's words, the prison guard was so frightened that he didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly nodded his head, turning around and about to walk out of the office to go and lock the door of the office building. But just the moment he was out the door, sudden realization. A dozen or so people in prison guard uniforms were rushing over at a fast pace in the direction of the office door, and as soon as he took a look at those people, he felt that they looked very familiar. No good. The prison guard instantly realized that it was not good. Knowing that these people might be the mole, he subconsciously turned around and was about to close the office door, but just as he was about to close the door behind him, it was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and more than a dozen brawny white strong men rushed in. What for? The office door was suddenly kicked open and Lorne looked startled, turning around to see that it was the uniformed prison guards, breaking into a fit of rage as he breathed a sigh of relief. But the dozen or so burly white men who rushed in didn't even look at him, but quickly rushed in the direction Roy was heading. Under the dumbfounded gaze of Lorne and the other prison guards, a dozen or so white brawny men rushed in front of Roy and then quickly lined up in 3 rows, all the while bending their waists at him and opening their mouths loudly with a respectful face. "Boss!" The voice of a dozen people shouting "boss" at the same time was very loud. Falling into Ron's ears was like a thunderbolt, instantly causing his pupils to contract violently for a while, and his body trembled for a moment. Aha! Looking at the dozen or so white burly men who appeared in front of him, Roy, who was sitting on the sofa, had a bland smile on his face, nodded slightly, and finally waved his hand. Wow! The dozen or so burly men instantly dispersed, allowing Roy to see Lorne and the other prison guards not far away who were looking at him with horrified and dumbfounded expressions. Looking at the frozen looks of Lorne and the others, a playful sneer appeared on Roy's face as he raised his hand and beckoned to him. "Come here. You. Lorne watched as Roy beckoned to him and snapped out of it, a horrified look on his face as he exclaimed, "What the hell are you? You?" In this moment, Lorne's mind flashed through countless thoughts, suddenly figured out a lot of things. His scalp numbly looked at Roy, only to feel his mouth dry and horrified. Those prison hijacking are to save you? At this point, the prison guards present were equally horrified, looking at Roy incredulously with a dreamlike feeling. They couldn't figure out how a clearly ordinary international student from the Dragon Kingdom could make so many people go crazy and attack the 7th prison. "I'll let you come over." Roy raised an eyebrow at the sight of Lorne's shrewd demeanor and became rather impatient. "Can't you understand human language? Come here." Lorne, as the warden of the 7th prison, is a number 1 resounding figure, usually acting as a bully. Always is he to others to call and shout, and now by Roy to order in a superior attitude, so that a step of anger in his heart could not be suppressed to surge out. "Roy!" Lorne gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. "Do you know what you're doing? How dare you let people attack the 7th prison? You are provoking the majesty of the Eagle Sauce Nation. You." Boom! Before Lorne finished his words, a dead soldier suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him violently in the back, kicking him directly flying out with a thud, falling down in front of Roy in a dog-eared, wretched position, causing him to wail in pain. At this point Roy finally stood up and walked over to the woefully fallen Lorne, looking at him condescendingly with a glint in his eyes. "Now, can you tell me what I want to know?" Roy's voice was a little icy, a cold glint in his eyes, taking the matter of getting the list of people involved in setting him up from Lorne very seriously. He's a very vindictive man. Therefore, he had to liquidate them one by one, and would definitely not let go of anyone who was directly or indirectly involved in framing him. "I don't know." Lorne raised his head and glared at Roy with red eyes. I would advise you that you had better not pry either. You'll end up dead in the end if you do. Don't think. Boom! Before he could finish his words, Roy stepped on his head and crushed it twice with force. Listening to his miserable wailing and yelling, his eyes as cold as frost. I need your persuasion? What are you? Do not say right? Good. Roy, who had completely lost his patience, directly kicked Lorne aside, and then signaled to the dead soldiers present, who immediately understood what he meant, and immediately pulled out their guns. Thump, 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 thump. The guns in the hands of the dozen or so dead soldiers present spewed flames and instantly beat Lorne into a sieve, blood spurting out and filling the office with a thick stench of blood. Looking at such a bloody and horrifying scene, the prison guards under Lorne who had long been frightened in the office were all paralyzed with fear. Don't kill me. I'm just a regular prison guard. I surrender. I surrender. I won't cause you any trouble, sir. Please spare me. These prison guards were all scared mad by Roy's horrible and bloody methods, and they directly paralyzed on the ground begging for mercy, and some even knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Roy with a thud. Roy's icy gaze swept over the men, and he laughed coldly in his heart. These were the men who had pointed their guns at him before. For these people, dispose of it. Roy's face was expressionless as he gave orders to the dead soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Another burst of intensive gunfire rang out, and several of the 7th prison guards, beaten into a sieve by the dead soldiers, became a body paralyzed with hot blood flowing on the ground. Since no one will tell me. Glancing at the corpses of a few prison guards, Roy narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I'll just go out and take my time looking for them. Find one and get one killed. Even if it stirs up the whole Eagle Sauce country, I'll still kill all the people who have made me carry the wrongful conviction of raping and murdering a mother and daughter. From Locust to the judge, all must die. Dear reading family members, this book is testing the water recommended. Your support for me is very, very important. Small author humble online to ask for recommendations. Ask for monthly votes. If there are votes in the hands of family members, ask you to vote for me. Please, please. Mwah da. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Dead Men Blocking Roads. Eagle Jam Police Clueless. Who the hell? Chapter 11, Deadly Soldiers Block the Road. Eagle Jam Cops are confused. And who's really the enforcer? The warden's office reeked of blood, and Warden Lorne and several of his subordinates lay dead on the floor covered in gunshot holes. Roy looked at their corpses. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but inexplicably felt some excitement and thrill. Looks like I'm a crazy person at heart. Roy averted his gaze from the corpses of Lorne and the others, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Still, being a madman is better than being a scapegoat. Since you guys want to get me killed, it's reasonable for me to make the first move to get you killed. You can't just have you guys bullying me and me not being able to fight back, right? Opening the map of the dead soldiers, Roy looked at the data and realized that by this time, all 100,000 dead soldiers had already been summoned to San Francisco and were coming towards his direction at a fiery pace. Looking at it, Roy's brows suddenly frowned slightly as he realized that on the map of the dead soldiers, a gray number, 89, appeared, which was the data representing the current number of dead soldiers that had died. After so little time, you've already lost 89 dead soldiers? Looking at the death statistics, Roy was quite surprised, thinking that the 7th prison was worthy of being the most terrifying prison in San Francisco, and the firepower was still quite fierce. Ding! Master! A large number of Eagle Jam police are intercepting the dead soldiers. The system pixie suddenly sent a reminder to Roy. At the same time, there is a large number of Eagle Sauce police who are coming towards the 7th prison at fire speed. Police? Interesting. Things are getting bigger and bigger. In that case, let's just play a little bit bigger and make this land, which is full of freedom, even more free. As soon as Roy heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and with a cold smile he immediately ordered to the dead soldiers. Everyone, listen to the order. No matter what way you use, immediately stop any police car from approaching the 7th prison, without my permission. Not a single police officer can come within 5 kilometers of the 7th prison. If you dare to force your way through the jam, you'll be shot directly. Roy didn't have any good feelings towards Eagle Jam's police. After all, it was Eagle Jam's police that arrested him and locked him up in prison 7. In his eyes, all Eagle Jam cops are potential enemies. After giving the order, Roy lifted his feet and walked out of the warden's office and eventually out of the 7th prison office building. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he walked out of the 7th prison office building, Roy heard the dense and rapid sound of gunfire, and when he raised his eyes, he realized that not far away, the dead soldiers under his command were in a firefight with the prison guards. Fuck them. Kill out. Get these fucking guards and we'll be free. Charge. It wasn't just the dead soldiers under Roy, who were in a firefight and confrontation with the guards of the 7th prison. But even the prisoners who had been released from the prison had gone berserk and frantically attacked those guards. The scene was chaotic. Looking at the chaotic scene, Roy smiled slightly, and immediately ordered to the prison guards inside the prison again, "Open the prison gate as fast as possible. I want out." Roy knew very well that he had summoned 100,000 dead soldiers to attack the prison. It was a shocking event, and the whole Eagle Sauce and even the whole world would be shaken by it. By then, back to Eagle Jam, there are bound to be countless people coming against him, and eventually they might even send out an army against him. But, fear A. As long as the dead men under his command were scattered all over the place, Hawk Jam would never be able to kill him, and never be able to control him. Just do it and be done with it. It was just as well that Hawk Jam had gritted its teeth over the matter, but Roy had no qualms about turning the whole of Hawk Jam upside down if he dared to continue to trouble him. Of course, the most important thing at the moment was to leave this hellhole of the 7th prison first. Roger that. The moment Roy gave the order, all of the inner ghosts and dead soldiers inside the prison immediately received the order, and then began to move with fire, attacking in the direction of the prison gate. This day, the entire city of San Francisco is clueless. Especially the police people in San Francisco were numb. Countless calls to the police hotline exploded, all of them claiming to have been robbed of their cars. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, one car after another on all avenues, the gas pedal to the bottom, towards the direction of the 7th prison, completely disregarded all kinds of road traffic rules, regardless of the red light, green light, yellow light, all are playing life wildly racing. The entire road traffic in San Francisco is almost in a state of semi-paralysis due to the countless cars racing wildly on the roads with no regard for the traffic rules. At this moment, even police cars with sirens blown out couldn't move fast enough because of the chaotic traffic conditions, leaving the police officer driving the car cursing. Sheriff Jones sat inside the police car, looking at the chaotic road, his face grimacing as he cursed. Where the hell did these damn bandits come from? Why are there so many of them? Can it be that all the bandits in the world have come to San Francisco? How far is it to the 7th prison? What's the situation over at Prison 7 now? Listening to Sheriff Jones' cursing words, a police officer sitting in the passenger seat hurriedly said, "Sheriff Jones, right now we're still about 6 kilometers away from the 7th prison. There's no new news from the 7th prison side yet. We don't know what's going on over there yet." Listening to his men's report, Director Jones' face became even more ugly and angrily shouted, "Inform everyone to speed up immediately. We must arrive at the 7th prison within 10 minutes. At the sound of Joanne's growl, the white cop driving the police car gritted his teeth hard before slamming on the gas. The police car's engine roared and accelerated abruptly. Behind it, the other police cars were the first to speed up and follow. Suddenly, crunch, the police officer driving the police car's face changed, violently stepped on the gas pedal. The speed of the high-speed forward police car burst down, almost lost control. The sharp brakes brought violent inertia, so that the body of Sergeant Jones, who was sitting inside the police car, leaned forward violently. The first police car braked sharply, staring the police cars behind it to follow suit, and for a while the ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing together was so loud that it made people's teeth hurt to hear it. There was even a police car that, because of its untimely response, had a rear-end collision with the police car in front of it with a bang, frightening a lot of people into screaming and yelling. "What are you doing?" Sheriff Jones burst into a rage and growled. "Why are you braking sharply, you son of a bitch? Are you crazy? Sheriff Jones, look ahead." At this time the driver in front suddenly exclaimed to someone, "Set up a truck in front to stop the car. The road is blocked. We cannot pass." "What?" As soon as Jones heard this, he screamed, "Who is it? Who's setting up a roadblock in front of the car? Is it the police or the military?" Sheriff Jones, look at. The driver in front of him looked very odd and raised his hand to point to the road not far away. "It's the cab that's blocking the road." The first thing John's eyes noticed up ahead was the sight of a taxi cab, completely blocking the road in front of him. Shit. Seeing this situation, a puzzled look filled Jones' eyes and cursed, immediately opening the car door and getting out of the car. Standing by the side of the car and looking at the scene in the distance, his brows frowning even deeper. Claptrap. Just then, those cabs parked on the road blocking the road, opened their doors at the same time, and one after another of the brawny men came down from the car. There are whites, there are blacks, and there are yellows. The men got out of the car and stood at the side of the cab, staring expressionlessly at Sheriff Jones and the other Eagle Jam cops who had gotten out of the car. Jones looked at the people getting out of the cars with a suspicious look on his face. At first glance those people were wearing their regular clothes, and at first glance they looked like the normal Eagle Jam populace. "Who are you people? Why did you stop the car?" Filled with suspicion, Jones, after looking twice, yelled at the people in front of him, We're on a mission. Get out of the way right now. However, just as his words fell, a white brawny man stood out in the distance, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, shouting at Jones and the other police officers, "Road closure ahead. No one is allowed to pass without our boss's order. Turn around and leave immediately. If you forcefully rush the card, shoot on the spot." This statement was made. Joannes and the others were instantly confused. What the hell? These people, going so far as to block the police's path? And that if you dare to run the truck, you'll be shot on the spot? Has the world gone mad? Invincibly handsome and beautiful readers' lovelies, give me some votes. I need it so much. Any vote is very, very important for a seedling in the new book period. It can even determine the life or death of a book. Help me, please. End of chapter. Chapter 12, where did these crazy people come from? The Eagle police are being pushed back. Chapter 12, where did these maniacs come from? The Eagle Jam police are being pushed back. Cabs snatched by dead soldiers blocked the road completely. Not only do ordinary people vehicles not give a pass, even the police car was stopped. And there were dozens of dead men getting out of the cabs, leering and confronting Sheriff Jones and the other police officers, their eyes fierce and cold, faced with the sudden appearance of the road-blocking dead man and the warning issued by the dead man. Sergeant Jones and the police officers under his command were all dumbfounded, each with a look of disbelief on their faces, unable to believe that in this free land, there were still people who dared to intercept the police officers who were on their way out of the mission. "Who's your boss?" After the shock had passed, Sheriff Jones' face turned blue as he shouted at the dead soldiers and questioned, "What the hell do you want? We are police officers on a mission. Do you know the consequences of stopping us? You don't need to know who our boss is, and you're not entitled to know." Across the street, a dead soldier stood out, looking calmly at Sheriff Jones and the others, and spoke coldly, "Just know that you are not allowed to come within 5 kilometers of the regional jail without our boss's permission, and if you dare to force your way closer, we will immediately open fire and shoot you down." "You?" Threatened by the dead soldier, Sheriff Jones' face changed, while his mind became even more puzzled. "These people, where the hell is this lunacy coming from? We are the police, are on a mission. I don't care who you are." Jones, naturally defiant, yelled through clenched teeth, "I'm warning you, please get out of the way and let us through right now or, can't understand human language, can you? Then communicate with the gun in my hand." John's words caused the white dead man's eyes to go cold, and he suddenly pulled out a pistol, raised it and fired in John's direction. "Look out!" Seeing that the other party did not hesitate to pull out a gun, Jones was scared out of his wits and subconsciously dodged towards the back of the car. At the same time, the dead soldier on the opposite side also pulled the trigger. Bang! After a gunshot, the flying bullets shot on the hood of the police car, making a crater and sparks, scaring a group of police officers into panic. They quickly ducked behind cover and pulled out their service guns. "Damn!" Jones was shocked and angry. "These people are bandits. Everyone fire freely and finish them off." Although he was not sure of the specifics of the opposite side, Jones now understood that the madman on the other side was certainly not a good person. So greatly enraged he pulled out his gun and ordered return fire. Bang! Joannes took the lead and fired a shot in the direction of the dead man. Immediately after that, the other cops behind him fired at the dead man at the same time. Bang! 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 There was a flurry of gunfire, and a fierce exchange of gunfire between the dead soldiers and the police, including Joannes. At this moment, there were quite a few other people watching around, and when they saw the fire between the dead soldiers and the police, they were scared out of their wits and screamed and passed around. "Jesus, what's going on here? These people are actually in a firefight with the police? Where did these bandits come from? Why are they exchanging fire with the police? Run!" In the fierce exchange of fire, Jones and his police officers, because of the numerical disadvantage, the initial exchange of fire actually fell into an extremely passive situation. "Sheriff, bandits are under too much fire," one of the police officers beside Jones said with an anxious face. "We have to call for backup, or we might not be a match." "Damn it! Are these sons of bitches crazy?" Joannes ducked himself behind the car and couldn't help but let out a burst of curses as he listened to the words of his police officers. What the hell do they want? This question of his, obviously no one can answer. Until now they are still not clear. These suddenly ran out of the bandits in the end. What is the situation? Their purpose and what is it? Just know that they people were inexplicably blocked, got into a fierce firefight with the bandits, and were even suppressed by the bandits' firepower. Requesting backup. Seeing that he was being suppressed and couldn't raise his head, Jones hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and called his superior. "Sir, I've encountered a force of humongous bandits on my side. We're exchanging fire with the humongous bandits and are being suppressed by the other side's firepower. Requesting personnel fire support." "What? Jonesy, you guys got into a firefight with bandits too? And you need fire support? What's going on? Why is everywhere looking to me for backup today? The chief on the other end of the line, his tone filled with shock and anger, roared loudly. Now that almost all the police in San Francisco have been dispatched, where can anyone support you? Figure it out yourself. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy sound of his superior hanging up the phone, Sheriff Jones' man was dumbfounded, a look of intense horror on his face, unable to believe what he was hearing. Almost all of the police in the entire city of San Francisco were dispatched? What the hell is going on here? What kind of mess is SF in right now? At this point, the entire city of San Francisco has indeed been thrown into chaos, and an unprecedented pandemonium at that, all because of a single order from Roy. Just as Joanne's was filled with shock, there was a sudden and loud commotion on the road next door as several police cars roared down the road in what appeared to be a chase. Just as Joanne's turned his head to glance around, he saw several cars racing down the road, suddenly impacting head-on toward the wildly racing police car. Crunch! Boom! Several wildly racing cars, head-on collision on the police car. Wildly racing police car was instantly impacted on the ground a few rolls and then flew out of the road. The quality of the police car was still quite strong, and even when it was wildly knocked out it wasn't completely deformed, and the policeman was still able to climb out of the car. But just as the police climbed out of the car, the roadside suddenly and inexplicably appeared a few brawny men. These people appeared on the just climbed out of the car inside the police hands. The hands of the gun did not hesitate to shoot. Bang! 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 Accompanied by bursts of gunfire. The policeman who had just climbed out instantly fell into a pool of blood. Jones watched this horrifying scene from afar, and was so frightened that his pupils contracted violently and his body's sweaty hairs exploded. Crazy, crazy people. These people are all crazy. In this moment, Joanne's was truly afraid. Retreat first. Can't get tough with these crazies. Terrified, Jones instantly and quickly ordered his men to begin retreating. The Eagle Sauce cops under Jones had long since been scared shitless, and had no desire to fight at all, backing up and withdrawing without hesitation as soon as they heard his order. Eagle Jam Police was repulsed. At this point, it wasn't just Jones' group of Eagle Sauce cops that were repelled. All the cops that tried to get close within a 5-kilometer radius of the 7th prison were forced back by the frantic dead soldiers. Ever since Roy summoned the dead soldiers and ordered them to start moving, throwing the entire Sandman city into chaos, it had attracted the attention of countless people. A large number of videos, photos, of dead soldiers confronting the police in a firefight quickly appeared on major internet platforms, quickly causing huge ripples. Meanwhile, because of a video posted by an Eagle Sauce fishing guys, a major riot in the 7th prison, where thousands of people are attacking the 7th prison, has also been completely exposed to the world. Handsome and beautiful family of readers, the humble little author is begging for votes online. The next episode will be more and more cool, the scene will be bigger and bigger, and you do not have to worry about the collapse. The small author has an outline. The subsequent plot is under control. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Roy's release from prison. World sensation. Chapter 13, Roy's release from prison. World sensation. Roy summoning 100,000 dead soldiers to rob a prison was a big and earth-shattering event for any country. So when the dead soldiers started attacking the 7th prison, the matter immediately spread rapidly. The first video on the internet about the dead men's jailbreak was a Facebook video posted by a fishing guy named Otos from Eagle Jam Country. In the video, Fishing Otos was fishing along a river near Prison 7 when he suddenly noticed a large number of vehicles massing towards Prison 7. The incident aroused his curiosity and he picked up his cell phone to film it. And while he was filming, more and more cars arrived, eventually blocking the entrance to the 7th prison gate. Just as Otos was puzzled, thousands of people assembled. And these people assembled seemed to have received orders at the same time, and then frantically stormed the 7th prison, and got into a firefight with the guards of the 7th prison. Both sides of the firefight is very intense, gunfire one after another, and from time to time there are explosions sounded. Not only people fell to the ground dead, a proper battlefield scene. Oh my god, what do I see? What are they doing? Where are these people coming from? Why are they attacking the prison? Jesus, they're not supposed to be robbing a prison, are they? Jesus. They're chanting slogans. They're just hijacking the prison. The horrible scene of the firefight scared Oto shivering, hiding in the bushes by the river, secretly shooting with his cell phone. A small exclamation of surprise from the voice can be heard at this time. He is full of fear panic. The video taken by Otos was posted by him on the internet and soon caused a furor on the internet. The first people who saw the video in Eagle Jam Nation were stunned. Oh my god, how dare someone attack the 7th prison? Are these people crazy? Why are they attacking the 7th prison? Terrorist attack. It's a terrorist attack. Did someone call the police? Hurry up and call the police. Where are our police? Why haven't the police shown up yet? How is the video publisher doing now? Shouldn't have been victimized, right? I've called the police, but the alarm number doesn't work at all. It's always occupied. The three-ring police system looks like it's paralyzed. No wonder Sanfan is such a mess. With so many thugs robbing cars on the streets. So the robbed cars all showed up here. Those thugs are all going to attack the prison. This is Eagle Jam country. How can there be such a crazy riot? Who are these people rescuing? Who has so much power that they can get so many people mad enough to attack the prison to rescue them? The scene of the dead soldiers attacking the prison left countless people in the Eagle Jam country dumbfounded, and at the same time made many people suddenly react to why Sanban society was so chaotic. Sure, there are also many people at this time in the heart filled with curiosity. In the end, what people are locked up in the prison? So that so many people went crazy do not want to die to attack the prison rescue. With the release of the Oto's video, more and more videos of the dead man's prison hijacking and riot appeared on the internet, spreading rapidly. In less than half an hour's time, almost the entire Eagle Sauce Nation had learned of the big, earth-shattering news, and were all stunned and dumbfounded. The dissemination of information in today's day and age is almost measured in seconds. Such an amazing event. Nature cannot be suppressed. Soon, other countries got the message. The news media in various countries, like sharks that have smelled the smell of blood, immediately began to take action, and all kinds of sensationalized news were published one after another to report the relevant news. Daily Eagle Jam, there is a major riot in San Francisco's prison No. 7. Tens of thousands of rioters are attacking prison No. 7, the largest prison riot ever seen in the Eagle Jam nation. And the police are mounting an operation to put down the major riot as fast as they can. Thief Nation Daily, latest news. A big riot happened in San Francisco. Eagle Sauce Nation. Tens of thousands of rioters attacked the 7th prison of Eagle Sauce Nation. Suspected of hijacking the prison to save the people. The rioters are in the middle of a firefight with the prison guards of the 7th prison. And both sides were killed and injured. Anointed Banner Nation Daily News. Eagle Sauce Nation tripartite is the big riot at the 7th prison to rescue who exactly? Who has so much power that they can send tens of thousands of people into a frenzy to attack the 7th prison? Kangaroo Country Daily Newspaper, according to the latest news. The cause of the 7th prison riot in the Eagle Sauce Country. Most likely caused by a youth from the Eastern Dragon Country. The specific real situation is still to be investigated. The newspaper reporter is the first time to rush to the place of the incident to collect first-hand information. The news media of all major countries around the globe reported the relevant news at the first time. And the news immediately made the whole world boiled with excitement, and countless melon eaters went to understand the relevant situation in their own ways. At this point, even if it was late at night, countless night owls in the ancient Eastern countries were shocked after learning the news, and countless videos related to it appeared on major short video platforms. Worthy of the land of the free, tens of thousands of people having a big riot to hijack a prison. It really stunned me. It's so damn exciting. I love it. Mess it up. The more messy Eagle Sauce is, the happier I am. I'm going to go downstairs first to buy 2 pounds of crawfish and get a few beers back to celebrate. It's said that this big riot is because we have to save a dragon nation? Is it really true? Is our dragon kingdom such a powerful big shot? Can we make tens of thousands of Eagle Jam people go crazy and hijack a prison to rescue it? Upstairs. Where did this information come from? It can't be, right? Although there are a lot of powerful people in our dragon kingdom. But to have tens of thousands of Eagle Jam people attacking the prison rescue like crazy, why does it sound so magical? If there really is such a person, that's too fucking exciting. Simply a model for my generation. I can directly give him an E. It's fucking awesome. Countless Dragon Nation people swiped various videos related to the 7th prison jail riot, and left messages in the comment section, making the major comment sections lively. And there would be a big riot, making many Dragon Country people happy as if it was the new year, gloating and eating melons. When it was pointed out that the reason for the great riot of tens of thousands of people hijacking prisons was because of a Dragon Nation person, countless Dragon Nation melon eaters were stunned and shouted impossibly. While the entire world was abuzz with the news of the 7th prison hijacking riot, the nation of Eagle Jam across the ocean was furious at the moment. Countless Eagle Sauce citizens are holding the mob and calling on the state to immediately step in to suppress the atrocities and bring all the thugs involved in the prison riot to justice. Official Eagle Jam officials are getting into the act as well. More police forces were mobilized and rushed to prison No. 7 at a rapid pace to prepare for the forced suppression of a major prison riot. And at the moment, the situation in the 7th prison had fallen completely under Roy's control. Rumble, accompanied by a loud roar. The huge gate of the 7th prison was directly pushed down by the dead soldiers under Roy's command and caved in with a loud bang. Inside and outside the gate, it had become a hellish scene at the moment. All of the resisting prison guards were wiped out by Roy's dead soldiers. and Roy lost thousands of dead soldiers to this, leaving only 99,000 dead soldiers under his command. The moment the prison gate collapsed with a loud bang, Roy lifted his feet and took a big step towards the prison gate, and when he took a step towards the gate and walked out, a dense pair of eyes outside the prison were staring at him with a wild and incomparable fervor. Welcome, boss, out of jail. When Roy's footsteps completely stepped out of the 7th prison gate, all the dead soldiers shouted at the same time. Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, and the sound that erupted almost overturned the sky. Freedom! Listening to the tens of thousands of dead soldiers shouting loudly, Roy looked up at the pure sky, only to feel a very pleasant mood, and whispered to himself in his heart, from now on, this free land of eagle sauce, there is no longer anyone who can constrain the restriction of my freedom. Just when Roy was in a happy mood, he didn't realize that a networked camera not far away had captured the scene of him being watched by tens of thousands of dead soldiers, allowing countless people to witness the scene of him walking out of the 7th prison with ease, and at the same time making countless people all over the world scalp numb with shock. Oriental. The big riot at Prison 7 was because of an Oriental. An Oriental man remotely controlled tens of thousands of people in the 7th prison to attack the prison to rob it, and finally successfully overturned the whole prison, let the prison gate collapse, and walked out of the prison with ease. It's something that has left countless people in disbelief. The main character's release from prison is when the plot precisely unfolds, and the rest of the plot will get into the really exciting part of the story, begging for votes and support. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Eagle Sauce in Trouble. 8 parties praise it. Chapter 14, Eagle Sauce in Trouble. 8 parties praise it. The Great Riot at San Francisco Prison No. 7 in the Hawksbill Nation has attracted countless eyes from around the globe, and countless curious speculations as to what kind of character could have caused such a huge riot. The 7th prison rescue that could make tens of thousands of people storm the 7th prison rescue regardless of life or death. How much power does that have to be? Can't imagine. While countless people were shocked and curious, Roy walked out of the 7th prison amidst tens of thousands of dead soldiers who participated in the prison robbery chanting, "Welcome, boss, out of prison." At this moment, the mastermind behind the 7th prison century's great hijacking riot, who single-handedly dominated it, appeared in front of the world's eyes in a high-profile manner, without the slightest concealment. When Roy's figure, captured by a networked camera, was immediately circulated from various channels and appeared on the internet, it immediately made huge waves. What the F? An Oriental? A man with an Oriental face who created this horrible riot? Damn it! He must be sanctioned. Damn! So many white people taking orders from a man with an Oriental face to storm a prison? How could such a thing happen? Are those people out of their minds? This man with the Oriental face, what is his identity? Which country is he from? Why did he create such a horrible riot? It doesn't matter which country he's actually from. He must be sanctioned immediately. So many police officers have died because of this. He must pay the price and be executed. The people at home in Eagle Jam were shocked and angered, even ashamed, to discover that a man with an Oriental face had led this horrific 7th prison hijacking riot. Untold numbers of white men taking orders from an Easterner. What is this if not a disgrace? And far away across the ocean, the people of the 1,000-year-old country of Dragon Country, shocked and at the same time feel very excited. There is actually a kind of inexplicable sense of pride in pride. Awesome. This dude is awesome. Before there was a rumor that the mastermind behind this might be from the Dragon Kingdom, I thought it was a joke, but I ended up playing for real? Brother, I'm kneeling for you. It's too damn awesome. It's so great. Does anyone know what this dude is? He's so powerful. He shouldn't be a nobody. That said, where exactly is he from? No matter what he really is, as long as he can mess up the Eagle Jam country, I respect him as a man. Mathan, kneel for him. Dude is awesome. You are literally my idol. Doing what I wanted to do but couldn't do anything about it and didn't dare to do. I have a strong premonition that Eagle Sauce Country is going to be in a big mess, and it's going to be an unprecedented super riot. Big God, step it up. Mess up Eagle Jam completely. The more messy the better. I want to see the fun. Ha ha ha. I want to see Eagle Jam Country turned upside down. Not. How did this dude get put in jail when he's so good? This is also too unreasonable. How dare the Eagle Sauce Kingdom arrest such a powerful person? Are they filled with tofu dregs in their brains? The painting style of the Dragon Country was completely different from that of the Eagle Sauce Country. And of course there were also some people from other countries, who at this time were still more interested in watching the fun, and even gloating. The Hawksbane state usually bullies countries enough, but now it can be. When Eagle Sauce is in trouble, the 8 parties praise it. San Fan City Police Department. Inside the director's office, the new commissioner, Bilster, his face as black as iron at this time, his eyes were filled with bloodshot, looking at the young Oriental man in the image captured by the prison surveillance. he let out an angry growl. Damn! Who the hell is this Oriental? How did he plan such a horrible prison hijacking riot? What do you fucking assholes usually do? Such a big thing. And you guys didn't even notice anything beforehand? Bilster cursed at the large group of San Francisco Police Department officials in his office. Do you realize how big a deal this is now? The entire world is now paying attention to the San Fan City prison robbery riot. Now that the other party has successfully walked out of jail, and you guys haven't even found out what the other party's identity really is? Angry growls echoed through Bilster's office, and a group of senior police officers were sprayed by Bilster, but each kept their heads down, not daring to speak. Actually, these San Francisco police officers, indeed, are also aggrieved in their hearts and have a hard time speaking. The 7th prison riot happened so suddenly. There was really no sign. Suddenly it happened. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Chief, our people are investigating the identity of the mastermind behind this, and we'll get to the bottom of it soon. A police officer said stiffly to Bilster. As long as we get to the bottom of it, what's the point of checking it out? Bilster grimaced and glared angrily at the other party. Will checking it out make it so it never happened? The police officer who spoke was scolded by Birst, and was speechless, with an embarrassed and aggrieved look on his face, muttering and cursing in his heart that Birst only knew how to dump. Just then, a policeman came in hurriedly. Chief Bill, check it out. The policeman walked up to Birst and said to him hurriedly, the man who started the birth control riot is a dragon student named Roy. He was just sentenced to life imprisonment by a California court today for a rape and murder case and incarcerated in Prison 7. And he's just been in Prison 7 for less than 2 hours, and there's a big riot in Prison 7. This statement was made. The entire San Fan City Police Department was in a state of shock. A foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom? A foreign student from the Dragon Country has made such a horrible big riot? How is this possible? Jesus, how did he do it? Why would so many people listen to his orders to attack the prison? This is too unbelievable. Damn, a foreign student from the Dragon Kingdom has caused such a mess in our country? He must not be spared. Director, we have to arrest him immediately. The 3 times present were police officers exclaiming and discussing, and many of them had angry looks on their faces, feeling that a foreign student from the Dragon Country, who could make such a big wave in the Eagle Sauce Country, was a disgrace to the Eagle Sauce Country, making it unacceptable to them. So, many of the Eagle Jam police officers could not wait to immediately capture Roy and shoot him, using his blood to wash away the shame he had brought to the Eagle Jam nation. Director Birst's face was also filled with disbelief after listening to his men's report, and his eyes subconsciously looked towards a large screen on the side, which held a high-definition photo of none other than Roy standing at the entrance of the prison, like a king who was reviewing his loyal warriors. Buzz buzz. Right at this moment, Bilster's cell phone rang, immediately waking him up. He took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. His face changed, and he hurriedly answered the call. Bilster, I order you to arrest Roy at once. A voice containing anger came from the other end of the phone. I don't care what method you use. Within 24 hours at most, Roy must be successfully arrested. If you can't catch Roy within 24 hours, then you don't need to be the director. Go back to raising pigs. Please vote. Please vote. Recommended during the various data for small authors is very important. Can decide the life and death of a book. Please dear readers, big brothers move small hands to vote for a free data it. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Tens of thousands of police officers assembled, vowing to arrest Roy. Chapter 15. Tens of thousands of police officers assembled, vowing to arrest Roy. The growl coming from the other end of the line made Bilster's ears perk up, but he didn't dare to say anything angry. Instead he was careful to be reassuring. Don't worry sir, I will definitely take care of this matter. That Dragon Country student named Roy, I will definitely get him back. Bilster gritted his teeth and promised, I hereby make a military order. If I can't get him back in 24 hours I'll resign immediately. You'd better make it. Humph. The person on the other end of the phone coldly grunted. Now this matter has gotten too big. If we don't catch the main culprit as soon as possible to calm the storm, all of us will not be able to eat. Now I authorize you to mobilize all the police forces in San Francisco while also mobilizing the police forces in other cities in California. Birst's eyes lit up when he heard this. Now that the police force in San Francisco had reached the point of being stretched to the limit, if he was able to mobilize the police forces of other California cities, then his confidence in catching Roy would be even greater. Although the behavior of those thugs was shocking, in Birst's opinion, thugs were just thugs after all, and were not enough compared to the regular army. Regardless of the degree of professionalism and manpower and firepower, those thugs, who appeared to be a rabble, would never be able to resist the siege by the professional police. Do. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Obviously the other party had hung up, and Bilster collected a few calls, a fierce gleam in his eyes. All hands on deck. Sweeping his eyes over the bodies of the crowd of Sanbon City Police Department officers, Birst gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Immediately mobilize all the police forces that can be mobilized. Formulate a joint siege plan, and apprehend the thug Roy within 24 hours. The crowd of police officers listened to Bilster's words with a twinkle in their eyes and muttered in their minds, thinking that 24 hours could really be enough to bring Roy to justice? That is a ruthless man who can make tens of thousands of people listen to his orders and attack the 7th prison like they don't want to die. This kind of ruthless man is absolutely shocking when he launches his frenzy. Is it really that easy to catch?" However, in the face of Chief Birst, who had obviously gone a little crazy, the SFD officers present wisely chose to shut up and follow the arrangements. Soon, one police car after another quickly roared out of the San Francisco Police Department headquarters building, all of San Francisco's elite police officers, pouring out. Under Birst's arrangement, all the police officers in San Francisco were ordered to abandon all the tasks at hand and quickly assemble, ready to prioritize the arrest of Roy, the super tough guy who had shocked the world. Meanwhile, the police in other California cities also began to move, and a large number of police officers received orders from their superiors to travel to San Francisco at a rapid pace in preparation for a joint operation to capture Roy. In a very short period of time, San Francisco, plus police departments in other California cities, quickly assembled a police force of tens of thousands of people. Not a bad move. Nowadays, Roy's every move is highly scrutinized by countless people, so the big move by the California police immediately caused a huge stir. Countless Eagle Sauce people in San Francisco and even within California were shocked as they watched police car after police car roar out and head straight for the 7th prison. Oh my god. This is going to be a world of chaos. A foreign student from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom has turned the entire state of California upside down, forcing California to send tens of thousands of police officers to surround it? This is too terrifying. These tens of thousands of police could start a war. That Dragon Country student, what does he want? Why did he do such a crazy thing? And who put him in the 7th prison? What crime did he commit? Why was he put in the 7th prison? Countless people in Eagle Land were shocked by the police action and at the same time were incredibly puzzled as to why Roy had made such a horrible commotion and why he had been incarcerated in San Francisco's 7th prison. Soon, the reason as to why Roy was incarcerated in California's 7th prison was then spread by some well-intentioned people through various channels, and when the news came out, it caused countless more people to be shocked. Rapist, murderer, rape and murder of a mother, daughter and toddler. Various rumors about Roy were rampant on the internet, causing countless people to talk about them. My god, this guy is a demon. Why doesn't this kind of demon just get executed? Why even give him a chance to walk out of prison? Are the judges in our country receiving black money? For such a serious offense, they only sentenced to life imprisonment? It should be sentenced to a straight shooting. Demon. It's a demon. A demon has descended upon the land of Eagle Jam. Big trouble. Get him. Make sure you get him. What's the point of arresting him? Shoot him straight. Just kill him. The people of Eagle Sauce Nation were outraged, and a large number of people clamored for Roy to be shot down outright. That he, the devil, should not be allowed to continue to live in this world. In the free land of Eagle Sauce Nation, the people of the ancient eastern countries, however, were a bit confused when they learned the news. This dude is a rapist? No way. People like him still need to play this kind of tactics if they want women? There are countless beautiful women who would come after him if he hooked his finger, right? Conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. I feel like this dude is being set up. No wonder this dude is so crazy. Turns out he was wrongly accused. In my place I'd have to go crazy if I were to be charged with such horrors. And if I had the power I'd have to fuck everything over to clear my name. Who the hell wronged him? This is big trouble. This big brother will definitely take revenge when he comes out of prison. Who can carry off the revenge of such a powerful big brother? Now those who wronged this big brother must be trembling in their boots, right? A lot of people in Dragonland don't believe, or don't want to accept, that Roy is a rapist and murderer. And after a little bit of brainstorming they all basically believe that he's been wrongly accused. The whole world is abuzz at this point about Roy. But Roy is a party. At the moment it seemed calm. He had a clear conscience about what he had done. Since the people of this country dared to wrongly accuse him, he would make the people of this country pay with his own actions to clear his name and wash away the disgusting injustice of being a rapist and murderer. Surrounded by tens of thousands of dead soldiers, Roy walked out of the 7th prison. And not long after he had stepped out of the prison gate, a violent roar suddenly came from the sky. A police helicopter, whistling from the distant sky, quickly appeared in the sky over the 7th prison, followed by shouts from the police. Listen up down there, this is the San Francisco Police Department. You are surrounded. A police officer on the airplane shouted through a loudspeaker to Roy and the tens of thousands of dead soldiers below. All of you immediately put down your weapons and surrender. Stay put and prepare to be investigated by the police. If you dare to show any act of resistance, the police will immediately open fire. End of chapter. Chapter 16 Persuasion? AK served. Declare war. Chapter 16 Persuasion? AK served. Declare war. A police helicopter, black and white in color, appeared in the sky. The three Eagle Jam cops in the cabin looked down at the scene below with horror. Collapsed prison gates. Bodies everywhere. Blood flowing all over the floor. There are even prison guards who are seriously injured and down and wailing, and are pleading with them for help. At this moment, the entrance of the seventh prison was simply a hell on earth in their eyes. Incomparably terrifying, making their scalps numb and their bodies chilly. The smell of blood was so thick in the air that even inside the airplane in the sky Eagle Jam's police could still smell it. Meanwhile, the camera equipment on the helicopter transmitted the high-definition scene below, clearly back to the San Francisco Police Department. San Francisco Police Chief Bierst and a group of police officers under his command looked at the live broadcast scene, and each of their faces changed wildly. Vom dash. Suddenly, a violent dry-heaving sound suddenly rang in Bierst's ears. It was some of the new police officers in the police station who had a strong physiological reaction after seeing the horrific and bloody scene at the scene, and the strong stomach upset made them unable to stop themselves from dry heaving. Boom! Bilster finally snapped out of his shock at this point, his face as black as ink, his eyes glittering with shock and anger, and he slammed his fist down on his desk. Crazy! An enraged Bilster, roaring thunderously after slamming his desk in anger. This Roy is a madman. It's a demon. How can he commit such devilish acts? This damned Eastern devil. He must be sanctioned. Damn yellow monkey. I'm going to shoot him myself when I catch him. Damn it. Why did the superiors order Persuade to surrender and capture him alive? Obviously shooting him down directly is the best option. Bilster growled like thunder, the veins on his forehead throbbing violently, and his roar scared the crowd of officers in the police station into trembling. Mr. Director, please calm down. There are still things you need to take care of right now. Bilster's subordinates looked at the frenzied man and hurriedly persuaded. According to the plan, Mr. Director, you need to step in and persuade Roy to give up his resistance. As soon as he heard the words of the police officers under his command, Bierce took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his heart, the light in his eyes flickering. That's right, he needs to go and talk Roy down. Faced with Roy, whom the police had not been able to fully get to the bottom of, the first thing that came to the mind of the Eagle Jam police was not to immediately launch a strong attack, but to first surround and then persuade Roy to surrender. Because they're afraid too. Fear of Roy's complete madness. If Roy goes completely berserk and has tens of thousands of people moving in big crazy explosions like the attack on the 7th prison, indiscriminately attacking, none of them dared to imagine what a terrible price Eagle Jam would pay for this, and how many police officers would die as a result. After calming down a little bit, Bilst's eyes were dead set on Roy in the live feed, and although his heart was dissatisfied with the persuasion to capture a live directive just issued by his superiors, he still gritted his teeth viciously before walking over to a maneuvering console and picking up a microphone and then began to speak, intending to follow the instructions of his superiors to persuade Roy to surrender. The entrance to the 7th prison. Roy, surrounded by his dead soldiers, looked up at the sudden appearance of the police helicopter with a slight glint in his eyes. Interesting, the police helicopters are out. Roy sneered in his mind, but didn't panic at all. The reason for such composure? Naturally, it's because of the unlimited scapegoat ability. He now has nearly 100,000 dead men under his command, and these dead men are being spread all over San Francisco. As long as Hawk Jam doesn't have the means to instantly kill all the dead soldiers, then he's the equivalent of never being able to kill them. We're not going to die. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Ding. Master, your prison hijacking has caused a huge sensation and has been exposed to the world, so you have gained a huge amount of prestige, and the Prestige Mall has been successfully opened. Just as Roy was staring at the helicopter gunships in the sky, the voice of the system pixie suddenly rang in his head. Reputation Mall? With a flick of his mind, Roy realized that a mall interface had appeared in front of his eyes. The interface is simple, with only a few options: personnel, weapons, skills, medicine, and technology. After the prestige system is opened, as long as your prestige increases, you will be able to obtain prestige points. Reputation points can be used to purchase goods in the Prestige Mall. Currently, Master, you have 10,000 reputation points, and the mall has been refreshed with goods priced at less than 10,000 reputation points. So Master, you can purchase them according to your needs and preferences. The system voice sounded again and explained the Prestige Mall to Roy. Listening to the system's explanation, Roy's eyes flickered as he prepared to check the items that could be purchased from the system mall. But just then, Roy, Out of the loudspeaker of the helicopter in the sky came the voice of Beerst. I am San Francisco Police Chief Beerst. I now advise you to surrender immediately. As long as you give up your resistance and surrender, you will be granted the greatest leniency. Persuasion? As soon as Roy heard Beerst's voice, he raised his eyebrows slightly and raised his eyes to look at the helicopter in the sky, the corner of his mouth revealing the color of a cold smile. How could he surrender when things had come to this? Just kidding, Roy. I would advise you not to resist. This will not lead to any good results. You are facing the mighty Eagle Jam Nation, which will never tolerate any lawbreaker to act recklessly. Dulster's voice came again, his tone stern. If you continue to resist, you will be strongly suppressed by the Eagle Sauce Police, and you may even be shot outright. Thumbs up. Hearing Dulster's threat, Roy couldn't help but snort. He took 2 steps forward and looked up at the helicopter in the sky, his eyes as deep as the sea and his face as cold as frost. I, Roy, hereby warn that anyone who dares to find trouble with me and stop my acts of vengeance will be considered an enemy by me. Roy stared at the helicopter and spoke in a calm voice. In the face of an enemy, I will not hesitate to kill. With these words, the policeman in the helicopter suddenly stared in disbelief, and inside the police station, Dulster couldn't help but stiffen his face slightly as he listened to Roy's words, his spirit going into a trance. No mistake? This foreign student from the East, how dare he threaten him? Threaten the entire police force of Eagle Jam? How dare you? Do you really think he can get tens of thousands of people to fight for him and Hawk Jam can't do anything about it? Just kidding. This is Eagle Jam country. Damn. Frozen for a moment, Dulster snapped back to his senses and stifled a snarl. You damn yellow. The men under his command turned pale with fear at the sound of his angry rant, and one of the policemen, quick as a flash, immediately turned off his microphone. Mr. Director. The policeman who turned off the microphone was flustered and anxious. How can you irritate the other party? The other party is a madman. If we irritate him, it will be a big deal. Our plan. Plan. Dulster grimaced and growled in a low voice. Bullshit plan. Should have just sent snipers to just snipe him. Just as the stone-faced Dulster roared angrily, a policeman suddenly screamed. Not good. He pulled out an AK. What's he up to? Not good. He's going to attack the helicopter. Damn. This maniac. He's going to declare war on us. End of chapter. Chapter 17, 10,000 people firing into the sky. Pilots pissing themselves in fear. Chapter 17, 10,000 people firing into the sky. Pilots pissing themselves in fear. Dulster's roar was heard clearly by Roy, and the moment he heard that the other party dared to call himself a yellow-skinned monkey, his eyes suddenly erupted with a stern killing intent. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened the weapons section of the Prestige Mall, then spent 100 prestige points and purchased 100 AKs and 2,000 rounds of ammunition, storing them in the system space. With a thought, an AK immediately appeared in his hand with a pressurized magazine, and he lifted the muzzle of the gun and aimed it at the helicopter in the sky. Dulster, right? How dare you call me a yellow monkey? I'll remember you. Roy AK aimed his gun at the helicopter in the sky, his face cold and grim. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I'll pull you out and dislike the cannon in your mouth and blast your stinking mouth to pieces. You wait for me. The moment the words fell, Roy pulled the AK trigger. AK's muzzle flared and metal bullets sprayed out, frantically strafing the helicopters in the sky. No good. Pull up altitude now. Damn. How dare this madman attack us? The pilot of the helicopter's face changed the moment he saw Roy pull out his AK, and the other police officers screamed in fear, yelling for the helicopter pilot to pull up the helicopter's altitude. But it all came too soon. The pilot had just made the maneuver when Roy had fired, the bullets flying at high speed. Dang. A bullet struck the helicopter's fuselage, striking a gush of sparks and appearing as a cratered spot. However, fortunately, the helicopter's height was now nearly 100 meters, and the fuselage still had a certain bulletproof design, so it didn't cause too much damage to the helicopter in the first place. This was a huge relief to everyone in the helicopter. But at that moment, all the gun-toting dead soldiers below raised their hands at the same time and fired together at the helicopter. Of the 100,000 dead soldiers Roy had summoned through the big gift pack, 30% of them randomly possessed handguns, and the number of dead soldiers who had rushed to within a 5-kilometer radius of the 7th prison had now reached close to 50,000. And the number of dead soldiers who had a gun within a 500-meter radius of Roy was in the thousands. Therefore, after Roy's AK opened fire, thousands more pistols opened fire on the helicopter, and there was a flurry of gunfire and shooting. Although handguns posed little threat to the helicopters, but thousands of people firing at the same time, plus an AK strafing with ferocious firepower, still scared the helicopters in the sky out of their wits, pulling up their flight altitude quickly to get out of the range of fire. These people are crazy. How can there be so many crazy people? Do they really not want to die? Don't they know what will happen if they do this? Damn it. I wanted to machine gun them so bad. Out of the range of fire. The police inside the helicopter were still in shock, each face terrified and angry. They were cursing and hating to open fire high in the sky and sweep below. They're genuinely scared out of their minds. At this point, it's not only the police who were on the scene who were scared out of their wits, but also the countless people in Eagle Jam who were watching the scene live via various means such as live drone feeds, and even people in other countries. God, this Oriental man is also too scary. How dare he threaten Mr. Birst, the chief of the San Francisco Police Department? Is he going to completely tear his face off with the police? Where did he get such a big backbone to dare to do such a thing? Is he really not afraid of death? Why are the police still trying to persuade them to surrender? A vicious devil like this should be shot straight away. What's the point of persuading him to surrender? Do you want him to pay compensation? Waste. The police in San Francisco are all losers. People are standing there in plain sight and they don't dare to shoot? The money we taxpayers pay is used to feed these losers? The people of Eagle Jam are quite angry with Roy and are upset with the behavior of the police, ranting wildly about the incompetence of the Eagle Jam police and feeling that they have disgraced the Eagle Jam nation. Shame indeed. It's hilarious that the police of a superpower are being forced to tie their hands by a young Oriental man. Laughing my ass off. Is this the Eagle Jam police? Don't they claim to empty their magazines when they go out to the police? How come they don't dare to take action against Roy the Great? Empty your magazines. But do you dare? If something happens to Roy the Great, his men will surely turn Eagle Sauce Country into a mess, right? Roy the Great is also too raw, isn't he? He didn't cover his tracks at all, taking on the Eagle Sauce police head on. This is too tough. To shove a cannon in Bilster's mouth? Awesome. That said, Roy the Great doesn't really have a cannon, does he? If he had a cannon, things would be fun. I'm more curious about how he got so many of his men to do his bidding. The populace of the ancient East, at this point, is watching the fun and admiring Roy while hoping he'll mess up Eagle Jam even more. After all, the more chaos in Eagle Jam, the better for the ancient East. As for other countries, shocked and more than a little creeped out, he couldn't believe that Roy had the audacity to go right up against the Eagle Jam police and call for Bilster's death in front of the whole world. For a moment, intelligence officers from various countries around the world have begun to take action, investigating Roy's background information through various channels, trying to figure out what his background is, what kind of power he controls in his hands, and whether or not he will have an impact on their countries. When the whole world is abuzz, the San Francisco Police Department was similarly abuzz with a crowd of San Francisco police officers who were shocked and horrified as they listened to Roy's threats and watched the shocking scene of Roy shooting the helicopters without hesitation and the thousands of dead soldiers shooting at the same time. Damn! This damn yellow monkey. Dirst listened to the live video of the bursts of gunfire, and the pilot's screams of terror, watching the plane hastily pull up the height of the wretched scene. The whole person was dumbfounded. How dare he? How dare he open fire directly at the police? And dare to threaten me? I want to tear him apart. I must tear this yellow-skinned monkey apart. Roy's threatening words echoed clearly in his ears, giving him a dreamlike feeling of unreality. What is he? He's the one who controls the entire San Francisco police force. It's a proper biggie. And now, how dare a yellow-skinned monkey from an ancient Oriental country threaten anyone to capture him and stuff a cannon in his mouth? Where does he get off? Does he really think that the Eagle police are vegetarians? Doesn't he think he can be lawless just because he has many people and some guys in his hands? They are a regular army. The firepower that can be mobilized in the hand is a group of rabble that can be compared? If it were not for the fear of causing too much turmoil, these people would have been annihilated in an instant. Mr. Director, don't be angry yet. Calm down. Calm down. A senior police officer rushed forward to persuade Birst, suggesting to him, why don't you, Mr. Commissioner, apply to your superiors for a direct fire to kill Roy? Please, 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 please. Due to the new book period, is best to update 2 chapters. In order to recommend the process, the small author can only update 2 chapters per day for the time being, but I am saving the manuscript. After the shelves will be a daily outbreak, when it will let the brothers every day cool enough. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Shame on You? The army of dead soldiers killed the police station. Chapter 18, Shame on You? The army of dead soldiers killed the police station. Birst listened to the advice of the police officers under his command with a glint in his eyes, and after a moment of slight silence picked up the dedicated phone on his desk and dialed a number. Soon the caller was put through on the other end. Bilster, you still have time to call me? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously in a very bad mood, and opened his mouth to Birst for a while to scold. Let you persuade you to surrender to capture Roy alive? You completed the task? Are you a loser? You haven't gotten rid of him after all this time? Do you not want to work as a director? Do you want me to replace you with someone else? Mr. Congressman. Being scolded, Bilstergen was too angry to speak, and said in a low voice, "Please don't be anxious. I'm calling you because I want to communicate with you. Based on my analysis of the current situation, I believe that the possibility of persuading Roy to be captured alive is slim to none, and there is even a possibility that it will cost the police a huge number of casualties as a result. So, I suggest that we just shoot him down, which will not only solve the storm quickly, but also..." The caller didn't even wait for Bilster to finish his sentence before he broke into a shouting match. "What are you? Dare to make suggestions to me? I don't need you to advise. I only need you to carry out orders. You have less than 24 hours left. Be good. Do. Listening to the busy tone coming out of the phone, Birst's face was blue, suffocated and angry. The police present looked at the director of this encounter, have lowered their heads, did not dare to look at him, for fear of being relieved of their anger. Boom! Furious, Bilster directly slammed the phone in his hand on the desk, gritted his teeth and turned back to roar. "Immediately order all personnel to begin a strong attack, no matter how much it costs. You must capture Roy alive for me." Since the people at the top didn't care about the deaths of the police, he didn't bother to care that much, and getting the job done to keep the position under his ass was the most important thing. With Bilster having made up his mind, an order was soon conveyed, reaching the ears of the policemen who were on duty, on an intersection 6 kilometers away from the 7th prison. Sheriff Jones listened to the orders of his superiors on the phone and looked up at the cordon made by the dead soldiers in the distance, and his face changed for a moment. Damn, the people up there are stupid pigs. Punks. After seeing the viciousness of the dead soldiers, Sheriff Jones now simply do not want to fight with the dead soldiers. After all, we are all mortal flesh. If you get a shot, there is a real possibility of losing their lives. Sergeant Jones, what should we do now? A police officer beside Jones asked with a worried look on his face. Should we start a strong attack anyway? What else? Jones gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Everyone get ready. The attack will begin in 1 minute. We must break through the other side's defense and kill them to arrest Roy the thug." Yes, listening to the order given by Jones, all the police officers under him, immediately energized, pulled out their guns, and with a burst of clicks coming from them, all of them opened the mandatory safety and pressurized and loaded the bullets. At this point, thousands of police officers had already assembled within a 10-kilometer radius of the 7th prison, all of whom had been given the same order to prepare to begin a strong assault on the dead soldiers' defenses and the order to take Roy alive. As the order was given, all the police officers were on high tension, as if they were on the verge of making final preparations, and as soon as the time was up, the attack would begin immediately. Outside the 7th prison, Roy looked at the direction of the police helicopter's withdrawal. A cold smile appeared on his face, and casually threw the AK rifle in his hand to a dead soldier beside him, and instantly lifted his feet and walked forward. Now that his reputation points were rising, he could purchase all kinds of weapons from within the system mall, from large blades up to weapons such as guns and cannons, through his reputation points. Sure, it takes enough prestige points to do so. Currently, Roy wasn't in a hurry to buy too many weapons, intending to save his reputation points until a critical time to use them to buy necessary goods. Go to rocks first. Now that he's out of the 7th prison, Roy naturally has to start clearing the air, and the first person he's naturally going to look for is the culprit who set him up for imprisonment. Rocks, just crossed over, because of this dog thing and unjustly imprisoned, carrying such a bad name as rape and murder. Without slaughtering him, Roy's heart held a vicious anger. It is impossible to get released. Master, a large number of police are storming the defense line, and the dead soldiers are having a fierce firefight with the police. Roy had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard a system prompt, so with a step in his footsteps and a flash of cold light in his eyes, he immediately asked the system to switch the viewpoint to the dead soldiers who were in the middle of a fierce battle. He could use the system's ability to make his perspective appear on any dead soldier, and could see everything the dead soldier was currently seeing. Brush! Roy suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and then the perspective changed to that of a dead soldier, followed by a fierce clamor. Bang! 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 The first thing he heard was a burst of intense gunfire, and then Roy saw, not far away, a police officer in bulletproof uniform, approaching the barrier defense line constructed by the dead soldiers. Cover! Break from the left! Tear gas! Fire the tear gas! Shit! I'm hit! Help me! Crazy! These people are all crazy! They're not afraid to die at all. Sergeant Joannes himself led the police officers under his command, and through various tactical maneuvers, kept advancing in the direction of the dead soldiers, who were armed with weapons and equipment in their hands, which were indeed to be each other were to be well equipped. Roy under the dead soldiers, even if there are guns, the vast majority of them are only small pistols, Not even a bulletproof undershirt. Under normal circumstances against the well-equipped, well-trained police attack, basically cannot carry how long will be defeated. But what made Jones and the others incredulous was that those bandits who blocked their advance were all madmen who were not afraid of death. Facing their offense even with inferior equipment, they were not afraid. Even some of the bunkers were not wanted, just shooting against them like crazy. In the twinkling of an eye, several dead soldiers were killed, but the remaining dead soldiers were not only not scared off, but appeared to be even more frenzied, wailing and shooting at them, directly knocking Jones and these police officers dumbfounded. Unable to believe that there were people in this world who were so crazy and unafraid of death, Roy switched between several views in succession, and in each view he could see that his men's dead soldiers were in a firefight with the San Francisco police, and were still mostly at a stalemate, if not a disadvantage. Shit, you're shameless, aren't you? How dare you attack me? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that can be pinched at will? After looking around, the starlight in Roy's eyes sparked out. You're the only ones who can forcefully attack. I will as well. I'll kill to your lair now and reason with you face to face. Let you know what it means to convince people with virtue. Immediately opened the system mall. A one-time spent 5,000 prestige points. Purchased a large number of weapons and equipment. From handguns to rifles, grenades, and even bazookas. Bought a batch of brothers, get me weapons. After purchasing the weapons, Roy, at the first opportunity, went through the system and distributed all the weapons to the dead soldiers who were fighting with the police in a firefight, and gave them an order. Everyone listened to the order. Follow me to kill the Sanban City police station. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Is this a bandit? This is the regular army, right? Chapter 19. Is this a bandit? This is the regular army, right? Roy spent 5,000 reputation points. He first purchased 2,000 AK rifles, and then the rest was spent on bullets, bazookas, grenades, and other weaponry. 2,000 AK rifles, which he had first issued to the dead soldiers under his command who were in the middle of a firefight with the police, with nearly 10 magazines each. Weaponry like grenades, smoke grenades, and tear gas grenades were also the first things he issued to the dead soldiers under his command who were in the middle of a firefight. It can be said that the combat power of Roy's army of dead soldiers instantly got a huge boost. Realizing the change of the bird gun for a cannon, put in Africa, it is estimated to be able to easily sweep some of the so-called African powers. Boss, please get in the car. A black Rolls-Royce, which the dead man had snatched from somewhere, pulled up in front of Roy, and a white dead man in a suit opened the door, bending his head down to invite Roy to get in. Roy glanced up at the distant sky, where a police helicopter could be seen in the distance, hovering there, apparently keeping an eye on him. Not caring about this, Roy got straight into the car and sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce. Roy got in the car. The various vehicles that had originally encountered the roadblock during the near period were immediately driven by the dead soldiers in droves, and these cars were lined up in a long line in front, responsible for giving Roy a head start in front. Departure to the San Francisco Police Department. Sitting on the soft leather seat, Roy ordered to all the dead soldiers, anyone who dares to block the way on the road, no matter who it is, finish them off for me. Yes, as Roy's order was given, all the dead soldiers gave their first response. Subsequently, a cab driving at the front moved, and soon all the cars moved, and several unseen vehicles lined the road in a long line, moving in the direction away from the 7th prison. At this point, a drone was circling in the sky, and the camera on the drone caught a clear picture of the vast convoy below. Therefore, Roy's move of getting into his car and leaving the 7th prison was noticed by many people who were following the matter at the first time, and many people's hearts tightened when they saw him leave. What's he going to do? Inside the San Francisco Police Department, Bilster watched as Roy got into his car, and then couldn't see the head or tail of the vast convoy that left the 7th prison, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Picture. The black Rolls-Royce appeared to be very conspicuous, under the escort of countless vehicles in front and behind, driving on the road of San Fanchi without slowing down. Looking at the black Rolls-Royce, Bilster gritted his teeth viciously and had the urge to take a missile and blast that Rolls-Royce to pieces instantly. Just one shot down. It's all over. The thug who had disgraced himself would have to go down. But the orders from his superiors were for him to capture Roy alive, and he had no choice but to resist that urge, even if he was no longer happy about it. Quickly analyze for me. What is this Roy's next purpose? Where does he want to go? Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Birst gritted his teeth and yelled at his men. Also, notify all the police officers to stop him for me first. We can't let him leave into the city. At this point he was worried about Roy getting into the city limits. The 7th prison was in the suburbs after all. The staff was not as dense, and it was much easier to deal with it without so many worries. If Roy was allowed to enter the busy urban area, then things would become troublesome, and they would be tied up then. Listening to Bilster's yell, the police officers under his command immediately began to start gathering information and analyzing the direction of Roy's vast convoy, trying to determine his purpose. Meanwhile, Sheriff Jones, who is on the front lines of the firefight with this matter, also receives orders from his superiors, ordering him to stop the impending convoy from leaving. That Roy moved? Want us to stop him? Sheriff Jones listened to his superior's orders with a look of disbelief on his face. What the hell does that damn Oriental monkey want? Why don't we just use heavy weapons to shoot him down? A firefight with Roy's dead soldiers, which resulted in the death and injury of several of the officers under his command, made Sheriff Jones hate Roy so much that he couldn't wait for him to die. Increase fire suppression. Take out those crazy people on the other side first. Although still confused as to what exactly was happening, Jones chose to follow orders and instantly yelled, "Georgie, take 2 men and flank us. Cover us as we break through. They don't have as much firepower as we do. It shouldn't last long. As long as you can successfully outflank and knock out a few of the thugs, we can wipe out this mob of theirs in one fell swoop." As John's orders were given, the cops under his command, already red-eyed, immediately began to move, and Georgie, with 2 men, tried to flank them, but before he could take more than a few steps, a dense burst of gunfire suddenly rang out, and uncountable bullets suddenly flew in his direction, instantly sifting the 2 unlucky policemen behind him. What? Watching his 2 teammates instantly knocked down, Georgie was scared out of his wits and subconsciously fell to the ground in a roll, rolling back into cover with a horrified look on his face as he yelled, "Rifle! It's an AK! The bandits have an AK! Everyone be careful!" As he yelled, his teammates had also realized that the firepower from the opposite side had suddenly become ferocious, and after a clattering strafing sound rang out, bullets like a torrent of metal whizzed towards them, hitting the bunker with a chilling sound. What's going on? Why do they suddenly have automatic rifles? Sheriff Jones, who was almost swept up in a pike, ducked back behind cover with a white face, cursing with horror. Just now they were using pistols. How did they turn into automatic rifles all of a sudden? What the hell is wrong with these damn bandits? How did they get such ferocious firepower? At this point, Sheriff Jones felt like he was literally fighting the regular army, and the ferocity of the firepower on the other side was beyond his imagination. Before he could regain his senses from the shock, suddenly a loud roar came from across the street. "The boss is about to arrive. Immediately block off the road, clear the obstacles, and prohibit all vehicles from approaching the boss's car." As soon as Joannes and the others heard the loud roar coming from across the room, their eyes widened, their scalps tingling with shock and feeling dreamy. This Roy, isn't that a little too arrogant? Is he out of his mind? Does he think of himself as some kind of high-ranking dignitary? A mob traveling, dares to block the road? Are you really not afraid of completely enraging the Eagle Jam Nation and being devastated? Boom! Just as Jones and the others looked horrified, a violent roaring crash suddenly came from the distance, and a small car parked in the middle of the road was sent flying. The huge commotion scared Jones and the others, subconsciously poking their heads out to check the situation, and this time they saw a scene that made them look horrified, only to see a few dead soldiers driving a big truck came furiously. The big truck was like a mad cow that had taken off the reins, and crashed against the parked car, sending it flying with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, just now parked on the road not far in front of Jones, was used by them as a cover for a variety of small cars. The dead driving heavy trucks savagely and roughly all crashed through, hard to crash out a spacious, unimpeded road. As soon as the road was smashed open, Jones and the others saw a convoy appear at the end of the road, coming unhurriedly in their direction. Please, 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 please. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Police Car Blocking the Road? Jackie Chan Happy Car Serving. Chapter 20, Police Car Blocking the Road? Jackie Chan Happy Car Serving. Sheriff Jones and his officers ducked behind cover on the side of the road, cautiously sticking their heads out toward the end of the road, where they saw a vast convoy of cars slowly driving in his direction at less than 50 miles per hour. These people are crazy. How dare they block the roads? Isn't that Roy a little too arrogant? Even if someone from the White House is traveling, they don't have such a big row like him, right? What the hell does he want? Is he going against the entire Eagle Sauce Nation? Does he really think he can go against the entire country? The police officers behind Jones were shocked and puzzled at this point, and they couldn't figure out at all why Roy dared to be so bold and arrogant. Now he's in the complete position of not taking the entire Eagle Jam Nation into account. Jones. Just as Sheriff Jones was listening to his men's exclamations of dismay, the voice of his superior, Chief Beerst, suddenly came over his headset. "Stop the convoy for me at once. They cannot be allowed to proceed. Stop them at all costs." "What? Let me stop them?" As soon as Jones heard Beerst's order, He looked shocked and exclaimed, "Mr. Director, how can I stop them now when I have less than 20 men with me? These people's firepower is too fierce, and they have tons of automatic rifles. I don't care what you have to do, you have to stop them." Bilster growled, "If you can't stop them, you don't have to go back to the station. Take the blame and resign. Remember, this is an order, not a discussion with you. Dash. As a busy signal came on, Bilster cut off the communication, leaving Jorns in a daze and somewhat at a loss for words. "Sheriff," one of the white cops under his command looked at Jones' dazed look and asked somewhat anxiously, "What should we do now? Are we going to retreat?" "Retreat? I want to retreat too." Jones instantly snapped back to his senses, gritting his teeth and cursing. "The damn chief told us to stop the convoy. Can't let the convoy advance. No matter what the cost, we must stop the convoy." These words caused the faces of the police officers present to change drastically, and each of them had an anxious and panicked look on their faces, looking at the fleet of cars that were getting closer and closer, and even a bit terrified. "Follow me." Jones couldn't think about that much anymore at this point. Gritting his teeth viciously, his eyes glanced toward a semi-trailer truck not far away, then quickly dashed out from behind cover, ran a few steps and rushed to the side of the big semi, thumped 2 shots to break the window glass, and got into the car. "Pull into the middle of the road. Stop them," Jonesy ordered to all his team members on the radio there as he got into the big semi-trailer truck. "Get as many cars as you can onto the road, delay their advance, and wait for backup to arrive." Boom! The engine of the big semi-trailer truck started up with a flourish from Joanne's, who then put it in gear and sprinted off with a kick of the gas toward the middle of the road. "Stop him. Seek death. Run him over." John's move immediately drew the attention of some of the surrounding dead soldiers, and immediately a few of the dead soldiers driving the big trucks stepped on the gas furiously, and drove the big trucks towards John's semi-trailer trucks and rushed over. "Damn! These maniacs!" Watching the 2 dump trucks throttle to the floor and roar in their direction, Jones, who was about to drive the big semi-trailer truck into the middle of the road, suddenly turned wildly pale with fear, and with a burst of anger in his heart, he stepped on the gas pedal even harder. Rumble! With Joanne's on the gas, the big semi-trailer truck's engine roared and growled, and it went straight off the curb, straight into the center of the road where the convoy was about to pass. Crunch! When the big semi ran into the middle of the road, Joanne slammed on the brakes so furiously that the wheels rubbed violently against the ground, sending up a large amount of smoke directly into the air, and eventually stopped in the middle of the road. The very moment that Jones stopped the big semi-trailer truck, he turned his head to find that the 2 dump trucks had sped wildly by and were less than 20 meters away from him. He was even able to see the hideous madness fearless of life and death on the face of the dead man driving the dump truck, making him feel a chill. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped from the car as fast as he could. Boom! Just at the moment when Jones jumped out of the car, the huge dump truck rushed straight towards the big semi-trailer, and with a loud bang, the dump truck crashed into the body of the big semi-trailer, and the horrible impact made the big semi-trailer truck flip out instantly. Joanne's, who had just jumped out of the car, was nearly hit by the knocked-over large half-hanging, and was so frightened that his face went white and his legs went a little weak. Crunch! Just then, a police car braked sharply beside him. The door opened, and one of the officers inside yelled with a panicked look on his face, "Sheriff Jones, get in the car! Get in the car!" Jones instinctively got into the car. Before the door even closed tightly, the police car with the gas pedal pressed to the bottom sped out furiously, instantly rushed to a side road, and drove away quickly. At this instant, a dozen or so AK-wielding dead soldiers, a sweeping shot at the wildly departing police car, a large number of bullets flying toward the police car between the flame spurt. But the person driving the police car is quite skillful, and the police car's protection is also very strong, and escaped smoothly, huffing and puffing. In the police car, Joanne's chest was heaving violently, his pale face covered in sweat, and he was panting violently and frantically, feeling like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. "Captain, we managed to block the road. The big truck that was overturned crossed the road and has blocked the road," a police officer exclaimed with an excited look on his face as Jones felt like he had been robbed of his life. "The other brothers made it. Now that the road is blocked by several damaged big trucks, it's not that easy for them to move on. Crazy, crazy, those people are crazy." Jones' body trembled slightly, as if he hadn't heard the excited words of his men, muttering to himself, "How can there be such horrible crazy people in this world? They are not afraid of death at all. I quit. No more. I don't want to die yet." In this moment, John's mind was broken, screwed by the horrible dead soldiers, and he didn't want to go on anymore. Even if he was stripped of his police uniform, he didn't care. After all, for an Eagle Sauce veteran cop like him, there was nothing sacred about the uniform on his body. It was just a good job. In the face of death. This nice job doesn't seem to be worth much either. Just as Joan's mind was being screwed up, there was a sudden burst of cheering inside the San Francisco Police Department, and a large group of police officers looked excited and appeared to be thrilled. Chief Beerst, we've managed to cut off the road they were advancing on. Sergeant Hovens, he's done a great service. Senior Constable Jerry said to Beerst with an excited look on his face. Now as long as we send more cars to put the road completely blocked, Roy and their convoy will not be able to advance. Great job. A smile finally appeared on Bilster's face. Johns finally didn't let me down this time. Pass down the order to get more police cars on the road to intercept. Give me a complete blockade of Roy's convoy. And don't let them leave within 10 kilometers of the 7th prison. As long as we completely encircle Roy within 10 kilometers of the 7th prison. And then keep narrowing the encirclement. We'll be able to capture the darned Oriental scalawag. Jerry and the other police officers nodded excitedly as they listened to Bilster's words, thinking that he had quite a point. As long as they completely drove Roy into the encirclement, they would have the time and the ability to take their time to clean up Roy. Immediately, Beerst started to contact Johns again, and praised him twice. Johns, you did a good job this time. I'll give you a big credit. This matter is a lot of big names are paying attention to. As long as you can finally catch Roy, there will be no shortage of your credit. Now, I order you to immediately take more officers, in police cars, or large trucks of all kinds, to block the paths of Roy's convoy going forward and backward, and surround him for 24 hours. Bilster opened his mouth with a series of orders, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard Jorn's growl. Son of a bitch, shut the fuck up. I'm done with this. Those people are crazy, real outlaws, and I don't want to die yet. To intercept and surround those thugs you're on your own. Don't tell me to go. Do. The Jones on the other end of the line gave a crack, and before Bilster could get back to his senses, the former had hung up. You, listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Beerst's entire body froze in place, a look of disbelief appearing on his face, his eyes raging with shocked anger. Asshole. Suddenly, Bilster growled. Damn you Jones, you want to think about disobeying orders? Just you wait, I'm going to remove you from your post. Damn it. Bilster was so angry. Couldn't believe that the people under his command were giving up their jobs at this critical time and swearing at him in a way that made him feel so humiliated and furious. Joanne's rage was obviously quite powerful, and the other police officers in the office, who had heard it all, were cringing in fear as they watched Bilster's iron face at that moment. Notify the other officers to take the police cars and intercept them immediately. There's no need to collide head-on with those thugs. Just stop them. Bilster, though very angry, did not completely lose his mind, but continued to give his men constant orders as he knew the viable options. Soon, a large number of police officers received the order to drive and block the road, and a police car with siren blasting quickly and furiously raced down the road, while a large truck commandeered by the police. After the police drove the cars to the middle of the road and parked them in a row, they also destroyed all the tires, creating a simple and rough roadblock. For a while, the road was almost completely blocked in the direction Roy's convoy was advancing, and the convoy was forced to stop. At that moment inside the robbed Rolls-Royce was the first to learn of the situation. Sculpture. Roy stepped down from the Rolls-Royce and looked at a big truck in front of him that was parked in the middle of the road and was destroyed. The corner of his mouth revealed a disdainful sneer. Who can stop the road I want to take? At that moment, Roy opened the system mall, and after looking for a while his eyes locked on a big yellow, Jackie Chan happy car. Buela's 75,710. Buela's body total height of 8 meters, 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. The weight is to reach a horror of 360 tons. Load capacity of 450 tons. Far away from looking like a house. The ordinary family sedan is not even half of its wheels high. This stuff is a little pricey. Roy looked at the selling price of Buela's 75710. His heart could not help but be a little surprised. One needs 1,000 prestige points. A little ruthless. As the commotion Roy had made grew bigger and bigger, his reputation points had been growing all the time. He had less than 5,000 reputation points left after his previous big purchase, but now it had risen back up to 13,000 reputation points. Buy. Roy hesitated slightly for a split second, when his eyes flashed and he made up his mind. Buy 5 at a time. With this big guy around, I'll see what car can stop in front of me. Brush. As Roy confirmed his purchase, his reputation points, which had reached 13,000, were instantly deducted by another 5,000 points, leaving him with only 8,000 points. Ding! The owner has successfully purchased the Buela's 75710. The vehicle has been successfully placed within 1 kilometer from the owner and in an area with no surveillance, and is equipped with a dead driver. After Roy confirmed the purchase, the system's beep sounded in his head. Listening to the system's prompt, his eyes lit up, and he immediately gave an order to the 5 Bila 75710 dead driver, letting the dead driver drive the Bila 75710 to rush over immediately. Buzz buzz. When Roy's order was given, a huge engine roar suddenly sounded within a small forest not far away, and then 5 yellow Buella's 75710 large mining trucks, like steel behemoths, drove out, and rushed towards Roy's direction at a fiery speed. Very coincidentally, Jones, often with the police officers under his command, was not far from the grove at the moment, and the moment the roar of the Bella 75710 sounded, they immediately heard the commotion. What the hell? Suddenly heard a huge commotion of the Jones startled a big jump, violently turned back toward the grove not far away to look. This look his pupils violently contracted. Eyes flashed through the thick color of shock, subconsciously exclaimed, this, how can there be such a big guy here? There aren't any mines in this neighborhood. How did this big guy appear here? The other police officers under Jones, who had also spotted the Buella's 75710 at this point, were equally stunned and headstrong as they watched several of the big guys appear at once, rumbling and crushing forward in a very rough and savage manner. Gulp! A police officer swallowed hard and asked to Jones with a relaxed look, Sergeant Jones, do you think these 5 big guys could be related to Roy? Our people blocked the road, and he let this kind of big guys clear the way in front of them? Hiss! Jones immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, a feeling of being struck by electric current all over his body, completely dumbfounded, his mouth shivering. No, it can't be right? What kind of terrifying character is that Roy? In the end, how much energy is hidden behind him? 4,000 words big chapter. A chapter tops 2 chapters. Today began to burst more. Brothers vote to support it. End of chapter. Chapter 21 Rampage. Unstoppable. Chapter 21 Rampage. Unstoppable. Under the horrified gazes of Sheriff Jones and the others, 5 Buella's 75,710s rumbled out like steel behemoths and soon drove to the side of the road. At this time, there were many cars parked on the side of the road, blocking the path of progress of the Buellas. Rumble. Facing the cars in the way, the Buellas ran over them directly as if they didn't see them, and with a roar, a small car, or even a pickup truck, was directly crushed like a child's toy. Wherever you go, crush everything. My God. Watching the horrible Buellas crushing cars, like crushing children's toys, Sheriff Jones' scalp numb, his voice is a little trembling. These big guys must be Roy got. He should want to use these big guys to open up the road. Big trucks to stop the road will not work. He could already imagine the horrific scene that would occur when these behemoths rampaged across the road. Originally, the crowd thought that a truck blocked in the middle of the road could completely block Roy's convoy, but now it seems that it should be too much. In front of these horrible big guys, those so-called 100 tons king trucks, and ordinary cars are the same as children's toys. At this point, in the San Francisco Police Department, unbeknownst to Chief Bierst and the police officers under his command, Roy had already purchased 5 Buella's 75,710s, and as they watched Roy's convoy come to a stop via their drones, they all had a look of excitement on their faces, feeling that their plan had worked. Damn Oriental yellow-skin monkey. Bierst's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. I'll see what you do now. As long as you don't have a convoy, then you won't have any way to move quickly, and you'll end up being completely surrounded and blocked by the Eagle Sauce police that rushed over there, and ultimately be captured. He hated Roy with a passion right now. He remembered clearly what Roy had threatened him in public earlier. As a white supremacist, being threatened by a young man from the East in front of the whole world made him feel humiliated. He had to save face. He was going to shove the barrel of his gun up that yellow monkey's S1 and show him what a stupid thing it was to threaten a noble white chief of the San Francisco Police Department. Inform down. Must block every intersection that can let Roy leave. Bierst's face was a bit grim as he explained to his men once again. Whether or not we can successfully capture him is a matter of the face of the entire Eagle Sauce Nation, and there is no room for error. Understood. Senior Constable Jack nodded heavily as he listened to Bierst's gnashing words and said with a smile, Mr. Director, don't worry about it. We're sure we can. It's not good. Before Jack finished his words, a police officer, who was remotely maneuvering the drone, suddenly exclaimed, We just received a message that several Bella 75,710s have appeared in Roy's vicinity, and they are rushing towards his direction going. He seems to be using Bellas to clear the roadblock. This policeman's cry of alarm immediately startled all the policemen in the office, and all of them turned back toward him in surprise, full of puzzlement. What did you say? Buella's 75,710? Asked Bilster, his brow furrowed in displeasure at the officer. What's a Buella's 75710? Can it be used to clear roadblocks? Mr. Commissioner, look. The officer hurriedly switched the screen in front of him to show 5 behemoths that were moving quickly down the road. That's Abuela's 75,710. Hundreds of tons of big guy. The kind of big guy that can run over a family car like it's a kid's toy. Brush up. All eyes fell on the screen in front of the police officer. And then they saw the Abuela's 75710, which seemed to be as big as a house, roaring down the road with unstoppable momentum. As soon as Beers saw Bella's 75710, his pupils violently contracted, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How did these big guys appear near the 7th prison? This has something to do with Roy? What exactly does he want to do? Under everyone's horrified gazes, the Abuela's 75710 raged wildly and appeared in line to stop in front of the Rolls-Royce that Roy was traveling in. And then they saw Roy, who was standing on the side of the Rolls-Royce. The scene. The moment the massive Bella's 75710 stopped, Roy looked up at the behemoth, and his eyes couldn't help but show a touch of amazement. With this big guy, I'll see who can block my way. After circling around the Abuela's 75710, Roy nodded in satisfaction and then boarded one of them together with a couple of dead soldiers, appearing in the cab. Boss. As soon as Roy appeared, the dead driver in charge of the Abuela's 75710 immediately left the driver's seat and respectfully saluted him. Let me. Roy nodded at the dead man, a flash of fire in his eyes, and instantly sat down in the driver's seat of the Abuela's 75710. There were few men who didn't have itchy hands at all when confronted with such a wild beast of steel, and Roy couldn't do it anyway. He wanted to have some fun driving it himself. After spending 50 prestige points and purchasing the special vehicle driving experience technology from the System Mall, Roy immediately mastered the driving skills of the Abuela's 75710 and became a veteran driver of special vehicles. Everyone, follow me. Sitting in the driver's seat, looking at the big truck blocking the road in front of her, Aunt Luo's eyes flashed with a hot flash. Push me all the way across the road. Kill the San Francisco Police Department. Anyone who dares to appear in front of us to stay in the way. Run them over. Yes. All the dead soldiers who received the order gave an immediate response. Rumble. Roy kicked the gas, and the massive steel behemoth, the Abuela's 75710, immediately let out a roar like the roar of a wild beast, and the massive wheels began to turn, accelerating forward continuously. Meanwhile, the other four Abuela's 75,710s also started up, immediately following Roy's rhythm. They rumbled toward the front with great vigor. The road ahead had been completely blocked by the San Francisco police, using various large trucks and police cars at key locations, making it impossible for any vehicle to pass. While blocking the road barrier, a number of police officers were hiding behind large trucks to prevent Roy and his men from breaking out on foot. Originally, the San Francisco police officers who had managed to block Roy's advance looked thrilled and excited, feeling that they had managed to block the hustler of the century. However, when they saw the Abuela's 75710 that rumbled and drove, all of a sudden people were dumbfounded, and a look of horror appeared on each face. Geez, how did this big guy show up? Doesn't this kind of big guy only appear in specific venues? How did it show up on the main road? Where did these people go to get them? And 5 of them at once? What do they want? Not good. They're coming toward us. Run! Those police officers hiding behind the destroyed trucks, looking at the rumbling Abuela's 75710, suddenly scared out of their wits, realizing that the big event is not good. They immediately flew towards both sides of the road to run wildly to escape. Do not dare to hesitate for a moment. Just as the Eagle Jam cops were frantically backing away, Roy drove Abuela's 75710 Jackie Chan delightful at tens of kilometers per hour toward a vandalized truck in the middle of the road, crashing into it with savage fury. Boom! The Abuela's 75710 crashed into the big truck with a loud bang, and the horrible impact caused the big truck to instantly cut itself off and fly toward the sides of the road. The road that had been cut off was immediately reopened. Awesome! Worthy of a Jackie Chan happy car. Sure is wild enough. Knocking the big truck blocking the road away, Roy didn't even feel much of a bump, and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. But the light in his eyes was a little crazy. I want to see who can stop lousy. Even if it's a tank that's coming, lousy will still bump you off. Roy kicked the gas, and with a loud roaring growl, the Abuela's 75710 once again accelerated furiously, whistling toward the front. At this point, not far ahead were densely packed police cars parked, the police officers on the side of the police, watching Roy knock the big truck away in an instant. All of them had shocked and horrified looks on their faces, and the people were dumbfounded. No good. That maniac is coming toward us. Get in the car. Run fast. Run. It's all over if we get whisked away by that big guy. All of us will be crushed to a pulp by that big guy. Watching Roy continue to roar in their direction after crashing the big truck blocking the road. At once all the police officers were terrified and flew to their cars as fast as they could like crazy. For a moment, a dozen police cars started up at the same time, and the drivers drove like mad to make a quick U-turn. trying to get away from that horrible Buela's 75,710. Although their police cars had good defensive capabilities and normal guns couldn't break the window glass, they were still unbeatable against a behemoth that weighed several hundred tons. Everyone believed that as long as the huge Buela's 75710 ran over the head of the police car would definitely be scrapped in an instant. And the people in the car would have to be crushed into meat paste. Rumble. Buela's 75,710's engine roared madly. The driver's seat on the Roy looked at the distant police panic into a mess. Looking at those police cars like crazy turn around and retreat. And even some police cars cannot wait to turn around. Directly hung on the reverse gear wildly. His face showed a touch of ridicule. Didn't you guys want to stop me? Roy laughed coldly. His eyes somewhat fierce. Keep stopping. Don't fucking run. I'll see how much you guys can do. Accelerate. He throttled down, sending the Buela's 75710 into overdrive, closing in on the line of police cars in the blink of an eye. The line of police cars is already backing up. However, because of the previous need for a stop, the line of police cars was parked quite densely. So, at this time those police cars that have not yet come to the head, there is no way to bring up the speed quickly. Even if wildly stepped on the reverse gear throttle, can only watch the Buela's 75710 getting closer and closer. Am I going to die today? The police officer in the police car at the end, looking at the increasingly close Buela's 75710, his face was white, his eyes were full of fear, and his voice trembled. Mom, I don't want to die. Damn. You guys give me a quick acceleration. Hurry up. Another big chapter. Today added up to update 8,000 words, the equivalent of 4 chapters of The Outbreak. Brothers begging for votes. As long as the votes are strong, the back will keep exploding. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Bandit chases after police car. Hawk Sauce wants to recruit Roy? Chapter 22. Bandit chases after police car. Hawk Sauce wants to recruit Roy? Accelerate. You guys speed up. He's coming. Run for it. I don't want to die. Watching through the rearview mirror as the Buela's 75710 Roy was driving got closer and closer. The Eagle Jam police officer, who had fallen to the very back of the line, was scared out of his mind and growled and yelled with a ghastly white face. As far as he was concerned, Roy was a demon. And if he got caught up he'd be run into the ground. So he growled and almost pressed the gas to the floor at the same time. In fact, at this time, no need for him to urge. Those police cars in front of him also fumed like mad, afraid of being caught up, and then crushed by that horrible big guy. What are you running for? On the Buela's 75710, Roy looked at the police cars that fled in a hurry, and a sneer appeared on his face. Don't you want to block my way? All don't run. Keep stopping. He had pressed the gas pedal to the floor. And the Buela's 75710 roared and rumbled forward, like a steel flooding beast that sends shivers down the spine. However, the Buela's 75710 was not a speedy powerhouse after all, and when those high-powered police cars handily reversed direction and began to accelerate, the distance between the Buela's 75710 and the police cars, after all, was slowly pulled apart, running quite fast. Looking at the police car that ran farther and farther away, Roy Ching grunted, "If you piss me off, you can directly get a fighter jet to fuck you. But, if you can run away from the monk, you can run away from the temple? Kill to your base camp." The chief called Bilster was on Roy's mind right now. He had said he would dislike the cannon in that bastard's mouth, so he was going to do it. He hates others to discriminate and insult his own Yenhuan blood. Anyone as long as I dare to call him the sick man of East Asia in his face. Yellow monkey. He will definitely dry each other to pieces. Everyone accelerate. Target. San Francisco Police Department. Moving at full speed, Roy gave the order to the convoy of dead soldiers to start picking up speed and head in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department. Rumble. The Buela's 75710 roared forward, barreling down the main street, with Roy leading the way. At this point the convoy chased the Eagle Jam police convoy all the way. Sensei encounters a traffic light, a roadblock, a uniform non-stop, crush right through it. At this point, countless eyes around the world were watching San Francisco and Roy and the Eagle Jam police's every move. So countless eyes saw Roy's motorcade running after the SF Eagle Jam police's motorcade. On the web, by now a huge wave had been set off. Netizens, whether in the Eagle Jam country or in other countries, were shocked and numbed as they watched the live scenes broadcast by various savants. I'll go. Roshan is too powerful, isn't he? This is going after the Eagle Sauce police. What is he trying to do? It's not like he really wants to topple the Eagle Jam nation, right? Awesome. What were those people thinking in the first place? How dare they wrongly accuse someone as terrifying as Luoshan, and sent him to prison? Now I guess their intestines are all green with remorse? Are those who wronged the god of Luo shivering right now? The judges who judged Luoshan are probably pissing their pants right now? Countless lezis from the Eastern powers, high on melon and coke, watching various live feeds of Roy's convoy whisking away the Eagle Jam police convoy, shocked and numb and a little excited at the same time. They are all happy to see chaos in Eagle Sauce country. The messier the better. And at this point, the people of the Eagle Sauce nation, however, have been enraged to the core. Waste. The police in our country are wastes. Police being chased by bandits? I can't even dream of such a ridiculous thing. We, the taxpayers, spend so much money every year to support the police, and they can't even clean up the bandits? How is this going to protect us? What do we need so many police for? It's time for the Sanbin City police chief to step down. This kind of waste stuff should get the hell home and raise pigs immediately. Where's the army? Where is our army? Where's our big army that's strutting its stuff all over the world? Why don't they come out and take care of this demon Roy? Countless people from the Hero Nation have been frantically raging against the San Francisco police on the internet, and some have even begun to call for the immediate dispatch of the GIs to suppress Roy with great firepower. The whole of San Francisco, the Hawksbane country, was in chaos, and the citizens of San Francisco were on edge, with the feeling that the country was at war. At this point, inside the San Francisco Police Department, a terrible silence fell over the city, and SFPD Chief Bierst, his entire body in a state of stupor, watched in disbelief as the live video feed showed the behemoth Roy was driving with a convoy of cars chasing the police caravan into oblivion. Jingle bells. Just as Bilster was frozen, the phone on his desk suddenly rang, waking him up, and he hastily picked it up to answer it. Just as he put the receiver to his ear, he heard the phone, and an angry growl from the other end. Bilster, what the hell are you doing? You piece of shit? How dare you let the matter of the police being chased by bandits come up? Do you realize that this will bring shame to the Eagle Jam country? Listening to the roar on the other end of the phone, Bilster instantly winced and instantly became sober. His face changed a few times, and he responded stiffly. Sir, please don't be in a hurry. I'll take care of things on my side. Deal with it? By taking care of it, you mean making it worse and worse? Making a bigger and bigger fuss? The person on the other end of the phone interrupted Bilster stiffly, cursing angrily. I am ordering you now to personally lead a team to intercept Roy immediately. He must not be allowed to enter the San Francisco metropolitan area. Mr. Bilster's face changed and he was anxious. How can I stop it? The other party is completely crazy. The kind of big guy he's driving. Ordinary means can't intercept it at all. Unless a tank is sent to intercept it. Send tanks? Why don't you say send fighters? You're crazy, aren't you? If we send out the big guns, the nature of the matter changes completely. Don't you understand? The person on the other end of the line cursed. Do you want to plunge Eagle Jam country into a state of war? Bilster, I'm sure he doesn't want to, but there's really nothing he can do about it now. Just then, a police officer suddenly ran over and said to Bierst in a panicked manner, Mr. Commissioner, after route analysis, it's now basically certain that Roy is running towards the San Francisco Police Department. He's coming to arrest you. And he might have been serious when he said he was going to put the barrel of a gun in your mouth earlier. Bilster, can you fucking talk? I'll shove the barrel up your ass first. With a change of color on his face, Bilster nearly died of anger, glaring angrily at the policeman who had suddenly spoken, and lifting his foot to kick him off. Roy's targeting the San Francisco Police Department? The person on the other end of the phone apparently heard the police officer's words and suddenly said, He's coming for Bilster, you son of a bitch? In that case, then immediately withdraw all police forces back to the Sanpin City police station to wait for him to come to your door. Then you go and negotiate with him. See what he really wants and what he needs to do to calm things down. No, sir. Bierst sniffed and his eyes widened in disbelief. You're asking me to negotiate with him? Isn't this asking me to die? That madman. If you can pacify him, your death will be worthwhile. If you don't want to die, then negotiate properly and try to pacify and recruit him. The other party didn't give Bilster a chance to make conditions at all, and hung up the phone after angrily saying so. End of chapter. Chapter 23, San Francisco PD, is on the verge of a major attack, and is urgently setting up a fire defense. Chapter 23 The San Francisco Police Department, like an enemy, urgently set up fire defenses. Let me recruit Roy? Do those assholes have shit in their heads? Bilster couldn't help but growl mentally as he listened to the busy signal on the microphone. Does that damn Roy look like someone who can negotiate? He's out for revenge. Negotiating with an Avenger? And trying to recruit him? How did they come up with that? He couldn't understand those bigwigs at the top. What kind of stuff were they thinking of? In the face of such a vicious guy like Roy, they even wanted to negotiate for peace. It was simply whimsical. Mr. Director, what now? Looking at Bilster's ugly expression, Senior Constable Jack asked cautiously, Are we really not going to intercept Roy? Really let him come to the police station unhindered? Aren't we afraid that he will end the police station? The corner of Bilster's mouth twitched. finding Jack's comment hard to swallow. If the San Francisco Police Department was terminated by a group of bandits, not only would they, the police officers, be disgraced, but the entire impressionist nation would have to be disgraced to the Western Pacific and become the laughingstock of the whole world. Since they don't care, why do we care so much? Birst clenched his teeth and sneered. Whatever they arrange, let's listen to them. When the time comes, I'd like to see how they'll end up. Notify down. All police forces immediately retreat and withdraw to the police station. Also, the San Francisco Police Department is to be put on a level 1 alert immediately, and all available weapons are to be deployed. We just have to do our part, and leave the rest of the mess to the bigwigs at the top, and when the time comes, we won't be the ones to lose face. They will. Listening to Bilster's words, the San Francisco police officers present couldn't help but nod their heads, thinking that this arrangement of his was very good. They can already see it. The people at the top don't put their life and death in their eyes at all. Since this is so, then don't care how the people at the top end up. Preserving the little life is the most important. Those ferocious bandits are really going to shoot and blitz them. And in order not to be blitzed out, they are happy not to get tough with the bandits. Soon, Birst's orders then reached every cop on duty, even Sergeant Jones, who no longer wanted to do his job. Retreat? You really don't care? After hearing his superior's order, a look of surprise appeared in Jones' eyes, followed by a sneer. What the hell do those idiots want? Why don't they care for a while? If they had just shot Roy down right from the start, where would all this shit have happened? He now seriously suspected that the man at the top was a schizophrenic. Sergeant Jones, since the people at the top ordered a retreat, can we now just ignore those thugs and Roy and go back to the police station? A police officer whose shoulder was grazed by a bullet asked Jones with an excited face. In that case, we haven't counted the mission as a failure, right? Humph. Jones snorted coldly. It's now a mission cancelled by the higher-ups, so what business is it of ours? Since the retreat has been ordered, then of course we have to hurry up and leave. But, not back to the San Fran City Police Department. With these words, the group of police officers under John's command had a puzzled look on their faces. Go back and wait to die? Seeing his men's puzzled and doubtful looks, Johns rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, if we go back now, we will definitely still fight with Roy's thugs later on. Bullets are not long-eyed. Do you want to be shot by the bandits at the time? You have already seen how fierce the firepower of those bandits is. They're not bandits. They're a regular army. The crowd's hearts chilled as they listened to his words, and the hairs on their backs exploded, and their eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of trepidation. The previous firefight between them and the dead soldiers had already filled them with fearful trepidation over the matter, and that group of madmen who weren't afraid of death were simply not something they could deal with. Let's go. Find a place to drink. Johns took a deep breath and suddenly said, next, I just want to watch the show and see what those stupid losers up there do with Roy. The big trouble. Having said that, Joannes opened the door of a police car and sat straight in it, slamming the door shut before urging one of the officers to, well, get in and drive. Seeing this, the group of police officers under Jones looked at each other for a moment. Then one by one they got into their cars, and with a roar of the engine, the police cars sped away. Upon receiving the order to retreat from the police station, all the police officers in charge of the interception breathed a long sigh of relief. And surprisingly, they had a feeling of survival after the robbery. And without the slightest hesitation, they withdrew as fast as they could. In this way, there was a very weird and funny and absurd scene. Roy's fleet of cars on the main road rampage, while those police cars in front of the frantic fleeing, actually not a police officer dared to come out to stop. It's as if Robbie has scared the entire San Francisco police force into a frenzy. After people around the world saw this situation through the live broadcast, they were all stunned and found it very unbelievable. And for a time, many of the people of the countries that had once been oppressed by the Eagle Sauce country couldn't help but gloat and taunt. Is this the so-called superpower? The regular police force is being whisked away by a gang of unknown bandits? This is too humiliating, isn't it? It also seems that the Eagle Sauce cops are only brave enough to empty their magazines on unarmed people who turn their backs on them, and are helpless against the real toughs, panicking like lost dogs. True to its name, the land where freedom blooms. Freedom is an eye-opener, and it's the first time I've ever seen a policeman being chased by bandits. The god of Luo is awesome. Hurry up and punch punch punch. Take down the Eagle Sauce police station. If you can really bring down the Eagle Jam police station, I'll directly kneel for you. You'll be our hero. Fight. Fight it out. I want to see blood flowing. I want to see the Eagle Sauce country bloom with big sparkling fireworks. Ha ha ha. The world set off mocking voices against the Eagle Jam country, and there were even countless people who were looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing the Eagle Jam country's blood flowing in rivers and big fireworks all over the place. Roy was aware of the reaction of the Eagle Jam police abandoning their block and retreating away from them at fire speed in the first instance. And upon learning of this, not only did he have no intention of stopping, but he accelerated the convoy's progress. This stuff is awesome. Roy drove the Buelas 75710 furiously to crash a big truck that stopped in front of the road, only to feel a little exuberant mood. Experiencing the joy that Jackie Chan used to have, the gas pedal stepped on the bottom of the road wildly, and went straight to the San Francisco police station. The vast convoy soon drove into the bustling San Francisco city center, less than 10 kilometers away from the San Francisco Police Department. Under the drive of 5 Buelas 75,710s and the horrified gazes of countless Eagle Sauce Nation people, the moment Roy's fleet entered San Francisco City, the entire San Francisco Police Department has been like an enemy. A large number of police officers who withdrew back are rapidly setting up a defense line around the police station. All kinds of police armored vehicles can be seen everywhere, and even heavy machine guns can be seen set up. Come on, damn Oriental scalawag. I'm waiting for you to come. Beside the window of the police department's high-level office, Chief Bierce looked at the police below who were setting up the defense line, looked at the machine guns, and the depths of his eyes flickered with madness. I'd like to see what kind of waves this group of rabble, can set off. As long as you dare to come, I will dare to beat you into a sieve. There will be another chapter uploaded later, so I'm asking for monthly votes and support. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Formation of the Deadly Special Operations Battalion. Chapter 24, Formation of the Deadly Special Operations Battalion. The atmosphere inside and outside the San Francisco Police Department looked very tense. All the police officers were busy as if they were on the verge of an attack, and under the personal supervision of Chief Bierce, all of them were nervously deploying their fire defenses for fear of being ill-prepared. Chief, emergency helicopters have been deployed. Senior Constable Jack came to Bilster's side and whispered in his ear, if anything happens, you'll be the first to take the helicopter for a quick and safe evacuation. Bilster's eyes flickered slightly at Jack's words, nodded imperceptibly, and said in a deep voice, you go and check it out again yourself, just to make sure. Though he was manic now and showed great disdain for Roy, whom he regarded as a rabble-rouser, privately he was prepared for the worst. After all, he was genuinely afraid of death. If Roy is really running towards the SFPD and is going to attack the SFPD, then he needs to be the first to evacuate if the PD can't hold it. Yes, Chief, Jack answered, then turned to leave, intending to check the escape routes for Bilster again, lest he try to run when the time came. Bilster watched Jack's departing back out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. I must not let Roy live. Bilster gritted his teeth and made up his mind. As soon as he shows his face, immediately let the snipers lurking in the dark shoot him down. Although Bierce cursed Roy ferociously and showed extreme disdain for Roy in front of everyone, he actually knew very well in his heart that Roy, who was able to make tens of thousands of people attack the prison for him with no lives, was definitely not that easy to deal with, and if he had the chance, he would definitely have to shoot him down. And the man at the top, even if for some reason unknown to him he did not want to shoot Roy for the time being, he would be able to have his own rational explanation after he had shot him down. Bullets are not long for the eyes in a chaotic battle. Under Bierce's personal supervision, a line of fire was constructed outside the San Francisco Police Department, and a large number of police officers stood at their posts as if they were on guard. And at this point, Roy's motorcade had swept into downtown San Francisco. The entire city of San Francisco is now in a state of chaos, with countless three-quarter poets already aware of Roy's exploits and knowing that the tough guy of the century is facing off against the police. Upon seeing Roy's motorcade swagger into downtown San Francisco, countless San Francisco citizens looked on from afar. Many of these people were actually travelers from the east. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The god of Luo is here. God Luo is mighty. Ha ha ha. Finally I get to see the Eagle Sauce Nation's police suffer. Good job, Luo Shun. Damn old me has suffered from the Eagle Jam Country police over here. Today it's finally their turn for bad luck. The wanderers from the ancient East were so excited and thrilled to see Roy hustling into downtown San Francisco that if it weren't for the fact that there were too many Eagle Jam people around them, they probably would have been so happy that they would have cheered right back. The fact that Roy was wrongly accused by the Eagles Nation and ended up in the 7th prison has now been thoroughly publicized, so his actions have been approved by many people who think he did a good job, especially travelers from the ancient East. Normally, they are mixed in a foreign country to make a living, but they are not less subject to all kinds of wronged gas. Being bullied can only tolerate Roy's behavior in their view. It is like helping them out of a mouthful of bad gas. Sure, while the travelers from the ancient East were excited and thrilled, the local natives, on the other hand, looked as if they had died. The devil, this fucking demon is coming. Where are the police? Where are our police? Why don't the police come and arrest him? What did you say? The police are retreating? Scared off by this fucking demon? Piece of shit. The police can't beat him? Then why don't they send in the GIs to suppress him? Isn't that what we taxpayers spend so much money on to feed the police and the GIs for times like these? Countless Eagle Jam countrymen watched Roy's convoy swagger into the city and couldn't help but whisper curses, both at Roy and at their own country's police and GIs. Sure, these ordinary Eagle Jam countrymen, at this time, only dared to hide in the street, far away in the dark to do cursing just. No one dared to go up to stop. After all, those scary bandits are really daring to raid them. 5 Buelas fronted the front and made their way to the aroma of the SFPD road. They encountered quite a few vehicles, but when those vehicles saw the appearance of the Buelas fleet, they were all scared and dodged frantically, fearing that they would be crushed into pieces of iron if they blocked the road. Roy, who had already had his fill, got out of the driver's seat of the Bellis and returned to the snatched Rolls-Royce. Ding! Master, your reputation value has received a huge boost. The accumulation of reputation points has successfully broken through 20,000 points. And the Reputation Mall has opened up the option to purchase special dead soldiers. When your prestige points accumulate to over 100,000, a new purchase option will be opened. Roy, who was sitting comfortably in the Rolls-Royce, suddenly heard the system's beep and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Special dead man? Roy immediately opened the system Prestige Mall, peeled over to the personnel section, tapped on it and began to check it out. Roy can keep buying dead soldiers from the system to summon them for his use through reputation. However, before this, the dead soldiers he could purchase from the system to summon were all normal types with no special skills. But now, the mall had opened up the special dead man purchase option, which was a good thing for him. Opening it up, Roy noticed that under the special personnel section, several sub-options appeared, each representing the abilities possessed by the purchased dead man. Military talent, science and technology talent, business management talent, legal talent, governmental management talent, psychology master. After a cursory scan, so a touch of excitement couldn't help but well up in the depths of his eyes, sighing at the power of the system. What he was going to do next would be earth-shattering and would inevitably require a lot of special talents. Now that he could purchase various powerful special talents directly from the system, it would allow him to ensure that the core personnel under him were absolutely loyal to him. Roy opened the military talent option after a moment's thought. Sweeping through, Roy found that the military talents that could be purchased were categorized into marshal level, general level, division commander level, brigade commander level, regiment commander level, battalion commander level, and battalion commander level, regimental commander grade, battalion commander grade. I go to, taking a look at the price, but the corner of Roy's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Marshal level military talent that requires close to 1 million prestige points? This is too damn expensive. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Skip straight to it. Finally, Roy's eyes were locked on the battalion commander military talent option. After taking a closer look at the introduction of the battalion commander level, Roy's eyes lit up. Spending 10,000 reputation points can purchase battalion commander level military talents that can help me form a special operations battalion in a short period of time? This is so worth it. Now that I have a formed special operations battalion under me, then my strength will skyrocket by a large margin. Without any hesitation, Roy immediately spent 10,000 reputation points to purchase a battalion commander level military talent, and he intended to immediately form a powerful special operations battalion, although he now has nearly 100,000 dead soldiers. But to be honest, these dead soldiers, in addition to not afraid of death, personal combat quality is not high. Say sentence rabble is not too much, but if there were military professionals training them, and then there were large quantities of weaponry, the results would be different. End of chapter. Chapter 25 Villainous Revenge from Morning to Night. Chapter 25 Villainous Revenge from Morning to Night. Congratulations to the owner for successfully purchasing the battalion commander level military dead soldier talent. The dead soldier will arrive at the owner's side within half an hour. Please wait patiently for the owner. After Roy confirmed his purchase, the system's beep sounded in his head. After the arrival of the battalion commander level military talents, I'm going to immediately form a special combat battalion of dead soldiers. Roy's eyes flickered as he calculated in his mind. Only by militarizing the dead soldiers under me can the power I control be maximized. Now that he was making waves in the Eagle Sauce Country, he was bound to cause a fierce reaction from the Eagle Sauce Country, and at the back of the line, there might even be a vast army pressing down on the country. By then, without an organized militarized force under his command, even if he had more dead soldiers, he would still be scattered, and would have a hard time dealing with the well-equipped and well-trained Eagle Jam GIs. But if he militarized the training of the dead soldiers under his command and made the dead soldiers into an army with a formed military force, the result would not be quite the same. Since he possessed such a strong power, he couldn't just simply avenge himself and be done with it. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of this free land, to make them enjoy all the harm they had once brought to the ancient Eastern countries. Not only this land of the free, none of the other countries that had harmed the ancient East were going to be spared by Roy, and he was going to liquidate them one by one in the future. This land of the free should have my voice. Thinking about the next plan, Roy had a smile on his face. Only the smile was a bit grim. A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years late. I'm a villain, and my revenge is going to be from early to late. Roy, sitting inside the Rolls-Royce, has a clear plan for his next plan. First take care of the Eagle Jam country. Then, go and mess with the Sky Locust country, the Thief country and so on. He is going to make a big mess of the world. Sure, these are all afterthoughts. Roy's current priority is to take care of Eagle Jam Nation. His current goal is to take out all the people who have wronged him before he becomes a San Francisco talking head and then climbs the ladder one step at a time. In the end, he would make this land of freedom his voice alone. While Roy was thinking about things, his army of dead soldiers marched through the busy streets of San Francisco, causing countless people to be terrified and gather around as they passed along the way, both sides of the road. From time to time, uniformed Eagle Sauce police officers could be seen staring at Roy's convoy from afar. And these police officers' faces were filled with anxious and terrified looks at this time. Looking at Roy's arrogant and domineering convoy, these police officers could be said to be outraged and could only keep reporting the news upwards. Report, Roy has entered the city. Roy is heading toward the San Francisco Police Department. 8 kilometers to the San Francisco Police Department. 7 kilometers to go. Initial estimate. There are more than 30,000 people on the other side. Inside the San Francisco scene, Bilster receives word after word back from his men that Roy's hordes are rapidly approaching the San Francisco Police Department. Listening to the news one after another, Bilster's face became more and more ugly, and the face of the Eagle Sauce police officer beside him also became more and more seriously tense. The atmosphere of the entire police station at this moment was plunged into an incomparably depressing state. Almost everyone was afraid to speak. Roy was getting closer and closer to them, and the pressure they felt was getting bigger and bigger. With more than 30,000 bandits coming towards the San Francisco Police Department, they'd be damned if they weren't under a lot of pressure. Outside the police station, at this time, there are police officers transferred from all over the world stationed within the defense line. The number of tens of thousands of people. Each police officer is loaded with bullets, as if a great war is about to break out. Inside the police station, in addition to the police, there are many teams of reporters from all over the Eagle Jam country from major media outlets who are broadcasting the news in real time. Hello, I'm Alice, a reporter for the Daily Free Press, and I'm inside the San Francisco Police Department right now, broadcasting live from the scene for our viewers. A blonde white female reporter, standing in front of the camera, said with a grave expression. According to the latest news, the thug Roy is still a few kilometers away from arriving at the San Francisco Police Department. The number of opponents is at least 30,000. San Francisco Police Department under unprecedented pressure. All police officers have been prepared accordingly. As soon as the bandits appear, the police will round up and suppress them. Please reassure all the people of Eagle Sauce Nation that our police have the confidence and ability to suppress all bandits who jeopardize public safety. The female reporter Alice was broadcasting the live situation on the biggest media TV station in the Eagle Sauce country. Millions of people in the Eagle Sauce country were watching the live broadcast, and the viewers were extremely shocked and boiled when they heard what she was broadcasting. Jesus, this damn thug is too arrogant. He dares to lead tens of thousands of people towards the San Francisco Police Department? What does he want to do? Is he going to attack the San Francisco Police Department? Damn, this damn Oriental monkey. Is he trying to stir up our country completely? Where are our big soldiers? Why don't you send big soldiers to suppress them? What the hell were those fucking assholes inside the White House thinking? Why are they letting this band of bandits run amok inside the Sandman room? Is this to put the safety of the country's people at risk? The people of the Eagle Kingdom were furious, frantically denouncing and questioning the relevant authorities in the Eagle Kingdom as to why they did not quickly send in the big guns to exterminate Roy. Unlike the Eagle Sauce country's anger, other countries were more gloating, especially the populace of the ancient Oriental country. Even though it was late at night, there were many people who saw the relevant live broadcast through various channels. 666. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom can't do anything about the god of Luo, can they? How many men does Luotian have? He casually mobilizes tens of thousands of people. He must have more than 100,000 people under his command, right? 100,000 henchmen. This is too scary. With these 100,000 000 people put in ancient times. They could all be kings and rulers. Luo Shun. He's not going to split the land and make a king in the Eagle Jam country, is he? Asterisk 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 asterisk. If that's the case, then God Luo is truly pugnacious. Looking forward to that day. The world island has been the inherent territory of the ancient eastern countries since ancient times. Ha ha. The people within the ancient eastern country, watching the fun, were excited after watching Alice's live broadcast, and were looking forward to Roy's next big move. With the eyes of the world watching, Roy's hordes encountered almost no obstacles and headed straight for the Sanban City police station. A few kilometers is less than half an hour for Team Roy. Rumble. Under the public's attention, 5 Buelas led the way, followed by a vast convoy of vehicles with no visible tail, rapidly approaching the Sanfan City police station. At this point, the 3 parties were outside the scene. Tens of thousands of policemen were on the lookout, and a black policeman was the first to see Bellis, who was the first to appear. Coming! They're coming! The demons are coming towards us to kill us! The moment he saw Bellis, the black cop's pupils contracted violently and he immediately yelled, "Everyone get ready to fight!" End of chapter. Chapter 26 Top Sniper locks down Roy. Chapter 26 Top Sniper locks down Roy. The moment Bellis appeared in the eyes of the Eagle Jam police, a sharp alarm sounded throughout the San Francisco police station. A sharp, piercing siren shook everyone's spirits. Almost all the police officers, all turned on their gun safeties at the same time. Pressurized rounds are loaded. The gun was raised and pointed in the direction of Roy's convoy, ready to fire. Inside the police station, the moment Bilster heard the siren, he suddenly got up from his office chair and took a big step toward the window. His office was on the highest floor, with a very open view, allowing him to see everything around him at first glance. Hiss! Glancing out of the window, Dilsey couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, his eyes flashing with horror. Just see! An automobile appeared around the San Francisco Police Department and surrounded the station in 3 layers. After these cars were parked, a large number of people got out of them, and almost in the twinkling of an eye, tens of thousands of people appeared. Bilster noticed that every man who got out of the car had a gun in his hand, either a pistol or an automatic rifle. Even more outrageous is, someone had a brightly lit single-shot bazooka over their shoulder, and that bazooka seems to be pointing in his direction. It seems to be ready to fire. Shit! Bilster's cold hairs exploded. The bright single-shot rocket launcher made him feel the threat of death, and subconsciously took several steps back, cursing, "How did these damn thugs get this kind of weapon in their hands? Who supplied them with weapons? Let me know which damn arms dealer dared to supply him with such weapons, and I'll skin him." It would be fine if the bandits had automatic rifles in their hands. After all, this was the land of the free legally armed. But for the other side to have such a contraption as a single-shot bazooka in their hands was a bit much. He couldn't figure out where in the world Roy's men got such a big killer. If a few dozen rounds were fired at the police station, it wouldn't bring down the San Francisco Police Department building. "Chief, what now?" Senior Constable Jack's face was a little white at this time, and his voice was a little trembling as he asked de Beerst, "Should we give the order to surround them immediately? They have already entered our predefined encirclement." Hearing this, Bilst shook his head with a grimace. "There's no hurry first. It's still unclear what kind of firepower configuration the other side has, and acting rashly could potentially lead to a situation that we can't control. Can't you see that some of the other party's personnel are carrying bazookas?" He's a little creeped out now. The configuration of firepower under Roy's men was beyond his imagination. The police present listened to Beerst's words. All fell into silence. One felt a huge pressure, actually a little at a loss for words. Previously, the police, that is formidable. Any bandits see them have to run. Where has this police station surrounded by bandits appeared? So much for being surrounded. Surprisingly, they were still a little afraid to make a move after being surrounded. This is outrageous. First try to communicate with the other party. Although extremely reluctant in his heart, Bilst thought of the things explained by his superiors, and could only grit his teeth and commanded, "We first need to figure out where the other party's bottom line is, and what the action claims are and what is it." Although the police's firepower configuration currently appeared to be much better than the other side's, Bilst also shuddered to think of the horrendous cost of casualties to the entire San Francisco police force if a large-scale battle broke out between the two sides immediately. Therefore, in this situation, he could only choose to accept reality through gritted teeth, intending to contact Roy first and figure out what Roy really wanted. Yes, Senior Constable Jack nodded and instantly turned to make the arrangements, and soon a drone was flying out of the police station towards Roy's convoy. Viewers, the police have sent out a drone, intending to first talk to the bandit leader and figure out the other party's demands. Alice watched the drone fly over her head, and immediately said to the countless viewers tuning into the program, "For now, The police hope to resolve the conflict peacefully and avoid a large number of casualty situations. Let's all come together and pray that the police will be able to resolve this massive crisis of violent conflict in a peaceful and successful manner. Now, let's get our cameras and also follow our drones. Follow the police drones together to the scene to get first-hand information. One of the TV station's drones also took off immediately, following the drone released by the San Francisco Police Department in the direction of Roy's convoy. Soon, the drone then flew over the head of the convoy. As soon as the drone appeared, it was immediately locked by the eyes of the dead soldiers below, and one by one, their black holes of guns were aimed at the drone at the first time, ready to open fire and shoot it down at any time. Rear. The people in the police department watched as countless guns were aimed at the drones, and each one of them felt a little numb, as if the guns were aimed at them. Mr. Roy, this is the San Francisco Police Department. We are requesting to communicate with you. Jack turned on the microphone and shouted to Roy through the external audio on the drone. Mr. Roy, the police would like to have a peaceful communication and we will try to resolve the problem you are experiencing. Please Mr. Roy, you should calm down for a moment. Rolls-Royce. Roy heard the drone overhead. Listening to the drone's shouts, Roy skimmed his lips and laughed coldly in his heart. Peaceful communication? What a joke! Since the moment of his wrongful imprisonment, there is no option for him to communicate peacefully, and no one can stop him. Roy a wink. A dead soldier sitting on the passenger seat immediately got out of the car nimbly, walked to the side of the car, and opened the door of the Rolls-Royce. Boss, please get out of the car. Roy's face was like a flat lake as he lifted his feet and got out of the car. The moment Roy got out of the car, countless gazes instantly focused on him, and at the same time, countless guns were immediately aimed at him in the direction of the police station, and among them, there were even anti-material sniper rifles locked onto him. However, in the face of this, Roy got out of the car as if he was oblivious, and appeared in public view. How dare he get out of the car? Is this man crazy? Does he know how many guns are pointed at him right now? Is he really not afraid of death? Shoot! Why don't you shoot when you have such a good chance? Wouldn't everything be over if you just shot him and killed him in one shot? You guys think too much. I'm looking at Roy. Is just a person who has been pushed to the surface. There are definitely more terrifying existences hidden behind him. The reason why the police didn't shoot him down must be because of that. I think it makes sense. This Roy is nothing more than an oriental yellow-skinned monkey. And he was a mediocre foreign student before he was imprisoned. How could he suddenly have so much power? Someone must be behind him. We must catch the black hand behind the scenes. Only by catching the black hand behind the scenes can we completely calm this horrible storm. Countless people in the Eagle Land who are watching the live broadcast, boiling discussion. Some people are shocked at Roy's audacity. Some people clamor for the police to shoot Roy, but also bubbled up the voice that Roy is just a scapegoat pushed into the open. All sorts of rhetoric is rampant. What a hoot! Inside the police station, Jack, who turned off the microphone, suddenly said to Bierst at his side, Chief, our sniper elite report has pinpointed Roy. And there are 10 elite snipers locked on him. Now as long as the shot is fired, there is more than 99% certainty that he will be killed instantly. Should we shoot to snipe him in one shot? End of chapter. Chapter 27, Goodwill? I need your kindness? Chapter 27, Goodwill? I need your kindness? Ordering a hit on Roy now? Bilster's heart moved hard when he heard his men's words, but he quickly shook his head and rejected the tempting decision, gritting his teeth. No, the orders from the higher-ups are to negotiate with him first. The people at the top suspect that there is a deeper hidden mastermind behind Roy, and this mastermind is the most terrifying existence. We have to find out who's behind this, not taking out the man behind the curtain and only taking out Roy, who has been pushed to the forefront, could lead to even more horrific consequences we can't afford. Jack, you should understand what it would do to me if, because I ordered Roy's death, I completely enraged the man behind him and triggered even more horrific consequences. He didn't want to be a backstabber. So what now? Jack nodded, very understanding of Bilster's feelings, and asked in a low voice, Roy's coming on strong now, with tens of thousands of his men practically blocking the San Francisco Police Department. If we can't get this thing worked out perfectly, then we're going to be the joke of the world. Negotiate first. Bilster took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, find out what he's up to. Figure out his bottom line. By the way, is our expert's character analysis of Roy done? Mr. Director. The psychologists have conducted a very detailed and in-depth psychological study of Roy based on all currently known information, Jack said, handing a copy of the information to Bilster. Look at it, sir. Receiving the information, Bierst flipped through it quickly, looking at his eyebrows deeply wrinkled, a face of puzzlement. What's going on? According to the analysis of this report, Roy's character should be relatively weak and timid. Do you see now that he looks like timid and afraid? Jack was momentarily speechless and laughed bitterly. Sir, this is the result of the analysis based on the previous information. As for why the current Roy has become so terrifying, I think it's because he's been stimulated by something, isn't it? However, this kind of performance of his also sideways confirms your statement, Mr. Bureau. The probability is that behind this Roy is hiding a more terrifying mastermind behind the scenes. Indeed. Bilster nodded and said with a cold snort, but I don't care if there's someone else behind him. When this is over, I'm going to make him pay. Get ready. I want to talk to Roy. Negotiate with him first. In the San Francisco Police Department, Bilster was allowed to be a man of his word, and once he had decided that he wanted to negotiate with Roy, everyone began to prepare for the event. Taking a deep breath, Bilster signaled the police officer manning the drone. Turn on the microphone. I want to talk to Roy. Yes, Mr. Director. The policeman numbly turned on the microphone. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes all over the world were staring at Roy's every move. Everyone wanted to know how the events would unfold next, and at the same time, they were also curious if there was an even more terrifying behind-the-scenes big boss behind Roy. Roy, who was under the attention of millions of people, was acting very calm and relaxed at this moment. Even though he was being pointed at by countless black holes of guns, he still acted like nothing was wrong. Looking up at the drones in the sky, Roy's eyes flashed dangerously as he suddenly reached out and took an AK rifle from a dead soldier off to the side. Ka-chow. Bolt pulled. AK rifle cocked. Roy lifted the gun and pointed it at the drone in the sky and was ready to pull the trigger and fire. But just then Bilster's voice snapped. Roy! Bierst shouted to Roy through the drone. This is San Francisco Police Chief Bierst. I've spoken to you before. Now, on behalf of Eagle Sauce, I want to communicate and negotiate with you. First of all, let's state that Eagle Sauce Country is a peace-loving country, where our laws are sacred and majestic. Everyone is equal, and we don't want large-scale bloodshed labor. Perhaps, you suffered an injustice before, but, now, as long as you are willing to let things settle down, we are willing to do you justice and clear your name. Although Bilster hated Roy with a passion, at this point he had to suppress his anger and make his tone sound softer for fear of angering the latter. Ha ha! As soon as Roy heard Bilster's words, he couldn't help but laugh. His laughter filled with sarcasm. The law is sacred and majestic? You guys love peace? Like I heard a joke that wasn't funny. Do me justice? Joke. Do you think I need you hypocrites to do me justice now? Do you deserve to do me justice? And, negotiation? Trying to negotiate with me and you hide behind it like a dog? Aren't you being a little too disrespectful to me with this type of negotiation? If you want to negotiate, don't you have to show some sincerity? Want to negotiate? Then get your ass out here. Get your ass in front of me before you say anything about negotiations. Or else no deal. Facing the San Francisco City Commissioner Bierst, Roy did not give the slightest face and opened his mouth to give a scolding. And this kind of flamboyant and arrogant attitude instantly made countless people dumbfounded. Damn yellow monkey. How dare he be so rude to the Eagle Jam police? Worthy of being a wild monkey from a savage land. No manners at all. What's there to talk to him about? With so many police guns pointed at him now, wouldn't it be better to just shoot him dead? Disgrace. To be verbally abused by a gangster in front of the whole world. Bilster, you have truly disgraced the Eagle Sauce police. You don't deserve to be chief. Go back to raising pigs. Well done. Roshan is awesome. 2 steal. Ha ha ha. You guys see how bad those Eagle Sauce cops look? Laughing my ass off. Luoshan alone forced the entire Eagle Sauce country's police to be helpless and had to choose to negotiate. It's really powerful to the heavens. The Eagle Jam country has kicked the bucket this time. There's one thing to be said for the Eagle Jam police hiding behind like a dog and talking to Luoshan. It's really a bit humiliating. The people of Eagle Jam, who were watching the live broadcast, were irritated by Roy's behavior, and could not help but hurl a torrent of curses at Roy. And of course there were quite a number of people cursing the police officers of Bilster, feeling that they had disgraced the Eagle Jam. Sure, many of the people from the ancient eastern countries felt in a happy mood as they watched the Eagle Jam country's police officers being embarrassed and disgraced in front of Roy, and they were all praising Roy. Inside the police station, Bierst listened to Roy's words and became so angry that the muscles on his face twitched, the veins on his forehead jumped, as if he was going to have a brain hemorrhage at any moment. Roy, gritting his teeth fiercely, Bierst stared dead at Roy's face in the screen, gritting his teeth and spitting out words word by word. I am releasing my goodwill towards you. Please don't show such great malice towards us. Not only will this not resolve things peacefully, it will instead make things even more severe. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Do Not Come Down. Right? The police station to give you flat, believe it or not? Chapter 28, Do Not Come Down. Right? The police station to give you flat, believe it or not? Bilster, in front of the whole world, wants to persuade Roy to negotiate with him to resolve the current conflict in a peaceful way. However, Roy was dismissive of this. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the drone's camera with a sneer. Sneering, since the moment you put me in jail for wrongdoing, there has been no absolute peace to speak of in my options, and all those involved in the wrongdoing of me will have to die. You haven't forgotten about calling me a yellow monkey before, have you? Listen up. I'll give you 10 minutes to get your ass in front of me right now, and I'll let you die with honor. Otherwise, I'll bulldoze the SFPD to get you. Hang you from the statue of the goddess. Boom. With these words, it was like a thunderbolt falling on the heads of countless people, leaving them dumbfounded and numb. Crazy. You really are crazy. How dare you threaten me? Bilster's pupils dilated violently and he couldn't help but growl. I'm the police chief of Eagle Jam. It's the person who represents the Eagle Sauce Police. You're making an enemy of the entire Eagle Sauce Nation's police force. So what? Roy snorted lightly in disdain as he listened to Bilster's rant and turned to take a cell phone from one of the dead soldiers at his side. After a bit of maneuvering, Roy opened the countdown screen and then pointed his phone screen at the drone's camera. Watch this. I've started the countdown. Roy narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly, his tone becoming murderous. When the countdown reaches 0 and you're not in front of me, then I'm going to move the San Francisco Police Department to the ground. Having said that, Roy immediately gave the order to the dead soldier piloting the Buelas 75710, and with a rumbling engine roar and growl, the Buelas 75710 started up, in a stance of charging towards the San Bernardino City Police Department building at any time. His words and actions instantly made countless people's scalps go numb. God, how could there be such a crazy person? Alice, the reporter on the scene, looked at Roy's ice-cold demeanor and felt nothing but chills as she listened to his threatening words to Bilster. What kind of idiot framed this horrible madman? At this moment, countless people, like Alice's, wondered who had framed Roy, a terrible fellow, to plunge the Eagle Jam country into such terrible chaos. San Francisco, inside the rich man's district, with a huge estate, inside a huge and luxurious European-style building in the manor, a group of young and beautiful women of all colors were accompanying the music, surrounding a young man, twisting their waist and limbs madly, indulging in wanton indulgence. The young man was topless, wearing nothing but a pair of red boxers, a red wine in one hand and an arm around the waist of a blonde with a smile on his face. The young man was none other than Locks. Since Roy had been sent to prison, he had returned to his San Francisco estate, gotten a large number of young women, and kicked off a silver party to celebrate. At this point, Rox was in a wonderful mood. But soon, his wonderful mood vanished. Only a middle-aged man in a tuxedo walked in with a hurried appearance. As soon as the middle-aged man entered the hall, he immediately waved his hand at the wonderful women present. All get out. Immediately. When the group of wonderful women saw this, they didn't leave at the first opportunity, but instead, they looked towards Rox, who was lying in the blonde's arms. Beth, didn't I tell you to leave me alone? What's wrong with you? Locust frowned and glanced at the middle-aged man in dissatisfaction, a touch of sinister light flashing in his eyes. Don't you know that I hate it when people disturb me when I'm enjoying myself? Don't want to do it, do you? Young master, something big has happened, the middle-aged white bass said in a rush. Roy, why are you still mentioning that yellow-skinned monkey? Locust frowned and snorted coldly. How dare you disturb my sexual interest because of a yellow-skinned monkey destined to die in prison? Get out! The corner of Baker's mouth twitched slightly, although he was speechless in his heart, but thinking of the seriousness of the matter, he still hardened his heart and said in a hurry, Young master, Roy is out of prison. He made a big commotion. That scalawag is out of jail? Locust froze for a moment, then a look of annoyance appeared on his face. What's going on? How could he possibly get out of jail? Without my permission. Who would dare to let him out? He broke out of jail. Bess took out a tablet and opened it, handing it to Locust. Look, young master. This is a live broadcast from the federal TV station. Roy is leading tens of thousands of people to confront the SFD. The whole world is now watching this matter. What? Rox instantly sat up and hastily took the tablet. Then he saw Roy, who was holding an AK, appearing in the tablet screen, which made him unable to stop himself from exclaiming, How did he really come out? Young master, not only did he come out, but he also stirred up the whole San Francisco. Now the whole San Francisco police can't do anything about him. The police station is surrounded by him. He is forcing the San Francisco police chief Bierce to meet him. Bess looked at Lox's incredulous look, said in an anxious tone. He also said that he wants to kill all the people who made him wrongfully imprisoned. This includes you. Young master, you must be prepared. It is best to leave San Francisco at once. That Roy is crazy. I think there's a real chance he'll do what he says he's going to do. You're probably in danger if you don't leave San Francisco now. Listening to Bess's persuasion, Lox's face changed for a while. There was both shock and anger in his eyes. How could he not have imagined that an Oriental student who had never been put in his eyes and had been made a scapegoat for him by him easily playing a little tactic would have such a horrible energy? Get my private jet ready immediately. After changing his expression for a while, Locust immediately stood up. I'm going to leave San Francisco and head to Gotham City. When I get to Gotham City, I'll find a way to clean him up. He's a pervert though, but it's just as life-affirming. Unwilling to face any danger that feels unmanageable, Roy, as he was now, gave him a sense of danger that he couldn't control, so his first thought was to stay away, and then think of a way to deal with Roy when he had hidden somewhere safe. Okay, young master, I will go to prepare. Bess was relieved to see that Rox listened to the advice, and quickly turned around and went to make arrangements. Fucking scalawags. Locust looked at Roy in the live screen of the federal TV station, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Although you surprised me, but in this free land, you, a foreign student from an ancient Oriental country, even if your skills are greater, you are only worthy of letting me play in the palm of my hand, outside the San Francisco Police Department. At this point, the atmosphere of the scene was extremely depressing and tense. As time passed by the minute, everyone's mood was tense to the extreme. The police officers blocking the defense line of the tunnels were sweating profusely at this time, as if they were looking at the devil looking at Roy in the distance. 5 minutes to go. Facing the gazes of those police officers, Roy was expressionless, but a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the drone's camera. In 5 minutes, if you don't show up in front of my eyes, Bilster, the men under my command will immediately launch a charge. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Brothers have a monthly ticket to vote. The small author continues to code words. End of chapter. Chapter 29, you've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Chapter 29, you've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Roy, in front of countless people, issued a final warning ultimatum to the police chief of Eagle Jam, that if Bilster didn't show up in front of him in 5 minutes, he wouldn't hesitate to order an attack that would yank the San Francisco Police Department. He's not really going to attack the San Francisco Police Department, is he? Oh my god. This lunatic, Alice, the female reporter, looked at Roy's icy expression and said those words full of threatening flavors, and only felt her scalp tingle with horror. If he attacks, will we be affected as well? Those crazy people should not attack indiscriminately, right? We are just people from the TV station. Alice's words caused her companions to have nervous and scared looks on their faces, and had the urge to immediately withdraw and run away. The viewers who were watching the live stream were equally shocked, but more than that, they were furious after hearing Roy's threat, especially those in the Eagle Jam country. This damn Oriental monkey, how dare he be so insanely arrogant? Who gave him the backbone? Do you really think that the ragtag group of people under his hand can shake the police department of the Eagle Jam country? Fire away. Fucking punk-ass cops, you guys open fire. Why are you letting these explosions be so arrogant? Just fire directly and eliminate them all, won't you? Shame. What a disgrace. It's such a shame that the chief of the Sanban City Police Department was threatened by a young man from the east in front of the whole world, yet he didn't dare to make any counterattacks. Damn it. Letting this damn Oriental monkey load up. I really can't wait to get a gun and mutilate him. It's so hateful. Countless people in Eagle Landing were cursing the San Francisco police officers for being losers, but more still, they were cursing Roy and hating to get Roy killed. At this point, the one who wanted to get Roy killed the most was actually still Bilster, who was in the building, and Roy's words infuriated him so much that his face blackened into a pot and he gritted his teeth. Mr. Director, there's still 4.5 minutes to go. Jack looked at Bilster's gritted teeth and furious look, and whispered a reminder. Are you now, are going to go down? This Roy doesn't seem to be joking. If we don't go down now, there's a real possibility that he'll storm the police station. Shut up, Birst, who was furious, couldn't help but turn around and glare at Jack as soon as he heard his words, and cursed, why don't you go down there? Or, I'll make you the director now. You go and confront him to negotiate? I'm not going. It might be cool to go. Jack scrunched his neck, not daring to pick up Bilster's words for fear that he would be pushed out as a scapegoat, and the small salary he was getting wasn't worth fighting for his life. Just then, Bilster's personal phone rang. Suddenly hearing the phone ringing, Bilster was startled, and hastily took out his cell phone to see that it was a call from someone from above, and then his face changed. Gritting his teeth, he could only answer the phone stiffly. Sir, go down. As soon as Bilster opened his mouth, a grim voice came from the other end of the phone. I order you to meet Roy immediately as the chief of the San Francisco Police Department and communicate and negotiate with him. Bilster's pupils spread violently, opened his mouth, subconsciously wanting to refuse, but the person on the other end of the phone clearly didn't give him the chance to refuse. Sneered, don't forget, How did you get into the position of San Francisco police chief? Now that you are needed to contribute, you are not qualified to refuse. Immediately. Now. Go. Do. With a beeping busy signal, the person on the other end of the line hung up. Bilster's entire body froze in place as he listened to the busy tone in his earpiece, and his face changed color for a moment, only to feel a slight chill run through his body. Tell the truth. He was really reluctant to face Roy. In his opinion, Roy was an unabashed madman who dared to do anything. Going to see him on his own certainly wouldn't do any good. But, now he has no choice. Get my body armor. Bilster took a deep breath and gritted his teeth before his eyes reddened a bit as he snarled at Jack. 2. Get me 2 of the best bulletproof vests. Bulletproof helmets too. Yes. Jack moved immediately. 2 minutes later, Bilster was psychologically prepared in 2 thick layers of body armor and a sturdy bulletproof helmet. And just then, 30-second countdown begins. Roy's voice suddenly rang out in the office. After the 30-second countdown is over, I will begin the assault on the SFDs. 30, 29, 28. Brush up. As soon as the crowd heard Roy's voice, their faces changed wildly, and his countdown sounded in their ears as if it was like the deathly voice of the god of death. I'll be right down. Bilster snapped with a yell. Don't you attack. I'll be right down. Having said that, Bilster turned and ran wildly, and a large group of policemen rushed to keep up with him, rushing quickly out of the office and down the stairs as fast as they could. At this point, Roy, who was in the limelight, was counting down the minutes without slowing down. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Start the offense. The moment the countdown ended, Roy didn't hesitate for a second and waved his hand to the driver of the Buela 75710. Sharing, fuck the police station building down for me. Rumble. As soon as Roy's order was given, the 5 Buelas 75,710s burst into a rumbling roar and rumbled forward in the direction of the police station, like steel beasts out of their cages. Oh my god, he's starting to attack. Damn. Bilster the damned dog. Why is he moving so slow? Crazy. Why is he ordering an attack when Bilster is coming out? Does he have no idea of negotiating at all? Watching the 5 Buelas 75,710 start up immediately after Roy's order and head in the direction of the police station building, countless people who were watching the live broadcast exclaimed loudly in fear and shock. Alert! Stop them! Fire! Fire at once! Can't let them come through! Eagle Sauce police on the scene, at this time all scared crazy, looking at the approaching behemoth. One by one shouted, exclaimed, stop! Bilster, who had just come down from the upper floors on a wild goose chase, was scared out of his wits when he learned that Roy had ordered the attack, and roared and growled loudly. Stop it! I've come down! You stop it! The sound of Bilster's snarling fury traveled through the device to the drone and then resounded above Roy's head and into Roy's ears. Roy's eyebrow twitched as he heard Bilster's growl coming from the drone, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Coming down now? It's already late. Roy narrowed his eyes and let out a sneer. You're given the chance and you don't take it, so don't blame me. Keep moving and tear down the police station building first. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Charge. Capture Roy alive. A great career is at hand. Chapter 30, Charge. Capture Roy alive. Building a career is just around the corner. Rumble. Hundreds of tons of heavy Buelas 75710 rumbled and roared, with an unrelenting momentum, rumbling towards the direction of the San Francisco Police Department building, and wherever it passed, the various roadblocks set up by the police were all crushed into pieces. Fire! Fire! Stop them from getting closer! Fire at the driver! Shoot the driver! The police officers on defense, looking at the rumbling Bella 75710, were scared out of their wits and did not hesitate to pull the triggers of the guns in their hands and open fire on the Bella 75710. Bang! 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 Da. All kinds of guns frantically opened fire and poured out firepower, and instantly the scene was boiling, and countless bullets flew out from the muzzles of the guns and flew toward the Bella 75710. Ding 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 ding. A round of bullets struck the body of the Buelas 75710, but these bullets were just like scratching an itch for this behemoth, unable to break the defense or stop the behemoth from advancing. Seeing the approaching Bella 75710, the police officers who were firing were in complete disarray. Facing this behemoth, they instinctively generated strong fear. Family cars in front of this behemoth are like children's toys, easily crushed into pieces. If they are crushed a little, certainly directly into meat paste, is really going to die. There's not a single one of these cops who isn't afraid to die. Hence, messed up. The police defense was instantly in disarray. Retreat. Spread out to the sides. Hurry. Spread out quickly. Where are the armored cars? Where are our armored cars? Armored cars fire. Terrified and panic-stricken police officers, like mad, fled from the original line of defense, without any confidence in the idea of holding the line of defense, while running and yelling, and some people call the police armored vehicles to use heavy firepower to open fire. In order to deal with Roy, the San Francisco Police Department has mobilized all sorts of forces, even the police armored cars, which are equipped with heavy machine guns, have been mobilized. Fire! Open fire now! Stop that damn mine train! We can't let it storm the police building. A white policeman manning a heavy machine gun in a police armored car was the first to receive the order to open fire and snipe the Bellis 75710. Bitch! When the white policeman heard the order, a scowl appeared on his face, his eyes glowing a little red, and without hesitation he pulled the trigger, roaring and growling loudly, "Die for me! Da 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 da!" The muzzles of the heavy machine guns spewed flames, and a large number of bullets, like a torrent of metal, were fired in the direction of the cab of one of the Buella's 75,710s. Bang! 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 The bullets from the heavy machine gun were extremely appalling, and when the glass of the cab was hit, it instantly shattered all over the place, and a large number of bullets flew into the cab. The dead soldier driving the Buella's 75710 was instantly smashed after being hit by the machine gun bullets, but the moment he was hit, his foot was dead on the gas pedal, and even though the others were dead, the Buella's 75710 still had the gas pedal pulling out of the way and rumbled forward. But the direction ran off. Boom! The out-of-control Bellis 75710, rumbling and crushing forward, finally crashed head-on into the wing of the police station building. The wall was instantly smashed like paper mache, and the huge Bellis zipped into the building like nobody's business. The entire police station building trembled as it suffered a huge impact, shaking many people in the police station building into screaming and trepidation. Fortunately, the Buella's 75710 did not hit the load-bearing structure of the police station building. Plus the quality of the police station building was extremely strong, so although it crashed through, it did not cause any fatal injuries to the police station building and did not appear to be about to collapse. No! Birst, who had just come downstairs, shrieked in terror and cold sweat as he listened to the intense gunfire and the rumbling and roaring engines, and watched the behemoth that was continuing to come in a frenzy slamming right into the police station building. Crazy! What a lunatic! Taken aback, Bilster growled and raged. "I've come down. Why did you even order the attack? You desperate, crazy demon." He couldn't imagine that Roy would be so rigid. He had promised to come down, and as a result, the other party hesitantly attacked even after the countdown had ended. It's too late. It's too soon. It all happened in a flash. When the first Buellas hit the police building, the other four Buellas were suffering from the police department's armored car fire poured. In the horror of the heavy firepower shot of Buella's 75710 instantly suffered heavy damage. 3 of them were hit by the engine. The engine directly dead. Cannot move. The dead driver of the last Bellis 75710 was killed violently on the spot after a burst of heavy machine gun fire, and the vehicle lost control and crashed into a house on the side of the road, knocking it right through the house and finally coming to a stop. The scene was chaotic for a while. The scene was made available to countless people via live streaming. Countless Eagle Jam people cheered and were excited as they watched Roy's Bellis being destroyed. Stopped it. It worked. We destroyed those big guys. Great. We're saved. Roy's attack is blocked. The police building is saved. Damn. He's out of offensive big kills. Hurry up and charge to take him down. Hurry up and attack. What are you waiting for? The excited Eagle Jam people have urged the Eagle Jam police to strike immediately and take Roy down in one fell swoop while he doesn't have a big guy. The biggest threat to the police, in the eyes of many, was the big scary guys under Roy, and now that the big guy has been taken out, then he's not as much of a threat, and an immediate siege can be launched to catch him, or even just take him out. Mr. Director, now is a good time. Jack, who had run down after Bilster, looking at the destruction of Roy's Buellas, exclaimed excitedly to the former, "Now at your command our police can take Roy down, those rabble under him are no match for us to protect him." As soon as Birst heard Jack's words, the light in his eyes flickered for a while, then he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Everyone listen to the order, launch an attack at once, and capture Roy alive for me. Who can catch Roy? Credit where credit is due." As soon as Bilster gave the order, all the startled police officers instantly came back to their senses and immediately began to move, with teams of police officers forming tactical squads and pressing closer in Roy's direction. However, while the police were just starting to move, Birst suddenly heard a terrified yell, "Watch out! They've got bazookas! There's artillery! Their artillery is pointed in our direction." End of chapter. Chapter 31, come on! Come and charge if you dare! Don't be afraid! Chapter 31, come on. Come and charge if you dare. Don't be afraid. Bilster was going to be furious. He had complied with Roy's wishes and obediently came down from the upper floors. But it turned out that Roy had no martial virtues and ordered an attack before he could get downstairs. The police station building was all smashed out of the big hole by the dead soldiers under Roy's command with a big truck. And if it wasn't lucky that it didn't hit the load-bearing wall, it was estimated that the whole police station building would have collapsed. Being infuriated, he couldn't care less and directly ordered his police officers to make a move to finish Roy off. But just as his order was given, his men gave him a feedback that made him feel like a bolt from the blue. How is that possible? He has artillery? Are you kidding me? Bilster looked incredulous and screamed. Cannons aren't just ordinary guns, able to be purchased through all sorts of legal channels. Where did he get artillery? And a bazooka? He couldn't believe that Roy still had a weapon of mass destruction like artillery under his command. The scariest part is listening to the henchman. Roy's artillery has been aimed at the police station, and may open fire at any time, which is a bit scary. Then Roy letting the dead soldiers open abuelas brazenly storming the police station building. Go check it out. After Bilst's face changed for a while, he forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly lifted his feet and rushed towards the front, quickly arriving at an observation point. Hiss. Standing in the observation point, Birst looked at the distant scene and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel a chill going from the soles of his feet to the sky, and his entire body couldn't help but shudder. Artillery. Still an artillery position. At the very least, there were 20 or more heavy howitzers with their muzzles pointed in his direction. The blackened muzzles of the cannons, even from a distance, made Birst feel a shiver down his spine when he looked at them. Not only that, he also saw dozens of burly men carrying single-shot rocket-propelled grenade launchers, standing in bright rows less than 100 meters away from the police line. Gulp. Jack, who was beside Birst, gulped, his voice trembling a little, and said to Birst, Mr. Director, they really have artillery. There are bazookas, and there are a lot of them. What does this want to do? Jack was scared out of his mind at the moment. Sure, the Bilsteins were also a bit dumbfounded, or rather, the people present, or those who were watching the live broadcast, were all dumbfounded. God, what do I see? Roy actually pulled out an artillery position? There's 25 artillery pieces here here, and dozens of guys carrying single-shot bazookas. Alice, the female reporter of the federal TV station, at this time, her face was a burst of white, and even felt that her feet were a little soft, and said in a trembling voice to the camera, a group of bandits. How can there be such a horrible configuration of firepower? Now you tell me. This gang of bandits. Wait to pull out trick or treating. I think it is possible. The audience in the live broadcast room, looking at the images of the artillery positions captured by the TV station and listening to Alice's trembling voice, fell into silence for a while. A dead silence. A few moments later, the audience in the live broadcast room finally came back from their shock. Madness. This world is crazy. Where is this banditry? This is the regular troops of some country disguised as bandits, isn't it? Has this land of freedom been invaded? Where are the GIs? Where are our GIs? Our country has been invaded. Why haven't the damn GIs shown up yet? Why haven't they come to the siege? Chaos. This world is in complete chaos. The Eagle Jam country. I'm afraid that it's going to suffer a great change that hasn't been seen in 100 years. God, what's wrong with this country? The devil. This Roy is the devil. Pray to God for the devil. The people of the Eagle Jam country, looking at the artillery unit Roy came up with, all of them were shocked and numb and scared, and they called on the big soldiers of the Eagle Jam country to hurry up and move out and suppress Roy with fire and speed. And at this point, great job. Way to go, Roy. Ha ha ha. Damn Eagle sauce. You guys have your day. You've been terrorizing the world and bullying the weak and small countries all day long. And now you've done too much evil and you've been punished. Haven't you? Now you've been punished for too much evil, right? Finally. There's someone tough to punish you, right? Mess it up. I hope the Eagle land turns upside down. Ha 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 ha. The god of Luo is mighty. Fire. Hurry up and fire. I want to see the cannon fire. People from other watching countries, looking at the artillery unit Roy got out, are gloating. All kinds of mockery. Really is the Eagle sauce is in trouble. 8 parties praise. 1 million people are watching. Roy stood behind the artillery position, looking far away in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department. His face was ice cold as he looked up at the drones in the sky that were still staring at him. A sneer blossomed in his eyes, and he spoke in a playful tone. Come on, keep charging. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Come over and catch me. Have the ability to shoot me. I'd like to see if you have the guts. Roy's words fell into the ears of countless people, and listening to his words, the people of the Eagle Sauce Nation gnashed their teeth in anger. while the people who were watching the melon-eating lezzies continued to gloat. Inside the police station, Bilster listened to Roy's words and was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. His face swelled into a pig's liver color, and his fists were about to be crushed. Really pissed off. But, again, there's really nothing to be done. In the face of a ruthless man like Roy, in the face of that black hole of the gun, a round of shoulder-fired rocket-propelled grenade launcher, they are really afraid. If Roy gave the order and all the artillery opened fire, it could instantly move the entire San Francisco Police Department to the ground, and all of them would have to die. Just when Bilster was dizzy with anger, he received another call from his superiors, and after answering the call, a strong, sad, helpless look appeared in his eyes. Got it. Bilster answered in agony, then hung up the phone, took a deep breath before bringing over a megaphone and speaking loudly in Roy's direction. Roy, I'm Bilster. Bilster, scowling, shouted at Roy, please don't be impulsive. Don't order the guns to fire. I'll go over now and we'll have a good talk. Please be assured that I will disarm and not bring any weapons over there. Hearing Bilster's voice, Roy raised an eyebrow, the light in his eyes flickering slightly as he lifted his feet and walked over to the artillery position, peering towards Bilster from a distance. For a moment, four eyes met. Roy's eyes were calm with a hint of sarcasm. For his part, a burst's eyes were red, and there was a strong color of shame and helplessness and disgrace in his eyes. Roll over. Roy glanced at him before lifting his hand and beckoning to him. As soon as Birst heard Roy's words, his heart could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was worried that Roy ignored him and was not willing to communicate with him. Well, Roy seemed willing to communicate with him. Disarming the equipment on his body at the speed of fire, Bilster lifted his feet and was about to walk towards Roy, but just as he lifted his feet, Roy's voice came out of nowhere. Are you deaf? I told you to roll over, not walk over. Roy's tone was filled with coldness. If you can't understand human language, then there's no need to continue communicating. Let's go to war. End of chapter. Chapter 32. The one who insults others is always insulted. Understand? Chapter 32. The one who insults others is always insulted. Understand? Roy's words caused Bilster's form to freeze, instantly widening his eyes in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock as he looked at Roy in the distance in disbelief. What did you say? Bilster just felt his brain buzzing and screamed with an incredulous look on his face. You're telling me to roll over the floor? Do you realize what you're saying? I'm the chief of the San Fran City Police Department, the representative of the words were not finished. Bilster suddenly changed his face furiously. His pupils contracted suddenly, and he subconsciously took a step back. Just see, Roy, not far away, suddenly carried over a bazooka from the hand of a dead soldier beside him, which was aimed in the direction of Bilster. What do you stand for? Roy, who was carrying an RPG on his shoulder, looked at Bilster with a sneer. Is it hard to believe that you, the chief of the San Francisco Police Department, can carry an RPG attack? This move, instantly, countless people were in an uproar. The police and reporters at the scene were all stunned and horrified. The audience watching the live broadcast was equally dumbfounded, and their hearts set off huge waves. Madness, and wild and crazy. I'll go. Luoshin is really ruthless. It really doesn't make any sense at all. Disliking people with a bazooka without saying a word? This is also too ferocious. 666. Luoshin is awesome. This is too dominating. I love it. Barbarians ghost animals fear the power but not the virtue, and they play mouth reasoning is useless. It should be on the truth. Oh god, this truth is hard enough? Ha 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 ha. Laughed me to death. You guys look at those Eagle Jam cops. Every one of them is about to piss themselves. It's so good to see. Why do you guys think Luoshin is so fierce? Is he really not afraid of the Eagle Sauce Country's police shooting? Just this distance. Snipers 100% can hit him. Is he not afraid of death? Countless ancient Oriental musicians have praised Roy's behavior, and they can't help but give him a thumbs up and a nod of approval. But at this time many of them are also flooded with mutterings, very puzzled as to why Roy dared to jump so much as to provoke Eagle Sauce in front of the whole world. Sure, for the doubts of these lezzies, at this time Roy was not clear, and did not have the heart to explain to anyone. He carried a rocket launcher, and stared dead at the faraway Bilster, who was so scared that his face turned white. Roll over. Roy spoke again, in a commanding tone. If you don't get your ass over here, the guy in my hand is going to open fire, and not only am I going to open fire, the guys under me will do it at the same time. As soon as the words fell, dozens of dead soldiers with healthy bazookas also reacted immediately, aiming their bazookas in Bilster's direction, covering the area where he was. It seems that, as soon as Roy gave the order, dozens of rockets, at the same time, would be whistling towards him, blowing him to dust. Don't be impulsive. Roy's words scared Birst into trembling, A deep fear welled up in the depths of his eyes, and thinking of the mission explained by his superiors, he clenched his teeth in death and hissed angrily, "I'll get over there, don't you fire." He didn't dare suffer the consequences of Roy ordering fire because of him. Subsequently, with all eyes on the obese Bilster, he immediately hit the ground and rolled forward a short distance. A roll, 2 rolls, 3 rolls. In the end, under the dumbfounded gaze of countless people, Bilster's round body literally rolled in front of Roy, stopping at a distance of less than 2 meters away from him. Rolled a long way. Birst, already sweating, covered with dust and dirt. The whole person looks woeful, not the slightest bit of the prestige of being the chief of the San Francisco Police Department. I rolled over too. Sweaty Bilster stood up from the ground with great effort, wiped the sweat from his own face, smearing his whole face with black, staring dead at Roy with red eyes, and squeezing out a somewhat trembling voice from between his teeth. "Are you satisfied now? Can we talk properly? Brush up." The moment Bilster stood up, a single black hole of a gun was aimed at him at the first opportunity, and the eyes of the gun-toting dead soldiers were fierce and cold, as if they would shoot him into a sieve at any moment. Roy, who had a bazooka over his shoulder, looked at Bilster, who had rolled to his feet and stood up in front of him, and an icy look flashed in the depths of his eyes as he lifted his foot and walked towards Bilster. Thump! Birst saw Roy walking towards him, and immediately turned wildly pale with fear, subconsciously stomping back 2 steps, accidentally tripping over himself, and sitting on his butt with a thud. Looking flustered and in a state of disarray, Roy walked in front of him and looked at him condescendingly. Seeing his wretched and terrified appearance at this moment, the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. "Mr. Birst." Roy tossed the bazooka to one of the dead soldiers, grabbed an AK rifle with his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly at Bilster, and spoke in a playful tone. "I don't know. Do you remember the insulting remarks you made to me when I was in the 7th prison?" Bilster was first stunned, then his face changed, and he immediately reacted, knowing that Roy was talking about the time he insulted Roy as a yellow monkey. "Mr. Roy." Bilster's heart was flustered, and he quickly spoke. "At that time, it was me who said something confusing for a moment out of anger, and now I apologize to you." "Apologize? Apologize if it's useful." Roy snorted when he heard Birst's words, and took 2 steps forward. The muzzle of his gun disliked Birst's mouth directly and roughly. "What else do I need you police officers for?" "Ah." Roy roughly disliked the barrel of the gun into Bilster's mouth, directly knocking out one of his incisors, causing him to scream out in pain, instantly filling his mouth with blood, backing away in fear, pushing the barrel of the gun out of his mouth, and screaming in horror, "Don't kill me, Mr. Roy, don't kill me. I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of Eagle Sauce." "Negotiate? What's there to negotiate?" Roy stepped forward again. The muzzle of the gun again roughly disliked Birst's mouth, sneering, "Before I gave you the opportunity to negotiate, you didn't seize it properly. Now, still want to negotiate? Oh, don't move." Seeing Birst trying to pull the barrel of the gun out of his mouth again, Roy's eyes were as cold as frost, and he stopped the former's movement coldly. "Move again and I'll shoot you dead." Looking at Roy's ice-cold frosty eyes, Birst was so scared that he froze and instantly didn't dare to move. His body was stiff and fearful as he contained the barrel of his gun and said vaguely, "Mr. Roy, please calm down a little bit. I'm really here to negotiate with you with sincerity." Bilster was almost in tears. "It's too stifling and humiliating. As the chief of the San Francisco Police Department, a proper big shot, but in the limelight, by a young man in the East he would not even look at the eyes of the previous humiliation. It is too hard to bear. Want to negotiate? Then take off your clothes first and run around naked in front of the whole world before you say." Roy looked at Bilst with a disdainful face. "I'll only give you a chance to negotiate if you show sincerity like this. You've gone too far." Bilster was horrified. "You're humiliating me. There's no such thing as humiliating someone." "Humiliate you?" Roy laughed. "In the beginning, when you called me a yellow-skinned monkey in front of so many people and insulted the dragon bloodline, weren't you insulting me? He who insults others will always insult him. Understand?" With these words, instantly countless people exploded. "Well said. Well done. He who insults others will be insulted. Luotian is awesome. These damned barbarian ghost animals have been calling us sick and yellow-skinned monkeys all day long, and I've long wanted to destroy them all. Roshan did what I wanted to do but couldn't. Call for the god of Luo. I'm crying my eyes out. Finally, someone can teach these barbarian ghost animals a lesson for us. Luotian is truly our role model. Teach them a lesson. Teach them a hard lesson." Countless Oriental sons and daughters, listening to Roy's words, only felt their hearts surging, their hearts inexplicably out of breath, and couldn't help but cheer loudly. End of chapter. Chapter 33, Base? I think a police station would be good. Chapter 33, Base? I think a police station would be good. When Bilster appeared in front of Roy's eyes, he was going to shove a bazooka into the bastard's mouth and blow him up. But just for a split second he had a new plan and felt that the bastard would be useful for his next plan. So, he didn't kill him. Of course, the death penalty is temporarily waived. A living sin is hard to escape. Therefore, he was going to crush the dignity of this fat white man who had always stood up for his race and discriminated against and humiliated himself. And he was going to make him the joke of the world. Facing Roy's icy cold eyes, he trembled. His eyes filled with anger and suffocation. And more fear, despair. Hurry up. Roy raised his gun and pointed it at Bilster. I have limited patience. If you don't make a move in 30 seconds, then you can go to hell. You. In the face of Luo Wei's naked threat, Bierce trembled all over his fat body. His teeth collapsed, and the emotions of emptiness in his heart surged like a tidal wave. He was tempted to fight Roy. Get this fucking Oriental in front of you. But, looking around at the blackened muzzles of the guns, he knew he had no choice. The moment he made his move, he would be shot to pieces. He doesn't want to die. Yes. Gritting his teeth viciously, Bilster almost growled out, I'm willing to pay for the words I once used to humiliate you. Saying that, under the dumbfounded gaze of countless people, Bilster began to undress. First 3 or 2 times, tore the shirt off his body, revealing his fat and full of black hair upper body, and then began to unbuckle his belt and take off his loose and fat pants, revealing slutty pink pants. Pants are waved. Roy saw Bierce with a sad and desperate face about to take off his pants, coldly grunted and stopped him. You just run around the police station, like this while shouting white skin is a pariah. Yellow skin is the noblest. Bilster? Not. Brother, do you want to play so awkwardly? You don't have to do that even if you want to humiliate people? Roy's words made his eyes widen instantly. The thought of running and shouting what Roy had said at the same time he felt a wave of heaven and earth and the embarrassment of having to stub his toe out of 3 rooms and 2 halls. Sweat hairs are standing on end. Most importantly, once that was shouted out, would there be a place for him in the future? At this moment, Roy's words not only made Bilster dumbfounded, but the police, reporters, and even the viewers who were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded when they heard them. Damn! This fucking racist! Damn it! I'm going to kill him! How dare he humiliate the white man! It's abominable! God! Destroy this damned! Someone come with me and kill him! I'm going to make him pay for his damned words! Piss me off! Bilster! Forbid you to listen to him! If you do what he says, I'll find a way to kill you! The white audience was furious, screaming and raging to get Roy, and many others were raging to warn Bilster against listening to Roy, even making death threats against him. The barbarian Ghostbusters are pissed off, but the Orientals on the other side of the ocean, listening to Roy's words, but feel happy and very comfortable. He. Roy the Great is simply the strongest mouth replacement, saying what I've always wanted to say. Those ghost animals are just cheap bastards. Those ghost animal things screamed every day that their human race was noble. Now it doesn't seem to be much more noble. Even if they are noble, they will be trampled on by Roshan. The Orientals are the gods forever. Luocean 666. Countless Eastern viewers greatly approved of Roy's words, even the Thief Country and the Sky Locust Country, countries that looked at Roy with extreme displeasure, had many people who secretly gave Roy a nod of approval in their hearts at this point in time, approving of his statement. Roy under the attention of millions of people. At this time the face of the color is very cold. Do not feel the slightest sense of what he said what is wrong. He just want to ruthlessly trample on the pride of these people, but do not care what they are thinking in their hearts, much less think about what embarrassment is not embarrassed. See, move. Seeing Bilster freeze, he directly stabbed the other party's chest with the muzzle of his gun and sneered, if you're not willing to apologize in this way, then apologize with your death. Facing a real death threat, Bilster's district is convinced. Wearing only a pair of pink pants, under the watchful eyes of a large number of police officers, journalists, and countless viewers watching the live broadcast at the scene, they began to run around the police station. White skins are cheap. Yellow skin is the noblest. White skin is cheap. Bierce shouted while running naked, the look of embarrassment and humiliation on his face, the urge to take the road and escape, but at this time behind him, followed by a dozen gun-toting dead soldiers. Black holes in the muzzle of the gun have always been on him like a shadow. He can't run away. Just dare to run. The dead soldiers would have shot him immediately. In this situation, he could only run around the police station in despair and anger and humiliation. Mr. Director. Senior Constable Jack watched Bilster run past him and gulped, his voice trembling. You, get out. Bilster's eyes went red and he growled. Shut up, all of you. Cover your ears to me. Don't look. Don't listen. White skin is a pariah. Yellow skin is the noblest. All the cops were stunned and dumbfounded as they listened to Bilster's rant and watched him trying to play ostrich. Sure, many white police officers, at this time in the heart of some resentment, there is a kind of thing hurt the feeling. After all, Bilster is calling them out. Seeing Birst running around the police station while screaming, the whole Eagle Jam country is boiling at this time, and countless Eagle Jam people are so angry that their lungs are going to explode, and they hate Roy at the same time. They also hate Birst, hate that this guy is a softie. He was really afraid of Roy's threat, and obediently listened to him, making such an indecent move, disgracing the face of the Eagles nation. Roy stood still, watching Bilster dutifully run around the police station building, the light in his eyes flickering slightly as he mulled over how to use the fat man. Suddenly, ding-dong, we have detected a dead soldier in a state of hunger and fatigue. Please immediately solve the dead soldier's food, clothing, housing and transportation security, otherwise the dead soldier will die of starvation. Roy heard the system's voice in his head. Roy was a bit stunned. So, I still have to solve the clothing, food and shelter of my dead soldiers? Yes, master. You need to solve the dead soldiers' clothing, food, housing and transportation of all the security. It is recommended that master you establish a base to arrange the dead soldier. Base? Roy's heart moved, turned his head to look at the San Francisco Police Department building, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This San Francisco Police Department is a good place to use as a base. End of chapter. Chapter 34, I'll take the precinct building. Get the hell out of my house. Chapter 34, I'll take the precinct building. So get the hell out of my house. Roy has decided to land in the Eagle Jam country to take root as the ancestral people of the Eagle Jam country. Naturally, there must be a turf base that belongs to him, and the San Francisco Police Department in front of him seems to be a good base. The idea, to an outsider, is outrageous. But, Roy, however, didn't feel the least bit bad about it. Just as he was staring at the SFPD building and observing it, SFPD Chief Birst was running laps around the building in his pink pants. White skin is a pariah. Yellow skin is the noblest. Bilster yelled as he ran, shouting slogans that left him embarrassed beyond recognition and angered countless people in the Hero Nation. The bastard ran very hard. After all, behind him there were a dozen gun-toting dead soldiers running after him. He really didn't dare to stop, for fear that the moment he stopped, he would be beaten into a sieve. In the end, panting and out of breath, Bilster finally ran around the police station building and came back to Roy. Mr. Roy, I'm done running. Sweating profusely, Bilster, back in front of Roy, his speech slurred, his thighs trembling slightly, and his teeth leaking, said to Roy, "Now, can we have a proper conversation? What exactly do you want? To stop the atrocities now?" Looking at Bilster's wretched appearance, Roy raised his eyebrows slightly and did not answer his words, but raised his hand to point at the San Francisco Police Department building behind him. "I've got my eye on this place. I'll take this police station building, and I'll limit you guys to move within an hour." Under Birst's dumbfounded gaze, Roy said in a calm tone, "We'll talk about the rest after you guys finish moving." Boom! Roy's words were like a thunderbolt, falling on the ears of countless people, no matter whether it was the police reporter on the scene, or the audience who was watching the live broadcast. All of them were shocked and dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. "Mr. Roy, are you kidding?" Bilster's eyes went huge and he shrieked, "You're going to evict us from the police station? You're going to take over the 3 Point City Police Department building? You don't go too far." He was simply furious. Roy's behavior is getting out of hand. Kaching dash. The AK rifle in Roy's hand was loaded, and the muzzle disliked Birst's face directly, with a cold look on his face. He sneered, "Do you think I'm interested in joking with you? Bilster was so shocked by Roy's move that he subconsciously took 2 steps back, and due to the weakness of his legs, he directly sat on his butt on the ground in a state of disarray. Oh my God, these bandits are trying to take over the San Francisco Police Department? To drive out the San Francisco Police Department? This is too ridiculous. It's unprecedented for bandits to drive the police out of their homes and overrun a police den." Alice, the female reporter of the federal TV station, was so shocked that her scalp went numb and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This Roy, what the hell is he thinking? That's a police station. If he really drove the police away, what face would the police in Eagle Sauce Country have?" Listening to Alice's exclamation, the audience, who were shocked, came back to their senses from the shock, and in an instant, countless Hawksbane viewers burst into a rage. "Excessive. It's too much. Never agree to him. Fight them. Kill them all. Or else the Eagle Jam Nation will lose all its face. Fucking loser cops, can you do it or not? If you can't hurry home and raise pigs. It's so humiliating to be killed by a gang of bandits and forced to move." Roy the madman, Is he trying to trample the face of Eagle Jam Nation on the ground? How can he be so crazy? Doesn't he know that doing this will completely offend Eagle Jam Nation? He has completely offended the Eagle Jam Nation. This man is a complete madman. He does things without any regard for the consequences. Damn. Should have just shot him. The viewers of the Eagle Sauce Country were furious and stupid. And they were frantically cursing in all the major broadcasting rooms. Cursing Roy and at the same time cursing the police of the Eagle Sauce Country. Feeling that they had disgraced the face of the country. Sure, the people who were watching the fun were excited and felt enlightened at this point. 666. The world has finally epilepticized into a form I don't recognize. Bandits chased the police away from the police station and had to occupy the police station as a stronghold. This operation is really shocking and eye-opening to me. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live stream. I told her I was paying homage to the god of law. It's so awesome. This is something I can't even think about. Well. So play it right? You want to completely offend the Eagle Kingdom, don't you? Good job. Please step up your efforts. Do a good job. People are excited and gloating over the funk in the East. And the scene. The atmosphere at this point is a little weird. The San Francisco police officers. Their faces were brilliant. Each looking at Roy as if he had seen a ghost. His brain buzzing. Them cops. To be evicted from the police station? Magic. However, to the minds of the police officers, Roy did not pay any attention at this time, but coldly looked at Bierst. Now start the clock. In 1 hour. If there's another cop in my house, then don't blame me for not teaching. Bilster was dumbfounded. Your house? You mean, you're going to make the San Francisco Police Department your home? How can you do that? Why not? Roy raised an eyebrow. The blackened muzzle of his gun pressed directly against Bilster's skull, and said in a cold voice, "Immediately order all of your police officers to vacate and get the hell out of my house within the hour." Crowd. Looking at Roy's taken for granted look, the entire world fell silent. Everyone's brains buzzing with a dreamlike feeling. It is outrageous for a gangster to put a gun to the head of the police chief and order the police to leave the police station and his home. Bilster was so dizzy that he lost the ability to speak for a moment, opening his mouth to say nothing, his heart suffocating and angry and desperate. Buzz. Just as Bilster was despairing, a cell phone rang and vibrated from the pile of clothes he had tossed aside. Someone had called him. The moment he heard the phone ring, Bilster shuddered and immediately returned to his senses, subconsciously glancing cautiously at Roy. Pick up. Roy's eyes flickered and the gun pointed at Bilster's cell phone. Mr. Bierst hastily picked up his cell phone and answered the call. And just as he opened his mouth, a gloomy voice came from the other end of the line. Order all police officers to withdraw from the Sanban City police station. What? Mr. This. Incredulous, Bilster exclaimed. What is this? Bitch. You shut up. You worthless piece of shit. Before Bilster could finish his words, the caller chortled at him. Execute the order immediately. Beep. The person on the other end of the phone, looking very angry, didn't even want to say more to Bilster, and hung up the phone directly after giving a strong order. The phone was hung up. Bierst held the cell phone in the wind, and the whole person fell into a trance, feeling that the world is too crazy. Worldview is collapsing. The police want to move out from inside the police station and vacate the police station for the bandits to be their home. This is the first big outrageous event that has ever happened, right? End of chapter. Chapter 35, My Family Stuff. You still want to take it away? Chapter 35, My Family Stuff. You still want to take it away? The San Francisco Police Department was huge, covering dozens of acres, and in addition to a towering main building, there were many smaller buildings, which, according to Roy's prediction, could at least arrange for 30,000 to 50,000 dead soldiers to live in. It's convenient for him. So, the San Francisco Police Department he wants. Bierst, who had ended the call with the higher-up bigwigs, changed his face for a while before finally opening his mouth to give the order with a sad look under the complicated eyes of countless San Francisco police officers. All officers belonging to the San Francisco Police Department are hereby ordered to. Bilster's voice trembled a little, feeling his heart twitch. Within the hour, all pull out of the Sanban City police station to make room for Mr. Roy. Boom. As soon as Bierst's order was given, countless San Francisco Police Department officers were dizzy, only feeling that the sky was thundering and people were numb. As police officers, they were driven away from the police station by bandits. Think of the magic. It wasn't just their people who were numb. The countless Eagle Sauce Country viewers who were watching the live broadcast were also numb at the moment. And the sky was thunderstruck. What's going on? Bilster, he really ordered an evacuation? Damn it. Bilster, you son of a bitch. You're a cop, and you gave in to the bandits? Where's your honor and backbone as a cop? Who was it? Who called Bierst to force him to give the order? Damn. Enemy on Capitol Hill. What the hell were we thinking? Lords of Eagle Jam Nation? Have they been eating so much obesity that the fat has squeezed their brains out? I can't take it. This is too humiliating. This is the Eagle Sauce Country. A superpower. A superpower's police station was taken over by bandits? I'm so humiliated. We've become the joke of the world. Countless Eagle Sauce Nation people were as bereft, angry and disappointed, and at the same time hated the big shots who had ordered the retreat, feeling that they were the ones who had disgraced the Eagle Sauce Nation. But no matter how angry and resentful the people of Eagle Jam Nation were, they still couldn't stop things from happening. And after Bilster gave the order, all the San Francisco police had to act. Move. If we don't move, they're going to launch a charge. We'll all be dead by then. Oh my god. I feel like I'm dreaming. Police Laos is overrun and overrun by bandits. It's too magical. A large number of San Francisco police officers murmured, each with a sad and desperate face, but they had to follow orders and began to evacuate from the San Francisco Police Department. Slow down. So when he looked at a few police officers who were the first to walk out from the police station, carrying a variety of items in their hands, he suddenly sank in his expression and coldly shouted, "How can you steal from me? Now every blade of grass, every tree, and even a speck of dust in the San Francisco police station already belongs to me. Put it all down. Nothing can be taken away. Anyone who dares to take anything away will be shot directly." Hiss. Roy's words made countless people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their jaws dropping to the ground in shock as they stared at him with stupefied expressions. Not. Bilster looked at Roy like he'd seen a ghost. "Can we still take the stuff from the police station? There's a lot of in there. Can't understand human language?" Before Bills could finish his words, Roy interrupted him with a sneer. "The San Francisco Police Department already belongs to me. What's in my house? Can I let you take it away? Really think I'm easy to bully, right? You're a bully. It's obvious you're the one who's bullying us." The corners of Bierst's mouth twitched and his chest exploded with anger, but looking at Roy's icy eyes, he knew he wasn't joking. So even though he was any more furious, he could only grit his teeth and turn back to all the police officers, yelling, "Put it down. Put everything down for me. Everyone can only leave with their clothes on." Crowd. The police officers who had packed up or were planning to pack up and leave all fell into a short silence as they listened to Bierst's words, and then a look of exasperation appeared on each of their faces, and some even trembled with anger. Abominable. It's too much. So tempted to fight him. Forget it. These people are nuts. A little life is important. If you don't bring something, you don't bring it. Anyway, the biggest loss is the country, and it doesn't have much to do with you. Whoa dash. A large number of police officers have dropped what they were holding. Be careful. I'll have to settle the score with you guys if you break my stuff. Seeing many police officers throwing things on the ground indignantly, Roy immediately issued a stern warning. "If you make me lose too much, I'm going to make you guys pay for it with your lives. Brush up." A crowd of police face wildly changed. Eyes flashed a flash of panic. Panic. Just wanted to throw something. Police hastened to carefully put down their hands holding things, for fear of bumping and touching. Bad Roy looking for them to compensate. Under the gaze of countless people, hordes of San Francisco Eagle Jam police officers, stepping out of the San Francisco police building, all of them empty of anything in their hands, not daring to carry anything with them. No one dared to disobey Roy's warning. The police moved quickly. Roy gave it an hour, but more than 40 minutes later, the last policeman, looking grim, walked out of the door of the San Francisco Police Department, leaving all his sidearms at the station, too afraid to take them with him. Countless eyes around the world followed their every move. While watching the last cop walk out the door of the San Francisco Police Department, the entire Eagle Jam police community fell silent. At this point, the sky in San Francisco was clearly clear and sunny, but the countless police officers of the Eagle Sauce Nation felt that the sky was gloomy at this time. This moment, it was undoubtedly the darkest moment ever for the police in the Eagle Sauce Country, and a cloud was hanging over their heads. Mr. Roy. After the last police officer walked out, Bierst was like having his spine drawn out. The whole person's essence became atrophied, and seemed to have aged quite a bit in an instant. He clenched both his fists, took a deep breath, suppressed the grief and anger in his heart, and turned his head to look at Roy to open his mouth. "Now, can we talk about this properly?" Roy glanced at him but didn't pay any attention to him, instead lifting his feet and striding towards the Sanban City police station. Wow! Immediately behind Roy, a large number of dead soldiers followed his footsteps, and together they walked towards the police station's main door. "Mr. Roy, what do you mean? Didn't we agree?" Bierce saw that Roy ignored himself and walked in towards the police station gate. He was anxious and hurriedly chased after him, but his foot was just about to step into the police station gate when Roy suddenly turned back. In the land of Eagle Jam, private territory is sacrosanct. Roy's eyes stared playfully at Bilster. "I didn't invite you to my house. And if your foot dares to take a step through this gate, what will I do? You should be able to think of, right? Brush. Dirst's face changed, and the foot that was just about to fall stopped hard and resentfully retracted, as if the front was a terrifying thunder pool, not daring to have the slightest transgression. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Preparing for a Missile Attack. Chapter 36, Preparing for a Missile Attack. Mr. Roy, we have already given our utmost goodwill, Bierce said to Roy through clenched teeth with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face after resentfully withdrawing his foot. If you still have the slightest idea of wanting to solve the problem peacefully, then please, roll. Roy didn't wait for Bilster to finish his words and waved his hand impatiently. If you want to talk or not, when you want to talk, the initiative is in my hands. It's not your turn to say anything. Having said that, Roy, lazy to pay attention to this stuff again, turned around and walked towards the SF police building. Looking at a large area of the first floor was collapsed, he frowned slightly. Actually feel some heartache. If I had known that I was going to use the SF police station as a stronghold, I wouldn't have done so much damage. Wait, Roy suddenly had a heartbeat, and stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Bilster once more. Bierst had been staring at Roy's back the whole time, and when he suddenly stopped and turned to look at himself, a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Mr. Roy, are you planning to have a good talk? Get me a construction team immediately and fix all the places that were smashed up. Roy looked at the surprised-looking Bilster and said in a commanding tone, within 24 hours. I want to see you clean this place up and restore it to its original state. Bilster? What the hell? You've claimed the SFD as your own home, and now you need to ask me to get someone to fix your battered walls? Isn't that a bit much? What? Seeing Bilster's dumbfounded look, Roy frowned slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Not willing to do even this little thing. Is this your so-called sincerity? Since you don't have this bit of sincerity, then don't think about any negotiation. It will never be possible to talk to you guys. Listening to Roy's rightful words, Bierst opened his mouth and looked at the former as if he was looking at a heavenly visitor. It's so unreasonable. Inappropriate people. Go. Roy didn't even care what was going on in Bilster's mind and waved his hand. If this place isn't repaired in 24 hours, then I'll give up on the idea of this place being a stronghold and move to the San Francisco Municipal Building. Hiss. As soon as he heard Roy's words, Bilst winced, and the muscles in his face trembled a few times, so scared that his soul almost flew out. Don't. Bilster was genuinely flustered, and hurriedly said, don't worry, Mr. Roy. We'll make sure to restore everything that's been damaged here to its original state within 24 hours, no matter what the cost. Had to panic. If Roy really pulls a big army and runs for the SF Municipal Building and takes it down and uses it as his base, then things will get big. Occupying a police station has already made such a terrible commotion that it almost toppled the entire city of San Francisco. If Roy were to occupy the municipal building, things just got completely overwhelming. Hurry! Roy gave Bilster a meaningful look. I never do what I say. Don't think I'm joking with you guys. After all was said and done, so there was no longer any interest in paying any attention to him. Turned around and walked in, looking at Roy's departing back. Bears his face a change of color. Big teeth are crumbling. Both fists clenched together. His body are slightly trembling. He is too angry. Of course, more or fear. The look in Roy's eyes just now made him feel a sense of deathly crisis. Mr. Director. Senior Constable Jack came to Bilster's side at this time, looking blankly at the brigade of dead soldiers who had entered the San Francisco Police Department in a vast manner, his tone bitter. What should we do now? Our lair has been taken over by them. Where are we going to be based from now on? Bilster opened his mouth when he heard this, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer, because he didn't know what to do next. Hold your horses for a moment. After taking a deep breath, Bilster gritted his teeth and whispered, wait and see what the people above are planning to do next. We just need to carry out the orders. Now that's a situation where Bilster is really at his wit's end. Jack nodded. His eyes swept around, looking at his colleagues' gloomy and embarrassed look. Cannot help but bitterly laughed. Mr. Director, we have now become the world's joke. As a police officer, but by the bandit end of the lair, it is too embarrassing. It is indeed humiliating. But what could Bilster do? There was nothing he could do. Friends of the audience, the Sanvan City police station has now been completely occupied by the bandits, and the bandit leader means to use this place as their base. Not far away from the federal TV reporter Alice, who was still broadcasting live, was facing the camera and said with a somewhat gloomy and sad look, today is the darkest day for the police community in the Eagle Sauce Country. No, some of the Eagle's Nest viewers who were watching the live broadcast were extremely depressed, suffocated and angry as they listened to Alice's words. Damn Orientals, how could they? What's the matter with all those whites, blacks, under him? Why are they taking orders from an Oriental? Don't they have any pride in being white? Bandits taking over a police station? That joke is just too cold. I can't laugh at all. If the Eagle Sauce country doesn't do anything at all next, then I'm really disappointed in this country. Actually, I think it was a very stupid decision for Roy, the idiot, to use the SFD as a stronghold so that we can send in a heavy force to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Why do we need to send troops? What are our missiles for? It's about time those of us who spent so much money to make the missiles were put to good use. That's right. Directly use the missiles to move the San Francisco Police Department to the ground. That way we can wipe out Luoyi and his men all at once. Countless people in the Eagle Sauce Nation gnashed their teeth, and many of them called on the Eagle Sauce Nation to strike thunderously and directly use powerful missiles to move the San Francisco Police Department to the ground, eliminating Roy and those crazy bandits under his command once and for all. Not to mention, at this point, inside a huge office in the big house at 1600, sometimes a group of people were discussing whether or not to use weapons of mass destruction to dunk Roy. I suggest we go straight to the heavy missiles and wipe out Roy and his men once and for all, regardless of whether he has someone behind him or not. Let's destroy him first. He's already disgraced our country. If we don't destroy him, we'll become a joke to everyone. What exactly are you guys afraid of? Even if he's just a scapegoat pushed out into the open, what if there really is a powerful mysterious force behind him? Is there any power in this world that can be stronger than our Eagle Jam country? I'm in favor of using missiles. End of chapter. Chapter 37 Bulk Purchases of Heavy Weapons. Chapter 37 Bulk Purchases of Heavy Weapons. Roy's decision to use the SFD as his stronghold was, in the opinion of many, a very stupid decision that would have put him in a passive situation where he could have been taken out at any time. In response, the men in the big house at 160 held an emergency meeting to discuss the use of heavy missiles in a firefight against the San Francisco Police Department to completely obliterate Roy and his men. In the beginning, the reason why the Eagle Jam Nation didn't choose to directly and forcefully eliminate Roy was because they were worried that there might be powerful forces hidden underwater behind him, and that killing him would trigger even more horrifying consequences. Turmoil. But now what Roy was doing was getting too much, causing many of the top big shots in the Eagle Sauce Nation to have an attitude wobble and decide that they wanted to just obliterate him. After deliberation, the bigwigs in the big house on 160 decide in a meeting to prepare a heavy missile launch on Roy's stronghold to kill him and his dead men directly and all at once. Sure, they don't know that. Even if they exterminate the tens of thousands of dead soldiers in the SFPD at the same time, it also doesn't pose much of a threat to Roy, much less having him wiped off the face of the earth. This place is really good. At the very least, it's better than the 7th prison. Roy slipped around the San Fan City police station and nodded with satisfaction. All the facilities here are much better than the 7th prison. Prison 7 has strong defenses though, but ultimately uncomfortable. But not here, where he could live comfortably. Gotta beef up the defense force to do that. After observing for a while, Roy went to the top floor of the police station and saw a police helicopter parked in the helicopter parking space, and the light in his eyes flickered slightly. Next, the Eagle Jam country will surely suppress me even more ferociously. Roy was still quite cognizant of the strength of Hawk Jam as a country. After all, this was a world hegemon, an existence that suppressed the whole world. One of the reasons why he was able to kill his way out of the 7th prison so quickly was because he had a large number of inside dead soldiers picking up the 7th prison from the inside and opening the prison gates. Otherwise, it's not really that easy to breach. The bottom line is that before he started the prison hijacking riot, no one could have imagined that there would be a day when tens of thousands of people stormed the prison in a frenzy, and a lot of the forces in Eagle Jam didn't react, played for time. Now, things have gone completely haywire. The Eagle Jam Nation would surely be prepared to deal with itself in a million ways. Have to summon more dead soldiers, buy more equipment to do. Roy looked out of the window, thinking in his heart, at the very least, you have to let more than 100,000 dead soldiers scattered around the world, as a way to ensure the absolute safety of the. While thinking, Roy opened his reputation mall panel and realized that his reputation points had risen to close to 1 million without a word. 5 million prestige points. First spend 1 million prestige points to summon the dead soldier. After Roy did some calculations in his mind, he settled on a plan. The rest of the reputation points, all of them will be used to buy weapons. For 1 million reputation points, you can summon 100,000 ordinary dead soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to Master for successfully summoning 100,000 dead soldiers, consuming 100,000 reputation points. Please Master specify the location where the dead soldiers will descend. When Roy spent 1 million reputation points to summon the dead soldiers, the voice of the system elf was the first to remind him to choose the location where the dead soldiers would descend. Brush! Roy opened the map for summoning dead soldiers and reached out to scratch a few times, at which point the map turned into a world map. After sweeping his eyes around the map, Roy's finger nodded at the location of the Sky Locust Kingdom's capital city. Here, summon 10,000 dead soldiers first. The rest of summon to San Francisco. Ding dong, Master has designated a place to summon the dead soldiers. The dead soldiers are beginning to descend on the location designated by Master. Within half an hour 100,000 dead soldiers will all be summoned successfully. As the system's voice rang out, dots of red light began to appear at the location of the Sky Locust Kingdom on the Deadman's map, and at the same time, more red lights appeared on the San Francisco map. After looking at the map of the dead soldiers for a few moments, Roy waved his hand and put the map away before opening the attribute panel to view it. Infinite Deadman Summoning System. Host, Roy. Age, 23. Natural life, 99. Subordinate dead, 198. 600, ordinary dead. Special deadly soldier, battalion commander level military talent *1. 198. 600. Looking at the data on his attribute panel, Roy's eyes flickered slightly. From the beginning of the hijacking until now, it's surprising that we lost 1,400 men. The loss is still a bit big. With the firefight between the dead soldiers under his command and the SF police, it was a foregone conclusion that there would be deaths and injuries, but the number of deaths and injuries made Roy feel a little bit of a pain in the ass. It's only when you have to strengthen the fighting strength of your dead soldiers that you can do it. Although only prestige points were needed to summon dead soldiers, and dead soldiers had no regrets even if they died for him in battle, Roy still didn't want too many casualties among his subordinates, and since that was the case then he had to improve the combat power of the dead soldiers under him. After thinking for a while, Roy immediately opened the Prestige Mall once again, tapped on the weapon interface, and began to select a weapon. Anti-missile systems? Get some. Helicopter gunships? Get up. Anti-tank drones? A couple sets. Asterisk. Reputation points cleared? Just as Roy was splurging on various weapons in the weapons mall, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head, reminding him that his reputation points had been depleted. Looks like we still need to make more big events and more prestige values to make it work. Roy intentionally stopped the frantic purchase of weapons and equipment, looking at his zeroed prestige points. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Only a sufficient number of prestige points can allow me to buy what I want with impunity. I still want to make a whole couple of carrier formations to have some fun. He realized that with the system's weaponry, he was currently only able to afford weapons at the current level of technology, and as for weapons that transcended the era, none of the purchase buttons had been unlocked yet. System, when will I be able to purchase this air mothership? Staring at the refreshed super era weaponry, Roy's eyes were slightly hot as he asked the system, Master, in order to purchase a weapon that surpasses the technological level of this era, you need to own a territory that truly belongs to you, and raise the technological level of your territory to the level of a first-class civilization. Moreover, the higher the level of technology within your territory, the fewer prestige points you need to purchase weapons that surpass the technology of this era. What? Roy frowned, his eyes somewhat stunned. Isn't this condition making things difficult for me? Having my own territory isn't difficult, but I'm not a genius scientist who conducts scientific research. So how can I raise the technological level of my territory to a first-class civilization? Master, you can improve the overall technology level of your territory by purchasing technology from the mall. Roy immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and then he remembered that in the shopping section of the Prestige Mall, there was a technology section, and he immediately opened the corresponding section to check it out. At first glance, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold fusion technology, anti-gravity technology, quantum teleportation technology, space wormhole technology, and antimatter technology, in abundance. That's a bit of a touching price. Roy looked at the purchase price of the controlled cold fusion technology and couldn't help but smack his lips a little. 1 billion prestige points. How many great things do I have to do and how much of a stir do I have to cause in order to collect them? End of chapter. Chapter 38, Missile Attack. World Sensation. Chapter 38, Missile Attack. World Sensation. The purchase price of various black technologies in the Prestige Mall saw Roy bare his teeth. The prestige points needed to casually refresh to a black technology was not something he could pay for right now. Forget it, it's hard to watch. Roy directly closed the mall interface. This look greedy but cannot get the feeling. Really makes people difficult, but also makes him more eager to get reputation points. Hurry up to get some big things. Earn more prestige points. System, what kind of behavior earns more reputation points? Roy, who was eager for reputation points, inquired to the system. I've got the world boiling now, and the reputation points aren't growing very fast. Master, if you want your reputation points to rise fast enough, It is only after you have successfully established a territory that belongs to you. For example, that year, you made the whole San Francisco your territory, and you are the one who speaks the truth in San Francisco. Then any of your behaviors that draw the attention of other people will make your reputation points rise dramatically. Making the entire San Francisco my private territory? Roy's gaze flickered, and a touch of scorching light could not help but emerge from the depths of his eyes. This is interesting. However, it's not easy to operate although I now have close to 200,000 dead soldiers under my command. The overall strength is still not worth mentioning compared to Eagle's sauce. He knows full well that if he declared right now that he was making SF his private domain and would have Congress completely freaking out, it would do whatever it takes to take him out. Now, the reason why Eagle Jam Nation didn't go crazy and liquidate him is because San Francisco is ultimately an urban territory of Eagle Jam Nation, and Eagle Jam Nation has a lot to think about. But if he declares San Francisco to be his own private territory, there will be no holding back from the Eagle Jam. What kind of conditions have to be reached before I can count San Francisco as completely becoming my private territory? Roy's eyes flashed with a light of thought, and he inquired to the system. It's not possible that I'm going to be asked to split the land and declare a king in the Eagle Jam country, is it? This is also too exciting. We'll become a target. All that is needed is for 51% or more of the people in San Francisco to vote in favor of you, Master, to become the administrator of San Francisco, and San Francisco can be considered your private territory, Master. The system replied. That. Roy's eyes lit up. Can I get rid of all the natives in San Francisco? Then, this place will be considered my private territory? It could, but it's not very feasible. The total population of San Francisco is currently close to 1 million, and it would be very difficult to drive all of the nearly 1 million people out of their homes. Isn't it just 1 million people? All I have to do is summon a few million dead soldiers out. Isn't San Francisco just up to me? Roy instantly had an idea and decided that he would summon more dead soldiers to San Francisco than the number of Aborigines. 1,000,000 prestige points can summon 100,000 ordinary dead soldiers. 1,000,000 prestige points will be able to summon 1,000,000. According to the current situation, 1,000,000 prestige points. It won't take long to save up enough. It's settled. A smirk appeared on Roy's face. I'm going to summon 1 million dead soldiers in San Francisco first, and then have a voting public election to elect me as the San Francisco talker. The more he thought about it, the more Roy realized the feasibility of this crazy idea. The difficulty is minimal. With the current growth rate of reputation points, 10,000,000 reputation points, it probably wouldn't take long to save up enough. Master, the anti-missile system you purchased needs to select a deployment location. Just as Roy was thinking about becoming the talker of San Francisco, the system suddenly reminded, it is recommended that you deploy the anti-missile system immediately, as there is a possibility of a missile attack on the grade level. Then all of them will be deployed within the San Fancia territory. Roy raised an eyebrow, and a stern gleam flashed in his eyes. If they dare to use missiles to attack me, then I will not hesitate to counterattack and bomb them with missiles as well. Roy immediately opened the map interface and then deployed the anti-missile system within San Francisco based on the system's suggestion to only follow his orders. The moment Roy deployed the ABM system, a meeting in the big house at 1600 Eagle Jam Nation had decided to use a missile cleanup on him. As soon as the order was given from the 1600th big house, a rush of sirens sounded at an Eagle Sauce Nation missile base inside San Francisco. The commander of the base, a middle-aged white man, had an incredulous look on his face when he received the order. What do they want? To launch a missile attack on the country? Tom, the white middle-aged man, was shocked. Aren't these coordinates the San Francisco Police Department? Have they gone crazy? Why would they launch a missile attack on the San Francisco Police Department? Obviously, this commander, not having been informed of the outside world, didn't know that San Francisco, the Eagle's Landing, was in complete disarray, much less that the San Francisco Police Department had been taken over by Roy. That's why it was such a shock to receive the order. Sir, do we really need to fire the missiles? Tom's adjutant was also very shocked at this time and hesitantly asked, our own missiles attacking our own country? This is too crazy. Should we, check with our superiors to see if the instructions were wrong? Go! Tom's eyes flashed as he nodded and said, immediately confirm with your superiors if the missiles are really going to be launched and if the missiles' attack coordinates are incorrect. Yes. The adjutant turned around in a hurry. Watching the adjutant turn to leave, Tom's brow furrowed deeply. He was basically out of contact with the outside world in the barracks, so he wasn't sure what was going on outside. What in the world is happening to our country? A hint of worry welled up in the depths of Tom's eyes. It's not a civil war. Is it? Sir. Just when Tom was in a million doubts, his adjutant hurriedly came back and said in a shocked tone, "It's confirmed. It's the order that came from the 1600th big house. The attack coordinates are not wrong. It is to attack San Francisco." Hiss. Tom sucked in a mouthful of cool air and just felt his scalp tingle. Crazy. Really crazy. What the hell do they want? Sir, so what now? Should we launch the missiles? Tom's adjutant was obviously shocked as well, and asked hesitantly. Military orders. Tom took a deep breath before nodding with a grave expression. As soldiers, it is our duty to follow orders. Launch the missiles. Yes. Soon. Commander, his orders were given. Buzz buzz. Inside the base, the 3 missile silos opened, and with a roaring growl, the 3 short-range missiles shot up into the sky with long trailing flames, heading towards the Sanban City police station. At this time, the Eagle Jam country had become the absolute focus of the world, and the moment the 3 missiles shot up from the missile launching base, instantly the whole world was abuzz. End of chapter. Chapter 39, no. You're the only one with missiles, right? Chapter 39, no. You're the only one with missiles, right? Rumble. With a loud roar and growl, Tom stood in front of the command desk and watched the missile jet rolling flames straight up into the sky, flying at breakneck speed towards the set attack coordinates with a grave look on his face. It's time for the world to boil. Listening to the various reporting voices in his ear, Tom's tone was grave. I hope the situation is under control. Never completely out of control. He knew very well that the moment the missile landed on the attack coordinates, the entire world would be abuzz with it, causing gasps from all sides. As he expected, the moment the missile flew up, it had already been monitored by the major powers of the Blue Planet in the first place. The major powers were dumbfounded to learn that the Hawksbane Nation had launched a short-range missile attack on San Francisco, and couldn't believe that the Hawksbane Nation would be so epileptic. The moment the missile appeared in the sky, many people from the Eagle Jam country also saw it, and they were shocked as they watched the missile whizzing out of the sky, traveling at breakneck speed in the direction of San Francisco. Missiles. We launched missiles? What is this going to be? Is this going to break out into a big war? Jesus. This missile is headed for downtown San Francisco? This is supposed to attack Roy? Oh my god. This is crazy. Our country is using missiles to attack Roy? Is this going to wipe him off the Blue Planet once and for all? Great job. Should have done this a long time ago. That damn crazy demon. After disgracing the Eagle Jam Nation, he should have been blown to dust with missiles. How can this be? How can our missiles be fired towards our own country? We still have many nationals who have not been evacuated. Countless Eagle Nation people were shocked, but there were also many who cheered at the moment, all feeling that launching the missiles to take Roy out once and for all was the very right thing to do. But there are many who find it unconscionable that the GIs of the Eagle Jam country are crazy enough to launch a missile attack on their own country. It was too late. It all happened in a very short period of time. Inside the San Francisco Police Department, Roy was mulling over becoming the voice of San Francisco when he was alerted by the system the moment the missile was launched. Master, 3 short-range heavy missiles have been detected heading toward your coordinates. The missiles are expected to land at the location in 3 minutes. What? Roy, who was thinking about things, was startled when he heard the system's sudden warning. These barbarian ghost animals are directly using missiles on me? Crazy, right? Roy was stunned. I didn't realize the other side was so crazy. And he didn't panic. After all, he has the power of infinite alternate deaths. Tens of thousands of dead soldiers had already been summoned to the heavenly Locust Kingdom, and even if he was blown to dust right now, he would still be able to instantly revive. Just because it won't kill him doesn't mean he's about to be blown up by a missile, and he's not mad about it. Shit, you guys are the only ones with missiles, right? So a flash of stern ferocity suddenly erupted in his eyes. Intercept. Then, counterattack. Move their launch point to the ground for me. Roy didn't hesitate to give orders through the system, ordering the dead soldiers in charge of maneuvering the anti-missile system to intercept the upcoming missiles immediately. The missiles he bought from System Punch High were not beyond this era, but they were definitely the top anti-missile systems in this world. Therefore, when Roy's order was given, the anti-missile system under his command immediately responded. All the radars were turned on in less than a second's effort, and successfully locked on to the 3 missiles coming toward the San Francisco Police Department, followed by fire. An interceptor missile immediately spewed flames into the air, accelerating and quickly breaking through to Mach 20 toward the missiles that Commander Tom had ordered to be launched. Roy's anti-missile system was directly placed in the busy downtown area of San Francisco in the Eagle Jam country, so the moment a missile suddenly took off from the downtown area of San Francisco, it immediately startled countless Eagle Jam people in San Francisco. Missiles? A missile flew up from my next yard? Wasn't the yard next to mine originally a retirement home? How could there be a missile? Jesus. What kind of missile is this? This model of this missile looks so unfamiliar. It's not a missile developed by our country, is it? When were these missiles deployed within the city limits? Damn. Our country should not be infiltrated into a civ, right? Such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction deployed within the city limits? This is too magical. Countless Eagle Jam countrymen looked at the interceptor missiles launched by the ROY anti-missile system. Were shocked people silly? Dreaming of unknown missiles deployed to the territory of their country. At this point, 1600 within the Great Room, a whole bunch of big shots from Eagle Jam country, is in a smoke-filled office, waiting for the latest news. Gentlemen, an old white man, looking at a group of Eagle Sauce country's bigwigs sitting below, looking gloomy and worried, couldn't help but smile and say, "Our missiles have all been launched. Soon the damned Oriental will be blown to dust. What are you guys still worrying about? Just take him out and everything else will be taken care of." Taking him out will also serve as a huge deterrent to some of its miscreants who have no good intentions for the Eagle Sauce Nation, and make them think long and hard about the fact that if they dare to do anything to threaten the Eagle Sauce Nation, they will be dealt a heavy blow by us. The old white man said this in a very relaxed tone, not worried at all, as if after deciding to order the missiles to be used against Roy, he thought it was time for Roy's farce to end. Actually, as the spokesman of the superpower that is the Eagle Sauce country, from the very beginning, he did not put Roy in his eyes, and the behavior he did, although it shocked the world, was ultimately just a small fight in front of the steel torrent of the Eagle Jam country, not to mention a few tens of thousands of rabble. Even if it is a few 100,000 rabble, a few million rabble, how much of a storm can it toss up? If it wasn't for the fact that the other guy was inside Eagle Jam and dealing with him would require some consideration of the impact on the general Eagle Jam populace, he'd have been held down in a pot of piss a long time ago. Listening to the words of the old man sitting on the main seat, the dignified looks on the faces of the bigwigs of the Eagle Sauce country present slowly disappeared, and laughter slowly came to the conference room. But soon, the smiles that had just appeared on their faces disappeared because of the words of a man who suddenly rushed in a hurry. "Gentlemen, something big is going on." Rushing in was a white, middle-aged man with a panicked look on his face, and as soon as he came in he shouted in horror, "Roy has a missile. He launched missiles. The missiles we launched were intercepted by his missiles. All 3 missiles were intercepted by him." Boom! With these words, instantly it was like a thunderbolt falling into a calm lake, setting off huge waves in the hearts of a group of Eagle Sauce country bigwigs in the conference room, making their faces change wildly, and someone even jumped up violently from his chair, incredulously yelling at the man who had rushed in, "Roy has a missile? He's a foreign student from the East. Where did he get a missile? Damn! What the hell are you babbling about?" End of chapter. Chapter 40 Fire Coverage. Cannonball Roy. Chapter 40 Fire Coverage. Cannonball Roy. That first moment that the Hawksbane Nation fired missiles toward the SF Police Department, Roy reacted. He immediately ordered the launch of the anti-missile interceptor missile, which shot up into the sky and headed straight for the Eagle Sauce Nation's missiles at the speed of supersonic sound. The moment the missile lifted off the ground, a shrill air defense siren immediately sounded throughout San Francisco. The sudden sharp and ear-splitting sound of an air defense siren sent San Francisco into an instant panic, as countless people looked up to the sky and then saw the missiles whizzing by. The performance power of the missiles that Roy had purchased from the system was definitely capable of crushing the major powers of today, flying at a speed of Mach 20 and disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye, before anyone could regain their senses from the shock. 3 dazzling balls of fire suddenly lit up in the sky dome in the distant sky, followed by bursts of violent roaring explosions. The 3 missiles launched by the Eagle Jam Nation were instantly hit by interceptors and exploded and disintegrated in the air. Missile fragments fell from the sky and landed in San Francisco, causing a huge uproar. There are even many people unlucky enough to be smashed and killed. Reporting to the master, the missile launched by the Eagle Jam country has been successfully intercepted by the Thunderbolt 99 interceptor launched by our anti-missile system. The moment the Eagle Kingdom missile exploded, Roy heard a system alert. Awesome! Roy's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. This missile wasn't bought in vain. A Thunderbolt 99 missile cost me hundreds of prestige points. Getting more is the only way to go. Guess there's a lot of use for missiles next. Let's get 1,000 or 800 rounds first. By then, if Eagle Jam still dares to mess with me with missiles, then I'll dislike each other with his missiles. Let's see who can kill who. After seeing the power of the Thunderbolt 99 missile, Roy didn't feel any pain at all for the prestige points consumed in purchasing the missile. He opened the system mall panel. Directly, he used all of the 100,000 reputation points that had just risen to buy missiles. With a gun in his hand, his back can only be hardened. Roy intends to stock up on more guns and missiles. There are hard battles to be fought next. Roy had successfully intercepted the missiles launched by the Eagle Jam country, and naturally, the The news was the first thing that came back to the ears of the bigwigs of the Eagle Jam country. Inside the big house at 1600, a group of bigwigs from the Eagle Jam nation were all shocked and numb when they learned of Roy's missile launch. For them, Roy's ability to organize tens of thousands of people was not enough to fear, because even tens of thousands of people are not likely to be a threat to them. But if Roy had powerful missiles, the nature of the matter would change completely. After all, the missile thing is a real possibility of hitting them on the head. The staff member who came to report the news was named Wilson, and he could understand their feelings as he watched the shocked faces of the people in the office, because he was also very shocked and incredulous about the news he had just received. But he knew he had to make it clear to the bigwigs in the room now that things were more serious than they thought. Therefore, Wilson took a deep breath, looked anxious, and said in an anxious tone, "Gentlemen, everything I have said is true. Roy did launch an interceptor missile to intercept ours. And he did it. He managed to intercept the missile we launched. The 3 missiles we launched were all intercepted. No one is spared." Quiet. The entire office, in an instant, fell into a deadly silence. Even the old white man sitting in the main seat had a shocked and dumbfounded look on his face. Moments later, "Wilson, are you serious? Our missiles were intercepted? How is that possible? What right does he have to intercept our missiles? In today's world, there are only 3 or 2 countries that can intercept our advanced missiles. How did he do it? It's hard to believe that. He secretly deployed an anti-missile system inside Eagle Jam? It shouldn't be. Damn. It can't be that someone from our military is secretly helping him, right? It's who? This is an act of treason." Upon regaining their senses, the bigwigs of the Eagle Land in the room were shocked and angry. Some people were even beginning to wonder if there was a military bigwig within the Eagle Jam country who was secretly helping Roy. "Sir, would you please look at?" Wilson pulled out a tablet and opened a video. With a grave look on his face, he said to the Eagle Jam bigwigs present, "It's safe to assume that it's not one of us in the Eagle Jam country who's secretly helping Roy, because the missile Roy fired was a type of missile we've never seen before. It was a hypersonic missile traveling at over Mach 20. I don't know if it's from another country, but it's definitely not from ours." Saying that, he took the video of the tablet and projected it onto the big screen in the office. Brush up. The gazes of those present fell onto the screen for the first time, and then they saw a scene that made their scalps go numb. They first saw the missiles from the Eagle Jam nation, heading toward the coordinates of the San Francisco Police Department. Then, they saw a missile flying at super high speed suddenly appear behind the Eagle Sauce country's missiles, instantly catching up with them. With a blinding flash of sparks, the Eagle Jam nation launched its missile, which disintegrated and exploded right in the air. The 3 missiles launched by the Eagle Jam country were all in the same situation, struck by the sudden appearance of missiles, exploding in the air and becoming fragments. What type of missile is this? What country is it from? Damn! Which country has secretly deployed missiles in our country? The speed of this missile is too fast, isn't it? Are missiles so easily caught up and destroyed? Find out. You must find out where these missiles came from. Which country supplied them? There's no way Roy developed them himself. No matter which country supplied Roy with the missiles, Eagle Sauce, I will not rest in peace with him. The bigwigs of the Eagle Jam country in the office were in a state of shock and anger at this time, and the sudden appearance of missiles within the Eagle Jam country, which they had never seen before, gave them the creeps. Such a powerful unknown missile deployed within the Eagle Sauce country is a sword hidden in the shadows for them, which may take their lives at any time. This must not be tolerated. Just at this moment, the old white man sitting on the main seat with a gloomy expression suddenly opened his mouth and said with a murderous voice, "Destroy this Roy. Kill him at all costs. He has seriously threatened national security. Pass the word to launch more missiles immediately and level the SFPD for me and blow up Roy. No, not only missiles, but rockets, heavy artillery, out too. Fire coverage on SFPD boundaries." The people present, listening to the old white man's words, were instantly shaken in spirit. At this point, however, one person objected to this. Roy had given them too much of a shock and made them feel threatened, so they had to destroy Roy or they wouldn't be able to sleep well. Soon, related orders were given to the military bases in the Eagle Jam country near San Francisco to prepare for fire coverage and shelling of the San Francisco Police Department. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Come on. Hurt each other. 10,000 cannons are firing. Chapter 41. Come on. Hurt each other. 10,000 cannons are firing. In the missile base, Tom looked at the image detected by the radar satellite. A strong look of shock and horror appeared on his face, and his whole body froze in place. How could this happen? Our missiles were actually intercepted? Where are these interceptors being fired from? Why is there no warning? Tom's tone was full of shock and his whole body tensed. Is there a civil war going on in our country? Surprisingly, missiles are being fired at each other from both sides. He was genuinely intimidated. Sir. Tom's adjutant also had a horrified face at this time, and his tone of voice was a bit dry and stiff. The missile that intercepted our missiles was a missile that we have never seen before. Definitely not our country's missiles. This could be missiles launched by other countries. Nope. How can a missile from another country be in our country? Whose missile is this? Tom's adjutant was full of questions at the moment, searching his mind for memories, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any information about the model of the interceptor. That is to say, the interceptor that intercepted the missile they launched was an unknown and mysterious missile of extremely terrifying power, flying at speeds of up to Mach 20. The adjutant's words caused Commander Tom's pupils to dilate violently, feeling as if he had been electrocuted, and subconsciously trying to open his mouth to have someone investigate the situation. But just then, new orders were given. Inform him to immediately launch 10 missiles again at the coordinates of the San Francisco Police Department, to remove the San Francisco Police Department to the ground at once. Tom, who received the new order, felt his brain buzzing and exploding. 10 missiles again? Those big shots. Have they lost their minds? Is this going to throw the whole world into a major upheaval? Sir. The adjutant looked at Tom's look of horror and swallowed and asked, "It has been confirmed that the message is from the 1600th big house. Should we launch the missiles? Execute the order." Tom's eyes flickered for a moment, and after taking a deep breath he gritted his teeth and said, "Execute the order to launch the missiles immediately." Yes. As Tom's orders were given, inside the missile base, a single missile pod opened up and went into the final launch sequence. In the meantime, within San Francisco, large number of rockets, heavy artillery, both aimed their guns in the direction of the SFD, adjusted their firing angles, and locked onto the SFD coordinates. Rumble. With a roar and growl, 10 heavy short-range surface-to-surface missiles, from the missile launch site where Tom was located, shot up from their silos and headed straight in the direction of San Francisco's scenic area. At the moment of missile launch, the rocket units, the heavy artillery units that received the order, also opened fire at the first opportunity. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a tongue of fire erupting from the muzzle of the gun, a round of heavy artillery shells shot up into the sky, tearing through the sky and hitting a perfect parabola in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department. 10,000 cannons were fired. Moments. The entire San Francisco sky seemed to be covered in cannon fire. Inside the San Francisco Police Department, Roy got the first warning. "Master, a large number of rockets, artillery shells and missiles have been detected and are heading towards your coordinates." Roy heard the system beep in his head. Fucking never ends, does it? That's the way to play it, isn't it? Okay. Let's hurt each other. Let's see who can't take it first. Fuck. As soon as Roy heard the system's beep, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Counterattack. Counterattack immediately. Destroy the missile base for me. Destroy their artillery positions. Missile launch immediately. The behavior of the Hawksbane Nation really annoyed Roy a bit, so he was no longer going to hold back and play bigger with the other side. His newly purchased missiles, all deployed within 10 kilometers of the San Francisco Police Department. The moment his order was given, rumble, a volley of missiles, suddenly shot up into the sky. The missiles tore through the sky with a violent roaring blast, trailing a long tail flame as they whizzed toward the missiles that Tom had ordered to be launched. San Francisco skies, all became fiery red in this moment. The shocking sight of missiles, shot after shot, rising into the sky. The countless people of the Eagle Sauce Nation within San Francisco were all scared out of their wits. Is a big war going to break out? Oh my god, how could this happen? How could such a horrible battle break out in our country? That damn Roy. What the hell does he want? Is Roy going to destroy our country? God, did you send him to punish us? Take cover. Take cover in the human defense facility. The entire city of San Francisco was in a state of panic, with countless frightened people from the Eagle Jam country surging towards underground parking lots and other human defense facilities, trying to escape the impending missile bombardment. However, they're overthinking it. The missiles that Roy fired didn't target any civilians, just the military installations that intercepted the missiles fired by Hawkjam. Roy's Thunderbolt 99 missiles, with a level of technology that was absolutely unique in the world, had locked onto the missiles that Tom had fired the moment they were launched. Rumble. The Thunderbolt 99 missiles, with a speed of over Mach 20, locked onto the missiles launched by the Eagle Jam Nation, and quickly succeeded in intercepting and destroying all of them. But missiles are intercepted. All kinds of rockets, all kinds of heavy artillery shells, at this time but not yet had time to intercept. Swoosh dash. A round of heavy artillery shells, rockets, cut through the sky with a sharp chirp, smashing down in a perfect parabola in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department. Artillery attack. Dodge. Protect the boss. Boss, please retreat. Inside the San Francisco Police Department, There were countless dead soldiers at the moment, and when they learned that there was an artillery attack, they didn't panic in the slightest, but instead acted quickly. A few strong dead soldiers, moreover, were the first to come to Roy, asking him to hurry and hide in the underground human defense facility of the San Francisco Police Department. Everyone retreat into the human defense facility as soon as possible. Faced with the attack of artillery fire, Roy at this time, the same did not have the slightest panic. Eyes are instead surging out of the ferocious light. The general quickly retreated into the underground air defense facilities. At the same time opened the shopping mall shopping interface. Began to frantically purchase. Son of a bitch, you're the only ones with artillery? You're the only ones with rockets? Wait for me. Roy did not hesitate to immediately purchase a large number of heavy artillery, as well as 1,000 Katyusha rockets. He wants to give the other side the most ferocious return fire. Isn't it just artillery coverage? Spoken like who wouldn't? Rumble. The moment Roy and a large number of dead soldiers had just entered the human defense facility, a large number of artillery shells had already fallen from the sky and landed inside the San Francisco Police Department, instantly shaking the sky and the ground with a roaring explosion. In the blink of an eye, the entire San Francisco Police Department building was devastatingly bombed. 2 buildings instantly collapsed, and a large number of dead soldiers who hadn't had time to retreat were directly killed. And just then, the heavy artillery purchased by Roy, the Katyusha and other heavy weapons, had been successfully deployed within San Francisco. At Roy's command, all the long-range artillery under his command will be fired at the first opportunity toward the Eagle Sauce artillery position that is shelling the San Francisco Police Department. End of chapter. Chapter 42, a cannon opens up and blasts his mother. Chapter 42, a cannon opens up and blasts his mother. Dense artillery fire rained down towards the San Francisco police station, instantly turning the entire San Francisco police station into a sea of fire, with bursts of dense booming explosions that made the sky shake. Rumble. The huge high-rise building, which instantly collapsed, kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke. And at this point, Roy had entered the underground air defense facility. Dead soldiers take casualties. Roy, who had just entered into the underground air defense facility, heard the system beeping in his ears, and a throbbing number appeared in front of his eyes as the number of dead soldiers killed by artillery fire continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of dead casualties. Death to all. Watching the number of dead soldiers' deaths climb, Roy's eyes instantly turned a little red, and a hissing sound like that of a wild beast came out of his throat. All deployed artillery positions. Fire the cannons. Blast the fuck out of me. All rockets open fire. Missiles out to me. Destroy them for me. In this moment, Roy had been so grossed out. His eyes were red, and he had stopped thinking about what he was going to do next and how much of an impact it would have. Both sides have completely torn themselves apart. In that case, fuck. The moment Roy's order was given, within San Francisco, various heavy weapons purchased by Roy have been successfully deployed. On top of a river bank, hundreds of heavy artillery pieces were densely deployed at this time, all of which were the most advanced artillery pieces in the world today, and their huge muzzles gave people the creeps just by looking at them. The artillery that Roy purchased would be equipped with specialized Operation Dead Soldiers, and at this moment, each of these dead soldiers had an icy complexion, exuding a grim aura. A big, burly, white, strong man, like a calf, stood by a huge cannon, holding a small red flag in his hand, the moment he received Roy's order. This burly, lanky white dead man, the red chess piece in his hand swung down violently, and a roar like thunder blossomed from his mouth. Fire! Rumble! The moment the small red order flag was waved down, the heavens and earth instantly shook. Hundreds of heavy artillery guns instantly spewed out blinding fire. A shell flew out of the chamber furiously, flying towards the target. Hundreds of heavy artillery guns fired at the same time, instantly causing the earth to shake, raising gusts of dust and smoke, as well as a burst of sharp, ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. Meanwhile, less than 10 kilometers away from the artillery position, the densely packed Katyusha rockets, too, opened fire at the first opportunity, and the pipe organ-like sound of breaking air instantly resounded through the heavens and earth. A tongue of fire erupted toward the destination. Rumble. Northeast of the San Francisco Police Department, dozens of land-based missiles took off simultaneously, whizzing toward the Eagle Jam missile base that had launched a missile attack on the San Francisco Police Department. Almost instantly, the entire San Francisco sky seemed to be covered with missiles and artillery shells. Inside the missile base, Commander Tom looked grave and ordered the missiles to be fired again, firing almost all the existing missiles in the base at once. The Eagle Jam Nation will stop at nothing to take out Roy. The world has gone mad. Tom, after ordering the missiles to be fired, couldn't help but lament. Almost 20 missiles have been fired today. We should be able to take out the target this time, right? Tom's adjutant nodded slightly as he listened to this. It should be fine, and I don't know if it's worth it to fire so many missiles at the same target. Sir, the adjutant had not finished his words. Suddenly, woo-woo, a violent siren sounded inside the missile base. The siren instantly pulls out and explodes. Incoming missiles. Monitoring missiles heading toward the base. 20 missiles are headed our way. It's fast. Confirmed uninterceptable. We'll be arriving in 1 minute. The entire command room was instantly thrown into an air of panic. What? Missiles coming at us? Tom's entire body jumped in shock at the sound of the alarm. Who fired a missile at us? Damn. Really want to start a civil war? What kind of crazy person would do such a crazy thing? Sir, get into the bomb shelter. Before Tom could recover from his shock, his adjutant was already white-faced and terrified, pulling him by the hand, turning and running furiously toward the entrance to the air defense facility. Everyone into the bomb shelter. Hurry. Immediately, Tom was pulled by the adjutant and immediately came back to his senses as well, looking horrified as he yelled, "Hurry! Hurry!" At this moment, there was no need for him to call out. The GIs in the base had already acted, each panicking and running wildly towards the base's air raid shelters as if they were frenzied, and were in complete disarray. Swoosh dash. Right at the first moment Tom entered the air raid shelter, he suddenly heard a terrifying whistling sound coming from the sky, and right after that he saw a missile falling. Boom! The moment the missile landed on the base, it instantly exploded with a loud bang, setting off a huge wave of flames, and a terrifying shockwave raged in all directions. A few GIs who were close and hadn't ducked into a safe area were instantly engulfed in flames and disappeared, without even uttering a scream. No! Tom's pupils suddenly contracted violently as he watched the scene, and he let out an angry growl, but all to no avail, as missile after missile fell one after another. Boom boom boom! An earth-shattering roaring explosion rang out, and the entire missile base was instantly turned into a sea of fire, with the buildings being torn into pieces as if they were made of papier-mâché. Hiding in time in the air raid shelter, Tom still felt that the sky was going to collapse, and was impacted by the horrible roaring explosion that made his blood and chi flip, and had the feeling that he was going to blow up. By the time the 20 missiles had completely fallen, the entire base was devastated and in flames, completely paralyzed. It also triggered the martyrdom of some missiles in the base. The horrific martyrdom explosion nearly turned the entire base upside down. Of course it's not over. Swoosh dash. After the missile attack, another dense barrage of artillery shells fell from the sky and washed wildly against the missile base, turning the hard ground over and blowing up a thick layer of dust. While the missile base was under attack, all of the Eagle Jam artillery bases that were storming the San Francisco Police Department also suffered a devastating blow as dense rockets fell from the sky, toppling one artillery base after another. Less than 10 minutes, all 5 artillery bases that launched shelling on the San Francisco Police Department were destroyed, with artillerymen killed and wounded, and the scene was ablaze with fire, wailing, and rivers of blood. At this point, countless eyes were watching every move in San Francisco, where the destruction of the San Francisco missile base and the blowing up of several artillery positions into the sky fell into the eyes of countless people. Moments. The whole world was silenced by the sound of artillery fire. End of chapter. Chapter 43, World Silence. Roy blown up? Chapter 43, World Silence. Roy blown up? After Roy's order was given, the artillery positions in San Francisco suffered a devastating blow, with numerous deaths and injuries, a scene that was spread in a variety of ways. Video, photos, live streaming. The world witnessed Roy's madness. Witness his power. It silenced the whole world for a moment. Inside the big house at 1600, the bigwigs of the Hawksbill Nation who had been ready to pop the champagne and celebrate, looking at the video footage returned from the scene, each and every one of them had a horrified look on their faces, frozen in place, leaving the entire conference room dead silent. The old white man on the main seat, looking at the site of San Francisco's missile base, which was instantly destroyed. His eyes were filled with unbelievable shock, and his voice trembled. Our missile base was actually destroyed? How could he do this? Damn it! He deserves to die. Suddenly, the old white man burst into a rage, his eyes turning a bright red as he burst out of his chair and roared loudly. He is trampling on the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. He must not be tolerated. Boom! The movement of the old white man on the main seat immediately woke up everyone present, and for a time, the conference room was filled with clamor. And a group of bigwigs of the Eagle Sauce Country, all of them exclaimed and shouted, "How did he get so many missiles? Damn! Who the hell is behind him? Madness! This world is crazy! How can someone destroy a missile base of the Eagle Jam Country inside the Eagle Jam Country? This is a disgrace! No matter who supports him, all must tear him apart. What now? Roy, the madman, how much firepower does he have under him? The SFPD has been blown out of the water. That fucking asshole should be dead by now, right? There's no way he's still alive. He must be dead. A cacophonous racket makes a mess of the whole conference room. These towering bigwigs of the Eagle Jam Nation are in complete disarray. Roy hurt them. Boss, what should we do now? A bigwig from the Eagle Sauce Nation suddenly asked Old Man Bai on the main seat. Shouldn't we immediately send out a large force and go to encircle the country? As the white boss listened to his men, his face changed color and he gritted his teeth. Immediately send out a heavy-duty regiment. Give me a siege around the San Francisco Police Department. First find out if Roy is dead or not. I want to see him alive. And I want to see him dead. I want him captured and torn apart. Being beaten up in front of the whole world had completely enraged the old white man and made him re-examine Roy, not daring to be as contemptuous as before. Therefore, he decided to send in the big guns. I'm for it. Send out the heavy regiment at once. Roy, even if he's already blown to bits, put his body together and bombard it with artillery fire. The crowd of Eagle Sauce Country bigwigs present were all a bit out of sorts at this time, all of them hating to kill Roy by 1,000 cuts and tear him into countless pieces in order to relieve their heart's hatred. Soon, there was an emergency order issued for the big house at 1,600. After the order was issued, a heavy armored regiment stationed in San Francisco was the first to receive the order, and then an armored car rumbled and sped out of the garrison, heading straight in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department. San Francisco Police Department, almost leveled to the ground. Hardly any of the buildings are intact. Everywhere you look, you can see burning flames. You can see mutilated limbs and broken arms. Sticky, fishy blood. When the artillery fire stopped, a large number of drones appeared in the sky. San Francisco police officers who had already withdrawn early from the coverage of the artillery fire, looking at the San Francisco Police Department, which had been turned into a sea of rubble and fire. A look of horror appeared on each face. God, this is too crazy. Our police station was blown to rubble by our own family's artillery? This is unprecedented. Dad, did that Roy guy get blown up? He must have been blown up. With such horrific artillery coverage, he'd have to be Iron Man if he was still alive. No, Iron Man came. He would probably have to be blown into pieces of iron. It's good to die. It's a damn demon. Should have been blown to bits. His men were also killed and wounded. Bilster and the others looked at the ruined San Francisco Police Department from afar, their hearts shocked while a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. It's a good death. Birst gritted his teeth, his voice trembling a little from excitement. That damn demon is finally dead. Today I'm going to open champagne to celebrate. To get drunk. Because of Roy. He lost face and became the laughingstock of countless people. It made him hate Roy with a passion. But before, and he couldn't do anything about Roy. Even if he wanted to get Roy killed, he didn't have the skills to do it. Now, the GIs of Eagle Land finally stepped up to the plate. Roy finally got blown up. It was a relief to him. Pity. Bilster was excited and at the same time a little regretful. It would have been perfect if I could have executed that damned bastard with my own hands. Should have tortured him so hard that he would have lived a life worse than death, in order to be able to live up to the evil that he has committed. The San Francisco Police Department was bombed to rubble. Almost everyone thought that Roy had been taken out. The word is out. The whole world was sensationalized by it. The people of Eagle Jam Nation cheered at this. The people of the ancient eastern country of Lecco, on the other hand, had some hard time feeling sorry for themselves. The Luo god has fallen? That's too bad. It should be gone. Missiles, artillery, a burst of wild bombardment. The gods come to be blown up. Ah, good day to the god of Luo. Damn. I originally thought I could watch Luoshan topple the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and reign supreme in the Indian River Kingdom. But how come the venture collapsed halfway before it was even halfway through? This is too much of a pity. Eagle Jam Nation is still fierce. In this moment, almost the whole world thought Roy was bound to die. However, everyone is overthinking it. Roy is not dead. He's still alive and kicking. Master, in this great battle, 13,000 of your dead men died. Inside the police station's underground human defense fortification, Roy heard the systems report, 5,000 seriously injured, 2,000 lightly injured. The current number of dead soldiers under your command with combat power is 163,000. Roy quietly listened to the systems report with a rather gloomy and violent expression. The fury emanating from his body had almost turned into substance. The Eagle Jam Nation's bout of indiscriminate bombardment had completely blown him up and blown him out of his killing spirit. Originally I wanted to slowly become the voice of San Francisco. Roy took a deep breath and clenched his fist. But now, I've changed my decision. I'm going to take complete control of San Francisco within a week. Within a week, I want to make San Francisco city territory. No longer exist a Hawk Sauce Country GI. I'm going to drive all of San Francisco's municipal workers, police officers, and all of them out of my territory. San Francisco will be my base in Eagle Jam country. End of chapter. Chapter 44, San Francisco is mine. You have 24 hours to get out. Chapter 44, San Francisco is mine. You have 24 hours to get out. Some of the indiscriminate bombardment from the Eagle Kingdom had made Roy's brain buzz and his eardrums tingle slightly. And if he hadn't gotten inside the man fortifications early on, he probably would have been blown up as well. Sure, even if he hadn't been blown up, Roy's fire was blown out of him, causing him to change his initial idea of taking things step by step, intending to take big strides forward to completely turn San Francisco into his territory as fast as possible. Shaking the dust from his body and hearing that the sound of the guns outside was no longer there, Roy had his dead men, after clearing the passageway, step out of the man fortification. It's pretty tough. Walking out of the human defense fortification, Roy looked at the bombed-out scene outside. The light in his eyes flickered, and he sneered. Wait, all of you who ordered to bombard me, you'll all enjoy the fire coverage from me. Enjoy the taste of being bombed. All dead soldiers, begin to rest. Prepare to execute the next San Francisco cleanup plan. Glancing over the devastated SFPD, Roy ordered all nearby dead soldiers through the system to begin resting for the big move. Buzz buzz. The moment Roy's order was given, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound, coming from above his head, and looked up to see a drone, appearing in the sky above his head, hovering. Looking at the drone overhead, Roy's eyes narrowed and immediately took an AK rifle from a dead soldier beside him, lifting the muzzle of the gun and firing a burst of shots into the sky. Da 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 da. Tons of fire sprayed and gunshots echoed across the sky as the drone immediately turned around and aimed its camera in Roy's direction. At this moment, 3 kilometers away from the ruins of the San Francisco Police Department, Alice, a reporter for federal television, was standing in front of a camera, broadcasting live to the station's audience. Viewers, the battle on the scene is quite intense. The artillery fire has completely destroyed the San Francisco Police Department. There is not a single building left intact on the scene, and many of Roy's men have been killed by the bombing. Alice looked grave and said to the camera, "Our drones, right now, are filming over the ruins, broadcasting the scene live for you. As you can see, the scene is quite gruesome and there are bodies everywhere. We have searched the area and have not found the bandit leader, Roy. With the current situation, the bandit leader Roy should have been killed under the artillery fire. The demon who cost the Eagle Jam Nation so much has paid with his life for the evil he committed." Millions of people in the Eagle Jam country were watching the live broadcast on federal television, and looking at the scenes of devastation. The hearts of countless Eagle Jam people were very uplifted, and some even cheered with joy. Great! This damn demon is finally finished. It's too cheap to blow him up just like that. He should be captured alive, and he should be subjected to capital punishment, and he should be cut into 1,000 pieces and thwarted. A damned Oriental can make such a big storm in the Eagle Sauce country. This is a great shame for the Eagle Sauce country. Fortunately, we managed to finish him off. He must have supporters behind the scenes. We have to find out his backers behind the scenes. Uproot them. Countless Eagle Jam Nation people cheered, all uplifted and thrilled that Roy had been blown up. Roy's various behaviors. It can be a disgrace to the Eagle Jam Nation. Let countless Eagle Sauce country self-approved superior Eagle Sauce country populace hate him to the bone. Want to personally eat him alive. Now Roy is finished. They are naturally happy. Alice on the scene did not know that the people of the Eagle Jam country who were watching the live broadcast, the excitement at this time, is being live broadcast of the scene, but her mood is quite heavy. She always felt, things may not end so easily. You guys, look at. Just as Alice was detailing the scene, suddenly a staff member exclaimed, "Look what our drone captured. Roy, he's still alive?" Rumble. This statement, like a bolt from the blue, it instantly landed in the hearts of Alice and the other TV station staff, causing everyone to feel as if their bodies had been electrocuted, and they couldn't help but tremble for a moment, their faces all revealing incredulous looks of shock, and they all turned their heads towards the staff member who had spoken. Brush. Hearing the voice of Alice, I also couldn't help but subconsciously turn my head and look in the direction of the staff, and on the screen of a laptop computer in front of the staff, a young man with a somber oriental face appeared. Seeing the picture taken by the drone, Alice's pupils suddenly contracted violently, a chill surging through her, causing her to shiver and exclaim, "Roy isn't dead? He's still alive? How is this possible? How did he survive such a horrible artillery attack? God, you can't be protecting this demon, can you?" The images captured by the drone were broadcast live in real time in the TV station, so at this time, not only Alice, these TV station staff saw Roy's figure, but countless people who were watching the live broadcast also saw the young Oriental man with a sturdy figure and gloomy color in the drone's captured images in the first time. Roy. The moment they saw the figure of Roy, Who was holding an AK rifle? Countless people were plunged into a shocked loss of voice. Their brains buzzed and exploded, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. What's going on? How is he still alive? Wathaf? What makes him immortal? Has he been blessed by God? Damn! God! You're a Westerner. How can you protect an Easterner? Madness. This world is crazy. What kind of horrible demon is still so fatal? He is still alive. The world is going to be in chaos. It's finished. He will definitely retaliate. When the people of the Eagle Sauce country came back to their senses, countless people instantly fell into panic, all realizing that something big was about to happen. Next, danger. Inside the big house of 1600, the original joyful atmosphere had now vanished into thin air. A pair of eyes of the White Boss and a group of bigwigs of the Eagles Nation were staring at Roy's figure in the real-time echoed image, and each of their faces showed a look of horror with a will, and their brains buzzed and exploded. Damn! The White Boss finally came back from the shock after a moment. His tone filled with shock, exclaimed, "How is he? He's still alive? Why hasn't he been blown up?" His voice echoed through the huge conference room, but no one could answer him. Just when the crowd was silent, under the gaze of countless eyes around the world, Roy, however, suddenly opened his mouth, holding an AK rifle with the muzzle pointed at the drone above his head. His tone eerie and icy. "I declare that from this moment onwards, San Francisco is taken over by me. It becomes my private territory. And now by the order of the Master of San Francisco, I proclaim to the world, I am restricting all Eagle Jam GIs and police officers in San Francisco to withdraw from San Francisco within 24 hours. In 24 hours, if there is still the presence of any San Francisco police officer or GI in military or police uniform in San Francisco territory, I will launch a deportation operation, with a weapon in your hand. Remove all of you." End of chapter. Chapter 45, Eagle Sauce is numb. Roy has weapons of mass destruction? Chapter 45, Eagle Sauce is numb. Roy has weapons of mass destruction? In front of the whole world, Roy made a high-profile announcement that he was going to turn San Francisco into a private fiefdom, and ordered all Eagle Sauce National Police and GIs in San Francisco to evacuate San Francisco within 24 hours. Listening to the words he uttered, the entire world fell into silence, and countless people were shocked and only felt creeped out, looking at Roy in the video as if he was looking at a madman. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Luotian, he's still alive? So much for being alive. He's really going to play with cracking the land and making it his own? To turn SF into his private territory? Deporting SF's Eagle Sauce cops? GIs? I'm fucking directly kneeling to Luotian. It's too fierce. He's actually really going to split the land and seal a king in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Awesome. Too awesome. This is a real man. Mom, yeah. Eagle Jam Nation is going crazy. There's no way they can stand for this to happen, right? They'll probably do whatever it takes to also suppress Russian. Do you guys think Luotian will succeed in the end? Will he be able to carry off the suppression of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom? If he succeeds, will people from our Eastern Ancient Kingdom be able to travel to his territory without a visa? You must succeed. Luotian. I look forward to seeing a country within a country founded by the descendants of an ancient Eastern country appear on the land of Eagle Jam. Be bold. Think boldly. We can fully expect that in the near future, Luotian will become the ancestor man of the Eagle Sauce Nation, to be the ancestor of all the Eagle Sauce nations. So looking forward to it. Looking forward to the arrival of that day. At that time, I'll see if those barbarian ghost animals still dare to be arrogant. Will they still dare to call us sick? Ha ha. The people of the ancient East who were concerned about Roy were shocked and numb and at the same time very excited, expectant, and looking forward to Roy's success. Sure. Unlike the excited anticipation of the people of the ancient Oriental Kingdom, the people of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom cracked up in anger right after hearing Roy's announcement. Suppress him. Send a large army to suppress him immediately. Send the fighters to bomb him. Destroy this damned yellow-skinned monkey. Pissed off. It's so arrogant. How dare he want to turn San Francisco into his private territory? Who does he think he is? Does he really think that just because he has a few men under his command, he can act recklessly? Do you really think that we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, are a superpower? I'm a sniper retired. I'm going to take him down. Anyone team up with me? I'm going to take him down. Otherwise he'll really think that we have no men left in Eagle Sauce country and want to ride on our heads and wreak havoc. Countless people from the Eagle Jam Nation, who were so angry that they exploded, even clamored to personally bring weapons to take Roy out and rid the country of the evil. Of course, the vast majority of people also just dared to scream on the network, and not a few Eagle Sauce countrymen have the guts to go to Roy's trouble in reality. After all, Roy has real people under him, real guys with missiles. Hell knows what other scary big kills he has? For a moment, the entire Eagle Sauce country was shrouded in an atmosphere of anger. and countless Eagle Sauce people hated Roy with a gnashing of teeth and a desire to kill him by 1,000 cuts. The angriest. Undoubtedly a bunch of Eagle Jam Nation bigwigs in the big house at 1600. The group of Eagle Sauce bigwigs in the big house at 1600 were at that moment so angry that their faces were black and blue, and the anger in their eyes was almost gushing out, and they looked as if they could not wait to kill Roy with their eyes. Big brother, what should we do now? This Roy has gone too far to this point. We can't continue to give in. An Eagle Sauce country big brother gritted his teeth and said to the white boss, if we can't get rid of him as soon as possible, we're really going to become the world's big joke, and the majesty of the entire Indian River country will be swept to the ground. The bigwigs of the Hawksbane country, who were present, nodded their heads, obviously all agreeing with the bigwig who opened his mouth, and all had the intention of getting rid of Roy immediately. The white boss's complexion shifted for a moment, as if he hadn't heard what his men had said, and his eyes flickered for a moment as he stared deathly at Roy on the screen. Suddenly, you said. The white boss took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Roy has such a strong bottom. Inside his hand, is there a weapon of mass destruction? For example, nuclear bombs. Hiss. With these words, the faces of the crowd of Eagle Sauce country bigwigs present changed wildly, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, only feeling it chill. No way. There's no way he could have weapons of mass destruction. Even if he has the support of a powerful mysterious organization behind him, it's impossible for him to possess that kind of weapon. We know exactly who in this world possesses that kind of weapon. A crowd of bigwigs exclaimed and shook their heads, obviously not believing that Roy had weapons of mass destruction. But of course, they were more reluctant to believe that Roy had. If Roy really possessed weapons of mass destruction in his hands, then things would completely change in nature, and it would become extremely difficult and tricky for them to suppress Roy. No way? The white boss's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and said, have you guys forgotten about our missile base being destroyed by his missiles? That mysterious missile he launched has a performance that far exceeds the most advanced missiles of the Eagle Jam country. Even such advanced and powerful missiles he has, who can be sure that he really holds an even more terrifying great killing weapon in his hand? You guys, bet he didn't? Brush up. The faces of a group of bigwigs from the Eagle Sauce country changed wildly, and instantly fell into silence, causing the entire conference room to fall into a dead silence, where only the sound of breathing could be heard, and the sound of the video that was being broadcast live. Gulp. After a long time, an Eagle Sauce Nation big man clenched his teeth. His complexion changed for a while, and angrily asked the white boss, Boss, so what now? Are we just going to let him go? Allow him to do wrong in the Eagle Sauce domestic? Or even going to acquiesce to him occupying San Francisco? I can't accept this kind of thing happening. Not only was he unable to accept it, but all the people present were unable to accept it. If they really let Roy take over SF, it would be the equivalent of Roy's big foot on their face, crushing their old faces in front of the whole world. What to do? The white boss took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Isn't it still 24 hours? Now, immediately mobilize all the intelligence networks that can be mobilized to conduct an all-out investigation on Roy and find out if he has weapons of mass destruction in his hands. And it's important to find out where he got those weapons from, where his personnel came from. From what? There's an old saying in the ancient Oriental countries that if you know yourself and your enemy, you'll win 100 battles. We can only deal with him comfortably if we investigate his situation thoroughly, instead of being led by the nose like we are now. As a superpower, the Eagle Jam Nation should have its own determination to go with its own rhythm and not be led by the nose by Roy. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Crazy Mob, Summoning 200, 000 Dead Soldiers Again. Chapter 46, Crazy Mob, Summoning 200, 000 Dead Soldiers Again. While the world was in a vibrating silence over Roy's proclamation, the man in question, Roy, was calculating and enhancing his strength. The prestige value has risen to 3.5 million? Looks like the announcement of taking over San Francisco is shocking enough. Roy opened the attribute panel to check it out, and a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. 3.5 million reputation points. You can do a lot of things. Now summon 200, 000 dead soldiers. A thoughtful glance flashed in his eyes. Roy immediately opened the mall interface and instantly consumed 2 million reputation points, choosing to summon 200, 000 dead soldiers. Ding dong, Master, you have successfully consumed 2,000 prestige points to summon 200, 000 dead soldiers. Please specify the location where the dead soldiers will be summoned. After specifying the location, the dead soldiers will be summoned within half an hour. The system's voice sounded in Roy's mind. He immediately opened the map of the dead soldiers, and after a glance he decided, all dead soldiers are summoned to San Francisco. The 10,000 000 dead soldiers currently hidden in the heavenly Locust Kingdom were the root base to ensure that he wouldn't be destroyed, which was equivalent to a guaranteed 10,000 resurrections. Not being able to die and not being afraid of death allows Roy to be fearless of everything. There are still 1.5 million prestige points left, which can be used to arm the dead soldiers. After determining the place where the dead soldiers would be summoned, Roy opened the shopping panel and made a selection in the weapons section. I'm going to make my men's dead soldiers well equipped to the extent that they can even crush the Eagle Sauce Nation's GIs, and I'm going to fuck the Eagle Sauce Nation to pieces. Roy, who had been blasted out of his mind by a barrage of bombardment from the Eagle Kingdom, intended to give the Eagle Kingdom a big one. Nuclear weapons? Roy suddenly refreshed inside the shopping bar with a weapon that caught his eye. A nuclear weapon. That price. After looking at the price, Roy felt some toothache. A nuclear warhead of 10 million yields requires 50 million prestige points? This price is really a bit strong and touching. Is there a cheaper one? Roy was in the nuclear weapons section, checking it over and over, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became. The minimum yield starts at 10 million. There are no nuclear warheads below that yield. 1 billion prestige points for the Tsar bomb? At that price, how is it more outrageous than the price of some black technology beyond this era? Roy frowned straight. For a moment he was a bit confused as to what was going on with this system mole's price calculations. However, he wasn't planning, at the moment, to buy any Tsar bombs either. After all, he's just trying to fuck up Eagle Jam Nation and become the granddaddy of them all. Not thinking about extinction. Nuclear weapons I can do without, but they have to be there. Roy's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, a decision was made in his mind. When there are enough prestige points, we'll get a few nuclear weapons first, but there's no rush for a level like the Tsar bomb. He knew very well that as long as he had nuclear weapons in his hands, then the Eagle Jam country's scorn for him would reach a whole new level. However, he couldn't use such a horrible killing weapon as the Tsar bomb for the time being, so he planned to save up enough prestige points and then get a few 1,000,000 equivalent big nukes to pinch in his hands and play with them first. By then, he can play nuclear blackmail too. Let's arm all the dead men under us first. Right now, although Roy had a large number of dead soldiers under his command who held a variety of weapons, when it came to the overall level of weapon sophistication, it was still no match for the Eagle Sauce Nation's GIs. The best thing about the dead soldiers under him is that they are not afraid to die. As long as he gave the order, all the dead soldiers would carry out his orders without hesitation, even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of them. Brush it off. Roy shopped frantically in the system mall shopping interface. Machine guns, artillery, rocket launchers, bulletproof vests, ammunition, armored vehicles, tanks, a large number of arms supplies, one after another, were taken by him. A few minutes later, Roy directly procured enough full gear for 100,000 people to be fully armed, procured to the standards of the GIs of Eagle Land. Like all kinds of complicated weapons, they will be equipped with specialized dead soldiers, like machine guns and rifles, and these ordinary weapons will be used by ordinary dead soldiers. After I take San Francisco completely, it's time to start professional military training for the dead soldiers under my command. Otherwise the dead soldiers under my command will only have alone courage and no professional military skills, and the deaths and injuries will still be a bit big. After buying the weapons, Roy sent them down to the 100,000 dead soldiers through the system at the first time, and in a short while 100,000 heavily armed dead soldiers appeared under him, armed to the teeth. With these 100,000 dead soldiers armed to the teeth, Roy had enough backbone to completely turn San Francisco into his own private territory. 23 hours to go. With everything taken care of, Roy pulled out his phone and glanced at the time, realizing that an hour had passed. 23 hours before he gave the Eagle Jam Nation an ultimatum. In 23 hours, if the armed forces of the Eagle Sauce Nation, including police and GIs, do not withdraw from San Francisco, he will immediately order an eviction operation. Remove all Hawk Jam armed forces deployed in San Francisco. Sure, it's 23 hours that Roy intends to put to good use. It's best if you can do it without a fight. Roy opened the map of the dead soldiers, staring at the densely packed red dots around himself. The light in his eyes flickered, and after a moment he suddenly decided, all the heavily armed dead soldiers, gather at once. I want a parade. Give Eagle Sauce a little shock. Parade. Roy was going to have a parade. Let the world recognize his power, as a deterrent to the Eagle Sauce country, so that the Eagle Sauce country will weigh in and listen to him or not. After his order was given, with him as the origin, within a radius of several 10 kilometers, each and every heavily armed and ferocious dead soldier immediately rushed in his direction. Meanwhile, a tank, infantry fighting vehicle, and self-propelled artillery suddenly appeared in the streets and alleys of San Francisco, on the outskirts of the city, and the heavy equipment. The fire rallied toward the Sampan City Police Station. Rumble. 1 or 2 heavy tanks whizzed by on the streets, and a large truck towing artillery, winded and barreling through the streets, headed at a fiery pace in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department. The sudden appearance of various tanks, self-propelled artillery, and heavily armed dead soldiers instantly stunned countless people in San Francisco. The big guns are coming? Are our big guns finally on the move? Is it finally time to round up Roy in full force? So many tanks. Just now I saw at least 50 tanks drive past. To deal with one Roy, you have to send out so many tank artillery? Oh my god. Is this tank from our country? Why does it feel like it looks so unfamiliar? When did our country develop a new main battle tank? Madness. This world has gone mad. To deploy such a massive force to deal with a single bandit? That's enough to sweep through a small country, isn't it? Countless Eagle Jam Nation people were shocked as they watched the various heavy equipment that suddenly appeared on the streets rumbling forward toward the San Francisco Police Department. And countless people at this moment mistakenly thought that these suddenly appeared army is the Eagle Sauce country sent out to eliminate Roy's large troops. However, when the news of the sudden appearance of a large number of armed to the teeth of the armed forces within the territory of San Francisco, back to the big house of 1600, but let the big house of a group of Eagle Sauce country bigwigs are all dumbfounded. A face of dumbfounded stunned look. What's the situation? Did I order troops to surround Roy? Which corps are these tank units? Artillery units from? The white boss looked at the video screen, rumbling forward the tank army, eyeballs so shocked that they almost popped out of the eye sockets. A face of incredulity called, "This tank? How do I look so unfamiliar? When did our country satisfy me? The boss, to develop a new type of main battle tank?" End of chapter. Chapter 47 Madness. A bandit holds a grand parade. Chapter 47 Madness. A bandit holds a grand parade. In the big house at 1600, a group of bigwigs from the Eagle Jam country looked at the big screen and saw the vast armored troops running wildly through the streets of San Francisco, only to feel their brains buzzing and their people dumbfounded. This is their troop? Why does it look a little off? I can confirm that I did not order a large force to be sent out to suppress Roy. The white boss's complexion shifted for a moment as he gritted his teeth. Now who can tell me what the hell is going on? Who sent out these heavily armed soldiers? His gaze swept over the crowd, and he couldn't hide the look of puzzled shock in his eyes. The crowd shook their heads. Both looked dazed and confused. "Sir, is it possible?" "I'm just saying possible," a Hawksbane country bigwig suddenly said. "These people are actually Roy's men? Are his armed forces?" Rumble. With these words, it was like a thunderbolt. It blew the heads off of a bunch of Eagle Jam country bigwigs in the room. "No way," the white boss exclaimed. "These people are so well equipped. How can they be the armed forces under Roy? Where did he get such a strong armed force? Is he God? Says there will be light, and immediately there is light?" The crowd's mouths twitched. "Mr." Looking at the boss at this time incredulous look, an Eagle Sauce big man suddenly laughed bitterly and said, "For the time being look at Roy, this son of a bitch thing. There is a real possibility to have the ability of God. Say there is. He will even be able to have missiles. There are some tanks normal Moreover, these armored tanks, obviously not from our country, nor from any other country that we know of, are brand new unknown models of tanks. The other possibilities are that Roy he poured himself out." Crowd. These words could be considered quite upsetting, and the crowd of bigwigs present fell into a deep silence, and for a while the crowd was speechless, taken by surprise. "Shit, what's going on? Where the hell did he get all this gear?" The white boss was silent for a while before he came back from his shock with a gnashing of teeth. "What is he doing in our Eagle Sauce country with such strength? Can't he just go and wreak havoc on other countries? Also, what son of a bitch sent him to prison? How did he get sent to prison when he's obviously so strong? He did it on purpose, didn't he? It's to get locked up on purpose to have a reason to trouble Eagle Jam country, right? Damn dog thing. When I catch him, I'm going to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Damn it. Can someone tell me how the hell he got his equipment? Did he get the Allah God's lamp and wish on it to obtain these equipments?" The white boss has been infuriated to the point of being somewhat incoherent. His mouth is shivering, his blood pressure is soaring, his face is red, and his body is trembling, as if he is going to fall down at any moment. Look at him like this. The crowd of bigwigs from the Eagle Jam country present were scared out of their wits. "Sir, please calm down. You have high blood pressure. Boss, this isn't the time to think about how he obtained the equipment. We should figure out what he really wants. He doesn't really want to make San Francisco independent, does he? This kind of thing mustn't happen. Otherwise we'll be finished with Eagle Jam Nation." Fearing that someone else's old atmosphere would be a problem, a group of bigwigs from the Eagle Sauce country were all a bit worried. and he hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort him and express their respective concerns. Breathe. Breathe. The white boss listened to the soothing exhortations of a group of bigwigs under his command and took several deep breaths in an effort to suppress his emotions. After a while, he calmed down just a little. After calming down, his face was still dark and he gritted his teeth and asked the crowd, "Then can you tell me what he really wants to do?" The crowd shook their heads. Now, no one can figure out what exactly is on their mind and what they are going to do. The scariest part is, no one can know how much power Roy actually wields. And they now had a serious suspicion that Roy had a big bomb in his hand. What's Roy up to? This issue. At the moment it is a common question in the minds of countless people around the world. With the world watching, 100,000 elite dead soldiers armed to the teeth under Roy's command came at top speed in his direction. Rumble. With a roar and a growl, an armored tank drove up to the streets around the San Francisco Police Department and lined the streets in columns. As more and more equipment and personnel of all types arrived, the entire city of San Francisco fell completely silent, stunned into silence. Nearly 100 tanks of all types, hundreds of infantry fighting vehicles, and countless artillery pieces almost filled the streets within a 3-kilometer radius of San Francisco. One by one, the well-equipped dead soldiers arrived and began to line the streets, standing like javelins, loaded. These well-equipped dead soldiers, each tall and stout, with a fierce and murderous aura, were waiting for Roy's review. Drones from major TV stations, relevant departments of the Hawk Jam Nation, and even satellites in the sky are all watching what's going on inside San Francisco at this time. Looking at the large force of dead soldiers whose heads and tails could not be seen, countless people were shocked and numb, deeply intimidated by Roy's strength. God, Roy's men actually have so many well-equipped manpower? Alice, a reporter of the federal TV station, looked at the images captured by the drone and exclaimed with a horrified face. He said before that he wanted to expel all the armed forces within San Francisco. In the Eagle Sauce country shouldn't be serious, right? Is San Francisco going to become his private territory? Alice's words sent chills down the spines of countless people in the Hawksbill Nation. Roy! It's Roy! He's out! Suddenly, Alice saw a drone-captured image of Roy's figure walking out of the ruins of the San Francisco Police Department and then boarding an open-topped infantry fighting vehicle. 1 million people are watching. The infantry fighting vehicle started slowly toward the ranks of those ferocious dead soldiers with a ferocious aura. Then, a scene occurred that left the entire world dumbfounded. As the infantry chariots drove up to the front of the column, Roy raised his hand and waved at the dead soldiers, and spoke in a voice like thunder. "Greetings, brothers." The moment Roy opened his mouth, a frenzied look appeared in the eyes of all the dead soldiers and they let out a shocking roar. "Good boss. Brothers work hard. At the service of the boss." The roar of 100,000 people at the same time was extremely shocking, almost toppling the sky, and countless people could hear the earth-shattering roar and were shaken to the core. And in this moment, everyone reacted. Parade! Roy is on parade! Crazy! The world is crazy! Reporter Alice's eyes widened and her voice trembled. Roy, he's actually parading. A bandit is actually holding a large-scale military parade in the territory of the Eagle Jam country. This world has gone crazy into a pattern I don't recognize. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Welcoming the King's Master? The Eagle Sauce Beltway Party joins in. Chapter 48, Welcoming the King's Master? The Eagle Sauce Beltway Party joins in. The 100,000 well-equipped army of dead soldiers appeared in San Francisco and were paraded by Roy, leaving countless people stunned and dumbfounded, with a whole new perception of Roy's strength. How did he get such a huge power? Alice, a reporter of the federal TV station, was shocked and her face was a little white, looking at the young Eastern man who was reviewing the large force of his men, and had a dream-like feeling. Here is the Eagle Sauce country. How did he have such a huge organizational force without saying a word? Could it be that there is a certain country standing behind him? Other than that, Alice couldn't think of any other reason. Her words also caused countless people to discuss the issue. I think Alice is right. There must be some country standing behind this Roy. Otherwise he couldn't have such a powerful force. Which country is it? It can't be a country in the Far East, can it? It can't be. It can't be that Eastern Ancient Kingdom. The Eastern Ancient Kingdom wouldn't do something so crazy. It must be some other hostile country. I think it's possible that it's some people from our own country. Exactly. It must be a mole in our country who is supporting Roy. Look at those people under him. The vast majority of them are white. How could white people listen to the orders of a young Oriental man if there wasn't a white leader behind them? Various speculations were rampant, but no one could guess or be sure where the power under Roy came from. But it's a force that has the whole Eagle Jam Nation a little bit freaked out. Inside the big house at 1600, the white boss and a group of bigwigs of the Eagle Sauce Nation were at a loss as to how to deal with Roy at this point. With such a huge armed force under him, it would be difficult to destroy him even if the Eagle Sauce Nation spared no expense. Not to mention, they weren't sure now if Roy's exact strength had completely surfaced. Actually, what worries Boss White and a group of Eagle Jam Nation bigwigs the most is that Roy possessing so much power will trigger something to come up that they would least like to see. For example, it is possible that some opposing forces within the Eagle Sauce country will do things that they cannot accept. Pass the word. The White Boss stared at Roy in the video with a burning gaze and gritted his teeth. Have the intelligence officers everywhere keep an eye on the actions of the domestic opposition, and stop the opposition from leaning towards Roy. If Roy gets the support of the domestic opposition, it will be even more troublesome. This statement was made. The faces of the bigwigs of the Eagle Sauce Nation inside the big house changed slightly. A look of gravity surged in each of their eyes, and some of them even became nervous. Eagle Jam Nation, though, is a well-deserved hegemon, but within its own country, it is not ironclad, and there are many who are not in favor of the Eagle Jam Federation. Within San Francisco, and a state house, at this point, is gathering a large group of Eagle Jam countrymen. These Eagle Jam countrymen were white, black, and even yellow-skinned. These people, at this time, there was a strong look of exhilaration on their faces, and they were discussing it enthusiastically. And the hotly debated topic is whether or not to lean in and defect to Roy. Sitting on the main seat was a stout, rough-faced white middle-aged man named Yorick, a well-known big shot in the Eagle Sauce country, a big shot in the opposition. Guys, now's a good time. Yorick looked at the crowd of excited colleagues in the room and a smile appeared on his face. The appearance of this Roy is a good thing for us. A great time for us to make this free land truly free. I suggest that we contact Roy immediately and join his camp. Build a new order with him. Build a great and free nation. We've all had enough oppression from the big house. It's time to make our voices heard. As Yorick said these words, his eyes glittered with fervor, and his tone trembled a bit. Missing this opportunity, our ideals, will be hard to realize. Yorick is right. A middle-aged black man in a suit smiled and nodded. This is a great opportunity for us. If we can join Roy's camp, then we'll be able to make this rotten country, once again, free and alive. Once again, great and inclusive. I'm in favor of joining Roy's camp. Yorick saw the black middle-aged man stand up first. A smile appeared on his face, and nodded at him. Then his eyes swept the crowd, and slowly spoke in a deep voice. Now we'll start the vote by show of hands. Those who are in favor of contacting Roy and joining Roy's camp, please raise your hands. At this point, there were hundreds of people in the large room. After hearing Yorick's words, the faces of the people were all different, and their minds were all different. But soon, someone was the first to raise their hand. I agree. The first to raise his hand was a middle-aged man who had immigrated from the east in the main. I agree with joining Roy's camp. I've had enough of this country's discrimination, decadence, and depravity. I want to rebuild a great nation that is free and tolerant. Brush it off. Immediately after the first person raised his hand, others followed in succession. Half a minute later, more than half of the hundreds of people in the large room raised their hands in favor, while others abstained. 75 people raised their hands in favor. Yorick nodded in satisfaction after lightly counting the number of hands raised. Very well, then the decision to contact Roy and defect to him is approved. I will now personally contact Roy on behalf of our group. Act now. Having said that, Yorick stood up straight away and instructed a young man beside him. Prepare a car immediately. I want to see Roy as soon as possible and discuss with him about joining his camp. We're only 10 minutes or so from here to the San Francisco Police Department. Yes. The other nodded and turned to make arrangements. 1 million people are watching. Roy rides majestically in an infantry fighting vehicle, reviewing the army of 100,000 dead soldiers under his command. When he passed in front of the army of dead soldiers, the eyes of all the dead soldiers looking at him were filled with fervor. Fervor looking at countless people's scalps. A full hour later, it was only then that Roy reviewed the army of 100,000 dead soldiers under his command, looking at a tank, infantry fighting vehicle, or even a missile launcher parked on the street. Roy had a satisfied smile on his face. With this power in place, it's not likely to fuck up the entire Eagle Jam Nation for a while, but it's enough to make the Eagle Jam Nation's head spin. Roy was still quite satisfied with the power he currently wielded, and what satisfied him the most was that this world-renowned military parade was causing his reputation to skyrocket at an extremely terrifying rate. The surge in reputation represented a surge in his strength. Under the shooting of the various drones in the sky that Roy had ignored, Roy, who had finished reviewing all the armed forces, was just about to close up his team, when suddenly a dead soldier hurriedly walked up to him. Boss, a Hawksbane Nation named Yorick says he wants to see you, and that he's representing his team, and that he wants to join your team, boss. Oh, so soon there is a bandwagon party to welcome the King's Master with joy? A look of surprise flashed in Roy's eyes and he nodded. Let him come over. I'd like to see what kind of goods the bandwagon party in Eagle Jam Country is. Roy was naturally pleased that the Hawksbane countryman wanted to welcome the King's division with joy. Therefore, he intends to meet the bandwagon party in front of the whole world as Eagle Jam Nation welcomes the King's master with joy. Today's update is a little late. Sorry ha brothers. Today 3 times to compensate. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 49, I only want traitors, not allies. Chapter 49, I only want traitors, not allies. Since Roy wanted to fuck up the Eagle Sauce country and let it fall into complete chaos, he naturally didn't mind the emergence of a group of Eagle Sauce bandwagoners under his hand, who would do the dirty work for him. So, after Yorick introduced himself, Roy was more than happy to give him the benefit of the doubt and meet him to see what kind of tricks the other man was trying to pull. Yorick and a few of his fellow officers, after Roy's dead soldiers went to inform them, had a look of nervous apprehension on their faces. Mr. Yorick. A black man looked at the heavily armed dead soldiers under Roy's hands. There was a strong shock in the depths of his eyes, and his mood was a bit uplifted and excited at the same time. You say, Roy, will he see us? Will he be willing to accept us? These people under him. I feel that they are more powerful than our regular GIs of the Eagle Sauce country. Their eyes are so fierce. Looking at them makes me feel scared. At this point, nervous and shocked is not only this black man, along with Yorick together with the other people, at this time was equally shocked. I think it will. Yorick at this time also has no bottom in his heart. Looking at the elite soldiers under Roy, whispered, as long as we can show enough sincerity, show enough respect for him, he should meet us. Said this, Yorick's tone is very apprehensive. Looked at as the leading big brother of Yorick at this time are a little bottomless. A group of bandwagon party are nervous, also do not dare to say more, can only quietly wait. Good on. Soon the man who had gone to inform was back again. The dead soldier in charge of the briefing expressionlessly glanced at Yorick and the others, and coldly spoke, follow me, and remember, when you see our boss, you must show enough respect, and you must not look directly at him without our boss's permission. If you dare to show any behavior that offends our boss, then you all have to die. Hearing these words from the dead soldier, Yorick and the others shuddered and hastily nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, expressing that they understood. Subsequently, the dead man who had delivered the message then stopped looking at them any longer and turned around. And when Yorick and the others saw this, they hurriedly followed with hurried footsteps. And at the moment, a drone in the sky, very coincidentally, captured Yorick and the others on film, and they were soon recognized. Among them, there was just Alice, a reporter from Federal TV. Am I reading this right? Isn't this the leader of the opposition party, Yorick? The moment Alice saw Yorick and his group of colleagues, she first froze slightly, then her eyes widened and she couldn't help but exclaim, how could Yorick appear here? This guy, what does he want? He wouldn't want to join Roy's camp, right? The footage that Alice saw was broadcast live in real time by the Alliance TV station, so countless people from the Hawksbane country, and even other countries, also saw Yorick for the first time. Boom! Seeing the figures of Yorick and the others, and hearing Alice's words, caused countless people who were watching the live broadcast to feel their heads explode, and were directly dumbfounded. Geez, Yorick? It's really Yorick. This guy is the biggest opposition when it comes to the leader of the Hawksbane kingdom. How did he show up here? Is it really true that this guy is going to defect to Roy's camp, like Alice said? Oh my god, how could he do that? Is he crazy? Even if he's an opposition party, he's still a Hawksbill countryman. How can he defect to Roy? That's traitorous behavior on his part. Traitor! Yorick the damn traitor! Tenju traitor! After the shock of countless people in the Eagle Jam country, they fell into a frenzy of rage, and countless people frantically condemned and cursed Yorick and his colleagues, wishing to eat them alive, and the rest of the country. See this scene. The mood, however, became subtle. 666. Eagle Jam Nation is really going to be finished. The bandwagon parties are coming out of the woodwork. Nice job. Dry up. I want to see the Eagle land bleed to death. Hawk Sauce is in trouble. 8 parties are nodding. I'll be the first to nod. Ha 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 ha. Looks like I'll really see Eagle Jam Nation completely fall by the wayside in my lifetime. Welcome the King's division with joy. There are still smart people in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. This is a joyful welcome to the arrival of Luoshen's King's division. Ha ha ha. This is too good. People from all the major countries that didn't quite get along with the Eagle Jam country couldn't help but cheer at the moment. Happy for anything that made things difficult for the Eagle Jam country. For a moment, the whole world was in a subtle mood. People from other countries who are angry and shocked by the Eagle Jam Nation and who resent and loathe and even hate the Eagle Jam Nation can't help but cheer and gloat. In this case, Yorick led a group of his men. Filled with trepidation and nervousness, he finally arrived in front of Roy. At this point, Roy was sitting in an infantry fighting vehicle, watching Yorick and the others with interest. Mr. Roy. Yorick looked at Roy sitting in the infantry fighting vehicle, who was looking at himself and the others with playful eyes, and felt nothing but pressure as he squeezed a smile on his face. I'm glad you asked us to meet you. You want to be a bandwagoner? Roy did not wait for Yorick to finish his words, and said right to the point, if you want to join my camp, then you must obey my orders 100%, and if I let you die you must also give me immediate death, without any hesitation. Can you do it? Yorick. The moment Yorick, who hadn't finished his sentence, heard this, his face froze and his eyes widened in shock as he looked at Roy in disbelief. What? Looking at this reaction of his, Roy raised his eyebrows and faintly said, could it be that you think you are qualified to talk to me about conditions? Qualified to talk about cooperation with me? I only want traitors, not allies. Can you hear me? Such naked words silenced Yorick and the others dry. For a moment, Yorick and the others looked at each other. You have 10 seconds to think. Roy's eyes became sharp, scanning over Yorick and the others. If you can, stay. If you can't, get out now. These words, not only did Yorick and the others hear it, the drones in the sky also captured the sound, and it was also broadcast live, falling into the ears of countless people, silencing the entire world for a moment. In this moment, everyone has seen Roy's bully, strong, awesome, too strong. That's too much of a real man, a model for my generation. Luotian is too arrogant and overbearing. Is he really not afraid of completely offending the Eagle Sauce Kingdom to death? Fear a hair. Do you see Luotian doing all these great things? Like he's afraid of the Eagle Jam country? I do think that Luotian's approach is quite correct. Open the door and leave no illusions. Nowadays, Roy had become the object of worship for countless people, and his words made those who worshipped him feel very domineering. Time's up. Make your choice. As the entire world boiled over at Roy's words, Roy looked at Yorick and the others with stern eyes. Either be my dog or get out of my territory immediately. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 50 Evictions begin, and San Francisco begins to change. Chapter 50 Evictions begin, and San Francisco begins to change. Roy's words made Yorick and the others look at each other in disbelief. They all didn't expect Roy to be strong to such a point, not giving them any room to bargain at all, only giving them two options, either that or choose to be his dog. Either role. Mr. Roy. Yorick, still trying to struggle a bit to get more power for himself, gritted his teeth and spoke. We can help you. You think I really need your help? Roy's eyes went cold as he stared coldly at Yorick. His tone had taken on some impatience. Are you taking yourself too seriously? These words were not the least bit facetious. It made Yorick's face flush with embarrassment. But, yet he dared not show the slightest sign of discontent. For, a dozen or so heavily armed dead soldiers had already aimed their guns at them, staring at them with murderous eyes. They were certain that as long as Roy gave the order, these dead soldiers would not hesitate to shoot and sieve them all. A few of Yorick's men looked at each other. Subsequently, Mr. Roy, I am willing to submit to you. Yorick gritted his teeth, a flash of madness in his eyes. I am willing to follow you and create a truly free nation, a nation without racial discrimination. The words came out of his mouth. A group of his colleagues who came with him, a decisive look also appeared in their eyes, and they all took a stand, under the gaze of countless people. We are willing to submit. Mr. Roy, please lead us forward. Please let this beautiful land be truly free. Yorick and his cohorts have chosen to submit to Roy and not follow him. Crazy. These people are crazy. Alice in front of the camera watched as Yorick and the others showed their submission to Roy in droves, a strong look of shock on her face. Are they trying to destroy Eagle Jam Nation? They are committing treason. It's so hateful. In the meantime, damned traitors, they'll destroy our country. Jesus, is Eagle Jam Nation going to change? What makes this Roy? Him get the support of the people of Eagle Jam Nation? He's obviously just a thug. It's a demon. Don't hesitate. Let's press in with a large army. Destroy him at all costs. I do think Yorick and the others are doing the right thing. This country has been rotten for a long time. Racial and sexism is everywhere, and countless people are being exploited and oppressed. I want to join Roy too. Anyone want to team up with me to defect to Roy? Quickly report your contact information. We'll team up and go to him together. The countless people from the Eagle Sauce Nation who were watching the live broadcast were equally shocked and angry, and countless of them couldn't help but curse, itching to tear Yorick to pieces. But there were just as many Eagle Jam countrymen who were disgruntled with their own country, and instead of being angry at this point, they were acting very excited and uplifted, screaming to defect to Roy. For a while, the various live broadcasts were preceded by bickering among the Eagle Jam Nation itself. with countless people loyal to the Eagle Jam Nation. And Eagle Jam Nation people who were disgruntled with their own country, bickering like crazy. In the ancient countries of the Far East, countless people of the ancient country who were watching the Eagle Jam Nation in disarray, stunned and dumbfounded, but of course more excited as they see the signs of the Eagle Jam Nation's collapse. Luotian is so powerful. I want to go and join him. That said, is there any old iron in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom who's ready to join the god of Luo? It's so close to building a career. Hurry up and take action. If Luotian succeeds, we'll be able to open up our family tree. I'm from the ancient country of Jayhawk, and I've packed my dry rations and am ready to bring my own to defect to Roshan. Private chat if you're interested. Form a group to go. Ditto ditto ditto. This is a great opportunity to build a career. Must not miss it. Maybe you can mix it from the dragon. Hey, mess it up. Mess it up. Let's have total chaos. I want to see fireworks all over Eagle Jam country. Ha ha ha. I feel that the statue of Roshan will sooner or later be erected in the land of freedom. The whole world boiled and clamored. And at the moment, Roy, who was the focus of the world, was not the least bit concerned about the boiling clamor of the outside world, and his deep, cold gaze was staring at Yorick and the others. Yorick's people were also considered big names in the Eagle Sauce country, but at this moment, when they were being stared at by Roy's eyes, they looked 10,000 times more nervous. Like elementary school students being stared at by the principal, they were at a loss for words and could not dare to gasp for air. How many can you muster? Roy stared at Yorick and the others for a while before suddenly asking, Mr. Roy. Yorick's spirit was shaken, and he hastened to answer, we have countless supporters, all of whom are extremely dissatisfied with the Federation, and the number. I can't give you an exact figure, but I can tell you for sure that the number of 1,000,000 or 800,000 people in the whole country is there. So little? Roy raised an eyebrow and seemed a bit disgruntled. What can 1,000,000 or 800,000 people do? Yorick, forget it, I don't expect you guys to be of much use. Roy shook his head. You just need to be good watchdogs. And after I finish expelling all the armed forces within San Francisco, you'll be responsible for rectifying people's livelihoods and pacifying the people for me. Roy only intends to master the barrel of a gun, be an ancestor. As for other trivial matters, it is impossible for him to take care of everything, so he is bound to have a large number of professionals under his command to deal with all kinds of trivial matters. Yorick's group is kind of $1,000. Give them a chance. Let everyone know that if they follow him, they will have a bright future. No problem. Yorick was obviously also considered a smart person, and immediately understood the meaning of Roy's words, with an excited look on his face. Don't worry, Mr. Roy, we will definitely be a good watchdog for you, and take care of your private territory, and will never let any outsiders harm your interests. Roy nodded, and then suddenly announced, start gathering your men. I'm going to start driving out the armed forces within San Francisco right now, and for every point of expulsion, let the men under your command step up and take care of it. Ha, it's starting now? You didn't say it would be 24 hours. Yorick's eyes widened in shock and his scalp went numb. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Countless people who were paying attention to Roy were also stunned after hearing his words. That's a lot of early action. I can act whenever I want. Is there a problem? Roy looked at Yorick's shocked look and spoke in a bland tone. Is it hard to believe that I still need your permission to do what I want? No, no, no. Yorick was creeped out and quickly shook his head. Mr. Luo, we didn't mean that. We are now carrying out your orders 100%. What you say is what you say. Roy glanced at him, too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore, and immediately ordered to the 100,000 armed to the teeth dead soldiers under his command. Take the San Francisco City Police Department as the starting point to radiate outward, and gradually clean up and deport all the armed forces within the city of San Francisco. Those who choose to defect can join my team, and those who resist will all be crushed. Once the order is given, the 100,000 dead soldiers armed to the teeth immediately began to move. Rumble. A tank started up and began to go in all directions in an orderly fashion to begin the expulsion operation. From this moment on, things are starting to change in San Francisco. Please, 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 please. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Eagle Sauce gets real. Joe strikes. Chapter 51, Eagle Sauce gets real. Joe strikes. At Roy's command, an army of 100,000 dead soldiers under his command began a vast expulsion, radiating throughout San Francisco with the San Francisco Police Department as the point of origin. As he watched a tank military vehicle begin to start moving forward, for a moment the entire world fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Roy's thunderous behavior. God, this madman is starting to act. He's really going to expel all the armed forces of the impressionist state within San Francisco? How dare he? Alice watched as the army of dead soldiers under Roy began to move. Her face turned white with fear and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wasn't it agreed that it would be 24 hours later? It's only been less than 2 hours now, right? And he just started moving? How can he do this?" The audience of the Eagle Sauce country that was watching the live broadcast was similarly frightened, and all kinds of exclamations and comments emerged madly in the major live broadcast rooms. Crazy. This man is really a no-nonsense lunatic. He really doesn't care about our Eagle Sauce country. Does he really think that with the power under his command, he can completely take over San Francisco and Eagle Jam country? Torn up. It's completely torn up. We don't need to restrain ourselves. Let's directly use the most powerful force to suppress him. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Damn it. What the hell was the man in the big house at 1600 thinking? The great soldier of the Eagle Jam nation that runs the world. Why don't they go all out to suppress him? Don't GIs move to other countries to bully people? Why don't we see them out in force now that someone else is bullying them at home? The angry and shocked populace of Eagle Jam couldn't help but blame their own country and the GIs for not doing much until now. And at this point, the Hawksbane Nation bigots who have been angrily criticized by countless Hawksbane Nation people, also a little confused, also subdued by Roy's unorthodox moves. Inside the big house at 1600, the white bosses of the Hawksbane Nation and a host of bigwigs watched as Roy's army of dead soldiers marched off, each with a look of dumbfounded horror on their faces. Not. The white boss's eyes widened and his brain buzzed and exploded. How can he be so unreasonable? How can he be so unfaithful? Didn't he say it was 24 hours later? How suddenly changed plans again? This damn yellow skin monkey. He was really pissed off. Originally, he had thought that with a buffer of more than 20 hours, they could methodically lay out and deploy their forces to snipe block Roy's movements and give him a head start. Results. Roy doesn't play by the rules, thinking one way or the other. He directly ordered his men to get moving and began an armed force expulsion operation, catching them completely off guard. Boss. A white big man looked at the white boss at this time in shocked and angry appearance. Tonesome anxious asked, "In what to do? Shouldn't we immediately order and mobilize more troops to go forward to suppress him? If we don't act now, San Francisco may be about to become his private territory." Rumble. These words made the group of Eagle Jam country bigwigs present feel their brains rumble and explode, feeling a bit dizzy and losing their heads for a moment. Easily really take SF down. It's a really big deal since the beginning of time. Enough to put the whole Eagle Jam to shame and completely reduce it to the laughingstock of the global village. The white boss's face was pitch black. Listening to the words of his men, he took a deep breath and hissed angrily with red eyes and gritted teeth. Immediately notify the big military generals in San Francisco. Do whatever it takes to suppress this lunatic Roy. Never let him take over San Francisco. Our armored units, far fire units, and even fighters, are ready to be deployed. It's time to put Roy down. If we let him take over San Francisco, we'll really be in a completely passive situation. We mustn't let that happen. As the angry hiss of the white boss resounded through the big house, an encrypted airwave was sent out in the first instance, reaching all the big military camps in San Francisco. The supreme commander of the San Francisco GIs, a general named Bill, was the first to receive orders from the 1600th big house. Looking at the order sent from above, Bill's face showed a strong look of shock, and his heart was filled with huge waves, only feeling that the world had gone completely crazy. General Bill. Bill's adjutant looked at Bill's shocked appearance and asked cautiously, "Are we really going to send out all of the armed forces of the GI station in San Francisco to go and suppress that man called Roy? Can we really suppress him? Execute the order." Bill immediately came back to his senses as he listened to his adjutant's words, and said in a deep voice after taking a deep breath, "This Roy has already messed up our country. He must be gotten rid of as soon as possible, or else the consequences will be unimaginable, and the entire country may quickly collapse as a result." Yes, as soon as Bill's order, the highest commander in San Francisco, was given, instantly the alarms of the entire GI campsite went off, and the shrill sirens made all the GIs on the base as if they were on the verge of an attack, and all of them assembled urgently. Soon, tens of thousands of Eagle Sauce Nation GIs were assembled, and all kinds of weapons and equipment were put into position. The vast tens of thousands of GIs looked as imposing as a rainbow. Depart. Bill looked at the assembled hordes and immediately ordered, "Suppress all mobs. Kill Roy. Return stability to Eagle Jam country. March." Rumble. As Bill's voice fell, an armored car immediately started up, and then drove out of the camp in great numbers, without seeing the front or back of it, and headed straight in the direction of the San Francisco scenic area. The operation. Eagle Jam Nation is not hiding it in the slightest. So, when Bill struck out at the head of tens of thousands of Eagle Sauce troopers, it was immediately noticed by countless people and caused a furor. People of all nations, All of them got the message in the first place. The Hawksbane Kingdom is out in force. Is it going to be Armageddon? Whether Roy makes it or not is up to you, isn't it? Eagle Land is getting real this time. Roy is going down. Roy is still too unwise, although he is very strong, but facing a powerful superpower. Even if he has 100,000 armed forces under him, it is impossible to win. The farce will soon be put to rest. The power of the Eagle Sauce Nation was recognized by the entire Blue Star, and at this time, when the Eagle Sauce Nation began to move for real, there were immediately countless people who thought that Roy was truly doomed this time. The mighty hordes of the Eagle Jam Nation would surely root out all the armed forces under his command, and finally take him alive, or kill him on the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Tanks Surround the Police Station. Chapter 52, Tanks Surround the Police Station. Yorick has been very active after joining Roy's camp as a bandwagon party. Mr. Roy, I suggest driving away all the police in San Francisco first. Yorick came to Roy and said with an excited face, I have information on the deployment of all the police forces within San Francisco, which will allow you to strike with precision and avoid wasting time. Roy's eyes flickered at the words and he glanced back at the Eagle Sauce bandwagoner. You have detailed police deployment information for the San Francisco police? It was naturally a good thing to have a lead party in charge of leading the way, and Roy wasn't afraid of Yorick playing any tricks, so he immediately said to him, in that case, you'll be in charge of leading the way for my men, and assisting them in evicting all the police. After expelling all the police, then we'll start expelling the GIs. Yorick's heart shook and he quickly nodded. No problem, Mr. Luo. I promise to complete the mission. Saying that, Yorick, however, had a sudden look of concern on his face. Mr. Roy, if you encounter the regular army of the Eagle Kingdom while evicting the police. Before he could finish his sentence, Roy was the first to interrupt. Kill. A cold light blossomed in Roy's eyes as he said coldly, but anyone who dares to block, directly crush over and kill them until they don't dare to block. Hiss. Listening to Roy's murderous words, Yorick immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, only feeling a little creeped out. At this moment, he was considered to deeply realize that this young Oriental man in front of him was definitely a ruthless character. Incomparably crazy. Understood. Shocked and furious, Yorick was suddenly a little excited again. But anyone who dares to block our advance must die. Kill them all. Yorick had long been disgusted with the country and was incredibly eager to remake it. He used to hate this, but there was nothing he could do about it. And now, Roy's appearance, however, gives him hope of remaking this country. Therefore, even if he was spurned by millions, he willingly threw himself into Roy's camp to fight for the hope in his heart. When the vast army of dead soldiers marched out, the entire San Francisco territory of the police and other armed forces, such as the army of soldiers, were all as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Tense. Inside a precinct less than 10 kilometers from the San Francisco Police Department headquarters, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Dozens of Eagle Jam cops in the precinct are huddled together watching the live stream. They watched within the video as Roy's army came out in force, their faces all filled with panic. At this moment they all felt that death was wandering above their heads, and that the scythe of death was already on their necks. The head of the precinct, a white man in his 50s named Fix. Shit. Fix gritted his teeth hard, shocked and angry. He's not really coming for us, is he? Is he really going to kick out all the Eagle Sauce cops within San Francisco? How dare he? Hearing these gnashing words from Fix, the Eagle Jam police officers present, one by one, were silent and speechless. How dare he? I don't know, but he really dared. A large force of his men had set out in great numbers. That demon is going to start evicting us. What should we do now? Are we really going to be expelled by him? An Eagle Sauce cop, looking terrified, asked his hand Fix. Mr. Fix, why don't we leave right away? I don't want to die. With these words, immediately, it received the approval of many people present, and the crowd nodded their heads. Roy then even their missile base dared to do it, and even destroyed the missile base. These police, where to carry it? For a moment, the dozens of policemen present all showed trepidation and fear. Not many of them even thought of resisting because they were all afraid of death. They were usually able to really strut their stuff in front of the bandits, but in front of the truly ruthless, in front of the terrifying figures who ignored the majesty of the Eagle Jam Nation, they were afraid. Evacuate now? When Fix listened to the words of the henchman, his eyes glared and he turned back to look angrily at the henchman who had spoken, gritting his teeth and cursing angrily. Leave now. Don't you think this is also too humiliating? We are the police of the Eagle Sauce country. It's the police of a superpower. How can we be afraid of a bunch of thugs? Crowd of cops, looking at Fix's shocked and angry appearance. The group of police officers from the Eagle Sauce country opened their mouths, not knowing what to say for a moment. However, just when they were speechless, There was a sudden dull roar from outside. Hear the commotion. Immediately a policeman went to the window, looking towards the outside of the police station. This look, the policeman's face suddenly showed a look of horror. God! They even arrived? How can they be so fast? This, exclaimed the policeman standing by the window with a horrified look on his face. They actually sent tanks to surround us? This is too much to look down on us, right? Rumble. These words were like a thunderbolt falling on the hearts of the dozens of police officers present, shocking them all with a horrified look on their faces, and they left the police station in minutes. They then saw a scene that horrified them. Only a tank, rumbling and whistling, blocked directly in front of the police station. Meanwhile, there were also a variety of infantry fighting vehicles that came whizzing in. A military vehicle carrying heavily armed dead soldiers that quickly stopped outside the police station. Wow! One by one, the dead soldiers with loaded guns quickly jumped down from the military vehicles. Come on! Surround the police station. Block all the exits. One by one, the dead soldiers got out of the car and quickly surrounded the entire police station. Their faces were covered with a terrifying murderous aura at this time, making people's bones creepy. Buzz off. The muzzle of the tank, which was turning at the moment, was blackened and aimed at the door of the police station. The police officers in the police station, seeing the dark muzzle of the gun pointed in their direction, were all scared out of their wits, and some were even so scared that their legs went limp. Mr. Fix, they have surrounded our police station. What should we do now? A policeman's face turned white as he asked the precinct chief. Mr. Fix, shouldn't we surrender to them right away? Upon hearing this, the shocked Fix quickly came back to his senses. He didn't answer his men's words at first, but dashed out, then stood at the entrance of the police station, looking far away from the dead soldiers who were surrounded the police station substation in a murderous manner. You have 1 minute to drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Just as Fix looked horrified at the dead soldiers encircling the police precinct, Yorick's figure suddenly appeared not far away, staring at the former and shouting with a loudspeaker, "Please don't make any meaningless struggles to resist, or we'll kill without amnesty." End of chapter. Chapter 53, Regular Army Attack? Katyusha serves. Chapter 53, Regular Army Attack? Katyusha serves. Yorick was a bit of a celebrity in Eagle Jam country, so Fix recognized him first. Yorick. Fix's eyes instantly glared huge, flames of anger raging in his eyes. You traitor! How dare you be in cahoots with bandits? You are a disgrace to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. You will not be allowed to die. Yorick, who was standing in front of the dead soldier, had a sneer on his face when he heard Fix curse at himself. Traitor? That's not a word I'd like to hear from you. Yorick snorted coldly. I am fighting for an ideal. All that was done was to create a truly free and equal nation. Forget it. Can't talk to a stupid guy like you. Now, please disarm and surrender at once or you will be met with a horrific repression. Fix listened to Yorick's words with a look of shock and anger on his face, pointing or cursing. Seeing Fix greet his family with a beating, Yorick's complexion became extremely ugly, and he just wanted to curse back. Results. Boo. A big foot that kicked right into him, knocking him to the ground. What are you babbling so much for? Get the hell out of the way. After kicking Yorick to the ground, a dead soldier as majestic as an ox, the AK rifle in his hand pointed at the opposite side of Fix and so on. You have 10 seconds to disarm and walk out. 10, 9. With that said, the dead man started the countdown. I will never give up the resistance. Farrick, listening to the dead man's countdown, became furious and stormed off, jerking out his firearm and firing at the dead man. Bang, bang, bang. A gunshot rang out and bullets flew out of the pistol in the direction of the dead man, the moment he pulled out his gun. At that moment, he had dodged to the side, when dang it, the bullets hit the armored car. Fire! The dead man, who had dodged, burst into a rage and immediately yelled. Boom! A tank fired instantly. There was a loud boom as a shell flew out of the barrel and towards Fix. Blink of an eye. The unresponsive Fix. Direct hit by a shell. The body exploded. It became a mist of blood. Subsequently, the shells passed through that mist of blood. A boom of thunder exploded through the police station. Ah! A burst of terrified and disoriented screams rang out in the police station, and the dozens of police officers in the station were instantly killed or injured. We surrender. Hold your fire. The policemen in the police station, after being bombarded by the tanks, instantly and completely lost their will to fight, threw down their weapons in horror, and screamed in panic to surrender. Sir, they surrendered. Yorick, who had been kicked in the face, had just gotten up from the ground at that moment, and not being able to have the slightest look of dissatisfaction on his face, he hurriedly shouted to the dead soldier who had ordered the cannon to be fired. Don't fire any more cannons. They have surrendered. The tanks did not continue to fire. Yorick breathed a sigh of relief. Panicked, he stepped forward and yelled at the panicked police precinct. Come on out. You guys, drop your weapons and surrender, or you will all die. Listening to Yorick yell, inside the police station, immediately, one by one, police officers came out with their hands above their heads, looking panicked and frightened. They are truly afraid. These scary guys are the ones who will literally fire at the drop of a hat and don't reason with them at all. In the face of the threat of death, they're cops on the payroll. No courage to resist. Soon, the entire police department was taken down. Meanwhile, police departments at all levels within San Francisco have suffered the same situation. But where resistance is concerned, the whole police station would have been baptized by gunfire. Faced with the horrific firepower suppression of Roy's men, the SF police were completely lopsided. Not many of them dared to resist at all, and completely collapsed. An hour later, reporting to the boss, all police stations within San Francisco have been taken over, and those who resisted have been suppressed. A dead soldier came to Roy and reported to him, as per your orders, all resisting cops have been removed. Roy nodded with satisfaction as he listened to the report of his dead soldiers. Then we can go all out against the upcoming Eagle Jam regulars. Pass the collar down. Whenever you encounter an incoming Hawk Jam regular army, there's no need to hold back. Give me an all-out attack. Break them down. As Roy's order was given, all the dead soldiers received their orders at the same time. Today, throughout the San Francisco territory, there are countless eyes and ears, keeping a constant watch on the movements of the Eagle Jam regulars. Roy got the message quickly. A San Francisco general named Bill was leading tens of thousands of regular GIs from the Eagle Jam Nation in a surprise attack in his direction. Roy, who got the message, a cold smile appeared on his face. All Katyusha rockets fire on me immediately. Fire at the Beale Legion. He ordered to all the dead soldiers with a murderous spirit. I'm going to take Bill's Legion to make a point. Let the Eagle Sauce Kingdom know that even if they send their regular army, there will only be no return. Rumble. General Bill led tens of thousands of soldiers under his command in a vast march in the direction of Roy's location, the armored vehicles rumbling as they flew forward. All the way, a lot of Eagle Jam Nation saw them move, and recognizing the troop number, he knew it was the regular GI unit of Eagle Sauce led by General Bill. General Bill is out. This is one of the ace troops of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Roy's dead this time. General Bill is awesome. Mighty Eagle Jam Nation. Crush Roy. Countless Eagle Jam countrymen, on both sides of the road, cheered and shouted for Bill and the troops under his command. Bill, sitting in his car, had a smile on his face as he watched the people cheering wildly. For this outing, Bill was confident. Roy did make a lot of noise and set the whole world abuzz, but in Bill's opinion, the men under Roy were ultimately rabble, and a real army, not an order of magnitude. As long as he took it seriously, he was sure to be able to subdue Roy with a devastating force. Suddenly, swoosh dash, in the sky, there was a sharp cracking sound as a volley of rockets suddenly fell from the sky. As a general, Bill, hearing voices in the sky, the face plummeted wildly. He heard it, it was the sound of incoming shells. Moment. Bill's body exploded with sweat and roared violently. Enemy attack. Take cover. Hurry. At this point, many of the Eagle Jam GIs had heard the sounds in the sky and saw the countless artillery shells in the sky, whistling in their direction. The very instant Bill's yell had sounded, a shell had fallen over the path of their advance. Rumble. A volley of shells that landed on Bill's side exploded, sending up a huge shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the scene turned into a sea of fire. A large number of Eagle Jam soldiers who had not yet been able to react were directly blown over and shattered by the shells. No. Watching a shell, which blew the troops under his command into instant chaos, Bill let out a hoarse growl in shock and anger. General, go! Just as Bill was in a state of shock and fury, his guards lunged at him like mad, dragging him about for cover. But just for a moment, several rockets, it landed directly where Bill was. Rumble. With an earth-shattering roaring explosion, Bill was completely drowned in the fire of the explosion and disappeared. End of chapter. Chapter 54 Suppressing the Regular Army and Surrounding the Eagle Sauce Dogs. Chapter 54 Suppressing the Regular Army and Surrounding the Eagle Sauce Dogs. When countless people in Eagle Jam country, looking forward to the time when the big guns of the Hawksbane state will strike to quell Roy. Roy's first order to attack was given when he learned of the arrival of Bill's army, and a flood of artillery fire followed from every position. On this day, the people of San Francisco, the Eagle Jam country, felt that the whole sky was covered with artillery fire, as countless shells flew over their heads and finally landed at the target of the attack. Rumble. With a roar, explosions rang out and the entire city of San Francisco shook. Countless Eagle Jam populations were shaken and terrified. Jesus, how dare he be so crazy, to launch a massive artillery attack on the regular army? He's looking for death. This is provoking the Eagle Sauce Nation's bottom line. The Eagle Jam Nation will destroy him at all costs. Our big screen shouldn't be taken out by him, should it? The people of San Francisco, shivering and shaking, exclaimed and murmured. Meanwhile, the skies over the road on which General Bill was marching forward were filmed by various drones, many of which were sent by the official drones of the Eagle Jam Nation. It's to show the world the powerful armed forces of the Eagle Jam State. It can easily suppress all the enemies that are arrogant and provocative in front of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. However, the result was unexpected. Inside the White House, white bosses and a bunch of Eagle Jam Nation bigwigs was looking at a huge screen that was broadcasting the advance of Bill's army in real time. At this point, the white boss and a group of bigwigs from the Eagle Sauce Nation, each with a somewhat somber look in their eyes, watched the live broadcast while murmuring in low voices. This time, the regular armed forces have been mobilized on a large scale. I don't believe Roy can still fold. The white boss was murderous. These 10,000 regular troops are just the vanguard. More will arrive later. Listening to this from the white boss, the bigwigs of the Eagle Sauce country who were present nodded their heads. Now, they could be said to have been made gray and disgraced by Roy. If we can't nail Roy this time, then they really can't hold their heads up. He's dead. After the advance troops have surrounded them, send the fighters directly to bomb them. No one can save him this time. God himself in a steel helmet won't save him. Watching the regular GIs, led by Bill, marching majestically, a group of Eagle Jam country bigwigs were confident. However, the next moment they were confused. A sharp cracking sound suddenly came out of the speakers. Subsequently, they then saw the advancing regular GI troops. In the blink of an eye, it was then subjected to a barrage of artillery fire. The scene was immediately thrown into chaos, with all sorts of wailing and screams and explosions. One by one, the Eagle Sauce GIs were blown to pieces under their gazes. Looking at the scene, the white boss instantly jumped in shock. Damn, they even made the first move? It wasn't just the white boss who was shocked. The bigwigs of the Hawksbane country present. It was equally intimidating, as they watched the tens of thousands of Eagle Jam's elite GI troops, in the blink of an eye, being covered by artillery fire so dense that it was like a torrential rain. They could only feel their brains buzzing and exploding. Dream on. One day, it's amazing that Eagle Jam GIs would be subjected to such horrific firepower within their own country's borders, killing and injuring them instantly. Just as the white boss and a group of bigwigs from the Eagle Jam country were shocked and angry, a man rushed into the conference room in a hurry. Boss, I just got word that General Bill was killed in the line of duty. The white man who rushed in exclaimed with a panicked look on his face. He was attacked by artillery fire and blown to pieces on the spot. Quiet. Deadly silence. Everyone in the conference room of the Big House 1600 was shocked to the point of losing their voices by this sudden news, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Bill is a general. A general who has just gone out on an expedition is blown to pieces by enemy fire before he has even seen the enemy. This is too frightening. Scene. The Eagle Jam army, which was under artillery fire, had been completely deserted and was in disarray. The top officer was also taken out on the spot. It puts the elite Eagle Jam GIs right on the spot. It was actually impossible to organize resistance in the first place. Just as the GIs were confused. Rumble. In the distance, there was a sudden roaring and growling sound. The earth shook slightly at that moment. The stunned elite GIs of the Eagle Jam Nation suddenly noticed an armored vehicle in the distance, rumbling furiously in their direction. Before the bombed-out Eagle Jam GIs could regain their senses, the armored car quickly closed in on them, with a military vehicle following at the same time. Wow! After the military vehicle stopped, countless dead soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms and armed to the teeth rushed down from one military vehicle with a crash, and then, directly surrounded all the Eagle Sauce GIs. The dead soldiers surrounded the elite GI units of the Eagle Jam Nation. The scene. Immediately, it was captured by the drones still surviving in the sky and sent over the airwaves to the terminals, allowing countless people to see it for the first time, whether it's Eagle Jam Nation, or someone from another country. After seeing tens of thousands of elite Eagle Sauce GIs blown to bits and then surrounded by Roy's men, they were all in a state of great shock. For a moment, the whole world was silent. Everyone had once again seen the power and terror of Roy's strength. Did I read that right? The Eagle Sauce GI Joe is surrounded? Eagle Sauce GIs are surrounded in Eagle Sauce country. This joke is not funny. It's too damn scary. Is this the same Eagle Jam country I know? God, how could such a ridiculous thing happen? The Eagle Jam Nation GIs are the most powerful troops in this world. How could they be overwhelmed and surrounded by a bunch of thugs? Countless people at this moment, heart trembling, cannot help but exclaimed. All feel that they see all this is not real, have a kind of watching a movie like feeling. However, and yet it actually happened. After being bombarded by a barrage of artillery fire, the dumbfounded GIs of the Eagle Sauce Nation were indeed surrounded by the dead soldiers under Roy's command. The world watched. The army of dead soldiers under Roy made a new move. Drop your weapons. Surrender at once. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. One by one, the elite dead soldiers, armed to the teeth, aimed the weapons in their respective hands at the stunned GIs of the Eagle Sauce Nation, and then shouted at them with a loudspeaker. Already scared out of their wits, Eagle Sauce GIs, watching more and more dead soldiers surround them, listening to the shouts of the dead soldiers. Each face was terrified, with panic and fear in their eyes. Sir, General Bill's adjutant was luckier not to have been blown up and was looking at the dead soldiers in the distance with horror in his eyes when he suddenly heard the words of one of his GIs. What should we do now? Should we surrender? End of chapter. Chapter 55. Not only do I want to surrender, I want to join the enemy. Chapter 55. Not only do I want to surrender, I want to join the enemy. The adjutant's body couldn't help but tremble slightly at the words of the big soldier under his command, and the color of his face changed drastically for a while, as a flash of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Tell the truth. At this time, his heart was filled with fear, the fear of death. He had thought that this was an easy and simple operation to eliminate the bandits, but it turned out that before the enemy could even be seen, he was subjected to a devastating artillery bombardment. Even Supreme Commander Bill was killed instantly by artillery fire. So how could he not be afraid? Almost pissed himself. Surrender? Let's surrender to a bunch of thugs? Although he was so scared that he almost peed himself, the adjutant still had some difficulty accepting what the first officer asked. We are the Eagle Sauce Ace Troop. If we really surrendered to a bunch of thugs, have you thought about what the consequences would be? Can't imagine. What would be a consequence? It's probably going to be the laughingstock of the whole world, and he won't want to hang around in the Eagles Nation forces in the future. I don't know the consequences of surrendering. All I know is that if we don't surrender now, we're all probably doomed. The Eagle Sauce GI was already scared out of his wits, and his tone was shaking a bit as he screamed at the top of his lungs. These people aren't any thugs at all. Where is the one that exploded tanks and artillery all at once? These people are definitely the regular army. They are even more elite than us. Sir, if you don't surrender, we're all probably going to die. No, we will surely die. Those horrible guys, they're going to raid us for sure. The words of this terrified Eagle Sauce GI were so loud that they almost roared out. So, the Eagle Jam GIs, all around them, heard it all, and when they did, they all had a look of trepidation on their faces. Nobody wants to die. They just get paid. No need to put their lives on the line for that paycheck. For a moment, surviving Eagle Jam GIs, there was a lot of talk, panic, an atmosphere of confusion immediately pervaded the surviving GIs, and at the moment, their every move is watched by the entire world. Our army is surrendering? Damn it! How can they be so cowardly? Is this the same invincible ace troop that once won every battle? How could they be scared by a bunch of thugs? This is too humiliating. Has the Eagle Jam Nation fallen? Have our GIs become so cowardly and weak? There can be no surrender. You stupid and cowardly dogs. If you dare to surrender, the country will not let you go. Countless Eagle Jam countrymen, by way of video, saw the chaotic state of the Eagle Jam GIs at this point, heard their chatter, and exploded. All sorts of disappointed, angry voices were in the air. All sorts of accusations, moreover, came in like a tidal wave, almost drowning the surviving Eagle Jam GIs. 666. Luotian is truly awesome. A wave of artillery fire directly broke the spine of the Eagle Sauce Nation's GIs. Eagle Sauce is a paper tiger. That's true. These Eagle Jam soldiers are only capable of bullying the weaklings, and when they meet the real tough guys, they just pee. He. Russian is really too long for us. It's my idol. I really have a strong urge now to immediately travel far away from the ocean to join God Luo and build a career. That said, brothers of the motherland who are mixed up in Eagle Sauce, aren't your reactions a bit too slow? You still don't know how to turn to the god of Luo at this time? Are you all going to miss out on the honor of being a dragon? Merit from the dragon. It makes one's blood boil just to hear it. It looks like I'll get to see the ancient ones as the ancestral people of the free lands in my lifetime. The populace of the Eagle Sauce Nation is outraged, while the populace of the ancient nation is gloating and feverish at this point. Roy's every move was a relief to them. After all, the Eagle Sauce Nation has not been able to make the ancient ones suffer and be aggravated in the past. Now Roy's behavior gave them a feeling of revenge and relief. The whole world, all were abuzz with Roy's behavior, and a variety of voices were heard. And at this point, inside the big house at 1600, the white boss's eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead throbbed as if they were about to burst. Boss, calm down, calm down. Looked at the white boss face fierce appearance, an Eagle Sauce country big brother. Scalp numb, You but have a cardiovascular disease. The emotion cannot be so excited. Be calm. Calm? How do you expect me to be calm? Now the Eagle Sauce country has lost all its face. How can I still be calm? Without saying anything, the old white man got even more angry and growled loudly. No surrender. Send them orders at once. Never surrender to Roy. They are the elite force of the country, representing the face of the country. They absolutely cannot surrender to a yellow-skinned monkey. Otherwise, the face of our Eagle Jam country will be completely trampled on the ground. Listening to the white boss's roaring fury, the bigwigs of the Eagle Sauce Nation who were present all had some subtle looks on their faces. The situation was now completely out of their control. Watching the video of the terrified Eagle Jam elite GIs was extremely hard on people. Put yourself in the shoes of a man. They could understand how those elite GIs felt at this point. But, understanding returns to understanding. High and mighty, but they don't give a damn about the elite GIs. Therefore, the bigwigs of the Eagle Sauce Nation present were all in favor of Boss White. Never surrender. Soon, instructions were then passed out from the big house at 1600 and quickly traveled to the site. Scene. The atmosphere is quite heavy and tense. The surviving Eagle Jam GIs, their hearts were in their throats at this point. All eyes were turned toward the highest officer on the scene, General Bill's adjutant, all waiting for his decision. It's surrender. It's still a hard fight. The deputy's name is William, a middle-aged white man in his 30s. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly and his mood was extremely depressing. Looking at more and more elite dead soldiers, and more heavy firepower from the other side, he knew, fighting hard against the other party, the possibility of them trying to win was slim to none. There's a chance he'll die in battle. Surrender. A light flickered in his eyes and a voice bubbled up in William's mind. Surrender. He knows. This should be the overwhelming thought of the surrounding comrades. No one wants to die. However, just at the moment he was about to make up his mind to surrender, the communications soldier came to his side and handed him a satellite phone. Sir, it's a call from the big house, said the communications officer. William's heart was flabbergasted, and he hastily took the phone, and before he could speak, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. No surrender. If you dare to surrender, you will be court-martialed. Brush. William's face snapped and he gritted his teeth. Sir, if we don't surrender, we'll all die. The face and majesty of the Empire is greater than everything. Your death is not enough. You can't surrender even if you die in battle. The person on the other end of the phone towered over William, completely disregarding the lives of these GIs. I now order you to take up arms immediately and fight the other side until you die in battle. Listening to the other party's words, William's eyes instantly reddened and heated up directly, breaking into a rage. You sons of bitches. You don't take it seriously if you're not the ones going into battle, right? Knowing that we're no match, you still want us to die? Treating us as expendable, right? Come and fight each other if you can. You won't surrender, will you? You want to court-martial me? I'll fuck you up, you son of a bitch. I'm not just going to surrender, I'm going to mutiny. You son of a bitch. You wait. I'm going to follow Roy's army to the big house and take you out of the big house and hold you down in a piss pot. The other party's attitude of being superior and not taking their lives seriously at all directly made William explode with anger, and the red warmth of him directly hung up the phone. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Honorable King. Chapter 56, Honorable King. Do. There was a blinding tone on the other end of the phone, and the white-haired boss within the large room of 1600 had a twitch of muscle in his face, and his eyes nearly glared out of their sockets. Boo! The phone, in his hand, hit the desk with a thud and was instantly blown apart. Son of a bitch! The white boss's eyes were red, trembling with anger, and he roared out, that son of a bitch, pissed me off, how dare he talk to me like that? And he wants to kill the big house with Roy and take me out and drown me in the toilet? How dare he? If he dares to come, I dare to tear him to pieces. The white boss's rant exploded through the conference room, and the bigwigs in the Hawksbill country in the room heard their brains buzzing. Boss, take it easy, don't piss yourself off. A Hawksbane Nation bigwig heartily advised the white boss, fearing that he'd piss himself off to the point of a brain hemorrhage and die a violent death. Take it easy? I'm about to be pissed off. Now you're telling me to take it easy? You bunch of losers. The white boss, who was so angry that he exploded, scanned the crowd with red eyes and growled, can't any of you be of any use? Not one of you can take care of Roy? Crowd, can we be blamed for this? If you had listened to us and sent a large army to suppress Roy at the beginning, would it have gotten to this point now? The crowd spat in their minds, quite displeased with this dumping behavior of the white boss. Sure, even if they were more dissatisfied, they could only spit in their hearts, and it was imperative that they not settle scores with their own people, but rather address the impact and trouble that Roy had caused. It was good to see that the white boss was very angry though. so angry that his chest was about to explode, but not completely out of his mind. He took a few deep breaths and finally suppressed his anger. His face was grim and ugly as he sat on the seat, his eyes flickering for a while, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Boss. An Eagle Jam big man looked at his own boss, seemed to have calmed down, and after a moment of silence, hesitantly opened his mouth. Will that son of a bitch, William, really surrender to Roy's camp? If he really surrenders with his GIs and goes to work as a dog for Roy, then the implications of this are just too great. As the people present listened to this big brother's words, all of their faces changed, and a look of anxiety and worry surfaced in their eyes. It is indeed as he said. If William really did defect to Roy with his men, and that would have been a pretty bad influence. It would shake the entire Eagle Sauce Nation GI's military and make all Eagle Sauce Nation GIs think that the Eagle Sauce Nation had completely lost Roy. How dare he? The white boss popped up as if he had received an electric shock and roared angrily. If he dares to surrender, then he is a traitor to his country, and he will be judged by the state even if he flees to the ends of the earth. Just as Boss White's words left his mouth, William's voice suddenly came out from the speakers in the conference hall. I surrender. I am willing to lead my men in the great army and surrender to Mr. Roy and serve Mr. Roy. At the sound of William's voice, the faces of the people in the conference hall stuttered, and the white boss's eyes grew huge once again as he tried to think of what he had heard. He looked slightly dumbfounded as he slowly turned his head to look at the big screen. Then William was seen dropping his weapon, raising his hands high in the air and shouting in the direction of the army of dead soldiers. Not only him, behind William, one by one, the Eagle Sauce GIs, likewise disarmed, one by one, raised their hands in the air and cried out for surrender. Even others, ripping off their white shirts, made a crude white flag and held it over their heads and kept waving it. Pop! The white boss suddenly felt hurt a crisp slap and was slapped in the face by William's void. A fiery pain. The face is red. He. The white boss only felt a burst of dizziness, and a strong shock surged in his eyes. He actually really surrendered? How can he do that? How could he dare? Where is his pride as a soldier of the Eagle Sauce Nation? At this moment, the entire chamber fell silent, all of them dryly losing their voices at William's gesture. Really surrendered. The GIs of the Eagle Jam Nation really surrendered to Roy. This was certainly a huge shock to them. It would have been just as well if the GIs of the Eagle Sauce country had surrendered on the battlefield to the armies of that ancient eastern country. They recognized it. After all, that Tonto generation was truly awesome to the core. But, who the hell is Roy? How many men does he have under him? How much power does he have? Who is he to make the Eagle Sauce's army surrender? Not only did the people in the White House see William's act of surrender, but countless others from other countries throughout the world. Really surrendered? The Eagle Sauce G.I. Joe surrendered to Russian? This is too fantastic, isn't it? Ha! The Eagle Sauce GIs are wimping out now? Are they all so scared of death? Hawk Jam has always been a paper tiger. Don't you know that? It's only normal for them to surrender. All I can say is that the god of Luo is powerful. The god of Luo is mighty. And the Eagle Sauce Kingdom is going to be completely cold now. San Francisco is now under the control of the god of Luo from now on. You can actually look forward to it. Not only San Francisco, but I guess it won't be long before the whole Eagle Sauce country will have to listen to the god of Luo. Countless people from the east, shocked and excited, cheered continuously, looking at Roy in the video with eyes full of worship and awe, while the Orientals were thrilled. The people of the Eagle Sauce country were dumbfounded at this point, all unable to accept such a ridiculous thing. But, whether or not the Hawksbane populace could accept it, William did, indeed, surrender to Roy. The people at the top don't care at all about the bodies of their big-headed soldiers and are going to force them to die. It made William instantly feel no affection for the country and hate Roy for fucking it over. He gritted his teeth and loudly expressed his willingness to surrender again and again in front of the whole world in the direction of the army of dead soldiers. And behind him, the thousands of Eagle Sauce GIs who survived also chose to surrender. Mr. Roy. Yorick appeared in front of Roy with an excited face, trembling with excitement. Surrendered. The Eagle Sauce GIs in San Francisco have chosen to surrender. They are Eagle Sauce's most elite forces deployed in San Francisco. And after their surrender, the armed forces within San Francisco are no longer a threat. Surrender? Roy sat in a Humvee military vehicle with a big horse, listening to Yorick's words. His eyes flickered slightly. Do they surrender sincerely? Or, rest assured, Mr. Roy, that I can give you my word of honor that William is absolutely sincere in his surrender. Yorick patted his chest. You have a personality? Roy raised an eyebrow and scanned him with an expressionless face. Yorick. Roy's words made him feel hurt and uncomfortable. At this point, however, Roy didn't care what he was thinking as he jumped from the military vehicle and strutted towards the front lines of the battlefield, soon appearing close to William as the world watched. Mr. Roy, esteemed king, it's an honor to see you here. William had already gone out of his way, and when he saw Roy appear, he immediately knelt down on one knee to Roy, a look of humble humility on his face, his voice loud and strong. Please accept my surrender. I am willing to become a warrior under you, to open up the land for you, and to build a truly free and fraternal and great kingdom. End of chapter. Chapter 57 The King of San Francisco. Chapter 57 The King of San Francisco. With the eyes of the world watching, William, in a humble and respectful manner, dropped to one knee at Roy and implored him to accept his surrender. Boo! Inside the large house at 1600, a coffee cup instantly smashed against the wall and shattered into a million crumbs. Shit! The White Boss watched William, a senior Eagle Sauce officer, kneel and surrender to Roy in front of the whole world. So angry that his eyes were red as blood and roared like thunder, "Send out a hoeing team at once. Get rid of this damn traitor for me. Roy can be left alone for now. This traitor must be taken out first. Finish this disgrace to the Eagle Jam Nation." In this moment, the White Boss's resentment toward William directly surpassed Roy's. He hated to burn William to the ground and pour his ashes down the toilet and flush them down the drain. Inside the conference hall, the faces of the crowd of Eagle Sauce bigwigs were all quite ugly, gritting their teeth, and many of them trembled with anger. The fact that William really dared to do such a shameless thing in front of the whole world really shocked and infuriated them. Sure, it's not just the big guys like them who are pissed off at this point. Countless ordinary people in Eagle Jam country are just as pissed off. Damn you, William, you son of a bitch. He's corrupting Eagle Sauce. I'm going to kill him. It pisses me off. The hallowed Eagle Sauce Iron is actually kneeling and surrendering to a yellow-skinned monkey? This is disgraceful to the extreme. Protest. I protest. I want immediate action. I will kill him. Countless people of Eagle Jam, directly angry, then and there. Some people acted, intending to take their own actions, for Eagle Jam to weed out the traitor. The whole of Eagle Jam was gripped by anger, and at this point, being one of the sources of that anger, William couldn't care less. He's gone completely out on a limb, intend to go one way or the other. As for the next, what he would go through, whether he would be killed by the Eagle Jam people, he no longer cared. Surrender. At least now you don't have to die. Maybe even follow Roy and kill the big house, dragging out the so-called big shots in there who don't treat them like human beings and holding them down in a bucket of piss. Exalted Mr. Roy. No. Exalted King, please accept my surrender. William dropped to one knee, his eyes looking in awe and humility at Roy, who appeared in the distance. And at this point, Roy looked at William, who was on one knee, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was also quite surprised by the fact that these Eagle Sauce GIs had surrendered so quickly. Originally, I thought that this super dominant bruiser had a bit of a backbone and could hold out a little longer. Now it seems that I was completely overthinking it, and that these GIs are just a bunch of outsiders. Sure, Roy was happy about the current situation. The army of dead soldiers was the absolute core force in his hands, 100% loyal to him, but the number was ultimately too small at the moment. The core elite force is only 100,000, which is still too small in relation to the entire number of Eagle Jam GIs. So, he was in need of replenishing his strength. And these again generals and soldiers who were willing to surrender and hang out with him were obviously good additions to the force. As for whether they were loyal or not, it didn't matter to Roy. Even if they mutinied, Roy had absolute certainty that his own safety would not be affected. And it also destroys the renegade humanoids in the fastest time possible. Roy didn't answer William first, but instead looked over to the thousands of Eagle Sauce GIs behind William. These Eagle Sauce GIs were obviously terrified, and one by one, their faces were covered with nervousness, apprehension, and trepidation. Seeing Roy's gaze toward them, all the Eagle Jam GIs lowered their heads in fear. Not a single Eagle Sauce GI would dare to meet his eyes at this point. What are you still hesitating for? Suddenly, William seemed to understand something and turned around violently, yelling at all the Eagle Sauce soldiers. Why don't you hurry up and welcome the king's arrival? Thousands of Eagle Sauce GIs, hearing William's yell, shuddered. Shasta, whoa dash. Almost all of the Eagle Jam GIs, at the first opportunity, dropped to one knee and saluted in Roy's direction. Honorable King, please accept our submission and follow. King. Thousands of Eagle Sauce GIs, all at the same time, let out a shout. A huge cry that shot up into the sky and shook the sky. Meanwhile, it also shook the entire world, shaking countless people to the core. Scalp numbness. King? Roshan, became the king of San Francisco? I'll go. This is too brutal. In less than a day's work, Roshan has sprouted over San Francisco? How fierce. That's how a man should be. My blood boils when I see it. Does this count as sealing the deal? Does it count as drinking the Atlantic? That's something to write home about, isn't it? Genealogy single opening. Roshan is going to genealogy solo. Say, where exactly is Luo Shun from? This is too fierce. A glorious ancestor. Countless Oriental subjects, at this moment, had their hearts uplifted and their blood boiling. What Roy has done can be said to be something that countless Eastern subjects have dreamed of. Sure, in the past, they only dared to think about it, and no one would even think that such a thing could really happen. And now, Roy, however, did. This is undoubtedly a mythical and legendary event for the children of the East. While the entire world was dry and silent, Roy listened to the earth-shattering shouts and cheers with a rather calm and collected look on his face. Very well, I sense your sincerity. I swept over the eagle jam GIs while so spoke slowly, voice low and strong. I accept your surrender. William saw Roy, and for a long time his heart hung in his throat, very nervous and apprehensive, fearing that Roy would refuse to accept his surrender, and then send them to God with cannon fire. Now that he suddenly heard these words from Roy, his entire body relaxed. Taking a long breath, William bowed deeply to Roy and said immediately after, Honorable King, your servant is willing to clear all obstacles for you. Please instruct. Cooperate with my men and clear San Francisco of all armed Hawk Jam forces. Roy's eyes flickered as he said to insert William. I need the presence of my voice alone in San Francisco. Understood. William nodded heavily and gritted his teeth, a fierce light erupting from his eyes. Honorable King, please rest assured that I will clean up San Francisco clean enough for you so that no other murmur exists in the whole of San Francisco other than your voice. Roy nodded and turned his head to look behind him at Yorick. You cooperate with him and finish the mission as quickly as possible. Yes. Yorick nodded with an uplifted expression, then walked towards William and patted him on the shoulder with a smile on his face. Man, I'm glad you're on board. Let's follow our king and make a truly free kingdom together. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Young Master Run. Go abroad to avoid the wind. Chapter 58, Young Master Run. Go abroad to avoid the wind. Together we will fight for our ideals. Together we will fight for a free world. William looked at the uplifted Yorick and a smile appeared on his face. I believe that under the king's leadership, we will succeed. Definitely. Yorick held out his hand, high-fived William, and nodded heavily. We will let the light of the king wave over this land of freedom. Listening to the words of these two and looking at the shameless appearance of these two, the corner of Roy's mouth twitched slightly. These two goods. It really takes shamelessness to the extreme. Cut the bullshit and get moving. Glancing at the two goods, Roy said in a calm tone, if you can't complete the mission, you can guess the consequences. Once they heard Roy's words, the smiles on Yorick and William's faces instantly disappeared. Their bodies couldn't even help but tremble slightly. Now they had a bone-deep awe, a scorn for Roy, and they're sober. It was kind of a one-way street until they got on Roy's boat. They had no other choice but to pray that Roy would go all the way and fuck everything up. It's going to die. Honorable King, please rest assured. We will definitely fulfill all the tasks you have given us. William saluted Roy and patted his chest in reassurance. Yorick also hastened to take a stand. We'll move right away. And you'll clear out all the Hawk Jam armed forces within San Francisco as fast as you can. Roy nodded, his eyes glancing at William. You are a professional soldier with a great deal of expertise in military operations, Roy said to William, so for the next military operation, you're in charge of the overall scheduling command. Military command. Roy honestly didn't have any experience. From the beginning until now, everything he did was all based on the word reckless, the dead soldiers under him who were not afraid to die, and the powerful weaponry. And buying military talents from the mall requires too many prestige points, so he hopes being able to have these bandwagoners with specialized military skills to raise and train a professional army for him. Honorable King, please rest assured that I will complete the task you have given me. As soon as William heard Roy's words, he was so excited that his body trembled a little with excitement. Originally, he had thought that as a bandwagoner, he would be good enough to live to sell his life to Roy. As a result now Roy, but it gave him greater access, gives him more energy. It was definitely unexpected. Surprise him. There was a great outburst of enthusiasm. A great deal of bravado was expressed, and it was said that he would work to the big house, and turn this land of liberty upside down. Roy was indifferent, waving a hand at him, not worried about his men being commanded by him in any way, because all the dead soldiers are 100% absolutely loyal to him. Even being commanded by these bandwagoners like William didn't threaten him in the slightest. If these people dared to have any petty thoughts, Roy would be the first to find out and get rid of them. Roy gave the order. Excited, the men William and Yorick sprang into action. After these men began to move, Roy was idle. Shit, the base we just got was destroyed. Roy glanced in the direction of the San Francisco Police Department and couldn't help but sputter at the thought of the San Francisco Police Department that had been blown to rubble. But it was just a spat, not too much of a concern. San Francisco will soon be under his complete control. The whole of San Francisco will become his rear base. So, bomb the San Francisco Police Department. It would be completely irrelevant. The whole of San Francisco, thoroughly thrown into panic and chaos. Batches of police, GIs, were either expelled, taken in, or simply taken out. The second ghosts are often more hateful than the ghosts, and come down harder on their fellow countrymen. When William led an army of 100,000 elite dead soldiers under Roy's command, the kills got even harder. Kill the blood. Less than 24 hours. The entire Eagle Sauce San Francisco territory. It's been cleared out. The Honorable King, William, who was covered in bloodstains, returned to Roy with red eyes and reported the latest situation to him. I have perfectly completed the mission you explained. Within San Francisco, there are no longer any armed forces that are not loyal to you. Just call the boss. Roy always felt something strange when he heard William's name calling and said with a raised eyebrow, "Be on guard. Keep a lookout for a hawk sauce counterattack at all times." Having successfully taken down San Francisco, Roy didn't take it lightly. He's very clear. It was unlikely that Eagle Jam would stop at that. Even if it was repulsed now, it would surely kill back, because they can't afford to lose face and don't want to be the laughingstock of the world. Understood. William nodded heavily. Boss, don't worry about it. I've already arranged for vigilance before this, and made all-around deployment. I'll be the first to know whenever there's any movement in Eagle Sauce. As long as they dare to come, I'll make sure they don't come back. When he said this, William's eyes were crimson and murderous, clearly having killed. And he said this with a great deal of confidence, as he had savored the power of the dead soldiers under Roy's command. The dead man's state of hating the fact that he wouldn't die gave him the creeps and shook him up big time. Just arrange it. Roy nodded and turned to walk into the SF Municipal Building. From this moment on, San Francisco was completely in his hands. Roy had ignored, from start to finish, the various drones that kept appearing overhead. Leave it to those drones. Take a shot at him. Showed a strong confidence and bottom line that is beyond comprehension. The entire world went silent as they watched Roy walk into the San Francisco Municipal Building. Originally, everyone thought that the commotion Roy had made was terrifying though, and the strength displayed was creepy. But soon he'll be subdued by Eagle Sauce. After all, Hawk Jam is so powerful that no one should be able to spill their guts on its turf. But the fact that it's happening now has jerked countless people awake. And the moment Roy walked into the municipal building, countless people in San Francisco couldn't sleep, especially those who sent Roy to the 7th prison. Locust, who had run back to Gotham City in the first place, sat on the sofa in the villa's lobby and watched the back of me on the big screen as I had walked into the San Francisco Municipal Building, and the whole thing was dumbfounded. An emotion of speechless fear surged through him. How can he be so terrible? Lox's face turned a little white and his body trembled slightly. Will he come after me? If he comes to settle the score with me, will I be saved? Originally, Locust didn't take Roy seriously due to the power of his family's background. But in this moment he knew he was wrong. Dead wrong. Roy was powerful beyond his imagination, making him feel the threat of death. Young master, you first hide for a while. Hurry to leave the country. I have already arranged a plane for you to the Sky Locust country. You can an identity that no one knows. Hide in the Sky Locust country to avoid the wind. As Locust trembled slightly from fear, the butler anxiously came to him and handed over his passport and other documents, urging, get going before it's too late. This Roy is obviously the kind of man who has a grudge, and he certainly hasn't forgotten your existence. End of chapter. Chapter 59 The Great Reckoning. Starting with the Chancellor. Not a single one of you will leave. Chapter 59 The Great Reckoning. Starting with the Chancellor. Not one of them is going anywhere. Locust looked at the papers handed up by the butler. His face shifted for a moment, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth. How did things come to this? How did an unassuming yellow-skinned monkey become so terrifying? Locust couldn't understand even if he thought about it. Roy was obviously originally so insignificant, and was easily made into a scapegoat by him. It turned out that in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a terrifying figure who could make huge waves in the Eagle Jam country. It was now even a serious threat to his life and death. It was unacceptable to him. Young master, now is not the time to think about why he has suddenly become so scary. The most important thing you should do now is to hurry up and seize the time and head to the airport. The butler kept urging Rox with an anxious face. Now Roy can be said to have become the de facto lord of San Francisco, with more than 100,000 or more elite hordes under his command. Such a character, if he has you in mind, you will certainly be in great danger. Even if the family goes out of their way to preserve you, there will be great danger. Locust listened to the butler's bitter persuasion and took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll leave right away. I don't believe it. If I hide my real identity and run to another country, this Roy can still find me. As the top noble son of Eagle Sauce, Lox's energy was naturally extremely terrifying. Can easily find, often unimaginable ways to get out. He picked up his credentials and instantly got up and followed the butler out the door, planning to go out and hide from the wind. Go to the celestial Locust Kingdom. The Hawksbane people, and especially the Hawksbane power brokers, are the supreme beings in the Sky Locust Kingdom. Locust was still able to live a free life even if he ran away to the Sky Locust Kingdom. A top Eaglesauce power brother like Rox can run away easily, but some of the commoners involved in framing Roy don't have that kind of skill. They are shivering and waiting for the judgment of fate, or should I say, waiting for the judgment from Roy. San Francisco. Inside the municipal building, the atmosphere was quite tense and cohesive. A large group of municipal staff, at this time shivering, stood in the building. One lowered his head. The gas did not dare to breathe loudly. Roy stood at the entrance to the building, looking at each of the lowered, shivering municipal people staff members with a slight twinkle in the light of his eyes. For these governance personnel without any fighting ability, Roy didn't expel them as he did the police GIs. One of the most important reasons is that Roy needs manpower to manage a big mess in San Francisco. He can't manage everything. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Miscellaneous manpower is also needed. And naturally, these people who originally worked for the city of San Francisco are the best bottom feeders. After all, Roy didn't worry at all about the other person's loyalty or lack thereof when he got them to do something. Holding the barrel of an absolutely loyal gun in his hand, he was not afraid of the people under his hand messing things up, as long as someone dares to screw up. Found by him, it wouldn't be warm and fuzzy Eagle Sauce law. Roy's gun would dislike their mouths. All heads up. Roy swept a glance at these quail-like municipal personnel after the opening with the others. I'm a person. Always others respect me afoot. I respect people afoot. And I'm not interested in bullying some people who haven't messed with me. Now for your 2 choices. Either that or get the hell out of here. Either stay and work for me in peace, and you won't lose a penny of your due pay and benefits. Roy's voice was not loud, but it echoed through the hallway. The crowd of municipal staff, upon hearing his words, all looked up at him with incredulous faces. Today's Roy was a terrifying demon, a god of killing. In the eyes of countless people, God would have to be slapped twice for baring his teeth in front of him. They were ready to be humiliated and embarrassed, even abused, by Roy. Results. Instead, things had gone awry, and Roy hadn't given them a hard time? My time is precious. No time to dilly-dally with you here. Looking at the crowd's surprised look, Roy then said, now give you 30 seconds to consider the time. 30 seconds after you want to go quickly roll. Do not want to go immediately back to their respective workplaces to go. What to do what? Hearing Roy's words, the crowd stared at each other. Tick-tock. A little bit of time passes. I'll go. Bruno, are you going or staying? I chose to stay and work for whoever I work for and have a family to support. The crowd they made a choice. Some chose to stay. Others chose to leave. Those who chose to leave showed some trepidation and nervousness, fearing that Roy would suddenly backtrack. Roy didn't even give them a second glance as they walked carefully past him. The heavily armed, dead strong men following behind Roy were also just staring at him with wary eyes and didn't have any intention of stopping him. A few moments of work. 30%. It's all gone. A bunch of fools, who don't know how to treasure a heavenly chance in front of them. William looked at those who walked away and gave a soft grunt in his mind, thinking that these people were stupid. Although he hadn't been in contact with Roy for a long time, he felt that he was already able to see Roy clearly as a person. He's simple. Grudges are clear. Don't mess with him. Nothing happens. Mess with him, and there will be his insane retaliation. Roy didn't even look twice at the people who walked away. His eyes swept over the crowd that remained behind, and he nodded with satisfaction that the number of people who stayed was a bit more than he expected. Since you chose to stay, all of you will work hard for me. Roy looked at them. His eyes became stern. Do your part. What is yours to take? Will not be less than 1 point, but I'll be ugly. If you try any tricks, you won't be left to die an ugly death. Listening to these words with a calm tone, but containing a strong killing intent, a group of municipal staff, their hearts were aghast. 1 or 2 of them quickly opened their mouths to assure that they would do their part. Now there is something you need to do immediately. Since there are good mules, Roy naturally will not hesitate to send them. Immediately gave the task. Now you immediately give me to find out clearly the people who were involved in framing me in the first place. In the end, which some, whether it's direct or indirect, find out. Let's start with the San Francisco courts. By the way, first go and bring me that judge who tried me. Roy suddenly turned back to William and commanded, bring me his family. William's heart sank at the sound of this. The boss is planning a major purge of San Francisco, to begin a complete liquidation of all those who have ever persecuted him. Someone's going to be out of luck. And still many, many more. But, what does it matter? Those people in the first place, for whatever reason, since they chose to persecute the boss, they should pay accordingly. Okay, boss? I'll take someone there and bring everyone who appeared on the courtroom bench in the first place to you with all due haste. William nodded solemnly, then turned and headed out of the municipal building. With 3,000 dead soldiers armed to the teeth, he ran towards the Grand Court with great vigor. End of chapter. Chapter 60 Arrest of the Chancellor of Justice. Chapter 60 Arrest of the Chancellor of Justice. At Roy's command, the vengeance began. William set out in force with thousands of dead soldiers. San Francisco. Inside the Grand Chamber, a group of San Francisco judges are gathered in a conference room. What now? Roy has become the de facto king of San Francisco, and he will definitely come after us. Why was he tried and jailed in the first place with a weak chain of evidence? Presiding judge, how much did you receive in favor? We didn't get any of the favor fees, but now we're probably going to be implicated along with it. A large group of judges murmured, each with a look of anxiety on their faces. These are the same people who were in the courtroom for Roy's trial. Among them, a middle-aged white man, listening to the accusations of the judges under his command, had a shifting look on his face. The middle-aged white man was none other than presiding Judge Wilson, who had tried Roy in the courtroom. Shut up! As Wilson listened to their various arguments, a flash of annoyance flashed in his eyes and he roared, "What time is it now? Still shifting responsibilities to each other? Do any of you here think that any of you have escaped relations? Roy has long since let it be known that anyone who has participated in his trial will suffer his vengeance. So that means that everyone present, and even a lot of people who weren't present, will be subject to his vengeance." Hearing Wilson's words, the crowd of San Francisco court officers present fell silent. On each and every face, there was a strong look of fear and nervousness. Roy's terror made them feel deep despair. Presiding Judge Wilson, a judge, pale and terrified in tone, asked Wilson, "So are we just going to sit here now and here waiting to die?" Brush up. All eyes, at the same moment, looked at Wilson. It seems that everyone put their hopes on Wilson, the presiding judge. Take it all easy. Seeing everyone's eyes locked on him, Wilson's face flickered slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "You guys need to be clear. I'm working for someone." As soon as they heard Wilson's words, the group of judges in the room had a look of dawning realization on their faces. That's right. We were doing things for people. Now that something's happened, those people have to help us. Right. If they dare not help us, we'll shake them all out. If it's hard for us, it's not going to be easy for those people. A group of judges, who seemed to have seen the light of hope, had excited looks on their faces. Wilson nodded in satisfaction at their reaction. "You guys figured it out just fine, so there's no need to panic so much." Wilson, although his heart had long been flustered into a dog, still acted calmly, took out his personal cell phone, and said to the crowd, "Now I will call Duke Locust and let him step in to solve the problem." The crowd's eyes lit up. They had naturally heard of Locust's great name. After all, this was Eagle Sauce's top noble son. In front of everyone, Wilson dialed a phone. There was a look of anticipation in the eyes of the judges in the room as they watched Wilson make the call to contact the all-powerful big shot in their minds. However, soon the look of anticipation on their faces turned into thick disappointment and even anger. After Wilson's call was dialed out, it was not answered for a long time, and only a beeping busy sound was heard on the other end of the phone. How come? Wilson thought he had dialed the wrong number and looked at it carefully a few times. The phone number is correct. This is the cell phone number that Duke Rocks personally left for me. How come I can't get through? Unbelieving him, he dialed several times in succession, but without exception, each time no one answered. Not being able to get through to his rescuer caused Wilson to completely panic. However, just as he was dialing again and again, a sudden cacophony of voices rang out. "Hands up! Get on the wall! No one is to make a move, or be shot on the spot." There was a clamor from outside that startled Wilson and the others in the office. What happened? Wilson, who suddenly heard the commotion, was startled and rushed to the window to check towards the outside. At this look his pupils suddenly contracted suddenly and violently, and his face swished and turned pale, for he saw a large group of heavily armed men who had somehow stormed into the courthouse. Suddenly rushing in, they were roughing up the court staff, driving all of them away. No good. Seeing this scene, Wilson immediately trembled, only to feel a chill from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, running towards us. Wow! A large group of people, in a hurry, rushed behind Wilson. Everyone looked out and saw the same scene. "Roy's here. His men are coming for us. God! What shall we do with this demon?" I was forced to do it in the first place. I wasn't trying to wrong him. Seeing Roy's men, literally looking for them, a large group of judges were completely terrified. Everyone's mood was panicked to the extreme at this moment. Take cover. Wilson knew that these people must be coming for their group, and panicked. He subconsciously tried to run. As soon as he pulled the door open, he was going to rush out and bolt, but just as he pulled the door open, he found a line of blackened guns at the door, pointing in his direction. You guys. As soon as he went out the door, he saw a row of blackened guns pointed at him, and Wilson was so scared that his legs went weak and he sat down on his butt. Justice Wilson. Yorick appeared in front of Wilson with a grin on his face, his eyes sneering at him. It's been a long time. Yorick? You. The moment he saw Yorick, Wilson's pupils suddenly contracted violently. You betrayed me? Betray you? Yorick snorted at Wilson's comment. I don't do that kind of dirty work. Unbelievable, unbelievable. You are really bold. How dare you slander our boss? As a justice of the peace, how did you do such a shameless thing? Wilson's face shifted as he listened to Yorick's words, a look of fear flickering in his pupils. Yorick, it's a long story. There's a big misunderstanding. Wilson forced himself to lift his ingratiating smile and said to Yorick, could you, please, take me to see Mr. Law? Let me explain to him. I'm sure he'll be willing to listen to my explanation. End of chapter. Chapter 61 Organization of the Air Force. Chapter 61 Organization of the Air Force. For the matter of being vilified as a rapist and murderer and sent to jail as soon as he crossed over, Roy had always been a bit nagging about it. So, after taking care of San Francisco, he immediately started the liquidation operation, intending to kill all those who had defamed and framed him one by one. Not only does the culprit, Rox, have to die, but everyone else who was involved has to die. San Francisco Municipal Building, penthouse. Inside a rather lavishly furnished lounge, Roy stood by the window, taking in the view. Just as Roy was admiring the view from the window, a lanky yellow-skinned man walked in through the door. This yellow-skinned lanky middle-aged man was of Eastern descent who had just come to join Roy. Very coincidental. It's still the family. The name is Luo Zhengjun. Luo Zhengjun was once a foreign mercenary who had gone to war and seen blood. Boss, our men have searched the entire Locust estate and have not found Locust himself. Luo Zhengjun came behind Roy and said to him, according to known sources, Rox had already flown back to Gotham City on a private jet when you first started the prison hijacking. Boss, run away? Hearing Luo Zhengjun's words, Roy couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, the corner of his mouth revealing a sneer. Running is useful? It's useless. You as long as you're still on Earth, then you have to die. Roy wasn't surprised by the fact that Knox had run away and wasn't panicked in the slightest. He was absolutely certain that he could find Rox quickly, because he had just purchased tens of thousands of professional intelligence dead soldiers from the system, after spending millions of reputation. These dead soldiers, proficient in a variety of intelligence work skills, tens of thousands of elite enough to fight against the major top intelligence agencies in the world today. Boss, so what are you going to do now? Should we send someone to Gotham City? Luo Zhengjun asked. You don't need to worry about this pretty clown of Rox. I've arranged for the intelligence team to follow up. Roy shook his head and said with a cold snort, as long as the intelligence group starts to act, he won't be able to escape, no matter what means he uses. Roy was quite confident in the intelligence officers he had purchased from the system. I'd like to talk to you now about forming an air force. A look of anticipation appeared in Roy's eyes. I have to have an ace air force of my own in the shortest possible time. For air power, Roy naturally took it very seriously. Now he and the Eagle Jam country can be said to be completely on the opposite side of the road. Using his toes to think about it can be known that the next Eagle Jam will certainly be crazy to find him trouble. The Great War is absolutely inevitable. Hawk Jam has all the power of the sea, land, air and sky, and his power is still relatively incomparable to the whole of Hawk Jam. That's why he has to develop as quickly as possible and improve his overall power. All the armed forces of the land, sea, air and sky. Roy felt the need to take control. Forming an air force? Luo Zhengjun was shocked at his words. Boss, forming an air force is not an easy thing to do. It's not just about weaponry. It's about well-trained personnel. Unless there are ready-made ace pilots and top fighters. Otherwise it's almost impossible to get an air force into combat shape quickly. Listening to Luo Zhengjun's words, Roy smiled and nodded. I understand everything you said. As far as airplanes go, personnel and all that stuff you don't need to worry about. All you have to do is tell me if you are capable and competent to form an air force. Luo Zhengjun's eyes widened at once, looking at Roy with an incredulous expression. He never dreamed that he had just come to join Roy, and Roy had taken him so seriously. The task of forming an air force was given to him directly. He knew very well that if this mission was done right, Then he would be the top man in the Air Force in the future. Boss. Luo Zhengjun swallowed his saliva. There was a strong color of exhilaration in his eyes, but his tone was a bit apprehensive. To be honest, I am not confident, but I do have experience in this area. As long as you trust me, boss, then I will do my best to fulfill the task you gave me. Boss. Then it's settled. The formation of the space will be arranged by you. Seeing Luo Zhengjun's serious and excited look, Roy appeared to be calm. The airplanes will appear within 2 days, and initially there are expected to be 100 fighters of various types. As for the pilots, that's something you don't have to worry about at all. I have the ace flight. Luo Zhengjun. Roy's words left him dumbfounded. Master Tien, how awesome is the owner of the house? Airplanes, tanks, rockets, and all that stuff, even if they have ace pilots? Where did he get it? Luo Zhengjun's heart was shaken to the core, and the way he looked at Roy was worshipful to the extreme. Don't worry, boss. Luo Zhengjun, who had returned to his senses, excitedly patted his chest and loudly assured Roy, I'll definitely take care of the Air Force and will never let you worry more, boss. He knew very well that this was the turning point of his destiny, so he had to hold on to it. Aha! In response to Luo Zhengjun's assurance, Wang Yi only nodded. The reason why he gave Luo Zhengjun such a great opportunity is actually the most important thing is to release a signal, a sign of his willingness to accommodate the descendants of the East, as opposed to recruiting the Eagle Jam bandwagoners to join the camp and manage their own territory. That's why it's more desirable to recruit elite talents from the ancient Eastern countries. It's much better to run one's kingdom with compatriots who share the same roots as one's own than to use foreignized barbarians. Luo Zhengjun, kind of 1,000 gold to buy a horsebone. He can hold up the stall. Then he has been doing it. Ultimately, if the ability doesn't hold up, then give him a different position that he can control. It's as simple and capricious as that. Roy is simple and brutal about managing his men in territory. In the eyes of the people of Eagle Jam, he is definitely a nepotistic tyrant, and a dimwit. Crunch dash. Just as Roy was explaining things to Luo Zhengjun, a military vehicle entered the municipal compound. Immediately after the car stopped, the matter was pressed out of the military vehicle in batches. Inquisitor Wilson, pressed forward by a dead soldier, a look of fear and despair on his face. Yorick. Wilson saw Yorick walk past him and shuddered as he exclaimed, for the sake of our former friendship over the years and having bought you coffee a few times, help me. Bah! Yorick stopped in his tracks as soon as he heard Wilson's words and turned back to spit at him. You stupid thing, still want to drag me to die with you? Slandered our boss and you want me to help you? Is that begging? You're trying to get me killed. End of chapter. Chapter 62. I don't care if you volunteered or not. All must die. Chapter 62. I don't care if you volunteered or not. All must die. Yorick could see clearly now that whatever reason these people, Wilson, had chosen to put Roy in jail for wrongdoing, they had to pay the price. As for dead or not, that depends on Roy's mood. All he had to do now was to send these people, all of them, to Roy, waiting for Roy to decide for himself. Go faster. Yorick walked up behind Wilson and kicked him in the ass. Don't keep our boss waiting. Our boss's time is precious. Hurry up. Kicked by Yorick, Wilson almost stumbled and fell to the ground, angry and furious, his eyes red with rage, glaring viciously at Yorick. However, in the face of his anger, Yorick didn't care and continued to shove with his upper hand, telling him to hurry up before he kept Roy waiting. At this point, inside the office on the top floor, Roy had noticed the dead men under his command returning with men. Having just finished explaining that Luo Zhengjun was in charge of preparing for the Air Force, Roy was still in a good mood, and when he saw his men return with a large group of people, a smile appeared on his face. It's time to start liquidating. Looking down from above, he saw the presiding judge that he had once seen in court, and with a cold snort, he turned and headed out the door. Just out the door. Haven't even made it to the elevator. Roy then heard a loud noise. Fixing his eyes, he saw Yorick, and both Williams, personally pressing Wilson and the other judges out of the elevator. Boss, the man is brought. Seeing Roy appear, Yorick and William both immediately looked shocked, and hurriedly walked over towards him, inviting credit, saying, all the judges who participated in your trial were all brought here, and none of them escaped. Roy nodded. Eyes fell on Wilson and the other judges. Wilson and others, at this time also saw Roy. See, his eyes fell on their own. One face became pale. Eyes cannot help but flow out of the panic. Mr. Roy. Wilson just felt Roy's eyes like vipers, making his body hairy. Fear made his body trembled. Shivering. Things. Bring it down first. Roy scanned them all and didn't even wait for Wilson to finish his sentence before he waved his hand. Everybody hang. Yes. As soon as they heard Roy's words, William, Yorick and the others immediately took action, roughly dragging Wilson and others, dragged down. Subsequently, dragged them to a clearing with quite a bit of gym equipment. After having them dragged to the clearing, William and the others took matters into their own hands and hoisted Yorick and his party high up onto the bar. This time, Roy just walked over, watching William and other judges being hung. The light in Roy's eyes flickered slightly, and a sneer appeared on his face as he swept over them and slowly spoke. High and mighty chancellors, never would have imagined that you would have this day, would you? Wilson and the other judges, hoisted up by Roy, each had a look of panic on their faces to the point of panic, and some were even so scared that their pants were wet, apparently from peeing. Mr. Roy, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Inquisitor Wilson was terrified, and when he heard Roy's words, his voice was filled with a sobbing, fearful trill. I was forced to do what I did. I was forced to be forced by Duke Rocks. As soon as Wilson opened his mouth, the rest of the judges, too, spoke up. I was forced to participate. I'm a righteous judge. I've never done anything against the law before. I was forced to do it this time. Mr. Roy, please give me a chance. I'd love to work for you. Knowing that Roy's methods are severe and ruthless, these judges, it's all desperate and racking their brains at this point to try and absolve themselves. However, their sophomoric excuses sounded like a joke to Roy's ears. All forced? Roy's face showed a smile. Just how the smile is a little creepy, tone full of sarcasm. Then what is this evidence? I got inside my hand? Saying that, Roy beckoned, and immediately a dead soldier came forward holding a large pile of information. This information, it was after he took control of San Francisco. The people who worked under him gave him the information that was compiled from the investigation. The information details what Wilson and others have done. Inside this information, there is a detailed record of the dealings between you, Justice Wilson, and Locust. There is nothing in this information that proves that you were forced to do this. Roy picked up a piece of information, flipped through it, and then looked at, with a sneer on his face, Wilson, who was hanging from the bar. From the information I have investigated, you are voluntary, and even, you have made plans for Rocks. As Wilson listened to Roy's words, his pupils suddenly contracted violently and he completely panicked. The moment, his heart was filled with remorse. Not remorse for what he did in conjunction with Rocks though. Rather, it was remorse, why he hadn't cleaned up his hands and tails, and would let people find handles, which ended up in Roy's hands. One time, Wilson couldn't get the words out, because he knew that in front of Roy's ironclad evidence, no amount of his own words would help. Sure, Roy wasn't interested in talking to him much either. He picked up the others, each one corresponding to one of the judges now being hung, recording the various things they had done against him. Dozens of judges who were hung. Watch Roy's move. The heart is as cold as water. Desperate. Actually, I don't care if you guys volunteered. Roy threw the information he was holding in his hand. His eyes looked at Wilson and the others. His eyes instantly became cold and frostless. A killing intent surged out from him. As long as you are involved in the action of persecuting me, then you all have to die. Brush up. As soon as Roy's words fell, dozens of dead soldiers instantly raised the guns in their hands, their black holes pointing at Wilson and the others. No. Wilson and the others were scared out of their wits when they saw Roy's men raise their guns, and Wilson tried to weasel out and say something, but Roy was no longer giving him a chance. Shoot! Roy waved his hand with a cool face. Bang! 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 Dozens of guns, firing at the same time, their muzzles spewing flames. Ah! A round of bullets that flew out of the barrel of the gun, like the death-defying scythe of the god of death, landed on Wilson and the others, and a miserable scream rang out. But soon, all the yelling died down. The hanged judges, including Wilson, were all beaten to a sieve, and blood flowed like a spring from their hanging bodies, staining the ground crimson. As Roy said, everyone has to die. None of the judges who had participated in his trial survived the intense gunfire. All died through and through, and the bloody and horrific scene was recorded by the drone above Roy's head and presented to countless people around the globe. One time, the entire world was shaken by Roy's ruthless tactics. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Traveling to the Sky Locust Kingdom, Chasing and Killing Locusts. Chapter 63, Traveling to the Sky Locust Kingdom, Chasing and Killing Locusts. Roy's every move was now under global scrutiny, so the scene where he didn't hesitate to order the shooting of Wilson and dozens of other judges involved in framing him fell into the eyes of countless people. One time, everyone was shocked by his thunder and ruthlessness. Too fierce. This is really revenge that doesn't last overnight. It's a direct uprooting. Anyone who wants to mess with the god of Luo in the future will have to think twice. Real men. That's how it should be done. TMD. These unscrupulous judges should be shot. The person who framed Roshan was an eagle sauce nobleman named Rocks. Wasn't he? He should be shivering now, right? If I were you, I would have pissed myself. The people from the ancient eastern countries. Many of them clapped their hands and praised Roy for this kind of behavior, thinking that he had done a good job. Sure, the Eagle Jam people, however, are taking it a little hard. Damn, this Roy is a madman. Even if these people are guilty, they should be tried in a court of law. He's trampling on the law. No, this is trampling on the dignity of the Eagle Jam country. These yellow-skinned monkeys from the east are barbaric. Trampling on Hawk Sauce's dignity? Does Hawk Jam have any dignity in front of him now? He never had Eagle Jam in his sights. Damn it! All of this was caused by that asshole Locks. Which big family's noble son is Locks? He must be found to settle the score. Countless Eagle Jam people are angry at Roy, but also finally thought of the fuse of all this. Rocks. Everyone thinks, if it wasn't for this Locust looking for trouble with Roy, put Roy in jail for wrongdoing, then Roy certainly wouldn't be as crazy as he is now, stirring up the whole of Eagle Jam country and making Eagle Jam a global laughingstock. Sure, Roy, who has completely let himself go, does not care about what other people think, and now he only wants to have revenge, and it can't be overnight. Looking at Wilson and the others whose bodies were in disarray, Roy didn't have the slightest pity in his eyes, and didn't even feel relieved. After all, he has a reputation for raping and murdering mothers and daughters. Even though he has now proved to the world by his actions that he was wrongly accused, there will probably be many more people who will think that he really did it. After he showed his strength, it will make more people firmly believe he did it. That made him feel very sick. Keep on investigating for me. All those involved in setting me up must be dug out for me. Roy's eyes were icy cold as he said to Yorick, no need to bring it to me if you find it again. Wherever you find it, just take care of it on the spot. Listening to Roy's cold words, Yorick was chilled and nodded his head in a hurry. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely uncover everyone and won't spare a single one. Roy nodded. Just then, a burly man in a suit and sunglasses suddenly came up behind Roy. Boss, we found Lox's trail. Where? Roy asked with a raised eyebrow. Boss, according to the information we just investigated, we learned that Locust changed his identity, took a civilian airliner, and flew to the Sky Locust country. The man in the suit said, running off to the Sky Locust kingdom? A cold smile appeared on Roy's face all of a sudden. Running is quite fast. But, is it useful? Sky Locust country, right? Oh, at this point, countless people have heard the same news as Roy. Upon learning that Roy's men had found out where Rocks had gone, many people were shaken, shocked at the strength of the intelligence network under him. Sure, others panicked. Among them, the ones who panicked the most were undoubtedly the people of the Sky Locust kingdom. Damn it! How dare Rocks come to our country? Why would he run to our country? Isn't this causing us trouble? Where's Rocks? Hurry up and arrest him. Send him back to Eagle Jam country. This guy is a disaster. Don't you come over here. Roy, you mustn't come to our country. We're not as powerful as Hawk Sauce. We can't afford to be tossed around. Countless people of the Sky Locust country, upon learning the news, were terrified, fearing that Roy would follow and kill their country after learning that Locust had run to their country. The big thing Roy pulled off at Eagle Jam has turned the heads of every major country in the world, and they all know it's a god of killing. If we let him show up in our own country, it's sure to cause a world of trouble. However, fear of what will come. While countless people in the Sky Locust kingdom were shivering, Roy, after a moment of pensive thought, suddenly spoke to William, Yorick, and the others. I'm going to make a trip to the Sky Locust kingdom. Roy looked at them and said, get yourselves ready, and I'll leave the rest of the Hawk Jam domestic business to you. Remember, while I'm gone, I'm not going to allow any changes in San Francisco that I don't want to see. This is what it was like when I left, and I'm going to see it exactly the same when I come back. Said. Roy looked up. Eyes looked to a drone overhead. He knows. This drone will show the entire world what it is doing right now. Look at the drone's camera. A cold glint flashed in Roy's eyes. Let me advise everyone that anyone who dares to provoke me during the time I'm away from Eagle Sauce will be met with my most ferocious retaliation. Roy's tone was as cold as frost, and he issued a warning to everyone. If you don't believe me, you can come and try. This warning, it made countless people's hearts flinch. Even the crowd of Eagle Jam bigwigs in the big house at 1600 were a bit frazzled after hearing this warning from him. But Roy didn't care what anyone else thought. After the warning, he then withdrew his gaze. He then instructed the strong man in the suit, prepare immediately. I'm going to fly to the Sky Locust Kingdom. The burly man in the suit was a very specialized agent that Roy had purchased from the system for intelligence purposes. Okay, boss, I'll make the arrangements. The burly man in the suit immediately nodded heavily at his words and turned around to make arrangements. Watching his departing back, countless people were creeped out. Predictable. Roy traveled to the celestial Locust Kingdom. It's bound to make a huge wave. And at this point, the ones who were most panicked were undoubtedly the people of the Sky Locust Kingdom. determining that Roy was really heading to the Sky Locust country. The entire Sky Locust country was thrown into a tense and panicked atmosphere. Stop him. He must not be allowed to appear in the Sky Locust kingdom. Damn it. This god-killing demon. How did he set his sights on our Sky Locust nation? Can't we just toss it around in eagle sauce and let us watch the show? Rocks. Blame it on rocks. Get your ass in gear. Arrest Nox immediately. This damned calamity must be captured before Roy arrives in the Sky Locust kingdom. It's time for us to close our airspace. Ban any craft from entering our airspace. That will stop Roy from entering our country. The panicked and terrified kingdom of the Sky Locusts had begun to move, and all they had done was to prevent Roy from arriving. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Heavenly Locust Kingdom, don't come over here. Chapter 64, Heavenly Locust Kingdom, don't come over here. San Francisco International Airport. A large group of dead soldiers armed to the teeth. Killjoy stormed an Airbus A380. Get off. Control the cab. Behave yourself if you don't want to die. After the dead soldiers rushed onto the Airbus A380, they drove all the passengers on the plane down and took control of the cockpit at the first opportunity. Captains and other crew members, all under control. It's Roy. Oh my god. He's going to hijack the plane? What hijacking? He's in charge of the whole of San Francisco now. Wouldn't it be easy for him to get a plane? The passengers were only driven down and not harmed, which made them tremble with fear and curiosity while looking at the sudden appearance of the dead soldiers and discussing. Under the gaze of the crowd, a figure stepped out from behind the crowd. It caught the eye of everyone in the room. It was Roy who stirred up the whole eagle sauce. Boss, the plane is in position and ready for takeoff. A deadman agent came to Roy and said to him, this plane was originally destined for the Sky Locust nation. Aha. Roy nodded. Then under the gaze of the crowd, he took a large group of dead soldiers and boarded the huge Airbus A380 airliner. The moment Roy boarded the Airbus A380, the whole world was abuzz with shock. No way? Roy, he has the audacity to leave on an airplane? Is he crazy? Afraid of being shot down by a missile? It's a great opportunity. A great chance to take Roy out. Get your ass in gear. One missile will take him down. Is this guy really not afraid of death? The guts are too big, aren't they? How dare he take a civilian airliner at this time with honor? Roy's behavior has left countless people in disbelief and disbelief. Can't even figure it out. Why is he so bold? How dare you take an airliner in the open under these circumstances? For a moment, countless people who were paying attention to Roy felt that his death-defying behavior would cost him dearly. Even someone did have a heart attack. Inside the big house at 1600, white bosses and a bunch of Eagle Jam bigwigs, looking at Roy boarding the Airbus A380, there was a shocked look of incredulity on their faces. This guy is really not afraid to die. While the white boss was shocked, a look of exhilaration welled up in the depths of his eyes and he trembled with excitement. This is a good opportunity. A good chance to finish him off in one fell swoop. The big eagle sauce guy in the audience, hearing these words from the white boss, the excitement on his face was barely concealed. They also thought it was a godsend. Since he seeks death, let's make it happen. A grimace appeared on the face of one of the Eagle Jam bigwigs. As soon as the plane he's traveling in takes off, immediately launch a missile to shoot him down, just to be on the safe side. I think we should also send in the fighters. Another Eagle Sauce bigwig killed. Once we take him out, then those people under him, they won't be able to do anything. A crowd of Eagle Jam bigwigs were talking. Advice. Thinking about taking out Roy. Since everyone thinks it's feasible, then start acting immediately. The white boss gritted his teeth viciously, and his face was a bit grim. We must take advantage of this opportunity to finish him off. His offer. Immediately, the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room agreed. However, just as they were about to give the order, instead, the white boss's secretary walked in looking flustered. Boss, things are not good. Boss White's secretary looked terrified and handed over a flat plate in his hand. Look at it. There are at least 300 missiles, aimed at the big house. What? The white boss shivered and almost fell out of his chair in shock as he brought the tablet over, then saw within it a white man, speaking with a menacing face. The white man who spoke. It was William. William was seen standing in a spacious field, and behind him, densely parked, is a missile car. I hereby solemnly warn William killed if the Eagle Jam country dares to launch missiles against the airliner our boss is traveling on. No matter how many, we will launch the most ferocious retaliation. See the big guy behind me? The missile position behind me is capable of firing 300 missiles at once. And these are supersonic missiles. As long as you dare to attack my boss, we will, at the first opportunity, smash all the missiles, in one fell swoop, into the big house at 1,600. 300 missiles are just the beginning. We have more missiles, hidden inside the Eagle Jam country. At my command, all missiles will be launched simultaneously. I can even tell you definitively, There is a high probability that one of the missiles we launch will carry a nuclear warhead. You may not believe it, but you need to consider the consequences. William's voice, through the flat panel speakers, rang out through the big house, falling into the ears of the White Boss and a group of Eagle Jam bigwigs. Listening to his words, one time, the White Boss and others were silenced by the fuck. Each and every one of them stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with horror. It was only after a while that the White Boss came back to his senses from the shock. His face was a blue rage, and he couldn't help but growl like thunder. This madman! How can there be such a terrible madman in this world? Does he really have a nuclear warhead in his hands? The question. It made the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room even more silent. They can't answer that question. It's not clear that Roy actually has a nuclear warhead in his hands, but they're scared. Wouldn't really bet on Roy having any bullets in his gun. The missiles in Roy's hands have been verified for real-world capability, and Eagle Jam's current air defense and anti-missile systems can't stop them. Boss, a big white guy, gulped, his tone a little dry. What now? Brush up. The eyes of the crowd all looked at the White Boss at the first opportunity. What to do? The White Boss's face twitched and he felt like his head was going to explode. His eyes were crimson and he growled angrily. How do I know what to do? Do any of you dare to bet? Silence. Deadly silence. No one has the guts to answer that question. To take the super pot. Let him go. Seeing that all the people were silent, the White Boss understood their thoughts, took a deep breath, and actually had a feeling of frustration. Now I just hope that, after he goes to the heavenly Locust Kingdom, he doesn't come back. Crowd. Boss, this is, scared of being fucked? William's declaration. Not only did it dry silence the Eagle Sauce bigwigs in the big house at 1600 Eagle Sauce, but it even dry silenced the entire world. Whether it's the West, or the East, countless people listened to his declaration, all subdued, and after the whole world was quiet. San Francisco International Airport. The massive Airbus A380 taxied down the runway. After reaching takeoff speed, the nose of the massive airplane lifted up and then soared above the clouds. The kingdom of the sky locusts. Roy sat in the first-class cabin of the airplane, looking out the window at the clouds. The light in his eyes flickered slightly, a playful smile on his face. Your ancestors are here. Are you ready? And the moment his plane took off, inside the imperial palace of the Sky Locust Kingdom, instead, an angry growl rang out. Bakayalu. The Locust King watched the plane Roy was traveling in take off and roared loudly in shock and anger. Don't come over here, you damn bastard. You're not welcome in the Sky Locust Kingdom. Can't you just keep messing around in Eagle Jam? Why do you have to come to my acreage to toss around? End of chapter. Chapter 65, Flying in the Face of the Enemy. Interception of Fighters. Chapter 65, Flying in the Face of the Enemy. Interception of Fighters. Inside the Heavenly Locust Kingdom's palace, a tense atmosphere was permeating, and a group of Heavenly Locust Kingdom ministers, trembling, listened to the Locust King roaring like thunder. Do something. Quickly think of something. Roy must be stopped from landing in the Sky Locust Kingdom. If we let him land in the Sky Locust Kingdom, the Sky Locust Kingdom will be in chaos. The Locust King's face turned blue as he pointed at a group of shivering Locust ministers below and growled. You bunch of losers. Can't anyone think of a solution? To watch Roy land? Crowd. Listening to the Locust King's roar, a group of Heavenly Locust Kingdom ministers, with helpless looks on their faces, lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him. At this moment, there was nothing they could do about it. His Majesty the Locust King. One of the ministers stiffened and said to the angry Locust King, now Roy's plane has taken off. Probably. Isn't that nonsense? I'm asking you how long before he arrives? I'm asking you what you can do to stop him from arriving. The Locust King glared back at the minister who had opened his mouth and angrily scolded. You bunch of dry-eating wastes. Usually each one of you is pampered and enjoys all the glory and riches. Now it's time for you to contribute. But each one of you has become a quail? Listening to the Locust King's rage, the group of Heavenly Locust Kingdom ministers were speechless. What is Roy? This is the guy who had Eagle Jam at his mercy. Who are they to deal with such horrors? His Majesty the Locust King. One of the ministers hesitated and said through gritted teeth, why don't we send out warplanes to intercept? Not let him enter our airspace? All of Roy's men are in Eagle Jam country. The fundamentals are not on our side. We won't let him land. He shouldn't be able to do anything with us either. This statement was made. The crowd's eyes lit up. The Locust King frowned, a little heartened. What you say seems to have a few points. All of Roy's armed forces are now in Eagle Sauce San Francisco. This is the common perception of almost everyone at the moment. Both felt Roy's power. It should be hidden within the Eagle Sauce country. He can only stir up trouble in that free land of Eagle Jam. 2. It is impossible to have the ability, at the same time, to have a strong presence in every country of the world. What do you think? Hesitating for a moment, The Locust King was somewhat unsure of what to do, and facing the group of Sky Locust Kingdom ministers present, he asked, "Do you think that we, or should we not, send out warplanes to intercept the airliner that Roy is traveling in? Not let him land?" The crowd murmurs, "I'm in favor. I also think we should send fighter planes to intercept. As long as we don't let him land in our Sky Locust Kingdom's territory, he shouldn't be able to make any waves. I just don't believe that his missiles will hit our side from Eagle Jam, unless he wants to become an enemy of the world." After some discussion, the Locust King had a number in mind. In that case, the Locust King gritted his teeth viciously and took a deep breath before saying, then immediately notify down. No matter which airport Roy wants to land at in the Sky Locust Kingdom, send out warplanes to intercept him and forbid him from landing. What if he forcefully wants to land? A minister of the Sky Locust Kingdom suddenly said, what if the Airbus A380 that Roy is traveling in is going to forcefully land at our airport? Shoot it down. A fierce glint flashed in the Locust King's eyes. It's not his turn to act recklessly when he reaches our territory. If he dares to forcefully land, then we'll just finish him off. Listening to his words, the ministers of the Heavenly Locust Kingdom present looked at each other, and many of them were vaguely worried in their hearts, feeling that things shouldn't go so smoothly. Roy's move to the Celestial Locust Kingdom, being watched by countless eyes around the world. However, at this point, Roy, who was the center of attention, but was relaxing in the seat of an Airbus A380, summoned 200,000 dead soldiers to the Celestial Locust Kingdom. After Roy opened the mall panel and pondered over it for a while, he directly purchased 200,000 dead soldiers and chose the location where the dead soldiers would appear to be in the Heavenly Locust Kingdom's Jingdong City. He swaggered off to the Sky Locust Kingdom to hunt down Locust. It is bound to cause all sorts of chain reactions, only with enough strength. It's the only way to control the situation. Once again, 200,000 dead soldiers were summoned, adding to those already summoned within the Emperor's country before. The number of Roy's dead soldiers in the Sky Locust Kingdom had reached 210,000, a very large force now. 210,000 dead soldiers armed to the teeth should be able to bring a small wave of shock to the Sky Locust Kingdom. Opening the map of the dead soldiers and looking at the densely packed red dots on the map of the Sky Locust Kingdom's Jingdong City, Roy nodded with satisfaction. Think so many dead soldiers. It should be enough to control the situation in the Sky Locust Kingdom. Sure, if the situation is too choppy, he could also continue to keep summoning dead soldiers and buy all kinds of powerful weapons and equipment to arm them. Arranged it all. Roy relaxed completely. After relaxing, he explained to his men to wake him up when he was almost in the Heavenly Locust Kingdom, and then he lay down on the soft and comfortable seat and fell into a deep sleep. Boss. As Roy slept in a daze, an agent Deadman came to his side and whispered, we're almost to the Sky Locust Kingdom. Aha. Roy opened his eyes and nodded, then gazed out the window and realized that he could already see some of the island. Ungrateful sons, your ancestors are here. Roy sat up straight, stretched, and got up and walked in the direction of the cockpit, intending to experience an airplane landing in the cockpit. As he walked toward the cab, the Celestial Locust Kingdom was already like an enemy. Bo. Inside an airbase of the Sky Locust Nation, an urgent alarm suddenly sounded inside the base. Roy's almost in the airspace. Fighters take off now. Stop him. Never let him land on our airfield. The flying Locust soldiers in the base heard a sharp alarm. There was a rush to action. Soon, one after another of the flying Locust fighters shot up from the airfield. After these flying Locust fighters took off, they all headed toward the Airbus A380 airliner Roy was traveling in at the same time. At this moment, Sky Locust Nation and Roy became the talk of the world. Countless gazes were watching every move of the Heavenly Locust Kingdom. The moment the Sky Locust Kingdom's flying Locust fighters took off, they were immediately informed by countless people. Even, there were also people with great powers who live-streamed the scene for the whole world to see. So, people from all over the world were the first to see the scene of the Sky Locust Kingdom's flying Locust fighters taking off in a hurry. For the Heavenly Locust Kingdom to look like an enemy, most happy to see it. Naturally, it's the ancient Eastern populace next door. Laughing pisses me off. The Sky Locust Kingdom is going to be scared to death by Luotian. The flying Locust fighters are taking off. What does the Sky Locust Nation want? Why did it take off its flying Locust fighters? Is it hard to want to intercept the Luo god? Not letting the god of Luo land? Got a bubble in your head? Not letting the god of Luo land? Are you trying to offend the god of Luo to death? Are you really not afraid that the god of Luo will fuck them? Watch them. Please ask God Luo to fuck them. I can't wait to see God Luo fuck the shit out of the Sky Locust Kingdom. Ditto. I've already bought melons and sodas and carrots, and I'm just waiting to see the god of Luo stir up trouble in the Sky Locust Kingdom. Countless peoples of the ancient Eastern countries, excited as if it were New Year's Eve, stood guard in the major live broadcasts, ready to watch a good show. Sure, It is not only the people of the ancient eastern countries who are happy, even Eagle Sauce. There were also quite a few people who were excited at this point. The plague is finally gone. Finally. We're not tossing our Eagle Sauce. God. I hope you keep this lunatic Roy in the Sky Locust Kingdom forever. Never come back to our Eagle Sauce. As long as he doesn't return to our Eagle Jam and keeps tossing around the Sky Locust Kingdom, then I'll forgive him for the evil he's done to Eagle Jam. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. The Eagle Jam people want it now. Roy concentrated on tossing the Sky Locust Kingdom. Don't turn around and go back to tossing them Eagle Sauce. They can't handle it. End of chapter. Chapter 66. You're the only one with a fighter jet? I fucking have one too. Chapter 66. You're the only one with a fighter jet? I fucking have one too. The huge Airbus A380, like a steel rock, flew into the vicinity of the airspace of the Sky Locust country under the attention of millions of people, making the whole Sky Locust country like a great enemy. From top to bottom, everyone in the Sky Locust kingdom was tense to the extreme at this moment. Don't come over here. Pray to the divine wind to blow this fucking asshole into the sea. You're obviously doing well in Eagle Jam. So why did you come to this poor country of ours? The Sky Locust Kingdom? The countless Locust people of the Heavenly Locust Kingdom were scared shitless, constantly cursing Roy for crashing. However, their curses don't make any sense. The Airbus A380 carrying Roy flew over after all. When the Airbus A380 approached the airspace of the Sky Locust country, 6 flying Locust fighters of the Sky Locust country took off urgently at the first time and headed straight for the Airbus A380. After completing their formation in the sky, the 6 flying Locust fighters approached the Airbus A380 Roy was traveling in at top speed. Inside the Airbus A380 cockpit, I said, what are you guys nervous about? Roy, who had entered the cockpit, looked at the 2 captains' nervous appearance at this moment, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. As long as you follow my instructions and deliver me to my destination smoothly, it's not like I'm going to do anything to you, Captain and co-pilot. Roy's words, not only did it not make them half as nervous, even more, it made them more nervous. If it wasn't for the fact that the airplane, now flying on autopilot, might have had a bit of a mishap. Look at their nervous looks. Roy shook his head, and no more. Instead, he curiously surveyed the inside of the cab. I haven't flown an airplane yet. After observing the scene inside the cab, Roy suddenly had a look of anticipation in his eyes. I really want to try this. Don't, big brother, don't you dare. As soon as the positive captain heard Roy's words, he shivered and said in a panic, Big brother, flying an airplane is a very professional thing. It is necessary to go through professional training. If you just mess around with it, it will kill people. He was obviously worried. Roy, the lunatic, suddenly had to get his hands on an airplane. If that's true, then his family can get ready to open the table. Dude, take it easy. The captain's reaction made Roy laugh. If I want to play, it's also to play with fighters, to play with some difficult and extreme maneuvers. I'm not interested in playing with this kind of airliners. Roy's body was increased by the system. Physical indicators in all areas are more than 10 times those of a normal person. Even flying a fighter jet, it's also more than enough. Who dash? Positive captain is a yellow-skinned middle-aged man. After listening to Roy's words, a long sigh of relief, turned back to look at Roy and said, Big brother, in fact, I'm also a person from the ancient eastern countries, counting the old folks. Old country? Roy raised an eyebrow and glanced at him with some surprise. I originally thought that you were from the Heavenly Locust Kingdom or the Western 8 Kingdoms. Big brother, don't curse so dirty. The positive captain was depressed. Since you're from the old country, are you interested in hanging out with me? Looking at the positive captain's depressed look, Roy suddenly asked jokingly, Hang out with me and fly a bomber. Positive captain. Big brother, are you so short of talent? But, what's the matter with having a little bit of heart? Not good. Just at the moment when the main captain suddenly felt a bit heartened, the co-pilot on the side suddenly exclaimed, There are fighter planes flying towards us. It's the flying Locust fighters of the Mikado Kingdom. The co-pilot's guardianship just sounded. Inside the airliner's calm channel, immediately the sound of flying Locust soldiers rang out. Airbus A380 airliner. This is the flying Locust soldier of the Sky Locust Kingdom. The other side is approaching our airspace without permission. Please turn away immediately. Please turn away immediately. If you force your way into our airspace, you will be attacked by us. Please leave immediately. The voice of the flying Locust soldier rang out from the cab. In the meantime, 2 flying Locust fighters suddenly appeared in front of the Airbus A380. Flying Locust fighters appeared on both sides and rear as well. A total of 6 flying Locust fighters surrounded the Airbus A380. What now? The deputy captain looked at the flying Locust fighters that appeared in front of him, and a look of panic appeared on his face. They're lighting up their bellies. These flying Locust fighters all have live ammunition hanging from them. They might attack us. The moment Both captains were nervous as hell. Civilian airliners can't carry a fighter jet attack. Flying Locust fighter? Roy looked at the flying Locust fighters that appeared in front of him, but his face didn't have the slightest look of nervousness and panic. Instead, he carefully observed them with interest. Big Brother, the main captain, Zhao Hung, was numb at this point, and with a slightly panicked look, he turned back to Roy and asked, "Do we still have to keep flying forward now?" "Of course." Roy raised an eyebrow. "How am I going to get to Jingdong City if I don't keep flying forward?" "Keep flying and ignore these flying Locust fighters." Zhao Hung. Crazy. The man is truly insane. The other side has already hung out their bellies to show force, but they still want to continue to fly forward? Are you really not afraid that the other side 2 missiles fly over to finish themselves off? He was tempted to fly the plane and turn around and run. However, when he saw the blackened muzzles in the hands of the dead soldiers standing behind Roy, but he could only continue to fly forward with a stiff upper lip. "Can you accelerate to knock down the 2 fighters in front of you?" Just as Zhao Hong stiffly maneuvered the plane to continue flying forward, Roy suddenly asked with a smile. "Can't." Zhao Heng's mouth corner twitched, crying in mourning, "Big Brother, I'm just a civilian airliner, not an air and space mothership. Even if I accelerate with all my might, it's impossible for me to hit the flying Locust fighter. Even if I hit, it's estimated that both sides will end up in the same place." "Oh, forget it then. I'm not afraid of death." "You guys are still afraid." Of course Roy was just joking. He didn't really want to force Zhao Hong to fly an airliner to crash into the Sky Locust Kingdom's flying Locust fighters. But, what an eyesore. The 2 flailing flying Locust fighters in front of him made Roy feel rather obtrusive, so he planned to do something about it. "You're the only ones with fighters, aren't you?" Narrowing his eyes and staring at the 2 flying Locust Nation fighters that were tumbling in front of him, a cold light flashed in Roy's eyes, and he instantly opened the shopping panel, locking the fighters section. "Well, get a few caress nymphs to play with." After scanning through a few of the items on the fighter board, Roy instantly decided to purchase Hawk Jam's current most advanced fighter, the Caress Nymph. Bought 5 of them in one go. The fighters are equipped with dead pilots. These pilots, all of them are ace pilot level. After purchasing it, Roy summoned the Caress fighter directly to the nearest airfield. "Rush over immediately and finish off these eyesore flying locusts in front of me." After summoning the fighters and pilots, Roy immediately gave orders to the dead pilots, and the moment his orders were given, inside the nearest civil aviation airport of the Sky Locust Kingdom, airport runway, suddenly 5 Caress fighters appeared. The moment it appeared, the engines of the Caress fighter kicked in with a deafening roar and growl and began taxiing down the runway. The sudden roar and growl of an engine immediately alerted the staff inside the airport. "What the hell? Fighter jets? Why are there fighter jets in our airport? The Caress? Isn't that Hawk Jam's most advanced stealth fighter? How did it end up here? Jesus, 5 Caress stealth fighters? All at the same time? What are they up to? Is the Eagle Jam garrison on the move?" The whole airport, all were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Caress stealth fighters. Both the ground crew and the staff in the tower were stunned as they looked at the stealth fighter that was taxiing down the runway. End of chapter. Chapter 67 Brother, I don't want to be famous in history. Chapter 67 Brother, I don't want to be famous in history. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening roar and growl, the 5 Caress stealth fighters glided off one after another and shot straight up into the clouds. Inside the airport, a single Sky Locust nation was dumbstruck. Did you find out what time the Caress stealth fighters appeared on the runway? Have you received any military information? Nope. Those 5 caressing lady stealth fighters, they just appeared without any warning. What the hell? It came out of nowhere? What the hell is going on here? This is too unscientific. Regardless of how they appeared, quickly report the news. There's definitely something big going on with the sudden appearance of the Caress stealth fighters. In the tower, the airport staff were talking, one by one. Their faces were filled with a shocked and confused look. Until the fighters take off, they don't even know yet when and how the warplanes actually appeared. It's too unbelievable. However, no matter how shocked and dumbfounded they were, 5 Caress stealth fighters had risen into the sky, disappeared from their radar, straight in Roy's direction. The moment, Airbus A380, it has entered the airspace of the Sky Locust Nation, and it's getting closer and closer to the Kyoto City International Airport. In the face of the various warnings from the Flying Locust soldiers piloting the Flying Locust fighters, the Airbus A380 acted as if it hadn't heard them, completely ignoring them. Bakayalu. In one of the Flying Locust fighters, a Flying Locust soldier captain's face was extremely ugly as he snarled within the communication channel. "This damn Roy. How dare he not listen to advice? He's still flying forward? Is this trying to force us to open fire? Captain, do we really have to open fire?" The rest of the Flying Locust soldiers listened to the Flying Locust soldier captain's rant and asked, "If we want to open fire, now is the best time. If we don't open fire, The other side is going to enter the airspace over the residential area. The Flying Locust soldier captain, Gangsaka Hinagawa, listened to the words of his teammates, his face grim and iron on an obscenely large pancake face, his fire control radar locking onto the huge Airbus A380 over and over again, wanting to press the missile launch button. But there was some hesitation after all. Because no orders from the top yet. Just let them dissuade the Airbus A380 from turning around and leaving. Last warning. Hinagawa Gangsaka took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he cursed angrily. Give the other party one last warning. If the other party still doesn't listen to the warning, then we'll just open fire. Hi. The Flying Locust soldier in charge of the warning immediately accessed the public channel of the Airbus A380, and then began to warn. Airbus A380, you have entered our airspace, seriously threatening our airspace security and violating our airspace rights. The Flying Locust soldier angrily shouted a stern accusatory rant over the open channel. Please turn your course and leave immediately. Listen up. This is your last warning. If you don't heed it, we will open fire. What about the Airbus A380? Captain Zhao Hong was already sweating. Face like dirt. Big brother, Zhao Hong, whose scalp was numb, turned back with a terrified face and carefully asked Roy, do you have to land at the Jingdong City International Airport? It seems like the other side isn't giving it a chance. They really want to open fire. We all have to die. Zhao Hong originally felt that he was considered a person who wasn't afraid of anything, but now he felt that he was too much of a child in front of Roy, facing the fire control radar lock of the other side's fighters. Roy's face never showed the slightest sign of nervous apprehension. A calm batch. Zhao Hong couldn't figure it out. Why Roy can be so calm. To know, it's 10,000 meters up in the air. If a missile hits it, it's going to destroy the plane and kill everyone. You can't even die without finding a piece of the body intact. That's for sure. Roy looked at Zhao Hang's sweaty appearance and said with a smile, how can you back off when you're already on the doorstep? I say, big brother, can you calm down a bit? What are you panicking about? Can I not fucking panic? It's going to kill you. Zhao Hong wanted to cry. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Roy looked at the other party as an old-timer and consoled. Besides, even if you hiccup today, you'd still be able to make a name for yourself in history. Can I say that I don't want to be famous in history? I just want to go back to my wife and children. Zhao Hong really wanted to cry. Roy, how can any man refuse to go down in history? Not man enough. Roy didn't bother to continue with more comfort. Instead, they take a tough stance. It forced Zhao Hong to continue flying forward. The huge Airbus A380 continued to fly forward, ignoring the warnings, heading straight for the international airport in the city of Jingdong. This behavior completely enraged the Flying Locust soldiers such as Hinagawa Gangsaka. Baka. Kosaka Hinagawa's face contorted as he growled over the comm channel. Since they won't listen to advice, don't blame us. Pull back in formation and prepare to fire on me. Shoot it down. Let him die. Once his orders were given, all the Flying Locust fighters immediately began to maneuver. Brush, brush, brush. A few seconds of work. The 6 Flying Locust fighters then took up attack formations. Formation. Warplanes ready to launch missiles. The fire control radar immediately locked onto the Airbus A380. Among them, there's just a warplane from Hinokawa. Gangsaka, how dare you provoke the majesty of the Sky Locust Kingdom and ignore our warnings? You go to hell. After the fire control radar locked onto the Airbus A380, a fierce look appeared on the face of Gangsaka Hinagawa, and killing intent boiled in his eyes. His hand had fallen on the launch button, but just the moment he was about to press the launch button, there was a sudden rush of sirens in his ears. As soon as you hear the sirens, Gangsaka Hinagawa's face suddenly changed wildly. It's a voice he knows all too well. It's the sound of being locked on by fire control radar. What's going on? Is locked on fire control radar? Who locked on to me? Hinagawa Gangsaka was horrified and subconsciously tried to look for a target on the radar, but he didn't see any. Before he could get back to his senses. Not good. I'm locked on fire control radar. Bakayalu. I'm locked on fire control radar too. You guys got a fire control radar locked too? No way. All of us are locked on fire control radar? Have you found the target? No. Who is it? Inside the Flying Locust fighters' communication channel, several Flying Locust soldiers exclaimed in horror, instantly disrupting the military. Listen to the exclamations of surprise for us. Gangsaka Hinagawa's pupils suddenly and violently contracted. In an instant, he only felt a chill surging through his body, and his sweaty hairs exploded in fear, and his operation actually became a bit deformed in a split second, causing the fighter to follow and shake violently for a few moments. Captain, look behind you. Just as Gangsaka Hinokawa was a bit frightened, he suddenly heard a teammate exclaim, look behind you. It's the Caress fighters. We're being locked on by the fire control radar of the frigate caress fighters. What? The nymphs of love? How is that possible? Hinagawa Gangsaka was dumbfounded. How could the Fudo nymphs lock onto us? You guys, he subconsciously wanted to say. Are you guys sick? But soon he swallowed back the words that came out of his mouth. Because he looked through the rearview mirror. A flight of caresses was seen appearing in the rear. Hinokawa, Gangsaka. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Hawksbane, no, he stole my airplane? Chapter 68, Hawksbane, no, he stole my airplane? After seeing the caress fighter behind him through the rearview mirror, Gangsaka Nikawa finally realized why his side's airborne radar could not detect the other side. It's a fucking Hawk Jam state-of-the-art stealth fighter. I'll be damned if I can find out. No. Why did Hawk Jam's fighters suddenly appear in the rear? And locked onto us? Has the world gone mad? Hinokawa Gangsaka's scalp went numb and he couldn't help but exclaim. Can someone tell me? What's going on with these Hawk Jam fighters? Captain. I tried to communicate with the other side and got no response. Inside the calm channel, a flying Locust soldier exclaimed in horror. Most likely, these fighters were not sent out by Hawk Jam. Impossible. Hinagawa Gangsaka exclaimed. If they didn't send out Hawk Jam's most advanced fighter, who else could it be? Could it be Roy? Will you stop being funny? Shrieking at the same time, Hinagawa Gangsaka tries to contact the other side. However, it didn't get any response. It was as if the radio on the other side had gone into silence. No matter how much he called out and exposed himself, the other party continued to ignore him. What creeped him out the most was opposing fire control radar. Still locked on him. Retreat. Unable to figure out what the situation is, Gangsaka Hinagawa completely panicked. The idea of retreat popped up in his mind, and without hesitation, he yelled at all the team members. Everyone evacuate immediately. Not good. He hadn't finished his sentence. Only a caress stealth fighter in the rear was visible. An air-to-air missile has been launched. Shoo! The missile, fired from its silo, tail flames jetting and slicing through the air with a sharp cracking sound, was headed straight for him. In the meantime, the remaining few caress stealth fighters also fired air-to-air missiles. One time, inside the Sky Locust Kingdom flying Locust Fighter Formation's communication channel, there was a loud, terrified scream of horror. No good. The other side is firing missiles. Evasion. Artillery bait missile. Almost at the same time, all flying Locust fighters quickly made evasive maneuvers, and quickly tossed the decoy shells. Rumble. Hinokawa Gangsaka's throttles pulled out, and the fighter he was piloting threw decoy rounds while accelerating dramatically, trying to avoid the whizzing air-to-air missiles. However, the opponent's fire control radar was locked in the visual range and launched missiles, and it was difficult to avoid them by maneuvering. So even though he was maneuvering like crazy to avoid them, it was still to no avail. Boom! The air-to-air missiles launched by the caressing Nymphet stealth fighter instantly struck the fighter piloted by Gangsaka Hinagawa from the rear, and with the sound of a booming explosion ringing out, the entire fighter instantly exploded. No! The fighter plane he was piloting was hit by a missile, and Hinokawa Gangsaka let out a horrified scream, his face livid and fearful as he tried to parachute out, but it was too late. The flames engulfed him, crush him. Eventually, the entire fighter disintegrated in the air, along with countless flames falling towards the bottom. Boom boom boom. At the same time as Hinokawa's fighters and Gangsaka were hit, his teammates' missile attacks were also carried out. Almost at the same time, 6 flying Locust fighters were hit at the same time and turned into a ball of fire in the air. The flying Locust soldiers haven't even had a chance to parachute in yet. Just straight up hiccup. It's too late to say it's too soon. It all happened in just a few dozen seconds. Inside the Airbus A380, Captain Hong Zhao. Look at what's happening in front of you. The eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. This. Zhao Hong shivered. His face filled with a look of unbelievable horror as he shivered and exclaimed. What's going on here? The Sky Locust Kingdom's flying Locust fighter was just taken out? And was also taken out by Eagle Sauce's caress stealth fighter? Can someone please tell me? What the hell happened? Why did Hawk Jam's fighters attack the flying Locust Nation's fighters? This doesn't make sense. Yes, in Zhao Heng's opinion, what's happening in front of us? It's just so counterintuitive. And at the moment, Roy watched as the flying Locust Nation's fighters were shot down. However, he did not look surprised in the slightest, but instead revealed a smile of satisfaction. Good job. Roy smiled and nodded. Hawk Sauce's caress nymph is still something. The flying Locust country's fighters in front of them is not a bit of room to fight back. Brush. As soon as Zhao Hong heard Roy's voice, jerking back to look at a grinning Roy. Big brother. Zhao Hong seemed to have thought of something and trembled. Is it possible that these caress stealth fighters have something to do with you? This is also too divine, right? Impossible. Impossible. Roy has all but turned Eagle Jam upside down. Zhao Hong thought. There's no way Hawksbane is sending a fighter jet to help him. Hearing Zhao Heng's words, Roy raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded after glancing at him. That's right. I'm the one who made the Caress stealth fighters go out. Roy didn't deny it either, but stated greatly, who told them to come and block my way? Zhao Hong. These words, it dazzled him. Even until this moment he had been somewhat disbelieving. What do these stealth fighters really have to do with Roy? Boss. The Flying Locust Nation fighters have all been resolved. Just as Zhao Hong was confused, a low and powerful voice suddenly came from within the radio communication channel. Our fighter formation will escort you throughout. Hiss. Zhao Hong heard voices within the radio. A breath of cold air was sucked in. People are numb. In this moment, he finally had to believe that these Hawk Jam caressing pussy stealth fighters were really connected to Roy. Don't freeze. Seeing Zhao Heng's confused face, Roy patted his shoulder and said with a smile, we'll be arriving at the Jingdong City International Airport soon, right? Get ready to land. Good. Zhao Hong swallowed his saliva and nodded with a stiff expression, forcibly suppressing the shock and disbelief in his heart. He began to continue maneuvering the huge Airbus A380 airliner towards the Jingdong City International Airport. And at the moment, what Zhao Hong didn't know was the news that the Caress stealth fighters piloted by Roy's dead soldiers had shot down all of the Flying Locust fighters had plunged the entire world into a dead silence, and countless people were stunned. Even the Eagle Jam bigwigs across the ocean, all stunned as well. Eagle sauce. Inside the big house at 1600, the white boss looked at the video message that had just come back. The eyes were wide open, and the pupils were filled with a horrified look. Not. The white boss's mouth was shivering, his melon buzzing as he watched the Caress stealth fighters destroy the Flying Locust fighters. Roy, did he steal our planes? Why? Why is our most advanced fighter plane on the scene? And shot down the Flying Locust fighter? Who can tell me? What the hell is going on? Faced the question of white bosses, Eagle sauce bigwigs in the big house at 1600. At this moment face to face, all can see from each other's eyes. Strong shock and incomprehension. End of chapter. Chapter 69, 100. 000 deadly soldiers clearing the airfield, strongly blocking the airport. Chapter 69, 100. 000 deadly soldiers clearing the airfield, strongly blocking the airport. The whole world is wondering, why does Roy have Eagle Jam's most advanced stealth fighter under his command? Even the people of the Celestial Locust Kingdom. It also sent a fire to ask Eagle Jam because of the incident. Inside the big house at 1600. Boss, the people of the Sky Locust Kingdom sent a telegram asking us why we sent out warplanes to shoot down their Flying Locust soldiers. The white boss's secretary, looking odd, walked up to him and said, the Locust King needs us to offer an explanation. Explain? Explain your ass to me. As soon as the white boss heard this, he broke his defenses a bit and growled angrily. I was hoping to have someone explain to me how Roy was able to own our fighters. I am now wondering if our country has been infiltrated into a sieve by Roy? Even such a strategic weapon has fallen into his hands? Says. The white boss's eyes were crimson. Eyes swept over the crowd of Eagle Jam bigwigs on hand. Who? Which of you has betrayed the national interest? Who was the mole who sold the stealth fighter to Roy? Crowd. Hearing the white boss's growling thunderous voice, each of the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room paled slightly. Boss, don't frame us. We didn't sell any stealth fighters to Roy. None of my business. I live and die with Eagle Jam. We'll never sell out. A bunch of Eagle Jam bigwigs. They have been shaking their heads and denying that they are insiders and traitors. Check. Find out immediately. We must find out why Roy has our stealth fighters. Find out the mole hiding among us. The white boss seriously suspected at the moment that there were bad guys among the crowd present, so he looked at everyone with a scrutinizing skepticism in his eyes, thinking that anyone was a mole. The big boys. They all think his own boss has gone crazy, getting busted out of defense by a series of Roy's maneuvers. Sure, they also understood the boss's feelings. Even, they also feel that it is normal for their own boss to break the defense, and it should not only be their own boss who breaks the defense now. There should be a lot more people who break the defense. For example, the people of the Celestial Locust Kingdom, the Kingdom of the Celestial Locust, the Imperial Palace, Bakayalu, caressing Nymphet stealth fighters? Damn it. This must be the work of Eagle Jam. Even if they won't admit it, they must have done it. The Locust King's eyes flushed red as he hissed and growled. They must be trying to help Roy, to completely mess up or even collapse our Sky Locust Kingdom so that they can harvest us. A group of ministers of the Mikado Kingdom were present, listening to this roar from the Locust King. Each of their faces were a bit subtle, and their eyes were even filled with worry and apprehension. Now, the situation had gone completely out of their expectations. Even, it has given them the feeling of being out of control. Your Majesty the Locust King, what should we do now? Should we still continue to intercept Roy? A minister of the Sky Locust Kingdom asked stiffly to the fuming Locust King after hesitating for a moment. Or should we just launch missiles and shoot down the Airbus A380 he's traveling in? This statement was made. The faces of the people in the room suddenly moved. No, I think this will make things completely irreparable. Our heavenly Locust Kingdom hasn't offended Roy as of now, and his visit to our heavenly Locust Kingdom is just a hunt for an enemy. It's not running towards us, but if we make a move against him, the nature will change. I do think it's very likely that Roy is running towards us, whether we make a move against him or not. He will stir up our Sky Locust Kingdom. That's why I'm in favor of launching missiles to bring down the airliner. A crowd of ministers from the Sky Locust Kingdom exclaimed in disgust. Some people are in favor of continuing to take shots at Roy. Some people are against it. The Locust King, who was in a rage, listened to the comments of his ministers, and the look on his face became even more ugly. Now he's actually a bit of a handful. Regardless of whether or not a shot is taken at Roy, it's all hard to close. Just when the Locust King was feeling a little hard, suddenly another minister, in a hurry, came in. His Majesty the Locust King. As soon as this minister came in, he immediately brought a powerful piece of news. Something big is wrong. Around the Jingdong City International Airport, countless gun-toting thugs have suddenly appeared. These thugs are storming the international airport. They seem to be clearing the airport. Remove all travelers from the airport. Preliminary estimates. There are at least 50,000 or more thugs around the airport. Rumble. When this news came out, it immediately caused the crowd, including the Locust King, to be so shocked that their scalps went numb and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. How can? The Locust King almost sat down on the ground as his legs went weak. The thugs that suddenly appeared couldn't be the people under Roy, right? He also has that terrifying power in our Sky Locust Kingdom? How did he do it? His brain buzzed and exploded. Don't even dream about it. It was surprising that Roy had such a terrifying power in the Sky Locust Kingdom as well. Judging from the current situation, those thugs who suddenly appeared should have nothing to do with Roy, said the minister who came to inform the news, his face a little white, his voice trembling. They emptied the airport, presumably in order to welcome Roy's arrival. Right now, they are clearing the field. It's estimated that it won't be long before the entire airport is completely emptied. Kyoto International Airport. The buzz is extraordinary. It looks very busy. But soon, suddenly from all parts of the airport, one pugilistic man after another emerged. These pugilistic men, all in suits, armed with AK-47 rifles, surged toward the airport. Clear out. All airfield staff leave the airport immediately. Move out only. A surge of armed dead soldiers. The airport was cordoned off and cleared at fire speed. Everyone, only out is allowed. Facing the sudden arrival of dead soldiers, countless travelers, civilians inside and outside the airport. He was scared out of his wits and ran away screaming for fear of being taken out. Sure, what they had imagined did not occur. The dead man's task now is simply to clear the airfield and drive away any uninvolved people from the airport. In the face of these suited thugs with automatic rifles, the police officers of the Sky Locust country were trembling in fear. None of them dared to go forward to stop them at all, and could only watch from afar. Less than half an hour, all airfield staff in the entire airport were driven out of the airport. A dead soldier with a loaded gun, 3 paces to a post, 5 paces to a whistle, surrounded the entire airport, drawing a cordon and forbidding anyone from approaching. Around the airport, outside the cordon set up by the dead soldiers, gathered countless little baka who were watching. As these little baka watched this matter surround the airport, each of their faces showed a strong look of horror as they exclaimed in disgust. Baka! Where did these suit thugs come from? How dare they blockade the airport? What the hell do they want? Roy! It must be Roy who's landing. Damn it! Why did we let this maniac land? Why didn't our fighters intercept his airliner? Why didn't our missiles fire? I heard our fighters went out, but were shot down. Impossible. Roy was traveling in a civilian airliner. How could he shoot down our fighter jet? End of chapter 70. Chapter 70, The Exasperated Locust King. Chapter 70, The Exasperated Locust King. Bo. International Airport. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Surrounded by layers of dead men in suits armed with automatic rifles. 3 paces to a post, 5 paces to a sentry, almost forming a human wall. The muzzles of the rifles in the hands of all the suited dead soldiers were raised and pointed forward, each with a ferocious expression as if they were about to shoot at any moment. Far away. Whether it's a little baka, or travelers from other countries, looking at the situation at the international airport in Kyoto City were scared out of their wits. This time, everyone has reacted, knowing the reason for such a terrible commotion. All because Roy was about to arrive in the Sky Locust Kingdom and was going to land at the Jingdong International Airport. Not far. A whole bunch of little baka cops, looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun in the dead soldier's hand. Sir, what should we do now? Should we go up? A small Baga police officer, his scalp numb, opened his mouth to an old police officer in front of him, wanting to ask what to do next. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Pop! A loud slap landed on his face. Baka Yalu, if you want to die, go up yourself. What's the point of playing with your life with such a small salary? The old cop glared back at him, gritting his teeth and cursing. You still don't know who Roy is? You think he doesn't dare to kill you? Little Baja police. Sir, let him talk a little more. All the chaotic thoughts in his mind instantly disappeared. The Eagle Jam cops were all fucked up and dead. So he, a little Baka cop, going up there to look for trouble, would surely have to get cold as well. Humph. The old cop looked at little Baka, too frightened to speak, and snorted coldly. Be quiet. Just watch quietly. The sky has collapsed. There are people inside the palace who are on top of it. Shutting us up? Hi. The little policeman was immediately instructed and nodded heavily. See this? The policeman nodded in satisfaction at this. Then, looks hilarious. At this point, there are a lot of people with a similar mindset to this old cop. Whether it's little Baka's police or little Baka's Baka soldiers, all of them are thinking about being a shrinking violet. Don't dare mess with Roy's men. In this case, Roy was traveling on an Airbus A380. It arrived smoothly over the international airport of Jingdong City. Big brother, getting ready to land. Inside the cockpit of the Airbus A380 airliner, Captain Zhao Hong glanced back at Roy and whispered, "It's about to land. For the sake of your safety, big brother, you go back to your seat first and fasten your seatbelt." Okay. Roy had also spent enough time in the airliner cockpit. There was no continuing to make things difficult for Zhao Hong, the old countryman. Turning, he left the cab. Watching Roy turn to leave, Zhao Hong let out a long sigh of relief and reached out to touch the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He was genuinely afraid of Roy staying here. Wait for a little bump on the landing bumps. He had reason to believe that Roy is going to be because he was flying the plane when it landed and bumped around to the point where he got hurt and broke his skin. Those men under him would surely not hesitate to shoot and finish him off when the plane came to a stop. Captain, the co-pilot, who had been treated as a transparent person, was also relieved to see Roy leave and asked in a low voice to Zhao Hong, "What should we do now?" "What about?" Zhao Hong glanced at him and said breathlessly, "Just land the airplane on the airport peacefully. Don't organize any moths. I don't want to die yet. I still want to go back to my wife and children." The co-pilot thought it made sense. No more words. The two began to work together, smoothly maneuvering the massive Airbus A380 to begin landing. At this moment, the airport runway at Kyoto International Airport, with the polite persuasion of Roy's dead men rushing into the tower. It's already all cleared out by the tower crew. The massive Airbus A380. Keep lowering your flight altitude. Eventually, dang, with a dull pounding sound, the huge airliner landed smoothly on the airport runway. After taxiing out a long distance, the plane came to a smooth stop on the runway. "The boss is here. Hurry, go greet the boss." The moment the plane stopped, the airport, which was originally quiet, immediately boiled over. A silhouette, emerging quickly from all corners of the airport. These people, all heading straight for the airport. In the tower, a host of little Baja staff. The sight of the crowds of suited thugs flooding the airport like a tidal wave. One was stunned. "It's too big a scene, isn't it? This Roy is too raw. It's so awesome. This pickup scene is bigger than even our Locust King's Majesty." The staff of little Baja whispered, shocked as hell. While they were shocked, already the crowds of tens of thousands of dead soldiers have poured onto the airport. These tens of thousands of people, pouring onto the airport and then onto the side of the Airbus A380 that Roy was traveling in. Each one of them looked wildly in the direction of the door of the A380. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of dead soldiers, the airliner's hatch slowly opened. Subsequently, a figure stepped out of the hatch. Brush it off. Countless pairs of eyes noticed that figure at first. It was Roy. "Greetings, boss." "Shasta." Tens of thousands of dead soldiers shouted in unison. The loud noise resonated through almost the entire airport. Roy, who had just stepped out of the hatch, see the crowds of people outside, listening to the alarming and unanimous shout. A smile appeared on his face. His eyes swept over the bodies of the dead soldiers. Then he raised his hand and waved at them, laughing out loud. At this point, various surveillance equipment at the airport. The scene was captured in all its clarity, and it's been posted on the internet by some people and seen by countless others. Moment. Countless people who saw this scene were stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's too much pull. Damn. This damn ancient Orientalist is too good at pretending. Luotian is awesome. This awesome power can't be compared to even giving a president. Countless netizens who saw the video were shocked by Roy's imposing appearance at the moment. And of course, there were many who hated his high-profile behavior to the point of gnashing their teeth. Among them, inside the imperial palace of the Sky Locust Kingdom, the king of locusts and a host of ministers under him, looking at Roy's majestic appearance, each of their faces looked like they had eaten Magenta. It was quite ugly. Boom! The enraged Locust King slammed one of his usual favorite teacups to the ground and growled with a grimace. Damn! This damned thing! He came to the Sky Locust Kingdom after all. Why don't those damn pilots just shoot him down? Wouldn't it have been better to fulfill the spirit of Bushido and just fly a fighter plane into his airliner to finish him off? Waste. It's all crap. Now what am I to do? What shall I do with this thorny problem? The ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom present looked at the furious Locust King, and a nervous look appeared on each of their faces, fearing that the furious Locust King would take his anger out on them, and they lowered their heads, not daring to speak. End of chapter 71. Chapter 71 Finding a place to stay. The palace seems nice? Chapter 71 Looking for a place to stay. The palace seems good? Even though the little baka are 1,000 times more reluctant. Roy has finally landed firmly in the Sky Locust Kingdom. Step off the plane. Surrounded by countless dead soldiers, Roy headed toward a caravan parked a short distance away. Before he lands, the dead men under his command went and grabbed dozens of Rolls-Royces and formed a Rolls-Royce fleet. 1,000,000 people are watching. Roy got into one of the Rolls-Royces bright and early. He got in the car. The convoy then moved slowly. Inside the car. Boss, this is the hotels we have selected. All of them are the most luxurious and top-class hotels in Jingdong City. Which one do you see that you want to stay in? After determining it, our people will immediately go and take the hotel down. A middle-aged man in a tang suit, holding a piece of information in his hand, showed it to Roy and explained. This middle-aged man. It was a special talent that Roy had purchased from the system at great expense, and was now his great steward. Roy's eyes scanned the information in the butler's hand. There are photos of each hotel. All are top-class hotels with quite luxurious facilities, but Roy shook his head after a few glances. Boss, do you not see any of these hotels? Seeing Roy shaking his head, the butler carefully inquired. If you're not satisfied, then I'll immediately have someone collect information on other hotels. What a hotel to stay in. Roy waved his hand and said with a smile, I think that the royal palace of the heavenly Locust Kingdom is just fine. Just live directly in the palace. Alright boss, I'll go and inform the Locust King of the heavenly Locust Kingdom and tell him to hurry up and move. The butler nodded immediately. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number, explaining a few words. For Roy to want to live in a palace, the butler was not surprised, and even took it for granted. The imperial palace of the Sky Locust Kingdom. The Locust King is still angry, still cursing at the civil and military ministers under his command. Normally you all boast of your resourcefulness. All of you can speak well. How come you've all become mute now? Can no one give me a statement? The Locust King's face turned blue as he angrily roared at the group of ministers. Questioning. Listen to his growling questioning. The ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom present still chose to shut up and not say anything, because there really wasn't any good way they could deal with Roy right now. You guys. Seeing that his men were silent, the Locust King was truly furious, pointing a trembling finger at them and pointing, only to feel that his chest was a mouthful of stuffy air that was going to blow up his chest. The house is leaking. Just when the Locust King was so angry that he was about to explode, and news came that made him even angrier. His Majesty the Locust King, an official hurriedly walked in, came before the Locust King, and hesitantly opened his mouth. There is one thing. I don't know if I should tell you. Have a fart. The Locust King almost couldn't help but slap the man in the face and angrily sprayed. If you don't want to say it, then you'll never say it. Your Majesty the Locust King. Look at. Being angrily sprayed by the Locust King, the visitor shivered in fear and hurriedly handed over a tablet. This is the news from the Jingdong TV station. Roy's people have taken over the Jingdong TV station, and they're forcing the people from the Jingdong TV station to broadcast the news. What? The Locust King's face changed when he heard this, and he hastily took the tablet. Subsequently, he then saw one of the hosts of Kyoto TV is sitting in front of the camera with a pale, shivering face, and behind this host stood two burly men in suits. They were armed with rifles. The gun was aimed at the host. He had a piece of paper in his hand and was reading from it. Hello viewers, I'm Yamamoto, the host of Kyoto TV, and now at the request of Mr. Roy, I'd like to send a notification to the entire Sky Locust Nation. The host, Yamamoto, spoke with a little bit of shivering. Mr. Roy informs the entire Sky Locust Nation that with immediate effect, the Imperial Palace of the Sky Locust Nation will become his private residence, and that everyone in the Imperial Palace, including His Majesty the Locust King, will all vacate the imperial palace and withdraw from his home within 1 hour. The Locust King listened to what the host, Yamamoto, said, eyes instantly glazed over. The tablet in his hand snapped to the desktop. He. The Locust King shrieked. He wants him to drive me out of the palace? How did he dare? Has he gone mad? Is this to tear the face off with the entire heavenly Locust Kingdom? Damn! This crazy man, he really deserves to die. At this moment, he only felt his brain buzzing and exploding, and his heart set off huge waves. Going crazy. He never dreamed of it. As soon as Roy arrives, he is going to kick him out of the palace and make it his private residence. This is outrageous. If this kind of thing actually happened, where is he? His Majesty of the Sky Locust Kingdom, going to put his face? Must not become a global laughingstock? The ministers present. The host's voice was also heard. Each and every one of them was shocked and dumbfounded. Your Majesty. One of the ministers gulped and his voice trembled a bit. What should we do now? Are you going to move out? What if? Pop. This minister's words haven't been said yet, have they? The angry Locust King rushed to him in 2 steps. Raising his hand, he snapped and smacked him across the face, drawing out a bright red palm print. Are you crazy or am I? The Locust King stormed out, his crimson eyes roaring at the minister who spoke. Do you think I can move out? If I move out, then will I have the face to live in the future? No moving. I'm definitely not moving. This is the land of the Sky Locust. It's not eagle sauce. Roy, doesn't get to do whatever he wants here. Inform down. Immediately get the palace guard ready. If Roy dares to come over, directly suppress it. He's pissed off. Sure, he wasn't the only one who was angry. There are a lot of people watching the news on KYD TV at this time. So, countless small baka were also the first to learn the news. When the little baka learned that Roy wanted to drive the Locust King out of the palace and take the palace, which represented the dignity of the heavenly Locust Kingdom, for himself, they immediately exploded with anger. And the entire heavenly Locust Kingdom was abuzz with excitement. He must not be allowed to live in the palace. The palace represents the face and dignity of His Majesty the Locust King. It cannot be offended. Send our Locust soldiers to suppress Roy at once. Take this damned thug down. Countless little baka were cursing angrily. It also called for elite Locust soldiers to be sent to suppress Roy. People's sorrows and joys are not connected. Unlike the anger of the little baka. Next door, in the ancient Eastern countries, countless people of the ancient countries learned the news. First came the shock. Excitement ensued. The god of Luo wants to expel the Locust King from the palace? Is this really true? How can this be false? So far, God Luo is true to his word, and since he said it, he's definitely going to do it. Laughing my ass off. The King of Locusts will soon be evicted from his home. 666. Loshen is awesome. Countless people of the ancient Eastern countries, excited, and even some gloating. Almost all the people of the ancient Oriental countries who have learned the news, recognize. For Roy even put out the word, that in the end it will surely work. The Locust King will surely be thrown out of the palace by Roy, and Gray on the streets. End of chapter 72. Chapter 72 Passing by the Divine Toilet. Killing Heart. Chapter 72 Passing by the Divine Toilet. Murderous Heart. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the Sky Locust Kingdom's palace, the Locust King picked up something and smashed it with a clanking sound. I'm not moving. Never. He'll grab it if he can. The Locust King, furious with anger, smashed the house to pieces, hissing and growling in rage. Watching the Locust King get so angry, the ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom present were all scared into silence. Have the palace close guard been notified? After a venting session, the Locust King finally calmed down a bit and asked a Sky Locust Empire minister with red eyes. Your Majesty the Locust King, notification has already been sent down, and the palace close guards are ready. The minister replied in a hurry. Yes. Hearing the minister's reply, the Locust King took a deep breath, sat down, and gritted his teeth. Then I will wait in the palace. I'll see if this Roy can really turn the tables. The Locust King was still quite confident in the strength of the palace's close guards, although Roy seemed to have a very sizable armed force in the Sky Locust Kingdom as well. In his opinion, it was ultimately impossible to compare to the Imperial Palace close guard. This is the Sky Locust Kingdom. It's his home turf. Seeing the Locust King's reaction, the ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom who were present at the scene immediately looked at each other with a trace of worry and apprehension on their faces. They all felt that this Locust King of their own family had been exasperated by Roy. To Roy's strength, there has been a certain amount of miscalculation that, realize that. So it's a godly man who can stir up Eagle Jam. The strength of the Sky Locust Kingdom can't even lift its head in front of Eagle Jam. The palace close guard, can they really handle Roy's men? His Majesty the Locust King, a minister, After hesitating for a moment, opened his mouth stiffly and was persuaded by the Locust King. Why don't you hide for a while? As long as you don't announce to the public that you have left the palace, then everything is fine. No one will think that you are afraid of Roy's. As soon as this minister spoke, the other ministers present nodded their heads. That's right, Your Majesty the Locust King. You'll have to hold off for a while. Your safety is a matter of the heavenly Locust Kingdom's national destiny, so you must not take any chances. Your Majesty, King of Locusts, take cover for a while and hide. A group of ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom persuaded the Locust King to take cover and leave the palace first, because they're really worried. Roy will do crazy things they can't imagine. If Roy were to go on a rampage against the palace in a fit of rage, things would be in big trouble. They weren't sure, so there was no such ability to dare to do such crazy things. But the probability, he is daring. You guys are telling me to hide? Are you kidding? When the Locust King heard this, his face became even more ugly, looking at the group of ministers with murderous anger and cursing. I'm the Emperor of the Heavenly Locust Kingdom, how could I possibly hide? All shut up for me, even if I die. There's no way I'll leave the palace or run away to hide. Crowd. Hearing the Locust King's words, the crowd fell silent, not bothering to continue saying anything more. However, the look of worry and anxiety on the faces of the people could not be concealed in any way. Humph. The Locust King looked at their worried and terrified looks, and snorted angrily, sneering, now, immediately mobilize the nation's armed forces for me, and be ready to strike at any time. If Roy really dares to screw up, then we'll fight him. After all was said and done, the Locust King leaned back in his chair and simply closed his eyes, not bothering to continue talking much longer. The streets of Kyoto City, the vast caravan of vehicles, advancing unhurriedly, was heading in the exact direction of the Locust King's palace. Inside one of the Rolls-Royce cars, Roy was comfortably leaning back in his seat with his eyes slightly closed to refresh himself. Boss, the notification has been sent. We order the Locust King to leave the palace within an hour. The butler whispered to Roy. In an hour? Our caravan will arrive at the palace just in time, and you will be able to live there directly after the Locust King moves. Well, good job. Roy nodded slightly, looking out the window at the scenery that kept sweeping by, the light in his eyes flickering slightly. Suddenly, Roy's eyes flickered. Stop the car. Looking at the building in the distance, Roy suddenly spoke. Stop the car. As soon as Roy spoke, everyone received the first order and the convoy immediately stopped. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing Roy suddenly ordering a stop, the butler couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Roy didn't answer him first, his eyes still fixed on the distant building. It was a building that gave off an eerie feeling that made Luo feel uncomfortable at first glance, because that's the Yasukuni Shrine. See the sacred toilet. Roy's heart couldn't help but surge with murderous intent. In a previous life, he then fantasized countless times about wiping the damned Yasukuni god's toilet completely off the map of the Blue Star. But in his previous life, he couldn't do that, even if he had thought that. But now, he's got the ideas and he's got the ability. So, he's going to make a move. Open the door. Roy got out of the car. After getting out of the car, he lifted his feet and walked in the direction of the Yasukuni Shrine toilet. Roy's convoy stopped and immediately drew the attention of countless people, both sides of the road, pairs of eyes, all staring at his every move. Seeing him get out of the car, many of the younger baka had puzzled looks on their faces. Why did he stop all of a sudden? What does he want? Not good. He's heading in the direction of the divine toilet. It's a fucking asshole. He's not trying to make a move against the god's toilet, is he? Seeing Roy walking in the direction of the divine toilet, quite a few little baka suddenly reacted, and a look of shock and anger appeared on their faces. For the young baka, the sacred toilet is one of their spiritual beliefs, and the various netherworld things enshrined in it are their totems. Now that Roy seemed to be making a move against the divine toilet, they couldn't sit still. The little buggers are furious at Roy's behavior and can't accept it. But at the moment, across the sea, the countless people of that ancient country, by way of video, saw Roy get out of the car and walk in the direction of the god's toilet, and their hearts were wildly shaken. Many people, even, had a look of excited anticipation on their faces. God Luo is going to make a move against the divine toilet? Really? I hope it's true. Kneel down and beg the god of Luo to blow the sacred toilet into ashes. If the god of Luo really does it, I'm going to put up a longevity plaque for him in my house. +1. Kneel down and beg the god Rashi to blow up the god's toilet. Please. The countless people of the ancient country were actually a bit nervous at this moment. There was a flurry of voices in various ways, hoping that Roy would hear them and get his hands on the god's toilet. Not only was Roy uncomfortable at the sight of the divine toilet, but countless children of the ancient country were likewise quite disgusted by the divine toilet of the Baka kingdom. I can't wait to personally carry a dynamite pack and rush inside the god's toilet to blow it up into the sky, so that the god's toilet will completely disappear. A million people are watching. Roy appeared at a distance of less than 100 meters away from the door of the divine toilet and stopped, looking at the eerie divine toilet with a gloomy expression. At this point, the staff inside the little Baka divine toilet, as well as some tourists, had already noticed Roy's arrival. Seeing Roy's arrival, the staff of little Baka were scared out of their wits, and all of them turned white. What's he going to do? He's not going to make a move against the divine toilet, is he? Who can stop him? If he dares to make a move against the divine toilet, I'll fight him. End of chapter 73. Chapter 73. 10,000 cannons were fired and bombarded with artillery. Chapter 73. 10,000 guns and artillery bombardment. Roy stood on the opposite side of the divine toilet with a grim expression, looking at the eerily styled building. The depths of his eyes flashed with a stern chill. Boss, what's wrong? The summoned high steward, wondering why Roy was so concerned about that building, inquired with slight curiosity. I want to blow it up. So raising his hand, he pointed in the direction of the door of the divine toilet and said in an icy tone, to completely raise this place to the ground. Oh, then fry it. The big steward sniffed and nodded without a care in the world. If the boss doesn't like something, just blow it up. Have someone notify the tourists from other countries that are in there to get out of the sacred restroom in 30 minutes. Roy's eyes flashed as he said to the big steward, in 30 minutes, start bombing the divine toilet. Those who are still in the divine toilet and haven't left by then, don't blame me for being ruthless if they are bombed to death. He did all sorts of crazy things, but there was still no killing of civilians who didn't mess with him. Sure, if the other person is hostile to him and engages in substantive behavior, that's a different matter. Understood. The butler sniffed and nodded before immediately turning around to make arrangements. Soon, a dozen gun-toting dead soldiers, one carrying a loudspeaker, headed in the direction of the god's toilet. The dead soldiers quickly made their way to the door of the sacred restroom. Then they raised their loudspeakers and started shouting, those inside the god's toilet, listen up. Within 30 minutes, leave the god's toilet immediately. In 30 minutes, our boss is going to be covering the divine toilet with artillery fire, leveling it to the ground. Those who don't want to die, immediately get out of the god's toilet, as far away as you can. Those of you who remain in the god's toilet after 30 minutes will only deserve it if you blow up. The dead man yelled at the top of his lungs and shouted into the sacred toilet. Boom! As soon as the dead soldier's voice rang out, it was like a thunderclap that landed in the ears of countless people, causing their faces to change wildly. The little Baka, in particular, were instantly abuzz with a look of shock and anger on each of their faces when they heard the dead soldier's announcement. Bakayalu, this asshole, is he really going to blow up the god's toilet? How dare he? This is the spiritual totem of our sky Locust kingdom. How dare he do this? We can't let him succeed. Do something to stop him. Run for it. This guy is as good as his word. Half an hour from now I'm afraid I'll land in the god's toilet for sure. Big brother, don't shoot. I'm not Baka. I'm just a foreign tourist. The entire divine toilet was instantly in chaos, as a large number of tourists ran out of the divine toilet in panic. The scene was chaotic for a while. Sure, not only is the scene mixed, as soon as the news spread, the entire heavenly Locust kingdom was abuzz at the first moment. Countless little Baka were furious. Even the Locust King in the heavenly Locust Kingdom's palace was the first to learn of this shocking news. Roy is going to blow up the divine toilet? The Locust King couldn't sit still any longer after learning the news, jumping out of his chair in shock and roaring in anger. How dare he? Does he know the consequences of doing this? This will make our entire heavenly Locust Kingdom immortal with him. The ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom who were present also had rather ugly faces at this time. They also had a hard time accepting the matter of Roy wanting to blow up the god's toilet. Your Majesty the Locust King, now is not the time to be angry. You should hurry and find a way to stop him. A minister of the heavenly Locust Kingdom said to the Locust King with an anxious expression. Your Majesty the Locust King, why don't you take the initiative to contact Roy and talk to the other party about the conditions? Make a deal with him? Why should I make a deal with him? The Locust King's nose went askew when he heard this. I won't negotiate with him. If he dares to make a move, I'll dare to have our army exterminate him. He's pissed off, out of his mind. Immediately give orders to all the armed forces in Jingdong City to drive to the god's toilet at fire speed. The Locust King, who was so angry that he lost his wits, gritted his teeth and ordered, they must stop Roy from bombing the divine toilet at all costs. Yes, for this order of the Locust King, none of the ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom present stood out to oppose it. Instead, they were in favor of it, because they really didn't want to see Roy blow up the god's toilet. If Roy blew up the sacred toilet, it would be an unimaginable blow to the morale of their entire country. It was even worse than the palace being occupied by Roy. so they had to take this matter seriously. A command, sent from the imperial palace of the Sky Locust Kingdom, within the territory of Jingdong City. All the Locust soldiers of the Heavenly Locust Kingdom received the order at the first time and acted swiftly. The hordes of locusts, on fire, drove out of the camp and headed straight in Roy's direction. Tick-tock, time passes by. Roy stood quietly in the distance with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the chaotic god's color. He has purchased 1,000 Katyusha rockets from the system. There are also 2 bases of ammunition. He intends to have 1,000 Katyusha rockets firing at the same time, pouring all 2 bases of ammo over the heads of the gods' toilets in the shortest possible time. 3 minutes to go. Roy looked at the time and immediately deployed the 1,000 Katyusha rockets he had just purchased through the Dead Man's map. When he finished deploying, Bo, city limits, one unexpected corner. Suddenly a door of Katyusha rockets appeared, each rocket launcher, with its muzzle pointed in the direction of the sacred toilet. The sudden appearance of the rocket launcher naturally attracted a lot of attention. What's going on? Why is this thing suddenly here? This is the rocket launcher? A Katyusha rocket launcher? Jesus, what's a Katyusha rocket launcher doing here? Not good. This should be Roy's Katyusha rocket launcher. Big deal. Roy's really going to shell the god's toilet. Countless little baka, seeing the sudden appearance of the rocket launcher, were scared out of their wits. But before they could recover from their shock, Roy began to give orders to all the gunners as soon as the time was up. Fire! All the dead soldiers manning the rocket launchers were the first to hear Roy's order. Shasta, swoosh dash, a trail of fire suddenly shot up in the sky in various unexpected locations in the Jingdong city, accompanied by the sound of swooshing wind. A round of rockets, simultaneously heading in the direction of the divine toilet. Thousands of Katyusha rockets fired at full power, and in an instant the entire sky of the capital city seemed to be set ablaze. At this moment, Roy had moved a little farther away, looking away from the direction of the god's toilet with his hands behind his back, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound came from overhead, like a pipe organ playing, followed by a streak of fire, falling in the direction of the divine toilet. Rumble! A volley of rockets, falling from the sky, landed in the sacred toilet. In the blink of an eye, the entire god's toilet then rose up in a sky-high flame. One by one, buildings collapsed instantly and burst into flames after being attacked by powerful artillery fire. The foreign tourists in the sacred toilet have all been evacuated, and what's left are some of the staff of the sacred toilet of the Sky Locust Kingdom. They guarded the god's toilet, thinking that Roy wouldn't dare to make a real move. But when they saw the roiling artillery fire coming, they realized how wrong they were. But now they have no chance to regret. After the roiling artillery fire fell, they were blown into countless pieces together with the divine toilet. Less than 10 seconds of work, the entire god's toilet was on fire, at a speed visible to the naked eye, accompanied by the sound of explosions. The screams of the staff of the little Baka divine toilet became ruins and slowly disappeared from the horizon. End of chapter 74. Chapter 74 Toilet should have the look of a toilet. Chapter 74 Toilets should be like toilets. Cannon fire from the sky, falling like meteors, accompanied by earth-shattering roaring explosions, caused the entire god's toilet to turn into a sea of fire in an instant. In the sea of fire, some small baka who swore not to retreat could still be seen, struggling and wailing, but they would soon be covered by artillery fire again and blown to pieces. The rushing fire made the entire sky red. Roy stood in the distance. The roiling fire reflected his face in red, making his entire body look like a demon standing on the edge of hell. It was a full bombardment for nearly 10 minutes. The Katyusha rocket launcher shells that Roy had purchased, which were all expended, slammed into the dark-colored head. When the sound of artillery fire stops, the original eerie divine toilet no longer has the slightest eerie atmosphere, but instead, the yang energy rushes to the sky. Of course, the divine toilet has already become a ruin. The scene, by all means, it was presented to people all over the world. The little baka watched as the sacred toilet was blown to rubble, each angry but unable to do anything about it. Proper incompetent rage. Sure, across the sea, the ancient populace, unlike the little baka who were as lost as ever, cheered and were excited as they watched Roy give the order to blow up the sacred toilet into a sea of rubble and fire. No regrets in death. In this life, I have no regrets in dying to see the divine toilet blown to rubble. God Luo has fulfilled my heart's desire. A great achievement. Luoshan is enough to go down in history. Watching little Baka's sacred toilet get blown up was more refreshing to me than watching Eagle Sauce San Francisco. Stirred up by Roshan. Roshan did a great job. From now on, Roshan, you are my only idol. I'm going to erect a longevity tablet for Luoshan. The god's toilet is a dirty and gloomy, even scar-like existence to the people of the ancient country. Now, the divine toilet was blown up by Roy, which naturally made countless people of the ancient country excited and thrilled, and even caused people to have a strong feeling of worship and awe towards Roy. But, Roy, however, had no interest in paying any attention to the minds of the others, regardless of what other people think of the god's toilet. He looked bad anyway. Look bad, then blow him up. Simple as that. Boss, the sacred toilet has been blown up. The big steward came to Roy's side and whispered to him, should we bulldoze the ruins of the god's toilet to the ground? Or, make something more to discuss them? Roy listened to the words of the big steward, then his eyes lit up. His face showed a meaningful smile. Smiled and said, toilet, it should have the appearance of a toilet. Immediately have someone find me 180 manure trucks to come, with manure and water for me to fill up this ruin. Roy pointed at the ruins of the god's toilet that was ablaze with fire, and instructed the big housekeeper, there must be enough fecal water. It's best to focus all the fecal water of the entire capital city. All of it. I want this place to become a no-man's land. Understood. As soon as the big steward heard Roy's words, he immediately nodded his head, turned around and instructed his men, immediately go and find 100 manure trucks and fill the ruins of the god's toilet with manure and water. The boss is going to make this place a no-man's land where people hate dogs. When the dead soldiers heard the order, they immediately sprang into action, and tens of thousands of them began to search for the dung carts. Soon, then a dead soldier found a dung cart filled with dung water and drove it straight to the ruins of the sacred toilet. Finding more and more manure trucks, soon a fleet of manure trucks was formed. Each manure wagon was filled with manure and water, and ran in great numbers toward the flaming ruins of the sacred latrine. This move immediately attracted the attention of countless people, and looking at the voluminous dung trucks, many people were confused. What are they going to do? Dung trucks? What do they want with all those manure trucks? Damn! Roy the madman couldn't have tried to fill the sacred toilet with fecal water after blowing it up, could he? There was a lot of chatter among the young baka, and soon some realized the gravity of the situation and guessed what Roy was up to. One time, countless small baka were enraged. Stop them! We can't let them defile our sacred toilet. Damn! This maniac! Can't let him do that! The angry little baka, unable to tolerate Roy's behavior, were so furious that some of them rushed directly onto the road to try to stop the convoy of manure trucks. However, facing their block, dead soldiers don't reason with them in any way. Rumble, a dung truck loaded with manure and water, with the throttle pressed to bursting, ran straight towards those little Bajans who dared to rush onto the road to block the way. Moment. The little baka were heavily killed and wounded. The road was dyed red with blood, and all kinds of angry curses and wails and screams were heard. But no matter how frantically the little bahas blocked the way, they were unable to stop the dung truck convoy from advancing in the slightest, and the vast fleet of dung trucks eventually arrived at the ruins of the divine toilet. Boom! The first manure trucks to arrive. High-pressure nozzles sprayed foul-smelling fecal water toward the sacred toilets. More and more dung carts, at the same time, sprayed dung water into the sacred toilet, and in an instant the stench rushed to the sky, and the fire inside the sacred toilet was suppressed. Under the angry roaring of the countless little baka, the already filthy divine toilet became even more filthy and foul-smelling, and the stench was overwhelming. Ha! It stinks! Roy covered his nose and looked at the ruins of the god's toilet that was continuously flooded by fecal water, turned around in disgust and got into the car, while not forgetting to explain, leave 1,000 people here to keep an eye on the place, prohibit anyone from cleaning up and clearing out, and whoever dares to clean up and clear out, will be shot directly on the spot. Bang! The car door closed. Roy got back in the car, to the palace. Sitting in the car, Roy didn't even bother to take another look at the already unrecognizable god's toilet, and ordered the convoy to move on, heading straight for the palace. Tonight, he must go to bed at the palace. When he arrived in the Baka kingdom, he did not become an ancestor of the Baka kingdom. Sorry for his skin, sorry for his noble dragon's bloodline. Convoy start. Vastly running towards the palace of the Baka kingdom. As they watched Roy's convoy continue on, countless little baka gnashed their teeth in anger, but no one dared to step forward to stop them, not even the police. As Roy's caravan advances, inside the palace of the Baka kingdom, the Locust King's complexion was ironic, looking at a huge screen in front of him, which was broadcasting live images of the divine toilet in real time, looking at the divine color being blown into ruins and then doused with dung water pulled in by countless dung trucks. The Locust King's eyes flashed with rage and his body trembled violently. Kill him! Seeing Roy's caravan continue to advance, the Locust King was like a thoroughly enraged beast, roaring with red eyes. Kill him immediately! Kill him at all costs! Act quickly! As the Locust King's roar rang out, the Locust soldier troops closest to Roy were the first to receive the order. The Locust soldiers, who were close to 20, 20,000 people, immediately moved and swept towards Luo's group to kill them. 10 minutes later, it was the Locust soldiers who encountered the hordes of dead soldiers under Roy. All of the Locust soldiers were heavily armed, with artillery, tanks, bazookas, heavy machine guns and other weapons forming a line of defense, blocking the front of Roy's team's advance, preventing him from moving on. End of chapter 75. Chapter 75 Hold your fire. Our Locust army has surrendered. Chapter 75 Hold your fire. We Locusts surrender. The exasperated Locust King gave orders to the nearest Locust soldiers to do all they could to stop Roy's advance, preferably by destroying him. The Locust soldiers who received the order immediately constructed a line of defense in the direction of the easy advance. In charge of the operation was a middle-aged man named Rokuro Yamamoto, an officer of the Baka Kingdom. Sir, all defenses have been constructed. A Locust soldier came to Rokuro Yamamoto and reported to him, all weapons are ready to fire at any time. Yamamoto Rokuro's face was very grave, and there was an undisguised worry in his eyes, apprehension. To be honest, he was quite reluctant about receiving this assignment. So how scary is that? Just look at what happened to Hawkjam. Compared to the Hawksbane, the castrated Locust soldiers are more than a notch weaker in combat. Get everyone to get their morale up and be ready to fire at a moment's notice. Although the heart is extremely reluctant, very tempted to leave the job. But this time, the order came from the highest command of the Baka Kingdom. Even if he was no longer willing, he could only go on with his head in hard. Hi! Upon hearing Yamamoto Rokuro's order, the Baka Bing officer under his command responded, turned around and went to inform. At this point, the nearly 20,000 Locust soldiers of the Baka Kingdom were like enemies, all of them looking nervous and apprehensive. Can we not play? I want to go back to playing video games. The new series will start soon. If I die on the battlefield, I won't see the new series. Damn Roy, why did you have to come to our Baka country to mess with us? Can't you just let me retire in peace? In the ranks, the Locust soldiers of the Baka Kingdom murmured. Their morale was extremely low, and none of them wanted to fight, because they're all afraid of death. Rokuro Yamamoto was patrolling the defense line, checking for defects, so naturally he heard vague chatter among the ranks. Listening to the murmurs, Yamamoto Rokuro's face was ugly. All pull yourself together. We are the regular army. We're the elite warriors of the Sky Locust Kingdom. Yamamoto Rokuro suddenly stopped and angrily cursed at a few Locust soldiers who were whispering. As elite warriors of the regular army, how can you be afraid of a group of rabble? Upon hearing his roaring rage, the crowd of Locust soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. It was just that on their faces, the terrified and nervous look could not be concealed in any way. Morale is low. Seeing this, Rokuro Yamamoto was helpless and felt deeply powerless at the same time. Sir, so their men are coming into attack range soon. Just as Yamamoto Rokuro was having mixed feelings, a Locust soldier suddenly shouted to him in a panic. They're shouting at us. Shouting? Shouting what? Yamamoto Rokuro shuddered and hurriedly inquired. Boss, the armed forces of the Baka Kingdom have constructed a defense line ahead, blocking our way. Inside the Rolls-Royce, the first steward was reporting to Roy. About how many? Roy raised an eyebrow at the words and asked with slight curiosity. Initial estimation, there are probably close to 20,000 people. The other party's equipment is quite good. Artillery tanks and other heavy equipment are all available. If we force our way through there may be no small losses, the big steward said. Go shout. Roy's gaze flickered as he spoke faintly. Tell those Locust soldiers to surrender their guns without killing them. Yes, the first steward nodded, then immediately got out of the car and made arrangements. Soon, an ox-tall dead soldier, carrying a large trumpet, appeared beyond the Locust soldiers' defense line. Once this dead soldier appeared, it immediately made the Locust soldiers on the opposite side as if they were facing a great enemy, and many of them were even sweating nervously. Listen up, Locust soldiers across the street. Our boss has said that you will now surrender your guns immediately. Now you leave from your positions immediately, and he can pretend that nothing happened and spare your lives. The dead soldier carried a loudspeaker and yelled with his back to the Locust soldier side. Within 10 minutes, if you don't surrender and surrender your weapons, we will launch a devastating offensive strike against you. Hurry up and surrender if you don't want to die. A loud roar exploded in the ears of countless Locust soldiers. Over and over again, make the Locust soldiers surrender. Yamamoto Rokuro had just walked over when he heard the dead soldiers shout, and his face changed slightly. Sir, what now? The opposite side is telling us to surrender. They're actually giving us a chance to surrender? Sir, why don't we surrender? Those people are crazy. They are not afraid to die. We can't beat them. Many Locust soldiers, hearing the warnings issued by the dead soldiers, acted foolishly and wanted to just surrender. Yamamoto Rokuro's face turned blue as he listened to the Locust soldier's advice. Bakayalu, you're all losers. You're thinking of surrendering now? Are you still Imperial soldiers? Yamamoto Rokuro burst into a snarl, his face changing color again and again, but his voice getting smaller and smaller. Even if we want to surrender, don't make me pretend to fight a little bit first, and then surrender after I can't beat you. Locust soldier. Yamamoto Rokuro's reaction left one of the Locust soldiers dumbfounded. Good guy. So the chief also has surrender in mind. Sir, how about we just fire a couple of shots into the air and surrender? A Locust trooper officer beside Yamamoto Rokuro, after a moment's hesitation, cautiously addressed him. How about you shoot them? Rokuro Yamamoto's eyes flickered and he suddenly said to him, you fire twice at them. Or sir, why don't you fire 2 shots at them? Baka, I'll give you a shot right now. Yamamoto Rokuro's mouth twitched, itching to give the officer a kick. You've been looking at me with displeasure for a long time, haven't you? No. The officer shook his head in denial and squeezed a smile on his face. Haven't you always told us that we should be the first to lead? That you're the officer and should pop. Rokuro Yamamoto slapped him across the face, then kicked him up again, sending the bastard flying, followed by rushing up and kicking him again, kicking and cursing at the same time. A couple of kicks in the pants. Yamamoto Rokuro then stopped, then took a deep breath and pointed his gun at a Locust soldier. You drop. To raise the white flag. Raise the white flag and tell the opposite side that we are surrendering. Surrender now and we'll be the first wave to do so. And maybe we'll get Roy's fancy, just like Eagle Jams William and the rest of them, and get a huge advantage. Crowd. This operation of Yamamoto Rokuro directly stunned the Locust soldiers present, and in their hearts, they called this bastard shameless. However, facing the blackened muzzle of Yamamoto Rokuro's gun, the Locust soldier, who was pointed at by the gun, could only stiffen his back, stripped off the white shirt he was wearing, tied it to the barrel of the gun, and then raised it high in the air as he headed out of his position. Hold your fire. Across the street, hold your fire. We surrender. The trembling Locust soldiers, holding up white flags, stepped out of their positions and shouted at the top of their lungs across the street. Don't ever fire. We Imperial Army surrender. End of chapter. 76. Chapter 76. I only talk to people with credibility, and it's unfortunate that you guys don't. Chapter 76. I only talk to people with credibility, and unfortunately, you don't count as people. The Locust soldiers were forced to come out and surrender with a white flag under the threat of Rokuro Yamamoto, Roy in the Rolls Royce, the first to learn about it. Boss, the opposite side has come out with a white flag and surrendered, asked the first steward to Roy. Do you want to go and accept their surrender now? Accept their surrender? Think what? I never thought of actually accepting their surrender and letting them live. Roy laughed coldly and said faintly, having them come out and surrender is just a way to let their guard down so that I can finish them off in one fell swoop. From start to finish. He didn't even think about accepting the surrender of the Locust soldiers. Go down and watch the show. Roy pushed the door open and stepped out of the car. He intended to witness the Locust soldiers who tried to surrender and were taken out by his own men. That must be. It's wonderful. Inside the Locust soldier position. Is the opposite side shooting? Rokuro Yamamoto cautiously hunkered down behind cover and looked toward the opposite side, fearing that the opposite side would suddenly pour fire at them and cut them off in a swarm. No, the opposite side has no intention of firing, presumably willing to accept our surrender. A Locust soldier looked a little excited and said to Yamamoto Rokuro, we estimate that we don't have to fight hard with the opposite side. We don't have to die in vain. Rokuro Yamamoto nodded, a long sigh of relief growing in his mind. Seriously, he really didn't want to touch one of Roy's men. He didn't think that these people under him could really carry the fire coverage from Roy. Mind you, Roy had even the Caress stealth fighters under his command, and hell knows what other firepower configurations there were. Those of them, who were in a dead heat with the armed forces under Roy's command, would surely be the ones to die in the end. Prepare to go out and surrender to Roy as a whole. After observing for a while and realizing that the opposite side hadn't shown any signs of making a move yet, Yamamoto Rokuro gritted his teeth, stepped out from his cover and said loudly, everyone pay attention to me? Don't make any moves that will trigger misunderstandings on the opposite side, or we'll all die. Also, raise more white flags and make them visible. When you go out to surrender, you must try to squeeze a smile on your face, a smile that must make Roy feel like a breath of fresh air. Be sure to let the other side know that our surrender is serious. Understand? As Yamamoto Rokuro's words fell, all the Locust soldiers immediately began to move. Wow! One after another, the Locusts had thrown the weapons in their hands, all of them, to the ground. Then one by one, they stepped out of cover and marched in line toward an open area in front of the position. Many of the Locust soldiers, having dropped their weapons, held white flags high in their hands. Yamamoto Rokuro's movements of these Locust soldiers were immediately noticed by those who were constantly watching the scene. The Imperial Palace. What for? What are they doing? When the Locust King saw the Locust soldiers under Yamamoto Rokuro, one after another, walking out with white flags, he was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. Are they surrendering? Baka! These bastards actually surrender? They're going to surrender to Roy without firing a single shot? Damn! Damn them all! The Locust King was directly furious. He originally had high hopes for these Locust soldiers. Hopefully they can stop Roy or even take him out. Results: these Locust soldiers not only failed to do what he had hoped, but even had to surrender without firing a single shot. It was unacceptable to him. Of course, it was not only the Locust King who could not accept this, but the civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom around the Locust King were also unable to accept this kind of thing. For a moment, around the Locust King, all sorts of exclamations of anger and curses rang out, and the civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom almost greeted the 18 generations of Yamamoto Rokuro's ancestors. Countless little Baka of the Baka Kingdom also saw the scene at this time through live broadcasts and other means, watching the small Baka soldiers under Yamamoto Rokuro, lined up with white flags, walk out of their positions. The little Baka were seething with surprise and anger. Traitor! Waste! Weaklings! How can they surrender? Is there any samurai spirit left? You're the elite aces of the Baka Kingdom. You surrendered to Roy without firing a single shot? What a shame! Damn! We're going to court-martial all these people. The little Baka were enraged, with all sorts of angry curses and roars that resounded almost throughout the Baka nation. 666. Luoshin is awesome. Before even firing a shot, he scared the Locust soldiers of the Baka Kingdom into surrendering? This is what's called giving up without a fight, isn't it? Luoshin is truly divine. The people of the ancient kingdom of the East, watching the reaction of Yamamoto Rokuro's troops, were shocked and at the same time couldn't help but chant 666 and gloat. Under the attention of countless eyes around the world, Rokuro Yamamoto personally led all of his men out of the constructed defensive offensive. All the Locust soldiers had disarmed their hands and were ready to lie flat and recognize the fuck. Surrounded by a group of dead soldiers, Roy stepped forward. As soon as he appeared, the Locust soldiers across the street noticed him at first. Mr. Law. Yamamoto Rokuro noticed Roy, hurriedly pushing through the crowd. He walked to the front, squeezing out an awkward and greasy smile on his face, waving his hand at Roy and shouting, I am the officer of this unit, Yamamoto Rokuro, and with all of my men, I surrender to you. Roy watched from afar the awkward, greasy smile on Yamamoto Rokuro's face, and a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Is everyone here? After looking at Yamamoto Rokuro for a few moments, Roy suddenly opened his mouth and asked at him, is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? Be thorough if you want to surrender, only if everyone is here. As soon as Yamamoto Rokuro heard Roy's words, he nodded his head. Mr. Roy, we surrendered with all our hearts. Everyone is already here. They are all here. Very good. As soon as he heard Yamamoto Rokuro say that, Roy was instantly relieved and gave him a meaningful look, then waved his hand. Surround them, and don't let any of them go. Wow! With a wave of Roy's hand, the dead soldiers who received the order immediately took action and quickly began to pull back their defense line, blocking all the retreating paths of Yamamoto Rokuro and the others. After blocking all of their retreats, the guns in the hands of the dead soldiers all aimed their muzzles at the Locust soldiers. Mr. Roy, what are you? When Rokuro Yamamoto saw Roy's move, the look on his face suddenly changed wildly, and his body trembled as he shouted in horror. What are you doing? Didn't you promise to spare us as long as we came out and surrendered? You can't be disrespectful. By this time he had obviously realized that something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to back away, only to find out that all the paths of retreat had been blocked by the dead soldiers under Roy's command, and it was impossible to retreat. Preach credibility? As soon as Roy heard Yamamoto Rokuro's words, he instantly laughed, his smile filled with sneering disdain. I only talk to people about credibility, but unfortunately, in my eyes, none of you count as people. Boom! As soon as Roy's words came out, Yamamoto Rokuro immediately felt his head explode. A chill instantly swept through his body, and his legs went weak. Mr. Roy, a horrified Rokuro Yamamoto, screamed, you can't do this. You, fire. Facing Yamamoto Rokuro's terrified screams, Roy, however, did not have the heart to talk nonsense with him, and with a cold look in his eyes, he waved his hand, ordering to the dead soldiers who surrounded Yamamoto Rokuro and other Locust soldiers, not one of them will be left behind. End of chapter 77. Chapter 77 Getting rid of the idle people in the house. Chapter 77 Throw out the idlers from the house. No, Rokuro Yamamoto, who knew that Roy didn't intend to leave them alive, was scared out of his wits the moment Roy gave the order and turned around with a scream. But it is too late. Intense gunfire had sounded the moment he screamed out, countless bullets pouring towards him like a torrent of steel. The hot, searing bullets kept hitting the Locust soldiers, harvesting them in batches like straw. Shasta. Countless Locust soldiers fell to the ground and became corpses, turning the scene into an instant hell on earth. The horrified Locust soldiers fled in all directions like mad, but no matter which direction they fled in, they would be pointed at by countless gun muzzles and wildly harvested by bullets. Meanwhile, swoosh dash, in the sky, suddenly there was a cracking sound, and a volley of shells fell from the sky into the ranks of the Locust soldiers. Rumble. As the shells fell, an earth-shattering roar and explosion erupted, and under the explosions, one after another of the Locust soldiers were quickly torn apart. Gunfire, artillery, wailing and screaming, intertwined with the sounds of hell, echoing in the sky. Through the radio waves, it reached the ears of countless people around the world. Oh my god, that's crazy. This Roy is too ruthless, isn't he? This Locust soldier is about to surrender and he still won't let them go? Roy never intended to spare these Locust soldiers from the beginning. Did he? This is too ferocious. Who will dare to surrender to him in the future? On the other side of the ocean, inside the big house at 1600, the White Boss and a group of Hawksauce bigwigs watched the scene of Roy's dead soldiers frantically suppressing the Locust soldiers, and felt nothing but numbness and coldness in their scalps. They had seen Roy's ruthlessness, knowing that Roy is not to be messed with, but now Roy's performance was still far beyond their imagination, allowing them to see a truly ruthless man. Boss, an eagle sauce big man, with a grave face and a worried tone, said to the White Boss, Roy, this person is so ferocious. Then our plan to recapture San Francisco, is it necessary to reformulate it? Brush brush brush. A single gaze, instantly focused on the White Boss, their eyes all filled with worry and apprehension. The White Boss listened to his men and saw that each of their gazes were fixed on him, and his face changed color for a moment. Ever since Roy boarded the plane for Bacaland, Hawkjam has been thinking about taking advantage of Roy's absence to reclaim San Francisco. To this end, they've agreed on a plan. Originally, the White Boss thought that for a price, he could take San Francisco back from Roy, but now after seeing Roy's madness and terror, he had to start thinking about whether the plan they had agreed upon could still be carried out as planned. After executing the plan, will they be able to hold up in the face of Roy's insane retaliation? Will they drag the whole of Eagle Jam into a complete quagmire and swamp? Shit! The White Boss's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth viciously and cursed in a low voice. How could a brother let this kind of madman appear on Earth? This is the devil. It should be suppressed in hell. The plan is on hold. Let's see what Roy wants next first. Most importantly, while we're at it, we must investigate Roy's bottom line thoroughly. I wonder how many other trump cards he has in his hands. Hearing these words from the White Boss, the Eagle Sauce bigwigs in the room let out a long sigh of relief. They were all worried that their own boss, under extreme anger, would make the unwise choice of making sure to stiff Roy. Good thing, his own boss was pretty steady. Now that Roy is making waves in the Baka Kingdom, let's stay on the sidelines for a while and take this opportunity to make more preparations. Seeing the relieved look of the group of bigwigs under him, the White Boss gritted his teeth and said, when the time is right, we'll strike with a thunderous blow and annihilate Roy in one fell swoop. A host of Eagle Jam bigwigs nodded their heads. Subsequently, their gazes returned to the huge screen once again, looking at the countless Locust soldiers who were killed and injured under the attack of Roy's armed forces. With the eyes of the world watching, Rokuro Yamamoto and the Locust soldiers under his command were killed and wounded in the twinkling of an eye. Yamamoto Rokuro, the unlucky one, was even hit by a heavy artillery shell that fell from the sky, and under the explosion of the shell, the whole person instantly disappeared. Less than 10 minutes, Rokuro Yamamoto and the Locust soldiers under him, all sent by Roy's dead men to atone for the sins of their ancestors. When the artillery fire stops, the scene has turned into a quagmire. Blood, water, dirt, a mixture of quagmires. Roy just stood still, looking from afar at the field that had been blown into a bloody quagmire, his face expressionless. For blowing up so many Locust soldiers, he doesn't have any psychological burden. Reporting to the boss, it has been confirmed that all Locust soldiers have been wiped out. None survived. A dead soldier came in front of Roy, for him to report the battle situation. We can now move on. Keep moving. Roy sniffed and nodded. Then without even another glance at the scene of the Shura hell, he turned around and walked towards the convoy. After the head butler opened the door, Roy got in the car while he was there, and soon the Rolls-Royce fleet started up again and headed straight for the palace. This time, there were no more stops on the road, because no more Locust soldiers dared to continue stopping. Roy's action of making an example of him has scared the entire Baka Kingdom. No matter if it's the police or the Baka soldiers, they don't dare to face him, the horrible killing god anymore. The caravan marched on. Eventually, arrived outside the palace of the Baka kingdom without incident. When the convoy arrived outside the Baka kingdom's palace, the dead soldiers under Roy had already surrounded the Baka kingdom's palace in advance. Is confronting the Baka kingdom palace guards. Coming! The demon is coming! What to do? What to do now? His Majesty the Locust King won't let us retreat yet? It's not supposed to make us go to war with these demons, is it? The Locust soldiers of the Baka kingdom who were guarding the palace were all pale and trembling as they looked at the dead soldiers who were confronting them. Ta-dash! The car door opened in with a clatter. Roy's foot hit the ground and he stepped out of the car, looking away from the main gate of the Baka kingdom palace. Has that old boy, the Locust King, moved yet? After glancing at the main gate of the Baka kingdom's palace, Roy asked the person beside him, "Boss, no news yet," a dead soldier replied. The Locust King didn't give any response after we sent out the message, and is now presumably still in the palace. How dare you stay in my house? Roy raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Hurry up. Go and expel all the idle people in my house, and whoever dares to resist will be directly killed. Yes. With a wave of Roy's hand, the dead soldiers, who had already jumped into action and were ready to attack the palace, were instantly energized and immediately began to move. Da-da-da-da. The dead soldiers at the forefront, the light machine guns in their hands, did not hesitate to pull the triggers, and under the sound of da-da-da-da's gunfire, a large number of bullets whistled out, heading straight for those Locust soldiers guarding the palace. End of chapter 78. Chapter 78, White Swan Bomber. Chapter 78, White Swan Bomber. At Roy's command, the dead soldiers under his command immediately launched a fierce attack on the Baka kingdom's palace and killed their way in. Stop them. Fire coverage. They must be stopped outside the palace. Otherwise we'll all have to die. These people won't spare anyone. Give Roy under the attack of the dead soldiers. Baga country's palace guards. One by one scared to death. But no one dares to be good. Can only be hard to guard. The hands of the guns are playing smoke. Now, everyone knew that Roy would not accept the surrender of anyone from the Baka kingdom. So they faced the attack of Roy's dead soldiers. Not. They still dare to resist? When Roy saw that the Baka kingdom's palace guards even had the decency to organize resistance, he was a bit upset. Call the fighters. Bomb me. Blow them over. And artillery coverage. Don't spare the shells. Smash them all over the Locusts' heads. Bomb the hell out of them. For the Baka kingdom, Roy really didn't have any reservations, frantically consuming points and purchasing weapons and equipment personnel from the system mall. Even the White Swan bomber purchased too, and it's still a White Swan bomber at full load. Rumble. Soon, in the distant sky, there came a loud roaring growl of engines. Two huge bombers, beautifully shaped like swans spreading their wings, came whistling from the distant sky. The roaring and roaring engine sound of the White Swan bomber immediately attracted the attention of countless people. No matter if they were little Baka or tourists from other countries, they all looked up to the sky and then saw the huge bomber. Shasta. Countless people were stunned. What the hell? Bombers? A White Swan bomber? Isn't this Big Bear's White Swan bomber? How come it's here? Crazy. Even the bombers are coming? How far has this Roy guy gotten? Big Bear's got all the bombers? Watching the appearance of the White Swan bomber, the shocked little Baka were so frightened that their faces turned white. The appearance of the White Swan immediately making the skies of Kyoto City. A burst of sharp, piercing air raid sirens rang out. Inside the palace, the Locust King and a group of officials from the Baka kingdom, listening to the sounds of gunfire rising and falling outside the palace. He had long been scared and panicked. Your Majesty the Locust King, retreat through the dark tunnel. An official of the Baka kingdom, looking anxious, came to the Locust King's face and anxiously urged him. Roy has already begun to launch an attack. Our people, we don't think we can hold up to his attack. He will attack in. How can it be? This is the Imperial Palace. The guard force is heavy, and it's still the most elite guard force. How could he possibly attack in? When the Locust King learned that Roy had begun to launch an attack, his face was filled with anger and he roared loudly. I will never retreat. Even if I die here today, I will never leave my palace. If I leave, I will become the laughingstock of the world. Listening to this rant from the Locust King, the ministers of the Baka kingdom who were present, each with black lines on their faces, were speechless in their hearts to the extreme, thinking that this old thing was really fainting. What a time it is, not thinking about saving your life. You want to save face? What's wrong with you? Right here. Woo woo, a sharp siren, suddenly sounding inside the palace, was an air raid siren. What? Why is the air raid siren going off all of a sudden? This is Kyoto City. It's the palace of the Baka kingdom. Why is there an air raid siren going off? How many years has it been since the air raid siren sounded? What the hell is going on? Can someone please tell me why the air raid siren suddenly went off? The sudden sounding of the air raid siren caused all the civil and military ministers present to turn wildly pale with fear and exclaim in alarm. Even the Locust King, when he heard the air defense siren, he stiffened and his eyes became huge as he rushed to the window and looked towards the sky, wanting to see what was going on and if there was an incoming fighter jet. Your Majesty, the Locust King. Bombers! Bombers incoming! Just as the Locust King was looking at the sky outside the window in disbelief, a Baka Kingdom official rolled and crawled and rushed in from outside, screaming in horror as he did so. It's the White Swan bomber. Bear Country's White Swan bombers have flown into the sky of Gingdong City. Boom! This statement was made. It was like a bolt from the blue. All the civil and military ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom who were present were scared and shivered, their faces instantly turning as white as paper. What did you say? The Locust King's pupils contracted violently, and his whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Shrieking in disbelief, the White Swan bomber carrot of the Bear Country flew over our heads? What are you talking about? How could the White Swan bombers of the Bear Country fly over our heads? To say that the sudden appearance of Hawkmaster's caressing pussy fighters was something he could live with, after all, there was a Hawkmaster garrison within the Baka Kingdom, but to say that the White Swan bombers from Bear Country suddenly appeared, that would be a bit of a stretch. His Majesty the Locust King. The visitor looked white and trembled. It's true, the White Swan bomber will soon fly over the head of the palace. Quickly, Your Majesty, you quickly hide in the air raid shelter, or it will be too late. Actually, it's already too late. Two massive White Swan bombers. It had swaggered into the sky above the palace, when flying over the target. Buzz buzz. The magazine hatch under the belly of the White Swan bomber opened quickly. Immediately after, swoosh, 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 a round of heavy aerial bombs, like pouring soybeans, poured out of the ammunition silo and slammed down headlong toward the palace below. Boom! The moment the first aerial bomb fell, there was a loud boom, and a building instantly collapsed, setting off a terrifying fire. Subsequently, the destructive shockwaves surged in all directions, destroying one building after another in an instant. Rumble, one after another. The high explosive aerial bombs smashed into the palace, causing the entire palace to be destroyed by horrific explosions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the palace, King Locust and others, the first time he suffered a terrifying shockwave impact, he was almost lifted off the ground and rushed in panic towards the air defense hole under the palace. Two White Swan bombers, in less than a minute, dumped all the aerial bombs into the palace of the Baka Kingdom. Under the attention of the dumbfounded gazes of countless people all over the world, the entire Baka Kingdom palace was turned into a sea of ruins and fire, and the sky-charged flames almost lit up the entire sky of the capital city. Inside the palace, countless little Baka of the Baka Kingdom were thankfully screaming miserably by the terrifying aerial bomb, and even instantly turned into pieces of bloody objects. Looks like I'll be seeing a lot of familiar faces today, little Baka. Roy stood outside the palace with his hands behind his back, looking at the fire-lit palace. A smile appeared on his face. The little Baka must miss it. The Baka country with acquaintances all over the place, right? Far away. A reporter from Eagle Jam, carrying a camera in her hand far away from the Roy figure. She captured her appearance at this time and broadcasted live through the live broadcast. It's a demon. The Eagle Jam reporter looked at Roy in the camera and couldn't stop his body from shaking. Is he planning to recreate Li Mei's feat? This is too crazy. Suddenly, sensing something, Roy glanced back in the direction of the Hawk Jam reporter and his eyes locked with his. When she saw Roy looking towards her, the Eagle Jam reporter shuddered. A look of fear appeared on her face, and she almost sat down on the ground as her legs went limp. Just when he was at a loss for words, Roy suddenly beckoned to him. Come here. Roy looked away from the Eagle Jam reporter and waved at him before calling out. Come over to my side and get a better shot. End of chapter 79. Chapter 79. Hawksauce should stand up and protect us. Chapter 79. Hawksbane should have stood up to protect us. The white reporter, seeing Roy, suddenly beckoning to himself and motioning himself over, breaks out in a cold sweat. Beside him, there were two companions, both white. The looks on these two people's faces at this time were likewise quite shocked. Although they knew that Roy's gaze did not fall on them, but only on their companions, they still felt pressurized. Yax, he seems to be calling you over. Beside Yax, the white reporter, his companion whispered a reminder. Yax shuddered at the reminder of his companion. He's not going to kill me, is he? Yax was in a cold sweat of fear. I don't think so. Why would he go to all that trouble to kill you? Get over there. If you don't go over there and piss him off, you might actually get killed. The two companions, whispering, reminded Yax to hurry over. In the end, Yax gritted his teeth and headed in Roy's direction. Mr. Roy. Walking up to Roy, Axe didn't even dare to look up at him, but instead bowed his head and opened his mouth with an apprehensive voice and asked, "What can I do for you? Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy." Roy looked at Yax's scared and trembling appearance. A smile appeared on his face. "Raise your head and look straight at me. Yax, you're not a bad guy? You're the devil." In his heart, he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. And Yax, who was scared to death, could only harden his head and raise it to look straight at Roy. See the smile on Roy's face. Yax's heart fluttered, feeling that the Oriental man in front of him was a smiling devil who could get him killed at any moment. Sure, he's thinking too much. Roy wasn't interested in leaving him for dead right now. "I see you sneaking around over there filming. It's boring." Looking at Yax's face full of panic and apprehension, Roy suddenly said, "Wait and follow me. Give me the ugly face of the people of the Baka Kingdom. All give me a good shot. Shoot for the whole world to see. Shoot well, the payoff will not be less for you." Ha! Once Yax heard Roy's words, his face slightly froze, feeling incredible. "Mr. Roy, you still want to pay me? No need. He wouldn't dare take it. Don't pull back." Roy skimmed his mouth, not bothering to talk more nonsense with him. Instead, he turned his head, looked at the flaming palace once again, and cursed irritably, "Damn, blew up my house. Yax, big brother, since when is this your house?" "This is the palace of the Locust King of the Baka Kingdom." Sure, all of them are not in the heart, and Yax did not dare to say a word of nonsense, but could only squeeze out an awkward smile on his face to accompany the smile. "Get in there and drag the Locust King out for me." Roy didn't pay attention to what was going on in Yax's mind, but turned to the dead soldiers under his command and explained, "Live and let live." Understood. As soon as the dead soldiers heard Roy's words, they immediately took action, and soon a large number of them began to clean up while walking towards the depths of the palace. At the same time, deep inside the palace of the Baka Kingdom, inside an underground air defense facility, stunned King Locust was cowering in a chair. Crazy. He's just crazy. The King of Locusts had been scared out of his wits at this point, and he had never dreamed that one day he would be sitting in the palace, but he would suffer an air raid and be bombed into hiding in an air raid shelter. Just now, if he ran a little slower, it is estimated that he has become a corpse now. No, it is estimated that he can't even find the corpse. Air raid shelters. It was crowded with people. All of them are civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom. Then there are the royal princes and princesses of the Baka Kingdom. These people, equally scared out of his wits. If it wasn't for the fact that he had taken refuge in a bomb shelter as fast as he could the moment before the air raid came, it was estimated that the Baka Kingdom's royalty would have to be lost in a big way. His Majesty the Locust King, a minister of the Baka Kingdom, his face white, came before the Locust King, his voice trembling a little, asking, "Now, what should we do? The palace has been blown into ruins. Roy will soon come in. We can't hide here for long." Silence. The Locust King was silent. Contact Eagle Jam Nation. After a moment of silence, the Locust King suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Contact them and ask them to send a garrison to help us. They have an obligation to protect the well-being of the Sky Locust Kingdom. With all the military spending we put in every year to support their garrisons, it's about time they did something for us." Upon hearing the Locust King's words, the eyes of the civil and military ministers of the Heavenly Locust Kingdom present immediately lit up, and they all couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. Sure, there were also a very few people who had a worried look on their faces, feeling that this idea of the Locust King seemed a bit naive, although Eagle Sauce said that the garrison was protecting them. In reality, Eagle Sauce's big soldiers have always been like a supreme emperor in the Sky Locust country. All day long, he's a bully. And protect them? It's good enough not to wreak havoc on them. Sure, as things stand, and no one will be foolish enough to stand up and let the Locust King give up his illusions. After all, everyone hopes that this is the time for Hawk Sauce to stand up. Soon, the men under the Locust King just dial the special line with Eagle Jam. Oceanside. Inside the big house at 1600, the White Boss and his men were still discussing the White Swan bomber, which had suddenly appeared in the capital city. The White Swan bomber is a strategic weapon for the bear. The White Boss's eyebrows twisted into a pimple, the light in his eyes flickered, and his tone was low and doubtful. How did this kind of big killing weapon appear on the head of the Baka country? Could it be that this Roy has the support of the bear country behind him? A thought of that possibility, the White Boss's face became quite ugly. Bears have always been one of Eagle Jam's main rivals, and the two sides have been battling each other for hundreds of years, and are still battling to this day. It shouldn't be possible. From what we've investigated, Roy has never been in contact with Bear's people and shouldn't have Bear's support, but that doesn't make sense. He doesn't have the support of the bears, so why would a white swan bomber show up? Damn, this guy is like a black hole, mysterious and puzzling, always unexpected. The crowd of Eagle Jam bigwigs were talking, some agreeing with the boss's speculation, some opposing it, and there was a lot of debate. The various tactics that Roy has shown makes their scalps numb. There is nothing to be done about it. Jingle bells. Just as the crowd was talking, the dedicated phone in the office suddenly rang. The white boss's secretary immediately went forward and picked up the phone to answer it, and after listening to a few sentences, an odd look appeared on his face. Boss, it's a call from the Baka Kingdom. The Locust King of the Baka Kingdom wants to speak with you. The secretary hesitated and asked the Locust King, do you want to answer the call? A call from the Locust King? When the white boss heard this, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. The already upset man subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after hesitating for a while, he finally nodded and extended his hand to take the phone. He wants to see it. What does the Baka Nation want? End of chapter 80. Chapter 80. You're just a dog. How dare you bark at your master? Chapter 80. You're just a dog. How dare you bark at your master? Eagle Sauce Nation. Inside the big house at 1600, the white boss hesitated slightly before finally taking the call. Dear sir. As soon as the phone was connected, the white boss heard, from the other side, the anxious voice of the Locust King. I need your help very much now. Take your time. The Locust King frowned. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he said in a deep voice, I sympathize with you for what you are going through right now, and I can also understand. But how do you need Hawk Sauce to help you? Do you think that Eagle Sauce can help you now? The Locust King on the other end of the phone's heart stuttered when he heard the white boss's words. Mister. An anxious look appeared on the Locust King's face and he said in a panic, it can be done. Eagle Sauce can help me. Only Eagle Sauce can help me now. We are firm allies. All that is required is for you to give the order at once to send out your aides garrison in our country to put down the mob under Roy, Eagle Sauce's GIs, all of them well-equipped and formidable fighters. Surely your hand in the fight will easily quell Roy and those dastardly thugs under his command. Easily suppressed? When Boss Bai heard this, he only felt his face burning, a flash of annoyance in his eyes. Are you mocking me? Is it a joke about influence? King Locust. The white boss silenced him dryly with these words, and his brain went a little down for a moment. Couldn't figure out why the Locust King said that. He clearly didn't mean that. He was just bragging. Your Majesty. The Locust King's call was outgoing, so those present, too, heard the call. A minister of the Baka Kingdom, seeing the Locust King's dumbfounded look, became anxious and hurriedly whispered a reminder in his ear. Eagle Sauce has just been scourged by Roy, their GIs, and beaten by Roy, whispered the minister of the Baka Kingdom. When the Locust King heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he immediately understood why the white boss across from him was so angry. Sir, I didn't mean to insult you or Eagle Jam in any way. After reacting, the Locust King's face anxious, hastily remedied. Eagle Sauce in the hands of Roy suffered a loss. Only Roy, this person is too cunning. Playing that promote defense is not in a hurry. The Eagle Sauce did not fail, as long as the reaction to be able to easily extinguish his. Boss White's face looked slightly better as he listened to the Locust King's words. While he knew that there was some bragging about the words, there was something about them that spoke to his heart. That's right. He did feel in his heart that the main reason why Roy was able to be in the Eagle Sauce, stirring up the world and making the Eagle Sauce lose face, was that Roy got up too suddenly, without any preparation. They got together with Luo and then suffered a big loss. The white boss took a deep breath and calmed himself. Say, what kind of help do you need? The white boss, who hated Roy with a passion, also thought to take advantage of this opportunity to take Roy out. So, he wanted to hear exactly what the Locust King wanted to do, and how sure he was that he could take Roy out. Sir, all that's needed is for you to send out all your garrison troops, leaving no stone unturned, to suppress Roy's men, and if necessary, you can even use weapons of mass destruction to suppress it. The Locust King's expression was joyful, thinking that he had seen hope, and he said in a panic. The white boss listened to his words and nodded slightly, subconsciously wanting to open his mouth to agree. But just then, one of the Eagle Jam bigwigs suddenly stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. As soon as the white boss heard this, his face suddenly changed wildly, and a thick scornful awe flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately thereafter, we're not going to send troops. The white boss gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, the Eagle Sauce garrison won't move a muscle until the last little Baka in your Baka Nation is dead, so be on your best behavior. Boom! The Locust King instantly only felt 5 thunderbolts, and his person was dumbfounded. The expression on his face, in an instant, turned deathly white, and he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Sir, are you joking? We are allies, exclaimed the anxious Locust King. Allies? Before he could finish his sentence, The white boss let out a cold laugh and interrupted him. Are you thinking too highly of you guys? When did you guys become my Eagle Jam's allies? Remember, the Baka Kingdom is just a dog of Eagle Jam. A dog that only wags its tail and begs for mercy. It used to be. Now it is. And later. You a dog. Don't bark wildly in front of me. Your master. Be careful of pissing me off. I'll make you not even have a chance to be a dog. Get out. The white boss tore his face off, spewed a direct rage, and then snapped the phone off. On the other end of the phone, the Locust King listened to the beeping busy sound on the phone, and his entire body stiffened in place, his face shifting in color with shock and anger. The ministers of the heavenly Locust Kingdom who were present were also stunned by the words of the white boss on the phone. How can he, after a long time, the Locust King trembled and his eyes instantly turned red. Bastard! Damn white-skinned pig! He even dared to do this to us. How dare he treat us like their dogs? Damn! Really damned! The incompetent rage of the Locust King echoed within the air defense cave, and the ministers and others present in the heavenly Locust Kingdom all fell silent at this moment, their hearts as if they were dead. Your Majesty, a Baka Kingdom minister, after hesitating for a moment, asked stiffly to the impotent and furious Locust King, what should we do now? Eagle Jam is not willing to step in and help us. So who else can help us? Who else? The people of the Baka Kingdom, listening to these words, only felt cold in their hearts. Despair, fear, depressing. Facing Roy, they felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. How about? After hesitating for a moment, another minister of the Baka Kingdom cautiously said to the Locust King, Your Majesty, let's surrender. Surrender to Roy. I think as long as we surrender to him and agree to all his terms, he'll leave us a way out. After all, compared to those white-skinned pigs, Roy, from the east, is clearly a much more gentlemanly and humane being. As soon as this minister's words came out, all the people present in the Baka Kingdom had a subtle look on their faces. Even a number of people suddenly felt that there was so much truth in what this minister said. The gentlemen of the East are evidently more agreeable than those of the white skins. You're asking me to surrender? The Locust King's gaze swished down to the minister's face, staring at him dead on, gritting his teeth. Are you crazy or am I crazy? If I surrender to Roy, then in the future, will I still be able to raise my head? I'll be the laughingstock of the world. Shamed. The backbone of the Baka nation will also be broken from this point on and become a joke to the whole world. No surrender. I will never surrender. I will fight him. Before the Locust King finished his words, the Baka King's son, who was standing behind him, suddenly took a step and stood out. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and a pitch-black pistol appeared in his hand. Coaching dash. Pistol cocked. The prince of the Baka Kingdom suddenly pressed his gun against the back of the Locust King's head, eyes glittering with madness as he hissed in a low voice. Surrender! Surrender immediately! I don't want to die. End of chapter 81. Chapter 81 Surprising Results. Chapter 81 Surprising Results. The dead soldiers under Roy's command were advancing unhurriedly deeper into the palace, clearing away as they went. But anyone who dared to block the path of advance would be instantly taken out by the firepower poured out by the dead soldiers without hesitation. Sure, after being bombarded with a meal, there weren't many people in the palace that had the guts to dare stop the dead soldiers from advancing. Damn, it's blowing up so hard. There aren't many good spots. Roy not slow walking in the Baga country's palace, looking around the fire, a ruin of the appearance. He could not help but curse a few times. Baga country, that Locust King old boy. Good obedience is not good? 'Cause me to blow up my own home so rotten. Yaks. The Eagle Jam reporter who was following Roy couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he listened to his words. The eyes that looked at him were full of shock and speechlessness. This guy, right off the bat, he's treating the palace like his own personal territory. Ha! Baka Kingdom is so pathetic. Axe spat in his mind, but when he thought about what had happened to Eagle Jam Nation, he couldn't sympathize. San Francisco has also now been taken over by Roy as his own private domain, and Roy's men are running San Francisco and collecting taxes from its citizens. The natives of San Francisco will either meekly accept Roy's rule and pay taxes, or neatly get the hell out of San Francisco. For now, the whole of Eagle Jam is helpless to do anything about Roy's hijacking of San Francisco. Even countless Hawks Baniers are still worried that Roy will continue to expand outward in the future. Did you find the old Locust King kid? Blown up or hiding somewhere? Roy wasn't sure what was going on in Yax's mind behind him, nor was he interested in wondering, but instead inquired of his men. Boss, we haven't found the royal king of the Baka Kingdom for now, a dead soldier hurriedly replied. Judging from the current situation, the Locust King shouldn't be dead yet. It's likely that he hid in an air defense facility when the bombardment occurred. But don't worry boss, now that we've completely surrounded the entire palace, Even if it's a fly that wants to fly out, it's impossible. Soon we will find the Locust King out. Roy nodded in satisfaction at the reply, observing the scene of flames in the palace with his arms crossed and his brow deeply furrowed. When we get the old boy from the King of Locusts out, let him build me a palace. In the Baka Kingdom, Roy already had the idea of taking over the whole of the Baka Kingdom for himself, just as he had taken over San Francisco. Make the country of Baga a piece of your own dominion. Then, he's going to go crazy and squeeze the little Baka of the Baka nation and make them experience hell. And this is to be the supreme emperor of the Baka Kingdom, the ancestor man, and to do whatever he wants in the Baka Kingdom. Come out. Locust King found. Hide in the bomb shelter. Quick. Hurry up and drag them out. Hurry. Just as Roy was trying to figure out how to squeeze the Baka nation, there was a gasp in the distance. A large group of dead soldiers, suddenly surging towards the same place, instantly surrounded it. Did you find that old boy? The Locust King? I've been looking for him for a long time. As soon as Roy heard the commotion, he raised an eyebrow and immediately walked over. When Roy walked over, a large group of dead soldiers, with blackened guns, were pointing at an entrance. Inside the entrance, a large group of people, at this time, were blushing and shivering. Hold your fire. We surrender. We're going out now. Don't ever shoot. We surrender. Inside the cave entrance was none other than the Locust King and the others who had taken refuge in the air raid shelter. At this point, the Locust King's face was white as a sheet, while behind him followed his heir. His heir, who was holding a pistol to his head, kept pushing and shoving him out. Roy walked over and saw the commotion inside, a look of surprise on his face. He had already locked onto the Locust King's figure for the first time, and he also saw the 8 king's sons behind the Locust King, and the pistol in his hand pointing at the back of the Locust King's head. Hold your fire. After pushing the Locust King out, Prince Baka threw the gun in his hand to the ground, flung himself to his knees, and shouted at Roy, who had appeared at the exit. Mr. Roy, we surrender. Please don't shoot. Behind Roy, Yax, the Eagle Jam reporter, was carrying a video camera, filming the scene he saw. Prince Baka is a bit of an international celebrity, so Yakus, the Eagle Jam reporter, recognized him first. Seeing the Baka King's son, as soon as he appeared, he fell to his knees with a plop, kneeling down and begging Roy not to shoot. Yax's camera nearly fell to the floor in shock. Is this still the Prince of the Baka Kingdom? This is too spineless, isn't it? Kneeling as soon as he comes out? Axe had an odd look in his eyes and some contempt for Prince Baka. He could imagine that what he was broadcasting out right now would surely leave countless people dumbfounded and shocked. As he thought, when the footage he captured, by way of a live broadcast, went viral, it immediately caused an uproar. Among them, the most shocked, undoubtedly, were the young Baka of the Baka nation. No way? His Majesty the Locust King is surrendering? This is a vote? Madness. This world has gone mad. Baka nation. This is a surrender? My faith crumbles. Impossible. This is not our noble Locust King Majesty. There's no way His Majesty the Locust King would surrender. What is he doing? Prince? He just pointed a gun at His Majesty the Locust King? Damn. It can't be that he forced His Majesty the Locust King to surrender, right? Waste. I told you that His Majesty the Locust King's heir is no good. It's a waste. Now that I look at it, I was right. He must have forced His Majesty the Locust King to surrender. Countless young Baka of the Baka Kingdom could not accept the fact that the Locust King had surrendered, could not accept that the Baka Kingdom had surrendered to an ancient countryman. Countless people from other countries, watching the live broadcast, were also stunned, somewhat in disbelief that the Tatar country had just knelt down. Awesome. The god of Luo alone took down the entire Baka bunny. Nima. I'm going to go crazy. I'm actually going to see the Baka Kingdom get fucked over in my lifetime? No way. Old me is too happy, too excited right now. I'm going to go out and set off firecrackers to celebrate. Roshan, give it a go. Please step up. Sink the Baka Kingdom. The people of the ancient country, at this time, were very excited and shocked that Roy alone had forced the Baka country to surrender. And some people were even so happy that they couldn't help but run out and set off firecrackers to celebrate. There were quite a few people setting off firecrackers. The whole ancient country, the streets and alleys were filled with the sound of firecrackers, just like New Year's Eve. Scene. Roy's gaze was sweeping over the Prince and Locust King of the Baka Kingdom. Looking at the shivering and kneeling Prince of the Baka Kingdom, his eyes narrowed slightly. You, get over here. So without looking at the clownish Prince Baka, his eyes fell on the Locust King and he raised his finger to point at him, telling him to get his ass over here. End of chapter 82. Chapter 82. What kind of cat or dog dares to call himself an emperor? Chapter 82. What kind of cat or dog dares to call himself an emperor? Roy stood at the exit of the bomb shelter and raised his hand to point at King Locust, telling him to get his ass over here in front of the whole world. Brush. The Locust King, who was forced by his own sons to come out and surrender, was already in a rather bad and suffocating mood, and now, just after seeing Roy, he was hollered at by the other party to roll over, causing his face to instantly change wildly. The face became worse than an overnight pig's liver. He's the Locust King of the Baka Kingdom. It's 9 to 5, high and mighty. When? Been chastised in public like that? Mr. Roy, the Locust King, who felt humiliated and couldn't save face, gritted his teeth and tried to say something after his face changed a few times. Brush, brush, brush. Just as he opened his mouth, the dead soldiers behind Roy took a step forward, the muzzles of the automatic rifles in their hands, and even the bazookas they carried on their shoulders, were all aimed at him at the first opportunity, each with a murderous aura. It seems that, if he dared to say one more word of nonsense, the guns in the hands of these dead soldiers, and even the single-shot bazooka carried on his shoulder, would open fire at the first opportunity and send him to meet Amaterasu Amikami. Seeing this, the terrified Locust King instantly closed his mouth, no longer daring to say another word of nonsense, and his face was white with fear. In the face of death, he didn't dare say more than that in his ass. Your Majesty the Locust King, get over there, don't piss off Roy, we don't want to die. The ministers of the Baka Kingdom behind the Locust King were equally scared out of their wits, and panicked and anxiously opened their mouths to persuade him to hurry over and not to anger Roy. Roll over. The Locust King's eldest son, frightened to the point of cold sweat, stared viciously at the Locust King and growled in a low voice. Want to get us killed? King Locust, listening to the voices of the civil and military ministers behind him, and even his own children, he only felt a chill and suffocated. He turned back to the men with a vicious look in his eyes, then turned and walked towards Roy. He knows, he has no choice now. One could only listen to Roy and go over there obediently, or else this madman, there was a real possibility that he would mutilate them all. Under the attention of all the people, the stifled and angry Locust King, with heavy footsteps, walked towards Roy. However, he had just taken a few steps when Roy's face sank and he opened his mouth in a murderous manner. Can't understand human language? Roy's eyes were as cold as frost as he stared coldly at the Locust King who took a step towards him. I told you to roll over, not to walk over. What? When the Locust King heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted violently. Roll over? You are asking me to roll over on the ground? I am. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out with a bang and a round landed at his feet, making a shallow crater in the ground. This gunshot scared the Locust King so much that he trembled, and his legs directly went limp and he sat down on the ground. The bullet would have hit him and punched a hole in his body if it was just slightly off by that much, and it might even have killed him outright. This shot, not only did it scare the Locust King, the civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom behind the Locust King, and even the countless people who were watching the live broadcast, were all stunned. Everyone felt a sense of awe in their hearts, even a little creeped out, deeply shocked by this very spicy tactic of Barois. Now, can you understand human speech? Roy blew on the steaming muzzle of his gun and looked at the Locust King with a murderous look. If you still can't understand human language, then you shouldn't listen. The Locust King, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, felt his crotch get a little hot, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This time, he didn't dare to continue talking more nonsense, and immediately rolled on the ground, a little bit towards Roy. The floor is dirty. There was even blood flowing everywhere. The Locust King rolled on the ground, a little bit forward, making the clothes on his body, soon covered in blood, dust, and made dirty. The whole thing looked woefully out of place, completely lacking the poise and majesty of being the Locust King of the Baka Kingdom. He instead looked like a clown performing in front of the whole world. The little Baka of the Baka Kingdom were angry and heartbroken and powerless to do anything about it as they watched their own Locust King, His Majesty, roll on the ground in a sorry state towards Roy in front of the whole world. 1 step, 2 steps, the Locust King's obese body, rolling hard on the ground, circle after circle, rolled towards Roy. After rolling for close to 2 minutes, the obese body of the Locust King rolled to Roy with difficulty. By this time, he had become completely grimy. His entire body was dirty and smelled like urine. Mr. Roy. After this experience, the Locust King had become somewhat numb and instead became somewhat calmer. He stood up from the ground with great difficulty, wiped the stains on his face, took a deep breath and then looked at Roy. I have rolled in front of you as you requested. Me? Who told you to call yourself me? Roy smelled the smell of urine on the Locust King and took 2 steps back with a disgusted face, looking at him with a cold face. What kind of cat or dog dares to call himself emperor? No calling yourself me. You. As soon as the Locust King heard Roy's words, his face brushed and changed violently, and an angry look appeared in his eyes. I am. Bang. Before the Locust King could finish his sentence, there was a bang of a gunshot, and a bloody hole appeared in his head as the bullet ran through his brain. Shasta. The Locust King's eyes instantly became huge, and his eyes seemed to be protruding out of their sockets as his body slowly fell backward. Boom! The obese body finally fell to the ground with a bang, and after twitching a few times, he completely lost his breath and became a corpse. The scene. It fell in the eyes of countless people, watching the Locust King's head suddenly appear a bloody hole, and then straightening up, he fell to the ground, becoming a corpse. Moment. Whether it was the people at the scene or those who were watching the live broadcast, all of them were stunned, and an incredibly shocked look appeared on each and every one of their faces. I'm talking to you properly. You don't understand, do you? Roy looked at the Locust King, who had fallen to the ground and become a corpse. A cold smile appeared on his face. I told you not to call yourself an emperor, and you still dare to force yourself on me? I'll reward you with a shot. Shrugging off the muzzle of his gun, Roy's murderous aura was like a killing god coming out of hell, making people's scalps numb as they watched, until Roy spoke up. Those present. That's when he came back from his shock. Your Majesty the Locust King. Father. A group of civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom, looking at the Locust King, who had fallen to the ground and become a corpse, erupted into screams of horrified and appalling despair. They had never dreamed that Roy would be so unmartial, killing him when he said he would, not even giving the Locust King a chance to say one more word before he shot him down. You guys, come here. Listening to the Baka Kingdom's group of civil and military ministers, screaming in horror, Roy's complexion sank, his gaze swept over them, lifting his gun and pointing it at them, and coldly spoke. Brush. Pointed by Roy's gun. All the civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom instantly closed their mouths, and were even scared to the point of backing up. They had seen Roy's ruthlessness, and were all very afraid that he would suddenly open fire and shoot them all. End of chapter. 83. Chapter 83. I don't allow Baka Kingdom. There are more powerful than me. Roy. Chapter 83. I forbid the Baka Kingdom, where someone more powerful than me, Roy, exists. In the limelight, the ruthless Roy, without hesitation, shot the king of the locusts of the Baka Kingdom to death, scaring countless people to tremble. The civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom were even more frightened when they saw Roy's gun aimed at them. After hearing Roy's words, even though there was a lot of fear in their hearts, no one dared to hesitate for a second at this time. Whoa! A group of civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom, and the princes and nobles of the Baka Kingdom, walked towards Roy with panicked and trembling feet. On your knees. When the huge group of Baka Kingdom's civil and military ministers and nobles of the royal palace came before them, Roy's muzzle pointed to the ground and coldly opened his mouth to them. Flop flop. This time, the civil and military ministers, princes and nobles of the Baka Kingdom present, did not dare to have the slightest hesitation. Have a weak knee. Flopping on the knees in front of Roy. Now that they had seen Roy's ruthlessness, they knew that this was a master of killing without blinking an eye. If he dared to disobey his words in the slightest, the Locust King of the Baka Kingdom was a lesson from the past and would instantly become a corpse. That's what it takes to know what you're talking about. Watching the princes, nobles, civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom flopping down on their knees, the look on Roy's face, only then, eased a little. Mr. Roy, Baga country's prime minister, face color miserable white peas, eyes full of fear, hard head to Roy open. You, in the end want what? Brush up. Everyone's eyes were focused on Roy, and they all wanted to know what Roy really wanted. What do I want? As Roy listened to the words of the Baka Kingdom's chancellor, the light in his eyes flickered slightly and he sneered. My request is very simple. From now on, the Baka Kingdom won't allow anyone more powerful than me, Roy, to exist. Crowd. These words, straight away, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at him with disbelief on their faces. Doesn't it mean that Roy wants to be the emperor of the Baka Kingdom? It's crazy. The whole world is abuzz with it. Awesome. Luotian is truly awesome. This is the rhythm of being the Baka Kingdom's supreme emperor. Ha. It's so relieving. Luotian's maneuvering has refreshed me. I hope Luotian squeezes the Baka Kingdom properly in the future. The little Bakas are all stuff. I hope Luotian doesn't treat them like human beings. They must be tortured. I strongly suggest that Roshan just sink the Baka Kingdom. What's the point of keeping them around? Waste of air food. It's too cheap to just land and sink them. I think it's better to crush them like livestock. The populace of the ancient kingdom of the East was naturally the most agreeable to Roy's behavior, and countless people were cheering for Roy and supporting his demand that he not allow the Baka Kingdom to allow the existence of people who were more powerful than him. Mr. Roy. The muscles on the Baka Kingdom's chancellor's face twitched. looking at Roy in horror, his voice trembling. Do you mean, for to be the Locust King of the Baka Kingdom? Fuck you Locust King, don't fucking come to insult my old man. The Baka Kingdom Chancellor's words made Roy's face turn cold, and before he could finish his sentence, Roy's gun was aimed at his head and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot! A bloody hole appeared in the brow of the Chancellor of the Baka Kingdom. Subsequently, the body fell limply. After a few convulsions, he went forward to accompany his Locust King. What qualifies a contraption from the Baka Kingdom to be a subject of my old man? Looking at the Baka Kingdom Chancellor who had become a corpse, Roy was murderous. Making me the Baka Kingdom Locust King is a fucking humiliation. Lousy is to be your master, not to be your monarch. Roy's cold words made all the civil and military ministers, princes and nobles of the Baka Kingdom present all turn pale with fear. Meanwhile, and it has also terrified the entire world. Crazy This Roy's hatred for the Baka Kingdom is too terrifying. Is this his rhythm to treat all the little Baka as slaves? Normal. Also do not look at the Baka country in the past to do what unconscionable things. Roy do so. I think it is normal. There's a good show. In the future, the little Baka of the Baka Kingdom won't be worthy of being human beings. They can only be slaves. Ha ha. Damn. Little Baka will never be a slave. I'm going to fight this Roy. The spirit of Bushido does not allow us to be slaves. The little Baka were furious when they heard Roy's words and roared angrily on various occasions, clamoring for a fight with Roy and the rest of the country. Though some are sympathizing with little Baka, but the vast majority of them have a watchful attitude, especially some of the countries that had been bullied by the little Baka, at this time all bloated, for the Baka country to return to slavery again full of expectations. That's right. Roy's idea now is to turn the Baka nation into a slavery state again, and he's going to be the slave owner of all the little Baka. From this day forward, all little Baka are my slaves. Roy swept his gaze over the crowd of civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom and said in a murderous voice, anyone who is not convinced can come forward now. Saying that, Roy's gaze swept across the faces of the group of Baka Kingdom's civil and military ministers, his deep, icy eyes filled with a sense of oppression. Brush up, being swept by Roy's eyes, the civil and military ministers, princes and nobles of the Baka Kingdom. Their faces suddenly changed drastically, and they all lowered their heads, with a look of fear in their eyes. Who's not convinced? Tell the truth. The hearts and minds of those present were unconvinced. But, what can I do if I don't? Roy's strength was horrible. Even if they were no longer convinced, they didn't have any ability to resist, and could only let Roy hold them. At least, at the moment they hadn't come up with anything that would defy Roy. Very well, it seems you guys are quite knowledgeable. Seeing that all the little Baka present lowered their heads, Roy nodded with satisfaction. From this moment on, all the little Baka will have to respectfully call me master when they see me, or else. With a grimace on his face, Roy brought over a light machine gun from the dead soldier and pulled the trigger straight away. Da. The machine gun's tongue of fire sprayed, and bullets rushed out like a torrent, sweeping toward a wigwam not far away, instantly shattering the wigwam into pieces. This is the consequence. After a sweeping shot, Roy threw the light machine gun in his hand back to the dead soldier and coldly addressed the small Baka present. Looking at the shattered wigwam, the young Baka present, each one of them scared, their faces white, cold sweat sinking in. At this moment, they know that their destiny has been completely taken by Roy. From now on, Baka country really will not allow the existence of people who are more powerful than Roy. The great prince of the Baka kingdom secretly looked up at Roy. The light in his eyes flickered slightly, then gritted his teeth, suddenly raised his head, and shouted loudly to Roy, Master, from now on, the slave is willing to saddle up for you and go through fire. You are? As soon as Roy heard the words of the Baka kingdom's grand prince, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes and he couldn't help but measure him twice. The son of the old Locust King's boy? End of chapter 84. Chapter 84, want to be my dog? You are also worthy. Chapter 84, want to be my dog? You are also worthy. Roy looked with a playful face at the young man who had suddenly run out and offered to saddle himself with a question. Yes, master. Hearing Roy's question, King Baka's son hurriedly nodded his head in response. But that's all in the past. Now I'm just a slave under you, master, and I hope to saddle up for my master. Saying that, Prince Baka walked out, and under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, walked up to Roy, and then flopped right down on his knees, going to kiss his shoes. Fuck off your mom dash. Roy got a nasty chill when he saw the bastard trying to kiss his shoes, lifted his foot, and kicked him in the face. Ow dash. Prince Baka was kicked in the big pie face by Roy. His nose was broken and he flew backwards with a wailing scream. Before he could get up from the ground, Roy, who had a disgusted and viciously cold face, took a rifle from the dead soldier at his side and pulled the trigger on him. Da 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 da. Flames shot from the muzzle of the gun and bullets whistled out, hitting the Baka King's son's body and instantly shattering him into a sieve. What the fuck? Beating Prince Baka into a sieve. Roy cursed with a disgusted face. I need a contraption like you to saddle me up and serve me? How do you deserve it? It's disgusting to look at. Roy cursed at the behavior of Prince Baka, apparently quite disgusted, and rewarded him with a few pikes. And this behavior of his, it fell on the eyes of those present, but it left all those present dumbfounded. An incredulous look of horror appeared on each and every face. This, oh my god, the Baka King's son was killed? Prince! A group of civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom, as well as princes and nobles, were trembling in fear, and some even directly peed in fear and went limp on the ground. None of them had expected Roy to be ruthless to this extent, and Prince Baka had already groveled so much to be his traitor, and he was shot and taken out without hesitation. It's too scary. Awesome. So cool. Ha ha ha. Luotian's temper is really explosive, but I like it. This kind of stuff really isn't qualified to be a dog for the god of Luo. I'd love to replace Roshan with Roshan. I'd love to experience what it's like to beat the sons of the Baka King into a sieve. It must be awesome. As they watched Roy beat the son of the Baka King into a sieve, the little Baka of the Baka Kingdom were shocked and furious. But across the sea in the ancient country, there were countless people cheering and feeling great joy. For the Baka Kingdom, as long as it is a normal ancient country people, they are disgusted to the extreme, have a deep hatred, and even many ancient country sons and daughters have time and again fantasized about sinking the Baka country land. Just, these ideas, for the vast majority of the ancient country's children, can really only think about it, and have the heart to do nothing. And now, Roy had done what they wanted to do, but couldn't, perfectly, and naturally, the sons and daughters of the ancient kingdom were thrilled. Shut up. Roy beat the sons of the Baka Kingdom into a sieve without any psychological burden. Listening to the screams of those civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom, his face turned violently cold and swept a murderous glance at them. Moment. All the civil and military ministers of the Baka Kingdom immediately obediently shut their mouths, and some even covered their mouths in fear, afraid that they would make a little noise and then be shot to death by Roy. You, come here. After Roy saw that the people of the Baka Kingdom had finally quieted down, the rifle in his hand pointed at a Baka Kingdom minister with a head full of white hair and spoke coldly. Being pointed at by Roy's gun, that Baka Kingdom minister was immediately scared out of his wits, and his legs were a bit weak. He then followed the Locust King's previous move and rolled on the ground in front of Roy under the gaze of countless people. Did I tell you to get lost? When the minister of the Baka Kingdom rolled in front of Roy frowned, lifted his gun and shot another round at him, sneering, I didn't tell you to roll, so what are you rolling for? As a burst of gunfire passed, rolled up to Roy's face the minister of the Baka Kingdom, it became a ragged corpse lying in front of him. Quiet, deadly silence. Watching another minister turn into a corpse in front of Roy, the scene went completely silent, and everyone lost their voice in shock. You, come here. Roy's gun was pointed at another minister of the Baka Kingdom, pointed by Roy's gun. That minister of the Baka Kingdom immediately trembled like a sieve, his face pale. Mr. Roy, the minister of the Baka Kingdom was about to cry, and with a sob in his voice, he asked Roy, trembling, do you want me to roll over or walk over? He was truly afraid. Roy's devilish behavior of shooting without saying a word made him feel fear and despair, fearing that if he did the slightest thing not to his satisfaction, he would have to become a corpse full of gunshot holes. I'm glad you know enough to ask. Roy raised an eyebrow and grunted lightly, saying faintly, walk over here. I have something I need to explain to you to do. As soon as he heard Roy's words, the Baka Kingdom's minister's heart let out a sigh of relief. As long as he still had a little bit of value to use, then there was a hope that he would live and wouldn't be suddenly and indiscriminately shot into a sieve. Yes, the minister of the Baka Kingdom hurriedly trotted over toward Roy, and after walking in front of him, a thick fawning smile appeared on his face, and he carefully asked, Mr. Roy, what is it that you need me to do? Seeing you in this police uniform, you should be the police in charge of the little Baka, right? Roy asked as his gaze swept over the sweaty Baka Kingdom minister. Yes, I'm the top sheriff of the Baka Kingdom, and you may call me Rokuro Inabe. Mr. Roy. Rokuro Inabe nodded repeatedly. Little six, right? Roy gave him a look and said, immediately mobilize all the police in Baka Nation and bring me an Eagle Jam man named Rox to me. Remember, you only have 24 hours. In 24 hours, if you can't bring Rox to me, then you'll have your head. Little Rocco understands. Rokuro Inabe's heart was delighted as he patted his chest and assured, I will now order the closure of all Baka Kingdom routes and a full martial law search for Locust. Well, go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Roy told Little Six to get lost. Then his gaze fell on another minister and beckoned to him. Come here, walk over here. That minister didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation when he saw Roy asking him to go over, and hurriedly ran his ass over. Mr. Roy, this is... Before this minister of the Baka Kingdom could finish his sentence, Roy impatiently interrupted him. Don't talk so much nonsense. You just have to tell me what your name is and then just listen to my arrangement. Hi. This minister hastily responded. Jogong Shiro. Shiro? Dirt Dog. From now on you'll be called Dirt Dog? Roy nodded. I need a good enough place to stay. You arrange it for me right away. Remember, it has to be good enough. If I'm not satisfied, I'll let you turn this Dirt Dog into a dead dog. Shiro Kugong. Being forced to change his name by Roy, he had some despair in his heart, but he didn't dare to show the slightest expression, and hurriedly said, Okay, please don't worry Mr. Roy, I'll go to make arrangements. End of chapter 85. Chapter 85 The person I'm going to get can't be kept by anyone. Chapter 85 The person I'm going to get can't be kept by anyone. When Rokuro Kuroku Wanabe received Roy's order, he immediately began to act in order to save his own little life, mobilizing all the police forces in the entire Baka Kingdom and began to search for Brock's Baka Kingdom. Inside an estate, a white man was sitting in the living room, looking at the huge live TV broadcast on the wall, looking at the figure of Roy in the live picture. His face showed a strong horror, despair. This white man, the very same Rox who ran away from Eagle Jam to Bakaland. After running to the Baka Kingdom, he changed several identities through his own channels, and now he has information about his identity that is no longer a Hawksbane. He took his identity information and turned himself into a foreign student from the Bear Country and ran away to study in the Baka Kingdom. How did this happen? Locust looked at Roy's figure on the TV, his body trembling slightly. How can this guy be so scary? Miles and miles of chasing from Eagle Jam to Baka over here, and he just has to kill me? Shit, this damned yellow monkey, the lowly yellow pig. Why must he die and bite me? Didn't I just send him to jail? Why does he have to let me die? I can't understand it. Rox growled, his tone filled with rage, like a beast that had lost its mind, his eyes turning red. Young master, the butler who ran to the Baka Kingdom with Locust, looking at his young master's desperate and panicked appearance at this moment, hurriedly came forward and comforted. Don't be anxious for now. Things shouldn't be as bad as you think. We've changed several identities now. You are now a foreign student in the Great Bear Country. Roy he can't find out about you. They won't find their way here. The anxious trepidation in Lox's heart did not diminish in the slightest as he listened to his butler's words, and now he was completely flustered. And he won't find it? With red eyes, Locust turned back and stared at his butler dead in the face. This guy is so powerful, and now he's even able to mobilize all the police in the entire Baka Kingdom. Do you think he won't be able to find me, butler? With that, Rox silenced him dry. The terrifying strength that Roy had displayed had completely exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, even making people feel that he was almost omnipotent. In this situation, he was really not sure that Roy would not be able to find them. Figure it out. Rox gritted his teeth and hissed in a low voice. Do something. We need to get out of here. We must not stay here or... Before he could finish his sentence, outside the manor, suddenly there was a huge commotion. Rumble. In the sky, there was a roaring growl of propellers. A dozen or so police helicopters, suddenly whistling from the distance towards the manor's skies, blowing gusts of wind that almost snapped the trees within the manor. What's going on? The sudden movement startled Roxas into a sudden, frantic blush, and he scrambled to his feet, making his way over toward the window. Just as he walked to the window, he saw the sudden appearance of a police helicopter in the sky outside the window. It's over. Seeing the police helicopter appear in the sky, Lox's face suddenly turned white, and his legs sat down limply on the ground in utter despair. Run! His housekeeper, who could not react at this time, suddenly shouted in panic. Young master, run! 2 kilometers away is the Eagle Sauce's garrison base. As long as we run into the garrison base, we can still be saved. Saying that, without waiting for Rox to react, the butler forcefully dragged him to the garage, threw him in the car, and stormed out of the garage in his car. The sky. In the police helicopter, the Baka Nation police are staring down. Suddenly, the officers noticed a Humvee on the property below, charging out of the garage at a frantic pace. See the Humvee appear. The police officers of the Baka Kingdom were in high spirits. Target sighted. Attention all. Target sighted. Driving a Humvee. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Can't let him get away. The police helicopter immediately chased after the Hummer that had broken out of the estate, while at the same time notifying the police on the periphery to intercept the Hummer. Shit! The butler who was driving the Hummer saw the police helicopter in hot pursuit in the sky behind him through the rearview mirror. cursed with an ugly face, pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, and the Hummer roared out like a furious beast. He was specially trained to drive at a fairly high level and maneuvered the Hummer as if it were his own body, quite smoothly. Crunch dash. A police car suddenly appeared in front of them, pulling a siren to stop them, even with flat tire nails spread on the road. Seeing the flat tire nails that the policeman had thrown on the ground, the butler whisked past them as if he hadn't seen them, without hesitation. This Hummer of his was specially modified to have strong defensive capabilities, and the tires were blowout-proof. Special tires. So, those sudden bursts of nails didn't puncture the tires, and the cops could only watch as the Hummer rushed off. The Hummer, fuming with madness, barreled down the road, and the distance of 2 kilometers was a quick one for it. Shit, he's going to storm the Eagle Jam garrison camp. Stop him, quickly stop him, can't let him rush in. The police officers in charge of the interception, watching the Humvee driven by the butler, rushing towards the Eagle Sauce garrison camp not far away, immediately understood the other party's mind, and all of them were anxious and yelled. There were even shots fired, but the bullet hit the bulletproof car, without actually harming them. In the end, all you can do is watch as the Humvee storms inside the Eagle Jam garrison camp. After the Humvee in which Rox was riding stormed into the Eagle Jam garrison camp, the pursuing police could only stop. They didn't dare to storm the Eagle Jam barracks. Damn, all you losers, I really want to shoot all of you. Little Rocco was furious and scared at the same time when he learned that Rokas had stormed the Eagle Sauce barracks. This is the first thing Mr. Roy has given me, if I don't get it right. At the moment he is. The heart is filled with fear, afraid that Roy would take him to task for this. However, even with all the fear, Roku-chan also knew what to do now. He reported the matter at the first opportunity, to Roy, and made it clear that he, for one, would not dare to storm the Eagle Jam camp. Afraid of what? Roy, who received the call, grunted lightly as he listened to Xiao Liuzi's trembling words. Now immediately rush into the Eagle Sauce camp to arrest them. Tell them that if they dare to obstruct, they will suffer the consequences. I'm the one Roy is going to get. Can't bail anyone out. Neither can Hawk Sauce. End of chapter 86. Chapter 86. Roy is no more terrifying than Eagle Sauce G.I. Joe, what the hell? Chapter 86. Roy is no scarier than G.I. Joe, punching a horse. Mr. Luo, are we really going to storm the Eagle Jam barracks? Rokuro Kuroku and Abe listened to Roy's words on the other end of the phone and glanced at the heavily guarded Eagle Jam barracks in the distance, only to feel his scalp tingle. After hesitating for a moment, he trembled and said to Roy on the other end of the phone, Mr. Luo, that's the Eagle Sauce military camp. There are at least tens of thousands of Eagle Sauce soldiers in there. Just this number of us. Rushing in is giving away food. The little Bajans had a bone-chilling fear of the Hawksbane, not to mention the GIs who faced it. Roy asked him to storm the Eagle Sauce barracks. The first thing in his heart was resistance. Very reluctant. However, he didn't dare to say what was in his heart, for fear of angering Roy because of it. The consequences of angering Roy, he could figure it out with his ass. It would definitely be very miserable. Being beaten into a sieve in public was probably light. What? Roy on the other end of the phone was a bit offended when he heard Xiao Luzi's hesitant tone. Isn't it just the Eagle General's barracks? What are you afraid of? I let you go on, you go on. It's hard to believe that Eagle Sauce is not afraid of you. These little baka, but not afraid of me? Rokuro and Abe, that said, straight up silenced him. Is Hawk Jam afraid of Roy? That's something he can't really say. But, Roy had indeed made Eagle Jam suffer a great loss. And until now, he hadn't been able to do anything with him. So it was clear that even if Eagle Jam wasn't afraid of Roy, he didn't dare to act rashly. Don't forget, I only gave you 24 hours. Roy didn't wait for Rokuro and Abe to say more nonsense and said coldly, if Locks doesn't show up in front of me in 24 hours, you'll use your head to take the blame. Hearing those cold words, Rokuro and Abe shuddered and turned a little pale. Hi, I got it. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Rokuro and Abe intended to fight. There might be a ray of hope if he fought. If he refused, it would be really cold. Hang up. Kuroku took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth to the small group of Baka's policemen around him, everyone get ready. We're going into the Eagle Jam barracks to get Rocks out. Hiss. When the young Baka present, the police officers heard these words from Abe Rokuro, they all sucked in cold air, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Sir, you guys aren't kidding, are you? Just us, going to storm the Eagle Jam barracks? This is going to send us to our deaths, right? The Eagle Sauce GIs are not kind things. They are really going to shoot at us, and we can't match them with our weaponry. It's over. It's over. Now we're all going to die. A bunch of little Baka police officers were flustered, desperate and helpless, and very reluctant about the whole storming of the Hawk Jam barracks thing. Shut up, All of you. Rokuro Wanabe listened to his policeman chirping. His face scowled and glared at them fiercely. As scary as the Eagle Jam GIs are, can they be as scary as Mr. Luo? Brush up. The little Baka police officers blushed slightly, and they all instantly fell silent, unable to stop their minds from thinking of Roy and all the crazy things he'd done. Roy is going to be a lot scarier than Joe Eagle Jam. I'd rather offend G.I. Eagle than Roy, or else, it's going to die a horrible death. At this moment, they all came to the same conclusion in their minds. Get ready. Seeing that all of his men had fallen silent, little Luzi clenched his teeth before saying, we don't have to force our way in directly. Let's go and deal with the Eagle Sauce barracks first, and see if we can capture the damned white-skinned pigrocks from inside the barracks in a more peaceful manner. Listening to his words, the crowd of Baka Nation's police officers immediately showed a look of anticipation on their faces and nodded their heads. Action! Raising his hand to look at the watch on his wrist, Rokuro Wanabe's heart tightened. More than 2 hours had passed. He didn't have much time to stall. Baka Kingdom. Inside the Eagle Sauce barracks. In Kyoto City, a stunned Rox managed to get inside the barracks and meet the barracks top officer, a middle-aged white man, sitting on a soft couch, nervously sipping his coffee. Locust suddenly heard the sound of boots on the ground from outside the door, and looked up to see the barracks top officer walking in. At the sight of the middle-aged white man who had walked in, Locust, who was carrying his coffee, jerked to his feet and walked toward him with a nervous look on his face. Uncle, you must save me. Locust walked to the middle-aged white man and said anxiously, you must find a way to send me away, or at the very least keep me safe in the barracks, or that maniac will kill me. This middle-aged white man, the highest officer of this barracks, was also an elder in the Rox family, named Pronghorn, a general. Pronghorn's face was quite ugly at this point, and looking at the yelling Locust who had walked up to him, an annoyed look flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand and flung it across the room with a slap. Pop! A loud slap landed on Rox's face, causing him to stumble and fall back onto the couch, spilling the coffee in his hand. Uncle! Locust was slapped, shocked and angry. Why did you hit me? How could you hit me? Shut up, stupid! Pronghorn rebuked angrily, staring at Roxas with hatred. You bastard! Why did you go and mess with Roy? Do you know how much of a fuss you've made now? Do you know how many people want you dead? How was I supposed to know that guy was so scary? All I did was put him in jail. Who knew he'd be that crazy? Rox looked aggravated and still quite unconvinced. He's obviously so powerful. Why did he put on a harmless face and be obediently sent to jail by me? He must be. Pop! Hearing Rox's words, Pronghorn became even more furious and slapped him in the face again, angrily cursing. You really have no brain. It's already this time, and you're still shirking your responsibilities? Didn't you think of solving the trouble? How can I fix it? With his brain buzzing from the whip and his fire rising, Locks growled. That damn Roy obviously wants me dead. Do I really have to die? It wouldn't be impossible if your death could restore peace to everything. Pronghorn glared coldly at Locust and sneered. The worry now is that even if you die, you won't be able to calm Roy's anger and end up dragging the whole family down with you. Locust! Pronghorn's words sent chills down his spine, feeling desperate and helpless, and for a moment he slumped helplessly on the couch. Sit up straight. Looking at Rox softly paralyzed on the sofa, Plain's heart was so angry. This bastard, in addition to eating, drinking and having fun, really have no skills, only cause trouble. Uncle, I don't want to die. You must save me. You will have a way, right? You will definitely have a way to save me. Locks suddenly sat up straight and grabbed Pronghorn's hand, looking at him with an expectant and pleading face. Uncle, I'm your favorite nephew. You must find a way to save me. Pronghorn looked at this appearance of Locks, sighed in his heart, angry and helplessly despondent. He wondered why a child who was obviously so smart and kind as a child had become so bad now. I'll try to contact Roy and see if I can negotiate a deal with him to spare your life. Taking a deep breath, Pronghorn couldn't do anything to see death after all, and coldly glanced at Rox. But don't get your hopes up. Roy is clearly a madman. No one knows for sure if he'll be willing to negotiate with us. End of chapter. 87. Chapter 87. Do you think everyone likes to be a dog like you? Chapter 87. Do you think everyone likes being a dog as much as you do? After some weighing of the options, Rokuro Kuroku and Abe realized that Roy was far more terrifying than the Eagle Jam G.I. Joe, and that going after the Eagle Jam G.I. Joe was clearly more cost-effective than not listening to Roy. So, he quickly assembled a large number of police officers and swarmed toward the Eagle Jam garrison camp, numbering in the tens of thousands. All the little Baka police were heavily armed. Even the police armored cars and artillery were out, ready for a firefight. There was an immediate uproar in the Eagle Jam camp as little Rocco forced his way into the camp with tens of thousands of little Baja cops. What for? This is the Eagle Sauce Barracks. Do not approach. Fall back. Fall back immediately. Come any closer and we'll shoot. The Eagle Jam GIs outside the camp, watching the hordes of little baka police approaching towards them, turned pale, weapons in their hands loaded at the first opportunity, and raged at them. Stop! Kuroku was in the lead, and when he saw how the Eagle Sauce GIs looked like enemies, he waved his hand and made all the little baka cops stop. Subsequently, he stepped forward, pulled out a loud high-pitched horn, and shouted right across the room. Listen to me. GI Eagle Jam across the street. A murderer we're chasing has run into your barracks. Please open the gates of the camp at once and let us in to search and hunt for the murderers, or suffer the consequences. Please open the camp gates immediately. When it came down to it, Xiao Luzi had obviously gone out on a limb and didn't give the Eagle Sauce GI any face at all. Brush brush brush. The Eagle Sauce GIs on the opposite side, when they heard Xiao Luzi's words, each of their faces changed abruptly, and all of them had an angry look in their eyes. You guys are crazy, right? You little baka police still want to enter and search our Eagle Jam camp? Who gave you the nerve? Have you guys not understood the situation? This barracks is Eagle Jam's territory. When did it come to your little baka's turn to go in and search it? The Eagle Jam GIs were shocked and angered at the behavior of the young baka, unable to believe that they would dare to commit such acts. Realize that they, the Eagle Sauce GIs, are usually in the Little Baja country? That is a formidable existence. The Little Bahas see them, the GIs, one by one, trembling, let them tease, and now, these people dared to go against the norm and want to search their barracks. It is simply inverting the Big Dipper and not being able to distinguish between the big and small kings. You listen to me, and order a search. It is Mr. Roy who is in your barracks, and the murderer to be hunted down is the same man who Mr. Roy has named for capture. Listening to the roaring and snarling of the Eagle Sauce GIs across the street, Rokuro Wanabe not only didn't get the slightest bit nervous, but instead viciously yelled, "If you guys dare to stop us from chasing the murderer, just wait to suffer the retaliation from Mr. Roy. It will surely be a pleasure for you all." Eagle Sauce GI. Little 6 words silenced them dry. There were few people who could say that Roy's reputation was unknown now. Being Hawksbane people, they were more aware of Roy's terror. After all, what Roy had gotten up to in Hawksbane had creeped out countless Hawksbane people. Rokuro Wanabe was relieved to see that the Eagle Jam GIs across the street were stunned into silence after he exploded Roy's big name. At the same time, he was a bit shocked, thinking that Roy was really scary, and had already made the Eagle Jam people hear about it. Open the door. Rokuro Wanabe took a deep breath and yelled once more. You will be given 30 seconds to think about it, and if you don't open the door and let us in to search and pursue after 30 seconds, we will have to force our way in. You will all be responsible for the consequences. Wow! The weapons in the hands of all the little baka police officers were instantly pointed in the direction of the barracks, with the safeties turned on at the same time, in a ready-to-fire stance. One time, the smell of gunpowder rushes through the air. Inside the barracks, a guard suddenly looked hurriedly rushed into Pronghorn's office. Before Pronghorn opened his mouth, the guard looked panicked and anxious. General Pronghorn, the small Baga police surrounded our barracks. They want to rush in to search for the murderer. Brush! Pronghorn's face changed violently at his words, and he stood up violently from the sofa, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. As for Locust, who was beside him, once he heard the guard's words, his body couldn't help but tremble a little, and his eyes revealed a look of trepidation. Uncle! Knowing that the police officers were running towards him, Lox's face looked terrified and anxious. What now? They chased over. Uncle, you must protect me. Shut up. Looking at Lox's panicked dog-like appearance, Pronghorn was a bit angry and scolded angrily. Can you calm down a bit? How ugly you look now. Do you know? Stay here and don't move. I'll go out and deal with it. Having said that, Pronghorn didn't wait for Rox to respond, and immediately took large steps toward the office door. Soon, Pronghorn then came to the gate of the barracks. Looking at the scene outside the barracks at this moment, his pupils contracted violently for a while, and his mood instantly became depressing and low. Just outside, there was an overwhelming swathe of little baka police, too many to count, and each of these little baka cops was murderous, seemingly ready to launch a charge at any moment. Rokuro Wanabe? Pronghorn's eyes, the first time locked in the forefront of a figure. Striding forward, coldly looked at Little Six, questioned, What do you want to do? You want to storm the Eagle Sauce barracks? Don't you understand the consequences of doing so? Opposite. When Rokuro Kuroku Wanabe saw Pronghorn's figure appear and listened to his words, his eyes jumped slightly, and subconsciously there was some panic and nervousness in his heart. But when he thought of his present status and the fact that he was doing Roy's work for him, his back straightened up immediately. General Pronghorn, don't talk to me about consequences. I'm working for Mr. Roy now. Xiao Luzi gritted his teeth and stared at Plain on the opposite side, and said loudly, "The person Mr. Roy wants to capture has hidden in your barracks. Now please open the gate immediately and let us go in to search for him. Or, you will send out the person Mr. Roy wants." Hearing these words from Rokuro and Abe, Pronghorn's complexion was ironic. In the past, this little baka would not have dared to speak so loudly in front of him. "I need to get in touch with Mr. Roy." Plain suppressed the anger in his heart, and after taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Luzi, "Now that you're working for Mr. Roy, I'm sure you can get in touch with him, right? Please help me contact him, so that I can get in touch with him." As soon as Rokuro and Abe heard Plain's words, he frowned slightly, glanced at him with some suspicion, and opened his mouth to ask, "What, Mr. Pronghorn, do you also want to work for Mr. Roy? Want to become companions with me? I'll fuck you up. When did I say I'd work for him? Do you think everyone is as willing to be a dog for others as you are?" As soon as Pronghorn heard this from Rokuro and Abe, the corners of his mouth twitched and he almost couldn't help but pull out his gun and shoot him. "I'm going to negotiate with him." Plain forced down the anger in his heart, glared viciously at Rokuro and Abe, and said angrily, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Contact him for me." End of chapter 88. Chapter 88. Men are very specialized in love 18-year-olds till the day they die. Chapter 88. Men are very specialized. They love 18-year-old girls until they die. Although Pronghorn was filled with scorn for Roy, he had a bone-deep sense of superiority when facing Rokuro and Abe, the little baka. Even in the face of Rokuro and Abe surrounding the barracks with tens of thousands of men, he remained calm and his attitude remained condescending. In an almost commanding manner, he told Rokuro and Abe to contact Roy. "I'll contact you when you tell me to." Facing Pronghorn's condescending attitude, Rokuro and Abe got a little angry and sneered. "Now, you think you're qualified to be Roy's master?" Before Abe Rokuro finished his words, Pronghorn sneered, "If he is willing to negotiate with me, but because you make private decisions, resulting in us not being able to contact and unable to negotiate, the final result, you can afford? Brush." Rokuro and Abe's face bristled and a look of panic flashed in his eyes, clearly taken aback by Pronghorn's words. He really didn't dare to be Roy's master. Can't afford it, either. The consequences of Roy's displeasure as a result of his own private assertions. Good. You wait. Rokuro and Abe. That is, he was suffocating irritation in his heart, but he was still sensible, and took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Then he took out his cell phone, and after hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and dialed Roy's number. Little Baja Country. Nanomiya Shiro bent over slightly with a smile on his face right in front of Roy, and introduced himself to Roy, who had crossed close to the entrance of the compound. "Mr. Roy, this manor is the topmost manor in the Baka Kingdom and was originally given to the royal family for leisure and vacation," Jogong Shiro introduced. "This manor is invited by the top architects of the ancient oriental countries to design it, modeled after the architecture of the Tang dynasty, which is very ancient, and every object in here can be traced back to history." Roy leisurely walked into the manor after observing the environment within the manor. "Indeed, as Nine Palace Shiro said, the entire manor is the style of the ancient oriental countries, elegant and noble." This. Suddenly, Roy's eyes fell to a fountain not far away, saw a bronze beast head in the fountain, eyes slightly narrowed. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he felt. "This is something you guys snatched from the ancient eastern countries, right?" As soon as Kugong Shiro, who was being introduced, heard Roy's words, and as soon as he saw his gaze, staring at the bronze beast's head in the fountain not far away, he immediately trembled, and a look of nervous trepidation appeared on his face. "No, it's not." Nanomiya Shiro was filled with panic and fear, and hurriedly explained, "That is not an artifact of the ancient oriental kingdom. That is just an imitation. Really, it's just a high-quality imitation. Mr. Roy, you mustn't misunderstand. A high-quality imitation?" Roy sniffed. A cold light flashed in his eyes, glanced meaningfully at Jogong Shiro, and leisurely said, "Where are the treasures that you once plundered from the ancient eastern countries? Where are they all placed?" The little baka had once done something good. Roy had not forgotten. They had taken away countless treasures of great value from the ancient East. Even some of the cultural relics and treasures, none of which can be measured in terms of their value in monetary terms, are treasures that represent the historical and cultural heritage of the ancient eastern countries. Those treasures, because of the ancient country once suffered, exiled, became the pain in the hearts of countless sons and daughters of the ancient country. Countless people are looking forward to taking the treasures of those ancient countries home. But this is ultimately an unattainable wish. Mr. Roy, Nine Palace Shiro is obviously also a person with a brain. As soon as he heard Roy's words, he understood the meaning of his words. Although his heart was dripping blood, but still clenched his teeth and said, "You can rest assured. I will immediately begin to arrange for people. All the treasures from the ancient eastern countries all collected and sent to your face. Whether it's an ancient national treasure in the official hands of the Baka kingdom or a folk treasure, I will definitely do my best to collect it. What goes around comes around." Hearing these words from Shiro Kugong, Roy coldly grunted and glanced at him. "Count on you to have some eyesight and operate this matter as soon as possible. For those, which hosted the history and culture, representing the motherland civilization inheritance of the treasures, Roy is still quite valued. After all, the inheritance of a nation is the most important thing is the inheritance of culture. And those treasures are given the significance of cultural inheritance by history. So, it has to be saved, and let it go back to the place where it should go back to show the world the long and bright history and culture of the ancient eastern countries. Who dash? Ninomiya Shiro let out a long breath in his mind and subconsciously touched the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, saying that it was a close call. Just now he clearly felt Roy's killing intent. He felt that if he reacted slower, "I guess I'll just have to go down and serve the Locust King. I'll stay here." After slipping around the manor for a while, Roy was quite satisfied with the manor, so he said to Shiro Kugong, "From now on, within a 2-kilometer radius of this manor, no lesser Baka are allowed to approach without my permission. Even if you want to enter this manor, you have to inform the people under my command and get permission before you can come in." Okay, Mr. Roy, don't worry, I will definitely make arrangements for this matter, and will definitely not let anyone disturb your rest. Roy finally satisfied. Nine Palace Shiro heart suddenly relieved, hesitated for a moment but said, "Then Mr. Roy, this manor in charge of taking care of the manor of the maid, whether to stay?" Saying that, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced towards a short distance away, where dozens of dainty young women dressed in classic little Baka attire were standing. Each of these women stood in rows with their heads bowed, carefully, looking very nervous and apprehensive, although the head is lowered. But at a glance, each of these women is bright and beautiful, and their body is even better in each top, tall and exquisite. Mr. Roy, all of these maids have been carefully selected and have gone through very strict and professional training. All of them know how to serve very well, and all of them are 18 years old. Seeing Roy turn his head to look at the young women at that moment, Squire Ninomiya had a smile on his face and said with a laugh, "And all of them were just sent here after completing their training, and they are all very clean and pure. Of course, if you don't feel satisfied, I can now rearrange a batch to your specifications." Ninomiya Shiro was a little worried that Roy would be afraid that any of these women would be a threat to him, so he explained once again, "These young girls would never do anything that would harm you. All stay." What Shiro Kudamiya was worried about, so it didn't worry him at all, and with a glance at the young girls, he nodded indifferently. Okay. Seeing that Roy was still satisfied, Shiro Kugamiya finally relaxed a little, and at the same time, he was pleased with himself for his small-minded cleverness. His little mind was simple. It's about wanting to please Roy. He had already seen and understood that from now on Roy was the ancestor of the Little Baka, an absolute superior who could decide the life and death of the entire Little Baka nation. If he wanted to keep his current position, then he had to please this ancestor and make this ancestor happy. Being a man, he thought he knew a lot about men. A man's mind is simple, to the point of death, and he loves a beautiful 18-year-old woman. So, before he brought Roy to this manor, he was on fire to arrange all the maidens that he had previously trained and prepared to offer to the Locust King for his enjoyment. Roy didn't pay any attention to that little thought in Ninomiya Shiro's mind. For the current him, he could do anything he wanted to do as he pleased. Face the Little Baka. He's much more spontaneous. "Boss, Rokuro Inabe is on the phone." Just as Roy had stepped into the hall, his butler suddenly took the satellite phone and came to his side, whispering a reminder. "Rokuro Inabe? The little Rokuro who runs the police." Roy raised his eyebrows slightly once he heard the big butler's words. "What's with this one?" "Yes." The butler nodded and said, "It's the little six who runs the police." "Boss, do you want me to answer the phone for you?" Roy took the phone in his hand, pressed the answer button, and asked impatiently, "Little sixth son, can you do it? Why does it take so much time for you to catch someone? You can't hurry up and die, so I can replace someone to do the job." End of chapter 89. Chapter 89 Negotiation? Let him talk to my bomb. Chapter 89 Negotiation? Let him talk to my bomb. After dialing Roy's number, Rokuro Inabe was in a very apprehensive mood, fearing that he might upset Roy by giving him one request after another. Now as soon as he heard the call, Roy's voice on the other end, he was suddenly relieved in his mind that he didn't feel murderous intent, though he sounded disgruntled. "Mr. Roy." Even though Roy couldn't see it, Rokuro Kanabe still squeezed a fawning smile on his face and said carefully, "I'm sorry to bother you, but this is the phone call I had to make to you. And here's what happened. Kuroko quickly relayed the scene, and what Pronghorn had said, to Roy as it was. Roy, on the other end of the phone, frowned slightly after realizing what Little Six had said. Negotiate with me? Roy snorted a cold laugh and said faintly, what's there to negotiate? You make him hand over rocks immediately now. Hi. Kuroko nodded quickly, then said to Pronghorn, General Pronghorn, Mr. Roy has asked you to hand over Nox immediately. Opposite. Pronghorn frowned slightly as he listened to Little Six's words, and there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes, thinking that he had already given enough face. So why was Roy still so forceful? Mr. Roy, I am sincere in wanting to talk to you about terms, preferably sitting down and talking face to face. Pronghorn shouted out, if you are willing to sit down and talk terms, I guarantee that our family can give you a perfect result that will be pleasantly acceptable to you. Up to this point, Pronghorn had fantasized about being able to negotiate his way out of Ron's idea that he must get Snooks. However, Roy, on the other end of the phone, sneered in his heart when he heard Plain's loudly shouted words. For negotiations, he wasn't the least bit interested. All he wanted now was to get Rox dead. Better to capture him and come to him and make him pay for what he has done in the most brutal way possible. Mr. Roy, unaware of what was going through Roy's mind, Little Six asked carefully when he saw Pronghorn across the table in a hurry. He must insist on negotiating with you, and doesn't intend to let us go in and get Rox, nor is he willing to hand him over voluntarily. So eager to negotiate? Then let him negotiate with my bombs. Roy completely lost his patience when he heard Little Six's careful words. Your people hide away. Beware of blood splattering on you. Do. As soon as he heard Roy's words that contained strong killing intent in this calmness, Xiao Luzi was suddenly creeped out and quickly nodded his head. And before he could say something, Roy on the other end of the phone had already hung up the call. Evacuate. Thinking of what Roy had said, Xiao Luzi hurriedly ordered all the small Baka police officers, immediately evacuate this place and hide far away. Say it. Kuroko looked across at Pronghorn with pity in his eyes, and then under his dumbfounded gaze, he led Baka-chan, the policeman, in a rapid retreat. Whoa! A large number of the small Baka police quickly backed away from the Eagle Jam GI camp, watching the little Baka's policemen suddenly act in unison and quickly withdraw. The Eagle Jam GIs on the opposite side of the street, one by one, had a stunned look on their faces. However, soon they had smug smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha. I thought they were really that bold to forcefully storm the barracks. These little Baka are all cheap, all soft bones. Where do they have this kind of courage? Just a bunch of colony's bitchy beasts. I'll count on them to know what's good for them. If they dare to storm our barracks, just shoot them all. Thinking that their side had won, the Eagle Jam GIs murmured excitedly, with a posture of total disregard for the little Baka. The Hawksbane GIs thought it was all settled, and that the little Baka on the other side had been frightened into retreating because they were afraid of the might of the Hawksbane GIs. Even Locust, who was hiding in the barracks, stand by the window, watch the little Baja cops back off. There was also a look of excitement on his face, and he couldn't help but clench his fists in an agitated mood. Damn yellow monkey, I really thought you were omnipotent. After the excitement, Locust had a hideous smile on his face. Come in and arrest me if you can. I'll see if you dare to storm the barracks. Locust was excited, while his uncle, Pronghorn, was looking a little worse for wear at the moment. What's going on? Pronghorn obviously had a little more brains than Locks. Looking at the small Baka police who were rapidly retreating, he suddenly felt that things were not good. A sense of crisis arose, and his whole body tensed up. Rokuro and Nabe, what do you mean? Sensing that something was wrong, Pronghorn shouted loudly to Kuroku, who had already run a short distance away. Roy, what the hell does he want? Without turning his head, Little Six, hearing Plain's words, laughed loudly and said, Mr. Roy doesn't want to negotiate with you. He said for you to go and negotiate with his artillery. General Pronghorn, I wish you a satisfactory outcome in your negotiations with Mr. Roy's artillery. Bye-bye you. Boom! As soon as Pronghorn heard Little Six's words, he was struck by lightning, and his face suddenly changed wildly, revealing a flash of horror. Not good. Reacting. He snapped and yelled. Alert! Be on alert immediately. Everyone get into combat mode immediately. Pronghorn's yell instantly set the entire Eagle Sauce camp abuzz, with the camp's Eagle Sauce GIs all confused. Can't even figure it out. Why was the officer so nice to suddenly put them on alert for battle? What the hell was he mad about? However, before they could regain their senses from their state of dumbfoundedness, a sudden roaring sound came from the distant sky. Only in the distant sky, several Caress stealth fighters were whistling in the direction of the camp. The great commotion that, immediately attracting the attention of countless Eagle Sauce GIs in the barracks. Startled, They looked up into the sky and then saw the whirring caress fighter. The moment they saw the caress fighter planes flying in, many of the Eagle Sauce GIs were still frozen for a moment, confused as to why their own planes suddenly appeared in the sky. Not good. The moment Pronghorn saw the caress stealth fighters flying in, his pores exploded with fear and he dashed madly toward the bunker while yelling in horror, "Air raid! Air raid! Everyone immediately hide inside the air defense facilities." Swoosh dash. In the instant before Pronghorn's voice had dissipated, the caress stealth fighters, which had been flying from the sky, had opened their bomb bays, and a volley of missiles whistled out toward the camp. Rumble. A volley of missiles fell from the sky and landed inside the Eagle Jam camp and exploded, immediately setting off a huge roaring explosion and waves of fire. Turning a blind eye, the entire Eagle Jam camp was on fire. A large number of Eagle Jam GIs were blown to pieces by bombs falling from the sky before they had time to react. Caress stealth fighters whizzed by, blowing up the camp in flames in the blink of an eye. But that's not all. Rumble. In the distant sky, there was an even more earth-shattering roar and growl, only to see a huge snow-white warplane flying in the direction of the Eagle Sauce camp, like a beautiful white swan. Away from the camp, Little Rocco and the Little Baka police under his command saw the White Swan bombers flying in the distant sky, and each one of them had a look of horror in their eyes, scared out of their wits. "Oh my god, Mr. Roy, he went straight for stealth fighters and White Swan bombers? This is crazy." Xiao Luzi's scalp went numb, once again deeply feeling Roy's terror. Power. At any time, anywhere, can summon warplanes, bombers. This means is too scary. Today the Eagle Sauce camp is considered to be finished. What a stupid guy. Xiao Luzi looked at the already flaming Eagle Sauce camp from afar, thinking of Pronghorn who had just looked at himself through his nostrils. A gloating look appeared on his face. "I don't know where you got the guts to think of negotiating with Mr. Roy. Are you worthy too? If you want to negotiate, you have to let your white boss come too, right? Stupid white-skinned pigs. Enjoy the bomb baptism. Ha ha ha." End of chapter 90. Chapter 90, The Centennial Family of Eagle Sauce. Chapter 90, The Centennial Family of Eagle Sauce. When the White Swan bomber, with its graceful physique, flew over the head of the Eagle Sauce barracks, the entire barracks turned into a sea of flames, blazing so brightly that it lit up almost the entire sky. Inside the barracks, a large number of Eagle Sauce GIs wailed and screamed, turned into firemen, or were directly blown up. An extremely horrific scene. Rokuro and Abe and a group of small Baka police officers looked at the infernal Eagle Jam barracks in the distance with shocked and appalled looks on their faces. Sure, like this fellow, Inabe Rokuro Kuroku, shocked and at the same time, his heart was quite excited and thrilled, happy to see this scene in front of him. Die, all die. Rokuro and Abe laughed loudly. "Let you white-skinned pigs be arrogant. Now I'll see if you can still be arrogant. Ha ha." The huge and terrifying commotion startled countless small Baka, and they all looked in the direction of the Eagle Sauce military camp, and looking at the camp that was ablaze with flames, the small Baka's jaws dropped in shock. The Eagle Jam military base was attacked? My goodness, who has the audacity to do that? Dare to attack the Eagle Sauce military camp? It's Roy? It must be him. Only a madman like him would dare to attack a Hawk Jam military base. But why would he attack a Hawk Jam military base? Did the Hawk Jam people mess with him again? Rumor has it that it was because the man Roy was after ran into the Eagle Jam military camp, and when the Eagle Jam officers wouldn't give him up, they offended Roy, and then he retaliated. This Roy guy is so scary. He's just going to make an enemy of the world. Why is he so bold? Is he not afraid of being beheaded at all? Eagle Sauce, these countries obviously have a chance to kill him. Why don't they carry out a beheading operation? The young Baka are talking, shocked at Roy's audacity, but also wondering why they didn't get rid of him when there was a clear opportunity to just perform a decapitation operation on Roy like Hawk Jam did earlier. Sure, the only people who know the pain of Eagle Jam are the bigwigs of Eagle Jam. And the reason why they don't dare to carry out a decapitation operation on Roy is that they are worried that Roy has weapons of mass destruction, WMDs, in his hands, and that they will be attacked by WMDs if they kill him. No one dares to make a move without checking whether Roy really has WMDs in his hands, and without making sure that the WMDs won't be unleashed after Roy's death. Oceanside. Inside the big house at 1600, white bosses and a bunch of Eagle Jam bigwigs, the first to learn of Eagle Jam's military base in the Baka Kingdom, which was devastated. The sudden news caused the white boss and a group of Eagle Jam bigwigs to have a look of disbelief on their faces. He. The white boss's eyes were huge, raging flames of anger in his eyes, his temples bursting into a frenzy, feeling that the blood pressure was going to burst his brain, gritting his teeth and growling. Why did he, this madman, attack our military base? We didn't provoke him now, did we? Why is he doing this? Boss, it's because of rocks. One of the big Eagle Jam men present, after hesitating for a moment, stepped forward and said to the white boss, Locks, a son of the Moto family, can say that the cause of all this thing is because of Locks. Listening to the Eagle Sauce bigot, the white boss took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with angry flames. The Moto family, the top family among the major centuries-old families in Eagle Sauce, has unrivaled influence in the entire Eagle Sauce. On the surface, he's the boss of Eagle Jam Nation, and deserves to be in charge, but in reality, the real power of Eagle Jam is in the hands of those big family consortiums, in the hands of big capital, and he's just the one who's been elected to step up to the plate. For these big family consortium capitals, even if Hawk Sauce is gone, they won't be affected too much, and they will still hold a huge amount of power, resources, and wealth in the shadows. What the hell do they want? The white boss took a deep breath, his tone low and angry. Why did they indulge their family's children so much? Now that things have gotten to this point, have they thought about how it should end? Listening to the white boss's words, many of the faces of the group of Eagle Jam bigwigs present were quite subtle. These people, in fact, the vast majority of them, are from the major plutocrats in Indian River family big capital system of people. They act as both the referee and you as the athlete. Boss, hold your horses for a moment. An Eagle Jam bigwig stepped forward after a moment's hesitation and said, I think the big families will do something about it. And the Mordo family in Gotham City shouldn't stand by and watch their sons get taken out by Roy. Listen to this. The white boss was silent for a moment, then nodded. Let them be. Let's stay out of Rox's business and let them engage themselves. We can't let the country's interests continue to be compromised. The blazing fire lasted for more than an hour before it was finally extinguished, and after the fire was out, Rokuro Wanabe immediately greeted his men. Go, follow me in to check the situation. We must find out whether Locks that is dead or not. Live to see a person, dead to see a corpse, burned to charcoal. Also have to find a way to check the real body. With a fierce gaze flashing in his eyes, Rokuro Wanabe led a large number of police officers under his command and stormed into the bombed-out Eagle Jam barracks with great vigor. Help! Help me! Please help me! Upon entering the Hawksbane camp, Little Six and the police officers under his command realized that there were still a number of Hawksbane GIs inside the camp that had not been blown up and were still lucky to be alive. The vast majority of them, however, were badly injured and were wailing and screaming, begging for help from Rokuro Wanabe and the others. Sir, these people, a small Baka cop under his command, looking at the wailing Eagle Jam GIs begging for help, asked Rokuro Wanabe, what to do with them? Should we save them? Save them? Rokuro Wanabe glared viciously at his men and raised his hand to slap them. Insulting, are you out of your mind? Why did you save them? Hurry up and go find someone. Don't waste time. Obviously, Rokuro Wanabe had no favor, no pity, no intention of lending a hand to the wailing Eagle Jam GIs who were begging for help. He felt that he had been quite merciful by not pulling out his gun and patching these men up. Saving them was out of the question. At his order, the large number of small Baja policemen who had poured into the barracks began to carefully search the barracks. Soon, lifting a young white man out of a basement in the barracks was none other than Locust. This guy, looking at Locust, who had been lifted out, Rokuro Wanabe was a bit surprised. Didn't blow him up, did you? Good thing too. He'll probably be happier to get you to Mr. Roy alive. Let me go. Please let me go. Let me go. Rox was scared out of his wits when he was caught out, and listening to Rokuro Wanabe, with a panicked look on his face, he said in broken little Baka language, if you can spare me, I can give you, pop. Before Locust could finish his sentence, Rokuro Wanabe went up to him and slapped him across the face, then spat in his face and insulted, you dirty white-skinned pig still want to harm me? Let you go? If I spare you, will Mr. Roy spare us? Bring it on. Rokuro Wanabe had no intention of letting Roxas go, and after beating him senseless, he had his men cuff him and haul him off in the car without a moment's hesitation. End of chapter 91. Chapter 91, What's Wrong with Being High? No highs allowed. Chapter 91. What's up, man? No highs allowed. Bo, the center of the busy downtown area. There was a huge manor that covered 1,000 acres of land. Inside the manor, small bridges and flowing water, pavilions and pavilions, luxurious but not lose the elegant style. Almost all the people of Little Baga knew that the estate was a manor for His Majesty, the Locust King of the Baga Kingdom. But now, the owner of this estate has become Roy. At this point, in one of the halls of the manor, Shiro Kogamiya was having people working on the various precious artifacts that had been collected at fire speed from the small Baka Kingdom's Kyoto City. Be careful, don't bump it. These treasures are now Mr. Roy's, touch them and you're done for. So be careful. This Tang Dynasty vase goes here. Yes, right here. Gently, you gently. Baka. looking at the people under his command, one after another to send all kinds of precious artifacts. Jogongshiro was afraid that they would bump into and touch and break them, angering Roy. Out of the corner of his eye, a glance toward a mahogany couch not far away. There, a lanky, tall young man was leaning back on the couch, crossing his legs and watching them. The young man was surrounded by a few wonderful girls, who were carefully serving him. You guys are really Roy, who was enjoying the soft and boneless small hand massage of the cherry blossom girl and crossing his legs, couldn't help but curse as he watched more and more artifacts being sent over. I can't believe that I've robbed so many good things. It's so damned The artifacts sent by these little baka almost filled the hall of thousands of square meters with a dazzling array of jewels. Each antique artifact is worth its weight in gold, enough to look at to make one's eyes glaze over. But when Roy saw these, he was more angry, because these things, once all belonged to the ancient eastern countries, showed up here because I was robbed by hoodlums. Mr. Roy. Hearing Roy scolding, Jogongshiro shivered in fear, and hurriedly revealed a fawning smile as he quickly walked towards him. All these treasures rentals belong to you, and more precious treasures will be sent over one after another in the following. You don't worry, I will definitely search the whole country and bring back all the valuable treasures of the ancient oriental countries. Roy, who had his legs crossed, glanced coldly at Nanomiya as he listened to these words, then got up and walked over. Celadone porcelain, bronze swords, bronze chimes, paintings and calligraphy. The list goes on and on. Each of these gems gives a strong historical flavor. I can't believe there are even treasures from the Xia and Shang dynasties. Roy's eyes fell on a white jade pendant, and glanced again at the introduction on the box containing the white jade match. Just how many treasures from ancient countries have been lost overseas? Estimates. You can't even count them, can you? The fact that these treasures, which carry history and culture, have gone overseas is a great loss for the entire ancient country. He was a very petty person, and would never tolerate such a thing as someone robbing his own family. So, all ants must be made to return the back treasures they robbed from the ancient kingdom. Not a single one should be missing. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Roy suddenly said to Jogongshiro, you immediately go and investigate for me what treasures the once allied forces took from the ancient kingdom and what Kuwait treasures they destroyed. I want them all sent back to me. Pay me for what's destroyed. 2. Shiro Kogamiya? Roy's words made the Nine Palace Shirujin dumbfounded, an incredibly shocked look on his face as he stared blankly at the former. What are you doing? What's this about? Is Roy trying to make an enemy of the world? How could those countries that had taken all kinds of treasures from the ancient countries immediately send back the treasures they had gotten their hands on? If they don't send it back, then with Roy's character, he'll definitely just fuck TND, and by then, the world is going to be a mess. It's really going to be a complete mess. In this moment, that was the only thought that came to Shiro Kogamiya's mind. More than that, he was shocked by the thought and looked at Roy as if he were looking at a reckless madman. What? Roy's brows furrowed when he saw the dull look on Nine Palace Shiro's face after hearing his words. You can't even handle this? No. Nine Palace Shiro trembled, immediately reacted, panicked and said, Mr. Roy, you can rest assured that this thing I can certainly do well. First of all, just check from the national museums of the major countries. Those national museums display a lot of treasures. In fact, are from the east of the ancient countries. Then find out for me now. Roy grunted coldly. Come and report to me as soon as you find out the detailed data. I'll have action by then. Hi, Nanomiya Shiro answered in a hurry. However, his voice had just fallen, but Roy suddenly slapped him in the face and scolded. Where's the high nigga? Don't get high. I feel physically sick. From now on, say yes to me. Got it? Receiving a resounding slap, Nine Palace Shiro was hit with a buzzing brain, full of aggression and depression, but did not dare to show the slightest. Yes, with a fiery pain on his face, Nanomiya Shiro didn't dare to touch it, so he hurriedly lowered his head and answered yes. Roy waved his hand, telling him to hurry up and get lost to do his job, and then he didn't bother to look at him one more time, but instead, once again, dropped his gaze onto the wide array of various ancient treasures in the hall. Looking at these Kuwait treasures that carried the culture of the ancient country, Roy couldn't help but have all kinds of magnificent historical information of the ancient country floating in his mind. All these things, they should go back to where they came from. Roy mused for a moment before whispering softly to himself in his heart. This barbaric land of little baka doesn't deserve them. Da. Footsteps sounded. The head butler came up behind Roy. Boss, Rox was captured and Little Six brought him here. The head butler said to Roy. Ha? This bastard is so tough? He didn't get blown up? Roy couldn't help but show a flash of surprise on his face once he heard the big housekeeper's words, and then he laughed coldly. That's good. If he was directly blown up, it would be a painful death for him. Tell Little Six to bring him here. When dealing with such a dead pervert, One must let him die in a more perverted way in order to be relieved. For Locks, the noble son of the great Eagle Jam family, Roy would never let him live, or else he wouldn't have personally chased him from Eagle Jam to Little Baka's side. Yes, the big steward answered and turned around to go and inform, but Roy suddenly spoke. Go outside. Don't bring that dog here. I'm afraid that his dirty blood will splash and dirty the treasures here. Saying that, Roy lifted his feet and walked out into the hall. Soon, so it was that he saw Rox, who was leaning against the handcuffs, being dragged to him with his head held down by two small Baka police officers. Rox, it's been a long time. Seeing Locks, who had been dragged to him in a sorry state and then thrown to the ground like a dog, Roy had a playful smile on his face and looked at him condescendingly. Snorting. End of chapter 92. Chapter 92, Perverts Have Perverted Ways of Dying. Chapter 92, Perverts Have Perverted Ways of Dying. The former high and mighty noble son of Eagle Sauce, Rox, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, covered in filth and in a sorry state. Hearing Roy's voice, Rox shuddered and his body stiffened a little as he raised his head. Then he saw Roy looking at him with a sneer in his eyes. Roy. At the sight of Roy, Locust trembled once again, a strong color of panic welling up in the depths of his eyes, and subconsciously tried to stand up and run. Boo! He had barely moved when a massive footpad kicked him hard in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Trying to run? Koroku, who had kicked Rox hard, had a fierce, murderous look on his face. Did Mr. Roy let you get away? Xiao Luzi's doggy behavior made Roy couldn't help but look at him with a happy heart, but he didn't say anything more to him at this time. His eyes fell on Rox again, and Roy narrowed his eyes slightly, staring him dead in the face, his eyes gradually turning cold. In what way do you intend to atone for your sins? Staring at Locust for a few moments, Roy's tone was cold as frost. Or what do you think would redeem you? Roy. Rox looked horrified and said in a panic, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to apologize to you in any way I can, and I can pay you money, lots and lots of money. Snort. When Roy heard this, he couldn't help but snort. Paying out money? Is this something that can be solved by losing money? Also, do you think I like your few stinking dollars now? Not only Roy couldn't help but laugh, but the others in the room, hearing Rox's words, couldn't help but laugh as well. Lose money? That's hilarious. Would Roy now like his trifle? Suffice it to say, now Roy, if he wants money, he can have countless incomes in minutes, and even he can open the money printing machine to print money by himself. So, Rox's comment was like a joke. Forget it, I'm not going to bother talking to you. A pervert like you should be gotten in the most perverted way possible. Roy's eyes flashed and he let out a cold smile. Then he turned his head to Rokuro and Abe, who was beside him, and asked, Rokuros, little Baka like you are all perverted. Surely you know a lot of perverted methods of torturing people, right? Rokuro and Abe, feeling offended. However, even though Roy's words made him feel hurt, he didn't dare to retort in any way, but instead showed an awkward but not impolite smile. Mr. Roy, if you want him to live as if he were dead, there are indeed many ways to do so. As far as I know, this person once raped and killed a mother and daughter, right? This kind of pervert should indeed be punished in a perverted way. So, I suggest, get a couple dozen breeding pigs in heat over here, strip him naked and then throw him in a pig pen so he can spend the night with the breeding pigs. Roy, nice guy. Although he knew that all these little Baka were perverted, this method of Little Six was still perverted beyond Roy's expectations. But, very well, as expected of a perverted little Baka, your solution is indeed perverted and torturous enough. Roy nodded with satisfaction and said to Rokuro and Abe, then go and make arrangements right away to find some breeders that are raw and powerful enough to come over, so that this Lord Locust can enjoy himself. Doesn't he like to play with perverts? Then let him have his fun. Yes. As soon as Xiao Lu Zi heard Roy give this matter to himself, a sudden excitement welled up in his heart. His face became a bit swollen and red, and he patted his chest and assured, don't worry Mr. Roy, I'll definitely find a sufficiently powerful breeder to come over, and I'll even feed the breeder a little bit of rotting medicine. It will surely be enjoyable enough for this Lord Locust. An hour at the most. The breeding stock that Lord Locust needs will be ready. Having said that, Xiao Lu Zi then couldn't wait to turn around and leave to start arranging this matter. The whole person looked very excited. No. As Locust listened to Roy and Rokuro and Abe, his face swished and turned pale. A strong look of horror appeared on his face as he hissed and yelled, you can't do this. You can't do this to me. I'm a member of the Madu family. If you do this to me, the Mordu family will not let you go. Rox was truly panicking in this moment. Scared. If he really got screwed over by a bunch of breeders, then he, Rox, would become a shameful joke and be left to laugh for years to come. This is the kind of thing he can't accept. Deadly unwilling to accept it. The Modu family? Roy couldn't help but snort lightly as he listened to Rox's rant, his eyes looking at him with disdain. Why don't you make a call now and go back to ask the elders of your family and see if they dare to save you? Oh, for the so-called Moto family, Roy is not at all in his eyes. With his current ability, not to mention the Moto family, even if it is the entire Eagle Sauce, all the big families together, he does not bring a little panic. He has now placed, in all countries around the globe, and even deep in the primeval forests, dead soldiers who can be used to take the place of the dead. Therefore, even if he was the enemy of the whole world, he still had enough confidence that no one could destroy him. Sure, if someone can make the little wrecking ball go up in smoke and instantly extinguish all the humans on it, then take his ass for what it's worth. Call. As soon as Locks heard Roy's words, he seemed to react and yelled in panic. I'm going to call my family's people. They'll definitely come and save me. For sure. Saying that, this bastard actually really took out a cell phone from inside his pocket and started to make a call. But after making a few calls in a row, his face turned pale. Because all calls were rejected. It's not that it didn't get through. It's just being rejected. Even his own parents, hung up the first time he called. How can this be? At this moment, Locks realized that he had become an outcast, completely abandoned by the family. He had a face of fear, trembling like a sieve. How can they just give up on me? How can they be so heartless? Looking at Rox's desperate and fearful appearance, Roy's eyes were cold and indifferent, just like watching a clown performing. When this bastard framed him before, that posture was not as terrified and nervous as it is now. Kuroko's speed was surprisingly fast, and he reappeared right in front of Roy just as he was enjoying the ugliness of Rox's desperate fear. Mr. Roy, things have been taken care of. I had a truckload of breeding pigs pulled over, and all of them have been injected with estrus medication, and the results are absolutely gnarly and fierce. Xiao Luzi, who had finished the job, came to Roy with an excited face and said to him as if inviting credit, I believe that as long as this dead pervert is thrown into the pigsty, those red-eyed breeders will surely serve him well. Then take him down and enjoy him. Roy's face was slightly odd as he looked at the perverted look of excitement on Little Six's face, and after nodding he stood up and pointed at the limp Locust on the floor. Remember, make sure he enjoys himself, and let him ascend to heaven in pleasure. End of chapter 93. Chapter 93, Give me back what you've taken from me. Chapter 93, Give me back what you've taken from me. Amidst Rox's screams of terror and despair, Kuroko had a couple of small Baka police officers drag him out of Roy's estate like a dead dog. After leaving the manor, he was thrown into a car and brought to a pig farm. In the pig farm pig pens, there were hundreds of breeding pigs that were being penned into the same pens at this time. The breeders, all of whom had been injected with special drugs, all looked very hyper and wailed. Rox was forcibly dragged to the hog pen, dragged to the front of the pig pen. He saw those red-eyed drooling slobbering male breeding pigs in the pen, suddenly scared out of his wits. No! A terrified Locke struggles wildly with the attempt to break free of the hold. Pop! Little Six stepped forward and slapped him, drawing a bright red slap mark across his face. Bakayalu! Shut up, you lowly white-skinned pig! Xiao Luzi viciously glared at Locke, angrily scolded. In the next life, remember to keep your eyes bright, don't offend everyone, and don't do that kind of dirty and perverted thing. Having said that, Kuroko signaled his men to strip all the clothes off of Rox. Once his clothes were stripped clean, Rox was thrown into the hog pen, naked. What happened afterward? Unforgiving. Rox, the Eagle Sauce nobleman, had his life ended in an incredibly humiliating way. Good death. That's what rapists deserve. Kuroko was wide-eyed the entire time as he admired Rox being ravaged by the studs, and caught it on camera. He was going to take it back and continue to enjoy it. The misery of this dead pervert. After finishing what Roy had explained, Xiao Luzi immediately went back to resume his orders to Roy. Mr. Roy, Rox is finished. I even captured the video. Do you want to take a look? Xiao Luzi asked Roy with a fawning smile on his face. Roy, who was holding a Tang Dynasty vase in his hand and admiring it, glanced at Xiao Luzi when he heard his words. I'm not as perverted as you. Roy refused Kuroko's kind invitation to enjoy the video. All he wanted was for Locks to die, and to die in the most humiliating and gruesome way possible. And that would be okay. That's too bad, said Kuroko. Rox was a real eye-opener back then. I can't even believe a human could do something like that. Roll. The corner of Roy's mouth twitched and he pointed in the direction of the door. Okay, I'm rolling. Xiao Luzi hastily rolled towards the ground, then rolled one after another, and finally rolled out of the hall. A skillful operation. Looking at Roy was a bit dumbfounded. Have to say, these little baka are true lackeys. Boss, Shiro Ninomiya is here. He has researched all the information you need well. Rokuro Kuroko and Abe had just rolled out the door when the head butler walked in to inform Roy. Oh, that was pretty fast. Roy sniffed slightly surprised, nodded and said, "Then let him come in. I'd like to see how much treasure those red-haired beast barbarians have plundered from the ancient country." He used to know that those red-haired beasts had plundered many valuable treasures from the ancient eastern countries, but just how much was taken away, he doesn't have a detailed figure. Soon Miyagi Shiro walked in and respectfully said to Roy, "Mr. Roy, after some sorting and investigating of the information made public by the various major countries, we now have a rough grasp of what precious relics the countries have plundered from the ancient countries." With that he took a document, placed it on the coffee table in front of Roy and opened it, then pushed it in front of Roy so that he could see it clearly. Roy's eyes landed on the document that Shiro Kugong had opened, and after a slight scan his mind was extremely shocked. These red-haired ghost animals are a real. Looking at Roy's face slowly became gloomy. The eyes are bursting out a stern killing intent. They even plundered so many cultural relics and treasures from the ancient country. Mom, really TM damned autumn. Watching Roy's face turn grim and listening to his murderous words, Shiro Kugong hurriedly lowered his head, his heart chilling a little. The little Baka kingdom had once plundered many cultural relics and treasures from the ancient country as well, and now he was trying his best to collect all the treasures that had flowed out of the ancient country and send them to Roy. "You call out to the nations of the world at once in my name." Just when Nine Palace Shiro was in awe, Roy suddenly said to him, "Let the countries of the world send all the treasures of the ancient country's cultural relics inside all the museums of their countries back to the ancient country to me within a month. In a month's time, if they haven't sent everything back, then I'll go get it myself, regardless of the country or region. As long as I'm made aware that there are still artifacts from the ancient kingdom of Ka treasure present there, I'll bring people there immediately." Brush. Hearing this from Roy, Ninomiya Shiro's face changed violently and furiously. Eyes almost popped out of their sockets in shock, looking at the former with an incredulous face, as if they were looking at this madman. Crazy, huh? Is this a declaration of war on the world? It is conceivable that, as soon as Roy sent out this news, it would definitely make the entire world boil because of it, and it would also make countless people shake with rage. For those people, the treasures that came into their hands were theirs, and now Roy was going to ask them to send them back, which was even worse than killing them, and they were not going to accept it. But Kugong Shiro, who had seen Roy's madness, however, knew that if those people didn't do what Roy said, then he would definitely bring people over to retrieve the treasure himself, just as he said. I'm on it." Although shocked by Roy's madness, Shiro Kugong didn't dare to question any disobedience, and hastily nodded his head and went to work. Soon, Shiro Kidamiya announced Roy's original words to the world through the various outreach channels of the Little Baka Kingdom. At this point, Roy and the Little Baka Kingdom were the center of attention of the entire world, so when the news of Shiro Nine Palace came out, the entire world, as he thought, was immediately thrown into a state of boiling shock. The once allied nations were most outraged at the news, from the nobility of the palace down to the common people, all of whom could not accept Roy's behavior. Voices have been raised to condemn Roy's banditry. Sure, this behavior of Roy made the red-haired ghost animals in the West condemn and rage, but it also lifted the spirits of hundreds of millions of sons and daughters of ancient countries. When the sons and daughters of the motherland learned that Roy was going to make the major countries return all the artifacts and treasures they had plundered from the ancient countries, the entire ancient country was abuzz. Finally, this day has come? Finally, a heaven-sent fierce man is going to take back all the gems that were once plundered? God has eyes. I've waited too long for this day. The countless treasures of the ancient country that have been exiled overseas. Those are all the crystallization of the ancient country's blood and tears. God Luo is awesome. But, will those people really be willing to return the Kuwait treasure they once plundered? I think it's very up in the air. Not give it back? Do they dare? If they don't return it, the Luo god will definitely kill them to settle the score. It's chaotic. This world is really going to be chaotic. I have a feeling that scenes of bloodshed will soon be everywhere. End of chapter 94. Chapter 94, Fearless Little Nishihachi. Chapter 94, Fearless Little Nishihachi. Shiro Kodamiya released the announcement at Roy's behest, and it immediately made huge waves around the globe. At the same time, it immediately puts major countries on edge. It is important to know that there were not a few countries that once formed a coalition army and plundered the ancient eastern countries together. They all took away a large number of cultural relics and treasures from the ancient eastern countries and kept them for themselves. Many countries have also proudly taken the treasures of artifacts looted from ancient countries and exhibited them in high-profile exhibitions as the treasures of their national museums. Now that Roy has told all the countries to send back the artifacts they once looted from the ancient countries in return, many are sitting on their hands. All felt that his behavior, overly crazy and high-profile and arrogant, completely disregarded the countries of the world. Oceanside. Inside the big house at 1600, The white bosses and their Eagle Jam bigwigs were also the first to learn of Roy's madness. Is he trying to make an enemy of the world? How dare he? When the white boss learned the news, he had an incredulous look on his face and asked the man beside him, "Is it true that all the people from that ancient eastern land are so crazy and irrational?" The crowd of Eagle Sauce bigwigs, listening to Boss Bai Yun's words, couldn't help but shake their heads, all with rather strange looks on their faces. "No, from the great men of the ancient kingdom that I've come into contact with, they're all quite sane, full of wisdom, and wouldn't make such a crazy move. The people of the ancient eastern countries have always adhered to what they call the middle way, and will not make enemies at will. This Roy's behavior really makes me a bit puzzled. Not at all like the ancient kingdom people I perceive," the Eagle Jam bigwigs murmured, all saying that they had been turned upside down by Roy's behavior and their perception of the people of that ancient land. Crazy. Listening to the words of his men, the white boss shook his head. Then a smile appeared on his face again. "But this is a good thing for us. I think we will soon have more allies who will deal with this crazy man Roy together." Hearing his words, the eyes of the group of Eagle Sauce bigwigs present instantly lit up. It is indeed as the white boss said. This enemy-making behavior by Roy is good for them. His behavior would have angered and offended other powers. Enraged major powers form a consensus with them on confronting Roy. Then they would willingly join their positions and form a powerful alliance to take on that lunatic Roy together. Now, immediately contact people from other countries to discuss ways to deal with Roy. The white boss's slightly narrowed eyes had a glint in them. Of course, before that, we need to radicalize the conflict completely. We're going to show everyone what a horrible thing it can be not to do what Roy, the madman, says. So, we want an outlier who lets Roy rile everyone up. When the crowd heard this, they all had a thoughtful look on their faces, thinking that the white boss's words were somewhat reasonable. "Boss, then we," an Eagle Jam bigwig, with a thoughtful gleam in his eye, suddenly asked the white boss, "Isn't it possible to get little Seba to jump out as a standoff? I think it's perfectly fine to take little Seba to try Roy's reaction first." The crowd's eyes lit up, thinking that the proposal was quite good. For Hawk Sauce, whether it was little Seba or little Baka, in their eyes it was nothing more than a dog under their command, a dog that could be discarded at will. Now that it's time for them to step in, Hawk Jam won't hesitate to push them out and make them the scapegoat. The Eagle Jam bigwigs discussed the words and unanimously agreed on the resolution to let little Seba test the waters. 8 countries in the west. Inside the complex of green-tiled tombs surrounded by mountains, in a big house, King West 8 is talking to the white boss. Listening to the words spoken by the white boss on the other end of the phone, the face of the West 8th King was filled with a look of respect. "Please rest assured, sir, as long as you can guarantee to protect the safety of the Western 8, the Western 8 will definitely fully cooperate with all of your side's actions." Okay, I understand. I'll set it up right away. Please rest assured that our media will soon announce to the public the news that there will be absolutely no return of the ancient country's artifacts and treasures within the 7 or 8 countries. Okay, goodbye sir. After a quick chat, King Nishiba hung up the phone. The moment he hung up the phone, the look on his face instantly became gloomy, and he slammed the phone onto his desk with a bang, growling angrily, "Asaba, damn these white-skinned pigs. This is to send us, the Western 8 kingdoms, to our deaths. These fucking assholes. Sir, please calm down and keep your voice down." Looking at the West 8 King's angry and roaring appearance, a West 8 official hurriedly stepped forward to whisper a reminder. "Beware of ears through the wall." The West 8th King's face changed. There were countless Eagle Sauce's eyes within the territory of the West 8 Kingdom, and this was something that the West 8 King was well aware of. He didn't even dare to guarantee that this office of his, whether or not he was secretly getting listening devices by the Eagle Sauce people. Taking a deep breath, the West 8 King, who was suffocating and angry in his heart, gritted his teeth and glanced at the group of West 8 ministers in the office. "Guys, what now? Are you guys ready to piss Roy off?" After scanning the crowd, King West 8 gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to ask, "Sir, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. Hawk Jam has promised us that as soon as Roy dares to make a move against us, their army will immediately come out to protect us." A Western 8 minister, after hearing the words of the Western 8 King, but with an unimpressed face, said, "Moreover, Roy's behavior will surely offend the whole world and become the common enemy of the world's major top powers. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to deal with the entire world at the same time, right? So, sir, there's really no need for you to worry too much. In my opinion, we just need to work well with Eagle Jam." As soon as this Western 8 Kingdoms minister's words left his mouth, the civil and military ministers of the Western 8 Kingdoms present all frowned slightly. The silent crowd had a thoughtful look in their eyes. After thinking about it for a while, the crowd suddenly felt that what he said made some sense. "It sure seems like it." King Saihachi thought for a moment and nodded as well. We may have really taken Roy too seriously and thought of him as too scary. He can stir up little Baka and Hawk Jam right now, and I think we've reached the limit. He's actually not going to be able to do anything to us anytime soon, no matter how displeased he is with the Western Eight. As long as we prepare ourselves and keep a tight defense against him, we can completely keep him from stepping foot in the Western Eight Kingdoms. The crowd listened to him and nodded their heads in agreement. In the end, after some discussion, the King of West 8 and a group of civil and military ministers of West 8 decided to listen to Eagle Sauce, and were the first to come forward to reject Roy. Soon, the official media of the 8 Western countries released an urgent statement proclaiming, within the Western 8 kingdoms, there are a large number of artifacts and treasures from ancient countries, but these artifacts and treasures are now completely owned in part of the West 8. No one, no power, can take away these cultural relics and treasures, and the Western 8 countries will never recognize any robberies that want to take away the cultural relics and treasures within the Western 8 countries. In the face of Mr. Roy's robber baron's demands, the Western 8 unequivocally rejected them and called on all people in the world to unite and join in rejecting and protesting against Roy's robber baron's acts. All mankind, please stand up and join together to oppose all unjustified banditry and keep the bandits at bay. End of chapter 95. Chapter 95, Fleet Gathering. Sword pointing at the 8 Western countries. Chapter 95, Fleet Gathering. Sword to the 8 Western countries. The news that the 8 Western countries refused to return all the cultural relics and treasures from the ancient Eastern countries immediately set off an uproar and shocked countless people. After Roy put the news out, all the major countries chose to remain silent, not daring to act rashly. Neither said to return it nor not to return it, but chose to go cold turkey in the hope that Roy would forget about it. But just when all the other powers were still in a state of silence, the 8 countries of the Lesser West suddenly jumped out and stated in a high-profile manner that they would never return it, leaving the rest of them a bit dumbfounded and shocked. Good job. Just can't spoil that damn Roy. Why should we give them back the treasure we snatched? That egomaniac. Does he think the whole world is afraid of him? That he can just shout out a word and get someone to return something? We, the Western Baka, are a proud people. It won't be weak and intimidated like the little Baka. Come and get it if you can. The gem is right there. Come and get it if you can. Countless small Sebas were in a very uplifted and excited mood when they saw their country's official release. Both are proud of their country's toughness and consider themselves superior to the little Baka across the street who was being stomped on by Roy. The people of the ancient East, however, were collectively outraged when they learned of the news released by the Little West Bar. Damn thieves! How dare you be so mad after robbing us? God of Luo, please try crush them. Kneel down and beg. Kneel down and beg Russian to march. Fuck little Seba. The angry people of the ancient country have been vocalizing through various channels, hoping to see Roy stomp on the West 8 countries and teach those arrogant little Shiba a hard lesson. Baka Kingdom. Inside the Kyoto City Manor, Roy was also quickly informed of the behavior of little Seba across the sea. TSK, TSK, TSK. After listening to the relevant news reported by the big housekeeper, Roy sked and sked, his eyes full of sarcasm. This little West Bar is really as crazy as ever, even crazier than me. Who gave them the nerve to be the first to stand up to me? Goes to someone's house and robs them, and now they want it back, and he has the audacity to jump out and curse them? Ho ho ho. Roy laughed, only his laugh was filled with raw, cold murderous intent. The small Baka present, such as Nanomiya Shiro, felt chills as they listened to Roy's cold laugh filled with murderous intent. Several people glanced at each other, and they all saw gloating in each other's eyes. Little Shiba and little Baka, always at odds, both hated each other to death. Now that little Saba was jumping so much, it was completely unexpected. Sure, and they're happy to see it. I hope to see that Roy ravages little Seba hard. Mr. Roy, little Seba is just too much. They dare to call for other countries to unite against you at the international level. This is disrespectful to you and they must be taught a hard lesson. After hesitating for a moment, Shiro Kugong suddenly stepped forward and said to Roy, Sir, I'm willing to do whatever you need. Before he could finish his sentence, Roy suddenly looked back at him. A look by Roy's eyes. Nanomiya Shiro shuddered and his hairs exploded in sweat. It felt like Roy's eyes at the moment, like such a little bit of his heart, complete with seeing through it. Roy could naturally see that little bit of Nanomiya Shiro's mind, but he didn't care at all. Now give the order at once for all the navies of your little Baka to assemble. And remember, it is for all the navies to assemble. Roy glanced twice at Shiro Kugong before suddenly speaking. Inform now and gather as fast as you can. Brush. As soon as Jogong Shiro heard Roy's words, his face suddenly changed, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He had wanted to see Roy's men clean up little Seba, never intended for little Baka's men to fuck little Seba. As a result, after Roy saw through his little mind, he was directly going to use their little Baka navy as a sword. He's numb. Can't understand me? Roy saw 9 Palace Shiro suddenly silent. His eyes instantly became stern. If you don't understand, then I'll replace it with one that does. Ninomiya Shiro trembled, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. No. Hear you. I can hear you. Sir, I can hear you perfectly. The horrified Shiro Kodamiya, his face turning pale, said in a panic. I'll go right now and order in your name for all the navy to assemble. Go on. Roy waved his hand and told him to get on with it. Shiro Kogamiya, as if he had been pardoned, turned around in a panic and went to work on it. Soon, all of the small Baka navy received the same order and quickly assembled towards the west coast. The actions of the navy of the little Baka nation were not disguised in the slightest. So as soon as their navy began to mobilize, the relevant movements were immediately noticed by the major countries that were always keeping an eye on the little Baka kingdom. When it was learned that all the naval vessels of the little Baka kingdom were massing towards the west coast, the whole world was instantly abuzz with excitement. Holy shit, the god of Luo has started to act? Awesome! The entire navy of the little Baka kingdom has to follow his orders? This is too awesome. Little Seba is going to be cool. Let them be arrogant. Let them be the outlier. Left to see what they do? The Shaoxi bar is probably under numbness by now, isn't it? They never dreamed that Luoshan would be so fierce, right? A large army gathering at the drop of a hat. This is indeed a bit scary. While the people of the ancient kingdom were exhilarated by Roy's actions, the people of the 8 western nations were instantly scared out of their wits when they learned the news. Green Tile Grave. The king of the Western 8 was also the first to learn of the news of the massive and fiery buildup of the naval forces of the Lesser Baka kingdom. Upon hearing the news, the Western 8th king's face changed color in fear, and an incredibly shocked look appeared in his eyes. What is he trying to do? He's assembling the navies of the 8 western nations. He can't be running towards us, can he? The 8th king of the West sounded shocked and asked to the civil and military generals present, is Roy going to run at us? The civil officials and military generals of the Western 8 kingdoms who were present were speechless in their hearts as they listened to these words of the Western 8 kings. Isn't this a clear-cut case of the bald-headed louse? If he hadn't come after us, would he have had to allow a massive buildup of Little Baka's navy? Sir, judging from the current situation, the naval buildup in the Lesser Baka kingdom is definitely Roy's doing, and there's a very high probability indeed that they're running towards us. After hesitating for a moment, a minister of the Western 8 kingdoms said to the king of the Western 8 kingdoms, I guess we are going to use the Little Baga against us. The Western 8th king's face changed, and for a moment, he was suddenly a bit at a loss. So what now? Somewhat flustered, King Nishihachi subconsciously asked the crowd, what should we do if Little Baka's navy attacks us? Hearing his words, the crowd of civil and military ministers of the 8 western kingdoms present all had a speechless look on their faces. Although the king of the West 8 had always been a plutocratic puppet of the West 8 kingdom, it was still a big name in the open no matter what. Now when something happens, you become so flustered. It's really a bit too much to look down upon. Contact Eagle Sauce, the chancellor of the Western Baka nation, after clenching his teeth, said, let the people of Eagle Jam step in. Have them stop the Little Baka Kingdom Navy from running to us. They are the reason why we are facing this terrible situation now. They have to be held accountable for this. End of chapter 96. Chapter 96 Big Brother should have the responsibility. Carrier fleet launch. Chapter 96 Big Brother should have the responsibility. Carrier fleet activated. The sudden buildup of Little Baka's fleet scared the opposite side of the West 8, and the king of the West 8 contacted Eagle Jam at the first opportunity. Sir, the Little Baka's fleet has begun to assemble, and anyone can see that they are coming for us. After connecting to the White Boss's private line, King West Baka opened the door and said, Sir, right now we need your help. Very much so. Without your help, it will be hard for us to hold off Little Baka. Not to mention, Little Baka now has this crazy man Roy standing behind him, and who knows just how many cards he has in his hands. If you guys are indifferent, the Western 8 will really be in danger, sir. If we are finished, it will be a heavy blow to Hawk Jam's influence in this area, and then your springboard over here will be completely gone. King Shiba crackled, his tone getting more and more urgent, because he was really anxious now. The small Baka Navy full assembly was too scary. Oceanside. Inside the big house at 1600. As the White Boss listened to the anxious words of King Shiba on the other end of the phone, his brows furrowed slightly, and a thoughtful light flashed in his eyes, not agreeing to King Shiba's hand at the first opportunity. Konishi Hachi, hold your horses for a moment. After waiting for the opposite side to stop, the Handelman boss pondered slightly and spoke slowly. Hawk Jam never abandons its teammates. We won't ignore what you guys are doing. First things first, let's discuss our response. We will give you an answer soon. One that will satisfy you and all of our Hawk Jam allies. Well, for now. Having said that, the white boss just hung up the private line. After hanging up the dedicated phone line, the white boss's gaze swept over the group of Eagle Jam bigwigs in the conference room. Guys, what do you think? Scanning the crowd, the white boss spoke up and asked, shouldn't we do something? All the people sniffed with a thoughtful look in their eyes and began to discuss. And a moment later the crowd got a unanimous idea. Sir, we can't just sit back and do nothing. One of the Hawk Jam bigwigs spoke up. West 8 has always been an ally of ours. One of the biggest jumping off points in that area. So we have to bail West 8 out. That's right. We have to make a move. Another Eagle Sauce bigwig chimed in. We should send out a carrier fleet to block Little Baka's movements. We must not stand by and watch them take on Saihachi. Let alone let Roy take Saihachi down. As hard as things are to accept, it can be said that Little Baka has now become Roy's slave. And the entire Little Baka can only follow his orders. If he takes West 8 again, then it will be basically impossible for us to continue to return to that area in the future, which will hit our strategic layout hard. The words of this statement caused the faces of all the Eagle Sauce bigwigs present to become grave, and Eagle Sauce was absolutely unwilling to give up the benefits of that area. If they had been driven from that area, it would have dealt an unspeakably heavy blow to their global strategy. So, this statement was immediately echoed by almost everyone in the room. But of course, there were also those who expressed concern. Sir, if we do send a fleet forward, will this completely enrage Roy? Don't forget, right now our San Francisco is still under Roy's control. One of the Hawk Sauce bigwigs said with a somewhat stony face. Right now there's nothing we can do about Roy at all except use WMDs. But, can we use weapons of mass destruction? Crowd. Those words silenced the crowd in the room, each one feeling a headache coming on. Roy was now like a nail in Eagle Jam's heart. What's even more damning is that there's nothing they can do to pull this nail out of the coffin right now. Because none of them know exactly what Roy will do. Use of weapons of mass destruction? Are you kidding me? This is in the Eagle Jam country. Furthermore, who knows if Roy has the same weapon in his hand? If we provoke him and he kills us together, who can stand it? Everyone here is a person in a high position of power. They don't want to die with those assholes. Their good days are ahead of them. So what now? The white boss rubbed his brow with a headache, only to feel a wave of exhaustion inside. Are we just going to watch him do whatever he wants? Act. An Eagle Sauce bigwig had clenched his teeth and said, we'll send the carrier fleet out. But, we'll watch from the sidelines and see how Roy's attitude is without making a move. Well, what's the word? Watching the fun. Yes, we're just there to watch the fun. If the situation is favorable to us, we'll make a move. If it's unfavorable to us, we'll just watch the fun from the sidelines. This way we've expressed our attitudes to our allies, and also managed to keep things within a manageable range, not completely out of control. With these words, the eyes of the people present immediately lit up, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces, thinking that this was a good idea. Roy couldn't keep them from watching, could he? Good. It's settled. After thinking about it for a moment, the white boss thought it made sense and immediately nodded his head in favor of the idea. Green tile grave. Inside the palace of the Western 8th King. Ashy it. After the West 8th King hung up the phone, his face didn't look very good as he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Perfunctory. It's too perfunctory. Hawk Sauce isn't even showing the attitude it should. What kind of person is a boss like that? The reaction of the white boss just now made King Shiba feel that the other party was perfunctory and most likely would not send a fleet out to help them. It made him a little angry. Sir, so what do we do now? A Shiba official asked to King Shiba with an anxious face. To face Little Baka and Roy alone? If that's really the case, then we're in big trouble. This Roy person is too scary. As the West 8 officials present listened to these words, an anxious look appeared on each of their faces, clearly filled with fear for Roy. Humph, want us to face Roy and Little Baka alone? Are you kidding me? Never in a million years. I don't want to die yet. The West 8th King shuddered at the thought of the Locust King's misery and said through clenched teeth, if Eagle Sauce watches us face Roy alone, then I'll turn my head and surrender to Roy and follow him against this kind of waste of a boss. When the crowd heard this, they almost subconsciously couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement, thinking that the idea of the Western 8th King was quite nice and very feasible. Since the current boss isn't working, get a new boss who can, and follow the new boss back to fuck the original boss. Suddenly, the dedicated phone line rang. It was a dedicated line from Hawkjam. King Saihachi hurriedly picked up the phone and answered it. After answering it, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Hawkjam has agreed to step in, and their fleet will be coming over to assist us in dealing with Little Baka and Roy together. After putting down the phone, King West 8 smiled and said to the crowd, now, we can feel free to deal with Little Baka and Roy. End of chapter 97. Chapter 97, engage his 10 carrier fleet for fun. Chapter 97, get him 10 carrier fleets for fun. Little Baja Country, West Coast. Inside a huge harbor, ships were gathering at the moment, and a huge warship was quietly resting on the surface of the sea, inside the military harbor. After Shiro Kogamiya respectfully opened the door, Roy stepped out of the car, his eyes the first to notice the fleet in the harbor. Mr. Roy, all of the main naval vessels of the Baka Kingdom have been assembled, and our carriers have also arrived. Jogong Shiro saw Roy Column encountered the fleet in the distance, hastily whispered, gathered 150,000 Baka Kingdom's naval elites. As long as you give the order, all Baka Kingdom's naval elites will go to hell and back for you. Interesting, this is a uniform service for me? These little Baka play so perverted. The king of West 8 and the civil and military ministers of West 8 had also learned of the news that the little Baga navy was running towards West 8, and upon learning of this news, they all had nervous and terrified looks on their faces. Just after the purchase, Roy's mind rang the system's beep. Listening to the beep, he flashed his eyes and did not immediately specify the carrier formation's summoning location, or he planned to continue to stay in the system's space first and hide his hand a little. I'd have to get a carrier fleet to have some fun too. Salute. Taking a deep breath, the white boss gritted his teeth and said, remember, our people should never strike first. We just go to the fence. Deterrence. Try not to create a head-on conflict with Roy. Ashi it. Woo-woo. Listening to Ninomiya Shiro's explanation, Roy nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Originally, they had held out so much hope that Roy wouldn't end up running towards the Western 8 and was just making a show of it. Meanwhile, each nuclear-powered carrier formation is configured like Eagle Jam's strongest carrier formations, or, in other words, is a direct copy of Eagle Jam's carrier formations. Upon learning of the news, the carrier formation immediately reversed course and headed straight in the direction of the western Baja waters. After looking at it for a while, the light in Roy's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately came up with such a thought, and at that moment, he opened the system mole panel. When the carrier set sail, the rest of the warships in the carrier formation began to set sail as well, following the carrier as it headed deeper into the ocean. Also, contact Hawk Jam immediately. Go, board the ship, inside the green tile grave office. If by then, with the presence of the unenlightened, Roy didn't mind very much, and put out a formation of 10 Ford-class carriers at once to give the world a little bit of a shock. Little Baka's carrier fleet departs. But now, Roy had already used his actual actions to tell everyone that he wasn't joking, and that he was really running towards the Western 8. Inform our carrier fleet to immediately approach the waters of the Western Baja, and submarines to follow suit. Oceanside. An eagle sauce big man said to the white boss with a grave expression. From the course they traveled, we can be sure that they are heading for the Western 8. Boss, we should also act. Meanwhile, just get it according to the size of the Eagle Jam Navy. After looking at it for a while, Roy had a number in mind. How many carrier fleets does Eagle Jam have coming up? Whatever. Get him 10 nuclear-powered carrier fleets. Behind Roy, immediately followed by a large number of personnel, boarded their so-called carrier under the astonished and shocked gazes of countless small Baka navy. Roy had just taken care of the carrier formation purchase when the captain of Little Baka's carrier, a middle-aged man with a small mustache, carefully walked up to him and said, the captain's room has been cleared out for you, and from now on your living can be done in the captain's room. Roy believes that. Roy glanced at the carrier's captain, Microsoft Matsushita, and signaled him to lead the way before following him into the captain's room. That's the way to play it, isn't it? The corners of Roy's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything more, but said at once, pass the order down, prepare to set sail, take me there. In the face of these little Baka's salute, Luo E acted as if he didn't see it, but instead curiously observed the little Baka's naval carrier. Ding! The host has successfully purchased 10 Ford carrier formation complete configuration. Please specify the carrier formation summoning location. When he said these words, the white boss felt a burst of heart tired. He could not believe that the Eagle Sauce carrier fleet, which is invincible across the ocean, is now afraid to take the initiative. Each one of these young girls had a curvy figure in the front and back, and their looks were quite pretty, quite eye-catching at first glance. As soon as Roy opened his mouth, Captain Microsoft Matsushita shuddered, and immediately began to convey one order after another. Well. After deciding on this, Roy didn't hesitate for a second and immediately spent his Dawn of Heaven prestige points to purchase 10 nuclear-powered carrier formations from within the system mall. His own run to the Western 8 Kingdoms this time would certainly ruffle a lot of nerves, and unexpected things would happen. The ugly-faced king of the 7/8 cursed angrily. Damned little Baka. Damn Roy. They're actually running towards us? Damn it. Pass down the order that the Western 8 immediately enter a state of high alert. Yes, Mr. Roy. That's our carrier. Whoa. 8 countries in the West. Roy didn't talk much nonsense with Ninomiya Shiro, and after glancing at the so-called carrier, he immediately lifted his feet and walked over. Upon entering the captain's room, the scene saw slightly surprised Roy as he realized that in the captain's room, there were several young girls in naval uniforms. The men under his command immediately began to move when they heard Boss Bayun's words, notifying the closest Eagle Sauce carrier formation to the Western Baja at fire speed. Mr. Roy, this is Captain Microsoft Matsushita. Glad to be of service. Seeing Roy's nod, Ninomiya Shiro's heart breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to point at the largest ship in the sea in the distance. It's also the flagship of the entire Navy. The news of the departure of the Little Baja carrier fleet was the first to reach the big house at 1600. The white boss sitting on the main seat listened to the words of his men with a somewhat cloudy expression on his face. The current situation was completely out of their control, making them rather passive. The deafening sound of a steam whistle suddenly rang out in the military harbor, and then the massive carrier began to set sail, sailing out of the harbor with the wind and the waves. Mr. Roy, these young girls are all from our naval fleet, just enlisted today. Seeing Roy glancing at the young girls, Shiro Ninomiya immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, "They are specially on board to serve your life and living. Just enlisted today?" Yes. The moment Roy boarded the Little Baca carrier, all the Baca Navy on the Little Baca carrier stood at attention and saluted him. I need to know exactly what they're thinking right now. Has their fleet started moving? If the Little Baca's fleet arrives in our waters and they haven't made an actual move, then the Western Baca immediately surrenders to Roy. End of chapter 98. Chapter 98 Aircraft Carrier Approaching, Tracking and Surveillance. Chapter 98 Aircraft Carrier Approaching, Tracking and Surveillance. On the ocean, Little Baca's carrier fleet chopped through the waves and headed toward the Western Eight. The sky on the ocean was overcast at this time, and not the slightest bit of sunlight could be seen. On the deck of the carrier, there was a huge recliner sitting at the moment. Roy crossed his legs and lay down on the lounge chair, enjoying the sea breeze, his face filled with a cozy look. 2 young girls wearing the uniforms of the Little Baca Navy were standing behind him, gently kneading his shoulders with their small, soft, boneless hands. Microsoft Matsushita, the carrier's captain, was standing to Roy's right. Matsushita Microsoft was about to cry and said anxiously, "If Hawk Jam's fleet suddenly makes a move against us, we could be completely destroyed." Analyzing the radar signals, it's Eagle Jam's carrier fleet, approaching in our direction, now 100 nautical miles away. Even the Locust King had been killed by him, so how could he, a small carrier captain, dare to have a messy mind? Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded on the carrier. The moment the alarm sounded, Microsoft Matsushita's face suddenly changed wildly. Let's just say, this Roy is a complete and utter lunatic. You contact the Eagle Jam fleet and tell them to get the hell out of there. Microsoft Matsushita opened his mouth, somewhat speechless for a moment. Hearing this, the light in Gario's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Immediately send out scout planes to scout. I want to figure out all the information about the opponent's movements right now." Little Baca's naval fleet would stand no chance against Eagle's carrier fleet. It would be easily sunk by the other side altogether and sent to the sea to feed the sharks. Quickly returning to the command room, he had his men begin to radio and contact the approaching Eagle Jam fleet. What? A carrier fleet has been spotted approaching? Who? Which country's carrier fleet is approaching us? Looking at Matsushita Microsoft's flustered look, Roy was not at all impressed and grunted lightly. Isn't it just the Eagle Jam carrier fleet coming? Make it look like an alien fleet is coming. Mr. Roy, there are about 2 hours left before our fleet enters the West 8 waters, 100 nautical miles away from the Little Baca Kingdom's naval fleet. A huge naval fleet with the flag of the Statue of Liberty was moving in the direction of the Little Baca's naval fleet, and it was none other than Eagle Jam's carrier fleet of the USS Eagle. If the Eagle Jam carrier fleet came running at them to make a move on them, then all of them would probably be screwed. What are you talking so much nonsense for? Roy frowned and glanced at Microsoft Matsushita with some impatience. If you are told to go, you go. If you talk nonsense again, I will kick you into the sea to feed the sharks. Believe it or not, just be prepared. Gario sniffed and glanced dissatisfiedly at the officers under his command. We're facing a madman now. What if we don't prepare for a counterattack and the other side suddenly opens fire on us? Immediately, a relevant person reported the situation to Panasonic Microsoft. The officer was creeped out, and it occurred to him what a terrifying madman they were now dealing with. Roy raised an eyebrow at that and said lightly, "I'm here, and Eagle Sauce dares to fire on me? Sir Gario, we are now about 100 nautical miles from the Little Baca Navy fleet." As the officer listened to Gario's words, a look of surprise appeared on his face and he spoke in a shocked tone. "Leave them alone. I'm aiming for Koziba." "Mr. Captain, are we really going to fire?" Didn't the orders from the 1600th big house tell us to just follow? It didn't tell us to be ready to fire, did it? He really couldn't figure out where Roy got such a big confidence that the other side really didn't dare to open fire. If the other side got desperate and opened fire at all costs, Roy would have to die too. Why wasn't he afraid? Crazy. The young man from the ancient country in front of him made him feel intimidated and couldn't afford the slightest bit of disobedience. Okay, I'm going to have someone contact the Eagle Jam fleet. Report, Captain. Carrier fleet sighted approaching. Matsushita Microsoft was so scared that he trembled. How could he dare to say more nonsense? He turned around in a hurry and left. Roy crunched through one of the large cherries the young girl had put in his mouth, savoring the sweet juice, and said lightly, as long as they don't get in our way, we'll pretend we didn't see them. Microsoft Matsushita nodded at his words and didn't dare to say anything more. What's happening? Why did you sound the alarm? Yes, Gario, the fleet commander, was standing in front of the window of the command room with a cup of coffee, looking out over the endless sea and blowing the sea breeze. Eagle Jam's carrier fleet is arguably the unrivaled fleet on the little wrecking ball. Microsoft Matsushita raised his hand to look at his wristwatch and said to Roy, there are now a number of ships that have appeared around us, which are cruising around us, apparently watching us. He was genuinely panicking, in that the fleet was floating on the surface of the sea. Behind Gario, a white naval officer, reported to him, at our current speed, it won't be long before we force our way into the opponent's defense circle. Matsushita Microsoft was a little flustered, and quickly said to Roy, our fleet has no chance of winning in front of the Eagle River fleet. Roy's comments silenced him dry, leaving him at a loss for words for a moment. Panasonic Microsoft. Mr. Roy, it's Eagle Jam's carrier fleet. They're approaching us. Brother, that's the Eagle Jam fleet. Gario took a sip of his coffee and nodded before asking, any reaction from the other side now? Prepare everything for firing at any time. But, it's true that it can't be as scary as an alien descending fleet, but it's still a small raggedy ball ceiling of combat power. We'd all be out of luck if they went all guns blazing on us. Mr. Roy, Matsushita Microsoft was dumbfounded. For a moment he thought he had heard wrong. Sir, our fleet. We simply don't have the strength to take them out. Just as Microsoft Matsushita was as anxious as an ant in a hot pot, Roy nibbled on another large cherry and said to it, go tell them that they better not come within 50 nautical miles of us or I'll take them all out. Not for the time being. The other party is still continuing to advance towards the West 8, the officer said, and the other party is still advancing at full speed. At most 2 hours we'll enter the West 8 waters. The orders from the 1600 set of houses really only told the Eagle carrier fleet to follow up. There was no order authorizing the use of weapons to attack. Little Baka's naval fleet was considered a very powerful force in the nearby waters. Matsushita Microsoft's face changed drastically, and he quickly asked aloud about the situation. Got it. This. Panasonic Microsoft heard this and tensed up. Microsoft Matsushita snapped his head back and barked a question at his men. Aboard the aircraft carrier Eagle. Would he dare? Panic about what? Mr. Captain, we've been contacted by someone from the Little Baka Kingdom. Just then, one of the Eagle Sauce GIs in charge of communications suddenly shouted, the person who contacted us is the commander of the Little Baka Nation's carrier fleet, and he says he wants to speak to you. End of chapter 99. Chapter 99, you won't listen to advice, right? Then kill them. Chapter 99, you won't listen to me. Will you? Then kill them. As Gario listened to the report from his communication soldiers, a look of doubt appeared on his face and his brows furrowed slightly. The Little Baka Navy contacted us? What do they want? Prior to action, they had then contacted the Little Baja Navy, but the other side kept treating them like air and ignored their requests for communication. As a result, now, the other party suddenly took the initiative to contact, which filled Gario's heart with disbelief. I don't know. Right now the other party is requesting to speak with you, Mr. Captain. The comms officer shook his head and said, the other party seems to be in a hurry. Mr. Captain, do you want to accept the other party's communication? A light flickered in his eyes, and after a moment's thought Gario nodded and walked over to pick up the microphone, wanting to see what the other man wanted. I am Commander Gario of the Eagle Carrier Fleet. How dare the district's Little Baka Naval Fleet dictate the actions of their Eagle Jam Carrier Fleet? What waves can Roy make then? Dare to do something about our carrier fleet? What? The entire Little Baka's fleet was ordered accordingly, and then all the ships began to adjust their course, heading straight in the direction of the Eagle Sauce fleet. Yes. Gario's words made him hear the other party's contemptuous disdain for him from the bottom of his bones, which made him angry and suffocated. If I tell you to go you go? What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Roy rudely interrupted. Hurry up. My patience is limited. Don't make me get up on your ass. Matsushita Microsoft swallowed a mouthful of water and said in a horrified tone, No, I can understand what you mean, Mr. Roy. It's just that our fleet is not a match for the Hawk Jam fleet. Now, Mr. Roy, the other party has refused the request you made. Roy smiled when he heard this from Microsoft Matsushita. Only the smile was a bit cold. He's only free if I let him be free. I don't let him be free. Get the hell out of here. Don't mind anyone. Microsoft Matsushita organized his words and carefully said to Roy, their commander, Gario, is adamant about carrying out his so-called freedom of navigation plan. You will immediately pass on the order to turn the fleet around and head towards the Eagle carrier fleet at once. Boom! As soon as Roy said this, it was like a thunderbolt falling on top of Microsoft Matsushita's head, shocking him to the point that his brain was buzzing and exploding. Mr. Matsushita, please watch your language. What unforeseen things? What can he do even if he's furious? Don't forget that right now he's still in Little Baka's fleet. If we're really pushed to the limit and directly destroy Little Baka's fleet, I don't believe he'll still be alive. He couldn't figure out why Roy was doing this, why he was taking such a big risk. It wasn't worth it at all. After hanging up the communication, Gario shook the coffee cup in his hand onto the tabletop with a thud and insulted with a grimace. Outrageous. It's too much. This Roy is simply too barbaric. How dare he want to interfere with our free navigation on the oceans? On what grounds? I don't give a damn about him. After Matsushita Microsoft gave the order, he once again came to Roy's side, and saw him still lying leisurely on that recliner, with a strong color of apprehension welling up in his eyes, and his heart was in a state of apprehension. When Microsoft Matsushita heard the beeping busy tone coming from the microphone, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and a hint of annoyance appeared on his face. Although he was holding back his anger at this point, he knew what the right thing to do was right now, so he hurriedly came to Roy once again. Hello, Mr. Gario. Instead of giving any comfort to Matsushita Microsoft's words, Shiro Kogamiya became even more worried and anxious. 9 Miyagi Shiro has now completely opened the pendulum. He saw Matsushita Microsoft a worried and panicked look, walked to the other side, whispered, Mr. Roy dared to do so. There must be his reasons. We just need to do it on the line. Besides, do you think Mr. Roy will take his own life joking? If he's not sure, how could he dare to do this? Asshole. Now that a person suddenly jumped out and dared to tell them what to do, naturally, it was unacceptable to him. Sir, the adjutant opened his mouth at these words from Gario. For a moment he didn't know what to say. In this fleet Gario's orders were absolute authority. What he decides, the fleet has no choice but to obey. While looking at the way home was about to storm out, his adjutant had a look of concern on his face and said in a grave tone, Are we really going to ignore Roy's warning and continue? Gario sneered and said in a murderous manner, I'm not as weak as those people in the big house of 1600. Being subservient to an oriental yellow-skinned monkey is simply laughable. Microsoft Matsushita trembled, not daring to say any more nonsense, and hurriedly turned around to give the order. As soon as Microsoft Matsushita on the opposite side heard Gario's voice, he immediately said, The actions of your carrier fleet have threatened the safety of our fleet, and you are now requested to immediately turn your course away. Gulp. However, Eagle Jam's carrier fleet has long since become accustomed to rampaging across the oceans, and the brutality is so thoroughly embedded in their bones that they can't allow anyone else to tell them what to do. These words from Microsoft Matsushita, who opened the door, instantly caused his face to swish and become gloomy, his eyes flashing with irritated fire. The Eagle carrier fleet, under strong orders from dignitaries in the house, had no choice but to continue their ho-hum advance, ignoring the warnings from Matsushita Microsoft to repel them. Gario was instantly enraged. I said that no one has the right to interfere with our free navigation, no matter who it is. Well, that's it. Not just him. Freedom of navigation? He's capable of anything. Will we ignore his warnings and completely enrage him into doing something we can't predict? Furious, Gario snapped and hung up the communication, not even wanting to say another word to Microsoft Matsushita, whom he had never laid eyes on. Picking up the receiver, Gario then opened the door to the opposite side of the room and asked Microsoft Matsushita, Mr. Microsoft Matsushita, what is your business? I'd like to see the other Little Baka Navy personnel present. After hearing Roy's words, all had horrified looks on their faces as well, looking at him in disbelief. Matsushita Microsoft, Mr. Gario, it wasn't my idea. It was Mr. Roy's, and Mr. Roy told you to get out. I'm going to make that Gario tell me to my face what the fuck freedom of navigation is. Is he really free without my permission? Our fleet continues on its established course. Do not approach within 50 nautical miles of our fleet, or we will make a counterattack, and I ask for Mr. Gario's understanding. Where did he get the nerve? That crazy guy, Gario, whose heart was on fire all of a sudden. His tone became icy. Now that our carrier fleet is sailing freely on the ocean, no outsider has the right to interfere to obstruct our free navigation. What are you thinking so much about? I think this lunatic is really daring. I even expect him to make a move on us first. That way, I'll have a good reason to send that damn scalawag to the ocean to feed the sharks. Soon. Roy frowned when he saw Microsoft Matsushita's shocked face. Can't understand what I'm saying, Galio? Inside the little Baka fleet. Because he thought a little about what Roy had done before, and realized that the man was a complete madman, and there was nothing he wouldn't dare do. End of chapter 100. Chapter 100. I'd like to see how big that Roy is. Chapter 100. I'd like to see how capable that Roy is. On the rough ocean, little Baka's fleet reversed course at Roy's command and headed straight for the Eagle's carrier fleet. The captain of the small Baka carrier, Microsoft Pine, looked at Roy, who was lying on a recliner with a bland and leisurely face, but his heart was tense. He really couldn't figure out why Roy dared to run at the Eagle carrier fleet, knowing that it was a nuclear-powered carrier of the Eagle Sauce, one of the strongest carrier fleets today. With the strength of the little Baka fleet, there was no chance of winning against Eagle Sauce's nuclear-powered carrier fleet. What are you thinking so much about? Naomi Ashiro looked at the anxious look in Matsushita Microsoft's eyes and whispered, "It's already happened. There's no need to think about it so much. Now what Roy tells us to do, we'll just listen obediently. Mr. Captain, now that the little Baka's fleet is coming in our direction, what should we do?" The crowd nodded, thinking that Hawk Jam was indeed rather afraid of the Western Eight, and of their sudden reversal. Is Roy planning on rushing Hawksbane? Leave us alone? 8 countries in the West. The White Bosses were also the first to learn that the small Baka fleet had reversed course and was headed for their carrier fleet. After Gario received the order, he had a rather ugly look on his face and couldn't help but curse darkly. Although Roy is indeed crazy and powerful, if he was willing to put up a fight, he would have destroyed him long ago. Where would he still let him trample Eagle Sauce's face on the ground and ravage it? Damn it! Bunch of weaklings. After scrutinizing the dead man's map, Roy picked the carrier fleet's summoning location and then closed the map. An official of the Western Eight Kingdoms, with an agitated face, said to the Western Eight Kings, "They seem to have given up the idea of trying to deal with us." Hearing these words from Shiro Kugon, a bitter smile appeared on Microsoft Matsushita's face, and he could only sigh as he shook his head. It quickly caused a huge ripple. "We can't afford to risk our carrier fleet being sunk, so it's important to make our position clear at the first opportunity." This, his every move. However, unbeknownst to him, Roy had opened up the dead man's map and started picking out suitable locations for summoning a fleet of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. With a relieved heart, the king of the Western Eight smiled and said to the Western Eight officials present, "It seems that Eagle Sauce is still afraid of us and had to step in to help us. Immediately convey orders to Gario, the commander of the Eagle's carrier fleet, to refrain from a head-on confrontation with Roy. As long as they didn't listen to advice, he wouldn't hesitate to let this carrier fleet be buried in the depths of the ocean." "Sir, our satellites have captured the Baka nation's fleet reversing direction. They seem to have changed their target." "Sir, we're not sure exactly what Roy wants at this point, but I think it's important that we make our position clear to him, which is to tell him that we're there to watch the fun and have no intention of making a move on him, all being watched by countless people." This matter, having just learned of this news, Boss Bai's face immediately revealed a look of astonishment, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of worry welling up in his heart. Inside the green tile grave office, the Western Eighth King froze for a moment as he listened to the exclamations of shock from the officials under his command, and then a smile appeared on his face as well. The White Boss was silent for a moment. Then he said, "We can't afford to lose a carrier fleet for a dog in the Western Eight. Great! We can now watch the show and see Roy get wiped out by the Eagle Jam carrier fleet." As soon as King Shiba heard the report from his men, a look of exhilaration appeared on his face and he hurriedly asked, "In which direction are they heading now? What are they planning to do?" The news brought a look of incredulity to his face as he exclaimed, "They dare to run at the Eagle Jam carrier fleet? Crazy, right? The Eagle Sauce carrier fleet is the most powerful carrier fleet on this little shitball. How dare they? Do they want to die?" The crowd listened to his words with thoughtful looks on their faces, and after a few moments of contemplation they all nodded their heads and agreed with him. "Roy, if he meets up with Eagle Jam's carrier fleet, I think he's going to be toast." Roy's actions are now the focus of the entire world. High-definition satellites from various countries were tracking and filming the movements of the carrier fleet, and the moment Roy had the little Baka fleet turn around, it was immediately noticed by all parties. The words of this Hawksbane bigwig echoed through the huge conference room. "Retreat? What does he want? King West 8? This news not only shocked the Western Eight Kings, but the civil and military officials of the Western Eight Kingdoms present were likewise very shocked. With a somewhat hard look on his face, the White Boss frowned and asked the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room, Why did he suddenly turn sideways to run at our carrier fleet? Oceanside. Inside the big house at 1600. Roy didn't intend to give any good looks to the fleet of Eagle Jam carriers that had run over to join the fun. A fleet of 10 Forte-class carriers surrounding the Eagle carrier fleet should easily eat. That's a good thing. Looks like Hawk Jam has struck. Aboard an aircraft carrier. Supreme Commander Gario, the first to receive orders from the big house at 1600. So, none of them could answer that question for the White Boss. While the little Bacchus fleet is unlikely to be a match for our carrier fleet, none of us know for sure if Roy, this mysterious fellow, still holds power in his hands that we don't know about. Oceanside. The various forces were highly concerned about this, and their think tank teams began to analyze the meaning of Roy's move, trying to figure out what he was trying to do. After the officials of the 8 Western countries were shocked for a moment, their faces all showed excitement, and they were all very excited about this news. The Eagle Jam bigwigs present were all a bit confused at this point, and couldn't figure out what Roy was up to. From what they've lateralized so far, it does appear that they're headed for the Eagle Jam fleet, but the specifics are unknown. After a moment's hesitation, the big man suddenly said to the White Boss, "He mustn't get the wrong idea, or I think that madman will make a move on our carrier fleet." At this time in outer space above the head of the little Bacca fleet, Gario's adjutant, a hint of hesitation anxiety color on his face. "Should we retreat?" He's always been a pretty tough hawk and has never given a second thought to the power of other nations. The reason for this, it was because his fleet of carriers, cruising the oceans all year round, had grown accustomed to being domineering and had given him a mindset of contempt for everything. Damn it, those people in the big house at 1600, all weak assholes. Do you think that he would really put himself in a dangerous situation? I think that the reason why he dares to do so, he must have an undercurrent that we don't know about. If Roy isn't afraid, what have I got to be afraid of? They were now really a bit afraid of Roy. Not only was this guy crazy and unlikable, he also held an undercard in his hand that they couldn't even fathom. Really? The carrier fleet, the Eagles, is moving forward in great numbers. When the West 8 official heard this, his face showed a trace of suspicion and uncertainty, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Roy seems to be running towards the Eagle Sauce carrier fleet." As soon as Gario heard this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he sneered. "How could our great Eagle Sauce carrier fleet retreat? Pass on my order. Accelerate forward and surround little Bacca's fleet. I'd like to see how capable that Roy is." End of chapter 101. Chapter 101, no. How dare they? Chapter 101, no. How dare they? Tough as nails Gario, directly ignoring orders from the 1600th big house, brazenly ordered the Eagle carrier fleet to proceed at full speed. At his command the carrier fleet of Eagles went forward at full speed and rapidly closed in on the little Bacca Navy fleet. In the end, the carrier fleet, the Eagle, surrounded and blockaded the entire Bacca fleet in a sea. The small Bacca Navy fleet, seeing the Eagle carrier fleet flying straight at them and quickly forming a circle around them, instantly panicked. "It's finished. We're surrounded. We shouldn't be sunk, should we? It's the Eagle carrier fleet. It's one of the strongest carrier fleets in Eagle Jam. Our entire fleet has fallen within the circle of the other side's fire coverage. If the other side suddenly opens fire, we won't be able to hold back at all." "Yes." Microsoft Matsushita took a deep breath and said in a low voice to Gariomi, "Now I'm relaying Mr. Roy's orders to you. Mr. Captain, we are surrounded." At the glance of Roy's icy cold eyes, Microsoft Matsushita trembled, his scalp almost exploded, and subconsciously nodded and turned around. "Because, Mr. Roy, we have been surrounded by Eagle Jam's carrier fleet." A sharp alarm sounded suddenly in the captain's room. Soon, just as Gario's adjutant was in a despondent mood, the Eagle Jam soldier in charge of communications suddenly shouted loudly at Gario. The moment Microsoft Matsushita turned around to do his business, Roy opened up the dead man's map and quickly began summoning a fleet of carriers at a designated spot. However, Roy's next words caused the look on his face to instantly stiffen and even turn a little white. "In half an hour, if there is still a single Eagle Sauce ship that has not hoisted the white flag, we will attack you and sink you all." Originally, what he wanted was for Roy to communicate with the other party, so that the situation would not escalate to the point of being completely uncontrollable, ultimately leading to the entire little Bacca naval fleet being sent to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Even the ship's captain, Microsoft Matsushita, was completely unable to sit still at this point. Microsoft Matsushita's scalp was numb, completely unable to comprehend what was going on in his mind, aboard the aircraft carrier Eagle. Suddenly, Roy's words made him think for a moment that he wasn't hallucinating, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Gario's adjutant said to him with some hesitation, "The other side has sounded the alarm, and we may have a firefight at any moment." "Humph, A firefight is a firefight. It's hard to believe that we're still afraid of him? Indeed. We should communicate with the other party. So looking at the huge nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the distance, he suddenly said, "You go and contact the other party." Gario's growl echoed through the captain's chamber. Angry reddened eyes, glaring angrily at the other Eagle Sauce sailors in the captain's chamber. Furious, Gario roared loudly, "With your little Baka's raggedy ships, you want to inherit our invincible fleet? Are you still awake?" He didn't even bother to pay attention to Microsoft Matsushita, and got up and walked to the edge of the carrier deck, looking out over Eagle Jam's carrier fleet ships from afar. Roy actually wants our invincible fleet to surrender? Is he crazy, or are we crazy? Who is he to make us surrender? Mr. Roy. The sailors on the Little Baka fleet all looked panicked when they were surrounded. The communicator then picked up the call, and Gario was the first to hear Microsoft Matsushita's voice. He felt that if he hesitated any longer, Roy would kick him into the sea. What's going on? Why is the alarm going off all of a sudden? What's gotten into you guys? Roy turned around and glanced at a horrified Microsoft Matsushita. Go! There seems to be big black fish under the water. Baka, are these white-skinned pigs crazy? Only to see a flash of cold light in Roy's eyes, he suddenly said coldly, "Go and tell the other side to let them all hang white flags and surrender at once, or I'll let them all be buried at the bottom of the sea." Galio, who had been interrupted hard, barely managed to hold his breath. The adjutant opened his mouth for a moment without words as he listened to Gario's words, but one can only think about it. The size of these 10 positional fleets is terrifying. Each fleet is not smaller than us in any way, and they are blocking all of our paths of retreat. But soon, he reacted from his daze, and the complexion on his face bristled with iron, the anger in his eyes almost spewing out. Gario grunted coldly, "It's best if they fire first. That would give me enough reason to bury them completely in the sea." He was tempted to stop it. Roy's eyes flickered at his words and he nodded. As soon as Gario heard the communication soldier's words, his eyes flickered for a moment and a sneer appeared on his face. "I'd like to see what he's trying to say. Stop this insanity of Gario ignoring the orders of the big house at 1600. Mr. Roy orders your fleet to fly a white flag and surrender immediately." A sudden alarm interrupted the angry Gario's rant. Listening to the words coming out of Microsoft Matsushita across the room, Gario's entire body froze, as if he thought he was hallucinating. The little Baka of the district dared to dictate to him, the noble commander of the Eagle Jam carrier fleet, and simply did not know how to die. Matsushita Microsoft, huh? Sir, our fleet has surrounded the little Baka fleet. Matsushita Microsoft's face was a little white, and his tone was anxious as he said to Roy, "If the other side opens fire, it won't take more than half an hour for us all to be sunk. In a carrier fleet on a mission, Commander Gario's authority is supreme, and no one can stop him from doing what he decides to do. Summon a fleet of 10 nuclear-powered carriers at the same time." As a result, Roy asked himself to let the other side hang a white flag and surrender? This operation he couldn't understand, nor dare to think about it. Can't understand human language? "Sir, Little Baka Carrier Fleet Captain Microsoft Matsushita is requesting a call. May I have access to the call?" "Mr. Gario, this is Commander Little Baka Carrier Fleet." An Eagle Jam GI with a terrified look on his face yelled out, "10 unknown fleets have appeared around our fleet. These 10 unknown fleets have completely surrounded our fleet." As soon as Microsoft Matsushita heard that, Easy seemed to have softened his tone. His heart was relieved and his face showed a touch of joy. When he thought about how Microsoft Matsushita had dared to threaten him earlier and told him to retreat, a surge of anger welled up in his chest. Unlike Matsushita Microsoft's panic and trepidation, Roy still looked quite calm and collected at this point. Looking at Luo had been so calm and collected until this moment. Fearing for his life, Microsoft Matsushita gritted his teeth and said stiffly, "I think we need to communicate with the Eagle Jam carrier fleet now. Access." As soon as Gario heard the news, his person was dumbfounded, an incredulous look on his face. "We're surrounded? How? How is this possible? Who dares to surround us?" After the shock, Gario couldn't help but exclaim, "We're Eagle Sauce's invincible fleet. Surrounding us? How did they dare?" End of chapter 102. Chapter 102. Roy has 10 carrier fleets? Eagle Sauce is scared shitless. Chapter 102. Roy has 10 carrier fleets? Eagle Sauce is numb with fear. The sudden news of his fleet being surrounded shocked and baffled Galio, who couldn't figure out what kind of person would dare to do such a bold thing. "Quickly, figure out for me who the hell is surrounding us." Gario grimaced and growled murderously at his men. "No matter what country's fleet it is, I'm going to make them pay." He couldn't understand even if he thought about it. It had already reached this kind of time when swords were drawn. Which ungrateful fellow still dared to come and provoke him? The men under his command didn't dare to hesitate when they heard his roar, and immediately began to radio in. trying to get in touch with the fleet that had suddenly surrounded them. However, in the face of the communication request they sent out, the other party simply ignored it, and there was a complete state of silence. This outcome made the Eagle sailors aboard the Eagle's carrier fleet even more nervous. Hurry, Oceanside. Because, however, what was detected, however, scared the Eagle saw sailors of the Eagle's carrier fleet all silly, and each of them looked like they had seen a ghost. The white boss sat in the main seat with a somewhat dumbfounded look on his face, staring blankly at the satellite-captured image of the 10 vast carrier fleets surrounding the Kitty Hawk's carrier fleet. What's going on? The reconnaissance planes that took off then detected the situation. Looking at the massive Ford-class aircraft carrier on the screen, and the various warships arching around the carrier, Gario's brain exploded with a buzz, and his entire body was dumbfounded, his eyes nearly glaring out of their sockets. Damn, what are you babbling about? Even if he moved the entire Eagle Jam Navy, he couldn't fuck up the 10 carrier fleet across the street, let alone the fact that he only has one carrier fleet right now. The people under his command didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation at this time, and immediately contacted the 1600th big house with the fastest speed. None of them felt that there was a chance that Galio would come back alive. When the white boss heard these words, his face changed in color, and the anger in his heart rose at once. When this damned bastard Gario comes back, he must be court-martialed. Galio? Because he knows very well that. As the crowd listened to his words, a bitter smile appeared on their faces, thinking that the white boss seemed to be overthinking things. Soon, one of the Eagle Jam bigwigs, with a somewhat gray face, gritted his teeth and said, "Now we should be thinking about how our carrier fleet of Kitty Hawk can survive circling these 10 carrier fleets. Ask them what the hell is going on. I need to know exactly where these carrier fleets are coming from. Are they running towards us? Is there any connection to Roy?" The white bosses and their Eagle Jam bigwigs had actually found out about the sudden appearance of a fleet of 10 mysterious carriers before Gario did. Around their carrier formation, like ghosts, a fleet of 10 carriers suddenly appeared, and the carriers in the carrier fleet looked familiar to them no matter how they looked at them. And then they took a closer look. Those words sent a chill down the spines of the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room. If one of Eagle Jam's carrier fleets was wiped out in the ocean, it would be a crushing blow to the entire Eagle Jam. He even thought he was hallucinating his eyes, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. But no matter how much he rubbed his eyes, the aircraft carrier on the detected image was still clearly displayed there. After freezing for a while, Gario, whose complexion changed drastically, let out a fierce cry of alarm. How did the Ford-class aircraft carrier appear here? And also appeared 10 ships at the same time? The entire Eagle sauce is not right. The entire Blue Star doesn't have so many Forte-class carriers. Contact the big house at 1600. Inside the big house at 1600. Sir, this is not the time to think about whether or not these aircraft carriers were built by our Eagle Jam Nation. Our carrier fleet, the Kitty Hawk, is now in a state of extreme danger and could be annihilated at any moment. After checking the situation, one of the officers under his command fearfully came to Gario's face, trembling, reported to him, "We are surrounded by a fleet of Ford-class carriers, and, still, a fleet of 10 carriers. If these 10 mysterious carrier fleets that suddenly appeared are running to them, then they are finished today." They found that, after freezing for a moment, he snapped back to his senses, glared at the officer who had spoken, and growled angrily, "Isn't that our Eagle Sauce carrier? The Ford-class carrier? How could our carriers surround us? And, still a fleet of 10 carriers? Court-martialed?" After a long silence, the white boss opened his mouth and asked with difficulty to the crowd of Eagle Jam bigwigs present, "How did this fleet of 10 carriers suddenly appear? And why? Didn't I know that our country had ever built so many Ford-class carriers?" This news was really a bit unbelievable for him, and he couldn't believe it was true at all. "Mr. Galio, it's been cleared up." The officer pointed to the massive carrier in the recon footage and said in a somewhat dry voice, "That's a Ford-class carrier. And there is no flag of our Eagle Sauce flying on this carrier. It means that this carrier has nothing to do with us." The situation. It made the entire atmosphere of the large house of 1600 fall into an eerie silence. And the atmosphere was extremely depressing, not only a blow to strength, but a huge blow to prestige. So, the thing they have to think about now is really stopping something as extreme as the annihilation of the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet. This is a horse crowd. With these words, Gario, who was still in the midst of his anger, had a dumbfounded face, an incredibly shocked look in his eyes, and the man was dumbfounded. The officer under his command, not surprised by Gario's reaction, scrambled to turn on his scout and reconnoitered the image. What is this if not a Ford carrier? Wasn't it the Eagle Sauce Ford-class carrier? It's a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. This Roy guy, he's really daring to do something big. Mr. Galileo, please see. In the face of these words from the white boss, the people present were silent. They were also quite confused and didn't know what was going on right now. This moment. His scalp is tingling, his heart is cold, his brain is buzzing and exploding, and he actually has a feeling of being somewhat disoriented. Can someone please tell me? Have no choice but to. All they could do was send a scout plane, by way of a reconnaissance plane, to go ahead and see what was going on. This moment, Gario was completely flustered. The previous attitude of being high and mighty and completely disregarding the opposite party disappeared into thin air at this moment. Hurry up and make contact. Try contacting Riot. Although Boss White was angry, until he knew that anger would not help, and after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "We must do everything we can to save our Kitty Hawk carrier fleet." End of chapter. Chapter 103, throw them all into the sea and feed them to the fishes. Chapter 103, throw them all into the sea and feed them to the fishes. Whether it was Eagle Jam or the other powers, they looked at the 10 carrier fleet that suddenly appeared around the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet. Both were scared out of their wits. Scared to silence. The major powers had to start reassessing Roy's strength once again and adjust their attitudes towards him. The first thing that came to the minds of the bigwigs inside the big house of Eagle Sauce 1600 was not to fight Roy to the death, but to try to contact Roy to see if they could negotiate a way to get Roy to spare the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet. However, their pleas to communicate their demands were simply ignored by Roy, which made the Boss White's men even more numb. Matsushita Microsoft then radioed Roy's message to the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet across the street. "Attention all Hawkmasters aboard the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet. Bounce back and forth. Don't mess with me. If you mess with me, your ancestors' graves will be raised for you." All the sailors of the carrier fleet of the Eagle Sauce Kitty Hawk, who had received the order, were ready to surrender at the first opportunity, and white flags were hoisted on all the major ships. On the little Baja carrier, originally, he thought that the Eagle Jam carrier fleet could be a little more hardened and fuck with him, but it turned out to be such a wimp. Since it was an order from the big house of 1600, then, they are out of their division. Won't be held accountable. Microsoft Matsushita, listening to these words from Shiro Kudamiya, nodded slightly and said no more, but hurriedly went to carry out Roy's orders. Yes. Phew. Hearing these words from the vice captain, the officers of the Eagle Jam fleet, who were present, breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if they were relieved. On board the small Baka carrier, Roy said to Microsoft Matsushita, "You hurry up and inform the opposite side. My time is precious." At this time, he was in a rather emotional mood. "Surrender? You bunch of weak and incompetent losers. How dare you think of surrendering? Are you worthy of the honor of the Hawk Jam Navy?" Matsushita Microsoft and the others listened to Roy's words and stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. Gario was also a madman at heart, and in the face of the opposite side's persuasion, not only did he not have the slightest intention of wanting to surrender, but instead decided to fight to the death. Listening to Gario's roar, the fleet commanders present, one by one, had a panicked look on their faces. "Go to level 1 combat readiness." Roy watched as the Eagle Sauce carrier fleet ships raised their white flags and couldn't help but bristle, snorting inwardly. "Sure." As Microsoft Matsushita walked past Shiro Kudamiya smiled and said, "The thing we need to do now is to completely set our minds right and give Mr. Roy a good job. It's the only way we can survive. Mr. Roy, this is a long way from the shoreline, and if we throw them all overboard, they'll all be finished, won't they? What to do? Really surrender? Sir, Roy is refusing to communicate with us. Tell the opposite side that if they don't surrender in 10 minutes, I'll send them to the sea to feed the fish. If you do not surrender in 10 minutes, the warriors under Mr. Roy will attack you." In the face of his men's persuasion, Gario became even more furious, and even directly drew the matching gun at his waist, pointing it at one of the officers who had persuaded him, and said coldly, "Immediately, Galileo was crazy. They weren't, and without much will to fight, they would never be willing to risk their lives when they knew it was a dead end. All hands on deck." The entire Kitty Hawk carrier fleet echoed with the voice of Microsoft Matsushita, and as they listened to his words, the Eagle Jam sailors on the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet, each one of them had a look of trepidation on their faces. Roy has a simple mindset. Just as they were shocked beyond words, Roy spoke again and said to them, "Send someone out immediately to throw any Hawksbane on the Hawksbane carrier fleet overboard. I will not allow any Hawksbane on my carrier fleet. The captain will not surrender." In the face of this questioning from the white boss, the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room were speechless, and they couldn't figure out Roy's mindset. Fight the opposite side, from hell to heaven and back again. What the F? Why does he have to be so extreme? The white boss grimaced and couldn't help but curse angrily. Having already put his stance so low, why is he still unwilling to give up? Crowd. Bang. standing behind Roy. Matsushita Microsoft and the other little baka looked at the white flag raised by the Eagle Sauce carrier fleet across the street, and each had a look of disbelief on their faces, their brains buzzing and exploding. Soon, surrender, or we'll all die. However, the Eagle Sauce sailors aboard the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet murmured, most of them thinking it would be better to surrender in a hurry. One of the Eagle Jam bigwigs said to the white boss with a bemused look on his face, looks like he really wants to exterminate the Kitty Hawk carrier group. Today he felt like he was on a roller coaster. Crowd? So, immediately, someone advised Gario that he should not be impulsive and should have to choose to surrender immediately. I told you, there's no need to think about it. Anyone who knows Gario knows that trying to get him to surrender is an almost impossible task. Never surrender. As Gario listened to Microsoft Matsushita's shouts, an angry look appeared on his face and he growled thunderously, we are all noble Eagle Jam soldiers. I'd rather die in battle on the sea than ever surrender in humiliation. Actually, so, he does intend to eat the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet now. Sink your entire carrier fleet at all costs and send it to the depths of the ocean to feed the fish. Their little Kalami words didn't count, and it was up to Gario, the fleet's supreme commander, to decide whether or not to surrender. Soon, the crowd was stunned by the suddenness of the situation and turned back towards the person who had fired the shot, realizing that the person who had fired the shot was the vice captain. We don't need an officer who leads us to pointless death. The sub-captain holstered his pistol and gave a cold look at Gario, who was lying on the ground and said, I've just received an order from the big house of 1600, ordering us all to surrender. Never in his wildest dreams did he realize that Roy had 10 powerful carrier fleets under his command, backhanding the Kitty Hawk carrier fleet. The benevolent Mr. Roy is giving you a chance to surrender. Matsushita Microsoft, at this point, is in an exciting mood. You have 10 minutes to surrender. Shiro Kodamiya gulped, his scalp tingling. Will this completely enrage Eagle Jam sailors, causing them to fight to the death? Before Galio could even finish his words, a sudden gunshot rang out in the captain's chamber, and a bullet hole appeared in Galio's forehead, followed by his eyes widening in disbelief as he slowly collapsed. Resist, resist and kill. Roy looked indifferent and said lightly, cut the crap and hurry up and carry out the orders. I want a clean carrier fleet. End of chapter 104. Chapter 104, what's the point of fighting for your life when you're earning some dead wages? Chapter 104, what's the point of fighting for your life when you're earning some dead wages? All the ships of the Eagle's carrier fleet, with their bright white flags flying, sailors took to the decks. At this moment, a helicopter gunship was hovering over the head of the Eagle carrier. All the Eagle Sauce sailors on the carrier looked up at the helicopter gunship that swaggered over. Many people looked at the helicopter gunship with a bright and uncertain gleam in their eyes, because Roy was sitting in that helicopter at the moment. Should we shoot this helicopter down? Shoot the chopper down and Roy's dead. Don't drag me with you if you want to die. Even if we beat him to death, do you think we can live? Don't think so much about it. What are we fighting for when the big house of 1600 has told us to surrender? That's right, we're just earning a dead wage. There's no need to fight for our lives. Let the lords in the big house do the fighting. The Eagle Jam sailors whispered, some thinking of fucking Roy down. But more people. And yet, I think the idea is silly. It's just getting a little paycheck. As for putting your own life on the line, even if they took Roy out and put themselves on the line, it wouldn't be worth it to fight. It's also the old men in the big house who spell it out. They make more. As the Eagle Sauce sailors watched, the helicopter circled before landing on the deck of the Eagle carrier. Finally, Roy's figure stepped out of the helicopter. Brush up. Everyone on the Eagle carrier had their eyes locked on Roy's figure at the first opportunity. Many of the Eagle Sauce sailors had extremely mixed feelings as they watched him step off the helicopter in a calm and collected manner. As sailors of the Eagle Sauce carrier fleet, they've always run roughshod over the oceans and strutted their stuff. And today, instead they had to surrender in humiliation because of the Oriental man who stepped out of the helicopter. Following Roy down was Shiro Kogamiya, who was in a very excited and uplifted mood the moment he boarded the Eagle carrier. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would one day be able to board Eagle Jam's Eagle carrier in this manner. As a victor, it seems that when Roy's a dog, is not without a little benefit. At the very least the Hawk Sauce people now dare not continue to look down on me. Looking at Roy's tall and sturdy back, Nine Palace Shiro face showed a smile. At this point in time, he felt honored to be a dog. Who wouldn't be a dog for? Being a dog for Hawksbane doesn't get you anything, but being a dog for Roy gets you to stomp on Hawksbane, which is just too good to be true. Roy's thoughts on Shiro Kogamiya behind him. No interest whatsoever. His gaze swept over the faces of the crowd of Eagle Jam sailors. Everyone get off my carrier immediately. After scanning the Eagle Sauce sailors, he simply told all of them to get the hell out of there. With these words, The Eagle Jam sailors were collectively dumbfounded. A look of disbelief crossed Vice Captain Ritz's face and he gave Roy a dumbfounded look, his brain buzzing. That's not the right script. Didn't the people of the ancient world always treat their captives with favor? Why does he want me to die? Mr. Roy. Vice Captain Rizzy had to rush forward and said anxiously, how can we leave now that the carrier is still floating in the ocean? You are asking us to die. He originally thought that he had already surrendered, and Roy should not continue to make things difficult for them, but it turned out that this madman simply did not act according to common sense. Just boarded the Eagle and told them to get lost? Where are they rolling? Jumping into the sea en masse? It's hundreds of nautical miles from the coastline. If they jumped into the ocean, they'd be screwed. I need to care about your lives? Roy raised an eyebrow and hummed lightly and said indifferently, now that this carrier belongs to me, I won't allow you outsiders to appear on my carrier. Is there a problem? Ritz, the words are this, but we don't want to die either. We won't surrender if we want to die. Mr. Roy. Just as Ruiz was getting a bit of a head start, Shiro Kogamiya suddenly stepped forward and whispered, I think it's perfectly fine for these guys to stay behind and be used as cannon fodder to clean up little Seba. As soon as Roy heard the bastard's words, he suddenly felt that it made so much sense. Although he could summon a large number of dead soldiers under him at any time, these dead soldiers could not really be summoned to die for nothing, could they? It seems to make more sense to let the other cannon fodder die. On the other hand, Ruiz and the other Eagle Sauce sailors, when they heard Shiro Kogamiya's words, their faces suddenly changed in color. Each one of them had an angry look in their eyes, staring viciously at this little baka, Ninomiya Shiro, faced with their menacing eyes. If it was the old Shiro Kogamiya, there was a real possibility that he would be a bit nervous. But now, what are you guys looking at? I'm doing you guys a favor. Ninomiya Shiro blared viciously back at Ruiz and cursed angrily. Aren't you willing to serve Mr. Roy? That's all the value you guys have right now. If you don't even have this much value, then you guys should hurry up and jump into the sea. Listening to these fox-like words from Shiro Kogon, Ruiz and the other Eagle Jam people were angry and furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. In fact, they also understood that if they wanted Roy to let them go now, it seemed like the only thing they could really do was to sell their lives for Roy. Mr. Roy. Ruiz's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, we are willing to serve you. Just hope that you can give us a way to live after the matter is settled. Hearing this from the Eagle's carrier's Vice Captain Ritz, Roy grunted lightly in disbelief. It's up to you to survive. After thinking about it in his mind for a while, he felt that he could indeed let these Eagle Sauce sailors go and use them as cannon fodder for himself. So he immediately said, all of you return to your posts at once, and then turn your course toward the Western 8, and give me a front to clean up little Seba. If you perform to my satisfaction, then I can give you a chance to live. As soon as Ruiz heard Roy's words, he let out a sigh of relief. He was not feeling any pressure about cleaning up the district's small west bar. Okay, Mr. Roy, I hear you. After biting his teeth, Ruiz also stopped talking nonsense and immediately instructed all of his men. All of you immediately return to your respective workstations. Prepare to continue sailing and push into the West 8 seas. The Eagle Sauce sailors only wanted to survive. So in this situation, they didn't dare to think much, but could only immediately return to their respective posts one after another. Soon, the Eagle carrier fleet, once again, began to set sail, heading straight in the direction of the waters of the Western 8. As the carrier fleet of the Eagle set sail, Roy gave the 10 carrier fleets under his command the order to blockade the waters and forbid any warships of any other power from entering. The 8 Western nations were the first to learn of the departure of the Eagle's carrier fleet. Green tile grave. In the office of the West 8th King, a look of panic immediately appeared on the face of the Western 8th King when he learned that the Eagle carrier fleet had surrendered and was once again heading in the direction of his home waters. Goddamn Eagle Sauce. Damn white-skinned pigs. You guys are real losers. Surrendering to Roy without firing a single shot at. Panicked and nervous, King Nishiba growled angrily from behind his desk. What about us if you surrender? You want us to resist Roy on our own? What kind of joke is that? And why is their carrier fleet heading towards our waters? In this moment, the King of the West 8 regretted following Hawk Jam's advice and being the first to step forward as a standout to provoke Roy. Sir, the Eagle Jam fleet surrendered and is still heading in the direction of our waters. I think they want to make a move on us. A West 8 official, with a white face, said to the West 8 King, we now need to think about what to do next. End of chapter 105. Chapter 105 I suggest that we welcome the King's Master with joy. Chapter 105 I suggest that we welcome the King's Master with joy. What's next? This question instantly silenced the Western 8th King. At this point in time, he felt like an ant in a hot pot. You guys don't ask me what to do. Now I'm the one asking you guys what to do. The West 8 King's face shifted for a moment, and with an angry glint in his eyes he swept a glance at the West 8 ministers present, and angrily shouted, "Before, you were the ones who suggested that I listen to Eagle Sauce. You're the ones who created this situation. You must find a solution to the current predicament." Crowd. Listening to this kind of dumping remarks from the 7-8 kings, the civil and military ministers of the 8 western kingdoms were dryly silenced. "Speak up. What are you doing with your mouths closed? If you can't use your mouth, you can gag it." Seeing that all of them remained silent, the West 8th king was furious. "Normally, each and every one of you is so capable of screaming. Now keep screaming." Looking at the appearance of the West 8 king, who was so angry that he almost lost his mind a little bit, the civil and military ministers of the West 8 kingdom, while being speechless in their hearts, had to think of a way out. "Sir, I suggest," a minister of the Western 8 kingdoms, after hesitating for a moment, said loudly through clenched teeth, "Let's welcome the king's division with joy." "Happy to welcome the king's master?" The West 8th king froze for a moment when he heard this, then reacted and almost jumped out of his chair. "You mean you want us to surrender to Roy? You know this." "Sir, don't be in a hurry. Just hear me out." Before the West 8 king finished his words, the West 8 minister, who gave the advice, said once again, "Eagle Sauce couldn't do anything with Roy, and was made to look dusty by Roy. Do you think that we are Roy's rivals? Suppose we were immortalized with Roy. What would be the final result? Have you thought about it, sir?" The little baka across the sea is the stark example. The moment the Western 8th king heard this, he was dumbfounded. Even thinking about what happened to the little Baga Locust king, he couldn't help but shiver and be filled with fear. "It's going to die. It's going to be Roy alive." "Sir, I don't think it's a shame to submit to Roy," the minister said again through clenched teeth. "Even Eagle Jam's Eagle carrier fleet surrendered. So it's not like we're surrendering, and it's not like we can be more humiliated than Eagle Jam, king of the West 8? He was silent. "It seems like such a thing?" Although the little Sebas screamed all day long that they were a great power in the universe, King Seba was still a bit pushed, and he knew very well that Seba was not even on the same level compared to Eagle Sauce. Now, that superpower Eagle Jam, all in front of Roy, all ate countless violent losses. A large number of Eagle Jam soldiers surrendered to Roy. It didn't seem like a particularly unfathomable thing for their little Seba to surrender to Roy. Not only the 8 kings of the West were silent at the minister's words, others present, there was also a flurry of silence at this point, because they all felt that the minister had a point. A few moments later, "Sir, I recommend surrender. I also recommend surrender. Surrender in order to live. If we don't surrender, I have a feeling Roy will kill us all." The group of civil and military ministers of the 8 Western countries who came back to their senses, one after another, they opened their mouths to persuade the 8 Western kings to surrender. Surrender. As the Western 8th king listened to the persuasion of the crowd, the expression on his face changed for a while, and a flash of deep helplessness and despair surfaced in the depths of his eyes. If you can. Naturally, he didn't want to surrender. Although, he, the king of Nishihachi, was subject to the constraints of the major consortia within Nishihachi, and was often aggravated, but he was ultimately a king. But after the surrender, he probably wouldn't be able to keep his title as king. However, in comparison to a small life, the title of king didn't seem impossible to give up. After all, if you die, you lose everything. Hesitation. The West 8th king clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he asked to the crowd of civil and military ministers of the 8 Western countries present, "Do you know what Roy likes? Money, beauty, or something else? If you know, hurry up and send someone to prepare for it, and when Roy arrives, you must make him happy." Crowd? Not. Did you change your attitude that fast? You learn to change faces. The group of civil and military ministers of the West 8 kingdom, although they all feel ridiculous for this transformation of the West 8 king, they feel that this question of his is very important. Having chosen to surrender, that would have to satisfy Roy, because it was the only way to make their lives a little better after surrendering, instead of being ravaged and tortured by Roy's madness. "Sir, I don't think there's any need for you to think so much," a minister said suddenly after the light in his eyes flickered for a moment. "After we surrender, the whole of the Western 8 kingdoms will be his. Do we still need to send anything? If he wants anything, he will take it himself." King West 8. Good point. Understood. The king of the Western 8 clenched his teeth and suddenly stood up, saying to the crowd of civil and military ministers of the Western 8 present, "All of you, come with me to greet Roy and the arrival of the king's division." Aboard the aircraft carrier Eagle, Roy, who had given the Eagle carrier a tour, was sitting on the captain's throne, looking at Vice Captain Ritz. "Why don't all of your Eagle Jam carrier fleet come over here? I was thinking of wiping out your fleet." Ritz, It's because I'm afraid you'll wipe out the fleet in one fell swoop that I haven't sailed all the carrier fleet over here. Mr. Roy, this matter is not for me to decide. You need to ask the 1600 to the big man inside the house. Ruiz's face showed a touch of bitter smile color. Helplessly said, I'm just a small aircraft carrier captain only. Don't have that much power. Sooner or later I'll ask. Roy raised an eyebrow, the light in his eyes blazing. This free land of eagle sauce shouldn't belong to you barbaric ghost animals occupying it. Raz's scalp tingled as he stared daggers at Roy, not realizing that he had such a big appetite and such crazy ideas. He went so far as to want to take over all of Eagle Jam's land. Mr. Roy, your idea, it shouldn't come true. Ritz clenched his teeth and said somewhat unconvincingly, when it really comes to that, Hawk Sauce will unite and rebel against you together. If you have the guts to resist, then you guys can just resist and see if I'm done killing or not. Roy snorted and glanced at Ruiz in disbelief, not bothering to say more to him on this matter, but said, get the fleet ready for the attack, and when you get into the range of the fire attack, first wash the green tile grave, and clean up all those stinking bugs inside. Hiss. Ritz sucked in a breath of cold air. Mr. Roy, are you really going to launch an attack on the green tile tomb? What's the problem? Roy frowned and said impatiently, go prepare if you're told to. What's the point of whining so much? Hurry up and go. Good. Seeing Roy's eyes become stern, Ruiz didn't dare to say more nonsense, and could only turn around and prepare to convey the order. But the moment he had just turned around, an Eagle Sauce sailor suddenly walked toward him and whispered to him, Captain, the people of the Western Eight have contacted us. End of chapter. 106. Chapter 106, Fear of Authority but not Fear of Virtue. Chapter 106, Fear of Might, not Fear of Virtue. What do they want? Ruiz suddenly heard the news reported by his men and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Why are they suddenly trying to contact Mr. Roy? Could it be? After thinking for a moment, Ruiz suddenly reacted, guessing in his mind the purpose of Saihachi's move. These little Sebas are also soft. Roy hasn't even reached their doorstep yet and they're thinking of surrendering? Ruiz skimmed his lips, and in his heart, he despised this kind of behavior from Saihachi with the utmost contempt. However, when he thought about his current situation, the look on his face became somewhat subtly complicated. Even they had to raise their hands obediently to Roy. Saihachi surrendering to Roy doesn't seem like a hard thing to understand? Captain, is this something to report to Mr. Roy? The Eagle Sauce sailor asked in a whisper as he watched his officer's face change for a moment. Don't you dare hide it from me. Raz glared at him. I don't have the guts anyway. No. The Eagle Sauce sailor shook his head in a hurry, a bitter smile on his face. I have a feeling that if I hide this from Mr. Roy, all of us will be killed by him. The thought of all the crazy things Roy had done before sent some chills down his spine, and he didn't even dare to have such thoughts. Just understand. Raz grunted lightly, then asked, what did Saihachi say? What do they want? It was the West 8th King who contacted us personally, wanting us to carry a message to Mr. Roy for him, wanting to communicate with Mr. Roy personally, the Eagle Sauce sailor said. As for what exactly is going on, King Nishiba didn't tell us. Ritz frowned, a little puzzled in his mind, but didn't dare to think too much and stall for time, instead quickly returning to Roy's face. What for? Did you do what I asked you to do? Seeing Ruiz go in return, Roy raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him rather impatiently. Mr. Roy, we have been contacted by the King of West 8 and would like to speak and communicate with you. Ritz only felt his scalp tingle at the look in Roy's eyes, and hurriedly told him the situation. After hearing this, Roy narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of surprise in his eyes. In a split second, he actually thought about what the Western Eight wanted to do. Mr. Roy, what do you think? Do you want to communicate with the King of West 8? Seeing that Roy seemed to be thinking, Ritz carefully asked both. Contact my ass. Don't you just want to surrender? Roy sneered. What did you do before? Now you want to surrender so easily and ask me to let them go? Dream on. Raz's scalp tingled and he looked at Roy with some horror. From Roy's words, he heard a cold murderous intent. Ignore them and keep moving. Roy didn't care what was going on in Ruiz's mind and sneered. If you want to take a wild dog as a house dog, you have to beat him up and scare him first, so you can hold him later. So, once the fleet is in attack range, destroy all their military bases along the coast first, pull out their teeth, break their bones, their spines, then we'll talk about surrender. Little Seba has always been more afraid of authority than of virtue. This dog, he must be smacked hard. He'll only know fear if he's beaten him badly. You won't dare to have a messy little mind in the future. Later on, little Seba would become one of his back gardens, and he would never allow any bedbugs that upset him to jump around in this back garden. Ritz sucked in a breath of cold air as he listened to Roy's words, horrified. In this moment, He was acutely aware of Roy's ruthless dominance and worried about Eagle Jam's future. Roy is now a nail in the heart of Hawk Jam, with Hawk Jam still occupying SF. In the future, Hawksbane is bound to have a huge outburst with Roy over this crazy arm wrestling. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of a state of confusion Hawksbane would be in by Roy at that point. Mr. Roy, after a moment's hesitation, Ritz asked stiffly, will you, in the future, be in Eagle Jam? Hear this. Roy's eyes glanced at him indifferently, and a playful sneer appeared on his face as he watched his worried and terrified expression. What I will do remains to be seen if you Eagle Sauce will behave. As Raz's scalp tingled, Roy faded. If you Eagle Sauce upset me, then I'll drive you natives, all of you, out into the Atlantic Ocean, and make that land of the free only my own. Ritz. This reply from Roy instantly made him feel pressurized and sweaty. In this moment, how he wished that countries such as West 8 would continue to jump around and hold Roy back so hard that he wouldn't have the energy to set his sights on Eagle Jam. However, West 8, on which he had pinned so much hope, was in a state of chaos at this point. The little Sebas had learned that Roy was coming toward them. Inside the green tile grave office, the king of the Western 8 nervously loses himself in front of the phone, waiting for news. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Why hasn't Roy replied? What does he want? The West 8th king was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, circling around the phone with a look of trepidation on his face that he couldn't hide. Looking at the anxious appearance of King Shiba, the Shiba civil and military officials present were equally anxious in their hearts. They had originally thought that Roy would surely accept them as long as they released a signal of surrender to him. But judging from what's happening now, things aren't as simple as they thought. The signals they released went out as if Roy hadn't seen them and didn't respond at all. Sir, I think we should make multiple preparations and take the initiative to signal our submission to Roy internationally. Park Broken Eagle, the Chancellor of the Western 8 Kingdoms, suddenly spoke up and suggested, our country's television station should also announce to the nation, at the first opportunity, that we are going to surrender to Roy. At the same time, so should our diplomatic channels. And I think this has to happen as soon as possible. The sooner the better. It's best to get this message out to the whole world before Roy's fleet arrives in the West 8 seas. In that case, Roy might, for that reason, leave us West 8 alone. The Western 8th King, who was anxious and at a loss for words, heard this advice from Chancellor Park Broken Eagle and his eyes lit up. Do it! King Shiba gritted his teeth. We have to make this news public at the first opportunity. Let the globe know the sincerity of our surrender. Soon, all the television stations, paper media, online media, and even major internet platforms in the 8 Western countries published and broadcasted the heavy news at the first time. The Kingdom of West 8 has shown the world that it is willing to submit to Roy and honor him as the King of West 8. This news comes as soon as the entire world was suddenly abuzz with this, and countless people were stunned. The little Western 8 sect of the Western 8 Kingdoms was even more greatly stimulated by the group's anger. Asiba, how did this happen? Our country surrendered to Roy without firing a single shot? Damn it! We're a cosmic power. It's the birthplace of Eastern civilization. It's the daddy of the ancient Eastern countries. Why should we surrender? I will fight for Siba. Never will I surrender. Damn it! Who is our king to surrender? We will not be slaves. Never surrender. Fight to the death. End of chapter. Chapter 107. Chapter 107 You resisted in the end. Chapter 107 You resisted in the end. The stimulated Kashi-Hachis clamored to fight for their country, to fight Roy to the death and never surrender. Even countless small Sebas traveled in angry hordes when they learned of the news. These knots of small Western 8s headed toward the harbor where Roy was about to arrive, intending to protest, denounce, and even fight Roy when he arrives. When King Nishibachi learned about little Nishibachi's shouting and their behavior, he was so angry that he slapped his thighs. Stupid! These dumbass! I'm trying to save them, and they don't know what's good for them? How dare they call me a weakling? Damn it! King Nishihachi growled thunderously and smashed the things in his office furiously. Even Eagle Jam had to go soft on Roy. What right do we, the little Nishihachi, have to play hardball with Roy? Is it all about wanting to die? The little baka across the sea, don't they know how bad it is? A bunch of short-sighted fools. The roar of the Western 8 Kings echoed within the green tile tomb office, and the civil and military officials of the Western 8 Kingdoms present all had rather ugly looks on their faces. From their point of view, it was a rare thing for Konishihachi to surrender to Roy without any problems. With the strength of little Seba nowadays, provoking Roy would only end up in Roy's destruction. Not to mention, a fleet of 10 carriers in Roy's hands would be enough to give little Seba a run for his money. Nope, he's also now captured an Eagle Jam carrier fleet, plus little Baka's navy. With the power of the navy alone, it could have abused little Seba over and over again, or even, in the extreme, turned the entirety of little Seba into a wasteland. In this situation, King Nishihachi couldn't figure out what those stupid little Nishihachis were up to. Sir, you'd better not get angry for a while. It's not worth it if you get angry. Park Broken Eagle, the Chancellor of the Western Eight Kingdoms, stepped forward to persuade the angry king of the Western Eight. Let's think about what we should do now if Roy doesn't accept our surrender. Hearing Park Broken Eagle's words, King West Eight's face stiffened and he only felt a chill run down his spine. If Roy won't accept the surrender, what are they going to do? Tell the truth. He doesn't know. Just as the king of the Western Eight was at a loss, the vast fleet of ships had already entered the Western Eight waters. And, at the first moment of entering the sea, all the ships were in combat mode, one after another of the carrier planes, taking off from the aircraft carriers, headed straight for the major coastal military bases of the Western Eight. Inside the harbor, countless small Sebas gathered and pulled up countless banners, all of which were banners denouncing Roy. Never be a slave. Resolute resistance to Roy. Little Seba never surrenders. All kinds of angry slogans rose and fell in the harbor, almost silencing the sound of the wind and waves in the harbor. But just as these little sibyls were screaming in anger, a sharp alarm sounded suddenly. It's the air raid sirens. The ear-piercing siren immediately made countless small Sebas blush furiously. Before they could react, they suddenly saw. A deafening roar came from the distant sky. The roar of the warplane's engines roared like thunder from the sky. It was a carrier plane taking off from a fleet of carriers. It had been coming from far away now, instantly flying over the heads of countless small Sebas, heading straight for its target. Before the little Sebas could get back to their senses, a military harbor. In the distance, came a roaring explosion that shook the heavens. The loud commotion, the moment it rang out, startled the surrounding Kashihachis. When they looked in the direction from which the commotion came, they saw that the direction of their military harbor was already ablaze. The West 8 military harbor, which suffered bombardment from shipborne aircraft, suffered heavy losses in the twinkling of an eye. Seba, they're bombing our warships? Counterattack. Come on, counterattack. Why aren't our men firing back? Damn it, just stand by and watch them bomb? Why didn't our air defenses launch a counterattack? Seeing the huge military harbor, in the blink of an eye, being bombed with heavy losses without seeing any signs of counterattacks, the Konishi Hachis went crazy. They couldn't understand why. In the face of Roy's attack, the big soldiers of Little Seba didn't make any move to fight back. Lay flat any plants? That's right. Little Seba's escort, all lying flat and sprouting. Even all of the West Pakistani sailors on board the ships in the heavily bombarded harbor left the ships in the harbor before the bombardment came. Thousands of Saihachi sailors were at that moment on a hilltop far from the harbor, looking out over the bombed-out military port from a distance. That was a close one. If we had retreated a little later, people would have been blown to dust. One of the generals of the Nishihachi sailors, standing on a hilltop, watched through binoculars as his own warships were blown up, not with any anger, but with some gratitude. Thankfully, the order from the Green Tile Graveyard office came just in time, giving them enough time to retreat. That's right, they all evacuated the military harbor at the first opportunity after receiving a call from the Tsinghua Grave office. Not only them, but people like those in the major military bases nearby were quickly evacuated at the first opportunity. The base is empty. So, when Roy's fighters bombed the bases along the western coast, the bases had all become empty shells. The aircraft carrier Eagle. After Ruiz reported the situation with West 8 to Roy had a slightly stunned look on his face. Xiao Shibar, this is laying flat and letting plants grow? No resistance at all? After freezing for a while, Roy spat out with a speechless face. They instead resisted a bit. You're not getting me excited at all with this. Plants. When you're excited to brutalize an opponent, the other guy just lies on the ground as a corpse. You can just pop a variety of hammers without a twitch. It would bring down the excitement. All of a sudden. Quite a bit. Mr. Roy, as shameless and despicable as Little Seba is, they are human beings and they are afraid of death. Ritz listened to Roy's tirade and said with an odd expression, they must be terrified that if they resist, you'll kill them all. The death of the country. I'll kill them all? What's this bullshit? You think I'm crazy? At Raz's words, Roy rolled his eyes and grunted softly. The most I'm going to kill is just some ungrateful shit. You're still not crazy? If you weren't crazy, there wouldn't be any crazy people in the world. Ritz heard Roy's words and spat in his mind, but he didn't dare to say anything more. That's just it. Just hurry up and dock. I'm going to settle the score with that old boy. King Konishi Hakioji. As the other party lay flat and let the plants grow, Roy instantly lost interest in continuing to abuse the other party, and instead intended to get down to business. He's going to do the right thing, and that's to get Eagle Jam out of this area. First, with a kick in the pants. From now on, he would not allow any of Eagle Jam's armed forces to be anywhere but the land of the free. That area Sure, he also intended, in the future, to make sure that no one on this little wrecking ball dared to call themselves an eagle jammer again. End of chapter 108. Chapter 108, it's hard for me to deal with you when you're so understanding. Chapter 108, it's hard for me to deal with you being so understanding. When Roy's fleet was almost close to the harbor, King Shiba had already rushed to the harbor with a group of civil and military ministers under his command at fire speed. Has Roy landed yet? Did I get there in time? The king of the Western Eight, who had just gotten down from his special car, asked anxiously to a Western Eight sailor officer waiting at the harbor. Not yet. Roy's fleet hasn't approached the berth. The sailor officer looked at King Shiba's anxious demeanor and hurriedly said, it is estimated that there is still half an hour or so before his fleet manages to dock. Who dash? Upon hearing this, the Western Eighth King let out a long sigh of relief, and couldn't even help but pat his chest with a palpitating look. Fortunately, managed to catch up. A smile finally appeared on the face of the West Eighth King, a feeling of relief. Since he had decided to surrender, he had rushed from the green tile tomb in a hurry, just to arrive before Roy landed. The crowd of civil and military officials behind the Western Eighth King also had a look of relief on their faces at this time, and they were also in the same mood as the Western Eighth King. In order to rush over, they could be said to have exerted all their strength, fearing that they would not rush over in time and show enough sincerity to satisfy Roy. They all felt that with Roy's style of acting, if their performance did not satisfy Roy, then all of them, presumably, would be killed by Roy altogether. Quickly, get the honor guard ready. The king of West 8 gritted his teeth and commanded loudly to the people around him. Make sure the whole thing is a bit more lively, a bit more festive. We must show our West 8's welcome and respect for Roy Dao's arrival. I explained that all of your honor guards must be young girls who are 5'7", under 19, and whose looks must be outstanding enough to get the job done, right? Chancellor Park Broken Eagle hurriedly stepped forward and said to King Siakbi, don't worry sir, everything has been prepared and we will definitely show enough sincerity to satisfy Roy. Well, that's good. The West 8th King nodded, and the expression on his face became serious as he said to everyone present, later everyone must greet Roy's arrival in the manner we discussed earlier. Don't blame me for not warning you. If it upsets Roy, there's a chance that some of us who were there will all be killed by him. Listening to these words of the Western Eight Kings, Park Broken Eagle and the other civil and military ministers of the Western Eight Kingdoms, each and every one of their faces showed a trace of nervousness and sweating. They don't want to die. Although, the previously negotiated greeting will surely get them laughed at by countless people and even scorned. But, in order to be able to live, it doesn't matter if you lose face a little bit. It's better to lose face than to just get killed. The West 8th King and the others nervously prepared for the arrival of the King's division. And at this point, in the distance, on the sea, a huge fleet was slowly traveling in the direction of the harbor. Traveling in the forefront was a huge aircraft carrier. It was the white flag aircraft carrier Eagle. The deck of the aircraft carrier Eagle. Roy stood at the edge of the deck with his hands behind his back, his eyes gazing out at the situation within the harbor of the Western Eight Kingdoms. And at this look, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. What's the situation? Looking at the harbor's illuminated and joyous appearance, Roy's mouth twitched slightly and he couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. At this point, behind Roy, stood Shiro Ninomiya, Microsoft Matsushita, Ruiz, and others, all of whom had also seen the scene of the harbor that was decked out in lights. This scenario caused their faces, all of them, to reveal a stunned expression, surprised by the situation before them. Under the gaze of countless people, the huge Eagle aircraft carrier sailed into the harbor. And as soon as it entered the harbor, there was immediately a pilot ship with a white flag, came to guide the carrier to dock. The moment the carrier docked and stabilized, the harbor immediately resounded with the sound of lively and festive gongs and drums. Welcome Mr. Roy to West 8. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Port. Hundreds of youthful and beautiful West 8 girls were cheering and shouting loudly in the direction of the carrier, each of them with smiles on their faces, as if they were really warmly welcoming Roy's arrival. Roy on deck. Looking at the situation inside the harbor, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and for a moment he was rendered somewhat speechless. Mr. Roy, beware of deception. Roy watched for a while and then prepared to disembark, at which time Jyogon Shiro suddenly stepped forward and reminded in a low voice, the people of the 8 Western countries are all very cunning, insidious and treacherous, and I have a feeling that they are definitely up to no good intentions by doing this. Shiro Kutamiya felt that he was now bound to Roy and had become a loyal dog under him. Take pride in this, because he felt that being a dog for Roy seemed more promising than before, being able to watch the Eagle jam people or not. That's why he's already taking the initiative to make considerations for Roy's safety, fearing that after Roy goes down there, he'll be backstabbed by the insidious West 8. Listening to Nine Palace Shiro's words, Roy gave an unimpressed sneer and said indifferently, "If they have that kind of guts, I'll look at them with high regard. But of course, if they really dare to make a move against me, the consequences they won't be able to bear." Having said that, fearlessly, Roy began to walk away from the carrier. Inside the harbor, the West 8th King and Chancellor Park Broken Eagle, among others, noticed Roy's figure at the first moment, and when they saw Roy heading down from the deck, a nervous look appeared on their faces. "Follow me." Taking a deep breath, King West 8 hurriedly walked out, and just a few steps out, he flung himself onto his knees and loudly shouted, "King West 8 greets Mr. Roy." Flop flop. The civil and military officials of the 8 Western countries behind the King of the 8 Western countries, seeing this situation also did not dare to have the slightest hesitation. Instantly a large number of people flopped to the ground, and then have loudly shouted to welcome Roy. Roy, who had just stepped onto the land, looked at the people who suddenly knelt not far away. His feet could not help but give a start, and a surprised look appeared on his face. And just then, the West 8th King knelt on the ground and moved his knees on the ground, moving towards Roy step by step, shouting a respectful welcome to Roy as he did so. Roy watched the movements of the West 8th King and the others, his brows furrowed slightly as he stood still and watched as they continued to approach. A few moments later, the King of the Western 8 and the others knelt on their knees and moved to Roy, then gave him a big salute, in front of the whole world. "Mr. Roy." After performing a big salute, the King of the West 8 had a flattering and brilliant smile on his face, and said to Roy in a nervous voice, "Knowing that you are coming to the West 8, we have already begun to prepare for the welcoming ceremony. And are you satisfied with this welcoming ceremony?" Now, listening to these words from the West 8th King and looking at the fawning smile on his face, Roy's eyelids jumped, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. "You're making it hard for me by being so understanding." After staring at the Western 8th King for a few moments, Roy leisurely said, "Originally, I was planning to hang you at the entrance of the green tile tomb." Brush. The West 8th King's face turned pale with a brush, and a strong color of panic surged out of his eyes, and cold sweat all instantly dampened his entire body. End of chapter 109. Chapter 109, Mr. Roy, do you like wives? Chapter 109, Mr. Roy, do you like wives? Roy's words scared the soul of the West 8th King almost flew out. His face instantly paled, and his entire body trembled slightly. "Mr. Roy, I think you can totally spare my life because I can do a lot for you," the terrified Western 8th King, trembling, said. "As long as you need me to do something, I will definitely go through fire and water." Listening to these words from the West 8th King, Roy snorted in his heart, not caring at all about what this bastard said. Little Siba from top to bottom has always been fearful of authority rather than virtue, devious and cunning, and capable of recognizing a thief as their father, as long as they are in a dangerous situation. So, these words from the Western 8th King did not have much sincerity at all in his opinion. They were pure farting. Sure, it didn't really matter what the King of the Western 8 wanted to say. Roy actually didn't care. What he wanted now was a Western 8 that had to listen to him from top to bottom. He intended to make the Western 8 his own possession as well, just as he had done with the Lesser Baka, and make the Western 8 his personal property, or slaves. "I'm not interested, and I don't need you to go through fire for me. I just need you to be a useful dog." After looking twice at the West 8th King, Roy faintly said, "Of course, if you, the dog, don't know what to do, at any time I will kill and eat the meat. Know your stuff, for sure." The King of West 8's eyes were delighted, and he said in a panic, "From this moment on, you, Mr. Roy, are the King of West 8, the Supreme King. All the little Sibas will be your faithful slaves." The moment these words came out of the West 8th King's mouth, behind him was a group of civil and military officials from the 8 Western countries. "No matter what is in your mind, whether you really want to or not, hasten to state your position, not willing to become a loyal slave under Roy. See this reaction from these people." Roy then nodded in satisfaction. "Mr. Roy, you said before that you wanted to collect all the artifacts and treasures that came out of the ancient country. I have already had people start collecting them, and soon all of them will be gathered together and sent to you." Seeing Roy nodding his head, King West 8 felt that he finally had a hope of surviving, and the smile on his face became a little easier as he hurriedly said in an inviting manner, "A batch of them has been collected now. Would you like to take a look?" Roy's eyes lit up. "The reason why I ran to clean up Sai's bar, it's because this guy was the first one to jump out against returning all the artifacts and treasures that came out of the ancient country. Now this Western 8th King, who knew so much about collecting artifact treasures in advance, had made him quite satisfied." "Where?" Roy looked at King West 8 and asked, "How much has been collected?" "Now about 3,000 pieces have been collected." The King of the 8 West hastily replied, "All the cultural relics and treasures, are stored in the secret room of the green tile tomb. Mr. Roy, you want to go and see it now? Go, Roy responded. Subsequently, led by King West 8 himself, Roy rode in the special car that King West 8 had prepared in advance, and traveled to the green tile tomb in great numbers. When Roy had just arrived at the green tile tomb, the big butler suddenly came to his side and whispered to him, "Boss, the people from the ancient kingdom contacted me. They wish to talk to you about those artifacts and treasures that flowed out from the ancient kingdom. The other party said that as long as you are willing to send those artifacts and treasures back to the ancient kingdom, the conditions will be set by you. Finally come to the door?" As soon as Roy heard the big steward's words, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and after a flash of thought in his eyes, he said, "Where is the man? Let him come and see me." "Okay, boss," the senior steward answered, and then began to contact the people from the ancient country. The ancient countryman who had contacted the big housekeeper, a middle-aged man named Chen Qinghua, had received Roy's permission and he had rushed over at fire speed. When Chen Qinghua walked into the office of the green tile tomb, he saw Roy sitting on the throne of the Western 8th King with his legs crossed, while in front of him there was a young girl with a fiery figure and a delicate face who was elegantly brewing tea. The West 8th King, on the other hand, was standing at Roy's side with his hands hanging down with a respectful face and a pleasing smile. See this scene. Chen Qinghua, who had rushed here, was shocked, and that's when Roy's eyes also noticed Chen Qinghua, who walked in. Looking at the other party's surprised look, a smile appeared on his face. Then I glanced at the Western 8th King beside me. "Why are you standing here? Why don't you invite Mr. Chen to sit down?" After glancing at the Western Bastard King, Roy lightly droned. Roy let out a soft bellow, frightening King Shiba into trembling, almost rolling over, personally pulling out a chair and inviting Chen Qinghua to take a seat with a smile on his face. "Thanks a lot." Chen Qinghua was a bit stunned by this move, and sat down somewhat at a loss for words. After Chen Qinghua sat down, Roy smiled and said, "We are all hometowns. Don't be nervous, drink tea while chatting." Listening to Roy's words, Chen Qinghua, who was feeling pressured, had an awkward smile on his face. "Mr. Roy, it's hard for me to not be nervous when you ask me to do it." He does get nervous. After all, Roy's reputation for ferocity is so intimidating. Looking at his nervous appearance, Roy smiled and didn't care, opening the door and saying, "Those artifacts and treasures, I can let you bring them back to the ancient country, but you have to fulfill the conditions I proposed. Once we get down to business." The look on Chen Qinghua's face immediately became serious. "Mr. Luo, please speak. The conditions you put forward, we will definitely try our best to satisfy them without any discounts." "Well, that's good." Roy nodded gently. Those artifacts and treasures, although valuable, Roy didn't intend to keep them in his hands because he didn't know how to appreciate them either. Sure, he wouldn't give it away for nothing. What is due, he will not take less at all. The conversation between Roy and Chen Qinghua lasted for nearly 2 hours, during which Chen Qinghua kept communicating with the relevant bigwigs in the homeland via satellite phone to convey Roy's meaning. In the end, both sides agreed on the terms and Roy would first send the treasures of the ancient country's artifacts collected from within the Little Baka and Little Shiba country back to the ancient country through the carrier fleet's escort in a week's time. Mr. Roy, good cooperation. Having achieved his goal, although he had paid a great price, Chen Qinghua's heart was still very excited, and with a smile on his face, he shook Roy's hand and quickly left after saying goodbye. When Chen Qinghua left, it's already dark. After enjoying the elaborate dinner prepared by Little Siba, Roy directly occupied one of King Siba's new palaces and prepared to rest. Mr. Roy, all the courtesans in the palace, who have just been placed here, theirs are pure and clean. Inside the palace, King Shiba, with a pleasing smile on his face, said to Roy, "From now on, they will be dedicated to taking care of your life and living. You can use them as you wish. Don't be polite." Roy listened to these words from King Shiba, his eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly said to him, "Have the Grand Princess of the Sanqing group come over." "Ha, Mr. Roy." The West 8th King froze for a moment when he heard Roy's words, then exclaimed, "You like human wives?" End of chapter 110. Chapter 110 The Human Rich Flower. Chapter 110 The Human Flower. Mr. Roy, the Rapunzel of the Sanqing group, is already married and is a human wife. The West 8th King's face was slightly odd as he looked at Roy and said, "If you like human wives, you can let her come here." Roy, what the hell? I like wives? Why the hell didn't I know that? Looking at the odd look on the West 8th King's face, the corner of Roy's mouth twitched slightly as he lifted his foot and kicked it towards his face. Ow dash. Roy's 44-yard kick sent West 8th King screaming and flying straight backward with a bloody nose. "How dare you slander me?" After kicking King Shiba off, Roy walked over and glared viciously at him. Cursing angrily, How could I? Such a kind-hearted young man with 3 upright views, possibly like a human wife? Woo woo, the West 8th King wailed in pain and hurriedly crawled up, kneeling in front of Roy and loudly begging for mercy. Begging for mercy while pumping his big ears. I was wrong. I was wrong. Mr. Roy, you don't be angry. Please don't kill me. Spare my life. The West 8th King was truly flustered. In his mind, he cursed himself. Why was he so mouthy? He felt like Roy was looking at him at that moment like he wanted to kill him. Humph. Roy didn't have the intention of killing King Shiba, and after glaring at him, he said, hurry up and go bring me the Rapunzel of the Sanshin group. Sure. So it wasn't like King Shiba was thinking that he wanted the eldest princess of the Sanshin group to give himself a bedside manner or anything like that. He was just a little curious if the blown-up Sanshin group's Rapunzel was really as temperamental as rumored. As a normal hot-blooded guy with 3 views, Roy will only ever be attracted to pretty girls who are 18 and clean enough. Well. When the West 8th King learned that Roy had no intention of killing himself, he was like an amnesty and nodded his head in a lumbering manner. Sanshin Group. Inside the headquarters building, Li Rongji, the president of Sanshin Group, had a cloudy look on his face after hanging up the phone call from the Western 8th King. What the hell does he want? Li Rongin pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose frame. His eyebrows wrinkled into a pimple. His eyes full of doubt. Why does he want you to go over to see him? Could it be that his sister, Earthly Fortune Flower Li Jejin, who was also present at this time, happened to also listen to the contents of the phone call from the West 8th King? At this moment, a hint of panic appeared on her face. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Roy to ask her over by name. Someone I don't know. And it's a man. Suddenly naming her to go over there. There was a real panic in her heart. And thought of something rather bad and creepy. I'm not going to. The human rich flower. Li Jejin clenched his teeth and said in a panicked tone, there is definitely nothing good about going over. It might be miserable. That guy, he is a complete madman. He can do anything. Li Rong was listening to these words. His brows were tightly locked, and there was a strong worry flickering in his eyes. The Sanshin Group was the top consortium in the Western 8, controlling the lifeblood of a country. It could be said that he was the underground emperor of the 8 Western countries, and he usually acted as an authority. But he also understood that compared to Roy, the Sanshin Group was not worth mentioning. Go on. Li Rong took another deep breath. His face became grave, and said to Li Jejin, that madman can decide the life and death of our family. We must not anger him. He clearly saw that the consequences of angering Roy would be unthinkable. Think of that superpower across the ocean, all of whom were ruled by Roy and dared not speak out. The Sanshin Group is nothing in front of him. Lift your finger and you can crush them into powder. Li Jejin opened his mouth as he listened to his brother's words and a look of despair appeared on his face. Do we have to go? Aha. Li Rong was gritting his teeth and said somewhat feebly, for the sake of the family, you have to go. And, it won't necessarily happen what you want. As he said these words, Li Rong didn't have a bottom in his heart. He couldn't quite grasp what was going on in Roy's mind. What will be done? But now, he had no choice. A look of despair appeared on Li Jejin's face, and his entire body was like a deflated ball of leather. He let out a bitter smile and then accepted this fate. Dress up and look your best to meet him. Seeing that Li Jejin agreed, Li Yong, while breathing a sigh of relief, suddenly said, if you can please him, maybe this is an unimaginable opportunity for our family. Li Jejin froze for a moment, looking at his older brother in disbelief. Is this an attempt to treat yourself as cargo to be exchanged for the family's benefit? You enjoy everything the family brings you. Then you should give something to the family. Looking at Li Jejin's incredulous reaction, a glint flashed in Li Yongjae's eyes. Without a family, you are nothing. These words can be quite solid, but they are also bloody true. Li Jejin said no more and nodded before leaving with a leering expression to make preparations. Mr. Roy, Miss Li Jejin has arrived. The West 8th King, who still had a bright red footprint on his face, came to Roy and asked cautiously, are you going to see him now? At this point, Roy was soaking in a huge hot spring pool, the hot water enveloping his lanky body, revealing only a head soaking in a white thigh, enjoying a head massage. Upon hearing the words of the 8th King of the West, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the restrained-looking 8th King of the West before he nodded and faintly said, let her come in. Yes, the 8th King of the West hurriedly answered, then turned around and walked out. Soon, the sound of high heels on the floor came in from a distance. Li Jejin, who was tall and had a cool temperament, walked in from outside the main door, and at the moment, her eyes were filled with apprehension and nervousness. Upon entering, she then saw Roy, who was soaking in the hot springs and enjoying himself, although having already met Roy through photos, videos, etc. But now seeing Roy with his own eyes, Li Jejin, the rich flower of the earth, was still a bit surprised. Too young, much younger than his own brother. She was a little disbelieving that such a young Oriental man had stirred the whole world into such a bloody mess, making that superpower across the ocean jumping with anger but unable to do anything about it. Lee Jae-jin carefully watched Roy, who turned his head and looked at her. TSK, TSK, TSK. The moment he saw Lee Jae-jin, a flash of surprise flashed across Roy's eyes. I thought to myself that it was worthy of the existence of what countless people had called the rich flower of the earth, and it was indeed full of richness. I heard that you've been divorced for a long time? After looking at Lee Jae-jin twice, so suddenly asked her. Lee Jae-jin couldn't have imagined that Roy would ask such a question right off the bat, but still subconsciously answered, yes, many years ago. She was a little confused as to why Roy was asking this question. That's good. Roy sniffed and nodded in satisfaction, waving at the woman in her early 30s. Then come over and join me in the hot springs. Lee Jae-jin? End of chapter. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Repelling the Eagle Sauce Soldiers. Chapter 111, Repelling the Eagle Sauce G.I.S. Roy's words caused Lee Jae-jin's entire body to freeze, a look of disbelief on his face, his brain buzzing. Come here. Seeing Lee Jae-jin frozen in place, Roy raised an eyebrow and waved her over once more. The hot spring pool is big enough. Lee Jae-jin. It was then that she finally reacted and completely understood what Roy meant by that. It was to let her accompany her in the hot spring. Lee Jae-jin isn't some little girl who doesn't know anything anymore. This so-called hot springs, it's definitely not that simple. You too, go help Miss Lee undress. As Lee Jae-jin was at a loss for words, Roy glanced at the young girl from the West bar standing by the sink in her cheongsam and commanded. The two West 8 girls hurriedly walked over to Lee Jae-jin. Then he began to help the stiff Lee Jae-jin undress. Early the next morning, Roy woke up early. The room had a large, messy bed, and several young girls were still asleep. After the body is strengthened, the desire is really strong. Stretching his waist and limbs, Roy looked at the scenery outside the window, with some emotion in his heart. If it were an ordinary person like me, I guess I would have had to be completely emptied out of my body long ago. Right. I also don't know if the system can buy a life-extending gene potion? Such a cool day. Can't die of old age early. Now he has the ability of unlimited scapegoating though, but there is no way to resist the greatness of time. It still ages slowly, eventually die. With countless thoughts flashing through his mind, thinking that he couldn't look for old age and death, Roy immediately opened the system mall and then started searching for relevant information. Soon, Roy then had a look of joy in his eyes. It's still true. Looking at the commodities searched out in the system mall interface, Roy's heart was a little perked up. A level 1 genetic enhancement potion that can extend a person's lifespan by 50 years? It's a bit powerful. Buying a full set of technology requires 1 billion reputation points? A bit expensive indeed. Currently, the system mall interface, within the permissions he could only purchase a level 1 genetic enhancement potion. However, extends life by 50 years. For Roy, it has been a very good thing. And the system would be upgraded in the future. And he was sure that there would be even more powerful gene potions available for purchase by then. There's no rush. Although there was a gene potion to extend his life in the system mall, Roy was not in a hurry to just buy it right away now because he was still young. You can slowly save up your prestige points. Awake? Roy had just turned off the system mall interface, when he suddenly heard some movement on the bed, and turned around to find that Lee Jae-jin had opened his eyes and was lying on the bed looking at him blankly. Well, Lee Jae-jin looked at Roy at this moment with somewhat complicated eyes, unable to say exactly what kind of feeling she had, and after hearing Roy's voice, she answered softly. At this point, a few of the other young girls, who had also awakened, began to dress as if nothing had happened, and when they were done, they bowed to Roy and went out. Finally, only Roy and Lee Jae-jin were left in the room. Give you two choices. Roy looked at Lee Jae-jin and smiled. You can leave now as if nothing happened, or you can follow me. After a night of madness, Roy thought Lee Jae-jin was pretty good, very moist. So, he didn't mind letting Lee Jae-jin follow him around. Lee Jae-jin gritted his teeth as he listened to Roy's words, and finally made a decision as he thought of the words Lee Youngjae had said in his mind. I'll follow you. Could be. Roy nodded, and then said, that old kid, the West 8th King, should have already prepared breakfast. Come with me to have breakfast. Having said that, Roy turns around and walks away. Lee Jae-jin looked at his departing back and gritted his teeth before hurriedly following him and leaving the room together. Sure enough, Roy had just stepped out of the gate when he saw the old boy, King West 8, waiting respectfully outside the gate of the compound. Mr. Roy, breakfast is ready. Seeing Roy appear, King West 8 hurriedly trotted forward with a fawning smile. Please go and dine. Roy Knight fierce battle. The stomach is indeed a little hungry. Also lazy and West 8 king of this old boy nonsense. Straight towards the restaurant. Lee Jae-jin hurriedly followed. What a good luck woman. King Seobaji watched Lee Jae-jin follow Roy's footsteps and muttered in his heart. I should have known to send my daughter over here. My daughter isn't any worse than her. I wouldn't have to be so humble if my daughter could be seen by him. Would I? Roy didn't know about the messed up thoughts in the mind of the old boy, King Sehachi, as he entered the dining room with Lee Jae-jin and enjoyed the delicious breakfast that King Sehachi had prepared. After breakfast, Roy was then beckoned by the waiting king of the Western Eight. Mr. Roy, what are your orders? The Western Eighth King hurriedly trotted forward and asked respectfully. You go and send out a circular telling all the Eagle Jam garrisons stationed in West 8 to get the hell out of there immediately. A glint flashed in Roy's eyes, and he said to the 8 West Kings, in 24 hours, if they haven't left, then none of them will. When the Western Eighth King heard this, his eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Roy, will this completely enrage Hawkjam? King West 8 asked with some trepidation. If they get enraged, what's the point of being enraged? Roy sneered. Is it hard to believe that they're not angry right now? King West 8. Good point. Now Eagle Sauce hates Roy with a passion. But what can be done? There was nothing they could do with Roy at all. Got it. Knowing that there was no room for negotiation in this matter, King Nishiba nodded his head after clenching his teeth and said, I'll have someone notify the Eagle Sauce garrison right now. Having said that, the 8th King of the West turned around in a hurry to do his business. Looking at his departing back, Roy had a calm and composed look on his face, not feeling the slightest bit that it was a big deal to drive the Eagle Jam garrison out of the Western Eight. Not only was he going to drive the Eagle Jam garrison out of the Western Eight, but eventually he was going to drive the Eagle Jam's armed forces out of the Pacific region altogether. Soon, under the authorization of the King of the West 8, the relevant departments of the West 8, at the first opportunity, notified Eagle Sauce and told them to get lost within 24 hours. Oceanside, 1600 Big House. The White Boss, still resting, was suddenly awakened by an urgent call. Did something big happen? The White Boss, who had a hard time falling asleep, was suddenly woken up and cursed with some get up and go. Still letting people rest? Do you guys want me to die suddenly? Boss, it's a big deal. An Eagle Sauce bigwig, not caring about the White Boss's anger, said to him in an anxious tone, the Western Eight have informed us that our garrisons in their country must be withdrawn within 24 hours. What? The White Boss burst into a rage when he heard this. Has West 8 gone mad? How dare they? Our big soldiers are protecting their safety. Where did they get the nerve to ask us to withdraw our troops? End of chapter. Chapter 112. Chapter 112 Eagle Sauce is in a hurry. Chapter 112 Hawk Sauce is in a hurry. The White Boss was filled with disbelief when he suddenly got the news that West 8 was going to expel the Eagle Sauce GIs. What the hell does he want with the West 8th King? After the White Boss's shock had passed, his face turned grim, his eyes flashed with anger, and he slapped the tabletop in fury. How dare he expel the Eagle Sauce GIs? Looking at the White Boss's shocked and angry look, the Eagle Sauce bigwigs who had just gotten the news and rushed here, each had a slightly subtle look on their faces. Boss, I'm sure it wasn't the West 8th King himself. A Hawksbane bigwig flashed a light in his eyes for a moment, and suddenly said to the White Boss, surely King Nishiba himself does not have the guts to drive out our Hawksbane garrison. Aha, it's not him? Then it could be. The White Boss's words stuttered, and a young Oriental man's figure immediately appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Roy, it's him again? This damn Oriental guy. What the hell does he want? The spirit is gone, isn't it? At the thought of Roy, the White Boss's fire was rising, but after a moment of anger, he could only rage a little more. Honestly, there really wasn't any good way for the White Boss to deal with Roy right now, or he wouldn't be letting him jump around so much even now. It's definitely him. No one else would be this crazy but him. The Eagle Sauce big man sighed and said helplessly, now we're completely led by Roy and there's nothing we can do about him. This statement was made. The Hawk Jam bigwigs in the room were all silent. Is it possible to just watch him continue to toss Eagle Sauce? Now we've had our face trampled to the ground and stomped on again and again by him. We become the joke of the world, and the majesty of a superpower is gone. Boss White gritted his teeth but felt deeply powerless. We must find a way to reverse today's situation. We mustn't let Roy continue to lead us by the nose. Otherwise we will become a laughingstock for the ages. Crowd. Listening to the White Boss gritting his teeth with these words, the big Eagle Jam present remained deeply silent, and no one could give any working solution at this time. Looking at the silent look of the group of Eagle Jam bigwigs, the White Boss took a deep breath, then a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. I suggest, forget about all that, and take back San Francisco first, while Roy is out of Eagle Jam country. The look on the White Boss's face grew more and more menacing. Get San Francisco back at all costs. The crowd suddenly changed color. Boss, are you really going to take a shot at Roy? Aren't you afraid that Roy really has WMDs in his hands? How are we going to react if he moves the WMD? I do think the boss is right. We must get San Francisco back at all costs, even if he does have WMDs in his hands. So what? Is it possible that we don't have any in our hands? Also, is it hard to believe that he dares to die with us? A crowd of Eagle Jam bigwigs were talking, some supporting the white boss's idea, others expressing concern. Everyone here, all of them were pampered big shots who were very precious about their lives, and not many of them were thinking of fighting Roy, the madman. Haven't lived long enough. I think we can take the lead in utilizing weapons of mass destruction. While Roy is now in West 8, we'll directly use the WMDs against West 8, destroying Roy and West 8 together. A flash of madness flashed in the eyes of a hawk sauce bigwig, and he suddenly said loudly, "Direct saturation attack." I don't believe it. There's no way to kill Roy. As long as he's dead, the matter will be settled. Even if there are even bigger forces hidden behind him, people we don't know are backing him, this will deter the people behind him. Let them know that if they push us Eagle Jam, the whole world is not going to be happy. It's all going to go to hell. This crazy talk from this man. It made the Eagle Jam bigwigs and even the white bosses present. All of their faces showed a trace of shock, but after the shock, the white bosses' faces showed a look of determination and nodded their heads heavily. Great. I couldn't agree with you more on this. The white boss's eyes burned into the big Eagle Jam man who spoke and said through clenched teeth, "But before we do anything, let's issue a warning to Roy and force him out of San Francisco if he doesn't listen. Then let's just do it." Though the heart is dying for Roy, but the white boss wasn't as crazy as Roy after all. He was still a little afraid to use weapons of mass destruction and take a direct shot at Roy until it was absolutely necessary. Now immediately find a way to get in touch with Roy and relay our message to him, limiting him to 72 hours to evacuate all of his armed forces from the Eagle Jam triple room. The white boss looked grim as he instructed the crowd. In the meantime, we have to be prepared for anything. If Roy doesn't evacuate San Francisco within 72 hours, then we'll immediately use weapons of mass destruction on him. The sudden announcement from the 8 Western countries not only left Eagle Jam extremely shocked, but other countries were also stunned when they learned the news. Everyone didn't expect that Roy would be so ferocious that he would drive away all the Eagle Sauce garrisons in the West 8 countries just after taking them down. It was clear to everyone that if Roy had succeeded, the Hawk Jam's strategic power in the Pacific region would have been completely dismantled. Pulling out is easy. It's not that simple to get back. For a moment, the countries are talking. The people of Eagle Jam were outraged at the news, cursing Roy wildly, cursing Eagle Jam for being weak, for not daring to lay a hand on Roy at this point in time. The people of the ancient Eastern countries, on the other hand, were excited and cheered when they learned the news, because it was clear to all the people of the ancient Eastern countries against whom Eagle Jam was targeting by deploying most of its forces in the Pacific region. Luotian is awesome. One person hardened the entire Eagle Jam nation and held Eagle Jam's head to the ground. Well done. If Hawk Jam's power measures this area, our pressure will be instantly reduced. I have a feeling that Eagle Jam won't let up. They've expended countless manpower and resources in order to deploy their strategic forces in this area, and they'll never quit easily. If Luotian pushes Eagle Sauce so hard, will it make Eagle Sauce go completely berserk? If Eagle Sauce goes completely berserk, it's still very terrifying. The weapons of mass destruction in Eagle Sauce's hands are no joke. As the world watched intently to see what Roy and Eagle Jam were going to do next, one of Eagle Jam's diplomats showed up to meet Roy at the spa estate that King Nishihachi had prepared for him. End of chapter 113. Chapter 113, Roy Tan's Great Killers. Chapter 113, Roy Tan's the Big Killers. Hello Mr. Roy. I'm Edward, a diplomat from Eagle Jam. A tall, white, middle-aged man in a suit appeared in front of Roy, greeted him very politely, and extended his hand, wanting to shake Roy's hand. However, Roy was currently lying on a rocking chair, with Lee Jae-jin leaning into his arms, his thin, snow-white fingers, peeling lychees for him. It was as if they didn't see his outstretched hand. After eating a lychee and spitting out the tiny core, Roy then looked up at Edward. I heard that you have something urgent to see me. What is it? Glancing at Edward, Roy had a playful look on his face. Why are you running to see me if you don't hurry up and go withdraw your troops? Looking at Roy lying in the rocking chair, with no intention of getting up, he awkwardly withdrew his hand, rather annoyed in his heart. As a diplomat of the Eagle Sauce, he used to be the center of attention wherever he went, and the people of the major countries, not to say respectfully, at the very least, did not dare to express any contempt for him in plain sight. But now, instead he was ignored here at Roy's. Sure, even if he was annoyed and dissatisfied in his heart, Edward didn't dare to show it, because he knew that this person in front of him was a complete madman. He did not dare to imagine, if he angered him, What kind of a terrible consequence? Probably cannot leave a whole body, right? Took a deep breath. Force yourself to calm down quickly. The look on Edward's face became serious and grave, and stiffly meeting Roy's eyes, he spoke. Mr. Roy, I've come to convey the will of the big house of 1600 to you. Your recent actions have caused great harm to the Eagle Jam Nation, and we strongly protest and condemn them. When Roy heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Will you, Eagle Sauce, also protest and condemn? You come down are not all upset directly open aircraft carriers over to do? You think we don't want to? Our carrier fleet is out in force. But you fucking killed us and made us your prisoners. We're desperate. We're angry. Edward twitched twice out of the corner of his eye and mentally spat. Mr. Roy, Eagle Sauce has always been reasonable and peace-loving. Blushing slightly in embarrassment, Edward said stiffly, in everything we do it in the name of the division. And we do it with courtesy before the army. Auntie Luo almost couldn't help but laugh. Reasonable hawk sauce? Peace-loving? Don't be fucking funny. Just don't make me laugh here. Roy rolled his eyes, didn't bother to bullshit with the bastard, and asked right to the point. What do you hawk sauce want? Mr. Roy, please stop continuing to hurt hawk sauce. Edward almost spat blood at Roy's words and said through gritted teeth. We at Eagle Sauce are not going to withdraw our troops from West 8. If you don't withdraw then you die. Roy raised his eyebrows and said in an unimpressed manner. Anyway, I've given you time. If you don't evacuate within the allotted time, then don't blame me. Mr. Roy, do you really want to completely tear your face off with Hawk Jam? As a superpower, Eagle Jam is not as strong as you think we are. Edward was irritated by Roy's words. An angry look appeared on his face, and his tone was pulled up a few notches. Not only are we not going to withdraw our troops from the West 8, but the big house of 1600 means that we also want you to immediately withdraw the armed forces of your men from San Francisco. Return control of San Francisco to the Eagle Jam federal government. The big house 1600 has given you 72 hours, and within 72 hours from the time of my departure, if you have not withdrawn the armed forces under your command from San Francisco, then Eagle Sauce will, with an iron hand, crack down. The words he said already had a bit of a threatening flavor to them. Hearing Roy's eyebrows raised, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You're threatening me? The look on Roy's face, too, slowly became icy cold. Slowly sat up straight and stared coldly at Edward. Do you think that I would care about your threats? Mr. Roy, please don't misunderstand. We are not threatening you, but rather communicating with you in a friendly manner. Edward was stared at by Roy's icy cold eyes. Cold sweat came out behind his back, but he still hardened his heart and confronted Roy. Please have faith in the determination and strength of a superpower. If, on the other hand, things come to a point of no return, then we, Eagle Sauce, will be using weapons of mass destruction. Mr. Roy, we're not kidding. The decision has been made for the big house at 1600, and if you continue to be obstinate, then we will be rude. Edward's tone rose higher and higher, the threatening flavor overflowing though. The crowd present, looking at Edward, who dared to say such words full of threatening flavor in front of Roy. Each face showed a shocked look. This guy's crazy, isn't he? Isn't he afraid Mr. Roy will shoot him? How dare he? What fat guts. I can't even dare to speak louder in front of Roy right now. And he dares to threaten. Crazy. He's going to be finished. Dare to threaten Roy. Probably won't be able to live and walk out of here. Matsushita Microsoft, Nishi Hakioji, Ninomiya Shiro, and others, looked at Edward's eyes full of shock, while there was also so much a trace of pity, because they all felt sure that Roy wouldn't give him a good look after Edward said that, and might even get so furious that he'd have his men drag him out to hit the target for half an hour. The gazes of several people couldn't help but sneak a peek at Roy, with a curious look in their eyes, all inquisitive. What Roy will do next? Interesting. Roy, after hearing some threatening words from Edward, didn't burst into a rage as Matsushita Microsoft and the others thought he would, because, in his opinion, this Eagle Sauce diplomat, Edward, was not worthy of his anger. Edward was no different from a clown in his eyes. Ha! Roy narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over Edward as he sneered. Then I'd like to see if you Eagle Jam Nation have that ability to make me feel intimidated. Having said that, Roy didn't bother to look at Edward much longer. He immediately opened the system mall panel, then purchased 500 rounds of Tsar bombs in one go, and purchased the corresponding carriers. 500 rounds of Tsar bombs were purchased, so immediately all the Tsar bombs, all of them, were deployed in San Francisco. Time for a little bomb deterrent for Eagle Jam. After deploying all the Tsar big bombs, a cold light flashed in Roy's eyes, and immediately ordered the dead soldiers under his hands. Immediately pull out all the Tsar big bombs and show them off, so that the world will know how many cards I really have in my hands. so that Eagle Sauce can calm down and calm down. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, following Roy can beat up Eagle Sauce. Chapter 114, you can beat up Eagle Jam by hanging out with Roy. After Roy purchased 500 Tsar bombs from the System Mall, he ordered his dead henchmen far across the ocean in Hawk Jam San Francisco to pull out all the Tsar bombs and unveil them, giving Hawk Jam and the world a little surprise. And at this point, Edward was not yet aware of what Roy had done, and he was a little angry when he saw that Roy did not give Eagle Sauce the slightest bit of face. Sure, even if he was angry in his heart, he didn't dare to show it obviously. He could only take a deep breath, suppress the anger in his heart, and said to Roy with a serious face, "Mr. Roy, the sincerity that we have given is already quite okay. If you are bent on having your own way, it will only make both of us pay a huge price. I don't think you want to start a war all over the world, do you? In today's world, as long as war comes together, no country is left alone. Aren't you worried about implicating your country because of your behavior?" Ha! Once Roy heard his words, he couldn't help but laugh. His smile was a bit sarcastic. "Do you think Eagle Sauce really has the guts? Dare to take a shot at me? Inside my hand, there are at least 500 Tsar bombs. If I am forced to be anxious, I will throw all these Tsar bombs. I'll throw you Eagle Sauce head. I wonder if Eagle Sauce can it take it?" Brush! Edward's face suddenly changed. A strong look of horror appeared in his eyes, and almost subconsciously, he exclaimed, "Impossible! The Tsar bomb! Even the once red giant didn't make many of them. How could you? How is that possible?" Roy snorted. "Nothing is impossible for me. You might as well wait and watch the news. After watching the news, you'll realize how ridiculous it is. What do you think? Send the guests away." Roy didn't bother to talk to Edward and just served the tea. This attitude of Roy's made it hard for Edward, but at this point, Roy no longer even looked at him more than once. "Mr. Edward, please." Nanomiya Shiro looked at Edward with a sneer in his eyes and made a gesture of invitation. "Don't bother Mr. Roy here." Angry and helpless, Edward could only look deeply at Roy before turning away. Soon, he then walked out of the manor where Roy was. As soon as he was out of the manor's gate, the look on his face immediately became gloomy, anger dancing in his eyes. Damn! Edward gritted his teeth. This maniac, there's really no room for communication at all. Isn't he afraid of death? His behavior right now is offending the whole world and making an enemy of the whole world. Ha! Nanomiya Shiro, who followed him out, skimmed his lips and sneered when he heard Edward's words, his eyes giving him a disdainful look. "Do you think Mr. Roy is really afraid of making enemies with the whole world? If he was afraid, he wouldn't be so crazy, although I'm not sure how many cards he actually has. But I feel that he has no fear of the world as his enemy. I advise you Eagle Sauce, you'd better not think of going against him, and if you are beaten by him, you'd better admit it. The more you resist the more excited he'll get, and the worse he'll beat you up." Edward frowned and glanced back at Shiro Kugamiya, a puzzled look flickering in his eyes. "You are a minister of the little baka, aren't you? Why are you willing to sell your life to Roy? Don't you have any sense of national honor? Watching Roy trash the little baka country?" When Edward said these words, his tone was somewhat contemptuous, somewhat looking down on Nine Palace Shiro's behavior. "I'm afraid to die." Shiro Kudamiya shrugged and said with a matter-of-fact expression. "Besides, I think it's even better to follow Mr. Roy around than before because I get to follow him around as he storms you guys hawk sauce me. You." Edward's nose was almost crooked with anger, and he glared viciously at Shiro Kugong. No longer having the slightest intention to speak, he turned around and walked away. With his departing back, Shiro Kugong had an indifferent look on his face, and instead shouted, "Mr. Edward, a sincere word of advice. Hurry back and persuade Eagle Jam's bigwigs to surrender. There is no way Hawk Jam will surrender." Without turning his head, Edward roared in anger, "You traitors, you will pay." Having said that, Edward's feet quickened and he instantly disappeared in front of Shiro Kugamiya, hurriedly getting into a black sedan. Just getting into the limousine, he immediately began contacting the big house at 1600 and reported the news he had just gotten to the White Boss and others. Oceanside, 1600 big house. What do you mean? Roy, he has 500 Tsar bombs in his hands? You're not kidding, are you? How is that possible? When the White Boss heard Edward's words, he almost fell out of his chair in shock and exclaimed with an incredulous face, "Impossible! Never! 500 Tsar bombs! He can't possibly have them." The news made his head spin. Can't believe it at all. 500 Tsar bombs would have blown Eagle Sauce out of the water. Where are these Tsar bombs? They're not in our Eagle Sauce territory, are they? Damn! This madman, Roy, must be terrorizing us. There's absolutely no way that's happening. If he had 500 Tsar bombs, the world would be in total chaos. The Eagle Sauce bigwigs present, who had learned the news, were also quite shocked, and one by one, their faces were filled with unbelievable shock, and they exclaimed loudly, not willing to believe this at all, while the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the big house at 1600 were shocked into disbelief. Inside a military base in San Francisco, William, who had defected, was dumbfounded as a whole when he received the order from Roy's side. Mr. Roy has weapons of mass destruction in his hands? Or a Tsar bomb? Is this really true? This is crazy. After defecting to Roy, the only company has a whole new perception of Roy's strength, and he feels that he's already high enough on Roy, but it hadn't occurred to me either. Roy has weapons of mass destruction in his hands. Just as William and the other defected Eagle general officers and others were numb with shock, a large mountain inside the barracks suddenly shook. With a roar, the large mountain massif slowly opened up to the sides. Subsequently, a huge black hole was revealed. Under the horrified gazes of William and the others, they only saw the heavy missile vehicle carrying logs inside that black hole, slowly traveling out. On that missile truck, a huge missile was brightly transported, and that missile had a very distinctive marking on its body. Tsar Bomb logo. Buzz. Seeing the Tsar Bomb logo on the missile car that was slowly traveling out, William and the others only felt their brains explode with a buzz, and the entire group was stunned to stay in place, their hearts setting off shockwaves. He really does have the Tsar Bomb. In this moment, William and other officers who surrendered over to Eagle Sauce only felt creeped out, and a bone-deep fear of Roy was indeed born. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. Hawk Sauce panicked. The world was silent. Chapter 115. Hawk Sauce panicked. The world went quiet, as William and the other Eagle Jam people watched in horror. One log carrier after another slowly traveled out of the cave. The rumbling and roaring engine sound of the log carrier was like heavenly thunder roaring in the ears of the crowd, making people's hearts and minds tremble. 1, 2, 3, 4. William was earnestly counting the number, and the more he counted the more intense the horror of his heart became, for he realized that there were 50 log carriers in all, driving slowly out of the cave, forming a long line of convoys. Each log carrier, carrying a Tsar bomb, gave an unrivaled sense of oppression. Meanwhile, there were 10 other bases hidden all over the San Francisco territory, while log carriers eased out of their bunkers, each carrying Tsar bombs, 500 Tsarist bombs. Simultaneous appearances. Roy's men, at the first opportunity after the unveiling of the log carrier, made the news public. The person in charge of this was none other than Zhao Heng, who had been entrusted by Roy with a live broadcast in front of the whole world. The missile carriers coming out of the base behind me right now are carrying none other than the Tsar bombs, each of which explodes with the power of 170 million tons of TNT explosives. Zhao Heng turned to the live camera, his face as cold as frost, and issued a stern warning to Eagle Sauce. Mr. Roy solemnly warns Eagle Sauce that if Eagle Sauce dares to make any offenses against San Francisco, 500 Tsar bombs will be launched at the same time and land on Eagle Sauce territory. Mr. Roy is as good as his word, and will be sure to fire the Tsar bomb as soon as he feels threatened. These 500 Tsar bombs, that's what's on the table right now. As far as how many Tsar bombs we actually have, ask Eagle Sauce to make his own guess. Please also ask Eagle Sauce to weigh the consequences of 500, or even more, Tsar bombs falling on your heads. The news announced by Zhao Heng first caused a huge storm within the Eagle Sauce, and countless should-be people were all scared out of their wits when they learned of the news. Jesus, Roy the madman has so many weapons of mass destruction in his hands? 170 million tons equivalent of Tsar bombs he has? And in such large quantities? It's over, it's over. Hawk Sauce is going down the drain. If we anger this madman, we're all doomed. What the F? Who can tell me how Roy, a foreign student from an ancient Eastern country, can have such a terrifying armed force? Goddamn rocks. Goddamn California courts. Why did you all offend this madman? If it weren't for you, how could he have targeted Eagle Jam Nation so much? The Eagle Jam people are going crazy. They couldn't accept the horror. At this point, the Hawk Jam bigwigs in the big house at 1600 were also silent after learning that Roy had so many horrible WMDs under his command. God is going to kill me, Eagle Sauce? The white boss sat in the big chair. His face looked stupefied. His eyes were a little blank. This crazy man, he has so many weapons of mass destruction? Where did he get them from? Is it all true? Can you guys tell me? These Tsar bombs, are they real or fake? Crowd. In the face of these words from the white boss, the people present could not answer. Boss, even if we feel that all these Tsar bombs of his are fake, we don't dare to gamble. An Eagle Sauce big man. After being silent for a while, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and he said in a bitter tone, we now really don't dare to bet that the gun in his hand has no bullets. In case, I said in case, If these Tsar bombs of his are real, they are a mortal threat to us. The scariest thing is, I don't think this madman will reveal all his cards at once. The fact that he can unveil 500 Tsar bombs at once means that he is expected to have more, or more horrific, weapons of mass destruction in his hands. This statement, it made the Eagle Sauce bigwigs present, all of them fall into silence, and a helpless and bitter look appeared on each of their faces. They suddenly realized, they really couldn't do anything with Roy now. They didn't dare to bet on how many trump cards Roy had in his hand, or whether Eagle Sauce would be able to intercept all of them at the same time if Roy fired all of the Tsar bombs at the same time. If one was missed and not intercepted, it would be a devastating blow to Eagle Jam, and a city could be reduced to rubble in an instant. Millions of Eagle Jam people will be flying dust. This cost. No one can afford it, and no one can afford to take the blame for this horror. Then what should we do now? The white boss gritted his teeth, his heart angry and powerless. Could it be that we really can't do anything about Roy? Really just watch him be so arrogant? Silence. Deep silence. All the Hawk Jam bigwigs, at this point, were speechless, because they really couldn't think of any good way to clean up Roy. They were afraid of getting themselves blown up by the Tsar bomb. Boss, a Hawksbane bigwig, after a moment's hesitation, gritted his teeth and said, "Let's just pretend we don't see Roy. Let's pretend he doesn't exist." San Francisco gave it to him. Brush up. As the crowd of Eagle Jam bigwigs and white bosses listened to these words, their faces suddenly changed wildly, and their eyes focused on the man who had spoken. When he doesn't exist? Boss White gritted his teeth. When he doesn't exist, does he not exist? He furiously stomps on Eagle Sauce's face in front of the whole world every day, making us lose face. Can we pretend he doesn't exist? Then boss, do you have the courage to die with him? Being questioned by the white boss, the big Eagle Jam man who spoke also got a little angry and said angrily, "If you dare to take the lives of everyone in the entire Eagle Jam to fight with him, then forget I said it." But I don't think the people will agree that we take their lives to fight Roy. White boss. These words solidly silenced him. He wouldn't dare. Let's vote by a show of hands. After a moment of silence, a look of powerlessness appeared in the white boss's eyes, and he said in a disheveled tone, "Let's all raise our hands together and decide whether or not we're going to give up on San Francisco altogether and pretend that Roy doesn't exist. In favor of abandonment, raise your hand." As soon as he said this, the faces of the Eagle Sauce bigwigs in the room changed for a moment. You looking at me and I looking at you, all waiting for the other side to make a statement. "I'm for it." Just as the crowd was hesitating, one of the Eagle Jam bigwigs suddenly raised his hand. "I'm in favor of giving up San Francisco." After this Hawksbane bigot raised his hand, the rest of the Hawksbane bigots hesitated slightly before finally raising their hands one after the other. Eventually, the white boss noticed that all the Hawk Jam bigwigs raised their hands in favor of giving up San Francisco. Eagle Sauce, it's over. As he watched the crowd raise their hands, the white boss sighed in his mind and then raised his hand as well. "I'm in favor of that as well." End of chapter 116. Chapter 116, I won't fight if you surrender? Thinking too beautifully. Chapter 116, I won't fight if you surrender? It's too beautiful to think. When Roy brightly flashed 500 rounds of Tsar bombs, the whole world was rocked to its core, and Eagle Jam went numb with fear. Everyone didn't expect Roy to have such a terrifying super weapon in his hands. 500 Tsar bombs, if all of them managed to hit their targets, would be enough to completely cripple the entire Eagle Sauce. Faced with such a terrifying threat, Hawk Jam had to compromise, and the Hawk Jam bigwigs in the big house at 1600 unanimously decided to stop coveting the San Francisco that Roy had already gotten his hands on for the time being. Will Roy get an inch after we compromise? The white boss fell into a moment of silence after seeing that everyone chose to raise their hands, and after a few moments spoke languidly. "If he gets ahead of himself and makes a move on the cities around San Francisco, to the point of annexing all of California, how are we going to react? This issue, we have to think carefully." Brush. As the crowd of Eagle Sauce bigwigs listened to the white boss's words, their faces couldn't help but change slightly for a while, and a nervous look appeared in their eyes. Obviously, they felt that the fact that their own boss had raised the issue was a very serious one that deserved to be taken seriously. "As of now, there's no way for us to be sure if he'll do what you said, boss." An Eagle Sauce bigwig frowned. "But if we don't take the initiative to provoke a conflict, he shouldn't continue to make a move against the surrounding San Francisco, the city, or even the whole of California, right? He should know very well that if he pushes Eagle Jam completely over the edge, it won't do him any good and will only make him pay for it. With Eagle Jam's strength, we're perfectly capable of dragging him along with us if we're reckless. I don't think he wants to die yet." As soon as this Hawksbane bigwig's words left his mouth, it immediately made the other Hawksbane bigwigs present. All of them couldn't help but nod their heads slightly. Roy was no longer the unknown student from the ancient country that he used to be, but now he was in control, and had become a big shot with a power that made the whole world afraid of him. Being big people, they put themselves in their shoes and thought that Roy should be less maniacal after reaching this point. It is a common problem for the vast majority of the great ones to cherish their lives. Take one step at a time. Anyway, try not to provoke that lunatic now. If he really wants to take on the other cities then we'll find a way to deal with him. It is necessary for us to tell Roy that we give up the idea of taking back our San Francisco, but he must also not make a move on any other city or we will fight him to the bitter end. The Eagle Jam bigwigs, who were present, spoke up and gave their advice. Hearing the white boss sitting in the main seat nod his head for a while, after a unanimous decision, Eagle Jam once again reached out to Edward, who was far away in West 8. Have Edward communicate Eagle Jam's decision to Roy. 8 countries in the West. Edward, who returned to the embassy in a huff, immediately saw his colleagues inside the embassy, talking about it, and each face was filled with a look of horror and shock. What's wrong with you guys? Edward looked at his colleagues' reactions and asked curiously, why do you all look so shocked? Did something big happen? Mr. Edward, a staff member of the Eagle Jam embassy, seeing Edward appear, rushed to him and said, something big is going on. That crazy man Roy, he debuted 500 rounds of Tsar bombs. You heard right. 500 rounds of Tsar bombs. It's the Tsar bomb as we know it. He warned us that 500 Tsar bombs would fall on our heads if we dared to make a move on San Francisco. What the F? Edward's face suddenly changed wildly, only to feel a roaring explosion in his head, and his whole body jumped up in shock. That madman has the Tsar bomb in his hands? How is this possible? The shock of this news was too much for Edward. Look at the same time, he hurriedly pulled Edward to a computer that was playing the relevant news, and the host of the news, none other than Alice from the Federal Television, was broadcasting the news about the 500 rounds of Tsar bombs in detail. Edward froze, his entire body falling into silence, thinking about what Roy had said earlier and just feeling creeped out. Originally, he didn't take Roy's words of intimidation to heart, nor did he feel that Roy really had a chance of winning against a serious Eagle Jam. But in this moment, his confidence in Eagle Jam faltered. Mr. Edward, there are new instructions being conveyed to you from the big house of 1600. Just as Edward froze in his tracks, another embassy staff member hurriedly approached him. Look at the staff member handed Edward an encrypted document. Edward snapped back instantly, received the encrypted file and hastily opened it to view it. After reading that, Edward's eyes went huge, and a huge wave went through his mind, feeling his worldview and beliefs instantly crumble. Gave in? Hawk Master has gone soft on Roy? Edward held the file incredulously, almost exclaiming, be afraid I'm going to go and give in to Roy and tell him we're giving up on San Francisco completely. Listening to Edward's words, Eagle Sauce embassy staff present, there was also a look of disbelief on all of their faces, and a shout of shock, equally shocked at the decision of the big house at 1600. After a while, back to Edward, with a complicated look on his face, he took the papers and left the big house at 1600, once again heading towards the estate where Roy was. Soon, he saw Roy again. Roy is fishing on one of the man-made lakes on the property. King Nishihachi and Shiro Kidomiya, among others, were standing at a distance watching him fish. Will Mr. Roy be angry if he fishes for so long without catching a fish? Shall I send one of my men to dive into the water and hang the fish on his hook? King Nishihachi glanced at Roy's back and whispered to Shiro Kidomiya, putting a big shark on Mr. Roy's hook should make him happy, right, Shiro Kogamiya? Listening to these words from the Western Eighth King, he looked back at the other party with a speechless face, really wanting to lift the other party's brain and see if it was filled with poop. This artificial lake is freshwater. You hang a shark on him? Whose intelligence are you insulting? You'd piss Roy off more than the Air Force if you did, wouldn't you? Edward, who had just rushed over, was also speechless when he heard these words from the West Eighth King, but now he was in no mood to care whether Roy would be in the Air Force or not, but anxiously said to the West Eighth King and the others, everyone, can I go over to see Mr. Roy now then? I have urgent matters. Come here. Edward's words had just finished, and before the West Eighth King and the others could react, Roy in the distance suddenly opened his mouth leisurely. Crowd. As soon as they heard Roy's voice, Ninomiya Shiro and the others suddenly had their scalps tingling, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. They were now at least 20 meters away from Roy, and the conversation was still lowered, and they were actually heard by Roy? That's too scary. As soon as the West Eighth King thought that what he had just said was overheard by Roy, he was so embarrassed that he had the urge to break open the crack of his head and drill into it. Edward wasn't interested in caring about the embarrassment of the King of the West Eight, and when he heard Roy's call, he hurriedly jogged over to him. then told Roy about the decision for the big house at 1600. Surrendered? After Roy heard that, after Edward all came, a playful smile appeared on his face and he looked at him with a smirk. Sorry, I don't want to accept your surrender anymore now. I'm still going to beat you up if you surrender. Edward? End of chapter. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Hawk Sauce You Move? I'll take this America. Chapter 117, Eagle Sauce You Move. I'll take this America. Not, Mr. Roy. What exactly do you mean? We've already made such great concessions, and you're going to continue to escalate the conflict? After Edward froze for a moment, a look of shocked anger appeared on his face and he exclaimed excitedly, "You're not doing either of us any favors. Not good for either side?" Roy looked at the agitated Edward. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "I don't think so. I think it would do me a lot of good to do that. Because I can get a bigger turf." Edward. Good point. But this kind of robber baron logic, being born from a robber baron country, was too much for him to accept for a while. The great Eagle Sauce will never succumb to your threats. Edward gritted his teeth and trembled with anger. If you are bent on having your way, you won't get any benefits in the end. In the end, the result will only be that the entire little wrecking ball will be littered with wolves and mushrooms blooming. At that time, you will also die. Ha! Roy laughed at the words with a ha and looked at Edward with eyes like he was an idiot. Well, you'll just have to wait and see. As long as the earth doesn't blow up into pieces in an instant, Roy wouldn't have died. So, he for Edward this threat, he did not put in his heart at all, and he already has plans to establish a moon base. As long as the moon base gets it right, he wouldn't die even if the little wrecking ball blew up. Then we'll see. Edward knew there was no way he could reason with the madman in front of him, and anyway, his job was done, and he huffed and puffed, watching Edward huff and puff away. The looks on the faces of the 8 West Kings and the others were all very subtle. In the past, they had been bullied and oppressed by Hawk Sauce as Hawk Sauce's little old brother, or Hawk Sauce's blood bag. Long ago, I was displeased with Eagle Jam. Now it's nice to see the Hawk Jam guys get cleaned up. Tell the truth, they were quite cool in their hearts. Mr. Roy, it's not true that he's going to make a complete break with Eagle Sauce, is it? Can we survive if Mr. Roy and Eagle Sauce have a big fight against all odds? King Nishihachi's scalp was a little numb at the thought of that crazy situation, and asked in a low voice to Shiro Kugong, "Do you think we should persuade Mr. Roy? Don't mess with Hawk Jam for now, and go somewhere else to get some territory?" Jogong Shiro squinted his eyes, skimmed the Western 8th King, looked at him like he was an idiot, and leisurely said, "Go and persuade him." King West 8, momentarily speechless. What the hell is he? Where's the courage to talk Roy down? He'd be thankful for Roy's mercy now that he was alive. A godsend. And he wasn't about to touch a tiger's ass. "You guys, come here." Just as the 9 Palace Shiro's men were murmuring, Roy suddenly turned his head and waved at them. Seeing this, several people, Shiro Kogong, jogged over in a panic and respectfully walked up to Roy, waiting for his orders. "Konishi Hachiko, go and send out a notice for Eagle Jam to move from the Americas immediately." "I'll take the Americas." Roy glanced at the West 8th King, who appeared in front of him with a lowered brow, and said with a serious face, "Ha!" As soon as King Nishiba heard Roy's words, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets in shock, thinking that he was hallucinating. "Mr. Roy, are you telling me to send out a notice for Eagle Sauce to move?" Shiro Ninomiya, Microsoft Matsushita, and the others, too, were dumbfounded by Roy's words, their brains buzzing and exploding. They had just heard Edward convey the meaning of the big house at 1600, and knew that Hawk Sauce had been willing to give in and wasn't going to steal San Francisco from Roy. Originally, they thought that Roy should be very satisfied after getting this result and wouldn't continue to make a big deal out of it. Results. Roy turned his head and screwed them big time. He wants Eagle Sauce to move. Aha! Roy didn't feel surprised by the shock of the West 8th King, but nodded with a face that took it for granted. That's a piece of chosen land that Hawk Sauce isn't qualified to occupy. So they had to move in a hurry to vacate it and leave it for me. Crowd. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded and their brains buzzed as they watched Roy say this so matter-of-factly. "Go." Roy prodded. "Good." The scalp-numb West 8th King, after gulping, nodded stiffly and turned around to do his business. The world is going to be a complete mess. Turning around, the West 8th King, his face could not help but turn a little white, and he even felt that his hands and feet were a little cold. The end of the world may be close at hand. Roy's behavior, which he felt was sure to enrage Eagle Jam completely, and the repercussions of exposure, were quite horrific. Beside Roy, Lee Jae-jin quietly watched what Roy did and listened to all the words he uttered. This man is truly an unadulterated madman. He's trying to plunge the whole world into war. Lee Jae-jin's eyes as he looked at Roy were somewhat complicated at the moment. Shocked, in awe, only feeling that this man in front of him had a huge fog on him, making it impossible to see clearly. Fish are biting. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lee Jae-jin noticed the fish float on the surface of the water, and seeing that it was suddenly pulled into shape, he hurriedly whispered a reminder to Roy. Oh, yeah, finally bit the dust? As soon as Roy heard Lee Jae-jin's words, a flash of joy suddenly appeared on his face, and he hurriedly lifted the fishing rod with one hand, lifting a palm-sized red carp out of the water. Nice. Looking at the red carp being brought up, the smile on Roy's face became wide and he seemed really happy. Naomi Ashiro and the others had a trance-like feeling as they watched him look so happy just because he caught a fish. They just couldn't combine the image of a man who was so happy because he hoisted a palm-sized carp with that of an archdemon who made the whole world's head spin. Roy at the moment, it was full of dreaminess in their eyes. Roy is actually a fishing enthusiast. But, he is likewise a senior airman. In the old days of fishing, there was a 99% chance that you would return with space. So, that's why I was so happy to catch a fish this time. Just as Roy was happy, someone on the other side of the ocean was soon to be unhappy, for the King of the Eight West had made a fiery announcement. He stood in front of the camera, looking impassioned, and said loudly, "Listen up everyone in Hawksbane. Mr. Roy has told all Hawksbane people to start getting ready to move right away. He's ready to turn the entire Americas into a private territory. No one will be allowed to enter his private territory without his permission. Mr. Roy has given all Eagle Jam natives 3 months. Within 3 months, if the Eagle Sauce natives do not move out of the Americas, Mr. Roy will take action to evict all outlaws who trespass on his territory." The whole world was once more in an uproar at the announcement of the King of the Eight West, and there was a crackle of smashing and the roar of the white bosses and the Eagle Jam bigwigs in the big house at 1600. End of chapter 118. Chapter 118, Genetically Castrated Little Nishihachi. Chapter 118, Genetically Castrated Little Nishihachi. Oceanside. Eagle Sauce. Inside the big house at 1600, the white boss and a bunch of Eagle Jam bigwigs are having a field day, all blue and angry. Even the old white man was so angry that he picked up something on his desk and smashed it, frantically venting his anger and greeting Roy, who was far away in West 8. "Damn it! Fucking scalawags! I really want to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Pissed me off. How dare he be so arrogant, to tell us that we should evacuate all the aborigines out of Eagle Sauce country within 3 months? Who gave him the courage to say such words? Do you really think that if he has weapons of mass destruction, we really don't have any means to deal with it?" The white boss growled thunderously as he smashed things, a violent tremor running through his body due to his overexcitement and anger. Suddenly, enraged to the extreme, he felt a wave of dizziness. A golden flower rose before his eyes, his body convulsed, and he fell straight down. "No good. Mr. Fainted. Doctor, get a doctor over here." Watching the white boss get pissed off, the equally angry Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room were scared out of their wits, causing another commotion. Soon, the professional medical team from the big house rushed in at the first opportunity, and after a bit of tossing and turning on the white boss, he finally woke up lazily, lying on a huge soft couch. "Sir, please calm down." Looking at the white boss leisurely woke up, an Eagle Jam big man rushed forward and said to him somewhat anxiously, "You can't fall down now. You fall down, the whole Eagle Jam will be completely messed up." The white boss, who had just awakened, his eyes were still a bit blank, but he quickly recovered. The muscles on his face twitched, and the anger in his eyes raged out once again. "Help me up." The white boss took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and with the help of the people around him, he finally sat up and leaned back on the sofa. His face shifted for a while as he gritted his teeth and said, "We have to find a way to get rid of Roy, no matter how much it costs. We must get rid of him, otherwise, he won't leave us in peace." Hearing these words from the white boss, the Eagle Sauce bigwigs present, their faces suddenly became a bit subtle. Get rid of Roy? They want to, but, with the way things were going, the chances of them trying to get rid of Roy were just too slim. Most importantly, the chain reaction that would be caused after they took a shot at Roy was something they currently had no control over for the time being. "That's the hard part, boss. It's really not that easy for us to take Roy out alone." One of the Hawk Jam bigwigs hesitated inside. "The weapons of mass destruction he controls under his command are too intimidating. We can't afford to be attacked." That said, it silenced the crowd, and they all felt stifled and angry in their hearts. Think of them as a superpower. Surprisingly, by a young man from an ancient Eastern country. It's really hard to accept that we've been forced to this awkward situation. What an existence they all used to have on this little wrecking ball, bullying whoever they wanted. How is it that you are now being bullied so much by a young man from an ancient Eastern country and yet you can do nothing about it? This world had become too fast. Unite! The white boss gritted his teeth. If we, Eagle Jam, can't deal with him alone, then we'll unite with more countries and deal with him together. I think, currently, there aren't many countries that would want this guy to stay alive. The major Europa nations, surely, have felt the oppression from him, and they surely want to take out Roy, too, so we can unite them. The white boss spoke these words with a burst of gnashing of teeth and a murderous aura. As long as we unite all of our allies and make a move on Roy at the same time, I don't believe he can hold out. Brush, brush, brush. As the crowd listened to the white boss's words, their faces couldn't help but change slightly for a while, and quite a few of them even subconsciously nodded their heads, thinking that this statement was quite reasonable. If, being able to unite all the countries that are unhappy with Roy, all of them will come together to strike at Roy when the time comes, then Roy, even if he's strong, he certainly won't be able to hold out. After all, making an enemy of the globe is almost certain death. Good. I agree with the boss on this one. That makes sense to me too. So we're going to start moving now? Go ahead and contact Big Bear Country. A group of Eagle Jam bigwigs finally agreed with Boss White's suggestion and decided to start moving immediately and began to go and unite the other major countries in preparation for a siege on Roy. While the whole of Hawk Jam was boiling over from Roy's decision, Roy, who was the one involved, was at that moment as if he was a nobody, not caring at all about all the storms in the outside world, absolutely powerful, keeps him steady as an old dog, fearless of everything. At this point, he was inside the manor, soaking in the hot spring pool, enjoying Lee Jae-jin's service, and his entire body had a feeling of floating in the air. Boss, what are you going to do with the Western 8? Lee Jae-jin, who had served Roy to the point where he was soothed, put on a bathrobe and leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool with him, and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, what to do with the Western 8? When Roy heard the question asked by Lee Jae-jin, the light in his eyes flickered slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. For the country of Konishi Hachi, he had never been any good at it, even. It's safe to say he's disgusted with this country because they're so good at jumping around and coming in all day to disgust people. For him, it's best for this country to disappear instantly. It purifies the human bloodline. I'm going to make West 8 completely disappear into history. After thinking for a while, Roy said to Lee Jae-jin in no uncertain terms. Hiss. Lee Jae-jin sucked in a mouthful of cool air at his words. A flash of horror appeared in his eyes. His face went a little white, and he asked with a trembling voice, Boss, do you mean to kill the entire Western 8 kingdoms? This, if anyone else had said such a thing, Lee Jae-jin will just dismiss it as blowing awesome nonsense. But, the person who said such a thing was Roy. Things are of a different nature. The man is crazy as the man in front of him. It's a real possibility to do something that horrible. It is really possible that he will kill all the people in the entire West 8, leaving no one behind, even including her. One thought. She got a little chill all over her body. That's too bloody. Watching Lee Jae-jin's face instantly turn pale, Roy raised an eyebrow, shook his head and said, there's no need to kill anyone. I'm just planning to castrate all the Konishibachi men from the genetic level. Lee Jae-jin? End of chapter 119. Chapter 119 Utterly Crazy. Chapter 119, Utter Madness. Roy's answer caused Lee Jae-jin to look at him with a puzzled face and asked, Boss, what does that mean? Castrating all the men in the Western 8 kingdoms from the genetic level? Castrate the West 8 men she can hear. But castrating all the West 8 men on a genetic level was a bit confusing. The first time she'd ever heard such a statement. That's right, by genetic means, make all the West 8 men, in essence, eunuchs. Roy narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, it's not only Saihachi. I also plan to use this tactic on Little Baka as well. Of course, there may be more countries in the future that I will use this tactic on. Anyway, I'll castrate all the men from whichever country upsets me. Lee Jae-jin. Roy said this flatly, but it gave her a creepy feeling. Chills raging and goosebumps. Can this really be done? Lee Jae-jin opened his mouth and said with some disbelief, if those people knew, they wouldn't. It's their turn to make the decision? Roy snorted lightly and said disdainfully, as long as I want to do it, no one can stop me. The reason he said what he said, it's because he had previously seen a genetic weapon in the system mall. A genetic weapon that could directionally alter human genes, making certain specific groups of people completely lose their fertility. This genetic weapon is invisible. How he will use it and when he will use it, no one can know. So to speak, as long as he wants to, Saihachi and Little Baga will, inevitably, become a nation of eunuchs. Crazy. Lee Jae-jin was chilled to the bone and subconsciously said, if you do this, you'll make all of humanity extinct. Extinction of the entire human race? Ha ha. Roy listened to Lee Jae-jin call himself a madman, but he didn't get angry. Instead he laughed and wrapped his arms around her. For the time being, I just want to make little Saihachi and little Baka extinct. I don't intend to make the whole of mankind extinct. Besides, isn't there still me? I can give birth. First, I'll let you help me give birth to 10 or 8. Suddenly being embraced by Roy, Lee Jae-jin let out a startled cry, which quickly turned into a woozy sound. When Roy left the hot tub, Lee Jae-jin had almost gone limp into a puddle. A refreshed Roy, dressed under the ministrations of a fair-skinned young girl, came into a hall. At this point, his first steward was waiting in the hall. "Boss, we just got word that Eagle Jam is starting to make big moves." Seeing Roy come out, the senior steward rushed forward to report to him. "Our intelligence officers found out that they are contacting major countries, and the initial judgment is that they want to unite with other countries and deal with us together." "Oh, trying to unite against me? This is the rhythm of beating me as a big boss?" Hearing the words of the big steward, Roy couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I never thought that one day, I would become a public enemy of the world. Ha ha." Roy was not the least bit nervous and panicked or even indifferent to the fact that Hawk Jam wanted to contact other countries and unite against himself. For him, no matter what Hawk Jam did, there was no way he could take him out. Nothing could be done with him, so he really wasn't panicking. "Boss, so what are you going to do next? Should we just wipe Eagle Sauce off the little wrecking ball?" A flash of icy killing intent flashed in the eyes of the senior steward. "Now our people have basically put Eagle Jam's home base, all of their weapons of mass destruction, under our surveillance. As soon as we do, we can always take over their weapons of mass destruction and completely paralyze their armed forces. Without WMD, Eagle Jam is like a toothless tiger in front of us, not to be feared." These days, although Roy got away with it every day and tossed Lee Jae-jin around when he moved, it wasn't like he didn't do anything serious. These days he had purchased a large number of directed dead soldiers from the system, all of which were placed in the armed forces, and had silently grasped a huge power to map out Eagle Sauce's home. Those Hawk Sauce bigwigs in the big house at 1600, estimating that they had never dreamed that their biggest bottom line, in fact, was now out of their hands, and that even if they ordered an attack on Roy now, those weapons of mass destruction would be turned into scrap metal. "We agreed to give them 3 months, so we'll give them 3 months, and if they don't move after 3 months, it won't be too late to clean them up." The feeling of being in control of everything was very cool for Roy, and at the same time, it made him incredibly calm, not worrying about any changes at all. Hawk Jam wants to have fun, then play nice with him. Otherwise, what a boring day. Then should we warn the other countries against joining forces with Eagle Jam? The senior steward did not disobey Roy's decision in the slightest, but asked another question. "That's fine." Roy's eyes flashed as he nodded and said, "Then put out a message to warn the other countries that they are not allowed to join forces with Eagle Sauce. Whoever dares to team up with Eagle Sauce, then I'll clean them up first without cleaning up Eagle Sauce." "Alright, I'll go and arrange it," the Grand Steward answered, turned around and left to run his errands. After the first steward left, Roy asked the dead henchmen around him to go and call Shiro Kidomiya, Microsoft Matsushita, and King Nishihachi over again. "What's the boss calling us for all of a sudden? Is something big about to happen again? Is the boss going to let us go fight Eagle Sauce? If we're really going to fight Eagle Sauce, I'm willing to charge." Ninomiya Shiro, Matsushita Microsoft, and Nishihaki Oji, several people, suddenly received Roy's summons and hurriedly rushed here. One by one, their faces showed a puzzled curiosity, and they entered the manor hall in a low voice. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw that Roy was sitting on a couch, holding a small transparent bottle that emitted a faint blue fluorescence, looking into the light and wondering what it was. "Come here, all of you." Roy noticed the arrival of a few people and placed the gene potion in his hand, onto the tabletop, and said to a few people, "All come over here and take a closer look at this thing." As the few people from Microsoft Matsushita listened to Roy's words, the puzzled look on each of their faces intensified, but they didn't dare to say anything more, and hurriedly came over to look carefully at the small blue bottle on the desktop. "Boss, what is this?" After staring at the small bottle for a while, Microsoft Matsushita couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and asked in a small voice. The West 8th King and the others, whose faces were also filled with curiosity, looked up cautiously at Roy, somewhat confused as to why he had suddenly asked them to come over to see this strange thing. "It's a genetic potion." Roy swept his gaze over them, then said quietly, "I'm going to use this gene potion to castrate all the men in Little Baga." Panasonic Microsoft? End of chapter 120. Chapter 120 Night 10 Lang is not a dream. Chapter 120 Night Shiro is not a dream. Matsushita Microsoft felt as if an electric current had passed through her body when she heard Roy's words, and her entire body couldn't help but tremble, so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The West 8th King and the others on the side were similarly shocked, looking at Roy in disbelief. After freezing for a moment, Microsoft Matsushita gulped and opened her mouth to Roy with a slightly trembling tone. Boss, I seem to have hallucinated and misheard something. Can you say it again? Are you saying that you are going to castrate all the men in Little Baka? It's one of those sterilizing castration? You're not kidding, are you? Matsushita Microsoft's body was trembling slightly as she said this, and the way she looked at Roy was like looking at a demon walking out of hell. It's crazy. Only a demon could do such a thing. That's right. It's the kind of castration you understand. Roy looked at Matsushita Microsoft, his face a little pale in appearance, and nodded slightly, as if saying a very rare thing. Not only am I going to castrate all the men of Little Baka on a genetic level, but I'm also going to castrate the men of Little Nishibaka as well. Hiss. The moment the West 8th King heard Roy's words, his scalp instantly exploded, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, so terrified that he almost directly went limp on the ground. If someone else had said something like that, he would have just dismissed it as nonsense and wouldn't have taken it to heart. But Roy says such things. But it made him feel a chill rise from his bones, because he knows Roy is truly capable of doing such things, and he knows it well. If Roy really did it, then the little Saihachi and the little Baka, surely they must perish. Boss, we are also men. Ninomiya Shiro's cold sweat brushed down, looking at Roy with a desperate face. Are you going to castrate us castrated as well? He already has a child though. There's the queen. But he doesn't want to be castrated. No man in his right mind would want to be castrated himself. But now, there was nothing he could do to face Roy. If you guys want to, then you can be fulfilled. Looking at the frightened and desperate appearance of these people from Nine Palace Shiro, Roy slightly narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept over them. Castrating you all is just the right thing to do so that you can focus on doing my work for me, and don't think about what's there all day long. Flop flop. As soon as Roy finished saying this, all the people present were so scared that their legs went limp and they directly knelt down for Roy, tears coming out of their eyes. The boss wants to die. If you castrate me, you might as well just kill me with a knife. Boss, please let us go. I don't have any messed up mind, and I'm absolutely loyal to you, boss. No matter if it was King Nishibaji, or Microsoft Matsushita, or Shiro Ninomiya, all of them were terrified, fearing that Roy would really castrate them, and under the great fear, they were so scared that they kowtowed to Roy with a thud, and kept begging for forgiveness. Looking at these people who were scared out of their wits, Roy skimmed his mouth and couldn't help but let out a light laugh, looking at them with a smirk. Originally, I was planning to castrate you as well, but after thinking about it, I'd rather not, and keep you as $1,000 for your bones, as a reward for your sensible surrender. As Shiro Kugong and the others were so scared that they almost pissed themselves, Roy leisurely opened his mouth and said to them, of course, if one day you guys are going to develop a little mind that you shouldn't have, then I don't mind letting you guys be eunuchs. Phew. Once the crowd heard Roy's words, they let out a long sigh of relief. Their hanging hearts finally fell, and in an instant, they actually had a feeling that all their strength had been drained out of their bodies, and they directly went limp on the ground, terrified. Boss, I, Shiro Kudamiya, pledge on my character that I will never think anything I shouldn't about you, and that both I and my children and grandchildren will always be loyal to you, boss, and saddle up for you. When Shiro Kugamiya came back to his senses, he stood up in a hurry, patting his chest and assuring Roy, Microsoft Matsushita, King Nishibachi, and the others, after coming back to their senses, also panicked and made assurances to Roy, promising that they would never do anything to betray them. Ha! Roy listened to the chest-beating assurances of these people from the 8 West Kings and just gave a bashful laugh, not putting it in his heart at all. These people, loyalty and disloyalty, for him it doesn't really matter. The reason for keeping them now, it's just a matter of being discerning enough and still serving themselves comfortably enough to let them do the dirty work themselves. If they upset themselves, could take them out at any time. They didn't pose any threat to themselves at all. Now, I leave to you the task of genetically castrating all the men of Konishihachi and Kobaga. Roy's eyes slowly became stern as he said to King Saihachi and the others, I want all the men of Little Saihachi and Little Baga to never have any heirs born from now on. I will not allow the world to continue to have Little Saihachi and Little Baha men born after all the present ones have died of natural causes. This thing, do it right and I won't castrate you. If you can't do it right, prepare yourselves, all of you, for goodbye. Do you hear me? Roy's words caused the West 8th King and the others to be immediately pressurized, and a pained look appeared on each of their faces. Honestly, doing this is extremely stressful for them psychologically. If possible, they would never be willing to do something as crazy as that. This is destroying your own race with your own hands. However, they had no choice. There is a saying in the ancient country, dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. The West 8th King suddenly took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, "Boss, you can rest assured. I will definitely go all out to do this thing, and strive to make the boss you satisfied." "Very good." The West 8th King was the first to come forward and state his position, causing a look of satisfaction to appear on Roy's face as he nodded at him. "I like people like you who are painfully honest, and men like you deserve to be rewarded." Saying that, Roy suddenly had a small finger-sized bottle, black in color, appear in his hand, and threw it directly towards the Western 8th King. "Take it." The West 8th King received the vial Roy threw over with his hands in a frenzy, his face filled with a puzzled expression. "This is a genetic potion that can perform a reorganization and repair on your body, restoring your physical state to its peak." Looking at King Shiba's dumbfounded acceptance of the small black bottle, Roy said indifferently, "After using this gene potion, 10 times a night is not a dream. Don't worry, there won't be any side effects." "King West 8? Roy's words were like heavenly thunder, causing the West 8th King's brain to instantly buzz and explode, and his heart set off huge waves as he looked incredulously at the small black bottle in his hand. "This little bottle looks plain and ordinary, can't see any magical effect at all. But in Roy's mouth, it's so anticlimactic? Are you kidding me?" The West 8th King's heart was a little confused. End of chapter 121. Chapter 121, Don't be a good boy when you've gotten a bargain. Chapter 121, Don't take advantage of the situation. If you want a horse to run, then you have to feed it well. That's something Roy thought about a lot. Although these people from the West 8th King were no different from a dog in his eyes, but even if they were dogs, they were still dogs in his own family now. So, as long as these dogs behaved to his satisfaction, Roy was willing to reward them with 2 leftover bones. Of course, the most important reason why Roy took out the gene potion and threw it to the West 8th King, besides wanting to motivate the dog, was to take him to test the medicine. That's right, it's to test the medicine on him. The gene potion that Roy threw to King Shiba, which he had just found in the system mall, was very cheap, less than 10 prestige points a serving, and the full set of technology and production process was less than 10,000 prestige points when bought. After buying one, Roy didn't use it himself right away, but planned to have someone try it out. Sure, Shiro Kugong and the others, who didn't realize that Roy was trying to use them to test the medicine, were shocked after they heard Roy's introduction. "Mr. Roy, this drug is really so strong? Can it really restore my physical state to its peak level?" Shocked, King Shiba exclaimed, "When did such a powerful drug exist in this world?" He's in his 50s. It's well maintained though, but ultimately because of age, the body has been quite poor. Not to mention what night 10 times lang, 10 days once he now cannot stand. It's true what they say, look into the cave and weep. If the physical state can really be restored to the state of the night 10 times, is not a matter of peak or not. This is beyond the previous best state. The 9 Palace Squire and the others were also dumbfounded at this moment, looking enviously and shocked at the small black bottle in the hands of the Western 8th King. The color of longing in their eyes was almost undisguised, and they had the impulse of wanting to snatch it over. "You won't know if you try." As if he didn't see their shocked reactions, Roy said indifferently, "The method of use is simple. Just open the bottle and drink with the lid on." When the Western 8th King heard this, he glanced at the bottle in his hand dumbfoundedly, and after hesitating for a moment he directly clenched his teeth and unscrewed the cap, and then poured the contents of the bottle right into his mouth. Slightly cold in the mouth, a sweet and refreshing taste. It was as if a mountain spring had flowed down his throat. Boom! The moment the liquid flowed into his throat, King Shiba suddenly felt a hot current explode in his body, instantly filling his entire body, and his entire body had a burning sensation of wanting to be thrown into a pot of boiling water and steamed. A face of the Western 8th King instantly turned red, and the skin on his body looked as if it was about to crack, oozing out dense black and red beads of blood, instantly making his entire body seem as if it had been fished out of the blood water. Ah! A hoarse sound came out of his throat, and his entire body trembled violently, and he directly fell to the ground, constantly rolling around, his appearance extremely miserable. Jesus, what's going on here? Is he dying? When 9 Palace Shiro and the others looked at this appearance of the Western 8th King, each one of them was so frightened that their faces changed horribly. A look of shock appeared in their eyes, and their bodies were trembling. The current appearance of the Western 8th King was just too miserable, and they all felt that the Western 8th King must be worse off than dead right now. In this moment, they even thought that Roy was trying to straighten out the West 8th King. "Calm down. It's the drugs taking effect, remodeling his body. It'll be fine after a while." Roy's gaze had been fixed on King Nishiba, but sensed the trepidation, the shock, of Microsoft Matsushita and the others, and spoke, "It'll be fine after a while. When his body is remodeled, he will be transformed into a different person. This drug, although it cannot prolong one's life, can make one's bodily functions increase dramatically and restore the flesh to a more youthful state. Listening to Roy's words, several people from Matsushita Microsoft looked at each other in dismay, and they could all see a strong look of astonishment in each other's eyes. Tell the truth. At this moment they were somewhat in disbelief of what Roy was saying. After all, the 8th king of the West looks really miserable. This looks like there's no problem at all in saying that life is worse than death. Good thing. It didn't last long. A few minutes later, the West 8th king stopped wailing and screaming. Calm was slowly restored, and the eyes cleared. This is, for me, King Shiba felt as if he had just had a nightmare. In the dream, it was as if he had been thrown into a boiling pot of water and steamed, a feeling that made him worse than death. But at the moment, he felt that his body had an unprecedented sense of relief, as if it had never been perfected before. How are you feeling? Okay? You're alive. Nanomiya Shiro and the others were the first to notice King Nishihachi's reaction and rushed forward to check on him and inquire about his condition, discovering that this fellow, at this time, seemed to have recovered his state, which caused a strong look of surprise and curiosity to appear in all of their eyes. How do I feel? King Shiba froze for a moment and subconsciously stood up, and the moment he stood up, his eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god. This is still me? I can't even feel the slightest bit of fatigue and pain anymore? This is too incredible." He used to have a feeling of exhaustion and weakness all the time, but this moment, that feeling is gone. Even, he felt better than he had when he was a teenager and felt very subtle and hard to describe. It really works? Have you noticed? This guy seems to have gotten a little younger? Is this my illusion? It seems to be true. The wrinkles on this guy's face seem to have disappeared? God, this is too amazing. After Matsushita Microsoft and the others carefully observed the state of the Western 8 kings at this moment, they all couldn't help but exclaim out loud, a strong look of shock appearing on each of their faces. They all felt at the moment that the Western 8th king in front of them was like a different person. Although his face was covered in blood, the skin underneath the blood seemed to have become a lot more refined, and the wrinkles had all disappeared. In this moment, they felt like they were seeing a miracle coming. Nice. Roy had also been observing the changes in King Shiba, and seeing him in a good state at this time, he revealed a smile of satisfaction. After your trial, I can be sure that this genetic potion is, indeed, very useful. Crowd? Roy's words immediately caused the eyes of King West 8 and the others to glaze over, a look of shock on their faces, and their brains buzzing and exploding. God, feeling like Roy is using the West 8th king as a drug test? If this medicine is a little problematic, I have to die directly. The West 8th king opened his mouth, his lips trembling a little as he stared blankly at Roy. The West 8th king almost cried out. You're not dead here, are you? Roy looked at the stupefied appearance of the West 8th king. His eyebrows jumped a bit, and he lightly grunted. Don't get a bargain. King West 8. End of chapter 122. Chapter 122, a different kind of plan. Chapter 122, a different plan. Even if he knew that Roy was testing the medicine on himself, the West 8th king didn't dare to say anything more at this time. Moreover, he felt that he had indeed earned it now. Now, he could clearly feel that his physical state had recovered to a very amazing point, and possibly, even surpassed his previous state when he was young. The change is just too amazing. Boss, I don't have any complaints. Seeing Roy's eyes looking at him playfully, the West 8th king thought that Roy was dissatisfied with his reaction, and said in a panic, now I am in a state that has recovered to a point that I couldn't even dare to imagine before, and it even makes me feel like I can still live for a few more decades on my own. Overthink it. Roy raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, the gene potion that was given to you is not a gene potion that prolongs your life. It's just a gene potion that enhances your physique and restores your physical state. Of course, it's also true that I do have gene potions in my hands that can extend human lifespan, but you're not qualified to use them. Brush up. When the West 8th king and the others heard this, their faces, at once, were shocked, looking at Roy in disbelief. Boss, there's really a drug that can prolong human life? You're not kidding us, are you? Geez, boss, who the hell are you? Why do you have such a powerful drug? Not to mention prolonging your life. The new drug that the Western 8th king has just taken alone, when it is announced, is enough to shock the entire world and make countless people go crazy. The shocked Microsoft Matsushita and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Each and every one of them had their scalps tingling and their hearts in horror. They had little doubt about Roy's claim that he had genetic potions in his hands that could prolong his life. The 8 kings of the West are a testament to that. They, having already seen the power of the drugs Roy casually took out. So, it doesn't seem out of the question for Roy to come up with even more powerful genetic drugs. In a flash, a strong color of longing surfaced in the eyes of these few people, all of them longing to obtain the genetic drug that Roy was talking about. After all, they were all somewhat old, with half of their bodies buried in the yellow earth, and naturally longed for an even longer lifespan. Their good times are ahead of them. If it's GA, that would be a big loss. Looking at the shocked expressions of Matsushita Microsoft and the others, as well as the longing look in their eyes, Roy Ching grunted. I've never been one to joke around. If I say there is, then there is. As for whether or not it can be used for you, it depends on your performance in the future. Several people were in ecstasy. Roy's words gave them hope, the hope of prolonging their lives. Don't worry, boss. Matsushita Microsoft, will definitely perform well and will definitely satisfy you, boss. I won't fail the boss either. As long as, boss, you can give us access to life-extending drugs, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. A few people, who were excited, opened their mouths to express their loyalty, all hoping to obtain the genetic drug to prolong their lives from Roy's hands. Tell me more. Unimpressed by the performance of these guys, Roy waved his hand before saying indifferently, now, you guys start to formulate a plan to castrate little Baka and little Nishibaka men, within 24 hours. I need you to come up with a complete plan for me to implement as soon as possible. As several people listened to Roy's words, a serious and grave look appeared on each of their faces, and they nodded their heads to indicate that they would act immediately. Subsequently, several people left quickly, started discussing a plan to genetically castrate the men of the Little Western Eight and the Little Baja, and make the two groups, on Roy's behalf, slowly disappear into history. Boss. After 9 Palace Shiro and the others left, Lee Jae-jin, who had slowed down, came to Roy's side, pursed his lips lightly, and whispered, if you do this, you'll make the entire world see you as an enemy. The whole world sees me as an enemy? So what? Doesn't matter. Roy swept Lee Jae-jin into his arms, teasing her and laughing, whoever dares to find trouble with me, I'll just clean up whoever I can. Simple. Listening to Roy's words, Lee Jae-jin opened her mouth and looked at the former with some incomprehension. She really couldn't figure out why Roy had such a strong backbone, even the backbone to be an enemy of the world. Boss. After hesitating for a while, Lee Jae-jin gently gritted his teeth, and with some trepidation, apprehensively asked Roy, is it possible to let our family's people off the hook? No. Roy's eyes narrowed and he flatly refused. I said I was going to castrate all the men of Konishi Hachi on a genetic level. And that's all men. Then the West Eighth King and the others? Lee Jae-jin's face turned white, and a strong panic tension appeared in his eyes. Why can we not use? Because they're my dogs. Roy said rightly. A dog that works for me is surely more valuable and deserving of my net than an ordinary little Sipa man. Lee Jae-jin fell silent. After a few moments of silence, boss, then is it possible to accept the defection of Sanching Group? After Sanching Group defects to you, can you let a way out? Lee Jae-jin spoke the words with great apprehension, keeping his eyes on Roy the whole time, afraid that he would get angry after hearing his words. This is a matter that is not negotiable, so you should not mention it. Even though Lee Jae-jin pleaded repeatedly, Roy still had no thoughts of letting go of the Samhung Group family, but stared at her and said, if you want your family's bloodline to continue, then you have to make your family change its seed. If you have enough beautiful young women in your family, it can be sent to me. Lee Jae-jin, nice change of seed. Do you want to change them all to your seed? This is too much. However, in the face of this excessive approach, Lee Jae-jin did not have any ability to resist at this time, and even she felt that this seemed to be very good. I'll go back then. After hesitating for a moment, Lee Jae-jin gritted his teeth and said, in our family, there are still quite a few beautiful and educated girls. Go for it. Roy's eyes lit up as he smiled and nodded. I trust your vision, and if you say it's good, it should be good. The corners of Lee Jae-jin's mouth twitched slightly, her mood feeling very subtle. She had never dreamed that she would one day commit such an act. But, I'm doing this for the continuation of the family line. Lee Jae-jin consoled himself in his mind and left Roy's arms after making up his mind, saying a few more words before leaving in a hurry. After leaving the manor, Lee Jae-jin rushed back towards his family's headquarters at the first opportunity, intending to discuss this matter with the people of the family. Soon, Lee Jae-jin returned inside the family estate. As soon as she gets back, the Lee family's large manor immediately became lively, and Lee Young-jae, the helmsman of the Samsung Group, also rushed back at the first opportunity. End of chapter 123. Chapter 123, The Kingdom's Seed Extinction. Chapter 123, The Kingdom's Destruction. After learning the news that Lee Jae-jin had returned, Lee Young-jae, the longest number of people in the Samhung Group, immediately stopped all business and hurriedly rushed back. Okay? The first time Lee Rong saw Lee Jae-jin, a look of concern appeared on his face, and he inquired in a low voice, did that madman torture you? Torture me? Lee Jae-jin's eyes were slightly dazed. thinking about what had happened to him at Roy's place these days, and he couldn't help but purse his lips gently. No. Lee Jae-jin shook his head and whispered. He didn't torture me or anything. Everything is fine with me, and his attitude towards me is okay. Really? Lee Rong showed a look of surprise on his face. That crazy man really didn't he torture you? He seriously doubted that there was any water in what his sister had said, because, as far as he was concerned, Roy was a complete lunatic. The devil. His own sister fell into his hands. Definitely no good. The reason why I came back is because I have something important to discuss with you guys. Big brother. Lee Jae-jin didn't want to say more on this matter, but said with a serious face, it's a matter that concerns the survival of our entire family. Brush. Lee Rongji's face changed violently. Roy is going to make a move against us? He has the entire country under his control? Why would he still want to make a move against us? Must we be driven to extinction? Things are not as simple as you think. Lee Jae-jin saw Lee Youngjae's somewhat angry look and took a deep breath and said, he is more terrifying than everyone imagines, and he is going to do things that ordinary people cannot imagine. Now, we have to get our heads around this, otherwise, it won't be long before the whole family is history. I'm not kidding. Silence. Lee Rong's entire body fell into silence after hearing this. His heart was both angry and powerless, and his mood was extremely complicated for a while. Come on, let's go in first. Lee Jae-jin took a deep breath, then said, let the elders in the family come back, and let the girls in the family come back as well. Having said that, Lee Jae-jin didn't care what Lee Yong was thinking. He lifted his feet and walked towards the house. Lee Rong-jae looked at Lee Jae-jin's back. The color of his face changed for a while. He had previously persuaded Lee Jae-jin to accept Roy in order to preserve the family. Originally he thought, after Lee Jae-jin passed, the family should be able to be fine. But from the looks of it, things aren't as simple as they seem, and there's a bigger crisis that's creeping in. Inform the elders in your family. Lee Young-jae, whose heart was shrouded by a cloud, took a deep breath before immediately instructing his secretary who was following him. Subsequently, he also stepped inside the hall. Upon entering the hall, Lee Young-jae found Lee Jae-jin already sitting on the sofa, quietly waiting for the crowd to arrive. At this moment, Lee Jae-jin, his entire body looked silent. With a preoccupied look, he quietly walked over and sat down across the table. The two men looked at each other without words. One after another, family elders arrived. Soon after, the entire hall was filled with people. All of them were high-ranking figures from the Lee family. These high-ranking family figures, after arriving at the scene, one after another approached Lee Jae-jin and asked about Roy. However, in the face of their inquiries, Lee Jae-jin all just shook his head and didn't say much. After the people who were supposed to come had arrived, Lee Jae-jin finally opened his mouth. Everyone, right now our family, is not right. Not only our family, I should say that the whole West 8, are facing a huge crisis, a crisis of the death of the race. Lee Jae-jin's gaze swept over the people present and slowly spoke. If this matter is not handled properly, not only will our family become history, but the Western 8 kingdoms will also become history. With these words, the family executives present, each and every one of them had a strong look of shock on their faces as they looked at Lee Jae-jin in disbelief. Missy Yu, what do you mean by that? Did you get some amazing inside information from Roy? What is that Roy guy going to do? He's going to make West 8 history? Is it hard to believe that he's going to start a Holocaust? This lunatic, what the hell does he want? Now that things have gotten so horrible, can't he stop? The people of the Lee clan who were present exclaimed with worry. Roy's awesome reputation is just horrible. Now, as soon as they hear Lee Jae-jin say that Roy is going to do something big, they get the creepy feeling that terror will land on their heads. He didn't want a massacre. Lee Jae-jin looked at the horrified look of the crowd and said slowly, but, what he is going to do is even more frightening than the Holocaust. He's going to castrate all the men of Konishihachi. Rumble, a thunderbolt, accompanied by Lee Jae-jin's words, fell into the ears of the people present, shocking them into a state of shock. What did you say? He's going to castrate all the men in Konishihachi? Is that what I understand that to mean? Does it mean sterilization? The devil, this damned devil, he's really trying to make West 8 die. How can he be like this? Crazy. Lee Young-jae couldn't even sit still. He stood up in a huff and stared dead at Lee Jae-jin, his voice somewhat horrified as he asked, what exactly is the situation? Is it hard for him to capture the West 8 men one by one and castrate them? Brush up. Everyone's eyes were dead set on Lee Jae-jin, wanting to find out from her what Roy was trying to do. No. Lee Jae-jin was gazed at by the crowd and immediately felt a strong pressure, thought for a moment and organized his words. What he did is much more frightening than you can imagine. He is trying to cut off the possibility of West 8 men having children from the genetic level. He seems to have a magical genetic drug in his hands that can make a man lose his fertility. And the intention is to use that genetic drug on all West 8 men. No, it's just Saihachi alone. Little Baka is also his target. He's going to sterilize all little Baka men. Crowd. Hearing these words from Lee Jae-jin, everyone present was creeped out. Each face showed that horrified look. All of them were shocked and lost their voice in fear, unable to speak. The message. It was just too scary. And every man in the room felt a chill somewhere when they heard it. Lee Rongji's face changed for a while, and suddenly spoke to Lee Jae-jin. Since you came back, does that mean that there is still room for mediation in this matter? Did Roy give us a way to live? Brush up. The family members present immediately had a strong look of exhilaration appear in their eyes, looking at Lee Jae-jin with great anticipation. End of chapter 124. Chapter 124, We Have No Choice. Chapter 124, We Have No Choice. The atmosphere within the Lee family hall was quite tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lee Jae-jin because of Lee Rongjae's words, and from their eyes, it could be seen that they were all very nervous and apprehensive at this time. There was no way for them not to be nervous, because they all knew that that man could decide the life and death of one of their big families. No, he was not only able to decide the life and death of just one of their great families, the Lee family, but even the life and death of a country. Now, they all wanted to know what that man's attitude towards their big family was like, and whether he had any intention of giving them a way out. Lee Jae-jin looked at the expectant and nervous eyes of the Lee family members present and thought about what Roy had said, and suddenly felt a depressing sensation of not being able to breathe. Lee Jae-jin could understand their feelings and knew that the result would make them desperate, but after hesitating for a while, she still sighed and said, as long as it is a man, he will not let go. Rumble. As soon as Lee Rongji and the others, whose eyes were full of anticipation and apprehension, heard Lee Jae-jin's words, it was as if they had been struck by heavenly thunder, their hearts exploding with a roar, and their faces all turned pale in an instant. What the hell does this madman want? Lee Rongji stood up violently. Is it hard to believe that he's even going to castrate me? He doesn't even treat us as human beings here. Does he? Does he really think we don't have any ability to resist? Push us over the edge and we'll die with him. Our Lee family absolutely cannot accept this humiliation. As a man, Lee Young-jae naturally couldn't accept that he was going to become a eunuch of all things, so he was a bit agitated right now. Damn it! He won't give us a chance to live. Then we'll fight him. Big deal. We'll die with him. I will never become a eunuch. Not even in death. After Lee Rong opened his mouth, the people of the Lee family who were present also reacted. One by one, their faces turned blue and cursed angrily. Not the slightest bit of Real and Roy's courage to fight to the death as well. Big brother, do you think we have the ability to fight him? Lee Jae-jin looked at the group of angry clansmen, took a deep breath before slowly speaking. Even Eagle Jam, a superpower, has given him no temper to clean up. Our Lee family is his opponent? Have you ever thought about, if we provoke him, our entire Lee family will be killed by him? Or do you think he can't do such a thing? Brush. Lee Rong-jae's face changed. His body all became stiff in an instant. A strong sense of powerlessness made him instantly speechless. Would Roy dare to do something that would kill his entire family? No doubt. He dared. And, not only would he dare, but he would do it thoroughly. You stayed by his side for so many days. That Dao. You did not find any way to kill him directly? Lee Young-jae, whose heart was filled with unwillingness, looked at Lee Jae-jin with somewhat reddened eyes. As long as we find a chance to kill him, then, big brother, do you think it's easier for me to kill him, or for Hawk Jam to kill him? He's been out in plain sight so many times in public before. A random assassin could have killed him, right? Lee Jae-jin looked at Lee Young-jae with a serious face and asked rhetorically, then why do you think Eagle Jam didn't kill him? Is it because he can't be killed? Or is it because he can't bear the consequences of making a move on him? Lee Young-jae. Those words just straight up dry silenced him. Yeah, the Lee family is powerful, but in front of the eagle sauce, the Lee family is nothing. To say that it is a dog is to raise the Lee family. Before I came back, Roy said that the only hope for the Lee family to continue to exist is to change species. Seeing the whitened and desperate faces of the crowd, Lee Jae-jin clenched his teeth and said, this is the last path he can take for our Lee family, and if we are unwilling to accept it, he will uproot the Lee family. Changing species? What do you mean? Lee Young-jae froze slightly and looked at Lee Jae-jin with puzzled eyes. What exactly does he want? The rest of the Lee family also listened in disbelief. Couldn't even figure out what Roy was trying to do. He wants all the young women of the Lee family who are attractive and under 30 years old to be pregnant with his child. Let all future offspring of the Lee family be only his children. Lee Jae-jin really thought about it and said with a serious face, in this way, the Lee family will be his from now on. The Lee family became his asset, so he naturally wouldn't continue to strike against the Lee family. And big brother, you males, besides, will not continue to have offspring. How to live in the future. How to live. Lee Jae-jin spelled out what he understood to be the plan for the change. Speak calmly. But it left everyone in the room unsettled. What? How could he do that? This is too mischievous. This madman. He's trying to trample our Lee family's dignity on the ground and rub it on the ground. It's too abominable. No way. I can't accept this outcome. The big deal is to die with him. As a proud Lee family member, I won't tolerate this. Liar, right? Is he that powerful? There are hundreds of young women in our Lee family, to say the least. Can he do it all? Hey, I do think that's pretty good. My daughter is just beautiful. If my daughter and he have a child, then won't I become his father-in-law? A crowd of Lee family members exclaimed in shock. Some were cursing angrily, others were wailing, and still others thought it was wonderful, especially those men who had never intended to get married and have children. Surprisingly, felt wonderful about the outcome. After all, it was just that he couldn't have children. It wasn't like he was deprived of the joy of being a man. For a moment, the minds of the Lee family's people became somewhat subtle. Lee Roman's face changed for a while. The light in his eyes was very gloomy. As the helmsman of the family, he naturally did not want his family to become someone else's bag. There's no room for negotiation. After all, Lee Rongji was the helmsman of a large family. Although he was annoyed in his heart, he was able to keep his composure at this time. And after taking a deep breath, he asked, "Can you let me meet Roy? I would like to strive for more benefits for the family and try to preserve the family. We have no choice." Lee Jae-jin looked at his big brother's eyes, somewhat reddened appearance. After a moment of silence, said softly, "Big brother, you only have contact with that man, only to know how scary he is. In front of him, we people in mole crickets have no any difference. He can completely take us at will. Big brother, you must not be impulsive, or you will only let the Lee family never recover." "Well, I know." Having regained his composure, Lee Rong-jae nodded and said, "I won't do anything impulsive. I just want to fight for more benefits. If you can, try and see if he's willing to meet me." Well, then, after all, he was a member of the Lee family. Lee Jae-jin looked at his elder brother's tired eyes at this moment and nodded before taking out his cell phone. "I can always call his number now. I'll give him a call to ask first." End of chapter. Chapter 125. Roy is actually a reasonable man. You can call him anytime you want. Looking at Lee Jae-jin took out his cell phone and was about to call Roy. Lee Jae-young had a surprised look on his face. He actually thinks so highly of you? He thought it was incredible. In the beginning, the reason why he asked Lee Jae-jin to go to Roy's place was just a fluke. Let's see if we can reach out to Roy through Lee Jae-jin and learn some information so that the Lee family can gain a little advantage. But now, the effects seemed to be good, out of his expectation, and Lee Jae-jin was valued at Roy's place more than he could have imagined. Now, this sister of his own seems to be very much in Roy's good graces. The rest of the Lee clan members also looked at Lee Jae-jin with surprised faces. There were even quite a few young Lee family girls who looked at Lee Jae-jin with envious expressions on their faces. Roy's power was now there for all to see, but anyone who could hook up with him could definitely gain unimaginable benefits. Listening to his elder brother's words, Lee Jae-jin just glanced at him and understood some of the thoughts in his mind, but didn't say anything more and just nodded before continuing to dial Roy's number. Soon, someone answered on the other end of the line, and it was Roy. "What is it?" Roy was quite surprised that Lee Jae-jin suddenly called. "Didn't you go home? Did something happen?" When the call was connected, all the people around Lee Jae-jin quieted down and looked at her nervously. Some even had sweaty palms from nerves. They were all aware that this call was one that could decide the fate of everyone in their entire family. "Boss." Lee Jae-jin glanced at the nervous crowd and got a little nervous himself, and after hesitating for a moment, he tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. "My big brother wants to meet you. Can you see it? Your brother? Sanching Group Lee Rong-jae?" Roy was slightly surprised. Why does he want to see me? For Lee Rong and this person, Roy still have heard of it. After all, this goods before on the internet, or some heat. Once as a person who often slipped around the internet, occasionally will brush. According to rumors on the internet, this one is also a ruthless master. "Boss, it's about the family." Lee Jae-jin asked carefully. "Can I have him meet you?" "Of course. If you don't think it's necessary, then don't see him." Honestly, Lee Jae-jin wasn't even sure what weight of existence she really held in Roy's eyes, but she was fairly self-aware and didn't think she really mattered to Roy. She felt to herself that there shouldn't be much difference between her being in Roy's place and any other woman being in Roy's place. At most, pampering herself a few more times, then let him come over. Listening to Lee Jae-jin's careful words, Roy raised his eyebrows slightly and faintly said, "Just tonight." Seeing or not seeing Lee Rong-jae was a small matter that couldn't be any smaller for Roy. After all, The other party couldn't possibly pose any threat to himself at all. Or Roy was confident that there was no one in this world who could threaten his life. So, he's in a playful frame of mind. I would like to see this 3 Xing group's crown prince. In the end can play some tricks too. If you can make a little bit of interesting tricks to make yourself feel interesting, but it is a rather good thing. Okay boss. When Lee Jae-jin heard Roy's promise, her heart let out a long sigh of relief. Just now she was nervous to the extreme, afraid that Roy would refuse without hesitation. If Roy refused, then there really wasn't anything she could do, and the fate of the Lee family would go to an unguessable abyss. Hang up. Lee Jae-jin's gaze, and Lee Yong-jae locked eyes, and in the other's expectant eyes, gently nodded. The boss has agreed to see you, big brother. Great. Lee Rong, in the heart that had been choosing, finally fell, and his heart breathed a sigh of relief. His face even showed a hint of excitement. As long as I can meet him, I am certain that I can convince him to let our family off the hook. The Lee clan members present, at this time, all had a look of excitement and euphoria on their faces, as if they had seen the light of hope enveloping their heads, and the haze in their hearts instantly dissipated a lot. However, Lee Jae-jin looked at the excited and thrilled appearance of Lee Rong-jae's people, but in his heart, he slightly sighed and bitterly laughed. Big brother, I think you should not be too happy too early. Roy, that person is really not something that can be figured out with common sense. He can do things that make common people unimaginable. So, big brother, you'd better be careful. When you get to Roy, you must not provoke him. According to my observation of him these days, I found out that he is a person who eats softness and refuses hardness. Moreover, most of the people who didn't take the initiative to mess with him, that won't look for trouble with each other. It can be said that he should be considered a reasonable person. When Lee Rongzai heard this, he frowned slightly. The way you say this, it makes you want to laugh a little. When did we men of West 8 provoke him? Didn't he still try to castrate us all? He doesn't make any sense at all. The Lee clan members present, listening to Lee Rong in these words, all nodded their heads in thought, and all felt that Roy was indeed an unreasonable person. The Western 8 kingdoms provoked him, said Lee Jae-jin. Don't forget that he is someone from the ancient Oriental kingdom, and the Western 8 kingdoms' previous behavior provoked the entire ancient Oriental kingdom. Lee Young-jae, still? That's too wrong. Well, big brother, it's better to stop talking about this for now. I think you still need to do a double take. The look on Lee Jae-jin's face became serious, and his gaze swept over the young women of the Lee family present, saying, we'll first take all the young and beautiful girls in the family and bring them over together, to see what Roy intends to do. If he wants to keep all the young girls in our family, so let's submit to his will. And in the future, all the girls in our family who are of the right age and pretty will have to follow him and listen to his arrangements. As soon as Lee Rongji heard this, the expression on his face couldn't help but change slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth, his mood instantly becoming worse. The other Lee family clansmen present, after hearing these words, their faces changed color for a while, some angry, some expectant, some numb. Minds vary, obviously. The hearts of the people of this great family are not as united as one might think. Big brother, I still say that we have no choice. Seeing his big brother's ugly face, Lee Jae-jin gently clenched his teeth and said, if we can't satisfy him, our Sanqing group family will instantly go up in smoke. We are now. The first thing to do is to keep our family alive. Live first, then think of the rest. Lee Jae-jin said these words in a small voice, but in the ears of the crowd, it was like a heavenly thunderbolt, and everyone felt a pang of numbness, powerlessness, and even deep despair. The fate of the Lee family has completely fallen into Roy's control. Life and death are only decided by Roy's thought. Chapter 126. Hawk Sauce is not afraid, so fight until he is. Inside the Lee family hall, a group of Lee family members fell into silence because of Lee Jae-jin's words, and all of them had a heavy look on their faces. At this moment, there was no one who could refute what Lee Jae-jin had said, because they were all aware that she was telling the truth, and that finding a way to please Roy first, to make him happy and give them a chance to live, was the most important thing. The rest is not enough. I understand. After a long moment of silence, Lee Rong took a deep breath in. A deep light flashed in his eyes. His gaze swept over the crowd of Lee clan members as he slowly spoke. I don't want the clan to sink. At the very least, it can't completely perish in my hands. Saying, Lee Youngjae's gaze suddenly turned his head to look up at a young girl with a tall figure and very outstanding appearance. This young girl is none other than his daughter, Lee Jae-hyun. When the young girl saw her father's gaze fall on her, her face couldn't help but change slightly and she opened her mouth. Father, you, Jae-hyun, you. Lee Rong gritted his teeth. A decisive light flashed in his eyes, and said softly, you go to Roy's side, and see if you can get his approval, and preferably be able to give birth to the first offspring for him. Obviously, He had already decided that he would send his own daughter along with him, and he even hoped that his daughter, like Lee Jae-jin, would be able to get a certain amount of attention at Roy's side. If that was the case, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for him, and even for the entire Lee family. Brush. Lee Jae-hyun, who was only 18 years old, listened to these words from his father, Lee Rongji, and his face changed violently, revealing a look of disbelief. However, before Lee Jae-hyun could say something, Lee Youngjae raised his hand, stopping what she wanted to say, and said with a serious face, "You should understand that if the family falls away from this, everything you have right now will be in vain." For Lee Youngjae, family interests are greater than anything else, and even kinship is not very important in his eyes. And he even thought that it would be a very good ending for his daughter to make things work with Roy and see his Kochi. After all, Roy was strong enough to make the whole world look at him, and to be the woman beside such a man was a good thing that countless women could only dream of, if not the only one. Just do what Roy says, and all the suitable women of the family go to him and see what he does. Lee Rong's prestige in the family was undoubtedly quite powerful, and even after his own daughter was pushed out, his gaze fell on the rest of the Lee family's senior management, and he said in a low voice, "For the sake of the family, all of you must bear the corresponding responsibility, and this is the responsibility you should pay for all these years, enjoying all that the family has brought to you." The crowd all fell into silence as they listened to Lee Rongji's words, and some of them were actually quite dissatisfied and somewhat unhappy. But in the face of Roy, who was enough to determine the life and death of the Lee family, they still couldn't muster any courage to resist. In the end, a dozen or so women of the direct lineage of the Lee family who were good enough were all selected, and they would follow Lee Jae-jin to the manor where Roy was located, placing their fate in Roy's hands. "Brother, let's go and meet him as soon as possible." Seeing that this matter has come to this point, Lee Jae-jin doesn't want to say anything more, and only wants to determine the fate of the family as soon as possible, urging Lee Youngjae to hurry up and take action. "Go." Lee Rong's eyes flickered as he nodded before he took the lead and walked out of the hall towards a luxurious executive sedan that had already been waiting outside the courtyard, and after the driver opened the door, he got into the car. Not a moment too soon, a horde of cars drove right out of the Lee family compound, heading straight in the direction of the estate where Roy was. Inside the luxurious manor, Boss Hawk Jam shows no signs of starting to pull out. The Grand Steward was reporting the latest intelligence to Roy. Not only have they not retreated, they are even secretly contacting other countries, apparently not giving up on the idea of allying against you. Roy listened to the news reported by the first steward, his eyes never leaving the fish float floating on the lake. Sensible. Regarding the matter that Hawk Sauce didn't retreat immediately, Roy just smiled bashfully, not really caring. "It would be duh if they listened to me giving out announcements and retreated immediately and obediently. That wouldn't be in line with Hawk Sauce's style." Eagle Jam had been running rampant for hundreds of years and had long ago carved pride and arrogance into its bones. Although they had been held down and rubbed on the ground by Roy in recent times and had lost all their face, it was impossible for their high and proud heads to be completely lowered easily on this. "Boss, so what are your next plans? Do you really want to launch a general attack on Hawk Jam if it doesn't evacuate within the time limit you set?" The senior steward inquired to Roy with some curiosity. "If he really lasts until he doesn't evacuate in the time I've set, then I'm definitely going to have to get my hands on them." Roy's gaze flickered, a cold light erupted in his eyes, and he let out a cold smile. "If I don't make a move to clean them up, people all over the world will treat what I say as a fart before releasing it, and this will make my majesty suffer greatly. Something I can't tolerate." He's well aware of. His current self had actually made the entire world deeply afraid, and many people wanted to get rid of him afterward. As long as one shows a little bit of weakness, then those who are intimidated by oneself would unite at the first opportunity and pounce towards themselves like wolves and tigers in a bid to tear them apart. Roy naturally wouldn't allow this to happen to him. He wanted the entire world to be afraid of him, to make men tremble at the sound of his name. Since he wanted to do so, he was bound to show that he was strong enough and display a sufficiently terrifying oppressive force. Hawk Sauce is not convinced, then he must be beaten into submission, but rather trying to convince them, trying to get them to listen. Then the only way to achieve the goal is to beat them up enough to hurt. "Boss, Eagle Jam's strength is still quite terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break Eagle Jam completely and make them obey even their words. It might even end up making global mushrooms bloom." With a twinkle in his eyes, the senior steward said softly, "I'm afraid that this earth will become a wasteland by then, and it will have an effect on you. So I would suggest that it's entirely possible to do a targeted killing of Eagle Jam executives." Listening to the big steward's suggestion, Roy raised his eyebrows and shook his head indifferently. "It's fine, even if the global mushrooms bloom. It doesn't matter. The big deal is that after drying up and scrapping this little wreck of a ball, I'm going to take you guys to migrate and emigrate to other planets. Right away I can start laying out my plans for the moon. And within 10 years I'll make it a habitable planet. When he said these words, Roy's eyes flashed with light. For the matter of immigrating to the moon, his heart was actually full of expectations. Emigrating to the moon? Shiro Kogon, who had just walked over to report the news, exclaimed when he heard Roy's words. Boss, you want to immigrate to the moon? This. Are you kidding? With the current level of technology, immigrating to the moon is simply unrealistic. Shiro Kidomiya was really shocked by Roy's words and felt his brain buzzing and exploding. Honestly, having recently followed Roy around as a dog, he was acutely aware of Roy's power and knew that the young man's underbelly was unfathomable, holding a chassis in his hands that they could not fathom. But he still found it a little ridiculous to think that Roy was going to immigrate to the moon. When Roy heard Shiro Kogon's voice, he glanced towards him out of the corner of his eye and grunted lightly. A joke? What's there to joke about? I'm indeed ready to start working on laying out a plan to immigrate to the moon. Shiro Kogamiya? Is that really happening? How come I don't know? With a questioning look on his face, he thought for a moment and didn't come up with anything that Roy had done that had anything to do with developing the moon. What's up? Roy at this time, however, had no intention of explaining with Ninomiya Shiro, and after glancing at him, he suddenly asked, these people, if nothing else, would never dare to run to themselves. Boss, MS, Lee Jae-jin is back, and his older brother Lee Youngjae has also come over and is waiting for you. Kogon Shiro immediately remembered what he was about to say at the look in Roy's eyes, and hurriedly said, shall I bring them over here to meet you? Hearing Ninomiya Shiro's words, Roy's gaze flickered slightly and he randomly nodded. Let them come over. Good. Shiro Kogamiya turned around and walked away. Boss, what do you plan to do with Sanshin Group? As soon as Ninomiya Shiro left, the senior steward whispered to Roy and asked, this family has a very strong influence in the Western 8 Kingdoms. If we don't deal with them, it might have some impact on your governance of the Western 8 Kingdoms. No matter how influential they are just clowns. Roy was unimpressed. If they are obedient enough to satisfy me, they can be allowed to continue to exist. If they dare to engage in any petty maneuvers, I don't mind having them completely obliterated. Nowadays, Roy's temperament has become extremely vicious, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is ruthless. So he didn't give a damn about the Sanshin Group that was making a mess of things in the Western 8 countries. And, if Sanshin Group dared to do something under his nose, he would not hesitate to wipe them out. The big steward listened to Roy's words and said nothing more. Boss, the fish is biting. The big steward suddenly pointed at the fish float on the surface of the water and whispered, it should be a big fish. Roy's gaze instantly went to the lake, and when he saw the rod suddenly bent down by the pull, a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Great guy, going for the big one. Ha ha. With a look of excitement on his face, Roy immediately began reeling in his rod. For him now, something like catching a big fish was much more fulfilling than taking out a Sanshin Group. While Roy was standing on the shore and fighting with the fish in the lake, Lee Jae-jin, with Lee Youngjae and dozens of young girls from the Lee family, was anxiously waiting for news. After Lee Rong entered the manor, his eyes had been quietly surveying the various situations inside the manor. All the way in, he realized that the realm of the entire manor was quite terrifying. Along the way, he saw one armed man after another standing guard with loaded guns, all of them murderous and with eyes like wolves. Their convoy had been watched ever since they entered the estate, and there were even 2 tanks following them, with their guns pointed at their convoy all the time, as if they would fire at any moment and blow their convoy to smithereens. Even though the knowledgeable Lee Rongji, seeing this scene, his heart was in awe, and he was considered to have realized Roy's frighteningness. Even Eagle Jam's white bosses don't usually have such a powerful array of escorts, do they? Lee Rong was quietly observing the various sentry points around him with his eyes. His mind staggered and marveled. This escort force. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is a guard at 10 paces and a sentry at 5 paces. This terrifying escort force, don't let him completely give up that little bit of hidden mind. Unkillable. The men he had trained under him couldn't even enter the gates of this manor, and could never kill Roy. Resigned. In this moment, Lee Youngjae's mindset changes and he begins to accept his fate. Why are you here? Just as Lee Rong was undergoing a change in his mindset, a surprised voice suddenly rang in his ears. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lee Rong-jae immediately turned his head, and his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure that was standing not far away, looking at himself in surprise. The 8 kings of the West? Lee Rong was first slightly stunned at the sight of the surprised person staring at him, then an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. How do you feel? As if you have become a little younger? That's right. It was only then that Lee Rong realized that the West 8th king seemed to have become a little younger now than before. The whole person's temperament has changed radically. It was a far cry from the Western 8th king he remembered. I've definitely gotten a little younger and in a healthier state than I've ever been. King Westade looked at Li Rongji. That incredulous look. A smug smile appeared on his face. It's all thanks to Mr. Roy's gift. The genetic drug he bestowed on me has repaired my body. My current physical state is even better than when I was 18 years old. Li Yongjae? These words from the Western Eighth King caused a dumbfounded look to appear on his face as he looked at the former in disbelief. And this look of shock that he carried with him put the West Eighth King in a very good mood. Previously, as the nominal king of the Western Eight Kingdom, the Western Eight King had always been suppressed by Li Rongzai, the helmsman of the Western Eight's first family, causing him to be quite stifled in his heart all the time. Now he has completely swung for the fences and defected to Roy as one of his dogs. He didn't have to continue to suffer from the anger of this person, Li Yongjae, and could completely ignore him. After all, even if he was a dog, he was still a dog under Roy, not one that Li Rongji could bare his teeth at will. Li Yongjae didn't have the heart to pay attention to the smugness in the heart of King Siobaji at this moment. He turned back incredulously and asked Li Jaejin who was beside him. Is this true? Roy, in his hands, actually has such a miraculous drug? A color of longing flashed in Li Rongji's eyes. Chapter 127 No one can save you. The shock in Li Rong's eyes was so thick that he couldn't hide it, and at the same time, his heart was filled with a strong desire to obtain the kind of magical medication that King Shiba had mentioned. He is now over 40. Age had come up, along with the usual boozing and scraping of bones, causing him to not be in the best of health even though he had been pampered for years. At the very least, it was nothing like when he was younger, and he could no longer do it night after night, which was a very hard thing for him to do. The more a big man like him is, the more he values his physical condition and the more he wants to have a healthy enough body. After all, having a good body, being able to live well, and living long enough to enjoy the extravagant good life of today. Does he have that wonder drug? Li Jaejin was also a bit confused at this time. Glancing at the radiant Western Eighth King, he gently shook his head. I'm not very clear on this aspect, and I don't dare to casually ask him about related matters, but think it should be true. After all, at the moment I think he's pretty much omnipotent, and anything magical he can come up with seems like a pretty normal thing to me. Plus, he's good proof of that. She pointed at the Western Eighth King, her words speaking for themselves. Aha! Li Rongji took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the shock and longing in his heart. Subsequently, glancing deeply at the complacent Western Eighth King, the light in his eyes flickered slightly. He felt that he needed to completely change his attitude toward Roy. Perhaps, this is an opportunity to change the trajectory of his own destiny and let himself undergo a metamorphosis. Li Yongjae, what are you doing here? King Siobaji watched Li Rongji's change in demeanor, and seeing that he was shocked by himself, his heart was very pleased as he slightly lifted his chin to look at the latter and asked, It was Ms. Li Jaejin who brought you here, wasn't it? If it wasn't for Miss Li Jaejin, you wouldn't have the qualifications to come here. Li Rongjia frowned slightly and glanced meaningfully at King Shiba, quite displeased that this fellow who had once been polite and courteous in front of him dared to speak to him like this. However, he was also clear that the most important thing now was to meet Roy and show his attitude, not the time to get into a fight with the Eighth King of the West. So, in response to the slightly provocative general attitude of the Eighth King of the West, Li Rongzai just gave him a deep look, and then he didn't bother to pay him any more attention. Just then, Nanomiya Shiro's figure appeared behind King Nishihachi. Ms. Li, the boss is fishing by the lake. He asked you guys to come over. Jogong Shiro saw Li Jaejin and the others at a glance and immediately spoke. Hurry up. Don't keep the boss waiting. Okay. Li Jaejin lightly answered and turned his head, then said to Li Yongjae, Let's go. Big brother, when you meet the boss later, your attitude must be good enough, and you mustn't make him angry. If he gets angry, there's no chance that I can, in any way, help you with anything. That's for you to know. Obviously, Li Jaejin is clear about her position and doesn't have any thoughts of bullying Roy just because he seems to be more interested in her, because she knows it well. Roy was slightly upset with himself. She would immediately be in a place of no return. There was absolutely no mercy from that horrible man. I know. Li Rongji's face became serious as he gently nodded. Don't worry, I know in my heart. He was no longer the helmsman of a large family, and his abilities were still quite strong, so he was also well aware of his current situation. It's also clear what you have to do. Auntie, what about us? Just then, Li Jaehyun, who came along, suddenly asked Li Jaejin somewhat nervously. Do we also follow along, or stay here and wait for news? Behind Li Jaehyun, there were dozens of young women from the Li family following at this time, and they all looked rather nervous and apprehensive. Follow along. They seemed to have a clear idea of their destiny, and gave up any thoughts that they shouldn't have. Now, They all remembered clearly the words that their own elders had said to them before they came. Be sure to make Roy as happy as possible. Stay by his side, as a way to gain a higher likelihood of survival for the family. When Lee Jae-jin heard Lee Jae-hyun's words, the light in his eyes flickered slightly before he said, let's go together. He himself asked me to go back and bring you here. You must also remember that after you have seen him, you must not be rude and provoke him to anger. Otherwise no one can save you. In the face of this warning from Lee Jae-jin, Lee Jae-hyun and the other women, their faces became even more tense and extremely apprehensive, but they nodded their heads very seriously. Go. Without further ado, Lee Jae-jin turned around and led Lee Young-jae, Lee Jae-hyun, and the others, immediately heading in the direction where Roy was. The team of nearly 100 people passed in front of King Shiba with great vigor. Seeing King Shiba's face change slightly for a while, it wasn't until the figures of Lee Jae-jin and the others had completely disappeared that King Seokbi suddenly came back to his senses, and a tense look suddenly appeared on his face. Damn! The West 8th King had an anxious look in his eyes. Lee Rong is bringing all his daughters here? What is this guy playing at? He is shameless. This asshole. Is this trying to use his daughter to curry favor with the boss? Almost instantly, the 8 West Kings seemed to have figured out what was at stake. It made him instantly nervous. The only reason he could be so smug in front of Lee Rong now was that he thought he had gained a certain amount of recognition from Roy in recent times, and now Lee Young-jae's behavior, in his opinion, is preparing to please Roy so that he can gain Roy's reuse. Lee Rong thought to himself that it would not be a good thing for him if these people did succeed. As Servant Jogon watched King Shiba's face change for a moment, a playful smile appeared on his face. It seems that Lee Rongji's segment is still higher than yours. I remember you have a very beautiful young daughter, right? You've been by your boss's side for so long, but you let someone get the jump on you? TSK. As the Western 8th King listened to Nine Palace Shiro's words, his face couldn't help but change color for a while, and in his heart there was suddenly a strong regret that he hadn't thought of this, a regret that he couldn't wait to give himself a slap in the face. Don't laugh at me. The West 8th King glared at Jogong Shiro in dissatisfaction, and said in an unkind manner, Lee Rongji is not a simple person. If we let him get the boss's reuse, none of us will be able to have a good time in the future. You'd better hurry up and figure out what you should do to improve your favorability in front of your boss so that he'll take you more seriously. Otherwise you'll be crushed to death by that bastard Lee Young-jae in the future. I'm not kidding you. I'm very serious. Brush. Originally, there was still a smile on Nanomiya Shiro's face, and after he took on the role of the Western 8th King's words, the smile on his face disappeared with a brush, and his heart hung in the air. Chapter 128, Those who know when to do the right thing are wise. These last few days followed Roy holding down Eagle Jam for a while, punching, kicking, crunching and killing. It made Shiro Kugong unconsciously drift a bit, thinking that he was good and powerful. But now the words of the Western 8th King had instantly sobered him up and made him realize his own weight. I'm an ass. The Nine Palace Squire's face changed color for a while. His heart tensed up, secretly warning himself, if it wasn't for Roy, who was willing to take me as a dog under his command, I would have died 1,000 times. I must not drift. I must hold Roy's thighs to death. After figuring that out, Shiro Kogamiya's mind immediately adjusted and knew what he had to do. King Shiba, actually I don't think there's any need for us to think too much. We just need to do a good job for our boss. No matter who comes, there's nothing they can do to us. Shiro Kogamiya narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, what we should do is to do everything we can to satisfy the boss and make him happy. As long as we do that, then everything we have now will be steady as a rock. Even if Lee Rong is thinking of doing something to us, we don't have to panic. We just have to follow our boss's footsteps. As soon as the Western 8th King heard these words from Jogong Shiro, his face couldn't help but look slightly stunned, and then he nodded his head in deep thought. You have a point. The West 8th King suddenly felt his mood brighten and a smile appeared on his face. We are all a dog under the boss now. Wherever the boss points, we bite. There is no need to think about anything else. The more small-minded we are, the more likely we are to make the boss angry. It would be a disaster for us if the boss got angry. Seeing how perceptive the Western 8th King was, Nanomiya Shiro nodded in satisfaction and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Just understand. Don't think about all that nonsense, Nanomiya Shiro said with a smile. However, finding a way to send your daughter to the boss would be a rather nice thing to do. Your daughter's posture is not half as bad as Lee Jae-jin or Lee Jae-hyun. If only the boss could look at your daughter and have a child for the boss. Then you can, afterward, retire in peace, and I don't think anyone will be able to touch you. Provided, of course, that you are loyal enough to be as loyal as I am to my boss, King West 8. He was speechless for a moment at these words of Shiro Kugong, thinking to himself that the little baka, indeed, are all shameless things, but he felt heartened, thinking that this approach is, indeed, quite feasible. he immediately began to think about how he should introduce his beautiful baby girl to his boss. Lee Jae-jin took Lee Young-jae and the others, and together they went to the lake and saw Roy, who was fishing by the lake. Her eyes, sitting on one of the fish guards next to Roy's, noticed that there were quite a few fish in it. "Boss, you're too good today, aren't you? Surprisingly, you caught so many big fish?" After Lee Jae-jin glanced at the fish in the fish care, a smile immediately appeared on his face and he walked towards Roy while praising him, because she knows very well that praising Roy for being great in any other way doesn't make him any happier than praising him for being great at fishing. Sure enough, Roy, the old airman, had a smile on his face as soon as he heard Lee Jae-jin's words. "Ha ha, back, come, sit here, sit here." With a smile on his face, Roy pointed to a small pony on his side and said with a laugh, "Come see how many big guys I got today. 3 big carp, 2 big head carp, and a 10-pound catfish. Wow, this is too awesome. How about I cook today and make a fish feast for the boss's wife?" Lee Jae-jin was similarly full of smiles, and obediently walked over to sit next to Roy, saying with a smile, "My handiwork is quite good." "Oh, well. Roy, who was in a pretty good mood after catching a big fish, suddenly realized that the drift was moving again and immediately started fighting the big fish again. Lee Young-jae and the others who followed along looked at Roy's appearance of being so happy because he caught a few big fish, and each of them had a stunned look on their faces. Each and every one of them couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, thinking that the difference between this Roy and the image they had imagined was too great. Originally, they thought that after meeting Roy, they would see a man with an extremely terrifying aura, looking down on them, but now, instead, they realized that Roy didn't seem to have that kind of aura on him, but instead seemed very casual and calm. None of them could imagine that it was a man who looked even a little sunny that could hold Eagle Jam down. Lee Young-jae kept his gaze fixed on Roy's back, of light in the depths of his eyes. This person definitely won't be as simple as it seems on the surface. Lee Rongji knows that people can't look at each other. So, he didn't have any relaxation or underestimation because I was still there with my performance at this point. Just as Lee Young-jae and the others looked on, Roy caught another catfish that weighed at least 30 pounds. "Well, that's enough fun for today. We'll continue tomorrow." Looking at the fish guard full of big cargo, Roy was full of smiles and his eyes finally looked at Lee Young-jae and the others. Seeing Roy's gaze looking at him, Lee Rongji and the others lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. "Not bad, your family's genes are still pretty good." Roy's gaze didn't linger on Lee Rong and these big men, but swept over those young women of the Lee clan behind them. Looking at each of the hot-bodied, delicate-faced Lee clan women, he felt very satisfied. He had already made up his mind to change the seed for the entire Lee family. It would be natural then to care very much about the genetic face value of the first daughter of the Lee family. Good thing, it didn't disappoint him. "Boss, this is my elder brother, Lee Rongzai, who is the helmsman of the Lee clan today." Seeing that Roy finally paid attention to Lee Young-jae and the others, Lee Jae-jin quickly pointed at Lee Young-jae and introduced him to Roy in a low voice. "I know, I've seen his picture on the internet before." Roy nodded and waved at Lee Young-jae. "Mr. Law." Seeing Roy waving to him, Lee Rongji's heart burst, and he hurriedly jogged towards him, his tone respectful. "It's an honor to meet you. Thank you very much for giving us a chance to meet." Cut the crap." Roy's gaze glanced at Lee Rong and meaningfully asked, "You should know what I plan to do to the Lee family, right? What do you have?" "Mr. Luo, the Lee family is willing to support you unconditionally." Before Roy finished his words, Lee Young-jae, who knew that it was better to know the times, immediately stated with a serious face, "All the family Lee's daughters can be your subordinates. My daughter, Lee Jae-hyun, can also be the one to serve you." Chapter 129 Affiliated Families. Lee Young-jae's eyes were very sincere and serious, and the words he spoke seemed to be from the bottom of his heart. And behind him, the Lee clan members who had followed him along had a somewhat subtle look on their faces as they listened to his words. At this moment, their moods could be considered quite complicated. Thinking about their Lee family, they were the top family in the Western 8 countries, able to call the shots in the Western 8. No one dared to flaunt their power in front of them. But now, their family, which was like an earth emperor, had to bow down to others in order to be able to live. Even, whether by choice or by force, even the women in their own homes, they have dedicated themselves. Roy listened to Lee Young-jae's words, but his eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but look the guy up and down. He had heard before that this Lee Rongzai was a person with an extremely deep mind city, very uncomplicated. Now after seeing this guy with his own eyes, Roy had to admit that this one was indeed extraordinary. Has an extremely strong heart, knows how to hold back, and saves time and takes time. After looking at Lee Rongji twice, Roy's gaze fell on a young girl behind him. This was a young girl who was a sight to behold, extremely outstanding in both temperament and figure. and there was a very delicate and beautiful face, enough to attract the average man at a glance. It was Lee Jae-hyun. Lee Jae-hyun had been carefully observing Roy, and when she heard the words her own father uttered, she couldn't help but gently bite her red lip, though she had known the fate she might face before she came. But at this moment, faced with the fact that it was happening right in front of her eyes, her feelings were a little hard to describe, especially when she saw Roy's gaze. Looking towards herself, she couldn't help but let her petite body tremble slightly, and a flash of panic flashed across her eyes, not daring to meet Roy's eyes. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that one day he would face such a thing, that he would have to offer himself to a man he had never known before for the sake of his family. Looking at Lee Jae-hyun, with his head lowered, not daring to meet his eyes, his entire body tense, Roy's eyes flashed with a smirk. Nowadays, he has abandoned all the so-called worldly shackles, just to live as he pleases. As long as it was something he liked, he would not hesitate to seize it with the most violent means. Obviously, some eye candy babes would be a very nice trophy for the hot-blooded man. I have to say, the genes of the Lee family are indeed powerful. This Lee Jae-hyun is not in the least inferior to Lee Jae-jin, and still has another flavor. After staring at Lee Jae-hyun for a couple of moments, Roy nodded, very satisfied with this little princess of the Lee family. Subsequently, Roy's gaze, again, landed on Lee Rongji, his meaningful gaze sizing him up twice before he slowly opened his mouth. You know your way around. Roy's posture was high and lofty, and with an attitude of looking down. He looked at Lee Rongji and said, coincidentally, I like people who know what's going on. Though Roy didn't know what Lee Rong was playing with in his mind right now, he honestly didn't really care. Whatever Lee Rong was scheming about, he was fearless. He dared to take the other side and use it as long as it had value. If in the process of using it, the other party dares to make some moves that should not be made, he would then destroy the other party with a thunderbolt and raise the ashes. Mr. Roy, I, Lee Young-jae, have always seen clearly and know what I should do and what I can do. Lee Rongji was quite open-minded and frankly admitted, I only did this so that our family could continue to exist. There will be no change in my mind. Looking at Lee Rongji's openly admitting appearance, Roy raised an eyebrow and faintly said, if your family wants to continue to exist, it will have to go through my personal change of seed. Lee Rongji's gaze flickered slightly and a color of pain flashed in the depths of his eyes, but in the end, he took a deep breath and nodded his head heavily. I understand. In order to live, in order to not let the family be completely destroyed, Lee Rong-jae gritted his teeth. Everything, I am willing to listen to your arrangements, Mr. Lee, but I implore Mr. Roy, to treat the people of my Lee family a little bit kindly. At the very least, let the men of the Lee family live out their old age in peace and die a natural death. Oh, wow, tough enough. This performance of his made Roy look twice higher. At this point in time, he was still thinking of fighting for the family. Indeed, he was a rather qualified family head now, and if he wasn't faced with his own existence that was so strong that it made him despair, he definitely wouldn't have bowed down on this. Could be. Roy nodded indifferently. As long as you live according to the rules I set, I can naturally let you die of old age in peace. Thanks. Whether out of sincerity or helplessness, after receiving Roy's assurance, Lee Rong had a look of gratitude on his face and bowed his head to Roy. Boss, Lee Zaijin has always been on the sidelines watching without saying anything. Until this moment things seemed to have settled. He finally opened his mouth. Can you give the Lee family a chance to do things for you? We, the Lee family, will definitely do things for you properly. She's also fighting for the family. Fight for what is rightfully yours. Seeing Lee Jae-jin open his mouth, Lee Young-jae and the others, their hearts couldn't help but slightly rejoice, their eyes looking at Roy expectantly. They've sort of preserved the family's right to exist now, but they're also well, if they still wanted to be the top power family of West 8, they would have to fit into Roy's power system. What? Are you guys willing to work for me? Roy glanced at Lee Jae-jin in surprise and said, it's not easy to work for me. At any time you could all be dead. He wasn't joking. With what he was doing now, he could be under siege at any moment. When he was under siege, he could make sure that he was foolproof, but he could not guarantee that the others would be able to survive as unharmed as he did. Sure, that's just for now, and he's already starting to prepare. Build a defense strong enough to secure yourself and those you value, to be able to survive the world siege unscathed. This, naturally, would include his subsequent children. When they heard the words Roy asked, Lee Young-jae and the others, their hearts were suddenly shaken. It's a great honor to serve you on your errand, Mr. Law. Lee Rongji barely hesitated and immediately made a public statement. From this moment on, our entire family will become your subordinate, willing to go through fire and water for you. In fact, he was also clear that if they could securely hold on to Roy's thighs, although there were risks for them, the benefits would be equally great. Without further ado, the kind of miraculous drug that King Shiba had mentioned alone was enough to make Li Rong go wild over it. Not many men, especially those in high positions of power and wealth, can resist the temptation to get their bodies back to better health. Chapter 130, Scalp Tingling, Heart Bitter. The moment Li Rong stepped forward to state his position, the rest of the Li clan, too, reacted and immediately expressed their allegiance to Roy, saying that they were willing to convert to Roy. Since this moment, the Li clan, who used to control the fate of countless West 8 people in West 8, became a subordinate clan under Roy, working for him. In the face of the Li clan's people, expressing their allegiance, Roy appeared very calm. I don't care what you say, I just need to see what you do. Roy's gaze swept over the crowd of Li clan people and slowly spoke. If you don't do anything to betray me, as long as I live, your Li clan will survive in this world. Brush up. As soon as Li Rongji and the others heard this assurance given by Roy, a look of ecstasy appeared in their avoidance. They had never dreamed that they would be able to get such a solemn assurance from Roy, which was really an unexpected pleasure. While in ecstasy, Li Rong noticed Li Jaejin by Roy's side and instantly realized in his heart. At this moment, he clearly knew that the reason Roy would give this assurance was definitely because he was looking at Li Jaejin's face. It seems, this sister of his, who had served him so well these days, had pleased him greatly. While thinking so, the corner of the eye of Li Rongjae's eyes and could not help but glance at his daughter Li Jaehyun beside him. Looking at his daughter's selfish, somewhat bewildered appearance, the depths of his eyes flashed with a flash of anticipation. If Jaehyun, too, is able to win Roy's favor, then won't my Li family be able to reach a very high position within Roy's system of power? When I think of this, Li Rongjae's heart cannot help but be a little excited. The strength that Roy had shown today made him realize that as long as Roy continued to develop, then he would inevitably become the most terrifying existence in the entire world, crushing the globe. By then, if he, the Li family, could occupy a relatively high position in Roy's power system, then their family would become a level that they had previously aspired to but could not reach. In this moment, he didn't even care that the men of the Li clan wouldn't be able to give birth to heir offspring in the future. Anyway, as long as a child was born to a Li family woman in Roy, it would have their Li family bloodline. Almost instantly, Li Rongji's mind then flashed through countless thoughts, figured out a lot of things, and the emotions in his heart calmed down, knowing what he needed to do now. Boss, please don't worry. We will prove our Li clan's loyalty to you with practical actions. All of Li Rongji's address to Roy changed at this moment, and his face had a serious and sincere look on it. Listening to Li Yongjae's words, Roy nodded with a calm expression and didn't give much of a critique. The light in his eyes flickered slightly. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said to Li Rongji and the others, now I'm going to give you something to do, and whether or not you can get it done will determine what I will give you to do in the future. Roy's eyes gazed at Li Rong in the body. His tone became somewhat serious. I am asking you people of the Li family, for me to immediately go to all the cultural relics and treasures of the ancient eastern countries that have been strayed out, all recovered. Go country by country and collect as many as you can find out. Not a single one. Well, you guys just go ahead and send someone to Eagle Jam to collect. I don't care what the other side's attitude is, or who they are, or what tactics you use. As long as he has artifacts and treasures from the ancient eastern countries in his hands, you must retrieve them for me. As soon as Li Rongji heard about this mission, his heart shook and his entire body was numb as if he had been electrocuted. Boss, we go to Eagle Sauce to find those people to collect artifact gems. They won't even pay attention to us, right? Li Rongji was a little headstrong and said stiffly, although our Li clan has some power in Eagle Sauce, it doesn't have the means to make those people feel scornful. Roy frowned, and as he frowned, Li Zaijin, who was on the side, immediately noticed it and hastily glared at his big brother. Big brother, are you confused? You are now a person under the boss's hand. You are going to do things for the boss. Don't you know how to put out the boss's name? As soon as Li Rongji heard this, he was shocked and could not wait to give himself a slap, thinking how could he have made a mistake in his brain at this instant, and said such a stupid thing? Isn't this dropping points in front of the boss? That's right. You can collect under my banner, and if anyone dares to bare their teeth, my men will kill them and clean them up for you. Roy glanced at Li Rongji with an expressionless face and said, I've heard that inside the big house of Eagle Sauce 1600, there are a lot of top-notch artifacts and treasures from the ancient eastern countries. I'll give you a week to retrieve all the artifacts and treasures from the ancient Orient inside the big house at 1600 Eagle Sauce. Not a single piece is missing. If you miss one, it's on your head. Brush. Li Rongji and the others, once they heard Roy's words, their faces suddenly changed wildly and became a little white. They never dreamed that Roy would have to let them go inside the big house at 1600 Eagle Sauce to collect things as soon as he came up. What's the big house at 1600? That's where Hawk Jam's power is concentrated. It's the heart. There was one of the strongest armed guards in the world back then, and it wasn't easy for anyone to get in without permission. If they lease family people kill in the open, looking for the people in the big house of 1600 to ask for something, it's going to get knocked out, right? It's exciting to think about. What? You guys can't do it? If you can't do it, then I can get someone else to do the job. Looking at Li Rongji and the others, their complexions changing wildly, one by one, their scalps tingling, Roy frowned into a frown and said, "Those who can't do such a small thing don't deserve to work for me. It's a little thing? It's a fucking provocation to the current world domination." Li Yongjae only felt a burst of bitterness in his mouth, but in the face of Roy's words, he could only nod his head stiffly. "It can be. This is something we can definitely do. If we can't do it, we'll let the boss do whatever he wants." Li Rongyan gritted his teeth, knowing that he had no way back. He could only take this errand with a hard head. "Since that's okay, let's get going. And after we collect the eagle sauce, we'll have to collect the rest of the country." Roy didn't care what Li Rong was thinking in his mind, and after seeing the other party agree, he immediately waved his hand and told the other party to hurry up and get lost to do his job. "Okay, boss, I'll start arranging this matter. It will definitely be done beautifully within the time you set." Seeing Roy waving his hand, Li Yongjae didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately turned around and left, leaving behind Li Jaehyun and the other young girls of the Li clan. Chapter 131, A Bright Enough Pitch. In regards to the things Roy explained, Li Yongjae only felt pressurized. Honestly, if it had been before, he wouldn't have even dared to think of running to the big house at 1600 with his men to cause trouble, because in his opinion, this was undoubtedly an act of seeking death. But now, Roy had explained the matter, but he had to go hard, and that leads to him. It had been full of sadness since he left Roy's. The West 8th King had been waiting outside, and when he saw Li Rongyan coming out from where Roy was, with a face full of sadness, his eyes lit up, and he cheerfully walked towards him, because he thought that Li Yongjae, in this appearance, definitely didn't get any good results from Roy. "Li Yongjae, why do you look so sad?" A smile appeared on the face of King Shiba, grinning as he turned to Li Rongji and asked, "You wouldn't have made our boss angry, would you?" Seeing that the 8th King of the West had come over and listening to his words, Li Rongji's brow suddenly furrowed and a look of impatience flashed in his eyes. If it was before, if the West 8th King dared to be like he is now, he would be high and low and give the other side some color. Let him know who is the real master of these 8 Western countries. It's him, not the king in plain sight. He's the real king. Sure, Li Yongjae was now very conscious, and he knew that he had to lower his attitude now, and at the very least, he couldn't act too badly in front of Roy. If he pissed Roy off, he'd have nothing to show for it. Therefore, even though his heart was filled with disgust and annoyance towards the Western 8th King, Li Rongji still maintained his senses and coldly glanced at the other party before opening his mouth. "How could I possibly mess with the boss? Do you think I'm stupid? Don't know when to do something?" Li Rongjae looked at King Seobaji with cold eyes, intending to give the other party a little warning. "I'm just thinking about how to accomplish what he wants to do for the boss and am sad because the things the boss explained are too difficult. I'm warning you, don't ever come to mess with me now. If I screw up what my boss has told me because of your influence, I'm afraid you won't have much to eat when the time comes." Brush. As soon as the Western 8th King heard this from Li Rong and his face suddenly changed, his eyes all instantly widened as he looked at the latter in disbelief. You too." King Shiba was shocked and opened his mouth. "You also joined the boss's camp? How did you? Is there a problem?" Li Rongji hummed lightly and said lightly, "To be able to work for the boss, that would be my honor." These words, obviously speaking to others, he knew he had to show his loyalty to Roy at all times, whether it was outwardly or in real action. He had to show it for all to see. "It is indeed your honor." The West 8th King's face changed. Then he nodded solemnly. "Since we are all working for the boss now, I wish you luck, and I hope that you can complete the task that the boss has given you." Since the other party had become a colleague with himself, King Seobaji was also clear that he couldn't continue to casually find trouble with Li Rongji now, so he also acted rather patronizingly and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "What did the boss tell you to do? Do you need my help?" There was quite a bit of anticipation in his mind when he said those words, because he felt that this was an opportunity to give Roy credit. "No need." Li Rongyan disdainfully glanced at King Shiba, not bothering to talk more nonsense with him, turned around and left. Looking at Li Rong before turning around and walking away, the West 8th King stood in place. The look on his face was somewhat annoyed, feeling offended by the other party. How did this guy get accepted by the boss? Damn it all. Li's family should have all been killed off. The West 8th King for Li Rongjae, the heart is quite upset, muttered, "Could it be because of Li Jae-jin? It must be. Li Jae-jin seems to be very much in his boss's favor. It must be because he helped the Li clan get through the hard times. In this moment, the West 8th King was suddenly a little envious of Li Rongji, envious that he could have a sister that Roy liked better. No way. I have to hurry up and find a way to send my daughter to the boss's side before I can't just let the Li clan's women appear next to the boss. Otherwise, whatever benefits will be taken up by them. King Shiba suddenly felt a sense of urgency, and thinking of his previous thoughts, he immediately began to act, turned around and walked to a corner and took out a phone, and began to call his daughter. He felt that his daughter, who had the looks and the temperament, or was once the nominal and true princess of the Western 8 Kingdoms, should be able to win Roy's heart by sending her to Roy's side. Li Rongji didn't know about the little things in the heart of the West 8th King. He was indeed thinking about how to take care of the task Roy had given him. House Master, what should we do now? Do we really want to bring people to run to the big house of 1600 to claim the artifact treasures that flowed out of the 5 eastern countries? A senior member of the Li clan who was following behind Li Rongzai, with a worried face, asked to him who was just about to get into the car, "Can we really rely on some of our Li clan's power in the Eagle Sauce country to ask for something?" Li Rong, who was just about to get on the bus, couldn't help but have his footsteps slightly lurched when he heard the words of the clansman behind him. Then he turned back to look at him. The light in his eyes was deep and stern. "It is indeed impossible to rely on the strength of our Li clan alone." Li Rong's eyes flickered a few times before a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Smiling, he said, "But don't you forget who we're working for now." The top management of the Li clan first froze for a moment when they heard Li Rongji's words, and then their eyes also lit up, all thinking of the key point of this matter. "We're working for Mr. Roy now." A family executive's eyes showed a flash of excitement and said excitedly, "Now the whole world is all jealous of our boss, even fearful and afraid. Since we're doing work for the boss, it's perfectly fine to do it in the boss's name. We go about our business with our boss's names on our heads, and I don't believe Eaglejam would dare to mess with us." The top management of the Li clan who were present all had excited looks on their faces as they listened to these words. In this moment they all saw where the hope of accomplishing the task Roy had given them lay, and knew that this matter should be accomplished. "Let's go. Go back and discuss the plan. Start acting immediately. The boss only gave us 7 days. Within 7 days we must do things beautifully and deliver a bright enough pitch to the boss." Li Rongji took a deep breath, a blazing light flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The future destiny of our Li clan will all be determined by this mission, so we have to get this done right and not be prone to any mistakes." Having said that, after Li Rong got into the car and sat in it, he leaned back against the soft seat and slightly closed his eyes. The mind raced, thinking about the details of the next plan. Chapter 132. This is too flowery. After Li Rong left, Roy put the matter of this person completely behind him, not bothering to think much about it. Anyway, he had already explained the mission. He just needed to wait for the results now. The results satisfy him, and anything he has to give will be given. But if Li Rong is not efficient in these people's work, the final result is not satisfactory to him. He didn't mind, then, making these people pay accordingly. He wants the horse to run, then he will give it good grass. But it would be embarrassing for the horse to eat his good grass and not run well. "Boss." Seeing Roy leaning back on the large soft sofa, his eyes seemingly staring at Li as he looked at a group of young girls from the Li clan, Li Jaejin pursed his lips slightly and said softly, "What are you going to do next to arrange them? Do you need them to do something for you?" Regarding the matter that dozens of teenage girls from the Li clan had been sent over, Li Jaejin had now adapted to it. Her bones. It's actually a Muchang person. Add to that the environment of the Western 8, and the influence of his origins. Li Jaejin was not the least bit surprised by such things as powerful men surrounded by warblers and swallows, and even took it for granted. After all, even his big brother Li Rongin, openly and secretly, have her countless women. How is it organized? Roy heard Li Jaejin's voice, which brought him back from his confused thoughts. After glancing back at her, he immediately understood what she meant. His gaze once again fell on Li Zion and the other Li clan maidens, and a smile appeared on Roy's face. Li Jian and the other young girls of the Li clan have long since accepted their next fate though, but when they noticed Roy's eyes scanning over them, each of them couldn't help but feel a little nervous and apprehensive. And this nervous and apprehensive dislike of them fell in Roy's eyes, but it made Roy feel a bit subtle. "Boss." Seeing Roy's gaze roving back and forth over Li Jian and the others, and not knowing what was going on in his mind, Li Jaejin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Is there anything you're not happy with about them?" Li Jaejin's words made the young girls present, instantly, even more nervous and apprehensive. They all knew that Roy could decide whether they lived or died by their fate, and if he was not happy with them, it would be a very scary situation. "Not satisfied?" Roy raised his eyebrows slightly, shook his head and said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. It's all good. It's good. Well, from now on, All of you will live in this manner from now on. Anyone who wants to go out needs to be followed by one of their men. I don't want anything to happen that I don't want. Otherwise the consequences could be quite serious. The current him had already taken these young girls of the Lee clan as his forbidden domain completely. He was not going to allow any more of these women to be involved with the outside world. Even if he couldn't use it, he wouldn't allow anyone else to get their hands on it. Sure, anyone in their right mind shouldn't have the guts to get their hands on it. But it's also important to guard against the fact that some people who are not in their right mind will do things that will make him sick. So he had to take precautions to eliminate the possibility of that kind of thing making him sick. Listening to Roy's words, Lee Jae-in and the others' hearts fluttered, clearly hearing the warning intent in his words. Don't worry, boss, they all know what they're doing and would never do anything to upset you. Seeing that the young girls of the Lee clan were intimidated, Lee Jae-jin hurriedly spoke in a small voice and assured Roy, I'll usually keep an eye on them at all times as well, and I definitely won't let them do anything to embarrass you, boss. Listening to Lee Jae-jin's words, Roy glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said meaningfully, I cannot be embarrassed. This is a small matter. Your Lee family can continue to survive is a big thing. Roy's words were full of warning flavor and also made Lee Jae-jin and others' hearts flinch. At this time, they deeply felt the terrifying possessiveness of the man in front of them, as well as the kind of overbearingness of the eye. None of them had any doubt that if any of them did something that annoyed him, the Lee clan would be in for a complete wipeout. Tonight, you're in charge of the arrangements. I'm having a party. All the people in the food court are having a party together. After Roy's warning, the smile on his face surfaced once again and he said to Lee Jae-jin with a smirk, this party, everyone will be the main character. Lee Jae-jin, playing with real flowers. It's also really fierce. An ordinary man would have to die suddenly if he played like this, wouldn't he? But, as she thought about Roy's abilities, she suddenly felt, again, that it seemed like a no-brainer. She felt as if this matter was normal, but Lee Jae-in and the other young girls of the Lee clan, after hearing Roy's words, had a look of shock on their faces, and an incredulous look appeared in each of their eyes. Obviously, these young girls also heard Roy's words and knew what he wanted. For a moment, these young girls, the heart of the shocked at the same time, but also feel a strong sense of shame. Some of it is unacceptable. But there is no one who dares to stand up and say more at this time, not daring to refute the objection. Okay boss, I'll make arrangements on this matter. Lee Jae-jin took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face as well, smiling and saying to Roy, I will definitely make you happy and enjoy yourself tonight, boss. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words from Lee Jae-jin, Roy reached out and pinched this woman's delicate face and said with a smile, I like the kind of you that knows what you're doing. Well, you take them down first, I have things to do. Having said that, Roy waved his hand, and when Lee Jae-jin saw this, he didn't hesitate for a second and left with a group of young girls from the Lee clan with very good eyesight. Immediately after returning to the family mansion, Lorne gathered all the senior personnel of the Lee clan together. This time, I'm going to personally lead the team to carry out the mission given by the boss. After the causes and consequences of the matter are said again, Lorne only looked serious. The language of its seriousness to all the senior personnel of the Lee family said, I want a personally 1600 big house and the ancient oriental cultural relics treasure, to the boss from the other side of the ocean to bring back. Brush up. The Lee clan executives present suddenly changed their faces as soon as they heard these words from him. All of them had a shocked look on their faces, and they even couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Family head, you can't take such a risk. You're the head of the family. If anything goes wrong with you, it'll be a big trouble. There's no need. We just need to complete the mission. There's no need for you to personally risk your life. Family head, I'm not in favor of this. It's too risky and not worth it. The clansmen of the Lee clan who were present exclaimed to persuade Lorne Jae, none of them wanting him to personally lead the team and take that huge risk. Chapter 133, I hope Hawksauce is smart. Lorne in as a big family's heir, helmsman, can put a huge family, management of the head and tail, enough to show that his ability is quite outstanding strong. So, he had a fairly clear idea of his current situation and didn't know what to do or what not to do. He then realized, the most important thing now was to hold Roy's thighs to the death and completely change Roy's opinion of their Lee family. Only in this way could he allow his family to continue to exist, and perhaps even take it to the next level and become a world-class great family. Therefore, this time he was going to take a chance and personally lead the family's manpower to the big house at 1600 Eagle Sauce on the other side of the ocean to accomplish what Roy had told him to do. None of you need to be persuaded. I know what I'm doing. In the face of the concerns and persuasion of the family's senior members, Lorne's expression at this moment was quite calm and composed, and he said in a serious tone, I can only make Roy truly value our Lee clan if I do this. Further, I don't think this thing is really as dangerous as it seems. After all, we're working for the boss now. Without looking at the face of a monk, I think the Eagle Sauce people had to give us more or less face after they learned that I was working for the boss. Listening to Li Rong in this explanation, the Li clan executives present had a thoughtful look in their eyes, feeling that what he said was somewhat reasonable. Now immediately notify the Li family personnel over at Eagle Sauce to get ready right away, and as soon as I get off the plane, I'll start moving immediately. After seeing that the crowd was no longer persuaded, Li Rong gave a couple of explanations and immediately started to move, preparing to board his own special airplane and head to Eagle Jam. Soon, Li Yongjae's private jet, then, took off from a large airport in the West 8 countries and headed straight for the city where the big house of Eagle Sauce 1600 was located on the other side of the ocean. Meanwhile, the clansmen of the Li clan also acted one after another, and immediately began to mobilize all the forces that could be mobilized, ready to assist Li Rongji, and together they went to complete the task that Roy had explained. The news that Li Rong was on the move reached Roy's ears at the first opportunity. Boss, Li Rong is getting the ball rolling. The big housekeeper came to Roy's front and reported to him. They mobilized all the family's forces in the Eagle Sauce country, and are preparing to head to the big house at 1600, led by Li Rongji himself. Li Yongjae in person? After Roy listened to the news reported by the senior steward, his face showed a touch of surprise and sked. This Li Rongjae has some courage. He dares to lead a team there himself. Regarding Li Rongji's behavior, Roy's heart was quite amazed. The helmsman of this big family still had some skills. These people are not the same as themselves. They can't be 100% sure that their lives won't be in any danger. And daring to go and do this means that they are already prepared for the fact that their lives will be in danger. Boss, are they really able to accomplish the task you gave them? The big steward's brow furrowed slightly as he said, the current Eagle Sauce, although tossed around by you, boss, still isn't a place where anyone can find trouble, and it's probably dangerous for these people of theirs to go looking for trouble with Eagle Sauce, relying on their own strength alone. There's definitely no way they can accomplish their mission. It's something that doesn't need to be thought about. Roy raised an eyebrow and said lightly, however, they are now doing an errand for me, doing it in my name, so things are different. Roy for his own prestige nowadays is still quite clear. The Eagle Sauce country now hates him to death, but likewise also full of scorn for him. In the case of also no absolute threat to the other party's core interests, the other party will certainly not take the risk, and their own completely torn face. Sure, even if he completely tore his face, Roy did not care. After all, what he is doing now, in fact, has been counted as completely tearing his face with Eagle Jam. In 3 months, if Eagle Jam hadn't moved, then he would have to start moving on Eagle Jam on a large scale, and it would inevitably create a huge wave. Understood. The big steward nodded slightly as he listened to Roy's words. Then boss, do you want me to notify the people over there and assist them in their operation? This will cut down on a lot of trouble and get things done quickly. Well, have the people on Eagle Sauce's side get ready, and as long as Li Rong is in the process of starting an operation, then give them some support. Roy narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone became a bit cold. If Hawk Jam doesn't know what to do, then I don't mind starting an eviction against them early, and driving them out of my territory. Roy, now, had taken the entire domain of Eagle Sauce, inside his mind, as his own private domain. He wasn't trying to scare Eagle Jam when he said he'd let her move, much less joke about it. He meant it. If Hawk Jam didn't listen, he would really do it, and the tentacles would be quite hot. Understood. After the big steward heard Roy's words, he didn't ask any more questions and immediately turned around and started to go arrange things. After the big housekeeper left, Li Jae-jin came to Roy's side, with a trace of worry on his face, hesitating as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't speak after opening his mouth. What? Roy noticed Li Jae-jin's reaction and asked with a smile, what's the problem? Say what you have to say. I don't want or like you to look hesitant in front of me. Say it. Actually, I'm just a little worried about my big brother's safety. Li Jae-jin saw Roy's gaze fixed on himself and said after clenching his teeth, I'm afraid that he'll can't die. Hearing Li Jae-jin's words, Roy laughed and swept her into his arms. His hands began to be unctuous while smiling. For your sake, I'll save his little life as well. Don't worry. Li Jae-jin's face instantly turned red, but after hearing this assurance from Roy, his heart let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks boss, Li Jae-jin said softly. With these words from you, boss, I'm completely relieved. I'm sure big brother will be fine. Roy smiled slightly and didn't say anything more, and he really didn't have the idea of getting Li Yongjae killed. After all, from what I've observed so far, Li Yongjae's ability is still quite strong, and it's a good choice to stay under his command. Boss, I've already prepared your private swimsuit party. Li Jae-in and the girls have all arrived as well, and the venue is arranged at the hot spring pool there. After her heart stopped worrying, Lee Jae-jin whispered to Roy with a gentle face. When do you plan to go over? Roy's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he stood up from his chair, smiling. Then let's go over there now. Don't keep the girls waiting. Chapter 134, Inverting the Big Dipper. Eagle Sauce explodes in anger. After explaining things down, Roy stopped worrying and instead followed Lee Jae-jin to enjoy himself. As a hot-blooded man, after grasping the power of countless resources, it is natural to have fun in time, otherwise what is the point of living? This is Roy's current state of mind. As for, he had turned the whole world upside down and put countless people on edge, something he didn't care about in the slightest. No one can fuck him anyway. It's just so arrogant. When Roy followed Lee Jae-jin to the venue she had arranged, he found a group of warblers in swimsuits, who had been waiting for a long time. Just by sweeping a glance, a satisfied smile appeared on Roy's face. It had to be said that the genes of the Lee family women were quite good. The young girls on the scene, not only their looks are all very outstanding, even their bodies are also remarkable. A glance at the past makes people in a pleasant mood. Lee Jae-hyun, the daughter of Lee Rongji, was wearing a pink bathing suit right now, sitting on the edge of the hot spring pool with a glass of red wine, chatting with a few sisters about none other than Roy. Jae-hyun, what do you think the boss will do to us in the future? A young Lee girl wearing a light green swimsuit, with a hint of worry in her eyes, asked in a low voice to Lee Jae-hyun. Will he just treat us as playthings and throw us away when he uses us? Several Lee clan maidens, listening to these words, had a look of worry on their faces. Although they were very afraid of this ending, they all knew very well that from the moment they entered Roy's manor, they would be branded, and would always be Roy's subordinate from now on, unless Roy ga off. But from what we've seen so far, no one seems to be able to take that horribly powerful man down. So, they had seen their future, a future where they would always have to be dependent on Roy. Although many of the young girls were worried, as Lee Jae-hyun listened to her sister's words, she slightly pursed her thin, rosy lips and a bitter smile appeared on her face. What's the use of thinking so much? Now we no longer have a choice. The best way, it's to bear him a son and a daughter, to achieve the result of a mother's equality, which should be the most perfect ending. Hearing this realistic answer from Lee Jae-hyun, the young girls of the Lee clan who were present, all nodded slightly, while their minds began to come alive, all eager for a good outcome. Here he comes. Suddenly, a young girl's face changed slightly, and she exclaimed in a small voice, hurry up and stand up. We mustn't let him have a bad impression of us. Saying, the young girl was the first to stand, a gentle expression instantly appearing on her face as she looked cautiously in one direction. Lee Jae-hyun also reacted and immediately put down the wineglass in his hand, standing up and then turning his head to look in the same direction. Then, he saw the figures of Roy and Lee Jae-jin, walking in from outside. And at the moment, Roy, wearing a cool swimsuit, revealing a strong and solid lanky body. Looking at Roy's strong and sturdy body, coupled with his handsome face, many of the young girls of the Lee clan's eyes looked quite intent. The facts are now irrevocable, that there's a man who looks a little more comfortable, obviously more acceptable. Good thing, Roy fits their aesthetic of a handsome man. Roy, who was scanning the group of young girls, saw that the gazes of the young girls were fixed on him, and a smile appeared on his face. Relax, it's a private party today, it's all about having fun. Roy tried to sound less menacing and smiled. Music on, all get high. Oceanside. A private jet landed at the airport. Soon, Lee Rong-jae, with a few of the Lee clan's top brass in tow, stepped off his private jet and left the airport after getting into the motorcade. After leaving the airport, he arrived inside an estate that was the private property of the Lee family in the Eagle Sauce country. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered in this Lee clan's manor, and each of these people was suited and strong like an ox. Master of the house. Seeing Lee Rong-in appearing, a number of people immediately greeted him and respectfully saluted him. How are things getting ready? Lee Rong-in waved his hand as to let the people quiet, and then looked gloomy to one of the middle-aged men asked, the people who should be here are all here, right? Now, he couldn't wait and wanted to get started right away, to do what Roy had told him as fast and as efficiently as possible. Everything is ready to go at a moment's notice. The middle-aged man's face was also very serious, and he reported the current situation to Lee Rong-in. As long as you give the order, it will start immediately. Very good. Lee Rong-ji sniffed and nodded slightly. Then let's get moving. Everyone come with me and get things done as soon as possible. With these words, the members of the Lee clan who were present, each and every one of them revealed a look of surprise, and some people opened their mouths to persuade them. Family master, don't you want to take a rest? You have just rushed over. The boat is laborious. The middle-aged man said softly. This matter, there is absolutely no need to rush for a moment. This must be done as soon as possible. There can't be a moment's delay. Li Rongji's eyes instantly became sharp as he stared at the middle-aged man. I think you should be clear that this matter is a major event that can determine life and death for our Li clan. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man was instantly shaken in spirit and didn't dare to persuade him any further. Soon, after some reorganization, Li Rongin personally led the staff manpower of the Li clan and headed towards the big house of 1600 with great vigor. Inside the big house at 1600, the white boss was currently sitting in his office with a grim look on his face, listening to the various news reported by his men. The more he listened, the uglier his face became, and the anger in his eyes could barely be concealed anymore. Deceitful. This Roy is really a bully. The white boss gritted his teeth, slapped the desktop, and cracked. He actually wants all of us at Eagle Jam to move? How did he come up with that? Where are we going to move? This is trying to make us Eagle Jam go completely crazy. Originally, he had thought that the warning Roy had issued was just a bluff. But after the recent period of intelligence gathering and analysis he realized, Roy was serious and was really trying to get rid of Eagle Jam altogether. It just kind of drove him crazy. Mister. Just as the white boss was enraged, his secretary suddenly came up to him and whispered something. Damn, where did these little West 8 them get the guts? How dare they come to the big house at 1600 looking for trouble? The white boss listened to the news reported by his secretary. Angry eyes stood up. Apparently he had gotten word that Li Rong was bringing people to the big house at 1600. This behavior of reversing the Big Dipper made him angry and at the same time had a very unreal feeling. He can't figure it out. Where in the world did these people, Li Young-jae, get the nerve to come to the big house at 1600 and look for trouble? Chapter 135, Who Gave You the Courage? The white boss had a rather hard look on his face as he listened to the news reported by his men, feeling that what had happened was too paradoxical and unbelievable. So, after his eyes flickered for a moment, he finally couldn't help but confirm again and asked, the news is confirmed, correct? Li Rongzai of the Sanqing group of the Western 8 countries has personally brought people to us to cause trouble? He couldn't figure out where the other party got the courage to do such a thing that seemed to him to be treasonous and contrary to the Big Dipper. All along, the entire West 8 is one of Eagle Jam's dogs, not to mention one of the great families within West 8. Those so-called Western 8 families, in Eagle Sauce's eyes, had always been the existence of a mole cricket, which could be drowned by spitting. As a result, now, these mole crickets dared to run in front of them with their teeth and claws open to flaunt and look for things, which was really hard to accept. Boss, it's true indeed. With a very serious look on his face, the secretary nodded his head solemnly and said, they are now, right outside the big house, and have given us a so-called ultimatum to hand over all the cultural relics and treasures from the ancient Eastern countries in the big house, all within 12 hours. Brush. As soon as the white boss heard this, his face brushed and changed violently and abruptly, and his heart exploded, immediately grasping the central point of this matter. Not only him, the other Hawk Jam bigwigs in the room, their faces also changed abruptly. Each one of them revealed a face full of astonishment, and in a few moments of effort, the huge office was filled with clamor. Roy? It's this guy again. It seems that this Li Rongin is following Roy's orders to do his job. I told you how this little West 8 had so much guts. It turns out that this dog has hugged Roy's thigh and is giving Roy a hard time. Damn, this Roy is really too hateful. He's trying to completely trample and ravage our Eagle Sauce's face under his feet. The Hawk Jam bigwigs were furious, angry at Roy for this lack of face for them, and couldn't help but burst into a shouting match. The white boss couldn't help but clench his fists as he listened to the angry shouts and curses from the group of Eagle Jam bigwigs under his command, his face shifting in color. Be quiet. Taking a deep breath and forcing the angry annoyance in his heart to be suppressed, the pale-faced white boss swept his gaze over the Eagle Sauce bigwigs present, and only after retracting all of their gazes over, did he open his mouth. I think you guys should be right. The real instigator behind this matter is definitely Roy. That damned yellow-skinned monkey. Before, Roy had issued a circular to all the major countries in the world, telling them to get ready to send all the illegal cultural relics and treasures that they had obtained from the ancient Eastern countries within their countries to him obediently. At that time, the vast majority of countries were basically skeptical about this circular warning issued by Roy, thinking that at most he would only be putting his mouth on the line, and that in the end the matter would surely be left unsettled. When Roy's next move, however, made the whole world's jaws drop, he directly led a vast army to try and thin out West 8, who was the first to jump out as a standout. Now the entire West 8 had become a plaything in his palm, left to his ravages and recklessness, and had become his private territory. This thunderous and ruthless approach made everyone realize that Roy wasn't joking, he was serious. This also led to many countries, especially some countries that did not think they were capable of arm wrestling with Roy, had already acted at the first time. collecting domestic cultural relics and treasures obtained from the ancient Oriental countries, and sending special escorts to send them to Roy's front. Sure, this does not include the Eagle Jam Nation, and because of that, it was these people, Lee Young-jae, who showed up outside the big house at 1600 Eagle Jam Nation, screaming for them to hand over their artifact treasures. Sir, what do we do now? An Eagle Sauce big man's face color changed a few times, gritted his teeth to the face of an iron blue piece of the white boss asked. Roy is obviously determined to want to those once belonged to the ancient Oriental cultural relics and treasures. All of them back. And our Eagle Sauce domestic. There are a lot of. The white boss fell silent as he listened to the big Eagle Jam man's words. He couldn't tell you how many times he'd heard his own men ask him what they should do about Roy, but each time he didn't have anything too good to offer. Primarily, Roy is a man who is just too much to comprehend and a complete lunatic who does whatever he wants completely on a whim. And if he's not careful he can get you into a big mess. Go ahead and check it out. After a few moments of silence, seeing everyone's eyes on him, the white boss gritted his teeth and stood up, his voice low. I want to see what Lee Young-jae, the dog, really wants. For Roy, the white boss was naturally full of scorn, but for Lee Young-jae, the patriarch of this big family in the Western 8 countries, he didn't put it in his eyes at all anymore, looking at the other party like a mole cricket. Come on, go check it out. I'd like to see how arrogant this dog is now. We can't do anything about Roy, and we can't do anything about this dog of his? Humph. The Eagle Jam bigwigs in the room, seeing the white boss get up, also got up while screaming and cursing, ready to go out and see what was going on. 1600 beyond the big room, take a large group of people to guard Lee Young-in, was standing in the doorway, staring grimly at the fully costumed Eagle Sauce Brigade in front of it, waiting in silence. The Eagle Sauce GIs across from him. At this time, each one of them looked cold and gloomy, staring murderously at Lee Young-jae and the rest of them, and the black holes of the guns in their hands were raised high and aimed at them. This appearance of saber rattling caused the Lee clan personnel behind Lee Young to have their hearts tense one after another. There were even some people who were so scared that their faces turned a little white, but none of them dared to show cowardice and retreat at this time, because they all knew very well that there was no way back for them now, and if they dared to retreat at this point, not only would they be finished, but his family would follow suit. Whoa dash. While Lee Young-jae and others were tense, a large group of people hurried out of the big house at 1600, and it was the white boss who was at the front of the line, followed by a group of Eagle Sauce bigwigs behind him. Brush brush brush. The moment the white boss appeared, the gazes of Lee Young-jae and the others instantly fell on him. As the white boss walked away, the Eagle Jam GIs in front of him made way for him to walk in front of Lee Young-jae. Who gave you the courage to come to the big house of 1600 to look for things? The white boss was tall and lanky, and looked at Lee Young-jae condescendingly. Do you want to make your Lee clan completely history? Chapter 136 Eagle Sauce Pandemonium. The group of Lee Young behind him, seeing the white boss appear in front of them and listening to what he said, couldn't help but show a hint of panic and nervousness on their faces. The Little West Eights have a bone-deep fear of Hawk Jam, and now that they're facing Hawk Jam's white bosses, they naturally feel the pressure. Sure, this does not include Lee Young-jae. Lee Young at this point in time, the look on his face was still considered calm, or rather the mood of the entire person appeared to be very calm, because he knew he was following Roy nowadays, and behind him stood Roy, the great god, the one who made the whole of Eagle Sauce tremble. So, he has absolutely no need, at this point, to be afraid of the white bosses of Hawk Jam, or indeed Hawk Jam as a whole. Sir, I'm sure you already know the purpose of my coming, and I don't want to waste each other's time by talking so much nonsense with you. Lee Young had a calm look on his face, his eyes flashed with a stern light, staring dead on at the white boss, and spoke in a deep voice. If you don't want to make things too ugly, I suggest that you immediately take out what you should give me, so that I can go back and deliver. Although these words were spoken calmly and without any explicit meaning of threat, the white boss and the group of Eagle Sauce bigwigs behind him heard a strong flavor of threat from his words. This caused the looks on their faces to instantly become even more unsightly, and the anger in their hearts rose up in a very bad mood. The eyes of each Eagle Sauce bigwig, looking at Lee Young-jae and the members of the Lee clan behind him, all looked very cold and gloomy, even a little murderous, and it was obvious that they had moved to kill. In the face of the white boss and other people's murderous appearance, Lee Young and the back of the members of the Lee family are nervous, very afraid of those behind them, the Eagle Sauce big soldiers. The hands of the guns suddenly opened fire, to give them a burst of strafing. Do you really think that just because you went from being one of Eagle Jam's dogs to one of Roy's dogs that you can come running up to us and strut your stuff? The anger in the white boss's eyes could barely be concealed as he stared murderously at Lee Young-jae. You have to understand that it's easy for us to get back to you, or even your entire family. The threat of these words was naked, and could be described as a complete tearing of the skin, and hearing Li Rong behind him, the members of the Li clan were all frightened. I know. In the face of the white boss's threat, Li Rongji, however, appeared calm, and can even be said to be somewhat fearless, but instead laughed, only laughing somewhat playfully, staring at the white boss said, but you also have to understand that you want to get me killed is very simple, and want to make my entire family finished is also very simple, but just so you're clear, I'm afraid you, and indeed the whole of Eagle Sauce, can't afford the consequences of what you're doing, because I'm working for Mr. Roy. If you kill me, you'll be like humiliating Mr. Roy's face in front of the whole world. In time, what Mr. Roy will do, I think you know very well, or you should not be able to bear it. Brush up. As the white boss and a group of Eagle Jam bigwigs listened to his words, their faces suddenly changed drastically, and each one of them was furious and pissed off. Abominable. This damn little Nishihachi. How dare they bring up Roy to pressure them? It's really abominable. So angry that they wanted to kill someone. You also take yourself too seriously. Do you really think killing one of your dogs will change anything? Could make Roy angry about it? The white boss, who was furious, waved his hand violently and ordered loudly, "Take this dog for me." Wow. The white boss gave an order. A large group of people who had long been looking at these people in Li Rongjai, fierce and vicious Eagle Sauce soldiers, immediately moved. In the blink of an eye, Li Rongjai and his men were then surrounded by Eagle Jam GIs, blackened guns pointed at them. Get down! Hands up! Whoever dares to move will be killed directly. The Eagle Sauce GIs shouted and cursed, ordering Li Rongjai and these people to hurry down and raise their hands, and even some Eagle Sauce GIs directly smashed the butt of their guns towards the members of the Li family, smashing them to the ground. Their movements were rough and vicious, with no mercy whatsoever. The members of the Li clan behind Li Rong, where they had faced such a terrible situation, were trembling with fear, and almost in the twinkling of an eye, they all immediately fell to the ground and raised their hands. However, Li Rong, in the face of this situation, but still able to maintain composure, not only did not listen to the words of the big soldier, "Get down and raise his hands," but instead stood straight, a stance of no fear at all, acting pretty hardcore. In the face of this situation, the white boss sneered and directly intended to order a shot to kill this dog with one shot, but just the moment he was about to open his mouth, the air raid siren suddenly went off. The whole city, almost instantly a sharp alarm sounded simultaneously. A sudden siren sounded, sending the entire city into instant chaos and panic. What's going on? Why is the air raid siren going off all of a sudden? Are we being invaded? Who could have killed us on home soil? Is that Roy? Is that the damn demon that started a massive attack on us? God! What's to be done about this? Run! Take cover in the human defense facility. We might be bombed soon. That lunatic Roy is really going to bomb us. Countless Eagle Jam citizens were dumbfounded to hear the sudden siren, looking up to the sky to see what was going on and why such a rapid alarm was suddenly sounding. Being hegemonic level Eagle Sauce, they had always been the ones to make other countries sound their air raid sirens before, and now their own air raid sirens suddenly went off in an emergency, and it freaked them all out. Meanwhile, countless Eagle Cubs, too, in the first instance, thought of what had caused the sudden emergency air raid siren. Roy. Countless Eagle Cubs had the figure of the man from the east floating in their minds at the first moment, feeling that this matter must have nothing to do with him. The entire Eagle Jam, almost instantly, panicked. Outside the big house at 1600, the white boss and a group of Eagle Jam bigwigs were also the first to hear the sudden and extreme siren. What's going on? Suddenly hearing the urgent air raid siren, the white boss's pupils suddenly contracted violently. His face revealed an incredibly horrified look, and his body trembled slightly as he exclaimed violently, "Who can tell me what's going on? And why did our air raid siren suddenly go off? Who was it? Who triggered the air defense alarm?" Chapter 137, Stargazing. Ground. Countless Eagle Cubs listened to the roar of the huge engines and looked up to see the White Swan bomber, beautifully built but representing death, all scared out of their wits. Moment. Countless Eagle Cubs exploded, letting out cries of disbelief. Bomber! Oh my god, it's the White Swan bomber. White Swan bombers are appearing over our heads. Damn it, this White Swan bomber. How the hell did it get in here? This is unbelievable. Roy. It must be this Roy guy who did this. It must be his doing. Are all our Eagle Sauce air defenses a sieve? A dozen White Swan bombers, flying over our heads before they sound the alarm? Waste. What a bunch of losers. I can't believe we let the White Swan bombers fly over us. Traitors. The people in our air defense system must all be traitors. They're the ones who let the White Swan bombers in. Numerous Hawk Cubs were furious, and had even begun to call out a few of their own air defense systems, thinking they had all become traitors. They put the White Swan bombers in, but no matter how much the Hawk Cubs cursed and raged, A dozen White Swan bombers formed a column and flew over their heads, closing in on the big house at 1600. The news that the White Swan bomber had appeared overhead was the first to reach the White Boss's ears. White Swan bombers, heading our way? When the White Boss heard the news, his whole body was dumbfounded, and with a look of disbelief on his face, he screamed loudly, "How is it possible? How is it possible for such a huge formation of bombers to fly over our heads? What in the world are our GIs doing?" No one has an answer to the screaming rants of the White Bosses. Now all the Eagle Sauce bigwigs were in a daze, and they were all totally confused as to why such a huge formation of White Swan bombers had suddenly appeared over their heads. "Sir, is it now possible to do as I wish?" The White Boss oppositely rung in, looking at the other party at this time panicked appearance. Face showed a smile, smirked and said, "I just got the news. Our boss said, if you do not hand over the things, then today, we will treat you to a big bomb." Sure, all the things he said were just him bluffing. He didn't get Roy. However, the formation of White Swan bombers, suddenly appearing over the heads of the White Bosses, was indeed Roy's handiwork. 8 countries in the West, inside the largest 8. After the swimsuit party, Roy, even though he was made of steel, felt a twinge of exhaustion. "I must get a more powerful gene potion as soon as possible, so that my body can reach a stronger latitude before I can do so." Roy, who was feeling a bit of back pain, popped up with this thought, and then thought that he would take care of Hawk Sauce as soon as possible, and then start developing technology. Then there was the matter of his direct purchase of a dozen White Swan bombers to fly over the head of the big house at 1600. He's going to clean up Eagle Jam once and for all. Let no one in the world ever trouble him again. And things were just as Roy wanted them to be. When his White Swan bomber appeared over the head of the big house at 1600 and the GIs at Eagle Jam couldn't do anything about it, the people in the big house at 1600 panicked and suddenly became very talkative. All of it. It all became very, very smooth, and in a very short period of time, Lee Yong-jae completed the task Roy had explained. However, things didn't stop there for Lee Rong after completing the task Roy had given him, as Roy summoned more of his men and placed them unknowingly within Eagle Jam's defense system. Therefore, Roy began a program of removal of Hawk Jam, and in less than a month Hawk Jam was brought to its knees as the world watched in disbelief. Roy has logically become Eagle Jam's rightful emperor. Having completely taken Eagle Jam under control, Roy then went to great lengths to drive all of Eagle Jam's eagle cubs out of that land, driving them to the ancestral lands of their fathers. Europa. Billions of eagle cubs have been driven to Europa, making it a hive of activity, and it's been watery and fighting all day long. And that's. Roy acted as if he didn't see the hustle and bustle of the outside world. After stabilizing the territory of his world island, he vigorously recruited immigrants from the ancient Eastern countries while also frantically purchasing all kinds of technology from the system mall and vigorously developing technology. In the end, with his powerful technology, Roy managed to land on the moon and set up a base there, and began to radiate his power towards the entire solar system. 100 years later, the entire solar system completely became Roy's bag, and he also, by virtue of the development of science and technology, the whole person has undergone a radical change, completely metamorphosed. With a long lifespan, not only did Roy gain a long lifespan, but with his help, the human lifespan of the entire ancient East grew by hundreds of years and worked with him to begin expanding throughout the galaxy. My goal is to become the strongest hegemon within this galaxy. The moment he completely controlled the solar system, Roy made a grand wish. Grand finale. Brothers, forgive me. The end, the new book immediately issued, is still a torrential flow.